Chapter 1. The Unfortunate Encounter with Kakashi. Thus, the objective of today's outdoor exercise is as follows. Is everyone clear? In the training grounds of the Hidden Leaf Village, the Chunin instructor of the advanced class, Hiromu Sakuma, was diligently delivering his training instructions. Ugh, I am so full. This loud belch erupted from the back, causing Hiromu Sakuma to seethe with rage. Yosaka, you must exercise some moderation. With a swift motion, he snapped his wooden pointer in two. Although I, as a Chunin, cannot question your prowess, your repeated violations of the classroom rules compel me to take action. At this furious outburst, every student in the class exhibited expressions of shock, whispering amongst themselves. Is the teacher all right? He actually dared to confront Yosaka? Has he forgotten about the dozen or so former instructors lying in the ninja hospital? This is bad. This could lead to serious trouble. As they cast their eyes toward the languid figure in the last row, a palpable fear washed over them. They understood that angering Yosaka could only result in one fate: death. Ugh, were you speaking to me just now? Yosaka let out a contented belch, casually beginning to pick at his teeth, a carefree expression adorning his face. Yet, this seemingly innocuous action sent chills down the spines of all present at Yosaka, I merely intended to advise you against eating during training, as it may lead to indigestion. Once these words escaped Hiromu Sakuma's lips, he immediately regretted his decision. Oh, Sakuma, why can't you restrain your tongue? In the Hidden Leaf Village, the name Yosaka was known by all. Since the age of 1, he had developed a penchant for snacks. Aside from sleeping and using the restroom, he could be found clutching a treat throughout the day. Yet, this gluttonous and lethargic individual possessed a level of ninja talent that astounded all of Konoha. Even Orochimaru, the disciple of the third Hokage, had once found himself incapacitated for half a month due to Yosaka's casual strike. It was only through the use of forbidden techniques that he managed to regain his freedom of movement. This day, Hiromu Sakuma vividly recalls the words of the third Hokage when he assumed the role of homeroom teacher. Never provoke Yosaka otherwise. You shall meet a grim fate. Even someone who had witnessed the great ninja wars had never seen the third Hokage display such a grave expression. Before his arrival, over a dozen exceptionally skilled instructors had already found themselves hospitalized. Rather than physical injuries, it was the psychological toll that weighed heavily upon them. The previous homeroom teacher had been sent to the ninja hospital for emergency treatment after accidentally knocking a chip from Yosaka's hand. Though the physical wound was merely a single, ghastly gash inflicted by a blade, the psychological trauma led to his transfer to the mental health department for treatment. To this day, he continues to recite a single phrase daily. How could I possibly end up in the hospital due to an 80-year-old child? This is unfathomable. Thankfully, the blow from Yosaka lacked true strength. Had he truly unleashed his power, even 10 lives would not suffice to withstand it. Upon hearing this from Makino Shuji, Yosaka offered a slight smile. Not eating? What a jest! Yum, 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 so delectable. Notification. Host has experienced exquisite flavors. Mastery of swordsmanship increased by 1. Notification. Host has savored rich aromas. Physical constitution increased by 1. Notification. Host has encountered refreshing taste. Speed increased by 1. Like many who traverse realms, Yosaka possessed an extraordinary system within him. By merely consuming food, he could continuously reap rewards. Moreover, the more delightful and rare the delicacy, the greater the rewards he could obtain. In simpler terms, any unfamiliar gourmet dish would yield double or even more skill points. Yosaka had little interest in the intricate attributes aside from the fixed enhancement from leveling up. He allocated all points directly to the cultivation of his swordsmanship. There was no need to contemplate anything else. His sole focus was on the act of striking down foes. His life's motto was to savor the most delectable meals, enjoy the most restful sleep, and cleave the strongest adversaries. In just a few fleeting minutes, yet another bag of snacks had vanished at Yosaka's hands. Is it gone again? I haven't even had my fill. How vexing. His classmates, witnessing his antics, instinctively recoiled in trepidation. Hey, don't you have snacks over there? Lend me a taste. At that moment, Yosaka approached a girl amidst the throng. She was charmingly petite, with large, crystal-clear eyes that captivated hearts. Yet, that was not the crux of Yosaka's interest. His intuition urged him that her bag concealed a rare delicacy he had yet to experience. With a startled cry from Noero Rin, Yosaka swiftly extracted the snacks from her bag and devoured them. Instantly, a wave of rich flavor enveloped his palate. Thanks to the system's influence, Yosaka swiftly acquired double the skill points. Why Yosakikin? That was my jelly. It had been touched by my mouth. She gazed upon Yosaka's handsome features. Noero Rin's cheeks flushed with shyness. her eyes reflecting admiration and infatuation. It was no surprise as the strongest boy in the class. Yosaka had long been the object of every girl's dreams. "Yosaka, did you not hear what Rin just said? Remove your filthy mouth at once." From the crowd, a boy with silver hair and a deep blue mask could no longer contain himself. This was Hitaki Kakashi, son of Konoha's White Fang, hailed as a super genius. He had harbored feelings for Rin since childhood. Had it not been for Obito's recent injury, which forced him to take a prolonged leave, he would have surely stepped forward to challenge Yosaka alongside Obito. "Why should I remove it? Didn't you see that this lady offered no resistance?" Yosaka chuckled lightly as he savored the jelly, a look of disdain evident upon his face. Due to the turmoil of the Ninja World War, Konoha Village has been deprived of diverse culinary delights. The bag of chips he just finished was merely the most inexpensive sustenance available. In this scarcity of food, he could only make do with ordinary meals, reluctantly earning an ever-dwindling amount of skill points. Now that he had encountered a rare delicacy, how could he possibly let such a splendid opportunity to enhance his abilities slip away? "I advise you to withdraw with your strength. Recklessly confronting me will only ruin your future," he warned. "Curse it." Kakashi, unable to endure any longer, drew the short blade strapped to his back and lunged at the formidable Yosaka before him. Kakashi, don't. Though he became a chunin before graduating, Yosaka had already attained Jonin-level prowess even before enrollment. If this continues, Kakashi is bound to meet his demise. While Kakashi's strength among his peers was indeed formidable, in comparison to Yosaka, it was akin to an egg colliding with a rock. There was simply no chance of victory. Yosaka, Kakashi, cease this at once. The speed of their clash was breathtaking. Even the homeroom teacher, Haichiro Mikami, could not intervene in time. In that fleeting moment, Yosaka set down the jelly in his hand and unsheathed the blade at his waist. It was a mere ordinary ninja knife of the lowest grade, one that even a novice blacksmith would disdain to forge. With the unsheathing of the blade, a chill swept through the air, causing the temperature around them to drop several degrees. The overwhelming aura of murderous intent was suffocating. Even Kakashi, who had faced jonin from enemy nations, felt his heart race in disarray at the sight before him. This adversary was no longer human. He was a harbinger of death, a silent reaper. Swish! Yosaka, stop! In an instant, a flash of the blade sliced through the air. To the astonishment of onlookers, Kakashi's body shattered into numerous fragments, falling lifelessly onto the blood-stained grass before he could even respond. "Someone has been killed. What are we to do? Yosaka has actually slain Kakashi. How terrifying." The students present erupted into chaos, retreating in panic. Clang! This brand of jelly is truly exquisite. Yosaka relished the jelly, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Chapter 2, Divine Blade, Heavenly Feather Slash. "Have you all lost your minds from hunger? I never even struck," Yosaka declared. "This. How is that possible?" To the astonishment of the crowd, it became evident that Yosaka's blade had indeed not made contact. Kakashi, who should have been reduced to fragments, lay on the ground in a daze, completely unharmed. "How can this be? I was once a keen ninja who thwarted and shrank assassination for the third Hokage. How could my perception fail me?" Haichiro Mikami gazed incredulously, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Beside him, the vice homeroom teacher, hailing from the Hyuga clan, was equally astonished. He repeatedly scrutinized the scene with his Byakugan, yet he could not discern how Yosaka had executed his move. Could it be that he has mastered the forbidden techniques left behind by the second generation? The more Shusuke Mikami pondered, the more apprehensive he became that if even he, an elite ninja, could not discern Yosaki's ninjutsu, one could only imagine the terrifying level of Yosaki's prowess. However, Yosaki was entirely ignorant of any forbidden arts. What he had employed was merely a deft application of blade energy, coupled with a hint of psychological suggestion. To think that I, hailed as a genius, have actually lost? Kakashi gazed in horror at his own hands, his expression filled with dread. He was unaware of the specific technique Yosaki had utilized, yet he distinctly felt that he had been truly shattered into fragments. The sensation of teetering on the brink of hell was beyond the capacity of any simulation. Alert! The host has successfully astonished the entire class, earning a random reward, Divine Blade, Heavenly Feather Slash. As Yosaki savored the delightful jelly, the synthesized voice of the system echoed in his mind. Heavenly Feather Slash? That name sounds rather impressive. Yosaki took a bite of the jelly, his face lighting up with satisfaction. "He'll set it aside for now. We'll take a look when I feel inclined." With that, he resumed his indulgence in snacks. Reluctantly, Shusuke Mikami steeled himself to continue his explanation. Meanwhile, the surrounding classmates, having witnessed the chaotic spectacle, lost all motivation to study. Yosaki's formidable strength instilled fear in all the boys, yet earned him the admiration and affection of the girls. His perfect features and commanding gaze captivated them, ensnaring their hearts in a spell from which they could not escape. Amidst the slightly awkward atmosphere, the training finally concluded, and everyone began to disperse from the training grounds. As for Kakashi, he had mysteriously vanished, leaving no trace behind. As the most renowned young genius of his generation, he had been humiliated before everyone, brought to his knees by Yosaka. This immense disgrace left him too embarrassed to remain in the classroom. All he desired was to find a secluded place and engage in relentless training to redeem himself. Yugao, we agreed yesterday to go buy ninja tools together. It's time to set off. Kaze Tsukikage, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish expression, approached Udzuki Yugao. The entire class was already aware of his secret admiration for her. The two shared a deep connection, merely a thin veil away from confessing their feelings. With the current trajectory of their relationship, Tsukikage believed that today could very well solidify their bond, making Yugao his girlfriend. However, just as he brimmed with confidence, Udzuki Yugao did not spare him a glance. Instead, she walked straight towards Yosaka. Yosaka, your home is quite far. Allow me to accompany you back. Yosaka-kun, you seem to really enjoy that brand of jelly. I know where that shop is. Let me take you to buy some. Noira-rin and Udzuki Yugao clung to Yosaki's arms, the three of them laughing and chatting. Not only can I procure snacks, but I also have two lovely companions by my side. How delightful. Yosaka chuckled heartily, wrapping his arms around the two girls. Why, Yosaka-kun, please don't. Feeling the broad embrace of Hachisaka and the masculine aura surrounding him, the blush on the faces of the two women appeared even more enchanting. How dare you touch my Shiyuan? Hachisaka, you scoundrel! Yueguang Jiefeng's face darkened with fury upon witnessing his prospective girlfriend being held by Hachisaka. Disregarding the disparity in their strengths, he charged fiercely towards Hachisaka. Yueguang Jiefeng, what are you doing? Shiyuan expressed her anger, yet her body remained nestled closely against Hachisaka. But Shiyuan, you had promised me. Seeing Ziyuan's vexed expression, Yueguang Jiefeng felt a surge of panic. Can't you see I have to send Hachisaka home? I'm not in the mood today. We can discuss the ninja tools later. But Yueguang Jiefeng was left dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he had intended to rescue the beleaguered Mao Dong Shiyuan from Hachisaka, yet now he found himself dismissed by her. Upon returning home, he pondered for an entire night, unable to comprehend where he had faltered. Several hours later, when Hachisaka opened his eyes once more, the wall clock showed it was already 9 in the evening. What's going on? Did I really fall asleep halfway through buying snacks? As he surveyed the numerous bags of snacks and the note left by the two women, Hachisaka recalled the events. It turned out he had dozed off the moment he entered the snack shop. Ultimately, it was Noira-rin and Mao Dong Shiyuan who had carried him home, leaving behind some digestive fruits before departing. Oh, what a bother. It's far more important to indulge in snacks than to dwell on useless thoughts. As Hachisaka reached for a snack bag, his fingertips unexpectedly grazed a slender object. What is this? Looking up, Hachisaka was astonished to discover an exquisitely crafted wide-bladed long knife. Its ornate sheath and flowing blade glimmered subtly, exuding an aura reminiscent of divine beings. Swish! As Hachisaka attempted to swing it, an unintentional burst of blade energy severed a steel shuriken on the table in two. What a magnificent blade! Truly worthy of being one of the legendary weapons from ancient tales. From a young age, he had heard stories of such a myth. It was said that when the world was first created, the divine beings left behind 3 unparalleled divine blades. Due to the ravages of war, 2 of these blades were lost to the flames of conflict, leaving only this one, the heavenly feather slash, to remain in the mortal realm. The original master of this divine blade was none other than the illustrious father of the gods, Izanagi. Empowered by this blade, Izanagi became an invincible war god, undefeated in battle. This divine blade thus became the ultimate dream for countless swordsmen and ninjas. Now, having repelled Kakashi in the training field, he had successfully acquired this formidable artifact. Previously, he had used a mere iron sword, as no weapon could withstand his extraordinary strength. Now, with this unparalleled divine blade, Hachisaka no longer had to worry about the weapon shattering upon his strikes. What a splendid weapon! It seems I can finally unleash my full power without concern. Yosaka revealed a hint of a mysterious smile, her gaze emanating a chilling aura. Chapter 3. The man admired by the 4th Hokage. Meanwhile, at the Hitaki residence on the eastern outskirts of Konohagakure, is Kakashi still locked away in his room? At this moment, the renowned Hitaki Sakomo, known as the Leaf's White Fang, sat at the dining table, a slight frown adorning his brow. Sigh, I really do not understand what's going on with him. Since returning home today, he has locked himself away and refuses to emerge, Mrs. Hitaki said with a worried expression as she entered from the corridor. I see. Then I shall have a word with him. A trace of fatigue crossed Hitaki Sakomo's face. He had just returned to Konohagakure after completing a mission in a foreign land. While passing by the ninja academy, he happened to encounter a familiar peer. During their conversation, the fellow ninja informed him of his son Kakashi's recent troubles. Kakashi's room. How could I possibly have been taken down without even having a chance to fight back? Kakashi sat in the corner of his room, burying his head deeply in his knees, his eyes filled with dread. Whenever he recalls the encounter with Yosaka during the day, a tremor courses through him, making it impossible to think calmly. A series of knocks on the door jolts Kakashi from his reverie. Who is it? Kakashi, it's me. Upon hearing his father's voice, Kakashi feels a sense of tranquility wash over him. Kakashi, I've heard about today's events. What are your thoughts regarding the training ground? Gazing at his father's gentle visage, Kakashi initially relaxes, only to be overtaken by a wave of shame. Having always regarded his father as a benchmark, he now finds himself unable to face his idol. Both hailed as prodigies in their youth, Kakashi has failed to achieve the accomplishments of his father and has instead succumbed to a classmate who seems perpetually engrossed in snacks. Even before Yosaka made his move, Kakashi was paralyzed by fear. The image of the prodigy he had painstakingly built crumbled to dust in that battle. Kakashi is engulfed in profound terror, unable to articulate the turmoil within him. Don't rush. Calm yourself first, Hitaki reassures him with a comforting pat on the shoulder, indicating that there is no need for anxiety. With his father's soothing presence, Kakashi gradually regains his composure and recounts the events of the day in full detail. The boy's name is Yosaka, is it? Hitaki falls into deep contemplation, a barely discernible wry smile gracing his lips. As a prominent figure in Konohagakure, he is well aware of Yosaka's formidable prowess. Should Kakashi have faced defeat at the hands of such a child, it would not be particularly surprising. After managing to soothe Kakashi, returns to the living room, his gaze cast downward as he becomes lost in distant memories. Among the elite ninjas serving under the third Hokage, there was once a remarkable special jonin named Mukiyama Yasaka, whose strength surpassed all in Konoha, even compelling the so-called strongest genius, the fourth Hokage, to concede. The third Hokage held this subordinate in high regard, even personally naming Hisano's remaining son. The child in question is none other than the current Yosaka. Regrettably, during a clandestine ambush by an enemy nation, Mukiyama Yasaka selflessly confronted a multitude of ninjas in a bid to protect the Leaf Village. Ultimately, he was outnumbered and met his demise on the battlefield. Upon learning of Mukiyama's death, his wife, who had just given birth to Yosaka, fell into a deep melancholy and soon passed away as well, leaving the infant Yosaka to navigate this world alone. Out of a sense of guilt, the third Hokage took it upon himself to ensure that Yosaka was secretly cared for over the years. On several occasions, he even transformed into a neighbor to encourage Yosaka to strive for success. Alas, Yosaka remained indifferent, indulging in snacks with even greater fervor. By chance, the third Hokage discovered that Yosaka's abilities had not diminished, rather, they had flourished, seemingly enhanced by his penchant for snacks. Thus, he decided to cease his interference and allow Yosaka the freedom to grow. Similarly, the esteemed Shikaka Nara, a fellow special jonin, frequently received orders from the third Hokage to look after his dear friend's only son. Even the enrollment process for the Ninja Academy and several incidents involving Yosaka injuring his teachers were facilitated by Shikaka Nara's assistance, which contributed to Yosaka's growth to this day. Mukiyama, if you were to witness Yosaka's current endeavors from beyond, would you feel solace or disappointment? Shikaka gazed towards the distant horizon, lost in contemplation. Time marched on. Ever since that day when Kakashi was utterly astonished by Yosaka at the training ground, Yosaka's popularity at the Ninja Academy surged to unparalleled heights. Many girls frequently found themselves glancing at Yosaka, their eyes brimming with admiration. Notably, Noara Rin and Yuzuki Yuki would arrive daily with an array of delectable snacks, eagerly inviting Yosaka to dine with them. Yosaka-kun, I made these cookies myself. Please give them a try. I'll see how they taste. As Yosaka beamed at the treats presented by Noara Rin, he savored the delightful flavors. After indulging, a synthesized voice echoed in his mind. Notification. Post feels refreshed. Blade Precision 3. Indeed, homemade snacks contain the essence of their creator's intentions. Typically, Ordinary snacks granted merely one skill point, yet this occasion yielded a remarkable threefold reward. Yosaki-kun, if you enjoy them, I'll make them for you every day. Seeing Yosaki relish the cookie she had crafted, Noera Rin cast a triumphant glance at Yuyuki, a smirk gracing her face. Yuyuki, slightly miffed, pouted in response, wishing she could have crafted cookies 100 times more delectable had she not accidentally burned her hand the previous day. Don't get too cocky, I want to concede. Yosaki-kun, having eaten such dry cookies, you must be thirsty, right? This is a fruit juice I had brought from the land of clouds, rich in flavor. You must try it. As she spoke, Ayazuki opened the bottle cap and presented the juice she had prepared. Now that you mention it, I do feel a bit parched. The combination of various snacks truly allows one to savor the pinnacle of flavors. Gulp, gulp. Delightful. With a sip of juice, Yosaka let out a satisfied exclamation. Having said that, he resumed his indulgence. The richness of the taste transported him to a realm of ecstasy. Notification: the host experiences the sublime flavors. Physique 5. Notification: the host's physical attributes have surpassed previous limits, receiving a breakthrough reward. Chakra recovery speed 50. Notification: the host's level has risen, attaining the rank of Special Jonin. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise flickered across Yosaka's face. Had he truly leveled up? He eagerly summoned the attribute interface. Chapter 4. Strength Assessment. The Supreme Gourmet System Host. Yosaka Age. 10 Ninja Rank. Special Jonin Physique. Special Jonin Chakra Recovery Speed. 150 Swordsmanship Training. Elite Level Special Technique. Demon God Blade Aura Overall Rating. Approaching Shadow Level. This system bore some distinctions from what Yosaka had previously understood in his past life. Under normal circumstances, without any special events, the system would not provide notifications. It only issued prompts upon tasting exquisite food or achieving a level up. However, Yosaka did not dwell on this. After all, a system is merely an auxiliary tool. As long as it aids in enhancing his strength, the rest is of little consequence. Despite his current strength rating nearing the shadow level, he had not truly exerted himself when he had terrified Kakashi into submission. Just how formidable his own abilities were remained a mystery. As for the special technique known as the Demon God Blade Aura, it was merely a reward from the system after Yosaka had taught a lesson to the teacher who had knocked his chips away, shocking the entire ninja academy. This special technique possessed unfathomable power. At its peak, even demons would tremble in fear. Without exceptionally strong willpower, one could succumb to mental collapse within the illusions, ultimately becoming a mere shell of their former self. Yet, none of this seemed to matter. As long as he could indulge in delicious snacks, who cared about such trivialities? Under Yosaka's relentless onslaught, yet another bag of snacks was devoured. The following day, on the playground of the Ninja Academy, Haichir Mikami finally completed the day's lesson. Exhaling a long sigh of relief. MMM. Delicious. As he watched Yosaki continue to munch on snacks, a hint of exasperation flickered in Shuji Mikami's eyes. Fortunately, he had not erupted in anger today. Otherwise, should he resort to violence, it would surely result in a heart-stopping and terrifying incident. Shuji had repeatedly reported this matter to the higher-ups in the village, requesting a change of homeroom teacher. However, the third Hokage had flatly refused, instructing him not to mention the issue again. Left with no alternative, Shuji could only wear a long face and persist with his lessons at the Ninja Academy. After all, it was his own folly that had led him to wade into these murky waters. Now, in order to assess everyone's recent academic achievements, we shall conduct a performance evaluation. As soon as Shuji finished speaking, a murmur of various opinions erupted from the crowd. Another test? We've had several this month already. Even if they want to gauge our abilities, must it be such a grand affair? I wonder what the focus of this test will be. I am quite curious. In total, there had been 6 theoretical exams for ninjas, 3 ninjutsu tests, 2 taijutsu tests, and 1 field training assessment this month. Although the frequency was overwhelming, everyone had persevered and completed the requirements. After all, the scores from these evaluations were crucial for their graduation from the Ninja Academy, allowing them to obtain the Konoha headband and become independent ninjas. All right, the assessment will commence shortly. Everyone, please prepare and return here to assemble in 5 minutes. After delivering his announcement, Shuji lowered his voice and called over Lin Noera and Yuka Yuzuki. Lin, Yuka, since you both have a good rapport with Yosaki, could you please take him to prepare and join us later? As the homeroom teacher, he could have conveyed this message directly to the students, but the sheer strength of Yosaki rendered him too fearful to deliver instructions without risking his own safety. Such situations were not unprecedented, as during previous assessments. Whether theoretical or practical, Yosaka had consistently scored a perfect 0. When it was time for his taijutsu test, the entire class had retreated a staggering 500 meters. Not out of exaggeration, but because, at close range, Yosaka might very well have shattered the ground with a single punch. As the homeroom teacher, Shuji naturally wished to avoid confrontation, yet he bore the responsibility of scoring and guidance. There was nowhere for him to hide. If it were any other student, no matter how exaggeratedly they fought, they would merely end up with sore hands for a while. However, Yosaka is a different case. His speed and strength far exceed anyone's expectations. If one were to quantify his destructive potential, he would undoubtedly score several times the maximum possible. Yet, that was aimed at himself. Had Mikami Hideki not managed to evade in time, he would have already been reduced to a mere shadow, hanging on the wall. As for the ninjutsu assessment, it goes without saying that Yosaka did not participate, resulting in a score of 0 for his absence. The theoretical examination was even worse. Yosaka did not attempt a single question. Halfway through, upon realizing his hands were greasy, he wiped them all over the exam paper, leaving it reeking of snacks. Consequently, Mikami Hideki recorded a score of 0 on the spot. Left with no alternative, he could only rely on Noera Rin and Yuzuki Yuka, hoping they would devise a way to bring Yosaka to the assessment. If he were to miss this test, he would lose his chance to graduate from the Ninja Academy. Understood, teacher. We will definitely bring Yosaka-kun to the test, assured Noera Rin and Yuzuki Yuka, exchanging determined glances. Subsequently, they each took hold of one of Yosaka's arms. Do you both want some snacks? Yosaka asked, his words slightly muffled by the food in his mouth. All right, seeing as you two have decent character, I'll share a bit with you. I wouldn't do the same for anyone else. With that, Yosaka inhaled a mouthful of luscious jelly and leaned towards Noera Rin's lips. I won't have any. I'm not hungry right now, she quickly replied, blushing as she turned away. Although Yosaka was undeniably handsome, she felt too shy to engage in such an intimate gesture in front of others. What about you? Do you want some? Yosaka then turned to Yuzuki Yuka. I'll pass too, Yosaka-kun. The test is about to begin. We should hurry and prepare. The two girls giggled as they walked towards the classroom with Yosaka, exuding an air of joy. That Yosaka, Kakashi, observing from the side, felt a surge of irritation. Having previously been defeated by Yosaka, he was already harboring a grudge. Now, witnessing Yosaka's closeness with the two girls only fueled his anger. What right does such a slacker, devoid of ambition, have to belittle the significance of the strength assessment? Nevertheless, despite his temper, Kakashi quickly dismissed any thoughts of confrontation, recognizing that Yosaka's formidable prowess was far beyond his capacity to handle. In contrast, Might Guy, standing nearby, was different. This gluttonous fellow had actually defeated his strongest rival, Kakashi. If he did not bring Yosaka down today, he would have no claim to be a self-sufficient ninja. Chapter 5. The Challenge of Might Guy. 5 minutes later, everyone was prepared for the test and had returned to the playground. After counting the participants, Mitsukami Hiroshi began to announce the rules for today's examination. With everyone ready, there was no time to waste. We would commence the strength assessment immediately. Upon hearing this, a collective swallow could be heard among the participants. The test for today would involve one-on-one combat. However, there was a twist in the rules. Yosaka would be in a category of his own, and the only way for the others to pass was to defeat him. Any other outcome would be deemed a failure. As Mitsukami concluded his statement, an eerie silence enveloped the group. Only Yosaka continued to indulge in his snacks. Delicious, he remarked, noticing everyone's gaze upon him. What is up? Did someone call my name? Noera Rin and Yuzuki Yuka quickly leaned in to explain the rules to Yosaka in hushed tones. What? We all have to face Yosaka in combat? How could we possibly win? Teacher, you must be mistaken. Observing the terror etched on their faces, Mitsukami realized he had struck a nerve. Just as he was about to elaborate on the reasoning behind this decision, Might Guy suddenly interjected. Wait, everyone else step aside. I shall be the one to defeat Yosaka. Might Guy stepped forward, assuming a fighting stance. What? This hot-blooded fool dares to challenge Yosaka? He doesn't even know ninjutsu and thinks he can step up to the plate. Is he courting disaster? Might Guy? This is truly unexpected, Mitsukami mused, his expression betraying curiosity. Although Guy had never grasped ninjutsu or jinjutsu, his physical prowess was among the best in the class. If these two were to engage in combat, the outcome was uncertain. I suggest you reconsider. Battling you would be less enjoyable than snacking, Yosaka dismissed Might Guy's challenge with indifference, tossing more snacks into his mouth. This blatant disregard ignited a fire within Might Guy. How dare you belittle my youth? Take this. Unable to contain his frustration any longer, Might Guy charged forward. However, as he prepared to advance, Mitsukami stepped in to halt him. Might Guy disqualified. At this, Might Guy stood frozen in disbelief. Disqualified? Why? I haven't even begun to fight. It's quite simple. The first lesson for a ninja is to exercise self-restraint and complete the task at hand. You were blinded by rage. Had I not intervened, you would have already become a mere victim under Yosaki's blade. When Mikami Shuji observed that Might Guy had calmed down, he released his grip on his shoulder. Fortunately, his timely intervention had averted what could have been a significant incident at the Ninja Academy today. Now, what follows? Should I be the one to challenge him? Is that the implication? Yosaka suddenly set aside the snacks he had been enjoying, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. No, Yosaka, listen to me first. This arrangement is not how it should be. Seeing Yosaka preparing to launch an attack on Might Guy, Mikami Shuji felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his brow. Having barely averted one peril, he certainly did not wish to witness another calamity. This fellow with the atrocious hairstyle, is his name Might Guy? Feeling a sudden urge, Yosaka decided he would use him as a target. Turning to face his opponent, Yosaka cast a dismissive glance, his eyes brimming with contempt. You dare mock my hairstyle? You wretched scoundrel. Struck where it hurt, Might Guy was once again consumed by rage. The surrounding classmates instinctively retreated several meters. Recognizing that this hot-blooded fool had dared to insult Yosaka, and his life was likely forfeit. Yosaka, this is merely a test. Do not take it too seriously. As the two appeared ready to clash, Mikami Shuji hastily stepped in to mediate. Given Yosaka's capabilities, engaging in a physical confrontation was no trivial matter. However, Yosaka paid no heed to Mikami's pleas and wore an intimidating smile instead. You want me to be serious? Very well. I, too, wish to test my full strength. Distracted by the murmurs of the onlookers, Yosaka inadvertently misinterpreted Mikami Shuji's request. He had not anticipated that this seemingly frail homeroom teacher would display a manly side today. In light of his genuine nature, perhaps he could afford to show him a modicum of respect in the future. Hey, you with the bushy eyebrows. Did you hear the teacher's request? Hurry up and come here so I can properly test my skills. Yosaka's hand instinctively moved towards the hilt of his blade. Excitement illuminating his face. Is the teacher out of his mind, instructing Yosaka to unleash his full power on Might Guy, though he ranks at the bottom of the class? Must he face such harsh treatment? This is utterly deranged. It's simply unbearable to watch. Upon hearing this, the classmates cast incredulous glances at Mikami Shuji. This individual, who typically appeared so refined, was unexpectedly revealing a deranged side. When did I ever authorize you to be serious? Overwhelmed by the judgment of his peers, Mikami Shuji felt a desperate desire to disappear. They were all healthy young individuals. For heaven's sake, could they not be so hard of hearing? If a tragedy were to occur, he would find no redemption, even if he plunged into the depths of the ocean. You scoundrel, prepare yourself. In a fleeting moment, Might Guy dove forward, appearing instantaneously before Yosaka. He unleashed a fluid spinning kick, targeting Yosaka's face with precision. Oh, the movement was rather commendable. Yosaka, unfazed, rested his right hand upon the hilt of his sword. This was a grave mistake. The fool, Might Guy, dared to confront Yosaka with such a rudimentary technique. It was precisely this reckless charge that had led to Kakashi's swift demise at Yosaka's hands. The surrounding students anxiously pounded their thighs in distress. If even a genius like Kakashi fell before Yosaka, was Might Guy not doomed to meet a similar fate? Seeing the dire situation unfold, Shuji Misaka hastily retrieved a scroll and invoked a summoning technique. As Yosaka's aura shifted, Might Guy was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming pressure, rendering his breath labored. What kind of jutsu was this? An unprecedented dread surged within him. He was now trapped with no escape. One word: dragon flash. Boom. Slash. 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 Yosaka. It's time to cease. Just as the long blade was about to be drawn, three figures materialized behind Yosaka out of thin air. Clad in the distinctive garb of elite Jainin, they firmly restrained Yosaka's wrists, rendering him incapable of breaking free, regardless of the force he exerted. Chapter 6. The sudden appearance of these three figures took everyone by surprise, leaving all the students, save for Shuji Misaka, bewildered. They had completely missed how the trio had arrived, only witnessing their emergence in the blink of an eye. What was happening? Moonlight Gale, utterly confused, murmured to himself. Being of lesser strength, He was unaware that Yosaka's previous strike, had it been unleashed, would undoubtedly have claimed Might Guy's life. He merely observed as Yosaka's blade was halted by the three figures. The three shadowy figures, having employed a unique teleportation ninjutsu, erupted into a cloud of smoke upon their arrival, leaving the students momentarily baffled as to their identities, much like the swift moonlit breeze. How utterly tedious you three are. To simultaneously intervene and thwart my endeavors, you truly flatter me, Yosaka lamented. He had intended to shrug off the situation, yet his joints were firmly restrained by the trio, rendering him immobile, and he resigned himself to the predicament, standing still. What choice did we have? Your previous move was exceedingly perilous, had we not acted together. That thick-browed lad might well be in dire straits by now, came a raspy voice from behind. Yosaka, without needing to glance back, recognized the speaker. After all, there were many with hoarse voices in the village hidden in the leaves, yet only one could entwine others with serpent-like arms. Humph, Yosaka, should you continue with such violence? I shan't take you to the culinary festival in the land of lightning next month, a sultry voice interjected. Upon hearing her words, Yosaka wilted like a frostbitten eggplant and replied with utmost politeness, Rest assured, I, Yosaka, possess a gentlemanly demeanor. How could I possibly resort to violence? You must take me to the culinary festival next month. As Yosaka conversed with those behind him, the white smoke produced by the teleportation ninjutsu gradually dissipated, revealing the true forms of three figures. In the next moment, a series of gasps erupted from the cluster of students. The previously vibrant discussions fell silent, plunging the scene into an absolute stillness. However, the tranquility was soon shattered by a voice exclaiming, It's Lady Tsunade, along with Lord Jiraiya and Lord Orochimaru. The legendary Sannin have all gathered. Kakashi's voice trembled as he spoke, his heart awash with astonishment as he gazed incredulously at the three esteemed figures known as the Sannin. What? The Sannin? The Sannin have personally come to intervene against Yosaka. Am I dreaming? It's truly the Sannin. In an instant, various expressions of shock rippled through the crowd of students. Most of these youngsters had only heard of the Sannin's legendary names, but had never witnessed their presence in reality. Today, however, they were fortunate enough to behold them during the test, leaving them both awestruck and exhilarated. Yet, amidst the excitement, some felt a bitter pang in their hearts. Kakashi stared blankly at Yosaka, who was restrained by the combined efforts of the Sannin, as tumultuous emotions surged within him. Was Yosaka's power so formidable that it necessitated the intervention of the Sannin? Why was he so effortlessly strong while appearing so carefree? What did that make him? The son of the Konoha White Fang, hailed as a genius since childhood, yet he couldn't even match the strength of someone who was merely holding back. Moonlight Shippu trembled, his right hand gripping his katana tightly. He finally understood why Yue Ying had chosen Yosaka over him. What girl wouldn't admire a man powerful enough to require the united strength of the Sannin to be subdued? Damn it, why is he so strong? No, I must surpass him. I will show Yue Ying that I am the strongest man. Every student present experienced a profound psychological impact. Some felt admiration, others shock, envy, and a surge of fighting spirit. Yet these sentiments were of no concern to Yosaka. He cleared his throat and, with a hint of resignation, stated, All right. I've sheathed my sword. How much longer must you hold me down? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya and the others released their hold on Yosaka, who then returned to his laid-back demeanor. He raised an eyebrow at Mitsuhashi Shuji and remarked, So, I suppose this match is mine, then? Indeed, it is yours. Mitsuhashi nodded in affirmation before turning to the students and announcing loudly, In this contest, Yosaka emerges victorious. Meanwhile, Might Guy remained transfixed, his gaze fixed upon Yosaka. At this moment, he was half kneeling on the ground, his entire body rigid with tension. The impact of Yosaka's previous strike had been overwhelmingly profound. In the fleeting instant just before the blade was unleashed, it seemed as though an enormous sword, capable of cleaving the heavens and the earth, materialized before his eyes. As if the very fabric of existence was dominated by that colossal weapon. In that fleeting moment, his body became entirely incapacitated, as if his very soul had been extracted from his corporeal form. Within his field of vision, teacher Mitsushima vanished, the training posts evaporated, in the arena, classmates, even Yosaka, all dissipated into nothingness, leaving only a celestial blade descending upon him. This scene inflicted a profound psychological shock upon Might Guy, rendering him motionless, as though he were paralyzed. Hey, are you all right? As Yosaka passed by Might Guy, he kindly patted his shoulder, only for Might Guy to, seemingly triggered by some unseen force, widen his eyes in astonishment before collapsing unconscious. How fragile can one be? Yosaka remarked with a hint of exasperation, then turned to face his classmates, calmly declaring, "Who else?" Though spoken in a neutral tone, the three words transformed into something entirely different in the ears of his peers. Lin Nohara's eyes sparkled with admiration. Her small fist clasped against her lips, cheeks flushed with fervor as she gazed at Yosaka, murmuring, so handsome." Similarly, Yu Yuen gazed at Yosaka on stage with starry-eyed infatuation, perceiving him as the most handsome man in the world. Just a glance at him filled her with exhilaration and joy. As for the other girls, they too wore expressions of admiration akin to those of Shiyin and Yebura Rin, which irked some male classmates. Yet, upon contemplating Yosaka's terrifying prowess, an overwhelming sense of helpless anger surged within them. The disparity was insurmountable, leaving them devoid of hope of surpassing Yosaka. Observing the astonished and reverent expressions of his peers, Yosaka remained unfazed, his thoughts solely focused on hastening through the challenge to indulge in culinary delights. He then inquired, "Is there no one willing to challenge me? If not, I shall descend. I shall challenge you." At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd of students. Chapter 7. The third generation's heir who dares to utter such arrogant words? Upon hearing the voice, Mikami Shuji felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Had someone made such a statement prior to Yosaka's battle with Might Guy, he might have deemed it somewhat reasonable. However, now, in the wake of Yosaka having effortlessly dispatched Might Guy, it was astonishing that anyone would dare to provoke him. Was this individual truly fearless or simply foolish? Mikami Shuji found himself at a loss, torn between admiration for the audacity and disbelief at the recklessness of the challenger. After all, while Yosaka's previous strike had not genuinely been executed, Mikami Shuji's intuition suggested that had it been, even he would have faced certain doom. Thus, he pondered who possessed such a disregard for life, questioning the wisdom of their choices. Simultaneously, as the challenge echoed through the crowd, a wave of astonishment erupted among the students, many turning to discern the source of the audacious proclamation. Wow, what is wrong with him? Why would he take such a reckless stance? Brave yet foolhardy, to act against the inevitable. Such a person, in my view, is unworthy of being a ninja. For a ninja must learn the virtue of patience, which he evidently lacks. Ah, it's him. How dare he challenge Yosaka? Has he lost his senses? In that instant, as the challenger stepped forward, a flurry of whispers ensued among the students, and none held faith in his victory. Even Kakashi, who had been taught by his father never to underestimate others, furrowed his brow in contemplation. If even I, known as the genius Kakashi, stand no chance against Yosaka, what gives Asuma the audacity to challenge him? As Yotsuka, poised to descend the stage for a snack of chips, remained utterly indifferent. He mused that it mattered not who stood against him, they were all beneath him. "Ah, it is you, Asuma," Yotsuka remarked casually upon glancing at Asuma. Noting Yotsuka's blatant disregard for him, Asuma let out a huff, his face contorting into a smug expression as he ambled forward through the crowd. With a measured pace, he advanced toward the stage, passing by classmates whose murmured speculations echoed in his ears. Not a single whisper suggested he would emerge victorious. Rather, they all tacitly acknowledged his impending defeat. Yet, Asuma pressed onward with unwavering resolve, deaf to the chatter surrounding him. Despite the prevailing skepticism, his self-belief remained unshakable. Forged in the crucible of his understanding that to be deemed a true warrior, one must possess an ironclad will and an unyielding conviction, impervious to external influences. Only thus could one qualify as a genuine force, and he, Asuma Saratobi, son of the third Hokage, was destined to become such a warrior. As he strode forth, he contemplated. They all claim Yotsuka is formidable. Indeed, he is exceptionally strong. However, I, Asuma Saratobi, am the son of the third Hokage, the man who embodies the will of fire. I am destined to become Hokage. While others may falter before you, I, Asuma Saratobi, fear you not. At this moment, an aura of profound confidence emanated from Asuma, palpable enough for those around him to sense an intangible charisma. Waihai Kurenai, who previously doubted Asuma's chances against Yotsuka, found herself perceiving something different in him now. He seemed to tower like a giant, radiating a steadfastness that inexplicably instilled a sense of security within her. Perhaps, just perhaps, Asuma could indeed triumph over Yotsuka. Just as Asuma reached the front row of students, mere steps away from ascending the ring, someone suddenly grasped his sleeve. "Asuma, heed my advice, do not proceed, you are not his equal." Stopping in his tracks, Asuma turned to see Nara Shikamaru, typically carefree, now wearing a rare serious expression. "You doubt me too, Shikamaru? Have you lost faith in my abilities?" Asuma responded with noticeable displeasure. It is precisely because I understand your capabilities that I urge you to reconsider. Do not engage. You cannot best him. Humph. You all insist I cannot defeat him. Today, I shall showcase the prowess of Asuma Saratobi before your very eyes. With that, Asuma angrily shook off Shikamaru's hand and ascended the stage in a few swift strides. Ah. Asuma, you are particularly spirited today. Aware of your likely defeat, yet resolutely you draw your sword against me. For your courageous spirit, I, Yotsuka, shall grant you leniency today. I shall not harm you. Yosaka raised his chin, a satisfied smile gracing his features as he contemplated the upcoming culinary festival in the land of lightning that Tsunade would take him to next month. Humph, Yosaka. Others may fear you, but I, Asuma Saratobi, do not. I am destined to become the Hokage. With resolute determination etched upon his face, he declared. Your days of arrogance are numbered. Today, I, Asuma Saratobi, shall bring an end to your undefeated streak right here. At that moment, a voice from the audience erupted in applause, and Asuma glanced over to see it was none other than his steadfast ally, Rado, which filled him with quiet delight. Indeed, a true brother. Yosaka, casually digging into his ear, nodded in acknowledgement, while his thoughts wandered to the prospect of enjoying Ichiraku ramen later that evening. Without raising his head, he remarked to Asuma, have you finished your little speech? Once you're done, let us commence our battle. The sooner we finish, the sooner I can attend Ichiraku's anniversary celebration. Are you belittling me, Yosaka? Today, I, Asuma Saratobi, shall make you truly understand that there is always someone greater. With that proclamation, Asuma let out a fierce battle cry and hurled 3 shurikens directly at Yosaka. At the same time, Jiraiya utilized a unique ninjutsu to transmit his voice directly into Yosaka's ear, ensuring that only Yosaka could hear his words amidst the gathering. Yosaka, you are almost there. If you can manage not to harm Saratobi Asuma, I shall take you to Ichiraku Ramen to savor their latest signature dish today. I possess a special voucher for the new offerings. Well, the latest signature dish, Yosaka exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Absolutely, whatever you say goes. I am entirely at your command. Upon hearing Jiraiya's promise of a culinary delight, Yosaka eagerly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, yes, yes, yes. Whatever you say is true. His enthusiasm was boundless. For each time Ichiraku Ramen unveiled a new signature noodle dish, they would release a limited number of experience vouchers. Only with such a voucher could one be among the first to indulge in the new delicacies. Otherwise, one would have to await 2 months before the new items graced the menu. The newly introduced signature coupon could only be acquired by those of the elite Jonin rank. In Chapter 8, titled Shuriken Shadow Clone, every time Ikaku Ramen launched a new flavor, Yosaka was particularly eager to savor it. However, lacking the coveted signature coupon, he had to wait 2 months until the new ramen was officially available. Thus, upon learning of the opportunity to indulge in the latest culinary delight firsthand, his excitement was palpable, rendering Jiraiya's requests trivial in comparison. As the 3 shurikens, gleaming with a sharp glint, were hurled towards him, Yosaka merely grinned and tilted his head aside, narrowly evading the first shuriken. The projectile whizzed past, nearly grazing his cheek, yet it failed to make contact. Asuma Saratobi, witnessing this, felt a pang of disappointment. He was so close to becoming the first person in history to injure Yosaka. He then placed his hopes on the remaining 2 shurikens. The second shuriken, aimed directly at Yosaka's chest, was propelled forward. Given that the first shuriken had targeted Yosaka's left cheek, as he instinctively leaned to the right to avoid it, the second shuriken was already less than 2 meters away from his torso. Such proximity left Yosaka little chance to evade without employing the body flicker technique. This was the very strategy Asuma had devised from the outset, to use the first shuriken to restrict Yosaka's movement, creating a feint, thereby increasing the likelihood of the subsequent shurikens hitting their mark. Strike him. Hit him. Asuma fervently prayed and chanted silently, his gaze fixed on the second shuriken. Upon witnessing this scene, Kakashi and the audience became increasingly anxious. His heart was a tumultuous sea of conflicting emotions. He yearned for his shuriken to strike Yosaka, hoping to teach him a lesson. Yet simultaneously, Kakashi dreaded the thought of his shuriken finding its mark, for Yosaka was indeed his target, and he was unwilling to allow anyone else to claim the distinction of being the first to injure him. Moonlight Gale shared a similar sentiment. Caught in the throes of the same internal struggle, Noera-rin and Yuka were visibly anxious, fearing that Yosaki might be struck by the shuriken, while Mikami Shuji and Sannin were eager to witness how Yosaki would respond. In an instant, the second shuriken became the focal point of the entire audience's attention. However, in the next moment, Yosaka disappointed some onlookers. He merely chuckled, his upper body remaining utterly still, and with a swift motion of his foot, he flicked a small pebble from the ground. The pebble shot forth with a whoosh, akin to a bullet, directly towards the second shuriken. A crisp sound echoed as the shuriken, mere half a meter from Yosaki's chest, was struck by the pebble, altering its trajectory and sending it careening to the left, thus avoiding any contact with Yosaka. Alas, it was a missed opportunity. How unfortunate it was that Yosaka had such extraordinary luck, saved by a simple pebble. Moonlight Gale felt a pang of disappointment, believing that the pebble had merely deflected the shuriken, unaware that it was Yosaka who had propelled the stone, his own speed rendering the act invisible to him. This scene was clearly observed by the 3 legendary ninjas nearby. Jiraiya chuckled, stroking his chin as he remarked, "This lad possesses quite the ingenuity. I would have thought he would resort to drawing his blade for defense." Orochimaru let out a derisive snicker, his voice hoarse as he stated, "No wonder he managed to defeat my man. Though merely a fade, I still hold great respect for his prowess." While the onlookers were astonished by the second shuriken being deflected by Yosaka, Asuma Saratobi maintained a serious demeanor, his teeth clenched as he skillfully controlled the third shuriken. Among all present, only he was aware that the third shuriken was indeed his true trump card, while the first 2 were mere feints devised to set up for the third. As Yosaka propelled the second shuriken, the third had already reached a distance of merely 3 meters from him, a proximity that could be deemed alarmingly close, almost vanishing in the blink of an eye. "Now!" exclaimed Asuma Saratobi with a sudden roar, his hands swiftly forming seals as he shouted, "Prepare to receive my technique. Shadow Clone Shuriken Jutsu." In an instant, the third shuriken appeared to split, multiplying from 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 16, transforming in the blink of an eye into a multitude of shuriken that encircled Yosaka from the left, right, and above, effectively sealing off all escape routes. No matter where Yosaka attempted to evade, he would be struck by the relentless barrage of shuriken. Witnessing the shuriken surge towards Yosaka like an impenetrable wall, the students and lower-ranked ninjas present were utterly astonished. Even Kakashi, who often considered himself a genius, wore an expression of disbelief as he beheld the swarm of shuriken clones. He was taken aback that Asuma possessed such an advanced ninjutsu, a skill even he had yet to master. Could it be that, at last, someone would triumph over Yosaka? Kakashi's heart raced, nearly leaping into his throat, as his pupils constricted, fixated on Yosaka, fearful of missing the unfolding moment. Meanwhile, on stage, Asuma wore a triumphant smile. After countless days and nights of rigorous training, this moment was what he had long awaited, to defeat Yosaka before the entire class, even in the presence of the legendary 3. And to claim his title as the strongest man in the class. This was him, Saratobi Asuma. However, just as the crowd braced themselves to witness Yosaka riddled with shuriken, Yosaka merely smirked and chuckled, a trifling technique. In the next instant, Yosaki's right hand lightning fast grasped the hilt of his sword, drawing it with a swift motion. Clang, clang, clang. In that fleeting moment, a flash of blade light illuminated the arena, and the spectators were momentarily blinded by a dazzling white glow, followed by a rapid succession of metallic clashes. Before they could comprehend the unfolding events, the blinding light vanished, revealing Yosaka sheathing his sword back into its scabbard. What transpired? Was Yosaka truly unharmed by the shuriken? Moonlight Kaze stood bewildered, gazing at Yosaka on stage, momentarily unable to process the situation. The events had unfolded so rapidly that the students below could hardly keep pace, only registering Yosaka's swift draw of his sword, a fleeting flash of white light, and then witnessing him return the weapon to its sheath, leaving them perplexed. What had occurred? What was the outcome? How did it all conclude? In an instant, the students present were left in a state of bewilderment. Even the nearby Sanj Sh Suk appeared somewhat dazed, while only Sannin, standing aside, gazed solemnly at the silhouette of Yosaka. Chapter 9, The True Ace in the Whole Orochimaru? Did you witness that? After a brief silence, Tsunade inquired, her voice tinged with a subtle tremor. Yes, I saw it clearly, Orochimaru replied gravely. Even Jiraiya, who was usually jovial, was unusually silent, his gaze fixed intently on the blade Yosaka had sheathed at his waist. I never anticipated that his swordsmanship had reached such heights, Jiraiya remarked in a low tone. Indeed, Tsunade responded with a simple affirmation, yet it was enough to startle both Jiraiya and Orochimaru. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage and the grandniece of the second Hokage, Tsunade was well acquainted with the second Hokage's sword techniques. The second Hokage's skill was formidable. He had once defeated Uchiha Azuna, brother of Uchiha Madara, with his self-created flying thunder god slash. It is worth noting that Uchiha Azuna was already nearing the level of a half-shadow at that time, which underscores the potency of the second Hokage's swordsmanship. Therefore, Tsunade's assessment of Yasaki's skills was a testament to their remarkable prowess. On the arena, Sarutobi Asuma stared in disbelief at Yosaki, who stood unscathed not far away, his heart consumed by overwhelming shock. Why? Asuma murmured, his gaze vacant. The shadow shuriken technique was his father's signature jutsu, mastered by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. In a bid to defeat Yosaki, Asuma specifically learned it from his father, dedicating over 6 months to perfecting it. His aim was to one day vanquish Yosaki using this technique, thereby vindicating himself and proving that he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was the mightiest of the lower ninjas. Yet, after months of tireless effort, the outcome was this. Yosaki had effortlessly countered his attack, hardly moving a muscle. Asuma found it difficult to accept this reality. I saw you ascend the stage with such confidence, thinking you had mastered some powerful jutsu, only to produce this? This? Yosaki shook his head, returning the shuriken that had fallen at his feet back to Asuma. For it was this very shuriken that had been wielded in the shadow shuriken technique. If you have no other tricks up your sleeve, then this test will conclude with my victory, Yosaki stated coolly to Asuma. Damn it. Asuma gritted his teeth, his right hand pressed against the ground, fist clenched tightly, leaving deep furrows etched into the earth. I will not concede so easily. I am the son of the third Hokage. I am Sarutobi Asuma. Sarutobi Asuma felt an overwhelming surge of fury erupting from within, surging towards his mind. With a fierce shout, he propelled himself off the ground, swiftly launching a few kunai towards Yosaka before hastily forming hand seals. Yosaka, having effortlessly evaded the kunai thrown by Sarutobi Asuma, remained stationary, awaiting Asuma's next move. The reason for refraining from an offensive approach lay in his earlier promise to Jiraiya to avoid injuring Sarutobi Asuma. Engaging in an attack could potentially harm Asuma, and although he could strive to minimize that risk, the fear of an unforeseen mishap lingered. Should the blade inadvertently graze Sarutobi Asuma's skin, his coveted new ramen would be lost. Thus, in order to ensure he could savor the exquisite new ramen, Yosaka resolved to restrain himself from aggression, relying solely on defense to make his opponent acutely aware of their disparity and ultimately compel him to concede. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Sarutobi Asuma's hand seals, Kakashi was taken aback, exclaiming, "Is that the tiger seal? Is he about to unleash a fire release technique?" In the next moment, Sarutobi Asuma puffed out his cheeks and forcefully exhaled a cloud of gray smoke towards Yosaka. The dense gray mist swiftly enveloped Yosaka's figure. What? Not a fire release? What kind of technique is this? Kakashi was astonished once more, utterly perplexed by Sarutobi Asuma's intentions. Could it be that technique? Norijinkan, observing the vast expanse of gray smoke on the stage, paused for a moment, recalling a conversation he had previously had with Sarutobi Asuma. Could this truly be it? Norijinkan's eyes widened in realization. This is the ultimate trump card I have prepared for you. Sarutobi Asuma bellowed from the stage, then produced a lighter from his pocket. After igniting it, he hurled the lighter into the swirling gray smoke. Fire release, ash pile burning. In the next instant, the gray smoke ignited, engulfing everything in a rapid blaze, and due to the ferocity of the combustion, a violent explosion ensued. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, sending immense shockwaves cascading outward from the arena. The closest individual, Mitsuoka Shuji, was caught off guard, letting out a cry as he hastily retreated and executed a water release technique. Meanwhile, the students seated in the front rows of the arena screamed in terror, instantly toppled by the forceful gust, strewn about in disarray. On the arena, the spot where Yotsuka once stood had transformed into a raging inferno. Crimson flames soared skyward, reaching heights exceeding 3 meters. A relentless wave of scorching heat enveloped the periphery of the arena, incinerating the surrounding grasslands. The fire had claimed 3/4 of the arena, leaving only the position occupied by Asuma Sarutobi untouched. Meanwhile, the 3 legendary ninjas had swiftly leapt off the stage. Haha, this is my trump card. Yotsuka. This time victory is assured. I, Asuma Sarutobi, am the strongest man in the lower ninja realm. At that moment, Asuma exuded an overwhelming sense of triumph. Laughing heartily with his hands on his hips, tears of joy streaming down his face. The students in the audience, now upright, gazed in astonishment at the blazing inferno on stage and the vanishing figure of Yotsuka, rendered speechless by the spectacle. Could it be that the once invincible Yotsuka, renowned for his undefeated reputation, had been vanquished by Asuma? The thought was unfathomable. Kakashi pondered with a tinge of disappointment. Is it truly possible that Yotsuka has been defeated like this? I refuse to believe it. It must be a ruse. Meanwhile, Noera Rin wept bitterly, her tears flowing freely. What a pity. To let Asuma seize the victory first. It is truly vexing, lamented the wind of the moonlight, feeling a deep sense of frustration. On the opposite side of the arena, Orochimaru's gaze suddenly intensified, and with a furrowed brow, he declared, "No, it is not over yet." At that moment, a voice emerged from the raging flames, causing Asuma Saratobi's smile to freeze. "Asuma, that was quite a creative move. But to think you could defeat me with it is rather presumptuous, don't you think?" Chapter 10. Cleaving the flames. The familiar voice rendered Asuma, who had been laughing maniacally, utterly speechless, his expression betraying sheer horror. What? Asuma felt as if his muscles had turned to stone, his heart momentarily ceasing its rhythm upon hearing that voice. How could this be? Like a mechanical automaton, he turned his neck slowly, his gaze filled with disbelief as he peered into the inferno. In the next moment, a voice resonated from the battlefield, sword technique, breaking waves. Instantly, the onlookers were treated to a spectacle they would never forget. The towering inferno, reaching heights of 3 to 4 meters, astonishingly split apart as if sliced by an unseen blade, dividing into 2 distinct flames. With a resounding explosion, the flames erupted violently to either side, then, in a breathtaking display, vanished into thin air. Was that truly the way the fire was extinguished? Kakashi's pupils trembled as he fixated on the arena, the scene before him transcending his comprehension. He actually cleaved the flames. How could this be possible? Mizuki, wide-eyed with astonishment, gazed at Yosaka on the stage, his expression filled with disbelief. This reality surpassed his understanding. How could someone sever flames? Observing Yosaka, who wielded a katana with an air of calm and composure, entirely unharmed, Asuma felt as though he were plunging into an icy abyss, frozen in place, unable to comprehend how Yosaka's blade could cut through fire. Impossible. This was utterly inconceivable. No matter how sharp the blade, it could not sever flames. Asuma roared in fury, yet his body remained rigid. The image of flames being cleaved had inflicted a profound shock upon his psyche, rendering him unable to move freely, as though ensnared by an illusion. Although he had not fallen victim to genjutsu, Yosaka's extraordinary stroke had produced an effect akin to that of a genjutsu, perhaps even surpassing it in impact. If one were to describe it, it could only be termed a veritable illusion of reality. At that moment, scattered across the arena were still smoldering embers, resembling a rain of fire descending from the heavens, adorning every corner of the stage. In the midst of the flickering flames stood Yosaka, who then lifted his right foot and stepped forward, inching closer to Asuma Saratobi. "Ah, do not come any closer," Asuma shouted in a frenzied panic upon seeing Yosaka approach. To him, Yosaka appeared as a demon emerging from the depths of hell, advancing through the fierce blaze with a katana that glimmered with a chilling light, as if it were the harbinger of his demise. "Ah, stay back. I command you not to approach," Asuma cried out hoarsely, desperately wishing to retreat, even to flee. Yet, he was horrified to discover that, aside from his voice, his body had become immobilized, as if an invisible grip had ensnared his very bones and muscles, rendering him utterly motionless. Move. Move. In that moment, Asuma's soul was overwhelmed by dread, engulfed in fear as Yosaka drew nearer. His body trembled uncontrollably, yet he remained unable to stir. On the opposite side of the arena, Tsunade, arms crossed and with a grave expression, watched Asuma intently. What is happening? Asuma seems as though he has fallen under an illusion, yet it feels somewhat different. Beside her, Jiraiya furrowed his brow, his voice low and measured as he spoke. If I am not mistaken, he appears to be experiencing a mental shock, resulting in effects akin to those of an illusion. Much like how some individuals become paralyzed with fear during moments of terror. Indeed, that appears to be the case. Just now, the strike from Yosaka was not merely a simple severing of flames. According to the information perceived through my serpent's sense, Yosaka's blow seemed to unleash a kind of mental impact directed at Asuma Saratobi, thereby creating an illusion of reality. That strike is far more complex than it first appears. Upon hearing this, Tsunade fell into silence. Having interacted extensively with the first and second Hokage since childhood, she had absorbed much knowledge. Like Orochimaru mentioned, the concept of a mental impact was something she had also heard from the second Hokage. It is an intangible form of attack, akin to genjutsu, yet distinctly different. While genjutsu manipulates perception to induce false illusions and sensations, mental impacts bypass this layer of deception, directly assaulting the psyche. The destructive potential of such mental attacks far surpasses that of genjutsu. Genjutsu typically exerts its influence temporarily, whereas a potent mental impact can leave scars or imprints on an individual's psyche, inflicting a profound psychological trauma akin to the saying once bitten by a snake. One is afraid of the rope for 10 years. Furthermore, Tsunade recalled the second Hokage mentioning that if such a mental impact reaches a certain magnitude, it could even obliterate a person's soul on the spot. Those who have succumbed to death from sheer fright have, in truth, had their souls extinguished. Thus, as these thoughts coursed through her mind, an indescribable shock flickered in Tsunade's eyes, and her gaze towards Yosaka shifted entirely. He possesses such remarkable potential. At this moment, Yosaka remained oblivious to the profound shock that his previous strike had instilled in the three ninjas. His sole focus was on persuading Asuma Sarutobi to concede. Otherwise, he would be unable to restrain himself from taking action. With a decisive step forward, Yosaka positioned himself before the now prostrate Asuma, casting a commanding gaze upon him. Asuma, the strongest genin of Konoha, stands before you. Yosaka, he declared with a chilling demeanor. Yet, as the words left his lips, Yosaka pondered whether he had been overly stern. What if he frightened Asuma into a state of shock? After all, in his earlier attempt to compel Asuma to surrender, Yosaka had infused his slicing strike with a psychological assault, intending to shatter Asuma's resolve. With this thought in mind, Yosaka swiftly donned a smile, his pearly whites gleaming under the sunlight, and reassured, Asuma, do not be disheartened. Your inability to defeat me is not a reflection of your weakness, but rather of my overwhelming strength. Chapter 11. Fainted you. Upon hearing Yosaka's words, Asuma felt a surge of bitterness rise in his throat, followed by a wave of dizziness, leading him to spew forth blood and faint. Hey, Jiraiya. You must bear witness to this. I did not lay a single finger on him. When he ignited flames against me, I merely defended myself by slicing through the fire. His bleeding is not my concern. You cannot use this as an excuse to deny me the new ramen. Observing Asuma's sudden bloodshed, Yosaka grew anxious and called out to Jiraiya, with a resigned smile. Jiraiya casually flicked his wrist, sending a voucher emblazoned with the Ichiraka ramen logo soaring towards Yosaka like a shuriken. Yosaka caught the new ramen voucher, cradling it as though it were a rare treasure, and gingerly tucked it into the inner pocket of his attire, his face illuminating with joy. On the other side, upon witnessing Sarutobi Asuma spitting blood and fainting, Michinami Shusai hurriedly rushed forward to lift him up. After a thorough examination, he discovered that Asuma was merely overwhelmed with anger, which brought him a sense of relief. After all, he was the son of the third Hokage, and any incident occurring during his class would have posed significant trouble. Medical team, quickly transport Sarutobi Asuma to the hospital. After summoning the medical team, Michinami Shusai entrusted Asuma to their care. Meanwhile, the students observing the battle from below the arena erupted with a cacophony of reactions. Noera Jenkins sighed, gnawing on a toothpick as he lamented, Alas, I advised you against fighting him. You stand no chance. But you refused to heed my warning. Now look where we are. TSK, Yosaka-kun is truly formidable. Kakashi gazed gravely at Yosaka on the stage, his heart awash with conflicting emotions. He felt an insurmountable distance between himself and Yosaka, rendering him momentarily dazed. Ever since his defeat at Yosaka's hands last year, he had set his sights on surpassing him. Yet, he now questioned whether he truly possessed the capability to do so. Moonlight Gale clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, oblivious to the pain. His gaze was fixated solely on Yosaka, the man standing on the stage, who, despite being 2 centimeters shorter, exuded an overwhelming strength. The moment Yosaka sliced through the flames had rendered Moonlight Gale breathless. The spectacle was so awe-inspiring that he experienced a fleeting vision in which he appeared diminutive before a colossal figure that seemed to touch the heavens. As he tilted his head upward, he beheld the giant's face. It was Yosaka. Being a practitioner of sword techniques himself, Moonlight Gale understood the immense skill required to cleave flames with a single strike. At present, even when employing wind techniques, he could not achieve such a feat. Moreover, he recognized that Yosaka had performed that remarkable slice without the aid of wind techniques, relying solely on his swordsmanship. Damn it, Yosaka. I must surpass you. I must surpass you. Moonlight Gale fervently shouted within his heart. His desire to outshine Yosaka stemmed not only from a wish to prove the superiority of his own swordsmanship, but also from the anguish of unrequited love for Tsukahana, who had forsaken him for Yosaka, chattering away in admiration. This was the true source of Moonlight Gale's deep-seated resentment. In his heart, Tsukahana was his guiding light. Yet now she was captivated by Yosaka. How could he bear such a betrayal? The allure of Yu Yuan towards Yosaka was undoubtedly due to Yosaka's remarkable swordsmanship. Thus, Moonlight Gale pondered that if he could vanquish Yosaka, Yu Yuan would be captivated by his charm and return to his side. Yosaka, I shall surely surpass you. Yu Yuan belongs to me. Moonlight Gale thought, gritting his teeth in determination. Not far away, Yu Yuan Lin gazed at Yosaki on stage with adoration, her eyes sparkling like stars. With both hands clasped into small fists resting on her chin, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and her heart raced as if a little deer were frolicking within. He is so handsome, so cool. Especially that line he just uttered, "It is not that you are too weak, but rather that I am too strong," which was simply magnificent. This is the man I have longed for. Alas, I have fallen in love. In addition to young girls like Noira Rin, who are experiencing the blossoming of springtime emotions, there were several others present, all wearing similarly expressive faces, evoking feelings of envy and resentment among the boys towards Yosaka. However, one girl stood apart from the rest, Waihai Kurenai. Upon witnessing the defeat of Asuma Sarutobi, her heart was filled with sorrow. When Asuma coughed up blood, Kurenai nearly rushed his side, only to be preempted by Mikami Haishur. On the stage, Yosaka remained blissfully unaware of the myriad of emotions, jealousy, admiration, infatuation, and resentment, emanating from the audience below. His mind was solely occupied with culinary delights, particularly the new ramen from Yura Ramen. The thought of those smooth, chewy noodles, complemented by a distinctive broth and exquisite toppings, filled him with longing. A single bite promised a transcendental experience, rivaling the divine. Such gastronomic wonders, especially those he had yet to taste, were bound to yield formidable rewards from the system, significantly enhancing his prowess. With this in mind, Yosaka was eager to indulge. Yet he was bound by the constraints of the ongoing class test, unable to leave. In a moment of impatience, he turned to his classmates and called out loudly, "Is there anyone else?" His intent was innocuous, merely inquiring if anyone dared to challenge him. If not, he would proceed to savor his ramen. However, the audience reacted to his words with mixed feelings. Some boys bristled, thinking how audacious it was of him to assume they wouldn't dare confront him. Others perceived a commanding aura in his challenge, as if he embodied the very essence of dominance, exuding an air of invincibility. In that moment, while the students entertained varying thoughts, none had the courage to step forward and challenge him. Although defeating Yosaka would guarantee success in the test, the question remained, who could possibly triumph over him? The recent example of Asuma Sarutobi lingered in their minds, confident in his abilities. He had aspired to be the strongest lower ninja, yet now lay in the ninja hospital's emergency room. Noticing the lack of challengers, Shusuke Mikami sighed, relinquishing the hope of anyone stepping forward to face Yosaka. After all, even he, as their teacher, lacked the confidence to defeat him. Chapter 12. Otsutsuki Yura. With no one daring to challenge Yosaka, Mikami declared, "Even if you all fail today's test, you shall practice shuriken throwing." He gestured towards the target range. Unlike before, the students did not groan in dismay. The prospect of avoiding a battle with Yosaka was a welcome relief. Thus, they all hurried to the target range to practice their shuriken throwing, leaving only Yosaka, the three shinobi, and Shusuke Mikami on stage. Mikami approached the three shinobi with utmost respect, saying, "I am grateful for your presence. Without your assistance, I would have been unable to withstand Yosaka's onslaught." In his heart, Mikami silently acknowledged Mato-Gai's good fortune. Had he not alerted the shinobi in time, Gai might have suffered a fate akin to Asuma's. If not worse, for Yosaka had been genuinely serious at that moment. After all, their concern was for the safety of the students. It was all for the best. Tsunade replied, expressing her growing skepticism regarding her ability to triumph in a one-on-one confrontation with Yosaka. Until recently, she had been quite confident in her prowess. However, witnessing Yosaka effortlessly slice through flames had undermined her self-assurance. In terms of close combat capability, Yosaka's offensive power was undeniably formidable. Yet, Tsunade believed that Yosaka was not invincible. Regardless of his strength, a single blow from her formidable punch would surely incapacitate him, for Yosaka's physique remained within the realm of ordinary humans, unlike Orochimaru, who was impervious to physical attacks. Interestingly, even someone like Orochimaru had nearly succumbed to Yosaka's blade, a matter Tsunade had previously inquired about with him, but Orochimaru, out of pride, had chosen to remain silent. Thus, Tsunade speculated that Yosaka's attacks might possess an intricacy beyond mere physical force. At that moment, Jiraiya turned to Yosaka and said, "Yosaka, Shortly we shall venture to Ichiraku Ramen to sample their new ramen. I have heard that this latest creation was inspired by Uncle Ichiraku's 3 months of meditation in the mountains, culminating in a sudden epiphany upon hearing a fish leap from the water. I can only imagine how exquisite it must taste. Indeed, your words have stirred my anticipation. Yosaka replied, salivating at the thought, filled with eagerness not only for the culinary delights but also for the system rewards that would follow. Upon seeing Orochimaru, Yosaka exclaimed in surprise, Orochimaru, your wounds have healed. Your recovery is astonishing. Orochimaru's lips twitched slightly. After more than 3 months, he had long since mended. And even broken bones should have healed by now. With an awkward smile, he hoarsely remarked, your previous attack was truly unprecedented in its ferocity. I have never encountered such an assault before. I am genuinely impressed. Orochimaru spoke with heartfelt admiration. He was a magnanimous individual, harboring no resentment toward Yosaka for their previous encounter. Instead, he found himself genuinely in awe of Yosaka's immense power. Simultaneously, he developed an intense curiosity about Yosaka's physique, pondering how beneficial it would be to study it, or even better, to inhabit Yosaka's body himself. With this thought, Orochimaru's gaze towards Yosaka shifted noticeably. Hey, Orochimaru, why are you looking at me like that? This feels rather unsettling, Yosaka remarked, sensing the unusual intensity of Orochimaru's stare. Yosaka instinctively took a step back, feeling as though Orochimaru's gaze was glimmering with an unsettling green light. No, I simply thought of something amusing. Orochimaru waved his hand in explanation. However, this clarification only deepened Yosaka's suspicion that Orochimaru harbored ulterior motives. What amusing matters could two men possibly share? A chill ran down Yosaka's spine as he edged closer to Jiraiya, contemplating that Jiraiya, with his preference for women, seemed much more trustworthy. With the students dispatched by Shimatsu Tsuji to practice shuriken throwing, there was a lull in activity on Tsuji's end, since Yosaka was no longer engaged in combat. The legendary Sannin also had no need to linger. Thus, Orochimaru took his leave, followed by Tsunade, leaving only Jiraiya and Yosaka behind. Jiraiya, let us depart at once, Yosaka exclaimed with palpable excitement. Of course, Jiraiya replied, and the two hastily made their way to Ichiraku Ramen. It was afternoon, and the dining crowd was sparse. Upon their arrival at Ichiraku Ramen, they found only one patron seated, with plenty of empty tables available. Boss, we would like 2 bowls of your latest signature ramen. Yosaka and Jiraiya presented their new dish vouchers. Uncle Ichiraku, the proprietor, received the 2 vouchers with a cheerful nod, then turned to Yosaka and asked, Yosaka, have you discovered any new culinary delights recently? With a sheepish grin, Yosaka replied, none. I have been indulging in familiar dishes. While they are delightful, I yearn to try something novel. Well, you're in luck. This is my latest creation, the 20-second signature ramen, guaranteed to be utterly satisfying. Uncle Ichiraku chuckled. Their camaraderie blossomed from Yosaka's passion for food, and Ichiraku Ramen is renowned in Konoha. Consequently, Yosaka frequently visited, and his amiable disposition soon forged a friendship with Uncle Ichiraku. At that moment, Uncle Ichiraku was in his prime, and his daughter, Ayam, was merely 15, blossoming like the springtime, sharing the same age as Yosaka. Thus, Yosaka and Ayam enjoyed a delightful rapport. Uncle, where is Ayam today? Yosaka casually inquired upon noticing her absence. As he prepared the ramen, Uncle Ichiraku responded. She has gone with her mother to procure ingredients. Recently, I heard that a fresh batch of supplies has arrived from the Cloud Village, and we in Konoha have yet to sample them. I intend to seize the opportunity before anyone else does. I shall come to taste the new ingredients when they arrive, Yosaka exclaimed, thrilled at the prospect of savoring new culinary delights. Engaging in light-hearted banter with Uncle Ichiraku, it wasn't long before 2 steaming bowls of ramen were served. Instantly, Yosaka was enveloped by the rich aroma wafting from the bowls, causing his mouth to water in anticipation. Unable to contain himself, he scooped a spoonful of broth and tasted it. What? How can it be this delicious? My heavens! Yosaka was utterly astonished. This was undoubtedly the most exquisite soup he had ever tasted in his life. Chapter 13. Peeping. This ramen is simply divine, Yosaka exclaimed, his mind resonating with the system's notification. Ding. New culinary delight tasted. Earning Steel/X1, enhancing swordsmanship technique, and improving killing intent proficiency. Aha. I've acquired a new skill, Steel/. The mere mention of its name exudes an aura of power. Surely its might must be formidable. As Yosaka slurped the ramen, He reveled in the delightful thoughts swirling in his mind, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. This system not only allowed him to indulge in gourmet food, but also to gain immense strength, a truly miraculous boon. After all, others must undergo arduous training to enhance their power, often accompanied by bloodshed. However, Yosaka was different. He derived his formidable prowess solely from feasting. And the more he savored his meals, the stronger he became. If Might Guy, who lacked any talent for ninjutsu, or the voracious members of the Akimichi clan were to learn of this, they might very well find a way to end their lives in despair. For Yosaka, the enhancement of his power unfolded in a joyous manner, a quintessential win-win situation. "Yosaka, what is you laughing so joyfully?" Jiraiya inquired. Noticing Yosaka suddenly erupt in laughter amidst his meal, Yosaka casually deflected, "Oh, it's nothing. I just find this ramen to be an unparalleled delicacy," causing me to laugh uncontrollably. With that, Yosaka took another hearty sip of the broth, feeling as though he had transcended to another realm, and then mumbled to Otsutsuki Ichiraku. "Uncle Ichiraku, this broth is astonishingly delicious. What do you use to make it?" "Ah, asking such a question delves into trade secrets. He certainly won't divulge that," Jiraiya retorted, rolling his eyes. "Not to worry. Yosaka has grown up under my watchful eye. I trust he won't become anyone's spy. Besides, even if one knew the ingredients, without my personal touch, one could never replicate the flavor I create," Ichiraku stated, counting on his fingers as he explained to Yosaka. "This broth is crafted from clams, oysters, lobster, sea cucumber, seaweed, cucumber, and my secret seasoning blend, simmered for 8 hours. It is truly the epitome of freshness." "Well, how impressive. No wonder it's so fresh. Remarkable indeed." Upon hearing this, Yosaka's eyes sparkled with admiration for Otsutsuki Urara. Engaging in casual conversation with Jiraiya and Otsutsuki Urara, Yosaka simultaneously began to explore his newly acquired abilities. The proficiency of his killing intent strike had intensified, enhancing the potency of his slashing techniques. This killing intent strike, executed with a swift blade, imbued with an aura of lethality, manifests as an intangible mental assault directed at his foes. Such an attack is imperceptible and devoid of physical form, rendering it utterly indefensible. One cannot evade it. It bears resemblance to genjutsu attacks. Yet the killing intent strike surpasses them in efficacy, as genjutsu inflicts indirect harm to the mind, while the killing intent strike delivers a direct assault on one's psyche. Unless the recipient possesses formidable mental defenses or extraordinary willpower, evasion is impossible. A prime illustration of this occurred when Yosaka cleaved through flames, leaving Asuma Saratobi paralyzed with fear, unable to move. In that moment, Yosaka's strike was accompanied by a killing intent strike that assailed Asuma's mind, nearly reducing him to the brink of mental collapse. Thus, the enhancement of killing intent strike proficiency signifies a substantial increase in Yosaka's capacity to inflict mental damage upon his adversaries, which greatly pleased him. Should he indulge in further exquisite delicacies, continuing to elevate the killing intent strike, it may evolve into a soul cleave, enabling him to sever not only the flesh, but also the spirit. Presently, Yosaka's attacks inflict harm upon the minds of his enemies. However, upon the evolution to soul cleave, he would possess the capability to directly assail the very souls of his foes. If one were to upgrade to the highest level of the idealistic slash, according to the system's description, it would possess the extraordinary capability to sever all things that bear a name, even the ability to cut away a future of failure and leave only one of victory. After perusing the details of the killing aura strike, Yosaka felt a profound sense of satisfaction and yearning. He then glanced at the introduction and upgrade tree of the steel slash. Should he elevate it to its pinnacle, he would gain the title and power of the Gale Swordsman, allowing him to boast to others, "Death is like the wind. It is always by my side." Thus, a delightful meal concluded amidst excitement and enjoyment, and Yosaka let out a contented burp, feeling utterly gratified. "Jiraiya, thank you for the hospitality. If there is anyone you cannot defeat, just call upon me, and I shall assist you in vanquishing them," Yosaka declared with lofty aspirations, his spirits soaring high. "That won't be necessary. There are very few whom I cannot overcome, and I doubt you would fare any better against them," Jiraiya replied with a chuckle. Yosaka refrained from inquiring further about whom Jiraiya might struggle against. Now that he was satiated, his cravings for culinary delights had somewhat diminished, prompting him to suggest, "Jiraiya, how about we engage in some sparring?" Jiraiya promptly waved his hand. "I want to spar with you, lest I find myself in the hospital for 10 days or more. However, if you're itching for some action, I can take you somewhere intriguing. Oh, where might that be? Yosaka asked, curiosity piqued. With a mischievous grin, Jiraiya leaned closer to Yosaka's ear and whispered, I just overheard Tsunade mention she's heading to the Heavenly Treasure Bathhouse for a soak this afternoon. I've done some reconnaissance, and there are hardly any guards present. We could sneak a peek. At this hour, there should be quite a few young ladies there. Jiraiya, even if there aren't too many guards, we could still be discovered. Aren't you worried about the possibility of being caught? Yosaka questioned, perplexed. At this, Jiraiya chuckled. Not at all. I've frequently spied on others bathing with the third Hokage. I've accumulated quite a bit of experience. Although I must admit, I still have much to learn from him. He is truly exceptional at this art. Even I feel inadequate in comparison. That lecherous old man. I never imagined he had such a penchant. Yosaka mused to himself, stroking his chin. Chapter 14. Intimidation, of course. Let me share a secret with you. All my skills in voyeurism were taught to me by the third Hokage, particularly a technique called the Shadow Shield, which is exceptionally potent. It is truly the ultimate skill in peeping, Jiraiya proclaimed with pride. Oh, Shadow Shield? What is that? With a curious expression, Yosaka inquired. Jiraiya responded. The Shadow Shield is a technique that allows one to conceal their presence, rendering them undetectable to adversaries. It can obscure one's temperature, breath, heartbeat, and even appearance, making it an art specifically tailored for eavesdropping and observation. After a brief pause, Jiraiya continued, however, this technique possesses a critical flaw. One cannot move. The moment one stirs, the concealment is compromised, and the previously hidden heartbeat, breath, and even appearance become apparent, making it exceedingly easy for enemies to detect you. Yosaka nodded thoughtfully, realizing that Jiraiya and the third Hokage had employed this technique for clandestine observation. Never mind. You go eavesdrop on your own. I shall return home to rest. After a satisfying meal, it is time for slumber, Yosaka remarked, shaking his head. Ah, children will be children. In time, you shall understand the thrill of eavesdropping. Aha. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Subsequently, Yosaka parted ways with Jiraiya. Yosaka returned home to sleep, while Jiraiya headed to the Heavenly Treasure Bathhouse to clandestinely observe others bathing. As Jiraiya and Yosaka departed from Ichiraka Ramen, a mere 5 minutes later, a patron who had been seated in the corner since Yosaka began her meal rose to his feet and removed the conical hat that obscured his visage. The individual revealed an extraordinarily peculiar countenance, half of which was black and the other half white. More astonishingly, it seemed that the two halves of his face did not belong to the same person, for they appeared capable of conversing with one another, a truly remarkable spectacle. At that moment, the man approached the ramen counter and addressed the ramen chef, Tsutsuki Ichiraku. Mr. Tsutsuki Ichiraku, I am called Zetsu. I come on behalf of Uchiha Madara to invite you to join us in our quest to forge a truly peaceful world. Oh, a peaceful world? If my assumptions are correct, many lives will be sacrificed before your so-called peace is realized, am I right? Tsutsuki Ichiraku continued his work without lifting his gaze. The man who identified himself as Zetsu nodded, his black half facing Tsutsuki Ichiraku. In the face of genuine success, a few sacrifices are worthwhile. After all, there is an old adage, a general's triumph is built upon the bones of the fallen. Those who perish are mere expendables in the pursuit of success. Tsutsuki Ichiraku persisted in his task, not sparing a glance for the man who called himself Zetsu. You may do as you wish, but do not seek me out. My involvement will bring death, for I have washed my hands of such affairs. I only wish to be the god of ramen here, with no other desires. However, should your meddling hinder my ability to sell ramen or attract customers, rest assured, your lives will be forfeit as well. Tsutsuki Ichiraku, are you serious? This invitation is a mark of respect, a gesture of goodwill. I strongly advise against rejecting it. Zetsu's expression darkened, his voice low, emanating a palpable aura of menace. Are you threatening me? Tsutsuki Ichiraku replied with indifference, his hands continuing their rhythmic motion in crafting ramen, never once meeting Zetsu's gaze. Yet in that instant, Zetsu felt an overwhelming force descend upon him, as if he had plunged into a frigid abyss, enveloped by a world of corpses and blood. In this nightmarish realm, a colossal beast surged forth from the depths, its immense maw poised to devour him whole. In the next moment, the ghastly landscape of corpses and blood seemed to freeze in time, as if a pause button had been pressed. Countless fissures appeared, and the scene shattered like a broken mirror, disintegrating into countless fragments. The vision returned to the Ichiraku ramen shop. This serves as a warning. Do not let there be a next time. I wish to refrain from action, for when I do, lives will be lost. Otsutsuki Ichiraku meticulously placed a freshly crafted bowl of ramen onto the rack, then reached for a knife to begin chopping scallions, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the bewildered figure beside him, as if that person were nothing more than a figment of his imagination. After what felt like an eternity, the individual finally regained their composure and stammered out an apology, hastily depositing a wad of cash onto the table before fleeing the scene. The youth of today, always inclined towards chaos and violence. Truly a misguided endeavor, Ichiraku mused with a resigned shake of his head. At that moment, the curtain of the ramen shop was lifted, and a charming girl with a ponytail entered, her bright smile illuminating the room. "Dad, has Yosaka-kun been here?" she inquired eagerly. "Indeed, he left not long ago," came the reply. "Oh, Dad, why didn't you keep him a bit longer? I didn't even get to see him before he left. How disappointing." Otsutsuki Sayaka pouted. "What's this? Are you missing Yosaka?" Ichiraku chuckled. No, I was merely asking." Sayaka's cheeks flushed a vivid crimson. This child, Ichiraku thought. Shaking his head with a smile, Yosaka seems quite a fine young man. I wonder if he harbors any feelings for Sayaka. Meanwhile, Yosaka had only just returned home when he received a call from Misaka Shuji, informing him that the third Hokage had an urgent matter to discuss and required Yosaka's presence at the Hokage's office. Although Yosaka initially hesitated to go, the heavy meal of ramen he had just consumed left him feeling somewhat bloated. Thus, he decided to take a leisurely stroll to aid digestion, eventually arriving at the Hokage's office. "Old man Hokage, what do you need me for? If it's nothing pressing, I'd rather not be disturbed." "I was in the midst of a lovely nap," Yosaka declared, barging into the room with an air of nonchalance, treating the Hokage more like a neighbor than a significant authority figure. "You rascal, not even bothering to knock. You truly have no regard for my position as Hokage," the third Hokage replied, leaning back in his chair with a bemused grin. Yosaka plopped down onto the sofa, stifling a yawn. Drowsiness was beginning to wash over him. Chapter 15. My refusal. Yosaka, you've always had a penchant for gourmet cuisine. Have you encountered any new culinary delights recently? The third Hokage inquired with a twinkle in his eye. Indeed, I just finished a bowl of Ichiraku's latest ramen creation, still in its trial phase and not yet officially released. The flavor is nothing short of divine, Yosaka exclaimed, saliva pooling in his mouth at the mere thought. Despite having just eaten an hour prior, one would expect his appetite to have waned, yet the mere mention of that new ramen rekindled his fervor for it. Another new product? To my astonishment, I found myself contemplating the third Hokage's intent to indulge in a tasting session after work, confident that as Hokage, he could partake even without a voucher. With a smile, the third Hokage inquired, "Yosaka, how have you been lately? I trust you found the specialty chips from IWA Ninja Village satisfactory?" Yosaka nodded, grinning as he replied, "Quite enjoyable. Those chips possess a uniquely intriguing flavor." The third Hokage, feeling a sense of contentment, acknowledged that his prior efforts had borne fruit. At that moment, Yosaka furrowed his brow and asked, "Old man third, you must have something for me to undertake, do tell." "How did you know?" The third Hokage was taken aback, surprised that Yosaka had discerned his thoughts. Yosaka casually crossed his legs and remarked, "Isn't it obvious? A normal person can tell. There's a saying, no goodwill without ulterior motive, and besides, you clearly have something to discuss." The third Hokage felt a pang of embarrassment. It was indeed disconcerting to be seen through by a mere genin. However, he maintained his composure and proceeded to the crux of the matter. Recently, in an effort to foster camaraderie and peace among the ninja villages, the ninja world has decided to host a friendly competition among the 5 great nations, showcasing national strength and potential. Therefore, we shall dispatch genin from each village to partake in this contest. He paused briefly before continuing. The venue will be our very own Konoha, and each nation's genin team will require a leader. I have chosen you to be the captain of our Konoha team. With a hopeful expression, the third Hokage gazed at Yosaka, aware that his prowess was unparalleled among genin, capable even of challenging J-Nin and Special J-Nin. Notably, his student Orochimaru had been injured by Yosaka 3 months prior. Despite not exerting full effort, such an achievement was a testament to Yosaka's remarkable strength. Thus, should someone of Yosaka's extraordinary caliber lead the genin team, Konoha would surely shine, triumphing over the other nations and bringing glory to the village. The third Hokage earnestly hoped Yosaka would acquiesce. "I must decline," Yosaka yawned nonchalantly. "What?" The third Hokage's hopeful expression froze, momentarily stunned, before a look of astonishment crossed his face. "Why? Is it not a matter of great honor and collective pride to represent Konoha and vanquish the competitors from other nations? Do you not aspire to be hailed as a hero in the eyes of all? The third Hokage wore an expression of utter astonishment and confusion. I have no interest in any of this, Yotsuka shrugged, his face betraying a complete lack of concern, which left the third Hokage feeling internally wounded, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Was he really so brutally direct? Could he not express himself with a touch more subtlety? Suppressing the urge to retort, the third Hokage took a deep breath and commenced a patriotic lecture aimed at Yotsuka. Well, Yotsuka, do you understand the significance of our hidden leaf village? Have you heard of its spirit? What? I have no idea, Yotsuka replied, his expression one of bewilderment. The third Hokage cleared his throat, resting his chin on his hands, his demeanor suddenly transforming into that of a poet and orator as he began to expound the legendary will of fire. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire will burn. The shadows of the flames will illuminate the village, nurturing new leaves to sprout. Only when one desires to protect what they cherish does the true strength of a ninja manifest. Not this again, Yotsuka interrupted. Old man, can you not say something different? I could recite this line backward by now. You've uttered it 12 times already. With that, Yotsuka proceeded to recite the third Hokage's famous quotation backward, leaving the third Hokage momentarily dumbfounded, astonished by Yotsuka's profound understanding of the will of fire. Who would have thought that Yotsuka would grasp the essence of my teachings so deeply? Truly, he is the future blossom of our leaf village, a promising youth indeed. The third Hokage felt a rush of excitement and burst into laughter. Wonderful. With a future like you in the leaf, I could die content, knowing that our village will flourish even more. Haha. Yotsuka regarded the third Hokage with a look of incredulity as he laughed inexplicably, spouting nonsensical phrases. For a moment, Yotsuka struggled to comprehend. What is wrong with you? After a brief pause, the third Hokage continued to chuckle. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Yotsuka finally asked, Are you all right? Yes. Since you can recite the will of fire so fluently, why do you refuse to take on the role of leader? You must know that it is a most honorable position. Yotsuka, while digging in his ear, replied, Because it sounds boring. There's no excitement in it. It's just beating weaklings. No matter who I fight, it's always a one-hit affair. I'd much rather stay home and indulge in good food. The third Hokage was at a loss for words, internally lamenting, is representing the leaf village not more thrilling than snacking? However, having watched Yotsuka grow up, he understood that his greatest joy lay in culinary delights, and thus he could empathize to a degree. After a moment of silence, he said, Yotsuka, I know of a place selling a delicacy called taiyaki. It's said to be quite popular. Every day, only 30 pieces are sold, and many people queue up a week in advance just to savor a bite of taiyaki. At this point, the third Hokage ceased his narration, casting a furtive glance at Yosaka. Despite his silence, the implication of his words was abundantly clear, instilling a psychological anticipation in Yosaka and allowing his imagination to run wild. Given the third Hokage's understanding of Yosaka, it was only a matter of seconds before Yosaka would inquire about the delicacy, at which point the Hokage would deftly pivot back to the topic of the competition. He would use the contest as a wager, promising that should Yosaka participate and lead his team to a certain rank, he would take him to enjoy that taiyaki. With the Hokage's extensive experience in reading people, he was almost certain this would come to fruition. As anticipated, just as the third Hokage mentally counted to 4 seconds, Yosaka spoke up. Taiyaki? What is that? Is it truly that delicious? A subtle smirk crept across the Hokage's lips as he thought to himself, the bait has been taken. With excitement bubbling within, yet maintaining an outward calm, he replied, It is a type of sweet pastry. I've heard it is filled with red bean paste, encased in a crisp, golden brown outer shell. With the first bite, you are greeted by the delightful crunch of the exterior, followed by the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Then, your taste buds meet the sweet, soft filling, a perfect blend with the crispy shell. The flavor is simply unforgettable. To have taiyaki even once in a lifetime would be a dream fulfilled. As the third Hokage elaborated on the delectable experience of taiyaki, he discreetly observed Yosaka from the gaps between his fingers. It was evident that Yosaka was becoming increasingly restless, visibly salivating and displaying a longing expression, almost as if his eyes were sparkling with desire. Excellent. Let me stoke the flames further. The third Hokage thought with amusement, continuing. It is said that they also serve a special mint green tea, fragrant and delicate. Savoring a bite of the crispy, sweet pastry, followed by a sip of the mint tea, is like I want to participate. I want to sign up as the leader of Konoha. Yosaka exclaimed, abruptly rising from the sofa, his voice ringing out. Indeed, my predictions were correct. Different individuals require different methods of provocation. When applied correctly, targeting their vulnerabilities guarantees success. The third Hokage felt a surge of pride and fulfillment, recognizing that for someone like Yosaka, who could not be swayed by moral persuasion, a more creative approach was essential, strategically tapping into what he truly valued. Much like how he would entice Orochimaru with tantalizing offers of immortality techniques, life extension jutsu, or other peculiar ninjutsu. Orochimaru and Yosaka, in a certain sense, belong to the same category of individuals. Thus, understanding both oneself and one's adversary is essential for achieving victory in 100 battles. The third Hokage is particularly adept in this regard. While he felt a surge of excitement and exhilaration at successfully persuading Yosaka, he maintained a dignified demeanor befitting his position as Hokage. Therefore, he spoke in a calm tone, saying, "Very well, as long as you can lead the Konoha team to victory in the group competition. I shall take you to Iwa Shinobi Village for some grilled sea bream. If you win the individual competition, I will prepare for you my family's ancestral dish, the golden broth beef noodles." This time, the third Hokage was clearly putting forth a significant wager, offering a treasured family recipe as a stake. "All right, that is what you said." Yosaka's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Yes, it is I, the third Hokage, who has made this promise. The choice between grilled sea bream and my ancestral golden broth beef noodles rests upon you." The third Hokage smiled, clearly sensing that Yosaka's fighting spirit had been ignited, which greatly pleased him. As soon as he finished speaking, Yosaka unsheathed the katana from his waist with a swift motion. In that instant, the hidden bodyguards of the Hokage prepared to spring forth and subdue Yosaka, but were halted by a discreet gesture from the third Hokage. In the next moment, a remarkable aura erupted from Yosaka, sweeping around him like a tempest, startling even the third Hokage. With one hand gripping the sword and the other hand open, he slowly moved his hand before his face. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and he exuded an imposing demeanor, as if transformed entirely. He clenched his open hand into a fist, producing a cracking sound, and declared with deliberate emphasis, "I want it all." At that moment, Yosaka had shed his previous nonchalant demeanor, embodying a fierce and commanding presence reminiscent of the second Hokage, radiating an air of sovereignty. It was astonishing to witness such a formidable aura from Yosaka. It was evident that he had been concealing his true strength. No, rather, it seemed that no one had previously compelled him to unleash his full potential. Observing Yosaka's newfound seriousness, the third Hokage was filled with astonishment, realizing that he had underestimated Yosaka all along. Simultaneously, he felt a deep sense of pride. "Koyama, your son is destined for greatness." The third Hokage then rose, approached Yosaka, and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Yosaka, I have watched you grow since childhood. I do not concern myself with how others perceive you. In my eyes, I have always regarded you as my adopted son. I am genuinely pleased with your current prowess. I hope that one day, when I am no longer here, you will uphold the legacy of Konoha, just as your father did, and become a hero. Well, since you consider me your adopted son, how about you give me a few more vouchers for the new ramen? I would love to enjoy that new ramen once more." The third Hokage stood frozen in place, nearly choking on a mouthful of blood, bewildered by the overwhelming sense of exhilaration and fervor he felt, only to have the conversation take an unexpected turn, veering towards ramen. Trembling, the third Hokage fished 2 ramen vouchers from his pocket and handed them to Yosaka, suppressing the urge to vomit blood as he said, "Take these. I only have 3. After you enjoy my ramen, you must perform admirably in the competition. Rest assured, I, Yosaka, am not one to take something for nothing. To accept a voucher without fulfilling my obligations. The competition is in capable hands. There is no opponent that cannot be resolved with a single blade, and if necessary, 2 strikes." Yosaka declared confidently, gleefully tucking the ramen vouchers away like precious treasures in the inner pocket of his attire. The third Hokage had no doubt that should anyone dare to snatch those 2 vouchers from Yosaka, he would unleash his ultimate prowess, reducing the assailant to a mere black and white photograph. Thus, the conversation between the third Hokage and Yosaka concluded after half an hour, with Yosaka joyfully departing the Hokage's office, clutching the 2 coveted ramen vouchers. Chapter 17. Yosaka hadn't teacut me in a month. With a sense of jubilation, Yosaka departed the Hokage building, clutching the 2 new ramen vouchers bestowed upon him by the third Hokage. That evening, he indulged in a bowl of the latest ramen at Ichiraka Ramen. While dining, he noticed 2 patrons nearby, who, upon seeing him savoring the new dish, were consumed by envy and resentment, feeling that their own bowls of ramen had lost their allure. Meanwhile, in a small grove, a young boy was vigorously wielding a katana, striking at a scarecrow that stood before him. The scarecrow was rigged with mechanisms that sporadically launched shuriken at him. The boy skillfully swung his katana to deflect the sudden onslaught of shuriken. The sound of clashing metal ringing out in a cacophony of clinks and clatters. At this moment, the young lad was utterly exhausted, panting heavily. With 3 kunai embedded in his body, all fortunately avoiding vital areas, rendering them non-lethal. Yet, even so, his garments were stained crimson in numerous places by his own blood. Suddenly, a kunai shot forth from the scarecrow, transforming into a streak of black light as it hurtled towards the boy. This particular kunai was markedly different from the previous ones. It was swifter, more potent, and its tail bore a detonating talisman that was already ignited. Undoubtedly, this was an exceedingly perilous kunai, and a mere misstep could lead to fatal consequences. In this life and death moment, the boy seemed to have unlocked his latent potential as if he had harmonized his vital channels. With a fierce shout, he executed a peculiar arc with his katana, unleashing a chilling white light. With a resounding clash, his blade first struck the kunai's tip, halting its momentum and sending it spiraling away, rotating rapidly before him. In the next heartbeat, the descending katana abruptly rose, cleaving through the half-burnt detonating talisman, narrowly averting its explosion. Had he been a second too late, he would have faced grievous injuries, if not death. Breathless, the boy plunged his katana into the ground, half-kneeling in exhaustion as he gazed at the kunai he had deflected and the now severed talisman, which was reduced to 1/3 of its original size. He murmured, "Not enough, far from enough." Memories of the earlier moment when Yosaka sliced through flames flooded his mind, and he felt the chasm between them was still vast. Damn it. Yotsuka, my moonlight gale shall surpass you. Yuin is mine. He spat through gritted teeth, rallying his weary body to rise and practice the most fundamental cutting techniques with his katana. In the shadow of a nearby grand tree, a half-visible face emerged, his father. Yuin Yasuo. Has he been stimulated? Perhaps this is for the best, as it ignites his fighting spirit, compelling him to forge ahead. Meanwhile, Yotsuka lay on his bed, perusing information within the system. After indulging in 2 new ramen dishes that day, his cutting technique had significantly improved, particularly after savoring the latest variant that evening. His skill in the steel slash had reached maximum proficiency, enabling him to imbue his strikes with wind attributes. This enhancement not only reduced air resistance, but also accelerated his blade's speed, nearing the realm of drawing and slicing in one fluid motion. On the other hand, this would enhance the sharpness of the strike and extend the reach of the attack. When a cut is executed, the accompanying wind attribute manifests as a wind blade. With Yotsuka's current prowess, he is capable of delivering a blow that includes an additional 3 meters of wind blade reach, transforming his attack distance from 1 meter to 4 meters. Should he indulge in more culinary delights, he could advance even further, potentially unleashing the wind blade directly, creating effects akin to the wind release, vacuum wave. Moreover, the wind attribute itself augments the sharpness of his blade, allowing him to sever unenhanced weapons such as shurikens with a single stroke. Overall, the combination of the steel slash technique and the newly acquired willpower attribute could, if unleashed with full force in an instant, possibly result in even a jonin being felled by a single strike. Curiously, I find myself pondering the extent of my capabilities. I have heard that the ninjas of the Land of Lightning excel in body techniques, many of whom are proficient in lightning-enhanced slashing techniques. Furthermore, the samurai faction, renowned for their mastery of swordsmanship, will also be participating in this competition, as mentioned by the 3rd Hokage. This has sparked a sense of anticipation within me regarding the upcoming event. Initially indifferent to the tournament, my motivation to partake was merely for the sake of culinary delights. However, learning about the presence of many skilled swordsmen has piqued my interest. Nevertheless, I perceive every opponent as merely a matter of a single strike. Soon, Yotsuka drifted into slumber, finding himself in a dreamland brimming with exquisite delicacies, where he indulged voraciously while the system rewarded him profusely. The following day, at the first ninja hospital affiliated with Konoha Village, Uchiha Obito unwrapped the bandages that enveloped his arm and swung it vigorously, feeling an invigorating strength coursing through it. His spirit soaring. Haha, I have fully healed, and I seem to possess even greater strength than before. Uchiha Obito, you are discharged today, announced a nurse as she entered the room. Excellent. Obito replied with a smile, his thoughts drifting back to a month prior. On a particular day a month ago, Uchiha Obito and Yotsuka stood in a training ground. With one hand on his hip and the other pointed at Yotsuka, Obito declared fiercely, "Yotsuka, today I shall defeat you. Noara Rin is mine." Yotsuka chuckled softly. "I never claimed Noara Rin was mine, but your confidence in defeating me seems rather misplaced. Have you perhaps consumed some inferior liquor?" Obito snorted dismissively. "Regardless, Noara Rin will remain mine, and today I shall become the first man in history to defeat you. I am the #1 genin of Konoha. Uchiha Obito." With that, he flashed a confident grin. "Very well, let us see," Yotsuka responded, smiling as he unsheathed his katana. In the next moment, a gleam of steel flashed as he plunged the blade into the ground. Uchiha Obito sat on the ground, his expression vacant, having lost consciousness. Chapter 18. The Great Fireball Technique. When Obito regained consciousness, he found himself in a hospital bed, with only a single wound on his arm. He recalled the moment when Yosaka's blade had come crashing down upon him, through the awakening of his Tutomo Sharingan. He had vaguely perceived the blade glinting amidst the blinding light. In response, he raised his kunai to defend himself. However, the instant he lifted the kunai to block the blade, he was struck by the vision of a sword that seemed to materialize directly within his subconscious, causing his arm, which wielded the kunai, to lose all strength. Subsequently, an excruciating pain surged through his mind, and he succumbed to darkness once more. What initially appeared to be a mere superficial wound necessitated a month-long hospital stay, for the knife that lingered in his mind had not yet dissipated. Each time he recalled the injury upon his arm, the vision of that blade, which had descended upon him from the realm of his psyche, would resurface, causing him to faint once more. The wound on his arm appeared to heal exceedingly slowly, taking an entire month to mend a wound that would typically have healed within a week. This prolonged recovery is the reason why Uchiha Obito has remained hospitalized for such an extended period. He mused with quiet delight. "Haha. It has been a month since Yosaka last struck me. How joyous and elated I am." Previously, he would frequently seek out Yosaka for duels, only to be vanquished time and again. Eventually, it reached a point where Yosaka no longer awaited Obito's challenge, but would instead seek him out directly, delivering relentless blows. This cycle persisted for nearly a year. Due to Uchiha Obito's hospitalization for a month, Yosaka had not come to see him during this time. This absence filled Obito with excitement. It seemed that Yosaka had forgotten about him, which made him chuckle heartily. Shortly thereafter, Obito completed his discharge procedures. Feeling the warm sunlight upon him, his spirits lifted as he hummed a cheerful tune while strolling through the small grove in front of the hospital. "Obito, you are out of the hospital. That is splendid. I can finally have my fun again." Just as he was enjoying himself, a voice filled with surprise rang out nearby. In that instant, Obito's whistle faltered, his raised foot freezing mid-step. He resembled a rusty robot, his head slowly turning to the right, where he saw Yosaka beaming at him. "Why, Yosaka, what are you doing here?" Obito asked, his expression stiff. "I wanted to check on you today, and it just so happened that I caught you as you were being discharged. How fortuitous. I was just lamenting the lack of opponents to spar with. And here you are, returning to me." "You are too kind," Yosaka replied with a grin. "Is that so?" Obito stammered, inwardly lamenting why he had to encounter Yosaka immediately after his discharge, as if fate was nudging him back into the hospital. However, he recalled the tedium of his days in the hospital, envisioning the practice of the Great Fireball Technique, and contemplating strategies to defeat Yosaka. Through diligent thought, Obito finally conceived a plan to vanquish Yosaka, to avoid close combat, and instead employ long-range ninjutsu. He envisioned the classic technique of his Uchiha clan, the Great Fireball Technique. As the scene shifted back, Obito's fear of Yosaka diminished significantly, and his confidence was restored. With renewed vigor, he pointed dramatically at Yosaka. "Yosaka, you have arrived at the perfect moment. I was just about to seek you out for vengeance, and here you are, saving me the trouble. Let us head to the training ground. Today, I shall demonstrate the power of the Uchiha clan." "Very well, but I hope you won't end up back in the hospital," Yosaka replied nonchalantly. "You, Yosaka, are you looking down on me?" Obito exclaimed in anger. "Not at all. I merely wished you well," Yosaka responded calmly. Soon, the two individuals arrived at a training ground. Gazing at the 5-meter distance that lay between them, Uchiha Obito's lips subtly curved into a smile. He was confident that at the very moment the match commenced, he could create sufficient distance, and in the briefest span of time, unleash the fire release, Great Fireball Technique. He believed that once he executed the Great Fireball, Yosaka would stand powerless against him and would inevitably surrender under the onslaught of his fierce flames. At that moment, Uchiha Obito would be heralded as the first man in the history of Konohagakure to defeat Yosaka, and notably, the first to compel Yosaka to concede voluntarily. He imagined that Noara Rin would undoubtedly find him exceedingly impressive and cool. With this thought, a foolish grin appeared on Obito's face. Before long, as a coin was tossed high into the air, both combatants readied themselves for battle. The instant the coin landed, it signified the official commencement of the duel. With a sharp clang, the coin struck the ground, and in that fleeting moment, Uchiha Obito, whose muscles were already taut with anticipation, forcefully propelled himself backward, akin to an arrow released from its bow, while simultaneously performing hand seals with great swiftness. Why isn't he charging forward? While retreating and forming his seals, Uchiha Obito was taken aback to see Yosaka remaining stationary. A flicker of surprise crossed his mind, but it was quickly replaced by elation. This fool, he isn't pursuing me. This granted him the ample time and distance needed to successfully execute the great fireball technique. Haha. You have squandered your sole opportunity to defeat me. Yosaka, prepare to concede. I am the mightiest of the lower ninjas in Konohagakure, Uchiha Obito. With that, Uchiha Obito hastily formed his seals and summoned chakra from within. As he completed his final tiger seal, the great fireball technique was poised for execution. Finally, the moment of historical significance had arrived. I am about to become the first man to conquer Yosaka, Uchiha Obito thought with excitement. Then bellowed toward Yosaka. Fire release. Great fireball technique. In the next instant, Uchiha Obito puffed out his cheeks, gathering all his chakra, intent on delivering a decisive blow with this singular technique he had carefully contemplated during his time in the hospital, in close combat. Yosaka possessed myriad methods for offense and defense. However, in the face of such a broad, intangible assault, Uchiha Obito could not conceive how Yosaka might defend himself, especially since he had never witnessed Yosaka employing any ninjutsu, treating him as if he were akin to a taijutsu-type ninja. Both the techniques of the body of endurance and the use of bladed weapons by ninjas possess a significant vulnerability. They struggle against ranged, non-corporeal ninjutsu. This is precisely the strategy devised by Uchiha Obito to counter Yosaka. Regrettably, during the test conducted by Sanj SHG yesterday afternoon, Uchiha Obito was absent, and no one informed him of the circumstances surrounding the examination. Had he known that Yosaka had effortlessly cleaved through Sarutobi Asuma's fire style, ash pile burning, Uchiha Obito would undoubtedly have reconsidered his belief that his fire style, great fireball technique could vanquish Yosaka. Unfortunately, when Sarutobi Asuma was admitted to the hospital, Uchiha Obito happened to be in the restroom, missing the opportunity to encounter him. Conversely, when Might Guy was hospitalized, Uchiha Obito did cross paths with him. However, at that moment, Might Guy had yet to witness Yosaka slicing through the flames. Once again, it is fire style. Why does everyone assume that fire style can overcome me? Observing Uchiha Obito's hand seals and posture, Yosaka realized that Obito was preparing to unleash fire style, leaving him feeling rather exasperated. Just yesterday, Sarutobi Asuma had believed that fire style could defeat him, only to be dispatched in a single blow. Now, another Uchiha Obito appeared, similarly convinced that fire style would suffice against him. Moreover, Yosaka has now mastered a new skill known as Steel Slash. This technique, imbued with the essence of wind, delivers a cutting strike. While it is generally accepted that fire attributes counteract wind attributes, the outcome heavily relies on the strength of both parties involved. After all, when the wind blows with great ferocity, it can indeed extinguish the flames. At that moment, Yosaka, in conjunction with the blade draw technique, combined it with the Steel Slash to unleash a formidable strike. In the next instant, Uchiha Obito unleashed a colossal fireball, its diameter reaching an impressive 4 meters, towering nearly as high as a 2-story building. Instantly, the temperature in the vicinity soared dramatically, causing the surrounding grass to wither under the intense heat. In the presence of the enormous, searing fireball, Yosaka's figure appeared remarkably diminutive, as the immense, scorching orb threatened to engulf Yosaka's frail silhouette. Uchiha Obito felt an increasing sense of pride and exhilaration. He envisioned Yosaka's defeat, imagining himself as the celebrated star among the lower ninjas, accomplishing what none had achieved before. He could almost see the adoration in Noara Rin's eyes as she gazed at him after witnessing his triumph over Yosaka. He imagined Yosaka, panting and half-kneeling on the ground, surrendering in defeat before him. And these scenarios are soon to become reality. With a swift motion, Uchiha Obito heard the voice of Yosaka echoing, and he could not help but let out a cold smirk. How absurd it was that even at this juncture, there remained those who clung desperately to their feudal resistance. Suddenly, With a soft sound, the colossal fireball, towering 2 stories high, split in half before his very eyes, transforming instantly into 2 smaller hemispherical fireballs that shot off diagonally to the left and right. What? Uchiha Obito was taken aback, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. How could this be possible? He exclaimed in shock, utterly flabbergasted that the fireball he had conjured had divided itself. This bewildering phenomenon shattered his worldview and overturned his understanding of reality, leaving his mind blank for several seconds. In the next moment, from the fissure in the fireball, he caught sight of Yosaka, poised with a weapon in hand. From the stance of Yosaka wielding the blade, it was evident that he was poised to deliver a decisive strike. What? He actually cleaved apart the great fireball technique with a single blow. How is that possible? Is this even conceivable? Uchiha Obito could hardly believe his eyes. The very technique he had deemed his trump card had been effortlessly bisected by Yosaka. Could a blade truly sever flames? Am I out of touch? Or have my eyes betrayed me? Indeed, this must be an illusion. That rascal Yosaka has secretly mastered Jinjutsu. To think that I, a member of the Uchiha clan, endowed with the Sharingan, could fall prey to such trickery. In that moment, Uchiha Obito clapped his hands together with a sharp sound, commencing the unraveling of the illusion. He recalled what his instructor, Sanjay Sai, had taught during class. By disrupting the balance of chakra within one's body, one could dispel Jinjutsu. Thus, Uchiha Obito directed his chakra to flow in reverse within him, causing the opposing currents to collide, which instantly triggered a conflict. This successful disruption of his internal chakra balance came at a cost, as he sustained some internal injuries and coughed up blood. With a splatter, he expelled a mouthful of crimson, coughing twice before raising his gaze once more to Yosaka. There stood Yosaka, unwavering, while not far behind him, 2 large flames still flickered, those being the remnants of the great fireball that had been split and cast to the ground. Yet to extinguish. What is happening? Why has nothing changed? Uchiha Obito paused, momentarily dazed. Under normal circumstances, dispelling an illusion would result in a shift in the surrounding scenery. However, everything remained as it was, without a hint of alteration. To his astonishment, Yosaka's Jinjutsu was far more formidable than he had anticipated, rendering his attempts futile. The blood he had just coughed was also a part of the illusion? How utterly humiliating. As a member of the Uchiha clan, renowned for their prowess in Jinjutsu, to find himself ensnared by another's illusion was a source of deep shame. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Uchiha Obito observed as Yosaka began to stride toward him. Yet, believing he remained ensnared in the illusion, he paid little mind to it. After all, it was merely a figment of his imagination. What was there to fear? On the other side, Yosaka was oblivious to the fact that Uchiha Obito believed he was ensnared in a Jinjutsu. He continued advancing toward Obito, perplexed by his seemingly indifferent demeanor. Why was Obito not retreating? Could it be that he intended to engage in close combat with me? With this thought, Yosaka accelerated towards Uchiha Obito. Chapter 20. Jinjutsu? Bring it on. After all, it's just an illusion. What is there to fear? At this moment, Uchiha Obito perceived the situation as merely a vivid dream. Since it was an illusion, there was no real danger, so he felt no trepidation. Thus, he stood with his hands on his hips, observing Yosaka charge towards him. Strange, has the mental shock I inflicted on him previously impaired his mind? He shouldn't be acting this way, yet he appeared utterly foolish, not even attempting to evade my attack. As he sprinted forward, Yosaka pondered this oddity but dismissed it and pressed on. In the next instant, he closed the distance to a mere 3 meters from Uchiha Obito. This proximity was sufficient for him to unleash the wind blade of his steel slash. Without further contemplation, Yosaka assumed that Obito must have some hidden trump card yet to be revealed, and thus he executed his first steel slash. The blade cut through the air, and a translucent, pale blue wind wave materialized along the edge of the blade, resembling a semi-transparent scabbard enveloping its surface. As the blade sliced through the air, a crescent-shaped wind blade, approximately 2 meters long and a hand's width wide, was instantaneously unleashed, accompanied by a distinct buzzing sound as it hurtled toward Uchiha Obito. How astonishingly lifelike, complete with sound effects. Has Yosaka's mastery of Jinjutsu reached such heights? As the wind blade approached him with a menacing rush, Uchiha Obito instinctively felt a flicker of fear. Even though he was aware that it was all an illusion, he found himself wanting to evade the wind blade. Why did I still feel the urge to flee despite knowing it was merely a Jinjutsu? I must avoid it first. The wind blade drew ever closer, causing Uchiha Obito's body to tremble with instinctive trepidation. Ultimately, he chose to dodge. However, As he leaned back into a bridge position, it was already too late. The wind blade was nearly upon him, grazing past his nose. The sensation of it brushing so close sent a shiver down his spine, awakening a primal fear of death that momentarily shook his belief in the illusion's unreality. Such a vivid sensation? Could this truly be an illusion? In the depths of Uchiha Obito's thoughts, he couldn't help but express his disdain. While numerous individuals possess the ability to cast illusions, the majority of these genjutsu merely deceive the visual senses and, to a certain extent, the sense of touch. It is only the masters of illusion who can craft experiences so intricately that the subtleties of tactile sensation closely resemble reality. According to Obito's understanding, the only illusions capable of replicating the tactile experience of the real world are those executed by the formidable members of the Uchiha clan who have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. At this moment, the illusionary technique unleashed by Yosaka bore a tactile resemblance to reality, leaving Uchiha Obito with the unsettling impression that he was not ensnared in a mere genjutsu. However, the harshness of reality afforded Obito no time for contemplation. As the wind blade grazed the tip of his nose and whirred past, another blade hurtled toward him, this time vertically. If he failed to evade it, it would slice him in half from his groin to his head. Goodness, another one, Obito exclaimed, rolling away just in time for the wind blade to cleave through the spot where he had stood moments before, carving a deep gash into the ground. Yosaka, when did you secretly master such an illusion? This is astonishingly lifelike. Upon witnessing the cleft in the earth, Obito's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he instinctively shouted. Illusion? What are you talking about? I don't know any illusions, Yosaka replied, perplexed. He simply wielded his blade again, slashing 3 more wind blades toward Obito. What? You don't know illusions? Then are these wind blades real? Obito stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, finally grasping the shocking truth. Everything was undeniably real. The blade that sliced through the great fireball was genuine, and those wind blades were indeed authentic. Why didn't you say so earlier? Obito cried out, feeling a cold sweat break out on his back. Thankfully, he had relied on instinct to evade the previous 2 wind blades. Otherwise, he would have been cleaved into several pieces by now. As he observed the 3 wind blades approaching, panic surged through him, prompting him to react swiftly. Yet, they were already perilously close, rendering his evasion efforts nearly futile. Get out of my way. In a moment of dire urgency, Obito's latent potential surged forth. Utilizing the power of his 2-tomo Sharingan, he discerned the trajectory of the first wind blade and anticipated the consequences of his movements. Like performing a push-up, he elevated his body, suspended in midair, supported entirely by his arms, his feet not touching the ground. At that moment, the wind blade was past his lower half, aiming for his outstretched arms. If he faltered now, if his body descended, he would be bisected by the merciless blade. If he failed to raise his arms high enough to suspend his entire body above the ground, his limbs would be severed by the razor-like gusts. In a critical moment, Uchiha Obito bellowed, his muscles tensing as he lifted his arms, positioning his entire form parallel to the ground, half a meter above it. In the next instant, the wind blade sliced through the narrow space between him and the earth. Witnessing the blade pass so closely, a wave of terror surged within Obito's heart. He had narrowly escaped a fate of mutilation or even death. Yet, before he could regain his composure, a second wind blade followed swiftly. At this precarious juncture, Obito once again harnessed the unique capabilities of his Sharingan, pushing the power of his double-tomo Sharingan to its utmost limit. He discerned the trajectory of the wind blade and deftly adjusted his posture, evading the second blade in a manner that defied logic. Upon witnessing the current posture of Uchiha Obito, Yosaka exclaimed in astonishment, "Is it possible that Uchiha Obito practices yoga?" At that moment, a third gust of wind, sharp as a blade, hurtled towards Uchiha Obito, who had just landed, caught in the liminal space between expended energy and the birth of new vigor. Yet, confronted with the specter of death, Uchiha Obito once more tapped into his latent potential, narrowly evading the brunt of the wind blade. However, fortune did not favor him this time as it had in previous encounters. Chapter 21. Back to the hospital. Although Uchiha Obito managed to evade most of the wind blade's lethal arc, he ultimately sustained a cut from its tip on his arm. In an instant, crimson blood stained a significant portion of his sleeve, and he let out a pained cry, collapsing to the ground. I concede. I concede. Uchiha Obito declared in utter humiliation, having just a moment before envisioned himself using the fire style, great fireball technique to compel Yosaka's surrender, thereby claiming the title of the first person in the history of Konoha to vanquish Yosaka. Yet, in the very next moment, he found himself capitulating, rendering him utterly mortified. His carefully crafted trump card, the fire style, great fireball technique, had been effortlessly cleaved by Yosaka, and now he had been wounded by the wind blade. Continuing the fight risked being cleaved in two by Yosaka's careless strike. Is this how you yield? This is hardly a contest. I have yet to warm up. Upon seeing Uchiha Obito raise his hands and surrender, Yosaka's expression fell, and he lowered his katana in disappointment. How infuriating. Is this even remotely human? If only I were not at a disadvantage, I would have relished the opportunity to land a few punches myself. Uchiha Obito, observing Yosaka approach, felt a surge of frustration, acutely aware of the vast chasm separating their abilities. Obito, you truly falter. You were dispatched so swiftly, without even a semblance of resistance. What are we to do about this? Yosaka lamented, his expression a mask of dismay, which only served to aggravate Uchiha Obito further. He longed to retaliate with a punch. Yet the fear of being cleaved in half by Yosaka's blade held him back, forcing him to concede beneath the metaphorical eaves. Yosaka, do not take pride in this. My defeat today is solely due to my lack of a hearty breakfast. I am rather famished, which has left me lacking in strength and focus. Had I been well fed, you would scarcely have stood a chance against me. Uchiha Obito proclaimed defiantly. Yosaka's eyes gleamed with intrigue at this revelation. Is that so? Then by all means, return and have a proper meal. We shall resume our duel once you have satisfied your hunger. Uchiha Obito mentally chastised himself, realizing the folly of his words, a classic case of shooting oneself in the foot, having just sustained an injury. Was he truly suggesting he would return after a meal only to be injured anew? No, absolutely not. Thus, Uchiha Obito swiftly devised a clever retort. Gesturing towards his left arm, it is due to my hunger that I have become disoriented, leading to your infliction of injury upon me. In this weakened state, I am unable to unleash my full potential. Do you intend to exploit my vulnerability and triumph over me merely to flaunt your prowess? Yosaka shook his head. What significance does that hold? It is akin to defeating a mere novice, although, in truth, you are quite the novice yourself. At the commencement of Yosaka's remark, Obito felt a glimmer of hope that Yosaka had finally uttered something sensible, only to be left utterly exasperated by the latter part of the statement. Let us resume our duel once you have recovered. Yosaka expressed his disappointment and subsequently escorted Obito to the hospital. Upon arrival, the security guard at the hospital entrance, witnessing Obito re-entering less than 20 minutes after his discharge, was taken aback. Uchiha Obito, are you truly so fond of the hospital that you return so swiftly after being discharged? I was merely engrossed in my training, and upon my release, I endeavored to practice diligently, only to find myself injured once more, Obito replied with an awkward chuckle. Before long, the nurse who had previously discharged Obito returned to attend to his wounds and change the bandages. How is it that you find yourself back here? She inquired while administering care. It is a long story. Just after my discharge, I encountered a friend and engaged in a one-on-one duel. Only to be defeated and return here, Obito lamented weakly. The defeat at the hands of Yosaka left him feeling disheartened. He had believed he had discovered a strategy to overcome Yosaka, only to be met with a harsh reality check, prompting him to question the very fabric of his existence. Why was Yosaka so formidable? Was this not somewhat beyond the realm of possibility? After escorting Uchiha Obito to the hospital, Yosaka returned home alone. Sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, he meticulously reflected on the details of his recent execution of the steel-cutting flash. As it was his inaugural combat application of this technique, he felt a hint of unsteadiness. Nonetheless, the outcome was commendable. He effortlessly cleaved through Uchiha Obito's fire release, great fireball technique, and unleashed several wind blades. However, the speed of the wind blades was somewhat sluggish, rendering them susceptible to evasion. Yet, their cutting prowess proved impressive. Merely grazing Obito's arm resulted in a wound. Had the strike landed squarely, it would have undoubtedly severed him in two, akin to the effect of wind release, vacuum wave. Yet this wind blade is merely a minor skill accompanying the steel flash. If the blade of the steel flash were to strike the enemy directly, the ensuing cutting power would be far more terrifying. This necessitates the need to seek out an adversary for experimentation. Although Yosaka often engages in combat with his own comrades from the Hidden Leaf Village, he invariably refrains from inflicting severe harm, merely administering superficial injuries at most. However, when it comes to confronting foes from other ninja villages, the stakes are considerably lower, and the question of restraint becomes moot. One can simply cleave the opponent in twain without hesitation. Consequently, Yosaka began to ponder whether it would be prudent to seek an opportunity to venture beyond the confines of the hidden leaf village, in hopes of encountering an enemy upon whom he could test his skills. On the other side, just as Yosaka was preparing to strike, Uchiha Obito was admitted to the same hospital room as Asuma Saratobi. Upon seeing Obito enter, Asuma weakly greeted him. "Oh, you're here too." Obito sighed and replied, "Indeed. I was just discharged half an hour ago, and now I find myself back here. How frustrating. What happened?" Asuma inquired with curiosity. What could have happened? I was, of course, struck down by Yosaka, Obito replied through gritted teeth. So you two were brought in by Yosaka's blade? What a coincidence. Upon hearing Obito's words, Asuma felt a wave of relief wash over him. The gloom stemming from his defeat at Yosaka's hands suddenly lightened. Perhaps this was the effect of shared misfortune. You were also felled by Yosaka? How fortunate to meet you under such circumstances, Obito awkwardly chuckled, collapsing onto the hospital bed. Chapter 22. United against a common foe. When Obito learned that Asuma had also attempted a large-scale fire technique to attack Yosaka, only to be cleaved in two by Yosaka's sword, he let out a long sigh and fell back onto his bed. Why did no one inform me about the test yesterday afternoon? Had I known, I would not have been so unfortunate as to employ the great fireball technique against Yosaka. Obito lamented, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. Beside him, Saratobi Asuma lay on his bed with a vacant expression, his spirit profoundly shaken by the events of yesterday. Although Yosaka did not inflict any harm upon Asuma's psyche, the psychological impact was substantial. Now, even after the passage of a day, the moment Asuma closes his eyes, he is haunted by the vision of that colossal blade that had manifested in his spiritual realm. The mere sight of that great sword fills him with an acute awareness of his own insignificance, rendering him akin to a mere ant before Yosaka. The disparity between them is so vast that it feels akin to the chasm that separates heaven from earth, prompting Asuma to momentarily question the very essence of his existence. How could the gulf between him and Yosaka be so immense? Observing Asuma's condition, his attending physician has already notified the third Hokage, hoping for a means to restore Asuma's mental well-being. It is evident that Asuma's mind is not fundamentally troubled. Rather, he is suffering from a profound emotional wound, resulting in significant psychological distress, primarily stemming from the overwhelming experience of the test the previous afternoon. After all, Asuma is the son of the Hokage, a true scion of privilege. To be so utterly defeated, so effortlessly vanquished by Yosaka, is a crushing blow to his pride. Had their confrontation been a fierce battle, where Asuma lost due to a slight disadvantage, it would not have troubled him as deeply. Instead, it would have spurred him to strive even harder. However, the fact remains that he was struck down in a single blow, and it was evident that Yosaka had not even exerted his full strength. This stark contrast has left the ordinarily proud Saratobi Asuma grappling with a reality he finds difficult to accept, leading to his psychological turmoil. The hospital has sought the assistance of a psychologist to treat Asuma Saratobi, yet the results have been disheartening. Alas, one must ponder. What is there to be unable to accept? Losing to Yatsukasa is nothing short of commonplace, is it not? I, too, have just been discharged from the hospital only to be defeated by Yatsukasa once more. Fear not, for failure is the precursor to success. The more one encounters defeat, the more one becomes accustomed to it, Uchiha Obito consoled. Asuma Saratobi remained transfixed, his gaze fixed vacantly upon the ceiling, unperturbed by the world around him. Observing his demeanor, Obito Uchiha let out a sigh and reclined on the bed. Though he bore the wounds inflicted by Yosaka, he harbored no resentment towards him. On the contrary, Obito accepted his defeat with grace, acknowledging that it was his own inadequacy that led to his downfall. Had he been more skilled, he would not have been vanquished. On the other side, Yabasaka strolled down the street and passed by Ichiraku Ramen, instinctively yearning to step inside for another taste of their new ramen. However, upon reflection, he realized he only had one coupon left, and he had just indulged in 2 servings the previous day. If he were to indulge again so soon, the system would diminish the rewards due to the excessive frequency of consuming the same dish. Thus, he restrained himself and decided to seek out other culinary delights he had yet to experience. Just as Yabasaka walked past Ichiraku Ramen, he heard a sweet voice call from behind, "Yabasaka-kun, you're here." It was Ayam. He turned around and greeted her. Upon seeing Yabasaka, Ayam's face lit up with joy as she scampered towards him. "Yabasaka-kun, where are you headed?" Yabasaka pondered for a moment, realizing he could not admit he was off to find other delicacies, as that would imply that Ichiraku Ramen which was IM's family establishment, was not a worthy choice. Thus, he quickly devised a response. I am, going to train? Yes, training. Wow. Yasaka-kun, you are already so impressive and still working hard to train. What a diligent person you are. Hearing Yasaka mention training, IM's eyes sparkled with admiration, as if they were illuminated by countless stars. Well, even if one is already quite capable, one must continue to train, Yasaka replied sheepishly, though in truth, his concept of training merely involved indulging in culinary delights. For him, savoring exquisite dishes was akin to achieving a state of mastery. It was merely that others were unaware of his system's peculiarities. Yasaka-kun. May IM's voice grew increasingly faint. What? Yasaka inquired, perplexed by her sudden shyness. May I come and watch you train? IM mustered her courage and exclaimed. Eyes closed, almost as if she were bracing for a rejection. Why would you want to watch me train? Yasaka asked, utterly bewildered. As he found IM's behavior rather puzzling today. I just want to see. Just say yes. IM declared boldly, having steeled herself. Sure, Yasaka replied, though he had not intended to say yes. After all, his idea of training was merely indulging in food, not a serious regimen. However, given that he frequently dined at Ichiraku Ramen, he felt it would be impolite to refuse, and thus he reluctantly consented. Haha, that is wonderful, Yasaka-kun. You truly are the best. As Changpu observed Yosaka diligently practicing, her face brightened with joy, and she leaped with excitement. Yosaka, taken aback by her exuberance, pondered why she was so animated. Initially intending to explore the culinary street, he felt compelled, for the sake of appearances, to escort Changpu to a training ground instead. Changpu's enthusiasm was infectious. Had it been anyone else, Yosaka would have swiftly reprimanded them, exclaiming that their meddling was unwelcome. Thus, he suppressed his cravings as they passed by the tantalizing food stalls, inhaling the myriad of enticing aromas while engaging in casual conversation with Changpu. Yosaka, I heard you effortlessly cleave through a Sumasaratobi's flame yesterday. That is incredible. It's a pity I couldn't witness it firsthand. How did you manage to slice through fire? It's something I can hardly fathom. Yosaka responded with a confident smile. That is the essence of the art of slashing. When mastered to a certain degree, one can slice through not just flames, but even waterfalls. His self-assured demeanor captivated Changpu, making it difficult for her to divert her gaze from his striking profile. Chapter 23. Training with Changpu. How impressive. Changpu felt her heart race as she watched Yosaka, then asked, Yosaka, it seems that the ninja school doesn't have a specific instructor for slashing techniques. How is it that your skills are so formidable? Yosaka contemplated his response, realizing he couldn't divulge the existence of his system. Thus, he replied, well, it's akin to natural talent. I possess an innate aptitude for slashing techniques, which has allowed me to excel in this area. Changpu instinctively remarked, it must be that your father was exceptionally skilled in slashing, and you inherited that talent from him. Immediately regretting her words, she feared that mentioning Yosaka's father would evoke painful memories, as he had passed away. Upon realizing her blunder, she clasped her hand over her mouth in panic, thinking, what have I done? Yosaka will surely think of his father. What if this makes him sad? I am so foolish. Before she could change the subject, Yosaka chuckled and said, indeed, I must have inherited this talent from my father, huh? He suddenly found Changpu's comment to be quite fortuitous, as it provided a convenient explanation for his prowess, allowing him to deflect inquiries regarding his lack of formal instruction in slashing techniques in the future. Yosaka felt no emotional connection toward his estranged father, who had never graced his life with his presence. After all, he was not of this world. How could one harbor feelings for a father who was so utterly detached from the essence of paternal bonds? Thus, he regarded the notion merely as a means to an end. Soon, the two arrived at a training ground, a clearing nestled within a small grove, roughly the size of a modest plaza. On one side stood several wooden stakes, intended for the practice of throwing shurikens and kunai, while the opposite side featured a few large stones for resting. Upon arriving, Yosaka felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. He had never undergone any training, so he had no inkling of how to proceed. However, upon noticing Ayam beside him, an idea sparked in his mind. He turned to her and proposed, Ayam, why don't you throw small stones at me with rapidity? I shall attempt to slice them apart with my blade, thus honing my reflexes. You can manage that, can't you? Ayam, momentarily entranced by Yosaka's countenance, was caught off guard by his request and took a moment to respond. When he repeated his inquiry, she quickly nodded in agreement. her enthusiasm reminiscent of a chick pecking at grains. Subsequently, Yosaka made several trips to gather an assortment of small stones, depositing them at Ayam's feet before drawing his katana and assuming a combat stance. He called out, "All right, we can begin." Ayam picked up a small stone, weighing it in her hand, and with a hint of concern, asked, "Won't this hurt you, Yosaka-kun? What if I accidentally injure you?" "Not at all." "Do you doubt my abilities?" Yosaka retorted with a carefree wave of his hand, prompting Ayam to comply. "Yosaka-kun, I'm going to throw it now," she announced. Yosaka signaled an okay gesture, and with a deep breath, Ayam hurled the stone toward him. With a swift whoosh, the stone sped through the air, leaving a trail of afterimages behind it, akin to a bullet racing toward its target. The velocity was such that, had a member of the Uchiha clan been present, their Sharingan would have revealed the shockwave rippling across the stone's surface. How fast? Yosaka gasped, initially underestimating the speed at which Ayam could throw. He quickly swung his blade, and a flash of white light erupted as he struck, resulting in two shadows darting past him on either side. A soft thud followed, and when Yosaka turned to investigate, he discovered the sound emanated from two stones, now halved, that had fallen to the ground. He was astonished by Ayam's remarkable skill. The stones she had thrown were so swift that had they struck a person, they could have caused severe harm. A wry smile crept across Yosaka's lips. As he cast his gaze upon SHBU, a sudden shift occurred in his expression. He could hardly fathom that the daughter of Uncle Tsutsuki Iryu was so formidable. It was truly astonishing that she possessed such prowess, which left one to ponder the strength of Uncle Iryu himself. Yosaka, filled with astonishment, observed SHBU, whose eyes sparkled with admiration as she watched him effortlessly cleave through a small stone. How striking! The elegance with which he wielded his blade was utterly captivating. SHBU, do continue, Yosaka called out, noticing that SHBU had ceased throwing stones and was instead fixated upon him, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Oh, right. I shall throw now. SHBU promptly nodded and hastily gathered a handful of small stones, swiftly launching them toward Yosaka. Upon witnessing this development, Yosaka's expression sharpened. He had not anticipated SHBU to hold him in such high regard, directly hurling 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and even 7 small stones at him. Was this a test of his abilities? As the foremost genin of Konoha and a frequent patron of Iryu's ramen, with a close rapport with Uncle Iryu, he, Yosaka, could not afford to disappoint SHBU. Thus, Yosaka's demeanor grew intense, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. His right arm tensed, fingers gripping the hilt of his katana with resolve, as he focused on the 7 stones hurtling toward him. His mind raced, calculating the distance of each stone and predicting the sequence in which they would reach him, while considering the delay in his own strike. In the next moment, he let out a fierce shout, "Huh?" And with a swift motion, his katana sliced through the air, emitting a dazzling flash of light. The sound of rapid succession filled the air. Bang, 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 bang. In a matter of moments, Yosaka deftly severed the 7 stones, transforming them into 14 smaller fragments that cascaded to his sides. Exhaling a breath of relief, Yosaka reflected on the trial that the rapid succession of strikes had posed. The velocity of those 7 stones was astonishing, nearly rivaling that of bullets. Thus, the challenge of shattering them in quick succession was no small feat, even for him. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction, having successfully struck each one without missing a single stone. On the other side, SHBU felt a surge of excitement, astonished that Yosaka could effortlessly sever 7 small stones in succession. It was truly remarkable, especially considering that in her earlier panic, she had simply grabbed a handful and thrown them. In Chapter 24, The Perplexed Kakashi, it appeared that Yosaka had shattered the 7 stones with remarkable ease. Pondering this, SHBU decided to throw in a few more. She picked up another large handful of small stones from the ground and cupped her hands into a funnel shape. Gently calling out to Yosaka, "Yosaka-kun, I'm going to throw them now. Here they come." Yosaka braced himself, his muscles taut, his gaze fixed intently upon the stones in SHBU's hands. Initially, he had not regarded SHBU with much seriousness, but now he viewed her as a formidable expert in throwing shuriken. Engaging in practice with someone of such skill would undoubtedly enhance his own sword techniques and provide invaluable combat experience. In the next moment, SHBU bit her lip slightly, her brows furrowing as if she were holding her breath. She swung her right arm and forcefully hurled the large handful of stones towards Yosaka. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A barrage of small stones, resembling bullets from a machine gun, shot towards Yosaka, the air filled with a relentless series of whooshing sounds. Yosaka's expression turned exceptionally serious. He was genuinely confronted with a formidable challenge as the numerous stones, flying at bullet-like speed, exerted considerable pressure on him. Now, let us test my steel slash. In an instant, Yosaka stepped forward, adopting a bow stance. His right arm's muscles contracting with immense power as he forcefully swung his katana forward. A series of slicing sounds filled the air, swish, 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 as Yosaka rapidly wielded his sword, creating afterimages and forming an impenetrable wall of wind blades before him. The next moment, a cacophony of thuds echoed as the stones hurtling toward Yosaka were struck by countless wind blades, instantly transforming into a multitude of fragments, akin to bullets from a shotgun, continuing their trajectory towards him. However, upon reaching within a meter of his position, they were intercepted by an even stronger gust of wind, falling to the ground just in front of him. The sound of countless small fragments cascading to the earth created a small pile of stones. How exhilarating. I nearly got hit by those stones. SHBU thought to herself. With just this technique of throwing stones, she could defeat most lower-ranking ninjas. Yosaka silently contemplated. Having previously thought of SHBU as merely an ordinary girl, he now realized that may not be the case. Her strength might not be significantly inferior to his own. Meanwhile, SHBU watched Yosaka with a face full of excitement, thinking to herself how incredible he was for simultaneously shattering over 10 stones. His reaction speed, his swordsmanship, truly the epitome of a hero. As one individual hurled stones while another hewed them, in a distant training ground, another young lad was diligently honing his skills. Earth release, earth flow wall technique. With a sharp exclamation, a formidable wall of earth, measuring 5 meters in length, 3 meters in height, and half a meter in width, erupted from the ground, standing steadfast before the youth. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A colossal water dragon surged forth from the adjacent river, but it swiftly dissipated into a vast pool, cascading back into the waterway. Breathless and on the brink of collapse, the boy knelt, gasping for air. His chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Damn it, this is insufficient. I must become stronger. At this level, I cannot withstand his attacks, Kakashi fervently thought. Having witnessed Yosaka cleave through flames the previous day, Kakashi was left utterly astonished, even dreaming that night of unleashing a fire release, fire dragon flame bullet technique, only to be cleaved by Yosaka. The spectacle of Yosaka effortlessly slicing through flames left an indelible mark on many hearts, including that of his instructor, Haichir Mikami, who was equally astonished, as such an event had never occurred before. No one could have fathomed that a single strike could sever the intangible essence of fire, transcending the limits of human understanding. I cannot falter. I must defeat Yosaka. I cannot afford to relent. Despite the overwhelming fatigue coursing through his body, Kakashi gritted his teeth, forcing himself to rise, only to stumble and collapse back onto the ground. Your body has reached its limits. What you need now is rest, not bravado. Only a robust physique can empower you further. A voice echoed from behind Kakashi, startling him. Recognizing the speaker, he responded without turning, "Understood, father." The voice belonged to Kakashi's father, the renowned Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hitaki. A strikingly handsome middle-aged man, he bore the same ashen white hair as Kakashi. With a short blade slung across his back, his weapon, the White Fang, which inspired his moniker. Tsukumo approached Kakashi, crouching beside him, and surveyed the ground pockmarked by ninja techniques. He chuckled softly and remarked, "You were quite astonished by that Yosaka fellow, weren't you?" After a brief silence, Kakashi nodded. "Indeed, yesterday afternoon, he cleaved through flames, leaving me profoundly shaken. It feels as though the chasm between us is widening." Kakashi Shimo smiled and remarked, "Yosaka excels in the art of slashing. Thus, he has devoted himself to mastering this skill, delving deeply into its intricacies and reaching remarkable heights along this path. This is where his true strength lies. Yet, many individuals remain oblivious to their own innate talents, failing to concentrate their efforts on a singular pursuit." Upon hearing Kakashi Shimo's words, Kakashi fell into contemplation, pondering the notion that Yosaka had honed his slashing technique to perfection while reflecting on his own abilities. What, then, do I excel at? Kakashi found himself engulfed in a haze of uncertainty. Perhaps sensing Kakashi's bewilderment, Kakashi Shimo gently patted Kakashi's shoulder and said, "Let us not dwell on this matter for now. I encourage you to reflect on it yourself. After all, I cannot tether you for a lifetime. Certain realizations must be born from within. With that, Kakashi Shumo rose and departed from the training ground, leaving Kakashi seated on the ground, enveloped in a cloud of confusion. On the other side, Yosaka had concluded his training in cleaving stones with Ayam, leaving behind a considerable pile of stones severed in twain. Yosaka-kun, you are truly impressive, Ayam remarked with a beaming smile as she gazed at him. Well, I suppose it's not too bad, Yosaka chuckled modestly, feeling a touch embarrassed under Ayam's cheerful gaze. While he could unsparingly wield his blade against foes and engage in direct confrontations with classmates, he found himself unable to do the same when it came to Ayam. After a spell of further training, the pair strolled along the riverbank, engaging in light-hearted conversation until the evening hour approached. Upon reaching around 7 o'clock, Yosaka escorted Ayam back to Ichiraku Ramen before returning home himself. On the other side, upon learning that his son had fallen into a state of despair, the third Hokage reluctantly arrived at the hospital and took Asuma Saratobi outside. They made their way to an open training ground. Asuma sat on a wooden stump, his head bowed in despondency. The third Hokage lit a cigarette, took a drag, and sighed, inquiring whether Asuma was still troubled by yesterday's test. After a moment of silence, Asuma nodded. Even now, the overwhelming image of that colossal blade remained etched in his mind, its presence an incessant torment, causing him profound mental distress. The third Hokage, well aware of Asuma's plight, recalled having faced a similar situation in his past. Many years ago, when he had just attained the rank of Jonin and was already a standout among his peers, he had been a rather proud individual. However, at the height of his confidence, he encountered someone formidable. Who? Asuma asked with curiosity, his expression finally shifting from one of despair. Since yesterday, his face had been marked by a consistent gloom. The third Hokage took another puff of his cigarette, releasing a smoke ring as complex emotions flickered across his face, and slowly revealed, his name was Uchiha Madara. What? The ancestor of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara? Asuma exclaimed in astonishment, disbelief etched on his face. He had not anticipated that his father had once crossed paths with Madara, a figure who stood alongside the first Hokage, a true powerhouse, albeit one long since deceased, now largely forgotten by many. At that moment, the third Hokage continued, in my youthful arrogance, I proposed a sparring match with him, and thus, we engaged in battle. And the outcome? Asuma inquired, intrigued. The third Hokage chuckled self-deprecatingly, shrugging his shoulders as he replied, what else could it be? I was utterly defeated. And one might say I was rendered powerless. I fought with all my might, yet he was merely toying with me, and I couldn't even breach his defenses. What? He was that formidable? The disparity in strength was so vast. Asuma exclaimed, astonished. In his eyes, his father was the Hokage, even in his youth. He must have been extraordinarily powerful. To think he couldn't even penetrate his opponent's defenses left him in disbelief. Asuma continued, at that time, I was profoundly affected by the encounter. Whenever I closed my eyes, I could only see the image of my defeat. For an entire month, I was haunted by this. Unable to sleep soundly at night, plagued by nightmares of being bested by Uchiha Madara, often waking in the middle of the night. Indeed, that period of my life was one of the darkest. After a brief pause, the third Hokage continued, however, I eventually came to terms with it, for it was due to my own inadequacies. If I could dedicate myself to training and growing stronger, I would not have to endure such a humiliating defeat again. If others can become powerful, why can't I? This is, in essence, a manifestation of shattered confidence. As long as one can reclaim that confidence, one can overcome any challenge. He addressed Asuma Saratobi, who, in a moment of doubt, asked, can I truly defeat Yosaka? The third Hokage laughed heartily, replying, if you don't even dare to entertain the thought, how do you differ from a coward? If you can't even imagine it, you will never defeat him. Asuma, in a somber tone, responded, at this moment, I can't even dare to think it. Does that mean I will never defeat Yosaka? The third Hokage gently placed a hand on Asuma's shoulder, saying, victory and defeat are common in the lives of warriors. There is an old adage, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Just because you cannot prevail now does not mean you will never prevail. However, if you surrender now, you will indeed never best him. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Asuma's eyes, as though he had grasped a profound truth. His voice, imbued with newfound conviction, conveyed that he had understood the essence of the third Hokage's words, revitalizing his spirit and filling him with determination. Abruptly, Asuma rose from the wooden post. his gaze resolute as he declared to the third Hokage, "I will strive diligently, training with unwavering commitment. One day, I shall surely defeat Yosaka." That is the spirit. How can one be disheartened by a single failure? A ninja is one who endures. If one lacks the courage to endure hardships, then one is unworthy of the title. Ninjas are those who can withstand the greatest trials, steadfastly adhering to their beliefs to achieve their goals, no matter the suffering endured. After a moment, the third Hokage continued, "Our village of Konoha embodies the will of fire, and this upcoming joint friendship tournament among the 5 great nations is an opportunity to showcase our resolve. Asuma, you must perform admirably, ensuring that we do not tarnish the reputation of our village. Let the ninjas of other nations see that the people of Konoha are not to be trifled with. I will not bring shame to Konoha." Sarutobi Asuma nodded heavily, his gaze regaining its confidence. He had emerged from the shadow of his defeat against Yotsuka. The third Hokage, a master of verbal persuasion, was adept at swaying even the most reluctant of individuals with his words, especially someone of a lower rank like a genin. Thus, he found great satisfaction in his ability to uplift Asuma's spirits with a few simple phrases. Unfortunately, his verbal prowess could not sway Yotsuka without the allure of exquisite cuisine. It is likely that Yotsuka would not have participated in this friendly competition. Chapter 26. The essence of competition. Observing Asuma rekindle his fighting spirit brought a measure of relief to the third Hokage, for he could not help but cherish his son. In truth, Asuma's abilities were already among the elite at the genin level, rivaling even Kakashi Hitaki, the son of the renowned Minato, who was celebrated as a genius in his own right. The third Hokage reflected on his own youth and recognized that Asuma surpassed him at that age. However, it was somewhat awkward, as Asuma and Kakashi, despite their prodigious talents, were overshadowed by a greater genius, Yotsuka. Yotsuka had indeed earned the third Hokage's utmost respect, having surpassed the capabilities of a mere genin, to the extent that even some J-nin struggled to contend with him. This revelation left the third Hokage astounded. After all, even his disciple Orochimaru had suffered injuries at Yotsuka's hands, requiring a month of recuperation. The growth and strength of Yotsuka brought immense joy to the third Hokage, as he held deep emotional ties to Yotsuka's family, particularly given the sacrifices Yotsuka's father made for the village, ultimately giving his life. Before his passing, he entrusted Yotsuka to the third Hokage, who, despite not constantly monitoring him, treated Yotsuka as a surrogate son. Thus, the third Hokage's happiness in Yotsuka's formidable prowess stemmed not only from an enhancement of Konoha's strength but also from heartfelt sentiment. Currently, Yotsuka's prowess has transcended that of both Genin and Chunin. Consequently, although Sarutobi Asuma and his peers are considered distinguished within the ranks of Genin, they pale in comparison to Yotsuka's formidable abilities. Thus, during this forthcoming joint friendship tournament of the 5 Kages, the third Hokage harbors considerable expectations for Sarutobi Asuma. While claiming the championship may be an unrealistic ambition, securing a position within the top 10 seems attainable, especially under the guidance of his esteemed Hokage father, which undoubtedly enhances his capabilities. Reflecting upon the imminent tournament, the third Hokage sighed inwardly. The reality was far from the ease that he had previously conveyed to Yotsuka. This joint friendship tournament was primarily orchestrated by Konoha, aimed at showcasing national strength and asserting dominance. The motivation behind hosting this event was not genuine camaraderie, but rather stemmed from ulterior motives. As it stands, the ninja world has only just emerged from the devastating aftermath of the Second Shinobi World War, which concluded a decade ago. Most ninja villages remain in a phase of rebuilding and recovery. The Second Shinobi World War was marked by severe casualties, with numerous exceptional ninjas lost. Notably, among the 5 Kage for perished, the Raikage was ambushed during the alliance ceremony by the duo known as Jin and In, succumbing to grave injuries, while the Hokage bravely served as bait, engaging in battle against over 20 elite Jonin led by Jin and In, ultimately exhausting himself to death. It was during that time that the third Hokage rose to prominence, subsequently being appointed as the third Hokage by the second Hokage. Both the Tsuchikage and the Pseudo-Kage perished during that period, meeting their end in a mutual destruction. Consequently, among the 5 great nations, only the Kazekage survived by a stroke of luck, while the leaders of the other 4 nations fell, underscoring the brutal intensity of that ninja world war. Moreover, it was not only the demise of Ing that transpired, numerous other elites also perished. For instance, the parents of the Scorpion of the Red Sand from the Land of Wind were slain by Sakumo Hitaki, the father of Kakashi Hatake. It was this very battle that earned Tsukumo the illustrious title of Konoha's White Fang. The village of Konoha suffered substantial losses as well. Tsunade's brother, Nawaki, fell victim to an ambush, inadvertently stepping into a trap laden with explosive tags. He was instantly killed by the detonation, and after his demise, the enemy desecrated his remains, intending to extract his organs to craft a human puppet, as was reportedly the desire of the Wind Country. However, their sinister plan was thwarted when the people of Konoha discovered the grim scene before the puppet could be fashioned, ultimately retrieving the lifeless body of Nawaki, already ravaged. This series of events profoundly traumatized Tsunade, leading her to develop a severe case of hemophobia. Tragically, her beloved, Dan Cat, also perished in this brutal conflict. Ambushed by the enemy, he met a gruesome fate, with his kidneys violently dislodged in the attack. Despite Tsunade's swift arrival and her unparalleled medical prowess, she was unable to save Dan's life. The loss of these two significant individuals, one a brother, the other a lover, left Tsunade utterly devastated, plunging her into a debilitating spiral of despair and alcoholism. Were it not for the constant support from Jiraiya and Orochimaru, she might still be ensnared in the shadows of that fateful time. Thus, it can be asserted that while Konohagakure emerged victorious from the Second Shinobi World War, it simultaneously bore the weight of profound loss. The village may have claimed victory in the immediate sense, yet strategically, it suffered a defeat. Had Dan not fallen, he might have been poised to succeed the third Hokage and ascend as the fourth. Moreover, the geographical location of Konohagakure is exceptionally unique. On a positive note, it lies at the very heart of the continent, positioned at the center of the world. Conversely, it borders the four great nations and is encircled by numerous smaller states. Should conflict arise, Konohagakure would inevitably be affected and could even find itself embroiled in a global war. Consequently, the strategic placement of Konohagakure dictates the necessity for formidable military strength. Otherwise, it faces the looming threat of invasion and potential annihilation by other nations. This moment in time is indeed remarkable. The reason for this is that the major nations find themselves in a state of rebuilding and revitalization. In the aftermath of the Second Shinobi World War, each nation has suffered considerable losses in personnel. Therefore, if a decision were made to instigate another conflict at this juncture, it would likely catch the opponent off guard. Given that the adversaries have yet to fully replenish their ranks, they may be severely undermanned and thus vulnerable to substantial defeat. These various factors compel the third Hokage to contemplate the current circumstances of Konohagakure, prompting the organization of this summit of the five Kage under the guise of fostering communication and strengthening bonds of friendship. In reality, this was orchestrated to showcase the prowess of the Hidden Leaf Village and to unveil the potential of its next generation, sending a clear message to other nations: refrain from provoking us, or you shall face dire consequences. This encapsulates the true intent of the third Hokage. Consequently, the third Hokage placed immense importance on the participation of the lower-ranked ninjas in this tournament, with the most significant among them being Yosaka. The third Hokage even regarded Yosaka as the ultimate trump card of the Hidden Leaf, certain that he would astonish other nations. At this moment, Yosaka remained blissfully unaware of the intricate political machinations surrounding him. He was deep in slumber, indulging in dreams filled with exquisite culinary delights from the human realm, while a multitude of rewards from the system poured in incessantly. Chapter 27. The Utility of Steel Slicing Flash. Following his previous practice of stone throwing with Iam, Yosaka gained a profound understanding of the application of steel slicing flash. In close quarters, steel slicing flash serves as a formidable slashing technique. In the realm of mid-range combat, this technique can serve as a formidable method of widespread attack and can even be employed for defensive purposes. For instance, when faced with an onslaught of shurikens or other projectile weapons hurled by an adversary, one may invoke the steel-cutting flash to unleash a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades, effectively knocking down those concealed weapons. The essence of the steel-cutting flash lies in its mastery over wind, harnessing the sharpness of this element to deliver strikes powerful enough to sever steel. Thus, it embodies a unique utilization of wind attributes, fundamentally akin to the transformation of elemental properties. Previously vanquished by the swift strike of Yosaka, Might Guy has now awakened in the hospital. Unlike Kakashi and Asuma Sarutobi, Might Guy possesses an unwavering optimism and an indomitable spirit. Consequently, he did not succumb to despair as Asuma did after his defeat. Instead, following his encounter with Yosaka, Might Guy's resolve has only intensified, brimming with fervor and determination, as he pledges to make defeating Yosaka his ultimate goal. This has also altered the dynamics from the original work, where Might Guy set his sights on Kakashi. In this incarnation, the inclusion of Yosaka has shifted the entire timeline and character relationships. Yosaka is indeed formidable, yet I, Might Guy, will not yield. One day, I shall surpass Yosaka. Such is the essence of youth. Might Guy proclaimed loudly, then instinctively executed a whirlwind kick, inadvertently shattering the light bulb overhead. Might Guy, what mischief have you wrought this time? A furious nurse stormed into the corridor, her voice echoing with indignation. Meanwhile, after their stone-throwing practice, the interactions between Ayam and Yosaka had noticeably relaxed. Previously shy in their exchanges, Ayam now exhibited a newfound confidence. Otsutsuki Ichiraku observed his daughter's jubilant return and smiled softly, reminiscing about his own youthful days and the first date with his wife. How nostalgic the youth of today can be. Lost in thought, Otsutsuki Ichiraku was suddenly confronted by the visage of that enigmatic figure, half black and half white, who referred to himself as Absolute. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he contemplated. Anyone who dares to disrupt my life shall meet their demise. A week had elapsed since Yosaka's summons by the third Hokage. That afternoon, while savoring tea in his office, the third Hokage suddenly recalled an important matter. Ah yes, the first phase of the tournament will include an examination, ostensibly to assess the theoretical knowledge of the participants, yet in truth, it serves to evaluate their capacity for intelligence gathering. Can Yosaka handle this? The third Hokage felt a twinge of anxiety. He acknowledged Yosaka's combat prowess, a veritable force against any lower-ranked ninja. However, when it came to intelligence acquisition, the third Hokage harbored doubts about Yosaka. The sole skill Yosaka had displayed thus far was his swordsmanship, and the third Hokage could hardly fathom how one could extract information without the enemy's awareness solely through swordplay. Thus, the third Hokage decided to place a call to Yosaka. Hello, Yosaka? What are you up to? Yosaka mumbled, his mouth full of rice, as he answered the phone. I have a question for you. Go ahead, what is it? If one wishes to gather intelligence on an enemy, how can one do so without alerting others? The third Hokage inquired over the line. Without a moment's hesitation, Yosaka replied, You're the Hokage. How do you not know this? Why ask me? On the other end, the third Hokage nearly slammed down the phone in frustration, but considering that Yosaka was a crucial asset in showcasing strength to the other four great nations, he took a breath and calmly asked, I meant you specifically, what would you do? On the other end of the line, Yotsuka swallowed a mouthful of rice, pondered for a moment, and replied, Of course, I would simply slay the enemy and leave one alive to interrogate. The third Hokage, overwhelmed with disbelief, thought to himself, I was inquiring about how to approach the situation without alarming the adversary, and yet here you are, suggesting a full frontal assault. However, upon further reflection, the third Hokage considered that if it were possible to swiftly eliminate the other foes without causing any commotion, leaving only one survivor, perhaps that was not entirely unfeasible. Yet, he recognized that such a strategy was clearly not suitable for an examination context. Thus, the third Hokage posed another question. Now, if you found yourself in an examination, unaware of the answers but compelled to pass, with someone nearby who possesses the knowledge, how would you acquire that person's answers without alerting the proctor? Yotsuka contemplated this, feeling momentarily stumped, for he had always resorted to direct action when faced with dilemmas. There was nothing a single strike could not resolve, and if there were, then 2 strikes would suffice. Yet, in this instance, devoid of the option to resort to violence, he found himself at a loss. Well, I suppose I wouldn't know. However, I could contact the examiner privately after submitting my paper and threaten him that if he does not ensure my passing grade, I would resort to violence, Yotsuka suggested, feeling a surge of excitement at his cunning solution. Upon hearing Yotsuka's response, the third Hokage felt as if he had struck his head against a wall. This was utterly absurd. Was he really suggesting such blatant misconduct? It appeared highly unlikely that Yotsuka could obtain information through any discreet means. What to do? Yotsuka was the strongest contender in the Konoha team, yet if he failed to pass the first written test, where would that leave their village's reputation? Moreover, if he were eliminated due to failure in the written exam, while there were other talented genin like Kakashi, it was essential to acknowledge that other nations also possessed their share of prodigies. At that point, the third Hokage could not guarantee their chances of securing victory. Therefore, it was imperative that Yotsuka pass the initial written examination. There could be no alternatives. He must succeed. However, the cancellation of the written test was out of the question, as it had been unanimously decided upon during a prior summit of the 5 Kage. The purpose was to ensure that ninjas were not merely brawn without brains, as acquiring intelligence was a crucial attribute. Thus, the written exam could not be annulled. They would have to devise another plan. Could it be that they would need to provide Yotsuka with the answers in advance to facilitate cheating? Upon contemplating this matter, the third Hokage was immediately beset by a sense of overwhelming concern, for the examination questions had only been released the night prior. He estimated that Yotsuka possessed sufficient prowess to memorize the answers within such a limited time frame. However, the prospect of allowing Yotsuka to be eliminated from the competition filled the third Hokage with considerable dismay. After much deliberation, he ultimately resolved to enlist the assistance of Shuji Sanjo to provide Yotsuka with guidance on the exam topics. Since Shuji would also partake in formulating the questions, the third Hokage shared his own queries with him, instructing Shuji to elucidate the concepts to Yotsuka. Consequently, this arrangement would ensure that Yotsuka could secure at least 20 or 30 points in the examination. As for the remaining questions, given their similar nature, they were merely variations of a common theme. Thus, as long as Yotsuka grasped the fundamental principles, passing the exam would be a mere formality. Promptly, the third Hokage sought out Shuji Sanjo, and after a lengthy discussion, Shuji set off to find Yotsuka. Ordinarily, Yotsuka would not have followed Shuji to memorize the questions. However, considering that winning the competition would grant him the opportunity to savor the legendary and delectable taiyaki, as well as the ancestral golden soup beef noodle of the third Hokage's family, Yotsuka resolved to patiently engage in learning from Shuji Sanjo. The scene of Yosaka diligently studying left the other students utterly astounded, as if they had encountered an extraterrestrial being, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. What? Am I blind, or have I fallen under an illusion? That fellow Yosaka is actually studying seriously. What on earth? Exclaimed Shiranui Jinkan, his expression one of disbelief. Please, hit me. I must be dreaming. How could Yosaka possibly be studying earnestly? This cannot be real. Irika gasped in astonishment, his face reflecting utter incredulity. Without a moment's hesitation, Shiranui Jinkan delivered a punch to Irika's face. Bang! Irika collapsed to the ground, immediately turning to gaze at Yosaka, who was intently focused on his work. His face a picture of shock. I am not dreaming. Have the sun risen from the west? It was not only the two of them who were taken aback. A considerable number of onlookers had gathered, drawn in by the spectacle, including Noera-rin and Yuyako. Well, Yosaka-kun is actually studying seriously. Truly my idol. He looks so handsome while learning, Noera-rin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Yuyako, standing beside her, also gazed at Yosaka with starry eyes. Previously, she had thought Yosaka was impressive in battle, but now she realized he was equally captivating while studying. What is going on? Why has Yosaka suddenly begun to study with such fervor? At that moment, Tsukikage Shippu squeezed through the crowd, equally astonished. I don't know. Perhaps he has developed a sudden passion for learning, answered Natsu Rado beside him. What kind of answer is that? It's as good as saying nothing. Tsukikage Shippu replied. Exasperated, engrossed in memorizing questions, Yosaka remained oblivious to the fact that he was being observed by a gathering of onlookers. Before him lay a paper filled with more than a dozen questions alongside their corresponding answers. For instance, one query posed, if Ninja A were to hurl a shuriken at an angle of 30 degrees, at what distance and angle should Ninja B launch another shuriken to deflect the one thrown by Ninja A? Another scenario described a dense forest that one must navigate, highlighting various considerations to heed while within. These inquiries were exceedingly intricate and posed a significant challenge. The answers alone spanned 7 or 8 lines, and in some instances, they filled entire pages. Consequently, from morning until now, Yotsuka had managed to memorize only the answer to the first question. Glancing further down the page, he was met with vast expanses of text that left him feeling overwhelmed. Curse it, this is so difficult to memorize. Yet, if I do not pass this initial written examination, I shall be barred from participating in the subsequent competition. The third Hokage insists this is to test a ninja's capacity to gather intelligence. While the reasoning is sound, if I possess the ability to eliminate my enemies directly and forge ahead, wouldn't I be spared from such stealthy endeavors? I truly detest memorizing these questions. However, for the sake of the legendary golden beef noodles passed down through the generations of the third Hokage, I shall persevere. At that moment, Yotsuka recalled something Jiraiya had previously mentioned about a special device designed for surreptitiously observing women while bathing. It seemed quite formidable, though regrettably, he lacked the knowledge to utilize it. With a disgruntled expression, He gnawed on his pen and continued his arduous task of memorization. At that moment, the timid Mitsuhashi Shuji returned from the restroom, and upon seeing a throng of students gathered around Yosaka in the classroom, he felt a surge of anxiety. Should anyone disturb Yosaka while he was memorizing answers, leading to a failure in his recitation, the third Hokage would undoubtedly hold him accountable. Thus, Mitsuhashi Shuji stealthily approached, and when Iruka spotted him, he was about to greet him. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he noticed Mitsuhashi making a gesture, prompting him to immediately fall silent. The others around them quickly understood the unspoken cue and refrained from speaking. Keep your voices down. We must not disturb Yosaka, otherwise I shall impose a punishment of 500 shuriken throws upon him, Mitsuhashi Shuji whispered fiercely. At that moment, Kakashi quietly inquired, Teacher, why has Yosaka suddenly taken to studying? Is there something you are concealing from us? Mitsuhashi Shuji's expression darkened. It was indeed Kakashi, the prodigy. No wonder he was renowned for his brilliance. His intellect had already grasped the underlying nuances without needing further explanation. Reflecting on this, Mitsuhashi Shuji felt a wave of exasperation. Just look at Kakashi. With his sharp mind and combat intelligence, this was precisely the ability to gather intelligence. Merely from the peculiar behavior of Yosaka earnestly studying, he had deduced that something was amiss. Meanwhile, Yosaka had only managed to memorize a single answer after an entire morning. Mitsuhashi Shuji was tempted to smack Yosaka with an eraser, but regrettably, he wished to live a few more years, for he knew he could not best Yosaka. Thus, Mitsuhashi Shuji addressed Kakashi, there are indeed matters at hand. Yet I cannot disclose them to you at this moment. However, you shall soon be informed, so do not dwell on it for now. Then, he turned to the others and whispered, let us disperse. Anyone still within my sight in 5 seconds will face the penalty of 500 shuriken throws. Move quickly. Without hesitation, Nara Shikamaru quietly exclaimed and was the first to leap out of the window, with the leadership of Shiranui Genkan. The others hastily fled the classroom in a frenzy. Thus, only Mikami Shuji and Yosaka remained within the room. Yosaka, how is your memorization progressing? Mikami inquired with a gentle demeanor. Quite well. I've already memorized half of the second problem. Yosaka replied with enthusiasm. What? Mikami's heart screamed in disbelief as a wave of dizziness overcame him. What on earth? You mean to tell me that after an entire morning, you've only managed to memorize 1.5 problems? This is absurd. Mikami felt his blood pressure surge instantly. Chapter 29. Why not? Mikami felt as though he might faint on the spot. At this pace, the friendship competition would likely conclude before Yosaka could fully memorize everything. Moreover, Haichur Mikami harbored grave doubts. Once Yosaki memorized the answer to the final question, would he still be able to recall the answers to the preceding ones? In truth, Mikami had already arrived at an answer in his mind. Oh, spare me, he thought, overwhelmed with exasperation at why the third Hokage had assigned him this task. Could there not be a change in personnel? At that moment, with a fleeting sense of hope and a touch of whimsy, Mikami ventured to ask Yosaki, do you still remember the answer to the first question? After a moment's contemplation, Yosaki nodded and replied, I can't recall it. Mikami felt as though his mind was teetering on the brink of explosion. Why did you nod? Shouldn't a lack of recollection warrant a shake of the head instead? Why would you affirm? At the instant Yosaki nodded, a glimmer of hope ignited in Mikami's eyes, as if the heavens themselves were favoring him, leading Yosaki to not have forgotten the answer to the first question. Yet, just as the flicker of hope blossomed within him, Yosaki's next utterance cast him from paradise into despair. At that moment, tears nearly brimmed in Mikami's eyes. His overwhelming emotions compelled him to exclaim, Yosaki, how long will it take you to memorize this? You cannot proceed like this. It's far too slow. However, the moment those words escaped his lips, regret washed over him. Impulsiveness is a devil. How could he have acted rashly? Upon hearing Mikami's reprimand, Yosaki immediately furrowed his brow, for he too was becoming increasingly vexed. The difficulty of these questions and answers rendered the task of memorization exceedingly arduous. In this dreary and monotonous endeavor of memorizing questions, how could one possibly find it more interesting than indulging in delectable treats at the snack street? Where is the thrill of training alongside CHBU? Tossing stones in a spirited manner? Were it not for the tantalizing allure of the third Hokage's ancestral golden broth beef noodles and the exquisite taiyaki from the land of lightning, would he truly endure the torment of grappling with these convoluted questions and answers? Thus, in a sudden eruption of frustration, Yosaka swiftly drew his blade. A flash of white light cutting through the air. In the next moment, a crisp crack echoed as the paper before him, along with the desk, was cleaved in two. No more. This is insufferable, Yosaka exclaimed, rising in a fit of anger, only to behold the perplexed figure of Shuji Misaka standing frozen in place. His mind was consumed with the desire to engage in a bout to vent the irritation of his earlier studies. Let us duel, Yosaka proclaimed, his blade aimed directly at Shuji Misaka. At that moment, Misaka was utterly bewildered. He had repeatedly reminded himself to remain patient and composed, to resist any impulsive actions. Yet, here he stood, caught in the impulsive wrath of Yosaka, who was now intent on a one-on-one confrontation. Misaka, well aware of Yosaka's prowess, felt a surge of trepidation. He had no desire to face Yosaka in combat, for he knew he could not prevail, nor did he wish to end up in a hospital bed. However, he understood that Yosaka's challenge was not a request, but rather an inevitable summons. Refusal was not an option. Just as Misaka felt the weight of anxiety pressing down upon him, the classroom door creaked open. A middle-aged man entered, and Misaka caught a glimpse of him. Feeling as though he had spotted a savior. "Lord Hokage," he exclaimed, rushing to hide behind the third Hokage, his back drenched in cold sweat. Once concealed behind the esteemed Hokage, Misaka finally exhaled, realizing his heart was racing, pounding furiously as if it were about to leap from his chest. It was evident how tense he had been. Despite being surrounded by allies, the thought of sparring, even in a friendly manner, was more nerve-wracking than facing an actual foe. "Ahem, Yosaka, I've heard you're quite adept at memorizing questions," the third Hokage remarked, feigning ignorance with a light cough. "Humph, third Hokage, these questions are exceedingly difficult. Bordering on the impossible. I refuse to continue," Yosaka exclaimed with frustration, yet he was not entirely incorrect. The essence of this examination was never genuinely intended for individuals to arrive at the answers. It was deliberately designed to pose a challenge, making it nearly impossible for candidates to respond correctly, thereby allowing them to discreetly leverage their own abilities to cheat and acquire the answers from their peers. Hence, Yosaka's assertion that these questions were not meant to be answered was indeed accurate. Even the exceptionally intelligent ninja Kakashi Hatake would likely falter in attempting to solve them. And even the very creator of the questions, the third Hokage, would struggle to provide the correct answers. Indeed, you are correct. These questions were never meant to be answerable. The third Hokage remarked, somewhat awkwardly. "What? You never intended for anyone to answer them? Then why are you asking me to memorize them? Why allow others to attempt them?" Yosaka was perplexed by the third Hokage's meaning. Thus, the third Hokage found it necessary to explain the true significance of this written examination to Yosaka. After listening to the third Hokage's explanation, Yosaka nodded thoughtfully, saying, "I see now. No wonder you called me to inquire if I had any methods to obtain others' answers. It all makes sense now." The third Hokage nodded with a sense of resignation, knowing that he should not have revealed this to Yosaka. This examination was intended not only to assess the candidate's ability to gather information, but also to evaluate their skills in identifying problems and adapting accordingly. Clearly, when faced with questions that exceeded the capabilities of a mere genin, one should recognize that this itself was a form of indirect assessment, determining whether the candidates could discern the essence of the challenge. It was evident that the crux of this written examination was to encourage them to seek out the answers through alternative means. Upon discerning the essence of the problem, resorting to cunning methods such as cheating or copying answers becomes the second evaluative aspect of this written examination. Thus, despite being merely a modest test, it encompasses numerous points of assessment. As a ninja, one must first possess the ability to observe keenly and listen attentively, discerning profound insights from seemingly trivial details, thereby inferring the broader context of a situation. The first written examination serves precisely this purpose. However, Yotsuka is rather exceptional, prompting the third Hokage to speak directly to him, thereby omitting a step in the evaluation process that discerns the subtle from the obvious. Yet, there was no alternative. The third Hokage certainly did not wish for Yotsuka to be eliminated in the very first round of the exam. Chapter 30. A new ability, I see. Yotsuka murmured to himself. He was not an unreasonable person, having now grasped the significance of this initial written examination. He understood why the third Hokage resorted to such a strategy, concerned that he lacked any special abilities to gather information, and that the questions were beyond human comprehension, leading to his potential disqualification. Reflecting on this, Yotsuka helplessly remarked, "Third Hokage, was it difficult for you to sneak into the women's bathhouse to observe how they use that shield? If you could teach me that technique, wouldn't I be able to discreetly glimpse the answers of others?" At that moment, the third Hokage, sipping water, was taken by surprise by Yotsuka's comment, leading him to sputter a mouthful of water and subsequently choke, resulting in a fit of violent coughing. Meanwhile, Sanj Hideshire gazed skyward, proclaiming his ignorance of the situation. Yosaka, do not speak recklessly. When have I ever stolen a glance at women bathing? After clearing his throat, the third Hokage promptly admonished Yosaka. Jiraiya mentioned to me last week while we dined at a Chiraka ramen that your shadow technique surpasses his, allowing you to spy on women bathing without revealing your presence. Quite impressive. The third Hokage gritted his teeth, contemplating the implications of Jiraiya's words. He resolved to discipline these youngsters for their indiscretion in discussing such matters, showing no gratitude for the teachings that enabled Jiraiya's escapades. If not for his guidance, how could Jiraiya have ever attempted to sneak a peek? Now it seemed he had been betrayed. At that moment, the third Hokage slightly turned his head, directing his gaze towards Sanj Hideshire. Sanj, taken aback, quickly grasped the unspoken cue and feigned ignorance, declaring, I have not encountered the third Hokage today. I am completely uninformed. The third Hokage, feeling both embarrassed and enraged, retorted, do not listen to this fool. I have never engaged in such behavior. Sanj eagerly nodded in agreement. Indeed, I trust the integrity of the third Hokage. He would never stoop to such actions. Yet, internally Sanj mused, I find that hard to believe. Lord Jiraiya is notoriously lecherous. As the saying goes, an unprincipled teacher begets unprincipled students. It seems quite plausible that the third Hokage, being Jiraiya's mentor, could accompany his pupil on such escapades. Seeing Sanj's fervent conviction, the third Hokage felt somewhat reassured. However, his attention turned back to Yosaka, and his stress intensified. At the current rate, there was no way Yosaka could master the material before the competition. What should he do? Perhaps implement a special reward to allow Yosaka to bypass the first round? The third Hokage contemplated this notion but quickly dismissed it, knowing other nations would never permit such an advantage. Thus, he began to ponder how Yosaka could acquire the answers from the other candidates. Third Hokage, what if we equip Yosaka with an earpiece and I relay the answers from a distance? Sanj proposed. No, the third Hokage promptly rejected the idea. That method is too blatant and would undoubtedly be discovered. The consequences of disqualifying Yosaka are trivial compared to the embarrassment it would bring to our nation. What shall we do? Sanj lamented, his brows furrowed in thought. Isn't it simply a matter of obtaining information without others noticing? This isn't a complex issue. What? Do you have a unique approach in mind? Upon hearing Yosaka's words, the third Hokage and Mukiyama Yasaka immediately gazed at her with eyes alight with hope, as if she were a beacon of salvation. Yosaka nodded and replied, no. At that moment, the third Hokage coughed up blood, collapsing onto the ground. Mukiyama Yasaka, momentarily engulfed in darkness, nearly fell as well. The third Hokage inwardly lamented, why did you nod? You clearly have none. What was the point of that nod? Due to his previous experiences, Mikami Shuji instinctively prepared himself when he saw Yosaka nodding. Yet, he could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. Thus, when Yosaka uttered the word no, Mikami was struck hard, though it was somewhat less severe than the reaction of the third Hokage, who had received genuine emotional damage. At that moment, the third Hokage rose from the ground, seizing Yosaka's shoulders with urgency, exclaiming, what on earth are you nodding for? Yosaka replied, I wanted to surprise you. Was this truly a surprise? It felt more like a shock. Yosaka waved his hand and smiled slightly, saying, all right, I've understood the situation. I will find a way to develop a method to acquire information from others, so you need not concern yourself with this matter. Really? Mikami Shuji wore a skeptical expression. Indeed, Yosaka replied, his demeanor serious, but he added, however, you must provide me with a delicacy I have never tasted before. As long as you can procure it, I assure you I can develop such an ability. Are you certain? The third Hokage inquired, his face marked by doubt. Yes, Yosaka affirmed with a nod of gravity. Very well, I shall trust you this once. The third Hokage declared with a serious expression, willing to take a risk for the sake of Konoha. Believing that Yosaka would not jest about such a matter, he then turned to Mikami Shuji, exchanged a few words, and with a nod, Mikami vanished in an instant. I have instructed Mikami to fetch that delicacy, though it will take some time. You should return home. This evening, Mikami will deliver the items to your residence. Remember not to go out tonight. All right. By the way, what kind of delicacy is it? Yosaka inquired, salivating. It's a secret. The third Hokage chuckled, then turned and exited the classroom. Thus, the entire afternoon was spent by Yosaka in a state of imagination and anticipation. What could that delicacy the third Hokage mentioned possibly be? What type was it? Dessert? Snack? Dish? Barbecue? Staple food? As Yosaka pondered, he opened the system. His earlier words were not mere banter. For as long as he could taste new delicacies, he could exchange for a perception-type ability. With this newly acquired ability, he could obtain the answers written on others' papers. Moreover, it would further enhance his steel flash technique, yielding a trifecta of benefits. On the other side, Haichir Mikami was making his way to the Yosaki residence, a box clutched in his hands. Chapter 31, Pizza. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon, and Yosaki opened it to find Haichir Mikami standing on the threshold, cradling a large box. This is what the third Hokage asked me to bring you, Haichir Mikami panted. Breathless from the extensive journey he had undertaken that afternoon, a veritable test of endurance and physical stamina. Well, is this the delicacy the third Hokage mentioned this afternoon? Yosaki exclaimed, eyes wide with delight as he gazed at the sizable box, unable to contain his eagerness to discover its contents. I'm exhausted. Well, I've delivered the goods. So I'll take my leave now, Haichir Mikami said, offering a brief farewell before departing without looking back. His fatigue was palpable, and it was unclear where he had procured such an item. Nevertheless, the third Hokage had granted Haichir Mikami a promise of half a month's paid leave, which had persuaded him to accept this task. Once Haichir Mikami had left, Yosaki promptly placed the large box onto the table. The box was substantial, nearly half the size of the table itself, spacious yet surprisingly thin, almost like a board. This only heightened Yosaki's curiosity about what kind of culinary delight it could possibly contain. From the shape of the box, Yosaki surmised it might contain a type of flatbread. As he opened the box, an intoxicating aroma wafted forth. An intriguing medley of scents: roasted meat, grilled fish, cheese, and fruit. To his astonishment, Yosaki beheld the contents of the box, a magnificent pizza. Moreover, this grand pizza stands apart from its counterparts. It is an amalgamation of several distinct flavors, harmoniously blended together. The first aspect that captures the eye is the barbecued meat segment, adorned with succulent grilled meats and sausages, seasoned with a rich barbecue marinade and cumin, exuding an intense aroma that instantly tantalizes one's taste buds. As one's gaze shifts clockwise, it encounters the fruity section, generously sprinkled with an assortment of mangoes, strawberries, durians, apples, and pineapples. Despite being baked, it still emanates the delightful and sweet fragrance characteristic of fresh fruits. Following this, one arrives at the seafood portion, which boasts an array of shrimp, lobster, scallops, and chunks of grilled fish, all radiating the distinctive freshness that only seafood can provide. The final segment of the pizza is adorned with an enticing array of cheese, shredded meat, salad dressing, and jam, which is equally irresistible. Thus, this grand pizza is composed of these 5 distinct parts, presenting a veritable cornucopia of ingredients that dazzles the eye, leaving Yosaka momentarily bewildered as to which portion to indulge in first. It is simply exhilarating. Yosaka, salivating and wide-eyed, gazes at the pizza before him, already anticipating that upon devouring this delectable creation, the system will undoubtedly bestow upon him new rewards, and he will also be able to exchange for a newfound perceptual ability. Speaking of which, Yosaka currently boasts impressive offensive capabilities. His defensive strength is correspondingly robust due to his high attack power, although his speed and agility may be slightly lacking. The overwhelming nature of his offensive prowess compensates, ensuring he does not fall behind. However, it is in the realms of perception and battlefield reconnaissance that there remains a significant void. Despite possessing formidable offensive capabilities, a deficiency in reconnaissance and perception inevitably places one in a reactive position. Yosaka, unwilling to remain perpetually on the defensive, seizes the opportunity presented by the upcoming competition to enhance his perceptual and reconnaissance abilities, thereby cultivating a more holistic and robust skill set devoid of weaknesses. After all, while his cutting techniques are undeniably powerful, not every challenge in this world can be resolved through mere slashing. Numerous jutsu cannot be vanquished by blades alone. For instance, the Naruto clan's shadow manipulation technique eludes Yosaka's ability to sever it with his sword. Although Yosaka's cutting prowess has reached astonishing heights, capable of cleaving flames and slicing through waterfalls, he remains powerless against the shadows, leaving him with no effective countermeasure against shadow binding techniques. Thus, his only recourse is to eliminate his opponent before being ensnared by the shadows, a strategy that diverges from Yosaka's philosophy. His ideal is to counter every technique, rendering his adversaries despondent. Yet, it is evident that he cannot fundamentally dismantle the Nara clan's shadows and must resort to alternative methods to circumvent them. There are many similar techniques, such as the Yamanaka clan's mind transfer jutsu and various sophisticated illusions, which cannot be resolved through Yosaka's cutting techniques at this stage. Therefore, it is imperative for Yosaka to bolster his capabilities in other areas, striving for a comprehensive skill set devoid of vulnerabilities. As he contemplated the benefits he might gain from indulging in pizza, Yosaka fantasized about whether the system would enhance his proficiency in the steel slash or amplify the potency of his will-inflicting strikes, or perhaps bestow upon him a new ability altogether. One certainty remained. Yosaka aimed to exchange for a capability related to reconnaissance and perception. After a moment of deliberation, he spun the pizza box on the table, eagerly anticipating which segment would face him when it came to a halt, intending to commence his meal from that portion. With a vigorous twist, he closed his eyes, estimating the moment the box would cease its rotation, then opened them to find the barbecue section facing him. Thus, he decided to start with that slice. Yosaka quickly tore off a piece of pizza, its surface adorned with a layer of cheese that stretched enticingly as he pulled it apart. The moment it touched his palate, he was enveloped by a rich amalgamation of barbecue and cumin flavors, the meat seemingly infused with a hint of Orleans flair, sweet yet savory. With a subtle spiciness that danced across his taste buds, a delightful complexity that defied mere words. The barbecued meat above is truly exceptional. It boasts a crisp exterior while remaining tender and succulent within, accompanied by a delightful infusion of juices. Its texture is neither dry nor overly soft, exhibiting an impressive elasticity, making it a veritable masterpiece of grilled delicacies. How exhilarating this is! Yosaka exclaimed, and in the next instant, the sound of the system's notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired a level 2 skill exchange voucher, which can be redeemed for one level 2 skill. Well, it worked. I will use this level 2 skill exchange voucher to obtain a reconnaissance skill shortly. Chapter 32. Skills upon seeing the system's pop-up notification. Yosaka felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, for he had confidently assured the third Hokage just the day before that he would indeed secure a reconnaissance skill. Had the system failed to provide this notification, his inability to acquire the reconnaissance skill would have left him in an embarrassing predicament. Thankfully, the system delivered the prompt, granting him a level 2 skill exchange voucher, which allows him to redeem a skill. Such vouchers are categorized by levels, ranging from level 1 to level 5. With level 1 being the most potent and decreasing thereafter. The skills available for redemption with these vouchers are drawn from the world of Naruto, whereas the skills awarded by the system typically do not originate from that universe. Level 5 skills may include common jutsu, such as the Shadow Clone technique or the Great Fireball technique. Level 1 allows the exchange of forbidden techniques, such as the Wind Release, Rasengan Shuriken. As for super techniques like Dust Release, Wood Release, and even Sound Release, acquiring these requires 5 level 1 exchange vouchers. Such high-level ninjutsu necessitates a bloodline limit for utilization. When 5 level 1 vouchers are expended, the system automatically grants the corresponding bloodline limit for the desired technique. Additionally, it facilitates compatibility, enabling one to possess multiple bloodline limits without conflict. However, obtaining level 1 exchange vouchers is exceedingly challenging, thus far. Yosaka has never acquired a level 1 voucher, and even with this instance, has only obtained 2 level 2 vouchers. Skills exchange vouchers are probabilistic in nature. One must first indulge in exquisite cuisine, and it must be their initial experience to have a chance of receiving a skill exchange voucher. As the skill exchange tickets ascend in rarity, the probabilities of acquiring them naturally diminish. Thus, Yosaka had never harbored hopes of obtaining a level 1 skill exchange ticket. Receiving a level 2 ticket today was already a delightful surprise. Yet, even in the absence of this level 2 ticket, Yosaka held confidence in his ability to exchange for the skills he desired. This was due to the system's provision of options during rewards, allowing one to decline a reward and select a different type, from which the system would randomly bestow a new reward. However, before Yosaka could fully process the joy of acquiring the level 2 skill exchange ticket, he was startled by another notification from the system. Ding! The mechanism for the chosen one has been triggered, granting a supplementary reward with a 1 in 10,000 chance. Body technique, Great Freedom Celestial Method X1. What? Another skill? Yosaka's eyes sparkled with excitement. His blood pressure surged, nearly overwhelming him with exhilaration. Great Freedom Celestial Method. The very name sounded formidable. Yosaka could hardly contain his exuberance. Leaping into the air, performing front and back flips, utterly at a loss as to how to express his elation. Wow. Third generation, this pizza of yours is remarkable. Granting me 2 skills with a single slice. Excellent. Third generation, I know you wish for Konoha to clinch the championship in this friendship tournament. I, Yosaka, shall assist you in this endeavor and ensure that Konoha emerges victorious. Haha. In a state of unrestrained excitement, Yosaka reflected on how these 2 skills were bestowed upon him through the pizza gifted by the third generation, thus enhancing his fondness for him. He resolved to help the third generation secure victory in the competition, as a gesture of gratitude for the unexpected boon of acquiring 2 skills. Alright, let me first examine what this great freedom celestial method entails. While savoring his pizza, Yosaka perused the system's description of the great freedom celestial method. This ancient technique, crafted by the divine being, the great freedom celestial, is characterized by extraordinary speed, high agility, and the ability to traverse spaces effortlessly. Its core principle is encapsulated in the concept of freedom, liberating one from all constraints, enabling supersonic flight, instantaneous short-distance movement unaffected by barriers, and significantly enhancing agility, truly the pinnacle of body techniques. Wow, is it truly that powerful? Once I master this great freedom celestial method, my deficiencies in movement shall be rectified. If I then exchange for a reconnaissance or perception skill, wouldn't I be soaring to new heights? With this thought, Yosaka suddenly paused, realizing that he had indeed become remarkably formidable. As he continued to enjoy his pizza, he meticulously studied the great freedom celestial method, discovering that, at its peak proficiency, the skill could achieve speeds of up to 20 Mach, truly terrifying. Moreover, it possesses the extraordinary capability of instantaneous movement within a certain distance, and this is genuine teleportation, not merely a fleeting technique. In comparison to the Flying Thunder God technique, it is far superior, as it does not require any markers. One can appear wherever desired. Furthermore, it disregards barriers, enabling one to escape even when ensnared within a boundary, thus truly embodying the essence of freedom. However, at present, the proficiency of Yosaka in the Great Freedom Immortal technique remains relatively low, preventing the attainment of such an extraordinary ability. Therefore, there is a necessity to continuously indulge in various delicacies to enhance this skill. Subsequently, after reviewing the Great Freedom Immortal technique, Yosaka began to explore the available level 2 abilities, seeking a reconnaissance-type ninjutsu that appealed to him. Approximately 20 minutes later, Yosaka finally discovered a ninjutsu that suited him, named air current perception. This technique enables one to sense the subtle changes in the air currents, thereby perceiving the circumstances within its range. Since the atmosphere is saturated with air, any movement by an object, even the slightest, will disturb the air, causing minute currents to arise. The perception of airflow entails sensing the subtle variations in the air to discern the condition of others. Moreover, it enables the acquisition of sounds transmitted through the air, amplifying these sounds within one's ears to achieve the effect of eavesdropping. The aforementioned ability represents the passive effect of airflow perception. In other words, it can only detect movement of objects within a certain range. Without motion, the air remains still, rendering it imperceptible. However, one can actively induce airflow, thereby sensing objects within the vicinity, akin to the functionality of sonar. The method is quite simple. For instance, by utilizing wind techniques to create a gentle breeze, one can achieve this effect. Chapter 33. Airflow Manipulation. Yosaka felt that the skill aptly named Airflow Manipulation was particularly suited to him. Although this ability may not possess the extensive range of certain perception skills, it enables him to discern the movements of adversaries, which significantly enhances his close combat efficiency, especially in battles that require meticulous maneuvers. For example, when an enemy thrusts a flurry of blades in rapid succession, the speed of their attacks may surpass the capacity of mere eyesight to keep pace. At such moments, by attuning to the subtle shifts in the airflow, one can accurately perceive the enemy's actions and respond accordingly. Moreover, should the enemy employ visual deception techniques, such as the visual illusions cast by the second Mizukage's Grand Illusion, or similar to the techniques of darkness that render one's sight ineffective, one can still rely on the minute variations in airflow to ascertain the enemy's movements and position. Thus, this ability holds advantages that many sensory skills lack. It bears resemblance to Jiraiya's spatial barrier reconnaissance. However, unlike Jiraiya's technique, which cannot detect sound, airflow manipulation can amplify auditory signals, achieving a similar effect to auditory transmission, allowing one to hear even the faintest sounds. Consequently, It enables a dual perception of both airflow and sound for reconnaissance purposes. Furthermore, airflow manipulation can synergize with the steel-cutting flash, making it an exceptionally fitting ability for Yosaka. He expressed great satisfaction with this power. Nevertheless, akin to the Great Freedom Sage technique, its current efficacy is still somewhat limited, preventing the utilization of many formidable effects. Yet it is sufficiently functional. With these two skills at his disposal, I feel as though I am endowed with the wings of a tiger. This time, in the friendship tournament, victory is assured. Yosaka brimmed with confidence. He could now be regarded as possessing no discernible weaknesses. Even his perceptive abilities, once lacking, had been perfected. It could be asserted that beneath the rank of Jonin, few could contend with him, and even among Jonin, it was uncertain who could truly match him. In fact, Yosaka contemplated seeking out Konoha's White Fang or Jiraiya's disciple, Minato Namikaze, for a spar. The former was reputed to wield an exceptionally high level of swordsmanship, while the latter possessed the formidable Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan, techniques capable of claiming lives in an instant. Yosaka was eager to test his newly acquired skills in airflow manipulation and the Great Sage technique against Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. However, it was said that Minato was currently preoccupied with the election for the fourth Hokage, rendering him unlikely to have the time for such a duel, despite Yosaka's eagerness. Following the recent Five Shadows Friendship Tournament, we now approach the preparatory phase for the election of the fourth Hokage. Yosaka has overheard whispers among his classmates, indicating that the competition for the esteemed position of fourth Hokage is fierce, with numerous contenders vying for the title. Notable candidates include the father of Kakashi Hatake, Tsukumo Hatake, Jiraiya's disciple Minato Namikaze, and the esteemed Uchiha Shursui of the Uchiha clan, along with the leader of the Umbu, Danzo Shimura, a close friend of the third Hokage. It is evident that Konoha will be bustling with activity in the foreseeable future. However, these matters hold little concern for Yosaka. His current objectives are twofold: to indulge in an array of culinary delights and to assist the third Hokage in securing victory in this tournament, nothing more. Thus, after savoring an entire large pizza to his satisfaction, Yosaka succumbed to a blissful slumber. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage gazed with dismay at Orochimaru, inquiring, "Are you truly unwilling to participate in the election for the fourth Hokage?" Among his three students, the third Hokage held Orochimaru in the highest regard for the role, believing him to possess the requisite strength and composure to govern the village. Furthermore, Orochimaru's wealth of scientific knowledge could potentially be harnessed to enhance the prowess of Konoha, should he ascend to the position of Hokage. Among the other two candidates, Jiraiya, despite his considerable prowess, is known for his unruly nature and his excessive indulgence in carnal pleasures, which renders him less suitable than Orochimaru. On the other hand, Tsunade's temperament is overly aggressive, coupled with her vices of heavy drinking and gambling. Although she is not entirely unfit for the position of Hokage, she pales in comparison to Orochimaru. Consequently, the third Hokage has high hopes for Orochimaru. To his astonishment, Orochimaru declined to participate in the election, which significantly raised the third Hokage's blood pressure. It is worth noting that had Orochimaru chosen to run for the position, with the current third Hokage's endorsement, it would have been highly likely that the fourth Hokage's position would have been secured by him. Yet, Orochimaru himself expressed a lack of interest in becoming Hokage. "Indeed, I have no desire for the position of Hokage. Please seek another candidate," he stated, nodding impassively. The third Hokage, exasperated, placed a hand on his forehead and lamented, "You are my most favored candidate for the role of Hokage. Why do you not wish to assume this responsibility? Your research could greatly benefit from the increased resources that come with the position." Orochimaru chuckled softly in response, "At present, I do not find myself lacking in resources. However, becoming Hokage would entail managing numerous affairs, consuming much of my time and energy, and I prefer to avoid such constraints." Understanding that Orochimaru had made up his mind, the third Hokage reluctantly acquiesced. At that moment, Jiraiya leaned closer to the third Hokage's desk, half of his body over the table, and suggested, "My student, Minato Namikaze, has also thrown his hat into the ring for Hokage. I believe he is quite capable. Perhaps you might consider casting a vote for him." Naruto Uzumaki. This young man indeed possesses remarkable qualities, be it his prowess, character, intellect, or even his appearance. He is an exceptionally fitting candidate for the role of Hokage. The third Hokage stroked his beard thoughtfully, reflecting on this, and a wave of regret washed over him as he cast a glance at the newly appointed Hokage, his eyes flickering with a hint of helplessness. Had Dan Kato not met his untimely demise, the notion of a Hokage candidate would have been rendered moot. For the position of the fourth Hokage would have undoubtedly been secured for Dan Kato, a fate already sealed. Alas, the third Hokage sighed deeply and mused. Although this is the case, there are still a few individuals who are equally commendable, such as Konoha's White Fang and Uchiha Kagami, both of whom are excellent choices. As he spoke, the third Hokage paused, choosing not to elaborate further, yet it was clear to all present, be it Orochimaru, Jiraiya, or Tsunade, whom he referred to, Shimura Danzo. Chapter 34. Shimura Danzo. Upon contemplating this name, a profound silence enveloped the room. After all, Danzo was indeed one of the most formidable figures within Konoha. Having dedicated over a decade to the Umbu, wielding immense power, second only to the Hokage in authority and might. Furthermore, Danzo's strength was formidable. Although few had witnessed his true capabilities, whispers from clandestine sources hinted at his prowess. For instance, a special operations team composed of 20 elite jonin from a foreign land once aimed to execute a decapitation strike against Danzo, intending to severely cripple Konoha's special forces. However, that elite squad found themselves utterly vanquished by Danzo alone. While the specifics of the battle remain shrouded in mystery, the mere fact that he single-handedly dispatched 20 elite jonin speaks volumes of his prowess. Moreover, the absence of any disturbances that might have alerted others suggests that either Danzo had erected barriers to conceal the confrontation from external perception, or he possessed undisclosed techniques that enabled him to swiftly eliminate those 20 elite jonin. Regardless of the circumstances, it stands as testament to Danzo's formidable strength, which may well rival that of the Hokage himself. The organization to which Shimura Danzo is affiliated, known as Root, specializes in handling the unsavory tasks that are inconvenient for the Leaf Village to address openly. The strength of its members is formidable. For instance, the legendary Konoha White Fang, Hatake Sakomo, previously emerged from Root, and there are several others of comparable prowess within its ranks. Thus, it can be asserted that Shimura Danzo's personal capabilities and the power he wields should not be underestimated, as he is only marginally inferior to the Hokage. Consequently, should he choose to run for the position of Hokage, his prospects appear quite promising. The upcoming election for the fourth Hokage is marked by a multitude of candidates, each possessing remarkable strength, rendering the competition exceedingly fierce. However, from another perspective, this is a positive development, as it signifies that many individuals in Konoha have attained near Hokage-level abilities, which is a significant boon for the village. Reflecting on this, the third Hokage cannot help but sigh, lamenting that if only Dan Kato had not perished, his exceptional prowess would have enabled him to contend effortlessly against any of the current Hokage candidates. His spirit transformation technique grants him the ability to separate his soul from his body, allowing for nearly light-speed flight and near immunity to any form of attack. The sole drawback is the vulnerability of his physical form. However, locating and assaulting his true body is no simple task. Observing Orochimaru's reluctance to pursue the Hokage position, the third Hokage refrains from pressing the matter and shifts the discussion towards the upcoming Allied 5 Kage Summit Friendship Tournament. This event is not merely a competition. The top 10 participants will be awarded the title of Chunin, essentially functioning as a mini Chunin exam. Thus, from both a national perspective and in terms of securing the Chunin title, the intensity of this tournament will be considerable. In the absence of an entity of Yosaka's caliber in Konoha, the strength of the participating individuals does not provide a significant advantage over other nations. This scenario would complicate matters further and intensify the competition. After all, other countries also boast numerous prodigies, such as the Scorpion of the Wind Country, whose puppet techniques are highly acclaimed, even receiving praise from the esteemed Tsunade Senju. Additionally, the Lightning Country's Killer Bee, a Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, wields formidable strength, as does the Two Tails Jinchuriki, Nibi, from the same nation. Even Kakashi and his comrades would hesitate to claim an assured victory against these formidable opponents. Therefore, excluding Yosaka, the strengths of these individuals are essentially on par with one another, and none would dare assert an unwavering superiority over the others. Should someone boast of their guaranteed victory over their peers, the third Hokage would undoubtedly scoff, questioning the credibility of such bravado. After all, how could one achieve such a lofty claim without substance? However, if the speaker of this statement is Yosaka, the third Hokage truly believes it is quite plausible. With Yosaka's involvement, the third Hokage expresses great confidence in the Konoha representative team for this upcoming competition. Although the list of participants has yet to be finalized, and the matter remains undisclosed, The third Hokage already has an inkling of who might take part. At this moment, the third Hokage suddenly recalls that Yosaka had claimed to possess a means to cultivate a reconnaissance or perception ability. On that occasion, the third Hokage had even instructed Mizukami to procure a signature 5-meat pizza from a century-old pizzeria at the Konoha border to present to Yosaka. He wonders whether Yosaka has truly developed the reconnaissance and perception abilities as he professed. Speaking of Yosaka's love for gourmet food, the third Hokage finds it quite peculiar. He has observed Yosaka closely for several years. Ultimately, the third Hokage concludes that Yosaka's strength seems to augment with his culinary indulgences. Although the specifics remain unclear, the third Hokage has discerned this correlation, which is why he had Mizukami fetch the pizza, believing that gastronomy indeed enhances Yosaka's prowess. Jiraiya, if you have the time, why not test Yosaka's abilities and see what level he has attained? I am quite curious about it, he suggests. Please don't send me. I have no desire to spend time in the hospital, Jiraiya responds, waving his hand dismissively. Orochimaru has already been dealt with. You are the only one left to go. Do you wish to send Tsunade instead? The third Hokage retorts with a snort. Tsunade going is not an issue. Yosaka would undoubtedly falter under her single strike. Jiraiya replies nonchalantly. When I tell you to go, you shall go. Why all this unnecessary chatter? You spread rumors about me peeping at women bathing, and I have yet to settle that score with you. The third Hokage exclaims, furious. Wait, when did I say such a thing? You must be mistaken. Jiraiya exclaims in astonishment. Do you think I am unaware of your words? To spread such slander about me peeping at women bathing. This is a matter I intend to address thoroughly. The third Hokage declares, his expression one of ire. What do you mean by spreading rumors? Isn't that simply the truth? Jiraiya mutters under his breath, feeling guilty, which only serves to further infuriate the third Hokage. Chapter 35. Displaying abilities. At that moment, Yosaka's voice is heard from outside. I have heard everything you said. Yosaka? The third Hokage is taken aback. Tsunade walks over to open the door, while Orochimaru furrows his brow, stating, I recall that the Hokage's office is protected by a barrier. How could Yosaka overhear our conversation? Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya also adopted a serious expression. Indeed, the barrier should be capable of muffling sound. How could Yotsuka hear us? At that moment, Tsunade had already opened the door, revealing Yotsuka standing outside. Yotsuka, did you say you overheard our conversation? Pray tell, what exactly did you hear? The third Hokage inquired with keen interest. If Yotsuka's claims were genuine, it would indeed indicate a remarkable sensory ability. In that case, Yotsuka was true to his word, and he should excel in the written examination. I heard Jiraiya say you spied on women in the bathhouse. You insisted that I should not spread rumors. But Jiraiya affirmed that it was all true. Yotsuka replied earnestly. The third Hokage observed Jiraiya, who bore a mix of amusement and restraint. Clearing his throat, he redirected the conversation. What is this auditory ability of yours? How did you manage to hear all that? Yotsuka settled onto a nearby sofa and explained. I transmitted the sound through the wind to my ears and perceived your every movement through the air. Although there is a barrier, it cannot obstruct the flow of air, which allowed me to sense everything. Upon hearing Yotsuka's explanation, Orochimaru fell into contemplative thought. Tsunade frowned, deep in her own reflections, while Jiraiya appeared momentarily stunned. The third Hokage nodded appreciatively, an impressive ability, indeed. To perceive through the manipulation of wind or air currents is quite remarkable. I am astonished that you have mastered such a skill in such a short time. This alleviates my concerns regarding the written examination. After the third Hokage's remarks, Orochimaru's expression shifted to one of understanding, while Jiraiya and Tsunade grasped the mechanism behind Yotsuka's abilities. However, the specifics of how Yotsuka achieved this remained a mystery to them. Typically, to reach such a level of proficiency in wind release would require unparalleled mastery. Even the most skilled wind shadows had never demonstrated such extraordinary control over wind techniques, nor had they heard of anyone achieving such a level of expertise. Thus, Orochimaru and the others speculated that Yotsuka had unlocked some form of bloodline limit, granting him the ability to manipulate the wind. Yotsuka, in light of this, you must perform admirably and lead the Konoha team to victory. I assure you, I will honor my promise, the third Hokage said with a warm smile, holding Yotsuka in high regard. Were it not for Yotsuka's exuberant personality, he would have considered nurturing him in the manner of a Hokage. Rest assured, I am determined to claim those two delicacies. No one shall stand in my way. Anyone who obstructs me shall face my wrath. Yosaka spoke earnestly, instilling a profound sense of confidence within the third Hokage. Observing Yosaka's spirited demeanor, he felt completely reassured. While Yosaka might be deemed unreliable in various respects, the third Hokage held unwavering faith in his combat prowess. After exchanging a few more words, Yosaka returned home. Upon reaching his doorstep, he was taken aback to find Shusuke Mikami standing there. Curiously, he inquired, "Teacher, what brings you here?" Upon hearing the word teacher, Mikami was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. It was rare for Yosaka to address him so respectfully. Today, however, he seemed remarkably polite for reasons unknown. Mikami was utterly elated, as Yosaka was his student, and his remarkable abilities reflected positively on him as well. Unbeknownst to Mikami, Yosaka's cheerful disposition stemmed from having acquired two formidable skills after indulging in pizza, which had rendered him more courteous. "I have come to ascertain whether you have mastered the sensory ninjutsu in preparation for upcoming matters." Mikami adjusted his glasses, intent on confirming whether Yosaka had indeed developed the reconnaissance skills he had mentioned. If he had succeeded, Mikami could rest easy regarding the forthcoming written examination. Should he have failed, however, he would need to devise a strategy to ensure Yosaka's success. Given that the event was a joint competition among the 5 great nations, it was vital that they adhere to regulations. Mere assertions from Konoha would not suffice. "Oh, is that what this is about? I have already mastered it. Would you like to test it?" Yosaka replied. Instinctively, Mikami took a step back. The notion of testing made him wary. Did that imply a sparring session? If so, he was not keen on the idea of hospitalization. "If you intend to engage in a physical match, I must decline," he asserted, his expression one of caution. "That is unnecessary. I merely need to demonstrate my ability to gather information from others during the written exam," Yosaka said nonchalantly. "What do you require of me?" "Quite simple. Go into the room and write something. I will respond to what you have written." "Oh, are we simulating a scenario for cheating during the exam?" Mikami found the idea intriguing and nodded, proceeding to Yosaka's room where he retrieved a banknote and scribbled a series of numbers. As Mikami Hidesure was writing, Yosaka simply closed his eyes. Once Mikami completed his writing, Yosaka opened his eyes and remarked, "If I am not mistaken, you have inscribed a series of numbers." "Oh, you truly sensed it. Pray tell, what are those numbers?" Yosaka shrugged, replying, "How would I know?" "What? You don't know?" Mikami nearly fainted at that moment. Knowing it was merely numbers without any specifics was of little use. During an exam, if one could not discern what was written, how could one cheat or copy answers? "Indeed, I have just begun to master this ability and require further practice to comprehend what you have written on that paper," Yosaka lamented. "How much longer might that take?" "Approximately a week," came the response. Mikami let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, a week would suffice. Chapter 36. Indistinguishable Yosaka had only recently learned to manipulate air currents. Merely 3 days prior, and was thus limited to amplifying sounds through the air to his ears. However, he could not yet differentiate the specific types of sounds. If one were speaking, he could hear clearly, but when it came to writing, Yosaka could only ascertain whether the marks were letters, numbers, or symbols at his current level. Yet, as Yosaka continued indulging in culinary delights, his proficiency in air manipulation would undoubtedly improve. Based on his estimations, within a week, he would be able to discern the written content, as by then, he could interpret the frequencies and amplitudes of the sounds. Mikami felt as though he were on a roller coaster, soaring to dizzying heights and plummeting downwards, with his heart racing uncontrollably. Engaging in conversation with Yosaka without prior mental preparation could very well lead to his untimely demise. Suddenly, Mikami lowered his head and spoke gravely. "What?" Yosaka inquired, puzzled. Mikami slowly raised his head, his expression dark and serious, and said, "Yosaka, in the future, could you possibly complete your thoughts? Do you wish for me, Mikami Hidesure, to become a monochrome photograph?" Hilarity erupted from Yosaka, who burst into laughter. Mikami, exasperated, rubbed his forehead in disbelief. Being Yosaka's teacher necessitated not only formidable healing abilities but also an even greater capacity for psychological resilience. Otherwise, one would endure the blows of Yosaka's wit, only to succumb to the soul-crushing impact of his jests. Ultimately, one could find themselves quite literally dying from laughter. Fortunately, Mikami was a seasoned veteran, having witnessed Yosaka's unpredictable turns of phrase many times before, allowing him to approach their conversations with some mental fortitude, thus narrowly escaping a fatal reaction. "Very well. Since you have said as much, I shall place my trust in you. I have no further matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Having spoken, Mitsukami Shuji vanished in an instant. The following morning, within the classroom of the Ninja Academy, all the lower-ranking ninja students, including Yosaka, gathered together. Mitsukami Shuji stood at the forefront of the podium, announcing the upcoming 5 Kage Friendship Tournament set to take place next month. Upon hearing this news, the assembled lower-ranking ninjas were taken aback, as they had not anticipated that the participants would be lower-ranking ninjas rather than the senior ones. Naturally, some raised this very question. In response, Mitsukami Shuji provided a thorough explanation. On one hand, many senior ninjas from various nations were occupied with missions and could not depart easily. On the other hand, numerous individuals possessed unique skills, and participating in the competition might inadvertently reveal their distinctive techniques. This, in turn, could expose certain hidden aspects of their countries, which would not bode well for any nation involved. Furthermore, the strength of the competing participants was considerable, which could easily lead to conflicts and potentially unnecessary complications. Lastly, the vast potential of these lower-ranking ninjas meant that the issue of revealing one's strength was non-existent. Rather, it could highlight the future capabilities of their nations. Additionally, the ninjutsu employed by lower-ranking ninjas typically lacked great lethality, thereby minimizing the risk of injuries among participants. Thus, in light of these various considerations, the 5 great nations resolved to allow lower-ranking ninjas to partake in the tournament. Upon hearing the esteemed Shusuke Mikami speak of the competition, the individuals present were deeply engrossed in a singular query: the selection of participants. Who would be eligible to compete? Would it be an open registration or a carefully curated list? Or perhaps it pertained to other matters? Regardless, those who would represent the Hidden Leaf Village would undoubtedly be the C-Army de la C-Army among the Genin. Thus, being chosen as a participant was inherently a matter of great honor, a testament to one's prowess. Consequently, many cast their gaze towards Yosaka, for it was almost a foregone conclusion that he would be among the competitors. His formidable strength was widely acknowledged, having proven himself invincible against his fellow Genin. Should he not be selected, it would seem utterly implausible. Conversely, if he were chosen, it would be a clear indication of the Hidden Leaf's formidable capabilities. Although some had often found themselves bested by Yosaka in friendly sparring, any lingering resentment was swept aside in the face of the village's honor. They collectively hoped for his inclusion, as he was undeniably a pillar of strength. At that moment, Shusuke Mikami announced, "The list of competitors for this tournament has been meticulously deliberated upon by myself, several other instructors, and the 3rd Hokage. It has been finalized. I will now disclose the names of those who will participate. Should anyone wish to decline, please inform me, and I shall seek an alternative." Upon hearing these words, the crowd grew tense, their hearts racing with anticipation and anxiety. They simultaneously yearned for their names to be called, while fearing the very same. The desire to hear their names stemmed from the recognition of their abilities. For to be chosen as a competitor was to be acknowledged as one of the elite among the Genin. Those who wished to remain unnamed harbored a fear that their failures might lead to the retreat of Konoha. Consequently, the atmosphere was thick with anxiety, as if the tension had risen to their throats. Kakashi, with a sense of assurance, mused that he would surely be among the chosen, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, the anxious Moonlight Gale pondered whether he might also be selected, recognizing his own considerable strength, yet doubting whether his teacher had acknowledged it. Irika, on the other hand, thought it unlikely that he would be chosen, as his abilities were modest, thus rendering such worries unnecessary. Recently discharged from the hospital, Asuma Saratobi reflected that although he had been defeated by Yosaka, it did not imply his weakness. Rather, Yosaka was simply formidable, and he believed himself to be among the elite of the Genin. Uchiha Kagami silently asserted that he would undoubtedly be included, confident in his own prowess, which his teacher, Mikami, was well aware of. At that moment, Mikami Shuji announced the first name, Hatake Kakashi. A wave of excitement washed over Lin Noera, her face beaming with joy. Though she had anticipated Kakashi's selection, hearing his name spoken by Mikami was exhilarating. Kakashi? His inclusion was entirely expected, Moonlight Gale thought to himself. Kakashi's selection was hardly surprising. The question remained whether his own name would be called, as Tsunade Haruno contemplated. Chapter 37. The announcement of the list. Upon hearing his name, Kakashi nodded silently, affirming to himself that he had anticipated this outcome. The real curiosity lay in who else would be chosen. He assumed Yosaka would be among them. With his eyes closed in contemplation, Mikami Shuji called out another name, Asuma Saratobi. Irika thought to himself that he had suspected Asuma would be selected, given his impressive abilities and lineage as the Hokage's son. Asuma's selection sparked curiosity in Shikamaru, who wondered if he too might be chosen. Albeit he felt slightly inferior to Asuma. Shikamaru idly twirled a toothpick, lost in thought. Kakashi observed Asuma's direction, contemplating the similarities in their strengths. Recognizing that both he and Asuma were of comparable talent, each a genius in their own right, and though Asuma had previously fallen to Yosaka, it was more a testament to Yosaka's strength than any deficiency in Asuma. Upon hearing his name, Asuma Saratobi was engulfed by a surge of fervent emotion. I have been selected. I am about to represent the Hidden Leaf Village in battle. Every action I take, every triumph or defeat I experience, will embody the glory of Konoha. I must vanquish my adversaries and bring honor to my village, contributing my modest strength to its cause. At this moment, Asuma felt as though he had been reborn, casting aside the disheartenment of his earlier defeat at the hands of Yotsuka. What filled him now was a thrilling mix of excitement and apprehension at the prospect of charging into battle for Konoha, accompanied by a slight pressure, fearing that a loss could bring shame upon his village. His gaze drifted to the front row, where Yotsuka was slumped in sleep. In the past, such a sight would have filled him with disdain, deeming such behavior unbecoming of a student. Yet, after his enlightening conversation with the third Hokage, he had come to understand a profound truth. The rules are crafted by the powerful, and the powerful are always in the right, while the weak are perpetually in the wrong. Yotsuka possessed the strength and merit to doze off, if Asuma could best him. Even Yotsuka's audacious slumber in the classroom would be seen as a testament to his individuality rather than a flaw. Surely, Yotsuka would participate in this competition, and given his prowess, few could hope to surpass him. The presence of Yotsuka in the Konoha representative team would undoubtedly confer a significant advantage. Asuma mused quietly to himself when suddenly, a crumpled piece of paper sailed through the air, striking him on the head. Turning around, he found Karina Yuhi beaming at him, giving him a thumbs up. Karina, I shall strive earnestly. Asuma smiled back, his eyes radiating determination. Just then, the announcer, Haichir Mikami, called out the next name, Uchiha H. Sui. The crowd erupted in applause. Upon hearing the name Uchiha Shinsui, the crowd gasped in astonishment, surprised that he had indeed been selected. Among the students present, if anyone could contend with Yosaka, it would undoubtedly be Uchiha Shinsui. As the younger brother of Uchiha Shinsui, his body flicker technique was exceptionally formidable. Although Yosaka wielded a powerful swordsmanship, Uchiha Shinsui frequently evaded Yosaka's strikes with his remarkable speed, counterattacking with swift maneuvers that often caused significant trouble for Yosaka. Thus, the announcement of Uchiha Shinsui's selection sent ripples of shock through the audience. However, amidst their astonishment, they felt it was a logical outcome, for Uchiha Shinsui's prowess positioned him as the strongest contender present, second only to Yosaka. Consequently, upon hearing Uchiha Shinsui's name, an air of excitement enveloped the crowd, as they believed that the odds of victory in the upcoming 5 Kage Friendship Tournament had substantially increased. Meanwhile, even upon hearing Uchiha Shinsui's name, Yosaka remained blissfully asleep, lost in a dream where he triumphed over a ninja from the land of Earth on the tournament stage, leading the Konoha team to victory in the 5 Kage Friendship Tournament. In his dream, the third Hokage fulfilled his promise and treated him to his family's legendary golden broth beef noodles. Following that, the third Hokage whisked him away to the land of lightning to savor a delicacy known as taiyaki. Eventually, he received extraordinary rewards from the system, soaring into the air, vanquishing all who stood in his way. Thus, he remained oblivious to the ongoing announcement of participants. However, even if he were aware, he would not pay it any heed. At that moment, Masaka Haichir announced another name, Uchiha Obito. The crowd erupted in a chorus of surprise upon hearing the name Uchiha Obito, as they had not seen him for a month. Ever since he had sought a one-on-one duel with Yosaka due to Lin Nohara's influence, he had been mysteriously absent. Whispers circulated that he had been spotted in the hospital, confirming the speculation that he had been defeated and hospitalized by Yosaka in their encounter. Even without this concrete evidence, the majority harbored an 80% certainty that Uchiha Obito had indeed been felled by Yosaka in their clash. The prowess of Uchiha Obito is not to be underestimated. Although he may not surpass Kakashi, he is nonetheless formidable, particularly with the advantage of the Sharingan inherited from the Uchiha clan. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for Uchiha Obito to be included in the roster of participants for the upcoming 5 Kage Alliance Friendship Tournament. However, at this moment, Uchiha Obito is not present, and soon, someone will convey this news to the hospital. Uchiha Obito, how intriguing. It seems that this competition will undoubtedly be fiercely contested. Thought Rakage. Beside him, Sukakid Shippa felt a wave of anxiety, having already heard several names announced, yet his own remained unspoken. This left him in a state of unease, as being on the participant list signifies a recognition of strength. Consequently, the absence of his name implies exclusion from the elite ranks, a notion that Shippu found utterly unacceptable. It was not only a matter of self-worth, but also the concern that if he were not selected for the foremost tier, would Sukakid Shien regard him with disfavor? After all, the last time Shippu observed Shien's admiration for Yotsuka, it was due to Yotsuka's formidable abilities. Failing to secure a place this time would only deepen his fears of losing Shien's esteem. Chapter 38. The team leader. I must be included. I must be included. In the depths of his heart, Moonlight Gale fervently prays, embodying a strength that, while not on par with Kakashi, is nonetheless formidable, with only a slight disparity between them. In fact, he has even fought to a standstill against Asuma Sarutobi. His swordsmanship, though not as extraordinarily exceptional as that of Yosaka, remains remarkably proficient among the genin ranks. Despite Kakashi being the son of the legendary Konoha White Fang, inheriting his father's sword techniques, he still falls short of Moonlight Gale's prowess in this discipline. Kakashi's expertise is not solely confined to swordsmanship. He is a well-rounded shinobi, adept in taijutsu, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and sword techniques, which, while rendering him versatile, also prevents him from excelling in any single area. Nevertheless, this versatility does not detract from his combat capabilities. While it is often said that being a jack of all trades means being a master of none, it can also be viewed from another perspective. Kakashi possesses no glaring weaknesses. His comprehensive skill set affords him a myriad of strategies and approaches to confront diverse adversaries and assaults, thereby establishing a remarkably low threshold for failure. Whether faced with ninjutsu, taijutsu, sword techniques, or even jinjutsu, Kakashi is equipped with appropriate countermeasures, which is the essence of his formidable reputation. Although he may not shine in any one particular skill, and can find himself at a disadvantage against specialized opponents, his abundant tactics often allow him to engage in evenly matched battles. Thus, among the genin, Kakashi has earned the moniker of Hatake 50-50. Unless confronted by an opponent of Yosaka's extraordinary caliber, Kakashi remains a formidable combatant. Hence, his versatility stands as his hallmark, distinguishing him from his father, who excelled specifically in taijutsu and swordsmanship, while Kakashi embodies a robust balance across all disciplines. The Moonlight Gale shares some similarities with Yotsuka, primarily excelling in the art of swordsmanship. Excluding Yotsuka, who is an anomaly, Moonlight Gale's prowess in this discipline is indeed formidable, with few peers among his contemporaries. He possesses a remarkable innate talent for swordsmanship. After all, Yotsuka benefits from a system, while Moonlight Gale relies solely on his own merits. Moreover, Moonlight Gale frequently engaged in duels with Yotsuka, thereby continuously absorbing Yotsuka's merits and learning the formidable aspects of his swordsmanship, diligently enhancing his own skills. Thus, Moonlight Gale's prowess was commendable, albeit he maintained a relatively low profile, remaining inconspicuous. This demeanor, however, instilled a sense of unease within him. He worried that his lack of display might lead his instructor to underestimate his capabilities, potentially resulting in his exclusion from the selection. Just as anxiety gripped him, he heard Mikami Shuji call out, "Moonlight Gale." For a brief moment, Moonlight Gale was taken aback, before a surge of excitement illuminated his face. "It's me. At last, my name has been called," he shouted internally in sheer elation. Turning to glance at Yuin, he noticed her wearing an equally excited expression, which instantly uplifted his spirits and filled him with a wave of reassurance. "Thankfully, I have been selected. How wonderful, how splendid." A look of profound relief washed over Moonlight Gale's face, and he felt a considerable sense of calm settle within him. At that moment, Mikami Shuji announced two more names, Might Guy and Nara Shikamaru. The former was known for his eccentricity, while the latter was notably reserved, hence their selection caused little commotion. Curiosity began to arise regarding Yotsuka's absence. After all, Yotsuka was a significant force among the lower shinobi of Konoha. Many found it perplexing that his name had yet to be called. Why has Yotsuka been mentioned? Surely he should be part of this competition? Kakashi furrowed his brow in contemplation. Was Yotsuka reluctant to participate, or was there another reason? Moonlight Gale pondered similarly. Despite his slight resentment towards Yotsuka for stealing attention from Yuin, he still hoped for Yotsuka's participation in the contest. Although rivalries existed among these lower shinobi, the pursuit of national honor would always take precedence, a testament to Konoha's commendable patriotic education. Surely, Yotsuka's name will be called soon. His strength would undoubtedly serve as a crucial asset for Konoha in this competition, thought Uchiha Fugaku, maintaining his composure. Just then, Mikami Shuji spoke again. The leader for this competition is Yotsuka. A gasp swept through the classroom, as everyone was taken aback by Mikami Shuji's announcement. Even Kakashi, who was typically composed, widened his eyes in disbelief. What? Yotsuka is the leader. The very thought of it. Moonlight Gale's pupils trembled as he gazed at Yotsuka, feeling as though the chasm between them had widened. To think Yotsuka had been appointed as the leader, yet his abilities certainly warranted such a position. How intriguing. Uchiha gazed at Yosaki with a faint, enigmatic smile, choosing silence over words. Yosaki-kun is truly impressive, having become the team leader. I always knew he would rise to such a position. After all, he is the leader. Haha, splendid. Yosaki-kun is so handsome. Noera Rin's eyes sparkled with admiration as she regarded Yosaki, for a woman's nature is to be drawn to strength. Kajimizuki glanced at Shiin and observed that she, like Noera Rin, looked upon Yosaki with unabashed reverence. This sight tightened Kajimizuki's heart. His previously settled emotions were once again suspended in uncertainty, inundated by a wave of insecurity that reignited his anxieties. Damn it! Shiin's gaze has been ensnared by Yosaki once more. This cannot stand. I must surpass Yosaki at once. Kajimizuki muttered through clenched teeth. Yosaki, you are the leader for this occasion, Mikami Shuji called out to Yosaki, who remained lost in slumber. Yosaki. Mikami called again, his voice rising. Yet Yosaki continued to sleep, even snoring audibly. How infuriating. Yosaki, at such a critical moment, you choose to sleep? Do you not care for your dignity? Mikami's frustration mounted as he hurled a piece of chalk at Yosaki. The chalk sailed through the air in a graceful arc, striking Yosaki squarely on the head. Yosaki stirred, groggily awakening with drool still lingering at the corner of his mouth. Yosaki, it's your turn, Mikami said, striving to maintain his composure. Oh, is it mealtime? Yosaki replied, bewilderment etched on his face. Yosaki, you were sleeping during class. Mikami exclaimed in exasperation, though he refrained from being too harsh. As Yosaki's impulsive nature could lead to violence, a confrontation Mikami would be ill-equipped to handle. At that moment, Yamamoto Taichi, seated beside Yosaki, nudged him with his elbow, saying, the teacher just mentioned the upcoming 5 Kage United Friendship Tournament, and you are our representative team's leader. Yosaki took a moment to gather his thoughts, finally nodding in acknowledgement, uttering a vague, oh, I understand, before returning to his slumber with his head resting on the desk. Seriously, Mikami felt his blood pressure rise, utterly frustrated by Yosaki's nonchalance. It was crucial to recognize that the position of team leader signified the strongest presence in the group, a role that would have thrilled Asuma or Kajimizuki. However, familiar with Yosaki's temperament, Mikami forced himself to suppress his irritation, redirecting his focus to the assembled students. The contestants I just announced have been selected based on a comprehensive evaluation of your abilities by myself, other esteemed instructors, and the 3rd Hokage. They represent the strongest cohort among the genin. Upon hearing the words of Mitsushima Shuji, Sarutobi Asuma smiled and nodded, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment and self-assurance. Though not the strongest, he belonged to an elite group, a fact worthy of celebration and an acknowledgement of his prowess. Similarly, Kakashi and others shared in this joy, relishing the recognition of their abilities, for they were still young and often placed great value on such honors. The remaining classmates who were not selected should not be disheartened. A ninja's path is one of enduring humiliation and bearing burdens to fulfill their missions. Although their skills may not yet suffice, with diligent effort, they too can rise to the ranks of those chosen. The tides of fortune shift over the years, and no one can claim eternal superiority over others. After offering words of encouragement to those not selected, Mitsushima Shuji proceeded to discuss some important considerations for the upcoming Allied 5 Kage Friendship Tournament, such as refraining from provocation and avoiding the premature display of one's abilities. For Yosaki, these matters were entirely inconsequential. He remained immersed in slumber, dreaming once more of ascending to the esteemed position of Hokage. In his reverie, the entire village of Konoha was awash with delectable delicacies, causing his system to nearly overflow with rewards. Upon the conclusion of class, Kakashi summoned Yosaki, eager to engage in a friendly spar to assess the current level of his own prowess. However, after a moment's contemplation, he ultimately decided against it, for he feared the possibility of being swiftly dispatched by Yosaki's blade, rendering any assessment of his strength futile. Consequently, Kakashi opted to invite Asuma Saratobi for a bout instead. After class, Yosaka wandered aimlessly down the street when he suddenly noticed a gathering of people ahead. Curiosity piqued, he moved closer to investigate. It appeared that a newly opened shop was hosting an event titled Fruit Ninja. Yosaka glanced at the game rules, which conveyed that participants would be tasked with slicing fruit thrown from the opposite side with a knife. Any attempt to slice other objects would result in immediate disqualification. Each successful cut of fruit would yield points, and the individual with the highest score would be awarded a newly launched fruit tart from the establishment, along with various other prizes. Those who are eliminated, as well as those placed third and beyond, shall bear the cost of the fruits that have been severed. Oh, Fruit Ninja? How intriguing. This indeed poses a test of both skill and reflexes, perfectly suited for me. After observing for a while, Yosaka discerned the nature of the challenge. The vendor places fruits and various objects into a machine, which then randomly propels them outward. At times, fruits and other items are launched simultaneously. The items are projected at an astonishing speed, requiring participants to slice the fruits within a designated area. Failure to do so results in disqualification beyond the specified range. Several young individuals were already partaking in the challenge, and one of them, unfortunately, struck a wooden block instead of the fruit with his blade. According to the rules, he was disqualified and obliged to pay the corresponding fee. Thus, the young man, with a crestfallen expression, complied and paid the amount. The two individuals continued with their endeavor, yet a singular rule prevailed. Should 3 fruits fall uncut to the ground, the game would cease, and no further attempts could be made. Thus, Yotsuka surveyed the current leaderboard, where the leading score stood at 135 points. He felt confident he could surpass this record. Consequently, Yotsuka approached the stall, paid the 10 yuan registration fee, and prepared to take his turn once the 2 participants concluded their attempts. In a swift turn of events, one young man made an erroneous cut, resulting in his immediate disqualification, while the other failed to react swiftly enough, allowing 3 fruits to plummet to the ground, thereby bringing his efforts to an abrupt end. The individual's score stood at 122 points. If he were to persist a while longer, there was indeed a promising chance of surpassing the record. For now, he could only settle for second place. Next, the vendor bellowed. Stepping forward, Yosaka drew his katana with an air of confidence, positioning himself behind the yellow line, ready to confront the initial wave of attacks. Begin. With the vendor's commanding shout, he pressed the button on the machine. In an instant, 2 indistinct forms erupted from the nozzle of the machine. Yosaka, with swift precision, slashed down, producing 2 sharp sounds as the shadows transformed into 4 segments that fell to the ground. The onlookers focused intently, revealing 2 halves of a banana and an orange, cleanly severed. Remarkable. This lad strikes with astonishing speed, quick, precise, and ruthless, an elderly gentleman remarked, stroking his beard. But this is merely the first wave. Let us see how many more he can endure, another bystander chimed in. At this moment, the second wave commenced. A series of whooshing sounds resonated through the air as 3 swift, indistinct shapes shot from the machine's nozzle. Yosaka executed 2 rapid slashes, and the 3 forms immediately revealed their true identities: 2 halves of an apple and a strawberry, alongside an intact small rubber ball. Clearly, the ball was cleverly mixed in with the fruit to confuse the participants. Striking the ball would lead to disqualification. Nonetheless, Yosaka's strikes were both swift and precise, completely ignoring the rubber ball. Thus far, his performance was commendable, yet it was merely the beginning, prompting the spectators to continue watching intently. Chapter 40. Challenging the record after enduring another 7 or 8 waves of fruit slicing. Yosaka had cleanly and effortlessly severed the fruits ejected from the machine without making any errors. Up to this point, he had successfully navigated 12 waves, without missing a single piece of fruit. This indicated that he still had 3 opportunities to slip up. By this time, the quantity of items ejected is no longer the initial 2 or 3. Instead, the number of fruits expelled in one wave has reached a remarkable 12, comprising 8 fruits and 4 wooden blocks, rendering this a considerable challenge. This is because from the moment the items are ejected to the point they exit the range for cutting, the trickster is afforded merely 2 seconds. In the span of merely 2 seconds, Yosaka must discern which objects are fruits and which are mere distractions that cannot be cut. Subsequently, he must swiftly slice each fruit, completing the entire process within this brief time frame. The speed at which the fruits and distractions are ejected is astonishingly rapid, surpassing even the velocity of shurikens hurled by hand. Thus, enduring through the 12th wave, Yosaka has truly showcased remarkable prowess. Initially, the onlookers numbered only 7 or 8, but now their ranks have swelled to over 20. Completely encircling the fruit ninja's stall in layers, all eyes fixated on Yosaka as he deftly wields his blade to slice the fruits. At this juncture, as the barrage of projectiles intensifies, each wave of fruit attacks becomes increasingly perilous. A mere moment of misjudgment could result in a cut to a distraction, leading to elimination, or an unresponsive mind and body might cause him to overlook a fruit, resulting in his own failure. What an impressive young man. His knife skills are nothing short of extraordinary, and his reflexes are lightning fast. In such a short time, he can clearly distinguish between fruits and obstacles and slice them all with precision. Truly remarkable, remarked an elderly gentleman with a serious demeanor as he observed Yosaka. Indeed, not only does he distinguish them, but when those fruits and distractions are launched, I can barely make them out, yet this young man effortlessly cleaves them apart. It's astounding. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would have thought he belonged to the Uchiha clan. Another chimed in. Yes, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan excels in such feats, as it can slow down the movement of objects, thereby enhancing one's reflexes. Yet, this lad accomplishes this solely with his ordinary vision. Truly, a hero emerges from youth. Absolutely. It is indeed a cause for celebration that our Leaf Village boasts such a promising next generation. They laughed heartily. In that moment, the crowd surrounding them buzzed with admiration for Yosaka, comprising individuals of all ages and even a few high-ranking shinobi. These elite shinobi, upon assessing their own abilities, realized they could not match Yosaka's skill. By the 8th or 9th wave of fruit attacks, their eyes, minds, and bodies had already begun to falter in response. Consequently, they held Yosaka in high esteem. Hey, do you know who that kid is? He looks like he should be a genin, asked one of the Jainin, nudging his companion with his elbow. The companion shrugged in exasperation and replied, I don't know them. After all, I am already a high-ranking ninja, and I spend most of my time training and completing missions. I hardly have leisure to concern myself with the affairs of the lower ranks. Among them, I only know Sarutobi Asuma and Hatake Kakashi. Beyond that, I am unaware. Indeed, who has the time to observe the lower ranks? This young man is truly formidable. Just moments ago, when he unleashed a barrage of 12 items, even though I did not step forward myself, I could tell that with my keen eyes and quick mind, I would not have been able to sever all the fruits in time. It is highly likely I would have misstruck and missed at least 2 fruits. I concur. This lad is genuinely impressive. Moreover, the most astonishing part is that he has not even awakened the Sharingan, yet he can achieve such feats. Color me impressed. As the 2 high-ranking ninjas engaged in their lively discussion, a red light illuminated the fruit launching machine, accompanied by the chime of bells. Here it comes again. Upon hearing the sound of the bells, the previously chattering ninjas fell silent, their eyes fixated on the machine's nozzle. Not just them, but the crowd of onlookers, who had been buzzing with conversation, also ceased their chatter, the atmosphere growing tense with anticipation as everyone concentrated on the machine's spout, awaiting the 13th round of fruit assaults. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next instant, a series of whoosh sounds pierced the air as shadows erupted from the machine's nozzle. The nozzle swayed erratically during the launch, causing the projectiles to follow unpredictable trajectories. In that fleeting moment, 13 shadows appeared before Yosaka, scattered in various positions around him. The objects hurtling through the air were so swift that most spectators could not discern whether they were fruits or other items. All they saw was a mass of shadows launching towards Yosaka like an imposing wall. In the blink of an eye, Yosaki's eyes gleamed with intensity as he swiftly drew his katana. A flash of white light surged forth, accompanied by the sound of slicing air. In the next moment, countless fruit pieces rained down upon the ground. There were oranges, apples, strawberries, and more. Behind Yosaka, 7 wooden blocks lay scattered on the ground, remnants of this wave's distractions. What? This wave yielded only 5 fruits, while the distractions comprised 7, exclaimed a young man clad in ninja attire, his voice incredulous and loud enough for all to hear. Consequently, expressions of shock spread across the faces of those present as they gazed at the 7 wooden distractions on the ground, a collective awe washing over them. What did these 7 distractions signify? 13 objects soared into the air, the majority of which were mere distractions. This meant that when Yotsuka encountered these diversions, he had to divert his gaze to discern whether what lay before him was fruit or an illusion. Such an act would undoubtedly scatter his focus, thereby increasing the challenge manifold. Nevertheless, even under these circumstances, Yotsuka wielded his blade with remarkable precision, effortlessly slicing through every piece of fruit. His technique, his skill in severance, and his reflexes left the entire audience in awe. Chapter 41. The astonishing Yotsuka with sheer strength. A Chunin observed Yotsuka, utterly astounded. Just based on Yotsuka's slicing technique and reflexes, this Chunin resolved that he could not possibly defeat Yotsuka. Meanwhile, not far from the Fruit Ninja stall, individuals had already begun to spread word about the stall and the happenings at Yosaka. Sitting inside Ichiraku Ramen, as he savored his noodles, Mikami Shuji overheard the conversation of two passers-by. Hurry, hurry. There's a fruit-cutting stall over there, and the skill of that lower ninja is absolutely remarkable. They've already surpassed 13 waves and are closing in on the record of 16 waves. It's truly exhilarating. Let's go take a look. Upon hearing their exchange, Mikami Shuji pondered. Cutting fruit? Fruit ninja? He had encountered this so-called fruit ninja stall before during a mission in the Land of Lightning, where he had seen the stall on the bustling streets. He understood that although the game appeared simple, its difficulty escalated significantly with each passing wave. Out of curiosity, he had once tried his hand at it, only to be eliminated at the 9th wave due to a momentary lapse. He had struck an obstacle and missed some fruit. Oh, so it's that game. While it's somewhat entertaining, it's nothing extraordinary. It seems the people of Konoha are quite intrigued by it, he mused, continuing to eat his noodles, harboring no particular interest in the stall nearby, intending only to finish his meal and return home for a nap. However, just as he began to chew his noodles, his motion slowed to a halt. Lower ninja? 13th wave? A look of perplexity spread across Mikami Shuji's face. This batch of lower ninjas from Konoha were all his students. At first, he hadn't grasped the implication, but now it dawned on him. This signified that his students were over there, and they were on the verge of challenging the top record. Who could it be, so skilled as to reach the 13th wave? Even as their teacher, I only managed to get to the 9th wave. Caught in this line of thought, Mikami Shuji suddenly froze. Fruit ninja, cutting fruit with a blade. Could it be that lower ninja, Yosaka? The moment this thought took root in his mind, it expanded uncontrollably, distracting him from his meal. Driven by an overwhelming curiosity, he abruptly abandoned his half-finished bowl of noodles and rushed towards the fruit ninja stall. Dad, why did teacher Mikami suddenly run off? He seems quite flustered. As he burst out of Ichiraku Ramen, Ayam happened to emerge from the kitchen with a small bowl of extra noodles and witnessed Mikami Shuji's hasty departure. Curious, she inquired of the nearby Otsutsuki Ichiraku, who replied with a beaming smile, there's a stall called Fruit Ninja, and an exceptionally skilled contestant is reportedly about to challenge the record. Oh, I see. Ayam murmured as she transferred the noodles from her small bowl into Mitsukami Shuji's bowl, subsequently placing it into the warming box, contemplating that perhaps Shuji would return to continue his meal. However, she held no interest in that so-called fruit ninja. Regardless of anyone's prowess, it failed to pique her curiosity. Just as Ayam was about to retreat to the kitchen, she overheard Otsutsuki Ichiraku remark, "Do you think the person could be Yosaka?" Ayam halted mid-step, her posture frozen, one hand still lifting the curtain. She then turned, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she inquired, could it truly be Yosaka-kun? Instantly, memories of their training session, throwing and chopping stones, flooded her mind, and she found herself considering that Yosaka indeed possessed remarkable skill in playing Fruit Ninja. Otsutsuki Ichiraku smiled subtly. Why not go see for yourself? Then I shall take a quick look, Ayam replied, her head bowed, a flush creeping across her face. She felt a twinge of hesitation to meet her father's gaze, as if it held some unspoken meaning. Hastily, she untied her apron and fled outside. Ah, such is youth, Ichiraku mused with a knowing smile, recalling his own experiences of courtship from years past. Meanwhile, at a tea house, Tsukiyomi Kazekage and Yuyake were enjoying tea when Saratobi Asuma rushed in, leaning on the table. Urgency etched across his face. Hurry. Yosaka has survived 14 rounds in Fruit Ninja, just 2 more and he'll break the record. What? Tsukiyomi Kazekage exclaimed, astonished. He had played the game himself, managing to reach the 10th round, yet Yosaka had already surpassed him to the 14th. Let us go, let us go. Kazekage sprang to his feet, grabbing Yuyake's hand and dashing out with Asuma, while Yuyake let out a surprised hey. Her cheeks flushed as she was pulled along. In a supermarket, Kakashi Hitaki, perusing the aisles, spotted Uchiha Obito rushing towards him. Just as he was about to greet him, Obito breathlessly urged, Quick, go see. Yosaka is about to break the Fruit Ninja record. What? Let's hurry. At a cosmetics store, Noera Rin, selecting lipsticks, suddenly received a WeChat message from Karina Yuhi. Glancing at it, she discarded her chosen lipstick and dashed out in a flurry. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage and Orochimaru were intently watching a crystal ball, which displayed a live feed of Yosaka at the fruit ninja stall. This fellow possesses remarkable swordsmanship, the third Hokage remarked, sipping his tea with a smile. Despite lacking the Sharingan, his reflexes are indeed impressive. Orochimaru also expressed his admiration. At the fruit ninja stall, Yosaka was intently attuned to the subtle changes in the air surrounding his body. By this stage, his eyes could no longer keep pace with the objects being propelled forth. The speed was exceedingly swift, compounded by their sheer abundance. Thus, from the 11th wave onward, he could no longer discern the precise nature of those objects being launched. His ability to continue slicing fruits with precision while deftly avoiding obstacles relies on his acute perception of minute-air currents, discerning which projections are fruits and which are mere distractions. At this moment, his sensitivity to airflow has reached its zenith, allowing him to fully attune to every subtle variation in the atmosphere. In Chapter 42, Abandoning Vision, even now, Yosaka finds that closing his eyes has no adverse effect. He can still rely on his prowess in airflow perception to attain a comprehensive and precise awareness of incoming objects. Remarkably, through the slightest fluctuations in the air, he can conjure a colorless 3D representation in his mind. This mental image proves to be even clearer than sight itself, for Yosaka lacks the Sharingan, and his dynamic vision is merely that of an ordinary individual. Despite his experience, he cannot replicate the Sharingan's ability to decelerate fast-moving objects. However, through his perception of air currents, although he cannot slow the objects hurtling towards him, he can't see them distinctly in his mind. Coupled with his exceptional swordsmanship, this enables him to slice the fruits with remarkable accuracy. This proficiency does not solely stem from perception. The Great Freedom Immortal technique enhances the speed of his arm movements, granting Yosaka sufficient velocity to sever the fruits within a fleeting moment. Therefore, the true reliance lies in his intellect. For one must possess a quick-thinking mind to command the body's actions. Yosaka's cognitive response is notably swift, allowing him to adeptly manage the task of slicing fruits. Nevertheless, as the waves of challenges intensify, even with the advantages of airflow manipulation and the Great Freedom Immortal technique, Yosaka begins to feel the strain, for human limitations do exist, and one must always adhere to the fundamental principles. At this moment, they had reached the 15th wave. The surrounding crowd widened their eyes, not fixating on the machine's nozzle this time, but rather on Yosaka. Their vision could no longer discern the objects being ejected, as both the quantity and speed of the projectiles had increased significantly. Consequently, the spectators could hardly make out anything, so they focused solely on Yosaka's movements, hoping he wouldn't make a mistake or miss any fruit. "Excuse me, please make way." Lin Noera struggled through the throng until she finally emerged in the front row. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, she spotted Yosaka standing ahead and instinctively opened her mouth to call out to him. However, before she could utter a sound, a hand from the side grasped her shoulder, silencing her. "Teacher? What are you doing here?" Lin Noera exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the hand of Shuji Mikami, who was preventing her from speaking. "Don't make a sound. We must indeed distract Yosaka. If you call out just as he begins to spray, it could divert his attention and cause him to miss," Mikami replied, his gaze fixed intently on Yosaka. Upon arriving at the stand and seeing that it was indeed Yosaka, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. After all, Yosaka was his student, and he was proud of his student's fame. "Oh, I understand. I want to disturb Yosaka-kun." Lin Noera nodded earnestly and turned her attention back to Yosaka. Meanwhile, nearby, Ayam watched Yosaka with a mixture of anxiety and exhilaration. Her anxiety stemmed from the impending 15th wave of fruit attacks, fearing Yosaka might not be able to catch them, while her excitement arose from his impressive skills, causing her cheeks to flush with delight. "Go, Yosaka-kun," she silently cheered in her heart. "Indeed, Yosaka is remarkable. There's no way I could have handled that last wave." Yet he sliced through the fruit with precision, deftly avoiding the obstacles. "Truly impressive," Uchiha Obito remarked with admiration, his eyes wide as he focused on Yosaka, now transformed into the Tsutomu Sharingan state. He had clearly witnessed the previous wave of fruit attacks, and in the unique dynamic visual effect of the Sharingan, the rapidly ejected object seemed to slow down, allowing him to discern 11 fruits and 3 obstacles. However, while he could see and comprehend everything, his body could not keep pace. Thus, Obito felt immense respect for Yosaka, recognizing that without the Sharingan, he surpassed it. "Indeed, the gap between us is significant," Kakashi thought as he too observed Yosaka intently. Meanwhile, the crimson warning light atop the machine illuminated, accompanied by the resounding chimes of the alert bell. At that moment, Yosaka closed his eyes, directing his entire focus towards the perception of the surrounding airflow. In an instant, the visual imagery vanished, replaced by a somewhat blurred and continuously shifting black and white 3D stereoscopic effect. This was Yosaka's first complete abandonment of sight, relying solely on the sensations of the air currents to construct his vision. Consequently, in the initial moment, the three-dimensional image in his mind appeared slightly distorted, akin to an animation crafted by a novice 3D animator, exhibiting signs of distortion and irregularity. Yet, it must be noted that Yosaka's mind was remarkably adept. Within just a second or two of adaptation, he fully acclimated to this perceptual imagery and commenced targeted dynamic adjustments. Thus, the scene in his mind, save for the absence of color, was nearly indistinguishable from that perceived through the eyes. "Look, he has actually closed his eyes," someone exclaimed upon noticing Yosaka's action. Soon, the onlookers collectively recognized Yosaka's closed eyelids, sparking a flurry of discussions. Some speculated that he had surrendered, as the impending 15th wave would unleash 15 projectiles. A challenge of nearly insurmountable difficulty. After all, with each subsequent projectile, the complexity would increase exponentially. Others held differing opinions. Uchiha frowned slightly, contemplating. "Based on my understanding of Yosaka, he does not strike me as one to concede. Thus, only one possibility remains." Simultaneously, Kakashi mused. "It appears he possesses a unique perceptual ability, allowing him to scout without the need for sight. Moreover, this capability may surpass the efficacy of vision. This fellow, could this be his extraordinary ability to perceive?" Miyamoto Shuji thought solemnly, feeling a surge of excitement and anticipation that rendered him restless. Just then, the fruit attack was initiated. Chapter 43. Astonishing strength. At that moment, the machine roared to life. From its nozzle erupted a flurry of dark shadows, zipping forth at an astonishing speed. The velocity was so rapid that those who had been fixated on the machine's spout merely caught a glimpse of a blurry shadow darting past. And by the time their minds registered the occurrence, the shadows had already soared before Yosaka. At this moment, Yosaka had his eyes closed, concentrating his mental energy entirely on the air surrounding his body, meticulously sensing the slightest fluctuations in every wisp of air. As he witnessed a series of dark shadows emitted by the machine, Mikami Shuji clenched his fists, his heart racing to the point of constriction in his throat, as if he were the one in the challenger-esque position, feeling even more anxious than Yosaka. It was not only Mikami who felt this way. The others shared his tension. Kakashi's eyes were wide, his pupils constricted, fixated on the stream of shadows darting toward Yosaka. Uchiha Obito had activated the full potential of his double Tomo Sharingan, clearly perceiving the 15 objects hurtling toward Yosaka at an astonishing speed. Tsukike's and Kakashi, similarly transfixed, watched Yosaka with bated breath, their fists tightly clenched, expressions etched with anxiety. Noara Rin, Ayam, and Yuhi Kurenai also bore faces filled with both tension and anticipation. As the 15 dark shadows erupted from the machine's nozzle, countless gazes followed their trajectory, while even more focused intently on Yosaka. Just as those 15 shadows were about to close in, a mere meter and a half from Yosaka, he swiftly executed a slicing motion from bottom to top. A gleaming silver crescent blade flashed, and half an apple instantaneously appeared to the left of his blade, the other half flying away at a 45-degree angle behind him. Following this, he made a horizontal slash with his katana, generating another white crescent, as a banana split in two emerged on either side of his blade. At that moment, another shadow charged toward him, yet he paid it no heed, merely tilting his head to the left to evade it. Observing this, Kakashi, eyes wide with disbelief, murmured, "Is that a distraction?" "Indeed, it's a small ball," Uchiha Obito nearly shouted, having discerned the small ball through his Sharingan's enhanced dynamic vision. However, his body could not keep pace with his eyes, leading him to realize that by the time his body reacted, Yosaka had already allowed the ball to pass. This indicated that Yosaka's physical reflexes were significantly swifter than those of Uchiha Obito. At that moment, 3 shadowy figures emerged in a triangular formation, hurtling toward Yosaka with remarkable velocity. Trailing closely behind these 3 shadows, at a mere half-meter distance, were 6 additional shadows. This undoubtedly constituted a formidable and intricate assault. The foremost trio of shadows was arranged in a triangular layout rather than a linear sequence, which implied that Yosaka needed to identify these 3 entities in what could be described as an instant. If he were to succeed, he would have to sever all three simultaneously in that fleeting moment, since these shadows occupied the same vertical plane. Achieving this feat necessitated an extraordinarily swift motion of his blade. After all, once the edge of the blade made contact with the objects, they would be less than 1.5 meters away from Yosaka. At such a proximity, with objects traveling at such high speeds, he would need to execute at least 2 precise strikes within mere tenths of a second to sever them one by one. Furthermore, immediately following the severing of these three entities, the 6 shadows would launch their attack. Although these 6 shadows were not aligned in the same vertical plane, their close proximity rendered the task even more daunting than that posed by the initial trio. Witnessing this scene, the multitude present believed that Yosaka would undoubtedly falter under the pressure, with a strong likelihood of being eliminated in this very round. Go for it, Yosaka-kun. I am silently urged, her heart racing with anxiety. Similarly, Mikami Haishur, Kakashi, and Uchiha Obito found themselves at the pinnacle of tension. The peril of this onslaught was exceedingly high. Just a slight delay in either the speed of his strikes or his reflexes could very well result in his immediate disqualification. This wave marks the 15th, and it falls just short of the 16th wave held by the first place. Amidst the palpable tension enveloping everyone, the individual at the epicenter of the pressure, Yosaka, found himself enveloped in an unexpected tranquility. His mind resembled a serene lake, devoid of even the slightest ripple, as still as a mirror reflecting the world. Within the realm of his consciousness, a monochromatic 3D tableau unfolded before him. At a distance of approximately 1.5 meters, 3 objects approached him in a shape. At the apex was a wooden block, to the lower left lay an orange, and beneath it rested a dragon fruit. Behind these 3 objects trailed 6 apples. At such a close range and rapid speed, even Yosaka would find it exceedingly challenging to sever them all within such a brief span of time, with a mere 20% likelihood of success. However, this probability pertains to a conventional strike, not accounting for alternative methods. Faced with this scenario, to slice through 8 fruits in just a fraction of a second, one must resort to different techniques. In the next moment, Yosaka uttered a low command within his heart, steel-cutting flash. With that, he swung his right arm forward with great force, unleashing a vast expanse of white radiance that instantaneously morphed into a dazzling array of crescent-shaped wind blades, forming a grand net that surged toward the airborne objects. Ah, what is this? Sarutobi Asuma, witnessing this scene, was utterly astounded, his jaw agape as if it could accommodate a light bulb, his expression one of sheer disbelief as he stammered. The wind, transformed into tangible force. The moonlit Gale stood in awe, his pupils constricting and trembling slightly at the sight before him. No, this is not mere wind. It is the brilliance of the blade. Mikami Shuji, equally struck by astonishment, exclaimed, having completely forgotten the admonition against disturbing Yosaka. For the spectacle unfolding before him was overwhelmingly breathtaking, while others stood in stunned silence, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. A multitude of wind blades unleashed by Yosaka precisely severed a great mass of shadows. Among them, only one shadow darted past Yosaka, and upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be merely a wooden block. Chapter 44. The 15th wave, a series of swift, slicing sounds filled the air, reminiscent of the rapid chopping of vegetables. In the next moment, a cacophony of plopping noises ensued as countless fruit pieces rained down upon the ground. Each piece of fruit had been expertly cleaved in half, totaling 8 fruits and 14 segments, scattered around Yosaka's form. At that moment, 6 more shadows surged towards him. With his eyes closed, Yosaka raised his hand and executed a swift strike. A brilliant flash illuminated the area as the fruits came crashing down, all expertly severed without a single one overlooked. Nor was any obstruction miscalculated. An instant of silence enveloped the arena. Everyone gazed at the closed-eyed Yosaka, who stood there like a legendary hero, exuding an aura of unparalleled coolness. Impressive. Absolutely remarkable. Always face flushed crimson with excitement, overwhelmed by Yosaka's undeniable charm. Such prowess in his swordsmanship, who could have anticipated that he had reached such heights? I, in my current state, am still far from his level. Moonlight Gale looked at Yosaka with disbelief. He had previously thought himself to be striving hard, though he still had some distance to cover. He felt it was within his grasp. Yet now he realized that Yosaka had never truly exerted himself. The strength he had attributed to Yosaka was merely a figment of his imagination. In that moment, Moonlight Gale's confidence plummeted, but only for an instant. A surge of determination ignited within him once more, for he believed that with greater effort, he too could attain Yosaka's level. After all, Hadn't teacher Misaka once said that fortunes shift over time? Just because he couldn't succeed now, it didn't mean he would never succeed. Who can claim that they would always be victorious? Yosaka, I will surely defeat you. In the gaze of the moonlit gale, a resolute determination shone through. Yosaka, that fellow, truly possesses remarkable skills. Even against him, I find myself at a loss, which is indeed vexing. Mikami Shuji regarded Yosaka with a complex expression. On one hand, he was astonished by Yosaka's displayed combat prowess, a level of strength beyond his own capability to contend with, leaving him, as a teacher, feeling rather embarrassed. How could it be that his own student surpasses him? Yet, on the other hand, Mikami also felt a swell of pride for Yosaka, for he had been his student for 3 years. When Yosaka first enrolled, he was scarcely as tall as Mikami's waist, yet now he stands shoulder to shoulder with him, a testament to his growth witnessed firsthand. Thus, the burgeoning strength of his student brings Mikami immense satisfaction. This lad is destined to become a pillar of Konoha. A smile of contentment graced Mikami's face. Such formidable swordsmanship, this embodies his ninja way, so sharp and incisive. But where does my own path lie? Gazing at Yosaka, Kakashi found himself engulfed in a moment of confusion. The admiration for Yosaka was not limited to those who knew him. The onlookers were equally vocal in their praise for his recent display. The scene unfolded like a visual feast. Though Yosaka sliced through the fruits with a swift flick of his knife in a mere second or two, that fleeting moment felt both brief and interminable to the spectators. At that moment, someone began to clap, prompting others to join in, and soon, a fervent applause enveloped Yosaka. Bravo! Splendid! Keep it up! Cheered the crowd. With Ayam clapping vigorously, her small hands turning red yet continuing with unyielding enthusiasm. Not far from Ayam, Noera Rin was also clapping, her hands similarly reddened. At this juncture, Yosaka had withstood 15 waves of fruit attacks. This meant that if he survived the next wave, his score would surpass that of the previous leader, shattering the record to claim the top spot. The former leader had endured 16 waves but had missed 2 fruits in earlier rounds, whereas Yosaka had thus far failed to miss a single one. Consequently, his score was on the verge of exceeding that of his predecessor. In the 16th round, the previous frontrunner did not miss a single fruit. However, had Yotsuka also not overlooked any, he would have surpassed that individual in terms of points. Even if Yotsuka were to be eliminated in the 17th round, his score would still place him in the lead. Thus, the upcoming round will be pivotal for Yotsuka's ranking. If he perseveres, he will secure first place. Should he falter, he will settle for second. It is undeniably a critical moment. Yotsuka, persevere. Hideki Mikami clenched his fists tightly, silently praying for Yotsuka's success. Kakashi, typically composed, found himself unexpectedly anxious at this moment. Although he had always regarded Yotsuka as the rival he aspired to surpass, he now also hoped for Yotsuka to successfully break the record and claim first place. For such an achievement would render his own ambition to surpass Yotsuka all the more meaningful. After all, the higher the caliber of his rival, the greater the motivation, and consequently, the more substantial the enhancement of his own abilities. Similarly, Moonlight Gale shares this sentiment. Although he finds Yosaka somewhat irksome, his feelings mirror those of Kakashi. The stronger Yosaka becomes, the greater the sense of pride Moonlight Gale feels upon defeating him. Despite frequently facing setbacks at the hands of Yosaka, Moonlight Gale possesses a resilient spirit, refusing to succumb to despair. Instead, he embodies the spirit of perseverance, emerging ever more courageous with each encounter. The same can be said for Asuma Saratobi, who boldly called out to Yosaka, urging him on. Yosaka, keep going. You must endure through the 16th wave. Go for it. Upon hearing Asuma's encouraging voice, Yosaka smiled faintly and gestured a sign of victory. At that moment, Yosaka's peripheral vision caught sight of SHBU amidst the crowd, momentarily taking him aback. What is SHBU doing here? As SHBU noticed that Yotsuka's gaze was fixed upon her, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. After a moment's hesitation, she summoned her courage and called out to Yotsuka, Yotsuka, do your best. If you secure first place, I shall treat you to ramen. What? Such delightful news. I must claim the top spot. Upon hearing about the culinary reward, Yotsuka's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, invigorating his spirit. Chapter 45. A covert assault. SHBU declared that if she attained first place, she would treat me to a meal? Excellent. In that case, I am resolute in my quest for victory. Yotsuka's gaze, now alight with determination, was fixated on SHBU, causing her to feel a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Why does Yotsuka look at me with such intensity? SHBU thought, wishing to hide her face. The heat of Yotsuka's penetrating gaze made her feel shy. Yet she feared that covering her face might displease him, leaving her in a tumult of conflicting emotions. At that moment, Yotsuka regarded SHBU as if she were an array of enticing rewards. Although he had savored ramen before, it could not compare to the thrill of the first experience. However, any delicacy would enhance his prowess, the only difference being the quantity. Thus, in Yotsuka's eyes, SHBU transformed from a mere young girl into a veritable feast, and from that feast into a plethora of system rewards. Consequently, their thoughts became misaligned. Yet, this mattered little, for both of their objectives were achieved. Meanwhile, amidst the cheers for Yotsuka, one individual stood apart, his expression betraying unease. Positioned 3 meters away from Mikami SHG, this man, a tall figure over 6 feet, sported a ponytail and donned a samurai outfit, his wooden clogs lending him an air of the wandering ronin. This man was the current record holder. The very individual Yotsuka was poised to surpass. Anxiety gripped him, for his 2-month-long record was now at risk of being shattered by the seemingly unremarkable genin before him. The thought of his accomplishment being undermined filled him with dread. Damn it, what should I do? If all goes according to plan, my record will soon be broken. I cannot allow this. I have upheld this record for 2 months. How can I let a mere novice tarnish it? I will not permit such an affront. He noticed a short tanto hanging from his left hip and a tool pouch attached to his right. Stealthily, he reached into the pouch and retrieved 3 sharp steel needles. When the moment came for him to draw his blade, he would launch these needles to disrupt the trajectory of the fruits, ensuring that the unprepared Yotsuka would falter, leading to his potential disqualification. With such thoughts in mind, the figure clad in the garb of a wandering warrior grew increasingly tense. For this task necessitated utmost secrecy and the preservation of life. Any misstep could result in his prior achievements being rendered null and void, marking him as a despicable and treacherous individual, scorned by others. However, he remained confident in his abilities, for not only was his swordsmanship unparalleled, but his skill with concealed weapons was even more formidable. He possessed an 80% certainty of launching a steel needle that would collide with the surfaces of the fruits and obstructions, creating friction that would alter its trajectory. Thus, in the fleeting moment when Yosaka was poised to strike, the intended target's path would deviate, leaving Yosaka unable to instantaneously adjust the direction of his muscular force, resulting in a missed strike. The act of severing ties can profoundly affect the psyche, potentially setting off a chain reaction that leads to a catastrophic collapse, ultimately resulting in immediate disqualification from the competition. Should the 16th wave of Yosaka be eliminated, then his points for that round shall be rendered null and void. Consequently, the individual clad in the guise of a werewolf would remain in the lead. Humph, how foolish to think one could surpass me. The middle-aged man, dressed as a ronin, contemplated with steadfast determination to defend his position at the pinnacle. Meanwhile, Yosaka closed his eyes, preparing to confront the imminent 16th wave of fruit assaults. This wave was of paramount importance. If he could endure it, he would secure first place. Achieving first place would grant him the privilege of dining at SHBU's expense, and indulging in culinary delights would yield rewards from the system. Remain calm. It is imperative to maintain absolute tranquility in order to accurately sense the fluctuations in airflow. Yosaka forcibly suppressed the excitement bubbling within him, gradually allowing himself to regain composure. Consequently, a colorless realm of contours materialized within his mental landscape. With all his focus directed toward perceiving the changes in airflow, the world in his mind became remarkably vivid. Even more so than what could be observed with the naked eye. He could discern the expressions of everyone present with unparalleled clarity. After several encounters with the fruit assaults, Yosaka's proficiency in manipulating airflow had become increasingly adept. He was even unaware that he could now amplify and diminish sound by adjusting the density of the airflow. However, despite his newfound ability to see the surrounding environment through airflow, he failed to notice a figure to his left stealthily reaching into their waist pouch, grasping several steel needles. This was a limitation of airflow manipulation. It did not grant him the power of X-ray vision, thus rendering his reconnaissance capabilities inferior to that of the Byakugan. Come now. The next wave of attacks, I must withstand it. Yosaka silently resolved, just as the machine's red warning light began to flicker. The shrill sound of the alert bell resonated, signaling that in 2 seconds, the crucial 16th wave of fruit assaults would commence. The man dressed as a ronin on the left side of Yosaka grew increasingly anxious and focused. His forthcoming actions were not significantly less challenging than those of Yosaka. He merely needed to strike at several of the fruits, while Yosaka was tasked with the majority. I shall not allow you to succeed. The middle-aged man, resembling a vagabond, felt his fingers, clutching the steel needles, begin to sweat. Whether he could maintain his lead hinged on his subsequent maneuvers. In the very next moment, the machine's nozzle emitted a flurry of 16 dark shapes, surging towards Yosaka like an impenetrable wall. This time, the velocity surpassed even that of the 15th wave of fruit attacks. Now is the moment. The middle-aged man's eyes widened, and with an imperceptible yet skillful technique, he propelled the 3 steel needles from his grasp. In the following instant, those needles darted swiftly towards the barrage of fruits unleashed. Although there were merely 3 needles, their impact was akin to pulling a single thread that unravels a whole tapestry. At such high speed and proximity, even the slightest miscalculation could render all efforts futile. Consequently, whether from a psychological standpoint or practical circumstances, at this juncture, any minor error was unacceptable. This exemplifies the fundamental reason why the game of Fruit Ninja escalates in difficulty as one progresses, when one can only wield a blade without the aid of ninjutsu. The speed of a human strikes has its limitations. Even if one possesses the Sharingan, capable of perceiving all rapidly moving objects in a single second, or a mind that can compute trillions of calculations in that same interval, the physical speed remains constrained. Hence, the game of Fruit Ninja inherently has a ceiling. Surpassing 20 waves becomes virtually impossible. By the 20th wave, one must not only perceive all flying objects within a second, but also wield the blade in rapid succession over 15 times. This already approaches the limits of human capability. For no matter how robustly one trains the body, it must adhere to fundamental laws. If those 3 steel needles were to alter the flight trajectory of even one of the fruits, it would significantly increase the difficulty for Yosaka. Normally, Yosaka's brain instinctively calculates the trajectory of the fruit's flight, allowing for anticipation and a swift arm movement to slice through the fruit. However, if, at the moment of swinging the arm, the fruit unexpectedly changes its trajectory, the inertia of the arm's movement, driven by the muscle's force, would make it nearly impossible to redirect the arm within that fleeting moment of 1/100th of a second. At that juncture, should the slice miss, it would trigger a domino effect, adversely affecting the subsequent fruit slicing. Had Yosaka been observing the trajectory of the fruit through the mere visual perception of his eyes, he would likely have overlooked the slender steel needles that suddenly shot forth from the side. His complete focus on the flying objects rendered him oblivious to his surroundings. Moreover, the needles were so delicate, nearly reaching the fineness of 1,000th of a millimeter, making them nearly invisible unless one possessed extraordinary vision. However, Yosaka was quite different. He did not rely on sight, but rather perceived the surrounding objects through his ability to manipulate air currents akin to the echolocation of bats. Thus, the moment the 3 steel needles were launched, he effortlessly detected them within the 3D mental visualization that formed in his mind. The movement of the needles altered the surrounding airflow, creating a butterfly effect that resulted in subtle changes throughout the vicinity, rapidly refreshing and continuously transforming the dynamic 3D representation within Yosaka's mental realm. What was happening? Were there hidden weapons? Had the stall owner taken measures to prevent his record from being surpassed? Or was it the one who maintained the record that intervened? Upon detecting the needles, Yosaka immediately halted his arm-slicing movement, redirecting his attention to the needles and the flying objects. He resolved to act only after determining the final trajectories of the 16 airborne entities. His combat intelligence informed him that if the needles were to collide with the flying objects while he was in the midst of his slicing motion, he would likely be unable to alter his course in time. In this near-limitless cerebral response, Yosaka astonishingly refrained from striking within mere milliseconds, successfully utilizing his ability to perceive air currents to foresee the impending consequences of the 3 needles, 2 fruits, and an obstruction. In an instant, Yosaka predicted the flying objects that would be influenced by the 3 needles and, after a cursory assessment of the potential alterations in the trajectories of the 2 fruits and the obstruction, he decisively sprang into action. Enhanced by the great freedom immortal technique, his arm moved with blinding speed, wielding his katana with an almost unparalleled velocity as he swiftly struck towards the approaching fruit. "Let me cleave." With a ferocious roar, Yosaka swung his blade at the pinnacle of his capability, unleashing a flurry of afterimages. The sword sliced through the air, creating a wave of resistance, as he deftly severed 7 fruits positioned in front while deftly evading 2 obstacles, with 9 more projectiles still in pursuit. Among these 9, 3 collided with a steel needle, causing an instantaneous displacement. Remarkably, 1 fruit collided with another, drastically altering their trajectories. However, Through the lens of his airflow perception, these alterations were crystal clear. Coupled with Yosaka's nearly superhuman cognitive prowess, he successfully predicted the subsequent trajectories of the affected projectiles. Thus, he continued to wield his katana, executing a series of precise cuts, each swish resonating as he struck each fruit with remarkable accuracy while sidestepping an obstacle. The ground was soon littered with fragments of fruit, and Yosaka, panting, sheathed his sword. This wave of fruit attacks had presented an extraordinarily high level of difficulty, nearly pushing him to his limits. Had it not been for the enhancement of the Great Freedom Immortal technique, he might have struggled to maintain the speed necessary to prevent missing one or two fruits. Yet, it was precisely under such near-limit conditions that his potential was unleashed, enabling him to transcend his previous self and reach a higher echelon. Although this advancement was but a minuscule increment beyond his former threshold, it was that very increment that had stymied countless others. Breaking through such a barrier was akin to scaling the heavens. However, Yosaka achieved this feat in the game, which speaks volumes about not only the system's enhancements, but also his remarkable innate talent. Therefore, when Yosaka successfully sliced through every incoming fruit without missing a single one, the crowd erupted in unprecedented applause and cheers. At that moment, Yosaka had ascended to the new first place, shattering the previous record that had stood for 2 months, all while maintaining the rank of a lowly genin. Chapter 47. Becoming number 1 incredible. He did it. Moments later, someone shouted loudly, prompting others to join in the jubilant uproar as if they themselves had claimed the first prize. Amazing. The record has been broken. His swordsmanship is extraordinary. The atmosphere became electric, with many individuals leaping in excitement. Shobu's exhilaration was palpable, her emotions spilling over as she struggled to contain her joy, unable to stop smiling. On one hand, she was thrilled for Yosaka's record-breaking achievement. On the other, the prospect of spending time alone with him filled her with both excitement and nervousness. Yosaka is simply phenomenal, so dashing. Shobu's cheeks flushed crimson as she clenched her fists at her chest. This guy is unbelievably strong. To think he could sever everything under such circumstances is astonishing. I'm utterly impressed, Asuma Saratobi remarked, his face a mask of shock. He pondered that if he were in Yosaka's position, managing to slice through even 10 would have been his utmost limit. Yet, Yosaka faced 16 simultaneously, truly a remarkable feat moreover. It appeared that something unusual had occurred, Uchiha Shimizu stated with a serious expression. Oh, what kind of problem? At that moment, Uchiha Shimizu activated his Sharingan. Now at the 3-tomo state, even more potent than Uchiha Obito's 2-tomo. It seemed that someone had launched steel needles to deliberately disrupt Yosaka's movements. 3 needles altered the trajectories of 2 fruits in an obstruction. Nevertheless, Yosaka's prowess shone through as he accurately sliced the fruit without misdirecting towards the obstruction, truly impressive. Uchiha Shimizu remarked in admiration. What? Such a thing happened? Did you catch a glimpse of who did it? Asuma Saratobi, with a countenance of astonishment, soon inquired with a hint of ire. Uchiha Kasumi shook his head, stating at that moment, my attention was wholly focused on Yosaka and those aerial objects. By the time I noticed the steel needle being launched, it was already too late for me to discern who was responsible. However, the trajectory pointed towards a small cluster of individuals to Yosaka's left. As he spoke, Uchiha Kasumi subtly scrutinized those individuals, with Asuma Saratobi following suit. Among them were 2 elderly men. One, the proprietor of a fruit store, whom I recognized as a non-ninja. The other, an elder who was indeed a ninja, appeared unlikely to possess the requisite skill for such a covert operation. After all, to accurately direct a steel needle towards an aerial object without leaving a trace or embedding it within required exceptionally refined skills and concealed weaponry. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, his gaze traversed the group, swiftly honing in on a particular target. This man, seemingly in his 30s, exhibited a certain lethargy in his demeanor. His attire suggested he was ill-equipped for combat, with a katana slung at his left side and a bag on his right, presumably containing bladed instruments. Upon observing this, Uchiha Kasumi intensified the scrutiny of his Sharingan, noticing that the zipper of the man's waist pouch was ajar. Through the slight opening, a sharp object was discernible, though it remained ambiguous whether it was the tip of a steel needle, a shuriken, or a kunai. Nonetheless, the man's culpability appeared most pronounced. Seeing Uchiha Kasumi's unwavering gaze fixated on one individual, Asuma Saratobi also scrutinized closely. After a brief moment, he too concluded that this man bore the most suspicion. It is highly probable that he is the culprit, Asuma Sarutobi quietly conveyed to Uchiha Kasumi. The man dressed as a Ronin was clearly not an ordinary individual. As Sarutobi Asuma and Uchiha Shursui observed him, he sensed their gaze. Although they were merely two lower-ranking ninjas, his cautious nature compelled him to gradually retreat into the crowd. He intended to escape. Should we apprehend him? Sarutobi Asuma inquired, furrowing his brow. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Shursui responded, "Pursue him." Thus, the two of them emerged from the throng, only to find that the Ronin had already dashed over 20 meters ahead. Without hesitation, Sarutobi Asuma shouted, "Do not flee," and promptly gave chase. The actions of the two individuals went entirely unnoticed by the others present. The audience remained engrossed in the recent impressive display by Yosaka. Only Uchiha, with his 3-tomo Sharingan, perceived the subtle deception, while no one else detected any irregularity. Even the instructor, Mitsushima Shuji, was completely oblivious, as he enthusiastically gave Yosaka a thumbs up. Although this fruit ninja game was merely a pastime, it encompassed numerous elements that demanded considerable reflexes, speed, and judgment, making it a challenge not easily undertaken by just anyone. Those who can withstand 10 waves are undoubtedly exceptional in terms of reflexes. However, it is not to say that those who cannot surpass 10 waves are inept. Even Tsunade has failed to conquer 10 waves yet remains formidable in her own right. The reason why Yosaki instills in me a profound sense of despair with each encounter is perplexing, just as I gather my resolve. He invariably thrusts me back into the abyss. Moonlight Gale, in a state of exasperation, observed that he belonged to the type who, despite repeated failures, continues to fight valiantly. Since being swiftly defeated by Yosaki in their first duel, he has engaged in 32 one-on-one battles with him, all culminating in defeat, each more devastating than the last. Yet, after each clash with Yosaki, Moonlight Gale meticulously reflects on the intricacies of their previous encounters, scrutinizing his flaws and absorbing Yosaki's strengths. Thus, although he has faced consistent defeat, he has made tangible progress after every setback. Unbeknownst to him, he has significantly advanced, a testament to the advantages of having a formidable adversary who continually propels him forward. Kakashi, standing nearby, patted his shoulder, a complex emotion evident in his eyes. They shared a mutual understanding born of their struggles. "Press on," he urged. "You can either concede defeat or continue to strive relentlessly to catch up." Kakashi spoke in a deep voice, unwilling to yield. He resolved to persist in pursuing Yosaki. Even if he never caught up, as long as he did not succumb to despair and surrender, he would continue to strive. Sighing, Moonlight Gale observed the distant figure of Shiyuin, who was animatedly cheering for Yosaki, and felt a pang of envy. How wonderful it would be if the recipient of such enthusiastic applause were himself. Chapter 48. The envy of Moonlight Gale if I could attain Yosaki's level of prowess. I too would bask in Shiyuin's applause, and her gaze would be directed solely at me, Moonlight Gale mused. Everything hinges on strength. With this thought, he felt an eager desire to train, but for now, he wished to see how far Yosaki could progress. At that moment, Yosaki too felt a wave of fatigue. After maintaining a heightened state of concentration for so long, it was inevitable to feel mentally drained. Additionally, the relentless, high-speed swings of his blade placed considerable strain on his arm muscles. Thus, he felt weary and looked forward to dining with Iris once the task was completed. Suddenly, the red warning lights flashed, accompanied by the sound of sirens. The 17th wave of fruit attacks was imminent. Remarkably, this marked the first time reaching the 17th wave. A historic moment indeed. In the next instant, the machine's nozzle unleashed a flurry of shadows, now numbering 17, one more than before. Yosaki maintained intense mental acuity to sense the flow of air. The moment the projectiles were ejected, he discerned their silhouettes and, as they traveled a meter, he had already processed their trajectories. Among the 17 objects, 16 were fruit, and only one was a decoy. This meant Yosaki had to swing his blade 16 times within a mere second, a daunting challenge even for him. Despite the assistance of his great freedom immortal technique, it was an arduous feat, especially since this was not the beginning but rather the culmination of numerous high-speed strikes. Thus, Yosaki's arm was nearing its limits. "Strike for me." With a thunderous roar, Yosaki swiftly wielded his katana, conjuring a flurry of afterimages. The blade shimmered, slicing through the air and producing a cascade of blurred white light, dazzling the onlookers. Countless fragments of fruit fell to the ground like petals scattered by a celestial maiden. This time, Yosaki executed his task flawlessly, leaving no fruit untouched and avoiding any obstacles. The audience erupted into fervent applause, yet Yosaka remained oblivious, his eyes closed as he stood still. He sought to seize this fleeting moment to afford his arms some respite. After a series of over 10 rapid slashes, his muscles were on the brink of exhaustion, aching profoundly. If he attempted 2 more such high-speed strikes, he feared he would lose his grip on the sword due to muscular overload. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, who had been intently observing the crystal ball, suddenly remarked, "Yosaki's arms must be nearing their limit." Indeed, considering his current physical condition, he would likely not endure more than 20 waves of such intense swordplay. The burden on his arms would only intensify with each subsequent wave, and pushing through could risk muscle tears. Orochimaru, with a serious demeanor, added, "Nevertheless, that is already quite impressive. Even I may not be able to achieve this level." Jiraiya chuckled, noting, if we were to gauge purely by his cutting technique, he might only manage 11 or 12 waves at most. However, this did not imply he could defeat Yosaka. Although Yosaka was formidable, he would still struggle against Jiraiya in a direct confrontation. Yosaka excelled in close combat, but Jiraiya's ninjutsu encompassed vast areas, allowing him to eliminate Yosaka before he could close the distance. While Yosaka had previously cleaved through flames, that was merely a standard A-rank fire technique. In the face of higher-level fire ninjutsu, Yosaka's current strength would not suffice to slice through. Should Jiraiya employ the sage art, Jika-Mekyaku, Yosaka would be utterly incapable of countering or blocking it. However, this knowledge was temporary. As Yosaki's swordsmanship continued to strengthen, the future could hold different outcomes. As the third Hokage, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru engaged in their conversation, another warning bell rang out, signaling the impending arrival of the 18th wave of fruit attacks. "Damn it! This wave looks precarious. My hand can barely hold onto the sword," Yosaka thought grimly. At that moment, his entire right arm felt incredibly stiff, with a pronounced sensation of muscle tearing. Despite a brief rest of approximately 15 seconds, the tension in his arm persisted, accompanied by a strong feeling of swelling. If one were to touch the muscles of his arm, they would find them hard as stone. This was a state of muscle engorgement, while moderate engorgement could enhance strength. Excessive strain would only lead to injury. At this moment, the muscles in Yosaka's right arm were in a perilous state. He recognized that this wave would likely be his limit. He could not possibly endure the 19th wave. Thus, he resolved to muster all his strength for this 18th wave. His right hand gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, and the rapidity of his strikes compelled him to exert tremendous force to maintain his hold. Consequently, his right hand was plagued by excruciating pain, signaling the onset of cramping. He understood that if he continued, he might lose his grip entirely. Frustratingly, the intervals for rest were too brief, and his muscles had yet to relax. He decided to give his all for the 18th wave and then surrender. Yosaka was a man who understood when to advance and when to retreat. He would not overextend himself. However, he lacked complete confidence, as the high intensity, rapid strikes occurring every 20 seconds constituted a strenuous workout, with most of the exertion concentrated in his arm. The strain on his muscles was considerable, perhaps only bearable by someone like Might Guy, he mused. Suddenly, the assault of the 18th wave began. A cacophony of swish, swish, swish echoed as a multitude of dark shapes materialized before Yosaka. At this juncture, his mental fatigue rendered his perception of airflow unstable. Yet even a fleeting glimpse of the airborne projectiles was sufficient. With every ounce of strength, he wielded his katana, striking fiercely at the oncoming fruits. Chapter 49. Elimination. The mass of dark shapes surged towards Yosaka like an impenetrable wall, advancing at breakneck speed from all directions, akin to a shotgun blast aimed directly at him. "Hold on," Yosaka roared in his mind, channeling all his strength into his right arm. Nevertheless, he could feel that his arm was growing weaker with each swing. The velocity of his strikes had diminished by at least 20%, and the stiffness and pain in his muscles dulled his reactions. As he completed his first strike against a fruit and attempted to redirect his force towards others, he noticeably struggled to keep pace. His hand throbbed with excruciating pain, compelling Yosaka to grit his teeth and summon every ounce of willpower to grip the hilt of his sword. "Give me the strike," Yosaka roared, his blade slicing through the air with remarkable speed, cleaving an orange in twain. Almost simultaneously, he summoned strength from his nearly stiffening muscles to forcibly alter the trajectory of his right arm, transforming a vertical slash into an upward diagonal cut, severing 2 more fruits. With a surge of momentum, he gritted his teeth once more and managed to slice through 9 additional fruits, clearing away an obstructive object in the process. Now, only 4 fruits remained. Yet, at this juncture, Yosaka's right arm had reached its absolute limit. His muscles, joints, and ligaments were all fatigued to the brink. A searing pain coursing through his arm, as if it were engulfed in flames. He recognized this as a sign of muscle tears. And his grip on the hilt was equally agonizing, nearing its breaking point, trembling uncontrollably, a forewarning of impending cramping. In that fleeting moment, Yosaka's mind raced. Contemplating. Only 4 fruits left. The rules allow for the omission of 3 fruits, so if I can strike down 2 of them, I can forego the remaining 2 and survive this round. This would grant me 20 seconds of rest, even if my arm isn't restored for the next round. Surely I could manage to sever 2 fruits. With this thought coursing through his mind, Yosaka clenched his teeth and, relying on his formidable willpower, desperately gripped the katana in his hand, even as his entire right arm and hand began to tremble uncontrollably, teetering on the edge of collapse. Still, he poured every ounce of strength into striking the nearest banana. In the next instant, a sharp sound echoed as the blade sliced through the banana, cleaving it in half. However, as Yosaka shifted his focus to the second fruit, preparing to swing his arm once more, disaster struck. His hand had cramped. "Hold on, just one more to go," Yosaka shouted with all his might, exerting every last bit of energy to slash at the second fruit. But in an unforeseen twist, as he attempted to redirect his arm towards the target, his right arm's muscles tore instantaneously, losing all control. Simultaneously, his right hand, succumbing to the cramp, could no longer maintain its grip on the hilt. In the next moment, the katana slipped from Yosaka's grasp, hurtling through the air towards an elderly gentleman. "What?" Yosaka gasped in horror, yet there was no time to react. "This is bad." Shuji Mikami was utterly horrified, letting out a shout in an instant. Although he was the first to perceive the unforeseen event, his eyes and mind raced to comprehend the situation, yet his body was unable to react in time. Moreover, he found himself directly opposite the elderly gentleman, leaving no opportunity to intercept the katana that hurtled toward him. All he could do was watch helplessly as the blade soared toward the old man. The incident transpired with such suddenness, within the fleeting moment of a mere millisecond, that most onlookers were unable to grasp what was occurring. The old man gazed as the sword hurtled towards him, yet his body remained utterly unresponsive. In that fleeting moment, his eyes widened in terror, his soul seemingly escaping him, engulfed by sheer fright. The surrounding lower ninjas, having noticed the sudden turn of events, found themselves paralyzed. Much like Mikami Shuji, though their minds processed the situation, their bodies failed to respond, leaving them helpless as they watched the blade soar away. "Not good," Kagayatsuka shouted, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, aiming to reach the elderly man who stood frozen in terror. Yet, he was a moment too late. Despite being the first to react and take action, the blade was already less than 2 meters from the old man. "It's over," Kakashi thought, panic gripping his heart. "Get out of the way," Yohara Rin cried out desperately. "It's too late," Uchiha Obito lamented inwardly. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a barely perceptible shadow zipped by, leaving behind a trail of afterimages, swiftly intercepting the blade that had been flung from the hands of Yotsuka. In an instant, without anyone noticing, a resounding clang echoed as it struck the pommel of the sword, sending it tumbling through the air. In the eyes of others, they beheld the katana suddenly springing into the air, spinning gracefully as it soared rapidly upwards towards the sky. At this moment, all attention was captivated by the blade, leaving them oblivious to the small stone, no larger than a grape, that fell to the ground with a soft thud. As Yosaki reached the limits of his mental fortitude, coupled with the sudden loss of grip on his blade, he inadvertently disabled his ability to sense the flow of energy, thus failing to notice the small pebble. The sole observer of this pebble was Uchiha Obito, who was activated with his Sharingan. He witnessed the entire scene as the grape-sized stone pursued Yosaki's blade from behind and sent it spiraling into the sky. This spectacle left Obito astounded, as he marveled at the sheer force required to hurl such a swift projectile, which managed to overtake Yosaki's blade. Chapter 50, Limits at this moment. Aside from Uchiha Obito, all others present were focused solely on the blade launched into the air. Seeing that the blade had been flung without harming the old man, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, as their hearts had been in their throats just moments before. Mikami Haichir patted his chest, exhaling deeply. "That was close. It nearly cost a life. I was terrified. Indeed, I didn't even register what was happening. The speed was overwhelming." by the time my mind caught up. The blade was already about to strike the old man. Nishikawa Rin echoed, her expression a mix of relief and lingering fear, clearly shaken by the near calamity. Fortunately, no one was injured. Yosaka had finally reached his limit. It was the first time I witnessed Yosaka pushed to such extremes, Kakashi reflected, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. Previously, Yosaka had appeared to Kakashi as an unattainable goal, akin to a lighthouse, visible yet perpetually out of reach. However, Kakashi now realized that Yosaka too had his limits. He was human and not invincible. The reason he had repeatedly been outmatched by Yosaka was not solely due to his own inadequacies. If he were stronger, he could very well turn the tables on Yosaka. After all, Yosaka was not without challengers. With this thought, Kakashi felt a renewed spark of hope. It dawned on him that his previous pessimism clouded his judgment. Yosaka was not as mythical as he seemed, but rather, he was simply stronger than Kakashi had been. Just as Yosaka had told Sarutobi Asuma upon his defeat. It wasn't that Asuma was weak, but rather that Yosaka was formidable. This statement could be interpreted inversely. Kakashi's weakness made Yosaka appear overwhelmingly strong. With this realization, determination once again shone in Kakashi's eyes, filling him with renewed vigor. However, Tsukikage Kazekage was not as perceptive as Kakashi regarding this matter. His attention was drawn instead to the sorrow evident in Yuyuki's demeanor. Why was she distressed? Is it because witnessing Yosaka's injury and exhaustion brings forth a sense of sorrow? Upon this reflection, the heart of Moonlight Gale is flooded with a wave of bitterness, igniting a profound anger within. How is it that we, who have been childhood companions, now find ourselves abruptly interrupted by Yosaka? Moreover, it is evident that Yosaka harbors no particular feelings for you. Why do you insist on drawing closer? Have you not noticed my presence beside you? Moonlight Gale can clearly perceive that Yosaka shows no interest in Yuyuin. Otherwise, he would have long since developed animosity towards Yosaka. It is precisely this understanding that allows him to maintain a relatively stable mindset, viewing Yosaka as a target to surpass rather than as a rival in love. Yet, Yuyuin's behavior consistently fills Moonlight Gale with a profound sense of insecurity. Despite his significant advancements in strength, he remains plagued by uncertainty. As long as he has not defeated Yosaka, he cannot find peace. Unbeknownst to him, he has experienced a qualitative leap in his abilities. Yet he remains oblivious to this fact. Even others fail to recognize the extent of Moonlight Gale's strength, as his focus is entirely consumed by Yuyuin. The setting sun felt as though her heart was on a roller coaster, rising and falling in exhilarating twists. She had been ready to rush forward to assist that old man in staunching his bleeding, only to be surprised when the knife inexplicably soared into the sky, allowing her to finally breathe a sigh of relief. To lose a life over a mere game would be an unjust tragedy, as the party involved in this unexpected incident. The elderly man was now paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. His eyes were wide open, and his mouth agape, as if he had encountered a ghost. His face etched with an expression of utter horror, concerned that he might suffer lasting effects from the shock. Some individuals decided to carry him away to the hospital for assistance. At this moment, Yosaka was panting, with one hand resting against his right arm. Just a moment ago, he had been utterly terrified, never imagining that he would lose his grip on the knife handle. If the knife had flown out and harmed someone, despite it being unintentional, he would still face significant financial repercussions. Thus, Yosaka was left with lingering apprehension, having gained a new understanding of his limitations. However, he realized this was a perfect opportunity to rest his arm. Oh, but wait, he had only sliced one piece of fruit, the rest had slipped through his fingers, which meant he had been eliminated. Reflecting on this, a wave of regret washed over Yosaka. It had been so close. Had he managed to maintain his grip on the knife, he would have severed that fruit and earned himself 20 seconds to recuperate before slicing one or two more. Alas, human effort can sometimes be so inadequate, Yosaka sighed, shaking his head. Meanwhile, as everyone breathed a sigh of relief that the recent mishap had not resulted in any injuries, Uchiha Obito furrowed his brow in perplexity, directing his gaze towards a particular crowd. The small stone that had been hurled moments ago originated from that direction, indicating that it was indeed those few individuals responsible for its trajectory. Obito narrowed his focus onto the individuals in that vicinity, ultimately fixating on 6 people. One of them was an elderly man he recognized, the owner of a local grocery store, an ordinary individual devoid of any martial or ninjutsu foundations. The second was a middle-aged man, unfamiliar to him, yet his rotund figure suggested he was hardly the type capable of launching a stone with such speed. After all, A person capable of such a swift throw would possess arms far removed from the flabby state he exhibited. Next, his attention shifted to a middle-aged woman who, at that moment, was cradling a child. Obito deduced that it would be nearly impossible for her to launch a stone at such velocity while holding a child. The notion of utilizing her foot to propel the stone was equally implausible, as the stone's flight path clearly indicated it had been thrown by hand. Thus, from a logical standpoint, it seemed improbable that the woman, holding her child, would be the one responsible. This left only one individual remaining. Obito's gaze fell upon the last person, CHPU. He was taken aback, astonished that CHPU was present. However, he could hardly perceive her as someone of formidable prowess. While CHPU might possess exceptional skill in preparing ramen, she seemed an unlikely candidate to hurl a stone with such force. Who, then, could have accomplished this? Obito found himself enveloped in a fog of confusion. At that moment, Yosaka exhaled in relief. Having been eliminated, he could finally rest. He attempted to move his right arm, flexing his fingers, only to discover that his arm had become nearly immobile. The muscles were stiff and slightly swollen. The only reason he had managed to wield his blade moments ago was due to sheer determination, fueled by a relentless willpower. Now that it has come to an end, the tension that had been held within has finally dissipated. The once taut willpower has crumbled like a dam giving way, leaving his arms too weary to lift. At this moment, Yosaka finds himself in a state of profound exhaustion, both physically and mentally. The recent bout of playing Fruit Ninja has drained his energy and concentration, resulting in an intense depletion over a brief period. However, in terms of physical strength and mental fortitude, Yosaka does not possess any remarkable advantages compared to others. After all, Yosaka's swordsmanship is so formidable that in battle, he typically dispatches his foes with a single strike, rendering endurance unnecessary. Thus, he has not undergone any specific training in physical fitness. At this moment, Yosaka's arm was trembling incessantly, with veins prominently bulging and muscles swollen and reddened, clearly indicating that he had sustained an injury. Upon witnessing this scene, I instinctively felt the urge to rush forward and massage Yosaka's arm. However, just as she stepped forward with her right foot, another figure dashed ahead of her to Yosaka's side. It was Rin. I gazed in astonishment as Rin reached Yosaka before her, causing her outstretched foot to freeze in midair before slowly retracting. She bit her lip, hesitating momentarily, ultimately deciding against advancing, yet a sense of discontent began to stir within her. Rin? What are you doing here? Yosaka, perplexed by Rin's sudden approach, inquired. Yosaka-kun, your arm is injured. Allow me to provide you with some immediate treatment. Have you forgotten? I possess medical ninjutsu. Rin replied playfully. Before unceremoniously seizing Yosaka's right arm to examine it, her expression instantly morphing into one of concern. Yosaka-kun, your arm's muscles are completely torn. Rin felt her eyes redden and her nose tingle, nearly brought to tears by the realization of the extent of his injuries. To endure such pain required immense willpower. To wield a blade to the point of muscle rupture yet continue fighting. This thought filled Rin with a wave of compassion, tears welled in her eyes. Yet she fought to hold them back as she pressed her hand against Yosaka's arm. In the next moment, a layer of green light radiated from Rin's delicate hand, and Yosaka instantly felt a soothing coolness enveloping his arm, as though a precious jade were pressed against his skin. Rather than feeling cold, it was refreshing. At that moment, though his entire right arm throbbed with excruciating pain, the appearance of the green light made him feel as if his arm had been immersed in cool well water, significantly alleviating the intense agony. Moreover, the refreshing sensation was not merely confined to the surface of his skin. It felt as though this coolness had penetrated through his pores, delving deep into his muscles and infiltrating every single cell within him. From the exterior to the interior, and vice versa, he experienced this delicate chill. In an instant, Yosaka felt a profound sense of relief. His previously trembling arms were now steady, and even the rigidity of his muscles began to ease. How delightful. Thank you so much. Rin. Yosaka chuckled, addressing Rin, who immediately blushed, her face alight with excitement. No need to thank me. I am truly happy to be able to assist you, Yosaka-kun. As she spoke, Rin intensified her efforts, the green light emanating from her hand growing even brighter. Consequently, Yosaka felt his right arm swiftly recovering, with the pain noticeably alleviated. This marks the first instance of Yosaka experiencing injury, for previously, he had never been pushed to such extremes of exhaustion as he was today. Even in battle, he would effortlessly dispatch his foes with a single stroke, never encountering the possibility of injury. Yet, rather than harboring any aversion to this sensation of pain. Yosaka found it exhilarating. The feeling of being injured, or rather, the sensation of his body reaching its utmost limits, was akin to a long-awaited refreshing rain after a parched drought. He perceived that, while his body was enduring injury, it was simultaneously undergoing a rapid transformation, growing stronger by leaps and bounds. On the other side, SHBU observed as Rin Noera placed her hands on Yosaka, as if embracing his arms. A wave of jealousy surged within her. Although she understood that it was merely a treatment for Yosaka, she could not quell the discomfort that overwhelmed her. Akin to having something precious taken away, her expression darkened, resembling a sky heavy with storm clouds. As she watched Yosaka and Rin Noera sharing laughter, SHBU bit her lip, hesitating several times to approach, only to withdraw her steps once more. Her gaze fell, unwilling to witness their interaction. Suddenly, Yosaka's voice reached her ears. SHBU, I need to visit the hospital shortly, but I shall come find you later this evening. Don't forget your promise from earlier. Okay. Haha. SHBU's head snapped up, and she was met with Yosaka's beaming smile. Instantly, her earlier gloom dissipated, replaced by radiant joy. She responded, her cheeks flushed, yes. Yes, Yosaka-kun. Just message me on WeChat when you're ready, and I will come find you. Her words tumbled out in a fluster, yet her heart danced with sweetness. Realizing that Yosaka-kun was indeed thinking of her, recognizing that it was not the appropriate moment to approach him, SHBU, still brimming with happiness, exchanged a cheerful greeting with Yosaka before retreating from the crowd, running home with a light heart. Chapter 52. Junji Ito on the other hand. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd, 3 figures, 1 large and 2 small, swiftly darted between the buildings. Don't run. Stop right there. Asuma Saratobi bellowed towards the figures ahead, his feet moving with remarkable speed. With a powerful leap from a utility pole, he soared into the air, effortlessly covering a distance of 5 meters. Beside Saratobi Asuma, Uchiha was also relentlessly sprinting forward. In the distance ahead of them, a figure swiftly darted between the walls of the buildings. This figure was none other than the middle-aged man clad in the attire of a ronin, Ito Junji, who had previously attempted to interfere with Yosaka. At this moment, the 3 individuals were engaged in a relentless chase through the streets and alleys of Konoha village to evade the persistent pursuit of Uchiha Kazushi and Saratobi Asuma. Ito Junji deliberately chose to navigate through areas cluttered with debris and complex terrain, hoping that the intricacies of the surroundings would allow him to shake off the 2 lower-ranking ninjas behind him. However, he soon realized that he had underestimated the capabilities of Saratobi Asuma and Uchiha Kazushi, who were proving to be more formidable than he had anticipated. Failing to distance himself from them, I have underestimated these youngsters. Even mere genin possess such potential. Yet, I must first elude them. Ito Junji mused internally as he discreetly performed hand seals, unleashing a jutsu of wind release. Wind release, great wind technique. In the next moment, a gust of wind swirled around Ito Junji's body, providing him with both propulsion and lift, thereby enhancing his speed. Before long, he had created a significant gap between himself and the pursuing Saratobi Asuma and Uchiha Kazushi. Seeing the distance widen, Saratobi Asuma urgently turned to Uchiha Kazushi and exclaimed, "This won't do. We must also employ ninjutsu." Uchiha Kazushi nodded in agreement and swiftly formed hand seals. In an instant, flames erupted from beneath his feet. Fire release, foot flame technique. As Uchiha Kazushi landed, his shoes ignited with a burst of flames, generating a powerful recoil that propelled him forward like a cannonball. In a heartbeat, he shot upward, drastically closing the gap between him and Ito Junji. Witnessing this, Saratobi Asuma's face lit up with admiration. Incredible. I never imagined that fire release could be utilized in such a manner. Harnessing the explosive force as a means of propulsion, truly remarkable. His eyes gleamed with respect. However, he was not without his own methods to enhance his speed. Thus, the next moment, Saratobi Asuma let out a fierce roar. Wind release, gale technique. In the next moment, a layer of wind enveloped Asuma Saratobi's body. This ethereal wind bestowed upon him 2 remarkable effects. The first was the enhancement of his agility, enabling Asuma to execute movements with greater swiftness and precision, thereby effectively augmenting his speed. The second effect served to diminish air resistance, which similarly contributed to an increase in Asuma's velocity. Empowered by the technique of wind release, gale palm, Asuma swiftly closed the gap with Uchiha Sasuke. Thus, the trio found themselves once again in the previous predicament, Junji Ito could not escape the grasp of Asuma and Sasuke. While both Asuma and Sasuke were unable to catch up with Junji Ito, at this moment, having traversed a considerable distance in pursuit of one another, Junji Ito was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a small grove ahead. Was he approaching an open area? A surge of alarm coursed through his mind, for this indicated the possibility of facing a frontal assault from the two pursuers behind him. After all, while navigating the corridors, all three had tacitly agreed to refrain from employing aggressive ninjutsu, likely out of consideration for innocence. However, now that they were venturing into a sparsely populated expanse, the likelihood of conflict loomed large. Merely two lowly genin. Why should I fear them? Junji Ito scoffed inwardly, planting a foot on a wooden beam and launching himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, while his right hand reached into his pouch, retrieving 3 glass orbs, which he swiftly hurled backward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing air echoed as the 3 glass orbs sped toward Asuma Sarutobi and water release Uchiha. Junji Ito had no intention of targeting their vital points, being allies. He merely sought to create a diversion to shake them off his trail. However, he had not anticipated that those rapidly flying orbs would be easily evaded by Uchiha water release, whose fully activated Sharingan rendered their movements as if in slow motion, allowing him to discern their trajectory with clarity. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sounds resonated as Uchiha water release deftly deflected the 3 glass orbs with his kunai, executing the movements with such fluidity that their speed remained unaffected by the projectiles. What? He managed to block them all? Junji Ito was taken aback, astonished by the prowess of the current genin. At that moment, with no buildings in sight, he sprinted ahead and leapt into an open space. But before he could steady himself, he heard the unmistakable sound of shuriken slicing through the air behind him. Experience dictated that the pursuing genin had launched their shuriken. With a cold smirk, Junji Ito dismissed their efforts as mere child's play. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his katana, unleashing a flurry of blade sparks that deflected the incoming shuriken. Yet, this very action afforded Asuma Sarutobi and Uchiha water release the opportunity they needed as they surged forth. Landing directly in front of Junji Ito, the three stood face to face, and at that moment, Junji Ito realized he had lost the advantage of escape. You two truly are relentless, having pursued me this far without yielding. Junji Ito assessed the 2 genin before him, a flicker of irritation crossing his eyes. He recognized Asuma Sarutobi. To his surprise, one of them turned out to be the son of the 3rd Hokage, which posed quite a dilemma. Chapter 53. Is possessing the Sharingan synonymous with impunity? Nonetheless, despite acknowledging that the individual before him was indeed Asuma Sarutobi, the son of the 3rd Hokage, Junji Ito found himself relatively unperturbed. After all, what difference did it make that he was the offspring of the 3rd? As long as he refrained from taking his life and merely imparted a slight lesson, could the 3rd truly seek vengeance over such a trivial matter? Moreover, this matter was instigated by Asuma Sarutobi and his companion. Had it not been for these 2 unruly youths relentlessly pursuing him and even attempting to apprehend him, how could he have been compelled to take action? He had committed no grave transgression. At most, he merely interfered with the competition. He had not broken any laws. If anything, he could be deemed to have acted in excessive self-defense. Reflecting on this, Junji Ito felt a surge of confidence, sneering coldly at Asuma Sarutobi, saying, "Do not presume that your lineage as the son of the 3rd Hokage grants you superiority. What of it? Does being the son of the 3rd Hokage bestow upon you the right to act with impunity?" Asuma furrowed his brows and retorted, "You are distorting the argument. Why did you intervene in the game of Fruit Ninja? Your actions are unethical." Junji Ito scoffed. "How do you know I interfered? Did you witness it? If not, refrain from making baseless accusations." "Humph. While I may not have seen it clearly, there are others who did. Like him." Asuma pointed to Obito Uchiha, a self-assured expression gracing his features. "Indeed, I saw everything distinctly. You threw 3 steel needles, 2 of which struck the fruits, altering their trajectories, while the last one missed the obstruction entirely. Every detail was crystal clear to me." Obito gestured to his eyes, which were now activated in the state of the Sharingan. The Sharingan. A jolt of surprise coursed through Junji Ito. It was no wonder he could perceive clearly. It was the advanced 3-tomo Sharingan. Initially, he had only intended to disrupt the game, never anticipating the emergence of someone wielding such an advanced ocular ability. Yet, even if he had been seen, what could it matter? There was no evidence to substantiate that claim. He would adamantly deny any wrongdoing. What could they do to him? While mulling over these thoughts, Junji Ito's countenance remained largely unchanged, maintaining a facade of calmness as if he had not been taken aback by the Sharingan. He scoffed disdainfully, adopting a defiant stance. Do you possess any evidence? Just because you claim to have seen it, does that make it true? Does having the Sharingan grant one the liberty to act without consequence? Furthermore, even if I did throw the needles, so what? Have I committed murder or arson? What law prohibits one from interfering in another's game? Be cautious. I might just accuse you of inciting trouble. In that moment, Junji Ito adopted an air of indifference, embodying the spirit of a defiant fool, challenging them to present their evidence. He continued, his displeasure evident. What do you intend by pursuing me in such a manner? Be wary. I might just accuse you of creating disturbances. Listening to Junji Ito's tangled and nonsensical words, Asuma Saratobi furrowed his brow, a flicker of irritation crossing his features as he retorted, we have no intention of causing you harm. Simply return with us to apologize to Yosaka and the fruit ninja vendor. Nonsense. Why should I, Junji Ito, apologize to you? Do you possess any evidence that I interfered with the game? Furthermore, what does it matter if you witnessed it? Do you have proof? Or do you claim that my fingerprints are on that steel needle? Speak up. You have nothing to say, do you? Junji Ito's tone was brimming with arrogance. As if he held the upper hand, suppressing the two before him. He smirked internally, thinking, these two children wish to challenge me with such trivial skills? I have endured more than they have experienced in their entire lives. If they seek to contend with me, they must live for another decade. I am acquainted with a formidable ninja, one Kaiji Yamanaka, from the Yamanaka clan. Their ancestral jutsu allows them to penetrate the mind and extract memories. I could enlist his aid to unveil your memories. If you were innocent, there is no need for you to fear. Rather, we would owe you an apology. Upon hearing the name Kaiji Yamanaka, Junji Ito's heart sank. He was indeed familiar with this individual, a captain of the Mind Division in Konoha's Special Forces, tasked with extracting memories for intelligence purposes and somewhat renowned. If his memories were to be probed, he would surely be exposed. No, I must devise a strategy. I cannot allow these two children to lead me by the nose. Just as Junji Ito pondered his response, Shursui Uchiha suddenly paused, a revelation striking him as he recalled the leaderboard of Fruit Ninja he had just seen. The name that occupied the top position was unmistakably Junji Ito. Before them stood a man named Junji Ito. Now it all makes sense. No wonder you resorted to interference during the competition. You are the one who holds the first place. Afraid that Yosaka might shatter your record, you succumbed to your vanity and resorted to despicable actions to sabotage Yosaka, hoping to eliminate him and secure your position. Am I correct, Junji Ito? Uchiha Shursui asserted, pointing an accusing finger at him. What? Now I understand. I had been pondering why he would so thoughtlessly disrupt the contest. With your revelation, everything is crystal clear. Saratobi Asuma exclaimed, his face reflecting enlightenment. In an instant, Junji Ito's expression darkened, resembling a gathering storm cloud, his eyes glinting with malice as he regarded Saratobi Asuma and Uchiha Shursui. In a low, ominous tone, he declared, It seems we have nothing left to discuss. If that is the case, we shall resolve this matter in the manner befitting ninjas. Upon hearing this, both Saratobi Asuma and Uchiha Shursui felt a shiver run down their spines. The facade was ripped away. They were about to engage in a violent confrontation. The ninja way of resolving disputes, after all, dictated that might makes right. Junji Ito slowly drew a black short sword from his left side, a blade that, even under the sun's rays, refracted no light, clearly a weapon designed for assassination. You two little brats are quite sharp-witted. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on the principles imparted by your fathers, making you realize that in certain matters, one must learn to turn a blind eye. Chapter 54, counterattack. Seeing that Junji Ito was ready to engage in combat, Saratobi Asuma and Uchiha Shursui likewise braced themselves for battle. Uchiha Shursui gripped a kunai in his left hand while wielding 3 shuriken in his right. At this moment, they recognized him as the former champion. Though his slashing techniques may not rival Yosaka's, they were still formidable, falling just short of Yosaka's prowess, making it clear that a direct confrontation would not favor the two of them. Moreover, it is well known that Junji Ito's mastery of hidden weapon techniques is remarkably formidable. Thus both individuals remain exceptionally vigilant. At that moment, Asuma Saratobi suddenly spoke up, Junji Ito, should you find yourself defeated, let us take the cat to acknowledge its missteps. Merely an admission of fault, nothing more. A true man stands by his actions. What is there to fear? At this juncture, Junji Ito ceased his attempts at evasion. Nodding solemnly in agreement, Upon witnessing Junji Ito's victory, Asuma Saratobi concentrated all his focus on the impending confrontation, fully aware of Junji Ito's exceptional swordsmanship. Following the brutal encounter with Yosaka, Asuma Saratobi had come to a stark realization that he was no match for those ninjas specialized in close combat. Thus, he resolved to exploit his strengths while evading his weaknesses. Recognizing Junji Ito's prowess in melee, he opted to maintain distance and employ ninjutsu to vanquish him. Asuma Saratobi had little faith that Junji Ito could cleave through flames as effortlessly as Yosaka had done. Consequently, with a sudden surge of power, Asuma Saratobi exuded an imposing aura and swiftly began to weave hand seals. With a puff, he unleashed a torrent of thick gray smoke towards Junji Ito, preparing to utilize fire release, ash pile burning against him. After all, not everyone possesses the peculiar ability like Yosaka to slice through flames, making this fire-based ninjutsu advantageous against close combat ninjas. However, Junji Ito, being a seasoned veteran in the art of battle, instinctively reacted upon seeing the smoke billowing towards him. Although he was unaware of the specific nature or purpose of the smoke, he understood one crucial fact: as long as he kept his body clear of its contact, he would undoubtedly remain unharmed. However, all smoke is inherently light, which bestows upon smoke-based ninjutsu a critical vulnerability. It can be effortlessly dispersed by powerful winds or, conversely, blown back towards its origin. Coincidentally, Junji Ito, happened to be a ninja possessing the wind attribute. At that moment, Asuma Saratobi, exhaling a cloud of smoke, was forming the tiger seal. Witnessing this scene, Junji Ito pondered, the tiger seal? Fire release? So that is it. Contemplating further, he surmised that if his assumptions were accurate, this smoke must be akin to a flammable gas, designed to envelop him within its shroud before being ignited by the fire release technique, thereby amplifying its potency and likely resulting in an explosive effect. With a brief, cold chuckle, Junji Ito swiftly commenced the hand seals for wind release. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shursui, who was quietly observing the unfolding events, happened to witness Junji Ito forming hand seals for wind release. His mind raced, and he suddenly realized the impending danger, urgently shouting, "Asuma, do not unleash fire release." However, by the time Uchiha Shursui's voice rang out, it was already too late. As soon as he spoke, Saratobi Asuma and Junji Ito simultaneously unleashed their respective jutsu. However, Junji Ito's wind release surpasses Asuma Saratobi's fire release in speed. Thus, in the next moment, the gray smoke expelled by Asuma Saratobi was effortlessly blown back towards him by Junji Ito's formidable wind release. In that fleeting moment, Saratobi Asuma unleashed his fire release technique. Consequently, the flames he expelled ignited the gray smoke that had been blown back towards him. In the next instant, a resounding explosion echoed through the air, as a colossal fireball erupted, engulfing Saratobi Asuma entirely. The temperature of the fireball was exceedingly high, causing Ito Junji, who stood 5 meters away, to feel an unbearable intensity. His face felt as though it might catch fire. He hastily retreated a couple of steps, which provided him some relief. As he gazed upon the enormous fireball, which measured 4 meters in diameter, Junji Ito found himself unexpectedly beset by concern. His intention had merely been to teach Asuma Saratobi a lesson, not to extinguish his life. What if he lost control and inadvertently caused Saratobi's demise? If that were to happen, the third Hokage would undoubtedly hold him accountable, leading to dire consequences. He would be faced with 2 grim choices: either betray his village and flee from Konohagakure, becoming a wandering soul without a home, or submit to justice, which would likely result in a lengthy imprisonment of at least a decade, if not a death sentence. Neither option was appealing, after all. He had a home in Konoha and was content there. In essence, he had merely thrown 3 steel needles, intending to disrupt the match, a trivial act that hardly constituted cheating. Yet, the notion of being branded a rogue ninja or imprisoned for years over such a minor incident was profoundly unjust. The following day's newspaper might report on a bloodbath ignited by the pursuit of victory, casting him as a villain who jeopardized not only his own future but that of the next generation in Konoha. In that moment, Junji Ito felt a surge of resentment towards both Asuma Saratobi and Shursui Uchiha. Was it truly necessary to pursue him so relentlessly over such a trivial matter? Why couldn't they simply turn a blind eye? At that instant, the gargantuan fireball had nearly extinguished, and Ito anxiously glanced towards Asuma's location, only to discover that apart from a patch of charred earth, there was nothing left. What? Was Saratobi's fire release so potent that it could incinerate a person entirely? This was disastrous. Had he truly miscalculated and ended the young man's life? A wave of shock washed over him, and his heart sank. Yet just then, the ground beneath him trembled. Preoccupied with the thought of Sarutobi's possible death, his mind dulled and lost its usual vigilance. Instinctively, he lowered his gaze to the earth below. Suddenly, a fist erupted from the soil, striking fiercely towards his chin. Chapter 55. Shursui Uchiha. Meanwhile, Yosaka, having concluded his match, received urgent treatment from Rin Noera. His arm, once swollen and rigid, had regained some mobility, though the muscles remained somewhat stiff. "Thank you, Rin Noera," Yosaka said with a smile. A blush crept across Rin's face as she replied playfully, "It is truly an honor to treat you, Yosaka-kun." As she spoke, Noera Rin reluctantly withdrew her small hand from Yosaka's right arm. At that moment, the vendor of the fruit ninja stall approached, presenting a trophy to Yosaka. Seizing Yosaka's left hand, he raised it triumphantly towards the heavens and proclaimed to the gathered crowd, "Congratulations to our new champion, the meticulous creator, Yosaka." In an instant, a fervent applause and cheers erupted from the surrounding spectators. Though there were merely 30 or 40 individuals present, the cacophony of celebration resonated as if hundreds were in attendance. At this moment, the majority of those present realized that the exceptionally skilled young man was named Yotsuka, sparking a flurry of discussions among the crowd. "So, his name is Yotsuka. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth," exclaimed one. "Having such a talented young master in our Hidden Leaf Village is truly a testament to our glory. With proper guidance, he is bound to become a pillar of our village in the future." Another remarked, "This young man is remarkable, possessing such prowess at a tender age. Surely he is destined to be Hokage." The crowd buzzed with admiration for Yotsuka's remarkable abilities, speculating about his promising future and whether he had a girlfriend. Urging someone to introduce him to their daughter before someone else snatched him away. His swordsmanship is nothing short of divine. Amidst the praises, Kakashi clenched his fists, recognizing Yotsuka as his target to surpass. Though he felt intimidated by Yotsuka's strength, he was undaunted, firmly believing that through hard work and perseverance, he would one day defeat Yotsuka. This conviction was as steadfast as his motto, "There is no one I cannot overcome. There are merely those who are my equal." Not far from Kakashi, the tumultuous emotions within Tsukikage were palpable. He admired Yotsuka's prowess while feeling disheartened by his own inferiority, especially as he witnessed the admiration in Tsukiya's gaze directed at Yotsuka, igniting an unnamed fire within him. Not jealousy nor hatred, but frustration at his own weakness. "Yotsuka, I will surpass you. Tsukiya is mine." His eyes glinted with determination as he tightened his grip on his sword and stepped away from the crowd, heading towards the training grounds. Mizukami, adjusting his glasses, felt a swell of pride. It was true that this student often dozed off in class and occasionally skipped lectures. Yet he could not deny that Yotsuka was the most exceptional student he had ever encountered. While much of Yotsuka's brilliance stemmed from his innate talent, Mizukami could confidently declare, "See that masterful swordsman? He is my student." With this thought, Mizukami eagerly anticipated the upcoming 5 Kage joint friendship tournament a month later, keen to witness how Yotsuka would fare against the talented contenders from other nations. Most likely, he will defeat them all, haha. The prospect filled him with joy, longing for the day he would witness Yotsuka triumph over the finest talents from around the world. In the crowd across from Mizukami, Guy was ablaze with enthusiasm as he watched Yotsuka, murmuring to himself, "Incredible! This is youth. This is what youth is all about. I too must experience such a vibrant youth." As he spoke, Mike K broke into a smile, his pearly white teeth glinting in the sunlight, momentarily dazzling the nearby Mitsukami Shusuk. Meanwhile, in close proximity to Mike K, two jonin were engaged in conversation. "Hey, Minato, what do you think of this kid? Quite impressive, isn't he?" remarked a man clad in black, adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem on his back. "Indeed, Shursui, this child possesses remarkable potential, if we speak purely of strength. As long as he survives, he will undoubtedly achieve Hokage-level prowess in the future," replied Uchiha Shursui with a smile. "However, to become Hokage, one must not only possess extraordinary strength but also the intellect to govern a nation," he added. "Haha, are you implying that I have a sharp mind?" Minato Namikaze laughed heartily. "Your intellect is indeed commendable. Mine, however, falls short. I lack the acumen to effectively manage a country. Who knows if I will even be elected in this Hokage selection? Let nature take its course, even if I am not chosen. It merely indicates that someone else is more suited for the role." The two stood amidst the crowd, thus evading the notice of Mitsukami Shusuk, who would have certainly approached them otherwise. After all, Both of these individuals possessed strength on par with the Kage, and one was even a candidate for the next Hokage. One never knows when they might ascend to that esteemed position, making future conversations all the more delightful. Simultaneously, following the conclusion of the Fruit Ninja Challenge, Noara Rin escorted Yosaka to the hospital. Upon arrival, a nurse examined Yosaka's arm and discovered several muscle tears, which, while not catastrophic, were certainly not trivial injuries. The nurse's gaze shifted as she thought, "This child has worked incredibly hard. He has pushed himself to such extremes for the sake of training. What a diligent young lad." With utmost seriousness, the nurse tended to Yosaka's arm, applying a special ointment and wrapping it in bandages, advising him not to engage in any physical activity for a week. She estimated that he would be well in just over a week. After tending to his arm, Noara Rin pondered for a moment before smiling and saying to Yosaka, "Yosaka-kun, you've had a tiring afternoon, and you haven't eaten yet. May I treat you to a meal?" Just as Yosaka was about to accept her invitation, he suddenly recalled his prior commitment with Shobu, and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, I've made plans to eat with someone else. How about I treat you another day?" "Oh, Yosaka-kun wants to take me out for a meal? I feel so embarrassed," Noara Rin exclaimed, her excitement rendering her flustered, unsure of where to place her hands. Her face flushed. Are you unwilling?" Yosaka scratched his head in confusion. "Willing? Of course I am. I would love to," Noara Rin quickly agreed, eager to affirm her acceptance before Yosaka could retract his offer. Chapter 56. An unexpected encounter. At that moment, Uchiha Obito happened to stroll by, and the two parties collided unexpectedly. Yosaka." Uchiha Obito stood in stunned silence. "Obito? What brings you to the hospital?" Yosaka inquired, clearly taken aback by the unexpected encounter shortly after his own arrival. "I came to change my bandages," Obito replied, waving his arm, revealing that his limb was still wrapped in gauze, a remnant of the injury inflicted upon him during their last encounter. "Well, Obito, is your wound healing? Once you recover, we should spar again," Yosaka exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. "Not so fast. The Allied Shinobi Forces Friendship Tournament is approaching, and I must represent the village of Konoha. What if my injury is not fully healed by then?" Obito responded, adopting a demeanor that discouraged Yosaka's advances. "Very well, what a pity," Yosaka conceded. At that moment, Noara Rin flashed a cheerful smile at Obito, saying, "Obito, you must do your best. I look forward to witnessing your splendid performance." Encouraged by Rin's words and her radiant smile directed solely at him, Obito felt a surge of excitement that left him at a loss for how to channel his energy. With fervor, he proclaimed, "Rin, rest assured, I will triumph in the tournament. I shall not disappoint the hopes of the people of Konoha. I will reinvent myself." Seeing Obito's nervous demeanor, Rin couldn't help but giggle, yet he perceived her laughter as uniquely beautiful, as if it were meant just for him. Watching her cover her mouth with mirth, Obito silently vowed that this time, he would leave no stone unturned to emerge victorious. He simply must win. He could not let Rin down. He absolutely had to prevail. At that moment, Yosaka glanced at the time and realized it was nearly time to meet Ayam for lunch. He bid farewell to Rin and departed. Seizing the opportunity, Obito quickly suggested, "Rin, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Come, let me take you to a delicious barbecue restaurant. Then let us go." Rin replied, and with that, Obito joyfully led her to the barbecue establishment. On the other side, the battle between Uchiha, Asuma Sarutobi, and Junji Ito raged on. When Junji Ito suddenly felt a fist emerge from the ground beneath him, it was already too late. He had no time to react as the fist struck him squarely on the jaw, producing a resounding thud. His head snapped upwards violently, and his body followed suit, soaring through the air and flipping several times before crashing heavily to the ground. The owner of that fist is none other than the wielder of the Sharingan, known as Shunshin Hashizui, or more colloquially, Shunshin H. Sui. Immediately after, as Shunshin H. Sui burst forth from the underground passage, Asuma Sarutobi followed closely behind, the two emerging from the hole beneath Junji Ito's feet. "Thank you, H. Sui. Without your timely intervention, I would have been in dire straits," Asuma expressed with genuine gratitude. Moments earlier, had it not been for Shunshin H. Sui's last-minute rescue, Asuma would have been severely injured by his own fire style, ash pile burning technique, nearly crushing himself under the weight of his own actions. "No need for thanks. Let us bind this fellow swiftly," H. Sui replied. "Right." Seizing the opportunity while Junji Ito was momentarily dazed from the blows, they swiftly constrained him with ropes. After tightening the knots to ensure their captive was securely bound, Asuma stood up confidently and nudged Junji Ito with his foot, declaring, "Well, you've been defeated by us. It's time to fulfill your promise and apologize." Junji Ito grimaced, his jaw aching from the previous punch, and questioned, "How did you manage to escape underground?" Sui gestured towards another nearby hole, following his direction. Junji Ito's gaze fell upon a passage located 2 meters behind where Asuma had previously stood, directly behind the explosion of flames. "What?" Junji Ito exclaimed, a jolt of realization coursing through his mind like a flash of lightning. "Could it be possible?" Asuma then explained, "When I was engulfed by the flames, Sui utilized the Shunshin technique to pull me back, obscuring your vision amidst the explosion. He then used Earth Style to create a tunnel beneath you, allowing us to emerge right at your feet." Upon hearing Asuma's account, Junji Ito regarded Sui with a complex expression. Could it be said that heroes emerge in youth? At such a tender age, he possessed remarkable strength and intellect. The strategy employed, using the Shunshin technique to save a comrade, while cleverly utilizing the flames as cover to mask their approach, was truly commendable. Reflecting on this, Junji Ito conceded that his defeat was not unjust. The opponent indeed wielded significant power. Had this been a real battle, he would likely be dead by now, for in a true confrontation, that strike to his chin would not have been a mere throw, but rather a kunai. Suddenly, a thought struck Junji Ito, as if a memory had resurfaced. He murmured to himself, "Shunshin technique? Sharingan? Could you be Shunshin Hashijui? Uchiha Shui?" To which Sui calmly responded, as Asuma just stated, "My name is Sui, Uchiha Sui. Uchiha Shui is my elder brother. I am merely Shunshin Sui. Well, I can see that you are impressive. But you have bound me in such a manner that my legs cannot be separated. How am I to move? Do you intend to carry me back to apologize?" Sarutobi Asuma laughed heartily at this, pointing to the 2 long ropes drawn out, stating, "Look, we have 2 ropes here. We'll drag you along. Consider it a physical training exercise." Uchiha Sui nodded in agreement. "Ah, I see. I am aware of what I need to know. Let it be as you say." Ito Junji replied suddenly in a flat tone. Uchiha Sui instinctively sensed something amiss, and at that moment, Ito Junji let out a cold chuckle. "You are still too inexperienced to contend with me. You ought to practice for several more years." Wind release, hedgehog blade. In the next instant, countless wind blades erupted from Ito Junji's body, severing the ropes that bound him. Chapter 57. Deceptive escape. What? Sarutobi Asuma exclaimed in shock, quickly turning around to draw a kunai and thrust it at Ito Junji, but he was a moment too late. Ito Junji swiftly retreated while shaking his hand to scatter 3 explosive tags. "Be careful," Uchiha Sui shouted, seizing Sarutobi Asuma and retreating. In the next second, they witnessed the 3 explosive tags ignite at the detonation line and explode. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 resounding blasts, enormous plumes of black smoke soared into the sky, enveloping the surrounding area of several hundred square meters in mere seconds. "This is not right. This is not an explosive tag." Uchiha Sui frowned and exclaimed, "It's a smoke explosive tag." Sarutobi Asuma cursed, his expression filled with fury. The smoke explosive tag closely resembles the explosive tag in appearance and shares the same ignition method. However, the distinction lies in that the explosive tag produces a violent explosion, using the powerful shockwave to harm enemies. The detonation smoke talisman generates a vast cloud of smoke, obscuring the enemy's line of sight, thus facilitating a retreat or serving to confuse adversaries. Consequently, the detonation smoke talisman is often employed as a ruse, masquerading as a true explosive talisman. Instances akin to Ito Junji throwing the explosive talisman to feign an attack, only to utilize the smoke talisman for a strategic withdrawal, are not uncommon. How infuriating. "I've been deceived," Uchiha Hashirama exclaimed, despite possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan, which allows him to slow down objects and discern chakra. He found himself unable to penetrate the smoke, lacking the of the Byakugan. Thus, ensnared within the thick fog, he could not perceive Ito Junji's whereabouts. Be cautious. He may launch a surprise attack. The 2 remained vigilant, ready to respond to any movement. However, after approximately half a minute, there was still no sign of activity, and the smoke began to dissipate. "Ah, Asuma, don't you possess wind release? Quickly disperse this damn smoke." Uchiha Hashirama suddenly recalled Sarutobi Asuma's wind jutsu and hastily reminded him. "Ah, how could I forget?" Sarutobi Asuma exclaimed, smacking his forehead, as he remembered his ability to manipulate wind. He promptly executed the wind release, gentle wind technique, effectively clearing the surrounding smoke. Once the fog lifted, both were left dumbfounded. Aside from themselves, there was not a soul in sight, clearly indicating that Itadunji had long since fled. How infuriating. He escaped. This fellow is too cunning. Sarutobi Asuma struck a wooden post in frustration, panting heavily, before adding, "It's all my fault. Had I not held us back, he would never have gotten away. No worries, victories and defeats are commonplace in battle. You should be grateful this was merely a trivial matter. The opponent was from Konoha and did not intend to harm us. Otherwise, in a real confrontation, you might have faced dire consequences. So let this be a lesson learned, accumulate experience." In truth, this incident is insignificant, as the other party was merely evading interference. Our relentless pursuit nearly cornered them, Uchiha Hashirama reassured. Sarutobi Asuma understood his companion's intent. It seemed that Itadunji was not truly malevolent. Had a confrontation escalated, victory was not guaranteed for them. He merely sought to save face by disrupting the match without causing harm. As Uchiha Hashirama remarked, some matters are best approached with discretion. However, in true combat, adversaries may be even more cunning. Falling for a trick could very well cost one their life, thus one must remain vigilant. Uchiha Shursui reiterated. I understand. Thus, the two returned home in a state of discontent. Meanwhile, upon exiting the hospital, Yosaka sent a WeChat message to SHBU. Upon receiving his message, SHBU hurriedly donned her attire and stepped outside. Previously, she had researched nearby eateries, knowing well that Yosaka was an avid foodie with an immense passion for culinary delights. Therefore, before inviting him to dine, SHBU had undertaken considerable effort. However, most of the exquisite dishes had already been savored by Yosaka, making it quite a challenge to discover something he had yet to taste. Ultimately, faced with this dilemma, she reluctantly settled on treating him to hot pot. Where are you? Yosaka inquired through a voice message. I am almost there. SHBU hastily replied, her heart racing with anxiety. It was her first time inviting Yosaka to a meal, and being late filled her with a deep sense of shame. Before long, Yosaka spotted a figure rushing towards him, and it was unmistakably SHBU. He excitedly waved and called out, SHBU, I'm over here. Ah, Papa Yosaka-kun. In her moment of excitement, SHBU inadvertently addressed Yosaka as Papa, eliciting laughter from bystanders and causing her face to flush with embarrassment. Just then, as she was passing through an intersection, a carriage came barreling down, completely focused on Yosaka. She failed to notice the approaching vehicle and momentarily did not react. The scene unfolded before Yosaka's eyes, igniting an immediate surge of urgency within him. In an instant, he unleashed his chakra, fervently activating the Great Freedom Sage technique. The ground beneath him erupted, generating two powerful whirlwinds that propelled his body like a cannonball. In a flash, Yosaka transformed into a streak of white light, racing toward SHBU with the swiftness of lightning. The sheer force of his passage summoned formidable gusts of wind, sweeping everything in his wake as if a shockwave had obliterated the surroundings. Meanwhile, SHBU furrowed her brow upon realizing the carriage was on a collision course with her. In that moment of distress, she silently chanted, Bagua Kong SHBU. Just as she was about to unleash her technique, a resounding shout from Yosaka pierced her concentration. Instinctively, she looked up to find Yosaka's face alarmingly close, rendering her momentarily speechless. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she felt her body lift as Yosaka effortlessly swept her off her feet in a princess carry. In a haze of confusion, SHBU's mind went blank, her peripheral vision blurring as the scenery raced backward. All that remained in focus was Yosaka's anxious face, contorted in urgency. Suddenly, she realized that her airborne form had come to a gentle halt, discovering that Yosaka had leaped to the rooftop, cradling her in his arms. Yosaka. SHBU finally grasped the gravity of the moment. He had recklessly dashed through peril to save her from the imminent danger of the carriage. SHBU, are you all right? Yosaka inquired, his expression a mix of concern and urgency. Witnessing the carriage barreling toward her had driven him to the brink of madness. He had nearly unlocked his latent potential, pushing the Great Freedom Sage technique to its absolute limit, achieving a speed that rivaled the fourth Raikage. The velocity was so intense that the wind pressure he encountered felt akin to colliding with a wall, rendering him breathless. Yet, he couldn't afford to dwell on such discomfort. Instinctively, he manipulated the air currents to maintain clarity of vision, ensuring he wouldn't crash due to the overwhelming speed. Ultimately, he arrived just in time to rescue SHBU from the impending impact. Now, his thoughts were consumed with worry. He questioned whether SHBU had sustained any injuries. The mere thought of her being hurt filled him with sorrow, for their promised meal together would be in jeopardy, and he would be deprived of that delightful feast. Is it possible that Yosaka-kun cares for me so deeply? As she gazed into the face so close before her, SHBU could clearly discern the evident concern etched upon it. A warm surge coursed through her heart, akin to a gentle stream of heat. And Yosaka's face was so near that his breath, slightly labored from exertion, wafted warmly against her skin. Feeling the warmth enveloping her, and glancing at Yosaka's face so close, SHBU felt as though her cheeks were ablaze, a fierce heat consuming her. At that moment, she became acutely aware that she was cradled in Yosaka's embrace, causing her heart to race faster, beating as if it wished to leap from her chest. Could you please set me down, Yosaka-kun? SHBU's voice dwindled until it was scarcely audible, her gaze shyly averted from him, her eyes cast downwards. Oh, of course, Yosaka replied quickly, releasing her as he noted her peculiar demeanor, her flushed cheeks, the stiffness in her posture, and her wandering gaze made him fear she might be injured. Are you hurt? Is everything all right? He reached out, touching her forehead and discovering it was quite warm. Oh dear, you have a fever. And no, I don't, SHBU stammered, shaking her head rapidly, feeling flustered and at a loss for words, her mind seemingly blank. Fortunately, oblivious to her distress, Yosaka suggested, if you're not feeling well, perhaps we should skip dinner today. We can always eat another time. This comment finally provided SHBU with a means to shift the topic of conversation away from her awkward predicament. No, I'm perfectly fine. Come on, let us go eat, she exclaimed, leading Yosaka forward and leaping off the rooftop first. Wow, SHBU is amazing. She dares to jump from such a height. Yosaka watched in surprise as SHBU leapt down from the third floor, having previously regarded her as merely an ordinary girl from a noodle shop, unremarkable and lacking any combat prowess. To his astonishment, he discovered that SHBU was quite formidable, not inferior to a typical lower-ranked ninja, and her stone-throwing technique could easily overwhelm most lower-tier ninjas. Encouraged by this revelation, Yosaka followed suit and jumped down. By this time, SHBU had begun to regain her composure, regretting her impulsive decision to leap from the rooftop without a second thought, as it seemed somewhat contrary to her delicate feminine image. Thankfully, Yosaka appeared to be unfazed, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. She slapped her cheeks gently, forcing herself to appear composed, and said to Yosaka, how about we go for hot pot? Hot pot? How serendipitous. I've been wanting to go recently. With a joyful laugh, Yosaka set off with her companion to the hot pot restaurant, indulging in a hearty feast. Following this delightful meal, Yosaka naturally reaped the rewards from the culinary system. However, as this was not her first experience, the effects were not as profound as during her inaugural tasting. Therefore, she did not acquire any new abilities. Nonetheless, her proficiency in other techniques saw a remarkable enhancement. After this session of Fruit Ninja, Yosaka's mastery over air manipulation and the Grand Freedom Immortal technique deepened, enabling her to momentarily invoke the Grand Freedom Immortal technique at a speed nearing that of the esteemed Fourth Raikage. It is worth noting, however, that a surge of adrenaline in a moment of urgency contributed to this feat. Consequently, should Yosaka attempt to employ the Grand Freedom Immortal technique again now, she would likely find herself unable to replicate the swift agility displayed while rescuing SHBU. After being escorted home by Yosaki, Ayam immediately burrowed into her bed, shrouding her head with the blanket. Otsutsuki Ichiraku observed this peculiar behavior with curiosity, especially since it had only arisen following their outing together. Intrigued by the events that transpired between the two, he activated his Rinnegan, revealing the power of space-time to glimpse into Ayam's recent experiences. Oh, this young one, rather impressive, he mused before returning to his ramen making. Time passed swiftly. It had been over half a month since Yosaki rescued Ayam, and with less than 10 days remaining, the Allied 5 Kage Friendship Tournament was impending. Consequently, the village was abuzz with activity, and the security forces had significantly increased, primarily overseen by the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, found himself exceedingly busy, managing the security operations of the entire Konoha village while also preparing to send his eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, to the Ninja Academy. This dual responsibility left him feeling quite overwhelmed. However, he found joy in the news that his wife was once again expecting. After consulting with a member of the Hyuga clan, who used their Byakugan, it was confirmed that they were to have a boy. Subsequently, Uchiha Fugaku named the child Uchiha Yusuke. Since the day when Yosaka rescued Ayam, Ichiraku bestowed upon Yosaka a prestigious gold card, which granted a delightful discount of 80% on ramen. This filled Yosaka with immense joy, as he no longer had to fret about his finances when indulging in his favorite dish. However, mindful of the novelty of culinary delights and their impact on the system's rewards, Yosaka chose not to indulge too frequently, opting instead to savor ramen every few days, thus maintaining a relatively high level of system rewards. During this period, his arm had fully recovered, his physical condition was remarkable, and his strength surpassed previous levels. He had already begun to prepare himself to triumph over the prodigies from various nations. Chapter 59. Reactions from Various Nations. Kumo Village. Oh, you wish for me to lead the Kumo Village delegation to participate in the 5 Kage Joint Friendship Tournament? Exclaimed the flamboyantly dressed Yuzuki, his face a mask of surprise. Indeed, among the newly promoted Nin, you are the strongest, and your demeanor is relatively composed. Thus, you shall represent our Kumo Village in battle, allowing the softies from Konohagakure to witness our might, while also granting the opportunity for others to offer their guidance. Our Kumo people are not to be trifled with, boomed a remarkably muscular man behind the desk, who was none other than the third Hokage. Hey, why not let Killer Bee lead the team? We're both Jinchuriki. Why should this woman be the leader? If anyone should take the lead, it ought to be me, the iron-blooded, true man, Killer Bee, protested a boy beside Yuzuki, wearing sunglasses and clutching a notebook and pencil. Why should it be you, Killer Bee? If anyone deserves the honor, it is I, Darui. I am the sole inheritor of the third Hokage's Black Lightning. Therefore, if anyone is to lead, it should undoubtedly be me. You, Killer Bee, are insignificant. Go home and sing your off-key songs. Interjected a dark-skinned boy with white hair standing next to Killer Bee. Is possessing Black Lightning such a grand achievement? Do you dare to unleash the 8 tails and see if I don't crush you underfoot? Shouted Killer Bee. Go ahead and release it. Let's see if you can truly defeat me. Retorted Darui. Hey, what do you two think you are doing? The leader will undoubtedly be Yuzuki. Honestly, you two should just stay home. I alone can sweep aside the competitors from other nations. You insolent woman, who do you think you are to speak? Say another word. I dare you. Go ahead and speak, you insolent woman. I will end you. Enough. The third Hokage's furious roar resonated through the room, the invisible sound waves crackling with lightning, instantly subduing the 3 bickering youths. The third Hokage slammed his hand on the desk, pointing at Yuzuki, and loudly addressed Killer Bee and Darui. Yuzuki possesses sufficient strength and, comparatively, is more composed, making him the most suitable choice for the leadership role. If either of you disagrees, step forward for a one-on-one duel. Defeat me, and you may take the lead. At this, both Killer Bee and Darui fell silent. Silence, then? Very well, it is decided. Yuzuki will lead the team. You two will compete in Konohagakure and fight with all your might. Restore the dignity of Kumo Village. If anyone loses, do not return. Kumo Village cannot afford to lose face. Yes, Lord Hokage, Kirigakure, for this upcoming 5 Kage Joint Friendship Tournament. Who among you wishes to take the lead for our Kirigakure? In the depths of darkness, a crimson light flickered in Yagura's eyes as he slowly spoke. I report to Lord Mizukage that Terumi Mei is willing to lead the Kirigakure team. I will not disappoint your expectations. We shall secure victory in this competition, bringing glory to our village and showcasing the strength of Kirigakure to the world. Terumi Mei, adorned in a sky-blue dress, stepped forward to recommend herself. Excellent, Terumi Mei. You shall lead the Kirigakure representatives this time. I am eager to witness what tricks the Leaf Village will employ. When you encounter their people, do not hold back. Strike with lethal force. It would be best to eliminate any potential talents among their next generation. A chilling voice echoed from the shadowy figure, causing the underling, Momochi Zabuza, to tremble with fear. I shall not fail you, Terumi Mei declared loudly before retreating. In Iwagakure, the atmosphere was equally charged. This time, you must secure first place and demonstrate the unwavering spirit of our village. Let the other nations see that the foundation of Iwagakure is not to be underestimated. Lord Inoki floated in the air, addressing the gathered lower ninjas. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage, Deidara replied with excitement. As the leader of the Iwagakure team, he anticipated the upcoming competition in Konoha, eager to express his art through explosive means. Let those fellows witness the true essence of my art, he exclaimed. Beside him, a fellow explosive expert, Konoha, scowled. What is your explosion compared to mine? My artistry surpasses yours. Jealousy simmered within him as Deidara had been chosen as the leader. In Sunigakure, the third Kazekage addressed a group of young shinobi. Sasori, you will take the lead this time. When you encounter the ninjas from Konoha, do not hold back. Eliminate them if possible, but ensure your own safety. Do you understand? I understand, Lord Kazakage. Sasori nodded, his eyes glinting with hatred from beneath his bangs. His parents had been slain by Konoha's shinobi, Hatake Tsukumo, and he yearned for vengeance. Though he was not yet a match for Tsukumo, he could target his son instead. Hatake Kakashi, you had best pray not to encounter me in the arena. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise. Within the samurai faction, Yasuo was encouraged. Your Gale Slash has begun to show promise. It is time for the ninjas to witness the might of our warriors and to experience the power of your Gale swordsmanship. Indeed, my lord. In the Rain Village, a subordinate inquired, My lord, shall we not participate in the upcoming 5 Kage Friendship Tournament? A ninja knelt before Hanzo of the Salamander and inquired. Hanzo replied slowly, Initially, I intended to send someone to participate. Even if we did not secure the championship, we could observe the potential of other nations. However, recent unrest necessitates my attention here, so I must prioritize these matters. It is indeed a pity. You mean that recent group of reactionaries spreading deceit? Precisely. As the saying goes, to repel external threats, we must first ensure internal stability. Only when our homeland is secure can we afford to attend to external affairs. Ah, understood, my lord. I shall take my leave. Did I permit you to depart? Does my lord have further instructions? You possess too much knowledge. You shall perish. Not only the great powers, but also several smaller nations intend to participate in the competition, eager to broaden their horizons. Villages such as Grass Hidden, Waterfall Hidden, Ricefield Country, and Star Ninja Village are among those emphasizing participation. Meanwhile, Konoha is fervently preparing as well, conducting intensive training for its participants, determined to claim victory in the competition. Chapter 60. A convergence of forces. Time passes swiftly. Unbeknownst to all, 2 weeks have elapsed, leaving only 3 days until the 5 Kage's Friendship Tournament. Consequently, both Konoha's inhabitants and those from other nations feel a mixture of excitement and anxiety. After all, this event gathers talents from the 5 great nations and beyond. With prodigies abound, one might even encounter a genius while merely walking to the restroom. As a result, Konoha Village finds itself overwhelmed with extraordinary talents. In their own countries, many had been regarded as geniuses, basking in admiration and respect due to their distinct abilities. Yet, amidst this gathering of prodigies, they now feel rather ordinary. Nevertheless, each genius carries their own pride. None are willing to concede to one another, fostering a vibrant albeit competitive atmosphere. Witnessing this scene, the elder members of the village reflect. This is youth. At the entrance of Konoha Village, a group stood, each member robust and formidable, their muscular physiques markedly stronger than those of the Konoha villagers. This assembly represented the Cloud Ninja Village. Among them was a striking young girl positioned at the center, clearly commanding the attention of her peers. This individual, known as the beautiful Lightning Country Ninja Yuzuki, possessed the formidable power of the Two Tails and was renowned for her exquisite control over tailed beasts. Clad in a form-fitting black outfit, she, though merely in her teens, exhibited a shapely and graceful figure, accentuated by her half-ponytail cascading behind her, presenting an alluring sight. In addition to the esteemed Yuzuki, the representative team from the Village of Clouds boasts another female member, a girl named Samui, who stands beside Darui. This young girl, slightly younger than Yuzuki, reaches only to Darui's shoulder. However, her physical development is notably advanced, distinctly surpassing that of her peers, unlike Yuzuki's well-proportioned form. Had Jiraiya been present at this moment, he would undoubtedly be exhilarated, for this young girl possesses the potential to rival Tsunade. Beyond Yuzuki, Darui, and Samui, the Cloud Village has sent additional competitors, including Shi, Mabu-e, and Yeyue Ching. The abilities of these individuals vary, with Yuzuki, Karabi, and Darui standing as the primary powerhouses of the team, showcasing considerable strength, while the remaining members exhibit slightly lesser capabilities. Aside from a few competitors, there were also several accompanying jonin, tasked with overseeing the participants' well-being and security, totaling nearly 20 individuals, a moderately sized yet not overly large team. Hey, Karabi, is this the Leaf Village that you claimed defeated our Land of Lightning? It doesn't seem all that impressive to me, Darui remarked, lollipop in mouth, speaking rather bluntly. Humph. Did you not see the grand entrance of the Leaf Village? It is exceedingly robust, boasting formidable defenses. I reckon it could withstand significant assaults. Moreover, their security personnel are not to be underestimated. In this brief moment, I've already spotted 6 elite jonin, indicating they have quite a number of skilled shinobi. Kairabi responded with a peculiar, rhythmic tone. At this point, Yuzuki wore an expression of arrogance as he declared, "So what? In my view, the Leaf Ninjas are nothing but weaklings. Each one of them seems incapable of withstanding a single punch from me. Clearly, this tournament's champion will be none other than me, Yuzuki. What did you say? Don't think that just because you're the team leader, you're impressive. Being a leader is merely a title. To win the championship, you're still not worthy. That honor belongs to me, Darui." Darui scoffed dismissively. "You two should just go and cool off elsewhere. I alone can secure the championship. Your presence will only hinder my progress. The title rightfully belongs to me, Kairabi." Kairabi retorted, equally indignant. "Kairabi, do you seek a fight? Have you become arrogant after 3 days without a beating?" Yuzuki coldly interjected. "Yuzuki, don't think that just because you're a woman, I won't dare to strike you. When I lose my temper, I'll take on anyone, regardless of their gender." Kairabi stood his ground defiantly. "Fight, fight, fight. Hit each other hard. Then you two will be mutually exhausted, and the championship will be mine." Ha ha ha. Darui gleefully relished the chaos, reveling in the turmoil. "Oh dear, these people," Samui sighed, shaking her head. "I truly do not wish to be around these 3 lunatics. Whenever they gather, tranquility is utterly unattainable." Enough. A booming voice suddenly interrupted, causing the 3 bickering individuals to cease their quarrel. A man, even more imposing than Kairabi, glared fiercely at the trio. "If you dare to continue arguing, I shall send him back to the village of Cloud with a single punch. Who is in favor? Who is against? I oppose." Darui immediately shouted. Boom. The burly man sent Darui flying with a single strike. Objection denied. Is there anyone else who disagrees? The remaining individuals fell silent, all observing the formidable man in quietude. Humph. This is the fate that befalls those who dare to challenge my authority. The burly man pointed towards a figure plummeting from the wall 20 meters away, revealing a distinct human-shaped indentation. This man was Ai, the elder brother of Kairabi and the eldest son of the current 3rd Raikage. He was regarded as the most promising candidate for the position of 4th Raikage, known for his straightforward demeanor yet fiery temper. It was said that he once engaged in a fierce brawl over who would consume the last salted fish, resulting in his opponent spending 3 months in the hospital. Thus, even the audacious Kairabi became a timid little brother in Ai's presence. All right, let us proceed and observe the changes that have transpired in Konoha over the years, Ai declared, striding confidently towards the main gate of Konoha, with the others trailing behind him like devoted followers. Their sentiments towards Konoha were far from favorable, as the Second Ninja War had ignited due to their 2nd Raikage being ambushed and killed by the Gold and Silver Brothers while he was negotiating a peace treaty with the 2nd Hokage. This event precipitated the Second Shinobi World War, and many elite ninja from the Cloud Village had since perished at the hands of Konoha's shinobi. Thus, the animosity between the 2 nations was palpable and deeply rooted. However, many younger ninjas from the Cloud Village bore little resentment towards Konoha, often influenced more by the opinions of their elders than by personal experiences. Upon entering Konoha, the Cloud Village team wandered about, their eyes wide with curiosity. "Hey, Darui, did you see that? On the cliff over there are 3 gigantic human faces carved into the rock. How magnificent!" Mirin exclaimed, excitedly tapping Darui's shoulder while pointing at the Hokage rock. Isn't that the Hokage rock of Konoha? It was initially carved to commemorate the first Hokage, and over time, it has evolved to feature the likenesses of all past Hokages. "It truly is impressive. I believe our Cloud Village should create something similar," he suggested. "Fool. Our village lacks such expansive cliffs. I propose we construct a grandiose statue, akin to the ones at the Valley of the End. That would be equally spectacular," Kairabi remarked. "Indeed, Kairabi, you've finally spoken something sensible. Quite remarkable," Mirin commended. "Mirin, do you find it unbearable not to provoke me for even a moment?" Kairabi retorted angrily. "Kairabi, I too find your suggestion commendable. When I ascend to the position of Raikage, my statue shall stand alongside the 4th Raikage, revered by the people." "Yes, splendid indeed," Darui chuckled. "Get lost. I will be the 5th Raikage. You should stay where it's cool." Kairabi shouted, ready for a confrontation. "Bring it on." Bang, 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 bang. On the other side, Yosaka was testing the extent of his airflow perception in distinguishing sounds. Through this unique ability, he could transform sounds that were imperceptibly faint to the average ear into something palpable. By adjusting the thickness of the airflow to create an uneven distribution, he effectively produced a horn-like effect, amplifying the sounds directly into his ears. Thus, he was able to hear even the faintest whispers or distant noises. earning him the moniker of a true wind ear. However, despite his success in discerning delicate sounds, he still struggled to analyze the specific characters being written based on their frequencies. This predicament was indeed troublesome. Nevertheless, he recalled that there were multiple choice questions available. These merely required him to write down a number between 1 and 3. While he might struggle with other types of questions, he could certainly comprehend the multiple choice format. He decided to focus solely on those questions, disregarding the rest. If Sando were to discover this, he would undoubtedly suffer an apoplectic fit on the spot. It is crucial to note that the multiple choice section only accounted for a mere 20 minutes of the examination. If Yosaka were to solely answer those, he would still fall short of passing. However, Yosaka had not anticipated this dilemma. As he munched on potato chips, his mind wandered to the matter of Fruit Ninja. After reaching the 18th level and hitting his peak, it took over half a month for Yosaka's arm to fully recover. Surprisingly, this setback had fortuitously strengthened his right arm. The muscles, which had previously suffered from forced exertion, had healed and emerged more robust than before. Yosaka estimated that he could now endure up to the 19th wave. Under normal circumstances, relying solely on his stamina would not have enabled Yosaka to surpass the 16th wave, as his muscular development was not particularly superior. Indeed, it was slightly inferior. Being a practitioner of a single blade style, he had not engaged in specific training to enhance muscular endurance or strength. Thus, in terms of physical prowess, Yosaka might even lag behind Kakashi. Nonetheless, by employing the Great Freedom Sage technique, Yosaka could create a gust of wind that assisted in the movement of his arm, alleviating 20% of the strain on his muscles. This was what allowed him to reach the 18th wave. Now, with his arm's muscles having grown stronger, Yosaka felt compelled to give it another try, his interest in the Fruit Ninja game steadily increasing. The egg tarts had been quite delectable. He had shared half with Ayam the last time, and he still longed for more. This time, I shall bring some back for myself, Yosaka mused aloud. Slipping on his shoes and dashing out of the house, heading straight for the Fruit Ninja stall. Apart from the formidable strength that grants Yosaka the privilege of unfettered movement, the other competitors are currently engaged in intensive training. With only 3 days remaining, the Konoha team adopts a last-minute approach, focusing their training on these select individuals. At this moment, Kakashi is training alongside Yamanaka Ye in chakra endurance, while Tsukikage Shippu is practicing swordsmanship in combat against another ninja. Others, such as Sarutobi Asuma, are also participating in one-on-one exercises. What excites Tsukikage Shippu is that during his practice, Yuyuki approached to bring him water, igniting his enthusiasm and motivating him to train fervently as if fueled by adrenaline. He cherishes the water she provided, reluctant to consume it. On the streets of Hokage, hey, Kyra, look over there. There's a Fruit Ninja stall. I didn't expect to find one here in Konoha. Oh, is that the branch of our Fruit Ninja headquarters in Konoha? I wonder what the record is for the top score among Konoha's participants. Let us go take a look. Thus, the group approached the Fruit Ninja stall, where 2 ninjas were currently facing the 7th wave of challenges, struggling significantly. One participant was eliminated due to slow reflexes. These Konoha ninjas are rather underwhelming. They can't even withstand the 7th wave. They are far behind us from the Cloud Village. Indeed, Konoha is filled with softies. This game demands high reflexes and agility, which clearly isn't their forte. Only those from the Cloud Village can excel at it, boasted a Yuzuki ninja. Exactly. I estimate that their highest score here barely reaches the 10th wave. Haha, quite so. This game is best suited for us from the Cloud Village. The ninjas from Konoha seem entirely incapable. Chapter 62. A wager. Just as Darui was about to approach the scoreboard, the remaining Konoha ninja was also eliminated, leaving 2 spots vacant. Young man, you don't seem to be from Konoha. Would you like to give it a try? The stall owner, smiling, called to Darui. He thought to himself that although this muscular young man appeared intimidating, there is a saying, the larger the muscles, the slower the reflexes. He figured that this lad might not even last through 5 waves, making him a perfect candidate for a paying customer. Sure, I'll give it a shot. Darui responded with a grin. In fact, he had played Fruit Ninja back in the Cloud Village, achieving a personal best of 13 waves, a commendable score indeed. Even in Konoha, 13 waves would secure him a place among the top 5. I previously reached the 13th wave. After this period of training, I should be able to last through 15 waves. Darui felt a surge of excitement as he recalled the words of the 3rd Hokage before their journey. Your purpose in this endeavor is to showcase the might of our Lightning Village. Should an opportunity arise to humiliate those from Konoha, do not hold back. Ensure they witness the strength of our village. Thus, Darui mused to himself. The moment to elevate our prestige has arrived. Perhaps I, Darui, shall become a hero of the Lightning Village. At that moment, Yuzuki approached and patted Darui on the shoulder, saying, Darui, unleash your full potential and give those Konoha ninja a stark warning. It is time for you to serve your homeland. Indeed, Darui, aside from my brother, possesses the swiftest reflexes here. Let us demonstrate the pride of our land of lightning. Rest assured, I will ensure that the people of Konoha are left in awe. A confident smile adorned Darui's face as he and the third Raikage had taken the same route, harnessing the power of lightning to enhance his being, activating his muscles and neural reflexes to forge a formidable physique. His speed, defense, and strength received tremendous augmentation. Thus, when it came to reflexes, aside from Kurabi's brother, Darui was the strongest present. After all, this fruit ninja game relies on reflexes and muscular endurance, both of which are Darui's strengths. Look, those must be the ninja from the Cloud Village. Just as Darui stepped forward, ready to commence the Fruit Ninja Challenge, a Konoha ninja exclaimed in surprise to his companion. Oh, indeed, they have arrived, and they even bring their luggage. They must have just gotten here. Are they really challenging us to Fruit Ninja? Now that is intriguing. They must be novices at this game. Just wait and see. That lad will likely be eliminated by the third or fourth round. The conversation of the two Konoha ninja reached Kurabi's ears, prompting him to scoff disdainfully. Humph, two simpletons. This game was invented by our Cloud Village to train our neural reflexes and muscular endurance. You Konoha folks will never master it. Humph, such arrogance. We shall see how many rounds you can endure, retorted the Konoha ninja defiantly. How about we place a bet? Yuzuki interjected with a cold smirk directed at the Konoha ninja. What do you wish to wager? The Konoha ninja inquired. If he cannot last through 10 rounds, the money will be yours. If he prevails, I shall claim that sword at your waist. Yuzuki pointed at the Konoha ninja's blade. The Konoha ninja thought to himself that this girl was quite audacious, and without backing down, he responded, Fine. Since you are so bold, I shall accept your challenge. I look forward to seeing where your confidence originates. Just remember, if you lose, do not claim I bullied you. The ninja from Konoha gazed at the confidently poised Yuzuki, feeling a twinge of irritation. Despite being merely a girl of about 10, she emanated an aura that suggested she was an equal adversary. In fact, her presence seemed to overshadow his own. Thus, both parties placed their wager and their swords upon a nearby table, attracting the attention of several onlookers. The unfolding bet between a Konoha ninja and a Kumogakure ninja piqued the interest of many, as it intertwined the fates of two nations and even hinted at potential diplomatic implications. As the crowd swelled, the alert of the Fruit Ninja machine rang out, and two projectiles launched forth. Darui swiftly drew his blades, effortlessly cleaving the flying objects in two, revealing them to be mere halved fruits. Impressive, isn't it? Exclaimed Killer Bee, puffing out his chest and gesturing with his chin towards the Konoha ninja. Humph, that was just the first round. No need to rush. The Konoha ninja retorted with a sardonic smirk, his gaze fixated on the stack of banknotes on the table, conservatively estimated to total around 1,000. He mused to himself about the wealth of the Kumogakure ninjas, albeit questioning their sanity, confident that soon, that money would be his. Meanwhile, on his way to the Fruit Ninja stall, Yosaka unexpectedly encountered an individual clad in the attire of a ronin, none other than the cunning Ito Junji from that fateful day. Young lad, your swordsmanship is quite impressive, Ito Junji remarked with a smile, having chanced upon Yosaka and, out of admiration for his skills, approached him to exchange pleasantries. Who are you? How do you know my techniques are remarkable? Yosaka inquired, bewildered by the stranger before him, having never laid eyes on him before. Prior to your emergence, I was the reigning champion of Fruit Ninja, Ito Junji, he declared. Oh, do you have something to say? Yosaka asked nonchalantly. Are you not curious about me? The former champion? Ito Junji responded, astonished, as he had anticipated Yosaka would be thrilled to meet a fellow title holder. You're merely a defeated opponent. What is there to be excited about? Yosaka retorted, leaving Ito Junji at a loss for words. Frustrated and feeling slighted, Ito Junji could not refute Yosaka's assertion, for it was indeed valid. How infuriating to be disregarded. I shall grant you this one, Ito Junji thought angrily, ultimately deciding to depart while contemplating ways to enhance his swordsmanship and physical prowess, determined to reclaim the title of champion in the future. Chapter 63. The remarkable druid. The group from the Cloud Ninja Village was not the last to arrive, as others trailed behind them, including those from the Mist Ninja Village. As the likes of Killer Bee began their engagement with the Fruit Ninja game, the Mist Ninja contingent made their way to the gates of Konohagakure. Well, is this really the Leaf Village of the Land of Fire? The village founded by the legendary god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama? I am filled with curiosity and anticipation. Terumi Mae exclaimed, forming a makeshift telescope with her hands to gaze at the surroundings. At this time, she was merely 15 years old, resembling a delicate and beautiful porcelain doll, exuding charm. I have always believed that among the 5 great nations, the strongest is indeed the Leaf Village of the Land of Fire. Now that I see it, it is truly not without merit. Zabuza Momochi looked up at the towering gates of the Leaf Village, which loomed 10 stories high, marveling at the sheer strength required to open such an entrance and the formidable power needed to destroy it. Zabuza, spare us the words that inflate other spirits while diminishing our own. While we may not rival the Leaf Village, our capabilities are not to be underestimated. Though they may be somewhat stronger, they are not overwhelmingly so, Kasame Hashigaki chimed in, though his smile was far more dismal than a frown. Indeed, Kasame is right. As long as we from the Mist Village continue to strive for development, we shall one day emerge as the mightiest nation. Come, let us enter. Terumi Mae smiled and led the way into the Leaf Village. The entourage from the Hidden Mist Village comprises not only the 3 contestants but also several others, albeit their prowess pales in comparison to that of the trio. Upon their arrival in Konoha, they were immediately captivated by the picturesque streets and alleys. The ambience here is utterly distinct from that of our Hidden Mist Village. I find it rather delightful, exclaimed the young Terumi Zabuza, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Indeed. The architecture here aligns with my aesthetic preferences. Having grown accustomed to the structures of the Hidden Mist, I now find myself intrigued by other architectural styles, remarked Kirigakure's Mae Terumi, equally enchanted as she surveyed her surroundings. Being an exceptionally beautiful girl, she effortlessly attracted the gaze of numerous passers-by. Perhaps I might encounter a handsome gentleman. If I happen upon a charming young man from Konoha, who knows, I might even consider marrying into this village. She mused joyfully within her heart. Shortly after their departure, the delegation from the Sand Village arrived. Konoha, here I come, with you in my sights. Tsukumo Hatake and Kakashi Hatake. Scorpion glowered at the imposing gates of Konoha, which boasted formidable defenses, seemingly surpassing even the walls of their own village, discomforting him. Let us proceed with caution. Once inside, we must tread carefully to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, our Sand Village suffered a heavy defeat during the last shinobi war at the hands of Konoha, forcing us to remain low-key and endure humiliation. However, should anyone dare to provoke us, we shall demonstrate that we are not to be trifled with. The leader of the Sand Village instructed the group of participants. Meanwhile, as time progressed, Darui had successfully weathered the previous 8 waves of fruit assaults. The Konoha ninja, who had wagered with the Yuzuki, wore an increasingly distressed expression, beset by mounting pressure. How is this possible? This kid is remarkably formidable. Even I could only endure through the 9th wave before being eliminated. Yet he has navigated through 8 waves without missing a single fruit. And he is merely a genin. The Konoha ninja felt a sense of foreboding. Glancing anxiously between Darui and his own katana, sensing that today, this sword might very well change hands. The surrounding audience was abuzz with conversation. What a situation. That lad from Yunin Village is surprisingly formidable, having successfully navigated through 8 waves of fruit attacks without losing a single piece. Truly impressive. It seems that the inhabitants of Yunin Village are not to be underestimated. However, there is no need for excessive concern. As the challenges will only intensify as the game progresses, it is entirely possible that he could be eliminated in the next round. After all, nothing is certain. And even if he manages to endure through 9 waves, what then? Can he truly withstand 18 waves? Upon hearing the murmurs from the crowd, Darui beamed with pride. He excelled in this game of Fruit Ninja, and his muscles, activated by the Black Lightning, reacted with remarkable speed. It was not only his physical reflexes that were swift. His mind was equally quick. By harnessing the power of lightning, he had enhanced the transmission speed of information between his neurons, enabling him to achieve super-fast reactions. Thus, even without the Sharingan, he could still barely perceive the objects hurtling towards him. After all, his mind processed information rapidly, affording him ample time to react. Beside him, the Uid ninja, with arms crossed over his chest, wore an expression of smug satisfaction, exuding an air of assured victory. He glanced at the katana. Appreciating its fine quality, it would soon become her trophy. As one of the most outstanding lower ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village, the Uid ninja possessed strength surpassing that of Darui, thus he was acutely aware of Darui's capabilities. In this Fruit Ninja game, Darui was certainly capable of enduring through the 13th wave, and even the 14th wave was not beyond the realm of possibility. Seizing upon the Leaf Ninja's underestimation of Darui, he provocatively claimed that the challenge would end at the 10th wave, and indeed, the Leaf Ninja took the bait and accepted the wager. This filled the Uwid Ninja with a sense of delight, as if he were toying with others at his whim. How foolish, the Leaf Ninja. At this moment, the 9th wave commenced. Swiftly, 9 dark figures surged forth, and Darui focused intently on the incoming projectiles. As they approached within 2 meters, he suddenly swung his blade with fervor, executing a frenzied series of slashes that cleaved through all 9 shadows before him. To his astonishment, they were all merely fruits. Killer Bee looked on, speechless, at the scattered pieces of fruit on the ground. He picked up half an apple, wiped it off, and began to munch on it with gusto. At this juncture, Darui had equaled the Leaf Ninja's personal record, instilling a sense of acute anxiety within the Leaf Ninja, as the next wave of fruit assault would determine the outcome of their wager. Should Darui survive the upcoming onslaught, the katana would rightfully belong to the Uwid Ninja. Consequently, the Leaf Ninja could only fervently pray that Darui would falter in the next wave. At that moment, Uchiha Obito, who had been granted leave, happened to pass by. Observing the large crowd gathered, his curiosity prompted him to push through and take a look. Chapter 64, Display of Muscles. Are those ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village? Obito mused, his gaze fixed on Darui, who stood prominently in the arena. He noted the remarkable muscular development of the young man, exuding an aesthetic of strength. A mere glance revealed to Obito that he would surely be at a disadvantage in close combat against such an opponent. He recalled that ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village were renowned for their proficiency in a technique known as the body enhancement technique, which utilized chakra to amplify muscle cells and nerves, significantly enhancing physical capabilities. This technique combined ninjutsu and taijutsu to create an unparalleled explosive power in close quarters. Reflecting on the descriptions of Hidden Cloud ninjas from his textbooks, Obito examined Darui's physique and began to grasp the essence of the body enhancement technique. He pondered how this technique compared to Might Guy's pure taijutsu. It seemed that their physical prowess surpassed that of Guy, and the integration of ninjutsu into their taijutsu suggested a potency that might eclipse Guy's singular mastery. Perhaps he would suggest to Guy that he also consider training in the body enhancement technique. Obito contemplated thoughtfully. At this moment, the 10th wave of fruit assaults was imminent, marking a critical juncture in the wager. Consequently, the Leaf Village Ninja felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety and trepidation. By this stage, he had come to realize that the seemingly unassuming genin possessed formidable abilities. Deep within his subconscious, he believed there was an 80% chance that Darui would withstand the onslaught of the 10th wave. Beside him, the confident smile of Yumu Run and his companions radiated assurance. The mere 10 waves of fruit attacks posed no challenge for Darui. After all, among the competitors, Darui epitomized the true essence of the ninjutsu style, being a rare inheritor of the Black Lightning technique from the 3rd Hokage. His physical prowess and neural reflexes were exceptionally enhanced, relying primarily on his reaction speed. It is time for these softlings from Konoha to witness the might of our Hidden Cloud Village. Darui, shall we show them what it means to be a true man? Kairabi remarked, his words flowing in an unidentifiable rhythm of rap, brimming with self-assurance. Darui, this is our village's first opportunity to showcase our strength. You shall be the one to demonstrate. Yumu Rin crossed his arms, exuding a sense of guaranteed victory, already contemplating how to wield that great sword. Upon hearing his companion's words, Darui nodded with a smile, internally reflecting, the moment to bring honor to the Hidden Cloud Village has arrived. By this point, they had reached the 10th wave, and even Darui found himself at the limit of his physical capabilities and neural responses. Lacking the powerful ocular techniques such as the Sharingan or Byakugan, he realized that his current vision could no longer discern the projectiles. Nevertheless, he had his own methods and signature techniques. With a smirk, he thought, Konoha's folks, prepare to witness my ultimate skill. He bellowed, and in an instant, every muscle in his body tensed, his fist clenched at his waist, teeth gritted, and veins bulging ominously atop his head. Darui was finally about to reveal his prowess. This wager held no challenge at all. Yumu Ren mused with delight. Let the Konoha folks behold the ultimate ninjutsu inherited from the 3rd Raikage. Lightning Release Chakra Mode. Activate. Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed as a surge of black lightning erupted from Darui's form, enveloping him like a second skin. Countless arcs of black electricity shimmered with chaotic brilliance, twisting and crackling like serpents of lightning. The intense discharge of energy caused onlookers to feel as though they had been electrocuted, with some nearby witnesses' bangs frizzing into straight strands. What is happening? Such astonishing chakra. Such formidable lightning release. What ninjutsu is this? The momentum is truly overwhelming. In an instant, the crowd surrounding them was left utterly astounded by Darui's lightning release chakra mode. They had never witnessed such a form of ninjutsu, nor such a powerful manifestation of chakra. Visually and sensorially, it was an overwhelming spectacle, enhanced by Darui's already robust physique, making him appear as though he were a deity of thunder descending upon the earth, exuding an aura of majesty and might. As the gasps of astonishment echoed through the gathering, individuals like Karui and Killer Bee wore expressions of pride, reveling in the prowess of their hidden cloud village. Behold, this is the might of our village. Uchiha Obito's eyes widened in disbelief. It was the first time he had encountered someone releasing such an immense quantity of chakra. The palpable pressure emanating from the vast chakra was both intangible and distinctly felt, leaving him profoundly shaken. Is this the legendary ninjutsu of the Hidden Cloud Village? How formidable! Is he truly a competitor from their village? I am to battle against such a being. Momentarily, Uchiha Obito felt daunted by Darui's imposing presence, a sense of trepidation stirring within him, prompting an instinctive belief that he could not prevail. No, I cannot be overwhelmed by his aura. Just as doubt began to settle in his mind, an image of Yahiko flashed through his thoughts. In the next moment, the fear instilled by Darui dissipated entirely. I cannot allow myself to be intimidated. I am a representative of Konoha. No matter how powerful he may be, he is still no match for Yahiko. Furthermore, should I indeed face him as an adversary? At that thought, the visage of Noara Rin emerged in his mind. Obito, you must persevere. I will be cheering for you from the stands. The echo of Rin's words resonated in Obito's ears, fortifying his resolve. Even if I encounter him, I must emerge victorious. I will win. Rin is watching me. Determination gleamed in Uchiha Obito's eyes. At this moment, the 10th wave commenced. A series of swift whoosh sounds echoed as 10 dark shadows erupted from the machine's nozzle, racing like the wind towards the druid with astonishing speed. As Darui radiated with arcs of black lightning, firmly gripping his long sword, his eyes widened in focus, intently fixated on the barrage of flying fruits. Chapter 65, The Bet Lost. I can see clearly. I can perceive it. Darui silently repeated in his mind. At this moment, under the potent activation of his black lightning technique, his muscles and nerve conduction were maximally invigorated, accelerating his neural transmission speed to 5 times its usual rate. In this heightened state, his brain could swiftly process vast amounts of data in a fleeting moment, even as his eyes struggled to discern the precise nature of the dark projectiles hurtling toward him. However, his extraordinarily responsive mind enabled him to instantly infer, based on the silhouettes of the shadows, whether they were fruits or mere distractions. In the next instant, he let out a fierce roar and swung his sword, reminiscent of a large door, creating a massive arc of black light that cleaved through the first shadow. With a soft swish, the shadow was severed, its speed abruptly diminishing, revealing its true form to Darui's keen eyes, a freshly sliced apple. Next, the second one. Darui forcefully contracted the muscles in his arm, propelling his entire limb in the opposite direction. With a swift swish, he sliced through another shadow, witnessing a banana split in 2. Onward to the third. He swung his sword once more, cleaving yet another fruit. The 4th, the 5th, the 6th, the 8th. A flurry of powerful slashes erupted, each cut soaring with a striking elegance, as he swiftly dispatched all 8 dark figures in a matter of moments, scattering fruit fragments across the ground. The remaining 2 shadows, however, were disregarded, crashing into the net behind him, revealing their true identities: 2 small green wooden balls. The 10th wave. Success. Darui plunged his sword into the ground and turned to the villagers of Yunin, flashing a confident smile. Upon witnessing this scene, the ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, enveloped by a shroud of ominous clouds. His body turned cold, and a wave of despair surged within him. I have lost, he lamented, his countenance reflecting profound sorrow as he gazed at the tachi on the table. A sense of reluctance filled his eyes. This blade had been his companion for 12 long years, aiding him in vanquishing countless foes and achieving great feats. Yet today, it was destined to change hands, becoming the property of another. Damn it, he muttered through gritted teeth, engulfed in anguish. Haha. You must accept the terms of the wager, the figure named Yuzuki declared triumphantly, approaching the table and reaching for the tachi. With a swift motion, she drew the sword. its blade glinting with a chilling brilliance under the sun, casting a radiant glow upon her exquisite visage as joy illuminated her heart. What a splendid sword. Thank you. I shall take good care of it from now on, she exclaimed with a mischievous grin, brandishing the weapon before the leaf ninja and then sheathing it once more, placing the sword behind her back. From this moment forth, the tachi belonged to Yuzuki. Humph. A petty victory. The leaf ninja seethed, his teeth clenched. The sight of Yuzuki's smug expression pierced his heart like a myriad of daggers, leaving him breathless with pain. Yet, despite his overwhelming reluctance, he recognized that a promise made in the context of a wager must be honored. To renege in such a public setting would not only tarnish his own reputation, but also disgrace the Hidden Leaf Village and the Land of Fire itself. At this moment, Darui eagerly awaited the 11th wave of fruit attacks. Today was not merely an opportunity to showcase the prowess of the Cloud Village within Konoha. It was also a test of the limits of his current strength. Excellent. The next wave is the 11th. Given this performance, I estimate it would at least secure second place in Konoha. I wager that the top score will not exceed 14 waves, Kairabi remarked with a chuckle, rhythmically rapping as he laughed heartily. Should we take a glance at the leaderboard to see the current top score? Inquired Sam, with his golden hair and striking physique. Standing nearby, there's no need to check. Once Darui completes his task, the stall owner will record his score on the leaderboard, which will undoubtedly be re-ranked. At that point, Darui will certainly claim the top spot. Hence there is no necessity to check the current first place, Yuzuki asserted confidently, a victorious smile adorning his face. As the 11th wave commenced, Darui, harnessing the effects of the lightning release chakra mode to invigorate his muscles and nerves, once again navigated through flawlessly. He subsequently surpassed the 13th wave, yet upon reaching the 14th wave, he finally met his limit, missing 3 fruits and consequently being eliminated. Although he fell slightly short of his aspiration to conquer the 14th wave, he remained content, just a hair's breadth away. It appears my lightning release chakra mode requires further enhancement. If I could attain a level akin to that of Brother A, I could likely handle 20 waves with ease. Darui mused as he descended from the stage. Despite his elimination, his expression bore no trace of regret, for he had not only showcased the might of the Cloud Village, leaving the Konoha spectators in awe, but he had also seized a trophy from them. Although the wager was initiated by Yuzuki, and the spoils rightfully belonged to him, it was Darui who had executed the endeavor. Thus, he was confident that upon his return to the Cloud Village, presenting the prized sword to Lord Rakage would surely earn him commendation. Those Konoha folks are utterly inept. This game is clearly beyond their capabilities. I reiterate, only we from the Cloud Village can truly master this game, Kairabi proclaimed, his laughter echoing with arrogance, inciting ire among the surrounding Konoha inhabitants. Yet, there was little they could do. After all, they had just lost the wager, and that was an irrefutable fact. However, at that moment, Obito could no longer contain his displeasure. He forcefully emerged from the crowd and confronted Kairabi and his companions, declaring, "You should not revel in your triumph so brazenly. Do you truly believe your performance is commendable? You do not even compare to our second place, let alone the first. If Yosaka were present, he would undoubtedly dispatch you all with a single stroke." Uchiha Obito declared fiercely. Chapter 66. The Struggle of Uchiha Obito. During the usual times when he was struck by Yosaka, Uchiha Obito harbored a deep-seated resentment towards him, determined to cultivate his skills in order to retaliate. However, when faced with the insults directed at Konoha by outsiders, it was Yosaka that first sprang to Obito's mind, compelling him to defend him. In that moment, the image of Yosaka loomed larger than life in Obito's eyes. After all, he was one of their own. The reason why Obito Uchiha did not impulsively charge forward and proclaim, "What is so impressive, Darui? I can compete with you," is that he possesses a clear understanding of his own capabilities. He would not allow himself to be blinded by bravado. After all, Taijutsu is a forte of the Hidden Cloud Village, whereas in the Hidden Leaf Village, although there are proficient practitioners such as Might Guy and the Hyuga clan, the majority specialize in ninjutsu. Therefore, it would be imprudent for Obito to engage in a competition of strengths where he is at a disadvantage. "Who do you think you are?" Killer Bee scoffed upon hearing someone dare to challenge him. "I am Obito Uchiha of the Uchiha clan from the Hidden Leaf Village," Obito declared as he approached Killer Bee, looking up at him, who towered over him by nearly a head. Physically, Obito found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Had this been in the past, he might have felt intimidated. However, at this moment, his heart was fortified by the memory of Rin Noira, who served as his source of motivation, his unwavering support, in his safe haven. Thus, as long as Rin remained in his heart, he harbored no fears. For all negative emotions were counterbalanced by the presence of Rin within him. You dare claim that Darui's achievements are not the second highest? That is impossible. Although this game may seem simple, it rigorously tests reflexes, muscle strength, and endurance. Even the elite Jonin struggle to endure beyond 13 rounds. While our ninjas from the hidden Cloud Village excel in muscular strength and reaction time, how could anyone from the Leaf Village surpass 14 rounds? Unless they are of the caliber of the Hokage or the White Fang of the Leaf. But why would such esteemed figures engage in trivial games? Moreover, if that were the case, it would be inconsequential, for our rakeage and individuals like A can also accomplish that, yet it would lose its significance. It's not about the Hokage or any such titles. Our first place is a Genin just like me, and oh, just like you too. Do you understand? The top scorer is also a Genin, and they outperformed you by a considerable margin. Obito Uchiha remarked disdainfully, feeling a sense of pride in his clan. For the first time, he realized that there was indeed a somewhat positive utility in his connection to Yotsuka. Oh, I am eager to see who that is. With a cold smirk, Yuzuki stepped directly in front of the leaderboard, her gaze fixated on it. At first glance, she noticed the second place, marked with the name Junji Ito and the number 16. This revelation astonished Yuzuki, for it was indeed remarkable that someone had surpassed the 14th round. However, upon seeing the title of Jonin following Ito's name, she felt a sense of relief. It was, after all, reasonable for a Jonin to reach such heights. Their village of Kumogakure had its share of Jonin capable of achieving this level, and considering Darui's current condition, it was highly probable that when he ascended to Jonin, he too would attain the 16th round. Yuzuki then shifted her gaze upward to the first position. There, she beheld the name Yosaka, accompanied by the number 18, indicating that he had endured to the 18th round. What? Yuzuki was taken aback. Could it truly be possible that someone had reached the 18th round? Unthinkable. Surely he must be a Jonin. There was no way a Chunin could withstand the 18th round. Absolutely not. Yuzuki continued to glance to the right, her heart yearning to see the title of Jonin. Yet, what appeared instead was the designation of Chunin. How could this be? Yuzuki stood frozen, her mind replaying the words Chunin incessantly. Chunin, 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 Chunin. Hey, Yuzuki, what is the score of the first place? At that moment, Killer Bee, noticing Yuzuki's immobility before the leaderboard, called out impatiently. Yuzuki? Seeing her unresponsive, Killer Bee shouted again, but Yuzuki remained as still as a statue before the board. What on earth? With a growing sense of unease, Killer Bee approached her. Hey, I'm calling you Yuzuki. He gently tapped her shoulder, only to see her pointing at the leaderboard. Following her gesture, Killer Bee's eyes widened as he beheld the words, Yosaka, 18, Chunin. Nanny, Killer Bee exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief, as if he had just seen a ghost. How is this possible? He rubbed his eyes and looked again, but the words remained unchanged. Yuzuki, I must be dreaming. Quickly, slap me awake. A Chunin cannot possibly endure 18 rounds. Yuzuki raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap across Killer Bee's face. Wake me up, she declared, her palm growing larger in his vision. As Killer Bee braced himself, he silently prayed for clarity. Smack. Killer Bee was sent spinning through the air, landing with a thud on the ground. That hurts. Yet, it seemed the dream had indeed ended. He scrambled back to the leaderboard, peering closely. What? It was not a dream after all. How could it be possible for a mere Genin to withstand 18 waves? Oh, the sheer madness of it all. Karabi was on the verge of losing his sanity. At that moment, other ninjas from the hidden Cloud Village gathered around, their expressions frozen in disbelief upon gazing at the information displayed on the ranking board. How could this be? Could it be that someone, possessing the strength of a Genin yet refusing to advance, or perhaps a former Genin who had been demoted to a Genin due to a mistake, was now in the spotlight? Darui murmured to himself, his face a portrait of astonishment. Did you see that? With your meager triangular cat techniques, you are utterly inconsequential here in Konoha, not even measuring up to a Genin. You might as well return home to tend to pigs. He laughed heartily. Seeing the stunned expressions on the faces of the Cloud Village ninjas filled Uchiha Obito with immense joy. Ha ha ha. As expected, Yotsuka is indeed the most formidable. At that moment, Obito found Yotsuka to be an endearing character, momentarily forgetting the time he had been struck down by him. Impossible. I refuse to believe this. You must be deceiving us. Placing a non-existent individual in first place, shouted Yuzuki, his face a mask of fury. Yes, it must be the stall owner trying to avoid payment by fabricating this illusion. Just then, the stall owner, sporting a goatee, stepped forward slowly. You ought not to make baseless accusations. I have not fabricated anything. That individual indeed faced the 18th wave of fruit attacks before all of us, and he is, without a doubt, a genin. Oh, by the way, it is said that this lad is a participant representing Konoha village in this competition. He felt compelled to clarify the matter, lest a fool mistakenly believe he had intentionally manipulated the results. Among the audience, a few echoed his sentiments. Indeed, we all witnessed it that day. That fellow is a genin, his stature comparable to his. Do not sulk over sour grapes, people of the Cloud Village. Acknowledge the truth rather than fabricating excuses. For a moment, Yuzuki's composure faltered, yet he still could not believe that a true genin could endure the 18th wave. Such extraordinary reflexes were required. No, wait. Perhaps it may not be impossible. If he possesses a physique akin to Darui's and the ability to perceive rapidly moving objects, similar to the Sharingan, then enduring the 18th wave is conceivable. I would indeed like to meet that genin who withstood the 18th wave. I wonder what kind of person he is, mused Darui, curiosity evident in his voice. If I encounter him, perhaps we could engage in a friendly spar. Killer Bee chuckled coldly, convinced that his prowess ranked among the elite of these competitors. After all, he was the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. Even though he could not fully harness the beast's power at that moment, the sheer magnitude of his chakra allowed him to overpower the majority of low-ranking ninjas. He believed he could even contend with Yuzuki, who was reputed for his exceptional control over tailed beasts. Thus, Killer Bee held little regard for the talents of other nations. For the power of a tailed beast was indeed a formidable advantage. Humph, that must be a person who resembles a child. He should be a jonin. But for some reason, he has been reduced to a genin. I refuse to believe a genin could achieve such feats. Yuzuki adamantly denied any possibility of this. At that moment, Yosaka approached the bustling stall, puzzled by the throngs of people gathered. What remarkable individual has arrived to draw such a crowd? He wondered. As Yosaka squeezed through the throng, he emerged to witness a robust figure from the Cloud Village, along with Uchiha Obito, embroiled in a heated dispute. Oh, Obito? And they must be from the Cloud Village, Yosaka thought, curiously observing the altercation between Obito and Killer Bee. The attention of the surrounding crowd was captivated by their argument, leaving no one to notice the true protagonist quietly enjoying the spectacle nearby. Humph, you people from the Cloud Village, I see through your bravado. You're just stubborn like a dead duck, claiming sour grapes. Uchiha Obito exclaimed in frustration, realizing that no matter how he argued, Yuzuki remained unconvinced. Meanwhile, Killer Bee insisted that even if such a person existed, he would defeat him on the spot. While Darui claimed that the individual must have employed some secret jutsu to achieve such results, Obito was infuriated, feeling that Killer Bee and his companions simply could not accept defeat, despite the fact that they had not lost. Just wait. I'll call him over so you can see for yourselves, so you won't be putting on airs. Obito challenged. If you have the ability, bring him here and let me see. Keep pretending. At that moment, Yosaka could no longer hold back and stepped forward from the crowd, addressing Yuzuki. Are you speaking of me? Who are you? Get lost. Yuzuki waved dismissively, hardly paying attention, assuming this was merely some fool attempting to show off. Yosaka. You're here. I was just looking for you. Upon seeing Yosaka, Uchiha Obito's eyes lit up with excitement. What? Yosaka? Yosaka. He is the one who came in first? In an instant, both Darui and Killer Bee turned sharply to gaze at Yosaka. What? This kid is the Yosaka. At this moment, the teak-skinned man came to his senses and abruptly turned his gaze towards Yosaka. I hear you are searching for me? Yosaka scrutinized the individuals from the hidden Cloud Village before him, noting that they indeed matched the descriptions found in books, each towering and robust, with a physique of impressive strength. Meanwhile, Karabi and his companions scrutinized Yosaka, discovering that he possessed no remarkable traits. He was of average height, had an ordinary physique, donned unremarkable attire, and exuded an unremarkable aura. How could this lad endure through the 18th wave? Just him? Darui pondered, repeatedly assessing Yosaka from head to toe. Yet he could not discern what made Yosaka formidable. Could such a fellow surpass Darui in prowess? How could I possibly believe that? Karabi voiced his thoughts aloud. It is said that you were the top-ranked genin and that you withstood 18 waves of fruit attacks. I remain skeptical unless you can demonstrate your abilities right here. Yuzuki confronted Yosaka. Yosaka regarded the somewhat imposing Yuzuki before him, scoffing, and shifted his stance. You ask me to demonstrate? Very well, but who do you think you are? What? You audacious brat. How dare you speak so arrogantly? Yuzuki seethed, raising an eyebrow and pointing to herself, proclaiming, I am Yuzuki, the mightiest genin of the hidden cloud village. Do I not possess the right to request a demonstration of your 18 waves of fruit ninjutsu? Your grandmother is the strongest genin of the hidden cloud village. What does that have to do with you? Yosaka retorted coldly. I speak for myself. You uncultured swine. Yuzuki felt her temper flare, perplexed why she was so incensed despite the conversation being relatively tame. Oh, you a mere genin. What authority do you have to issue commands to me? I am rather fatigued today and have no desire to move. You all should take your leave and disperse. Yosaka waved his hand dismissively, causing Yuzuki to feel as though her esteemed dignity was trampled upon, as if she and her group were mere attendants summoned at will. This she could not tolerate. Brat, are you seeking a fight? As a distinguished genin from the hidden cloud village, Yuzuki had never experienced such indignity. Although relatively composed among her peers, she too harbored a violent streak, and in a fit of rage, she launched a punch at Yosaka. Chapter 68. Go to hell. What? This scene was utterly unforeseen by all present. Even Karabi and the others from the hidden cloud village were taken aback by Yuzuki's furious response. I am infuriated. Go to hell. Yuzuki unleashed a fierce punch towards Yosaka. Although she did not exert her full strength, the suddenness of her assault rendered it entirely unexpected. Thus, as Yuzuki's fist was about to collide with Yosaka's face, the surrounding ninjas finally reacted. Uchiha Obito stood in stunned silence, watching helplessly as Yuzuki's fist hurtled towards Yosaka. His body paralyzed with shock. Killer Bee's mouth gaped wide enough to fit a light bulb, and despite his sunglasses, his astonishment was unmistakable. Darui, however, managed to react, intent on intervening, but it was already too late. Time had slipped away. What an impulsive individual Yuzuki is. Darui thought anxiously, realizing it was futile to organize a response. He felt a deep sense of dread. After all, they were on the territory of Konoha, and here was a rogue ninja from another village attacking one of their own. Was he courting disaster? Damn it, hadn't the third Hokage claimed that Yuzuki was the most composed among them? From what I see, he is the most reckless and impulsive. Yet, despite Darui's escalating anxiety, it was far too late. He could already envision the ensuing chaos. An all-out brawl was inevitable, and although both sides would likely intervene, his group from the Cloud Village would find themselves unwelcome in future dealings, potentially facing even greater obstacles. With this thought, Darui painfully closed his eyes, cursing under his breath. However, just when everyone believed Yosaka would be struck by Yuzuki's fierce blow, Yosaka instinctively sensed the disturbance in the air as Yuzuki's fist approached. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaned back. In the next instant, Yuzuki's punch narrowly missed, landing a mere 5 centimeters from Yosaka's original position. Humph! How audacious! Yosaka was not one to be trifled with. In Konoha, he had always been the one to deal blows, never the recipient of them. To think this brash rogue from the Cloud Village dared to challenge him on his own turf, such audacity was tantamount to courting death. With a cold snort, he swiftly drew his katana, unleashing a horizontal slash that emanated a chilling arc of white light, slicing towards the neck of the Yuzuki. Should this strike find its mark, the Yuzuki would meet instant decapitation. In this critical moment, the two-tailed cat spirit within the Yuzuki sensed the imminent peril and seized control of its host's body, executing a dramatic backward arch, akin to a bridge of iron, narrowly evading the lethal blow from Yotsuka. Though unscathed, a substantial portion of the Yuzuki's long hair was caught in the momentum of the fall, the last third of her ponytail severed by Yotsuka's swift blade. With a soft rustle, the golden strands cascaded through the air, unfurling like a grand fan, momentarily transforming the space around them into a dazzling realm of golden light. Ah, my hair. You dare. The Yuzuki, witnessing the loss of her precious ponytail, erupted in a fury, her anger boiling over as she prepared to retaliate. Yet, she was swiftly restrained by Darui and Killer Bee, each gripping her shoulder to prevent her from escalating the situation. Let go of me. I will kill him for severing my hair, she screamed, her rage palpable. At that moment, other members of the Kumogakure stepped forward to subdue the frenzied Yuzuki, fearing that a skirmish might erupt right there on the streets. After all, they had only just arrived in Konoha an hour prior. If a brawl were to break out, it would not only jeopardize their participation in the competition, but could also lead to their arrest by the Konoha shinobi. While execution was unlikely, they would be regarded as prisoners of war, a deeply humiliating status that could instigate diplomatic tensions between the two nations. In such a scenario, Kumogakure would undoubtedly have to pay a price to secure the release of their captives, and they would do so with great humility. Particularly troubling was the fact that their side had initiated the confrontation, they were in no position to claim righteousness. Even if the third Raikage himself were to intervene, reason would prevail, leaving Kumogakure to swallow their pride, as they were the aggressors in this instance. It is essential to recognize that the Second Shinobi World War, which recently concluded, was instigated by the people of the Land of Lightning, and it was they who first struck against the village of Konoha, ultimately facing defeat at their hands. Should another incident arise, it could escalate into a significant turmoil, inciting intense animosity from the entirety of Konoha. At this juncture, Kumogakure is still in a developmental phase, rendering it ill-suited for war. Consequently, even the irascible Third Raikage would be compelled to endure humiliation and maintain peace for the sake of the nation's growth. If the impulsiveness of the Yuzuki clan were to trigger a chain reaction leading to detrimental repercussions for the Land of Lightning, then this group would undoubtedly be deemed historical offenders. A conflict must be averted. It must not occur. Dali's heart cried out in desperation as he firmly restrained the Yuzuki individual. Similarly, Karabi was on the verge of unleashing his full strength to keep the Yuzuki in check, for the latter exhibited an unexpectedly formidable power. The robust Samui was also strenuously holding back the nearly unruly Yuzuki, feeling utterly perplexed. It was clear that the Third Raikage had asserted that the Yuzuki elder sister was the most composed among them, instructing her to ensure that the others did not provoke any trouble. Yet, paradoxically, it was now a group of others striving to restrain the Yuzuki from causing a disturbance. Was the Raikage truly reliable? After much effort, the group from Yunin village finally managed to restrain the Yuzuki individual. Karabi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, relieved that the Yuzuki person did not unleash the tailed beast mode in a public display, for that would have rendered the situation utterly uncontrollable. At this moment, the Yuzuki individual had somewhat regained her composure. She had begun to believe, at least partially. Yet, she was reluctant to accept that a genin could withstand up to the 18th wave. Nevertheless, subconsciously, she was starting to concede, albeit stubbornly refusing to voice it. In a moment of impulsiveness, she unintentionally threw a punch towards Yosaka. However, as soon as the punch was thrown, regret flooded her mind. In that instant, she felt a startling jolt within her, overwhelmed by an anger that had clouded her judgment. To her astonishment, Yosaka evaded her strike effortlessly. This left the Yuzuki individual utterly surprised, for her punch had been a spontaneous outburst, one that even she had not anticipated. Such unexpected aggression typically catches most individuals off guard. If this had occurred during an actual battle, many would have been able to respond. But this was a sudden act amidst conversation. Before she could fully comprehend Yosaka's remarkable reflexes, she was met with a swift slash from him. The speed of the strike instilled an overwhelming sense of danger in her heart, prompting an instinctive urge to evade and defend. However, before she could react, her two-tailed demon cat, more fearful than she, seized control of her body, causing her to lean backward in avoidance. Consequently, her ponytail, propelled by the force of inertia, swung toward Yosaka and was severed by his blade, losing a third of its length. In that moment, the Yuzuki individual, who had just begun to calm down, erupted like a volcano. She cherished her long, silky golden hair, dedicating considerable time each day to its care. Having nurtured it to such length, she had planned to style it into twin ponytails after the competition. Now, with a third of her hair cut away, an amount that would require at least 6 months to regrow, she could barely tolerate this loss. The time she invested daily, 2 to 3 hours solely for its upkeep, had been rendered futile by Yosaka's actions, igniting a fury that nearly pushed her to unleash her tailed beast form. Yuzuki, calm down. Have you lost your mind? Kairabi shouted loudly, let me go. I've calmed down. The U-man replied angrily, observing that although the U-man still wore a furious expression, her emotions had evidently regained their composure. Kairabi and the others gradually released their grip. Humph. The U-man scoffed heavily, her gaze shifting towards the katana in Yosaki's hand, revealing a hint of trepidation. That previous strike had been exceedingly perilous. Even she had nearly lost her head. She could distinctly sense that the attack had been genuine. And had her reaction been a fraction slower, she would undoubtedly be dead by now. What a straightforward individual. The U-man internally labeled Yosaki as someone who struck with ferocity and exhibited no reservations, someone who would kill without hesitation. The U-man slowly approached Yosaki and said, "You are a participant in this competition, are you not?" "And if I am?" Yosaki retorted with a cold smirk. In truth, he had already held back during that last strike. Had he truly intended to kill the U-man, he would have employed the Grand Freedom Immortal technique to enhance the speed of his arm's movement, utilizing the slash steel flash. At that moment, The wind blades accompanying the steel flash would have extended his attack range from the katana's 1-meter reach to a formidable 2 meters. Thus, even though the blade itself had not physically touched the man, the wind blades would have severed her head. Additionally, the mental shock he emitted could produce effects akin to an illusion, temporarily stunning his opponent for a full second. In that fleeting moment, it was sufficient for him to sever his opponent's head. Yosaka had already exercised considerable restraint. Had it been in the past, he would have unhesitatingly eliminated his adversary. However, both the third Hokage and Hideki Misaka had previously advised him to avoid escalating conflicts, as the repercussions would inevitably affect the entire village. While Yosaka was untroubled by personal consequences, the potential impact on the village, such as the onset of an unnecessary war leading to the closure of many eateries, would fundamentally disrupt his culinary journey and hinder the rewards he garnered from the system. Thus, for the sake of gastronomy, he too must practice self-restraint. Observing Yosaka's indifferent demeanor, Yuzuki felt a surge of irritation, although she bore initial responsibility in this matter. As a prodigious young woman from the hidden cloud village, she had never encountered such indignity. She was accustomed to others deferring to her. This was the first instance in which she found herself at the mercy of someone else's expression. Yet, constrained by the fact that they were in Konoha and unable to cause a disturbance, Yuzuki suppressed her simmering fury and declared, "Very well, I cannot confront you now. However, when the time of the tournament arrives, I shall seize the opportunity to challenge you. I trust you won't flee then, hehe." With a sinister grin, Yuzuki envisioned her strategy. She was determined to unleash her full power and utterly obliterate the fool who dared to sever her precious hair. After all, the tournament rules did not prohibit lethal force. If a fatal miscalculation occurred, it would simply be deemed a failure to control one's strength, not akin to murder in the streets. In the arena, the village of Konoha would have no grounds to reprimand her. She has already resolved to go all out during the tournament. That lad is doomed. Kairabi muttered incredulously to Samui. Samui sighed and shrugged. They both understood Yuzuki's temperament, although she was typically far more composed and judicious than Kairabi and his companions. Should she truly unleash her wrath, none could rival her strength. Unless Kairabi transformed into his Eight Tails mode, there was not a soul present who could match Yuzuki. Even if he did release the Eight Tails, it would only allow him to barely contend with her, for Yuzuki had far surpassed him in harnessing the tailed beast's power, already capable of wielding 50% of its might. However, Kairabi could only exert approximately 40% of his capabilities. Chapter 70. Did I let you go? Hehe, just you? Yosaka chuckled with a sardonic smile, casting an appraising glance at Yuzuki. He felt that this girl possessed no extraordinary qualities and thus automatically categorized her among those who could be easily dispatched. Kid, I shan't indulge in a war of words with you. We shall see each other in the competition. Yuzuki scoffed softly, already placing Yosaka on her list of adversaries to eliminate. A person as proud as she was could not possibly swallow such indignity. Yet she indeed embodied the composure that the third Raikage had remarked upon. Among this group, she was the most level-headed. Had it been Kairabi in her stead, a brawl would have already ensued. Yuzuki, driven by her earlier frustration regarding her hair, found herself momentarily overwhelmed by impulse. She resolved to leverage her connections to ensure that she and Yotsuka would be pitted against one another in the upcoming one-on-one competition. In that arena, she planned to unleash her full strength, feigning a lack of control, ultimately leading to Yotsuka's demise. Although this was the territory of Konoha, the tournament was jointly hosted by the 5 great nations, and Yuzuki believed that a little behind-the-scenes maneuvering would be permissible. How naive you are, my dear Yotsuka. Soon you shall learn the consequences of provoking me. With her anger towards Yotsuka dissipating, Yuzuki felt a sense of impending satisfaction, knowing that within a few days, she would eliminate him in the arena. Why bother holding a grudge against someone destined for death? After concluding her thoughts, Yuzuki turned and greeted Kairabi and the others, proclaiming, "Let us find a lodging for the night." Just as she began to walk away, Yotsuka's voice pierced through the air. Yuzuki halted, her expression a blend of surprise and irritation as she slowly turned to face him. "What do you mean?" she demanded, suppressing her rage. She was well aware of the importance of avoiding conflict, yet if pushed too far, she might lose control. Yotsuka, with an air of arrogance, challenged her, saying, "I heard you wagered and won a katana from someone else. Dare you bet against me? If I can withstand the 19th wave, that blade shall be mine." "What?" Yuzuki's eyes widened in astonishment. The moment Yotsuka's words left his lips, everyone present, including Yuzuki, was left speechless, their faces reflecting disbelief at his audacity. "Yotsuka, that audacious fellow. Uchiha Obito stared at Yotsuka in bewilderment. Moments earlier, he had informed Yotsuka that Yuzuki had won a katana from a Konoha ninja, and now Yotsuka was directly challenging her to reclaim it. Was he truly attempting to help that individual recover the katana? Obito was taken aback, realizing that Yotsuka possessed a sense of collective honor. His own village had suffered humiliation, and here he was, stepping forth to assist a fellow villager in regaining their dignity. Obito looked at Yotsuka with a complex expression. Previously, he had found him insufferable due to his propensity for violence and strength, which had garnered significant attention from Len, inciting Obito's jealousy. Yet now, he was astonished to discover that Yotsuka harbored a sense of justice, willing to support a Konoha ninja. Am I dreaming? When did this fellow become so principled? Meanwhile, Kurabi and the others regarded Yotsuka with expressions akin to witnessing an extraterrestrial. This was utterly outrageous. The 19th wave? Who does he think he is? If it were the esteemed A, I might believe it. But him? I would never accept that. Here his mouth was so wide that it could almost accommodate a light bulb. This lad, in his quest to show off, audaciously boasts about his capabilities. I am truly intrigued to witness how he can withstand the 19th wave. I find it hard to believe. Even in my lightning release chakra mode, I can barely endure the 15th wave. What gives him the audacity to claim he can endure the 19th? Darui, with a cold smirk, gazed at Yosaka and scoffed. You? I fail to see any remarkable talent in you. My advice, brother, is to refrain from posturing. Such arrogance might invite misfortune. It's merely a sword. There is no need to sacrifice your dignity for the sake of bravado. Who do you think you are? Have I even engaged you in conversation? Yosaka retorted sharply, infuriating Darui to the point where he drew his great sword, eager to confront Yosaka in battle. Yuzuki intervened, blocking Darui's advance, and after a moment of silence, he mockingly inquired, "And what of your wager? What will you do if you lose?" "If I lose, I shall offer you my sword." With a swift motion, Yosaka unsheathed his own sword, its sharp blade glinting with a chilling brilliance under the sun, clearly a weapon of exceptional quality. Yuzuki, inspecting it closely, realized its superiority, surpassing that of the Leaf Village ninja's sword by several degrees. With a greedy smirk, Yuzuki nodded and replied, "Very well, this sword appears to be quite exquisite. Since you are so eager to part with it, I accept your wager." Yuzuki gazed greedily at the sword in Yosaka's hand, recognizing its remarkable quality. Though she did not wield the sword herself, it would serve as a prize trophy to bring back to the Hidden Cloud Village, surely earning her the commendation of the Raikage. The Yuki individuals held little faith that Yosaka could endure until the 19th wave. The challenge posed by the 19th wave was exceedingly formidable, requiring one to discern, within the span of a single second, whether 19 airborne objects were fruit or mere distractions, and subsequently sever each fruit while avoiding the distractions. This task was undeniably arduous, and among those present, only AI was deemed capable of such a feat. However, she had just excused herself to the restroom and had yet to return. Consequently, Yuki had already resigned himself to the notion that the knife in Yosaka's possession would inevitably belong to him, which greatly elevated his spirits. He mused to himself, "The individuals from Konoha are truly foolish. I cannot fathom how they triumphed over us in the last shinobi war. Nevertheless, they have been rather generous, bestowing upon me 2 fine swords upon my arrival in Konoha. Perhaps they are simply naive and wealthy. Ha!" Before long, Yosaka positioned himself at the starting line for the Fruit Ninja Challenge, while Yuki and his companions stood by, their faces adorned with expressions of schadenfreude. Convinced that Yosaka would falter before reaching the 19th wave, only Uchiha Obito, standing nearby, fervently cheered for Yosaka. "Yosaka, you can do it. Show these Cloud Village folk that we from Konoha are not to be trifled with." Obito shouted, his enthusiasm mirroring that of a participant in the Fruit Ninja Challenge himself. "Humph. I await the moment that lad fails to withstand the 19th wave and loses the knife. His expression will surely be most entertaining." Darui crossed his arms, wearing a look of amusement as he regarded the spectacle. He was skeptical that Yosaka could endure to the 19th wave, for even with the lightning release chakra mode, he had only been able to reach the 14th wave, lacking both robust muscles and the perceptive prowess of the Sharingan. Darui found it hard to imagine Yosaka achieving the 19th wave. "I must say, I've witnessed that while the Konoha folk may lack in other areas, their verbal prowess is formidable. Could this be the legendary art of verbal ninjutsu? Truly impressive." Killer Bee exclaimed with laughter. The surrounding Konoha spectators glared at him in indignation, but Killer Bee remained unfazed. "These softies from Konoha can only manage this much. If everyone were like them, then surely our lightning country would have surpassed Konoha in strength." Sam echoed in agreement, while the Yuwood individual maintained a haughty smile upon her face. She scrutinized Yosaka, attempting to discern his potential abilities. However, in the absence of any action from Yosaka, she found it impossible to identify any remarkable traits in him. At that moment, the warning bell sounded. The first wave of 2 projectiles was launched, and their speed was still relatively slow, discernible by any average person. Consequently, once the 2 bananas were shot forth, those around could see them clearly. With a swift motion, Yosaka struck down, causing 4 banana pieces to fall to the ground. Then came the second, third, and up to the 7th wave, during which Yosaka effortlessly sliced each fruit into pieces, leaving none untouched. His knife skills were commendable, swift, precise, and ruthless, but if that were all he possessed, it would not suffice for him to endure until the 19th wave. The Yuwood individual remarked disdainfully, weighing the spoils of her own katana in hand. Initially, she had found her katana rather appealing, yet, upon witnessing the one in Yosaka's grasp, her own suddenly lost its allure. Hey, druid, since you wield a blade, I'll hand over that kid-esque katana to you later. It's of no use to me anyway. I prefer larger swords. This lighter one doesn't suit my style. It might be useful for Karabi, she said. Druid waved his hand dismissively, while Karabi glanced at Yosaka's katana and shook his head, saying, though I use a lighter blade. That katana is not compatible with my 8 tails B blade technique, as my sword is considerably lighter. TCH, none of you want it? Very well. Then I shall entrust it to Lord Rakage. Yuwood scoffed, redirecting her gaze back to Yosaka. At this moment, Yosaka had already withstood another wave of fruit attacks. Reaching the 10th wave, a series of whoosh sounds filled the air as 10 projectiles surged forth. The 10th wave marked a turning point. The speed of the fruit projectiles would significantly increase, surpassing that of the previous 9 waves. From this 10th wave onward, most spectators began to struggle to see the projectiles distinctly, as they had accelerated to the point of becoming mere shadows. With a swift flourish, Yosaka executed 9 precise slashes, expertly cleaving through 9 fruits, leaving just one troublesome item untouched. Observing this, Druid nodded in acknowledgement, stating, I must admit, this young man possesses impressive swordsmanship. His strike speed is remarkable, and his accuracy is commendable. However, if this is all he can manage, he will not survive the 15th wave. Indeed. And if his skill level remains at this standard, he stands no chance against my 8 tails B blade technique. Ha! With a hearty laugh, Karabi brandished 8 short blades, adeptly employing his elbows, chin, knees, and other joints to launch simultaneous attacks against his adversaries. This remarkable combat style earned him the moniker 8-tailed B, a force to be reckoned with. Even those possessing the Sharingan found it arduous to counter the onslaught of his 8 blades. After all, one has but 2 hands, while the opponent wields 8 knives. Thus, the reflexes exhibited by Yosaka appeared rather pedestrian in the eyes of Karabi and his companions. Before long, the 11th wave arrived. And it was at this juncture that Darui began to observe with a measure of seriousness. His personal limit was the 14th wave. And now Yosaka had persevered through the 11th, drawing ever closer to that threshold. With a flurry of swift slashes, Yosaka unleashed a brilliant flash of white light, sending a multitude of fruits tumbling to the ground, each transformed into numerous fragments. Remarkably, he did not miss a single piece, successfully passing the challenge. This lad is indeed impressive, Darui acknowledged with a nod. Yet, what of it? I wager you will falter by the 13th wave. However, even should he succumb at that point, it would still be commendable, for Darui himself could only manage to reach the 13th wave. True, his endurance to the 13th wave is commendable, but let us not forget, he boasted of reaching the 19th wave. I am eager to witness his attempt at that. Yuzuki scoffed, his expression one of derision. At that moment, the 12th wave of fruit attacks commenced once more. Yosaka, undeterred, executed his slicing technique with precision, cleaving every piece of fruit in a dazzling display of blade work. Keep it up, Yosaka. Just 2 more waves and you'll surpass that fellow. This should be a breeze for you. Uchiha Obito exclaimed with fervor, recalling Yosaka's previous feat of enduring to the 18th wave. Thus, the 14th wave seemed but a trivial challenge. Before long, Yosaka triumphed over the 13th wave, poised to confront the impending 14th. At this moment, the onlookers from the hidden cloud village began to take things more seriously, as the 14th wave marked the limit of Darui's capabilities. Should Yotsuka withstand this wave, it would signify his superiority over Darui in the realm of Fruit Ninja, especially considering that Yotsuka lacked the lightning release chakra mode that Darui possessed. if he could endure. It would reveal much about his prowess. Chapter 72, Darui's Dilemma. After all, Darui's lightning release chakra mode is exceptionally well suited for engaging in the game of Fruit Ninja. This mode amplifies the body's blood cells through lightning-infused chakra, enhancing and activating muscle cells, resulting in significant improvements in endurance, strength, and explosiveness. Simultaneously, the activation of lightning energy greatly stimulates the nervous reflexes, allowing for a remarkable increase in reaction speed, and consequently, the cognitive processing speed of the brain also accelerates. Thus, it can be asserted that upon activating the lightning release chakra mode, an individual's speed, strength, explosiveness, and reflexes receive a substantial augmentation, representing a formidable capability. However, it is essential to note that the lightning release chakra mode is an explosive state. During this period, although the body experiences a dramatic enhancement in various attributes, it simultaneously expends a considerable amount of energy, as the human body is not an everlasting engine. The acquisition of immense power entails that the cells within the body are working at high intensity, naturally leading to significant energy consumption. Therefore, under the lightning release chakra mode, physical stamina is severely taxed. Once one reaches the limits of their endurance, they are compelled to exit this mode, resulting in a state of weakness. In light of this issue, the inhabitants of the hidden cloud village typically opt to diligently train their bodies, striving to enhance their physical capabilities to better cope with the high energy demands of the lightning release chakra mode. Furthermore, the human body possesses an adaptive quality. With prolonged engagement in the lightning release chakra mode, the body's adaptability allows for reduced energy consumption compared to previous levels. Nonetheless, while this may alleviate the excessive energy expenditure, it remains a temporary solution rather than a fundamental one. Consequently, the people of Hidden Cloud Village generally embody a swift and decisive approach. Characterized by explosive power, either they aim to overwhelm their opponent with a barrage of attacks to secure victory, or if they cannot vanquish their foe, they resign themselves to a fate of inevitable defeat. The butterfly transformation technique of the Akimichi clan in Konoha bears a striking resemblance to the effects of the lightning release chakra mode. Members of the Akimichi clan are notably corpulent, as the transformation consumes a substantial amount of energy from their bodies. Consequently, they tend to accumulate a considerable amount of fat in their everyday lives. When they enter the butterfly state during battle, this stored fat serves as a source of energy. Thus, their approach stands in stark contrast to the muscle conditioning methods employed by the Hidden Cloud Village, representing two fundamentally opposing paradigms, each with its own merits and drawbacks. At this moment, Yosaka, devoid of any external enhancements, persevered solely through his innate qualities, enduring until the 14th wave. This starkly contrasted with Darui, who relied on the temporary activation of his cellular vitality to attain formidable enhancements. This is precisely why the villagers of the Cloud-Hidden Village gazed at Yosaka with transformed expressions. His accomplishment stemmed entirely from his physical prowess. Is this real? How has he managed to endure the 14th wave solely through his physical attributes? I find it utterly incomprehensible, Samui exclaimed, her astonishment palpable. She then glanced at the equally dumbfounded Darui, momentarily questioning her own convictions. How has he achieved this? His physique appears rather unremarkable, merely average, with muscle quality that is mediocre at best. My musculature is several times superior, yet I barely managed to withstand the 14th wave. Yet he, with his ordinary physical attributes, achieved results comparable to my own under the lightning release chakra mode. How is this possible? It feels as though all my training has been in vain. Darui observed Yosaka, who was bracing for the impending assault of the 14th wave of fruit, his disbelief evident. He simply could not fathom how Yosaka, with such a seemingly ordinary physique, could endure the intense strain of wielding his weapon. Despite Darui's own impressive physical condition and robust musculature, it was only through the lightning release chakra mode that he had barely managed to endure to the 14th wave. Without possessing robust musculature or the extraordinary capabilities of a lightning release chakra mode that significantly enhances physical prowess, one might ponder how Yosaka endured. This inquiry raised questions not only for Darui, Killer Bee, and the likes of Yuzuki and Samui, but also left them utterly perplexed. Could it be that his slender frame resulted in a lesser burden and consumption of muscle during exertion? Yuzuki mused aloud, gazing at him as if he were an extraterrestrial. The intricacies of this phenomenon eluded them. Was it that the denizens of Konoha were simply aberrant? Killer Bee shrugged and gestured helplessly. What they remained oblivious to was that if Yosaka were solely reliant on his physical constitution, His stamina would only allow him to endure through the 13th wave before faltering. His arm's muscular strength was insufficient to support the burdens imposed by extreme exertion in such a brief span. Yet, why did Yosaka appear to persist effortlessly? This is where the merits of the great freedom sage art come into play. Each time he wielded his blade, this technique summoned a gust of wind that aided his arm's movement. This wind is akin to a powerful breeze propelling one forward while running, enabling greater speed with reduced effort. Consequently, as Yosaka swung his blade, this wind not only quickened his arm's motion but also lightened his exertion, creating an illusion that his arm was gliding through the air rather than straining against muscle power. This significantly conserved his stamina and alleviated the muscular strain. Furthermore, the great freedom sage art diminished air resistance. It is well known that overcoming air resistance is the most laborious aspect of any competitive sport. While Yosaka wielded his blade, he benefited from both the wind's propelling force and the reduction of drag. Thus, with such dual advantages, Yosaka executed his strikes with remarkable ease and speed. This explains how he achieved results akin to those of Darui, who had fortified his muscles, all while possessing the physical attributes of an ordinary individual. The reason for this? Of course, Yosaka would never disclose to others, leaving the people of Kumo village in a state of bewilderment. Let us observe whether this individual can withstand the 14th wave. However, I harbor a foreboding sense that he might indeed endure it. Yuzuki, with a grim expression, remarked that after witnessing Yosaka's series of performances, she finally conceded that Yosaka undoubtedly possessed the capability to confront the 14th wave. Chapter 73. Incomprehension. Previously, Yuzuki had regarded Yosaka as possessing rather ordinary physical attributes, utterly unremarkable and lacking any distinctive qualities, leading her to doubt that he could match the prowess of Darui. But why should he? Yet now, having seen Yosaka effortlessly weather the previous 13 waves of fruit attacks, Yuzuki's apprehensions had transformed into a quiet conviction. Yosaka would assuredly surpass the 14th wave. In the realm of fruit ninja, Yosaka surpassed Darui in skill. This sentiment lingered unspoken within Yuzuki's mind. This fellow, I must uncover the truth behind him, Yuzuki silently vowed. Increasingly intrigued by Yosaka and fervently wishing to best him, the thought of defeating Yosaka in the arena in mere days filled her with exhilaration. Even so, it is nothing remarkable. Battles between ninjas do not hinge solely on who possesses superior slicing abilities. It is about leveraging one's strengths while exploiting the weaknesses of the adversary. This is the true path to victory among ninjas. Killer Bee scoffed disdainfully at Yosaka, contemplating that regardless of how formidable Yosaka's slashing technique might be, he would simply maintain his distance, denying him the opportunity for close combat, and with a few ninjutsu, he could likely vanquish Yosaka. Moreover, he held unwavering confidence in his Eight Tails Bee blade technique, believing that even against the Sharingan, he would prevail in close quarters. Nothing to be impressed by. Though Killer Bee uttered these dismissive words, his expression remained serious as he observed Yosaka intently. I believe he may very well pass the 14th wave, but the 19th wave, I remain skeptical. Darui stated expressionlessly, his gaze fixed intently on Yosaka's arm, keen to scrutinize the force exerted as Yosaka wielded his blade. Darui was genuinely curious about how Yosaka managed to maintain such intense slashing power with seemingly average physical capabilities. Let us wait and see, Killer Bee replied. At this moment, Uchiha Obito stood apart from the group, his face alight with excitement and a hint of malice, casting provocative glances at Yuzuki before turning his attention back to Yosaka. Go for it, Yosaka. Show these softies from Kumo village the prowess of our Leaf Village ninjas. What audacity! He dares to label the people of Yunin village as weaklings. Is he blind? Upon hearing Uchiha Obito's words, Killer Bee erupted with fury. Leaping to his feet and shedding his outer layer to reveal his robust, bronze-toned physique. Pointing at his impressive chest muscles, he bellowed, "Behold, this is far more formidable than yours. How dare you call it weak? What does that make you?" Killer Bee, calm down. Do not engage in a war of words with the Leaf Village folk. Their verbal prowess is unparalleled. Let us merely wait until that fellow, Yotsuka, can no longer withstand the 19th wave. At that moment, we shall seize his sword as a prize of battle, and then will be our time to taunt them. For now, let them prance about. Yuzuki snorted, clearly displeased yet managing to restrain herself, anticipating the moment she could wield Yotsuka's sword to mock him. At that moment, the alert bell for the 14th wave rang out. Upon hearing this sound, the previously chattering members of Yunin village fell silent, their attention riveted on Yotsuka. In the next instant, A swift series of 14 flying objects shot forth, their velocity transforming them into mere shadows. "They're here." Darui's spirit surged as he widened his eyes, fixated on the incoming projectiles. This was a pivotal wave. Having been bested by Yotsuka and Fruit Ninja, he understood the importance of this moment. Similarly, Yuzuki, Killer Bee, and the others stared intently, fearful of missing any detail. In the next heartbeat, Yotsuka narrowed his eyes, maximizing his perception. In his mind, a vivid, three-dimensional image materialized, allowing him to discern the silhouette of each flying object, distinguishing between distractions and the actual fruits. With a swift motion, Yotsuka unleashed a strike, the blade carving a brilliant arc of light akin to moonbeams, precisely cleaving the foremost apple in two. He then shifted his stance, executing a horizontal slash that sent a 2-meter-long crescent of light slicing through another fruit. At that moment, the third flying object approached Yotsuka directly, but he simply tilted his head, allowing it to pass harmlessly by. Upon closer inspection, the onlookers realized it was merely a distraction. Soon after, another wave of 3 flying objects surged forth, 2 leading and 1 trailing, each at varying distances and moving with incredible speed. This was precisely the scenario that had led to Darui's elimination. In that instance, he had hastily severed the first 2 objects, only to find the proximity of the third rendered him unable to react in time, leading to a catastrophic domino effect that caused him to miss the subsequent fruits. Thus, as they once again faced this predicament, Darui's focus intensified as he turned his gaze to Yotsuka. What would he do next? In the depths of his mind, Darui pondered in disbelief as he beheld the swift and precise motions of Yosaka. With a rapid flurry of 2 strikes, Yosaka severed the first 2 fruits, then, in a fluid motion, reversed his grip to slice through the third fruit that closely followed. This spectacle left Darui utterly astonished. What on earth? This exclamation was not from Darui, but rather from Karabi, who was equally taken aback. How could he achieve such speed? The astonishment was palpable on the faces of those present. What kind of velocity is this? Darui, wide-eyed, mused that had he been in Yosaka's position, he would have certainly failed to deliver a third strike in time. The proximity of the third fruit to the first 2 rendered it nearly impossible to execute a cut within a mere hundredth of a second. Darui questioned his own capabilities. Convinced he could not accomplish such a feat yet, Yosaka had done it. It was this sheer immediacy of response and extraordinary swiftness in his strikes that enabled him to sever the third fruit. This display left the onlookers from the hidden cloud village in a state of stunned silence. Such speed was something only AI among them could replicate. Darui found himself momentarily questioning his own existence, overwhelmed by a myriad of uncertainties. How was this even possible? How could that slender arm unleash such formidable power in an instant? It defied all logic. Darui felt completely bewildered. Only Yosaka understood that his remarkable performance was not due to an exceptional muscle power, but rather the mastery of the wind manipulation technique from the Great Freedom Immortal Arts, which allowed him to substitute muscle force, altering the trajectory of his strikes, thus achieving the seemingly impossible feat of delivering 2 cuts in opposite directions simultaneously. Chapter 74. The success of the 14th wave immediately following, several projectiles hurtled towards Yosaka. With a keen sense of airflow perception, he accurately discerned whether the incoming objects were fruits or distractions. With precision and grace, he brought his blade down, cleanly slicing through all the fruits. The sound of crackling echoed as fruit pieces scattered across the ground, signifying Yosaka's successful navigation through the 14th wave of fruit attacks. This achievement also implied that in the realm of Fruit Ninja, Yosaka had surpassed Darui. Cursed be this unexpected turn of events. Who would have thought that this seemingly unremarkable individual could outshine me? In terms of instantaneous reaction, my lightning release chakra mode pales in comparison to his. What is this madness? Am I dreaming? Darui gazed at Yosaka with an expression akin to having seen a ghost, observing how Yosaka remained unfazed and composed, as if effortlessly dining. This stark contrast left Darui feeling rather disheartened. As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no harm. Just moments prior, during the 14th wave of fruit attacks, Darui had exerted himself to the utmost, yet failed to surpass the 14th level, leaving him breathless and fatigued. In stark contrast, Yosaka had seamlessly conquered the 14th level, appearing completely untroubled. What was even more comical was that Darui had just mocked Yosaka for lacking physical prowess, only to turn around and find Yosaka succeeding with ease while he himself was utterly exhausted from his failure. This left Darui in a state of gloom, feeling as though his worldview had been shattered and his confidence waned. Karabi, am I truly that weak? Karabi glanced at Dara-e, paused in silence for a moment, and then spoke slowly. Perhaps you simply encountered an anomaly. Do not take it to heart. You should consider yourself fortunate to be a normal individual. Oh, is that so? Dara-e replied weakly. Although Karabi's words seemed reasonable, Dara-e couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Hey, Yuzuki. This fellow is about to challenge the 15th wave. It seems that his achievements would rank quite high even in our cloud village. What do you make of this young man? Karabi nudged Yuzuki with his elbow. Yuzuki frowned and replied, this lad indeed possesses considerable skill. His close combat abilities appear quite formidable, and his reflexes are swift enough to contend with your 8-tails-B. What? Engage in close combat with my 8-tails-B? Yuzuki. You must be jesting. My 8-tails-B excels in close quarters. No matter how quick he is, haven't you heard the saying, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands? Moreover, I wield 8 hands. Should he dare to engage my 8-tails-B in a duel, I assure you, I shall dominate him. Yuzuki scoffed. Let us hope so. However, what does it matter how strong he is in close combat? One strike from my tailed beast bomb would reduce him to ashes. What? Tailed beast bomb? Yuzuki, have you truly mastered that technique? Karabi exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment as he looked at Yuzuki. A proud smile spread across Yuzuki's face as he nodded. Indeed. Not long ago, I finally mastered the tailed beast bomb, and that too while in the state of tailed beast chakra cloak. Upon hearing Yuzuki's words, Karabi was plunged into profound shock, never having anticipated that Yuzuki could wield the tailed beast bomb while in the tailed beast chakra cloak. It is worth noting that typically, the tailed beast bomb can only be released after complete transformation into a tailed beast, meaning that it is the tailed beast itself that unleashes the colossal sphere of gathered chakra, known as the tailed beast bomb. Should one be able to unleash the tailed beast bomb while adorned in the cloak of tailed beast chakra, it would equate to the effect of a miniature nuclear explosion. Although the potency of the tailed beast bomb released in this state pales in comparison to that unleashed during full tailed beast transformation, it remains lethal for an ordinary individual struck by such a bomb. Achieving this capability signifies a remarkable mastery over the tailed beast's power. After all, even the Raikage, renowned as the mightiest shield, would suffer grave injury from a direct hit by a small-tailed beast bomb. Yuki, you truly leave me speechless. Indeed. You live up to the title of the perfect Jinchuriki. While the tailed beast bomb unleashed in full transformation is undeniably formidable, in most situations, complete transformation is unnecessary. Thus, mastering the small-tailed beast bomb already places one's offensive capabilities beyond the ordinary, as few would dare to withstand even a small-tailed beast bomb, which possesses overwhelming power. This advancement implies that Yuki can harness the tailed beast's strength to the fullest without resorting to full transformation. However, I surmise there are unlikely to be any adversaries capable of compelling you to relinquish the tailed beast chakra cloak. Indeed, unless the opponent also possesses a tailed beast. I cannot conceive of anyone who could force me to utilize the tailed beast chakra cloak, Yuki confidently asserted. At this moment, the 17th wave of fruit assaults had commenced. During his initial encounter with this game, the 17th wave had already reached the limits of Yosaka's endurance. However, this time, as he faced the 17th wave anew, he found himself devoid of the overwhelming strain that had previously burdened his arm muscles. Although Yosaka could distinctly perceive the fatigue in his arm muscles, he remained resolute in his perseverance. Consequently, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of 17 dark silhouettes in the air, Yosaka, as before, swiftly brandished his blade towards the fruits, producing a series of swift swish sounds. A myriad of fruit fragments rained down upon the ground, including apples, strawberries, bananas, pineapples, kiwis, Asian pears, and even cantaloupes. The fragmented fruits will not be discarded, for they have merely been sliced and remain untarnished without any issues. Subsequently, they will be retrieved by the proprietor and transformed into a delightful fruit medley for continued sale. Others did not disdain the fruits, despite them having been sliced by another. For the katana is perhaps more pristine than a mere kitchen knife. Even if they were to fall upon the ground, they would remain untainted by dust, and subsequently, these fruits would undergo a thorough cleansing. Previously, Yosaka had even purchased a fruit salad from this very place. At this moment, the ground was strewn with scattered fragments of fruit, yet Yosaka flawlessly navigated through yet another challenge. Thus far, he had reached the 17th level, just one step away from surpassing his previous record. Chapter 75, Assault on the 19th Wave. As the 19th wave approached, the difference was negligible, having passed the 18th wave. The next was indeed the 19th. The Leaf Village ninja gazed at Yosaka with a mixture of excitement and admiration. His previous misjudgment had rendered his prized sword a mere trophy for another. This incident weighed heavily on his heart, yet the words spoken could not be taken back. A wager had been made, and thus, a promise must be fulfilled, albeit with a sense of discomfort lingering within him. However, Yosaka's arrival rekindled a flicker of hope within him, akin to the first ray of light piercing through darkness, or a lighthouse emerging from the vast, tumultuous sea, illuminating the possibility of reclaiming his treasured blade. With this sentiment, he shouted fervently, "Go! Go!" His voice was not alone. The surrounding spectators joined in, some having witnessed Yosaka shatter records before, while others were witnessing him for the first time. Regardless, all present understood that this individual named Yosaka was representing the Leaf Village in a wager against the hidden Cloud Village, aiming to retrieve the lost sword that symbolized their collective honor. Thus, the crowd erupted in cheers for Yosaka. "Go, Yosaka! Hold on! Defeat those hidden Cloud Village scoundrels!" Huzzah! The atmosphere became electrifying, the cacophony so intense that one might mistake it for a brawl. Yet, the spectators overlooked the fact that their rallying cries could potentially distract Yosaka, who needed to concentrate on sensing the nuances of the wind. At that moment, the alert bell for the 18th wave rang out, and the contingent from the hidden Cloud Village began to steel themselves, their hearts racing as they silently prayed for Yosaka to falter in the impending challenge. Upon hearing the chime, Yosaka devoted himself entirely, focusing his attention with utmost intensity. His primary purpose for visiting this stall was, in fact, to surpass his previous record. During his last attempt, he had been eliminated during the 17th wave, at which point his arms had grown so weary that he could scarcely grip the knife. At this moment, although Yosaka's arms were nearing their limit and the pain was beginning to set in, he still managed to grip the hilt of his sword. With the 18th wave approaching, he had enough strength left to endure. In that instant, the machine's nozzle began to unleash a rapid-fire barrage of fruits and distractions, reminiscent of a machine gun. The nozzle emitted a swift whoosh as it discharged a total of 18 projectiles in an instant. The next moment, 18 dark shadows converged into a dense net, hurtling towards Yosaka. Yet, within his heart, he remained as calm as a tranquil lake, devoid of any ripples or waves. Reflecting like a mirror, at this moment, through his perceptive ability to manipulate the airflow, he clearly saw the outlines of the projectiles, identifying each fruit and distraction one by one. Subsequently, he swung his blade to sever all the fruits. With his eyes closed and an air of composure, his hands moved with astonishing speed, instantly unleashing a vast expanse of white light. From the perspective of the surrounding spectators, it appeared as though Yosaka had struck forth, enveloping a 2-meter radius before him in a brilliant glow. Witnessing this spectacle, the members of the hidden Cloud Village grew solemn. For only an exceptionally swift strike could produce a blade of light akin to a flare. In the blink of an eye, that dazzling white light dissipated, revealing a scattering of fruit fragments on the ground, while Yosaka stood there, panting heavily. "What? He hit them all!" Darui exclaimed in astonishment, initially believing Yosaka would miss one or two, but upon closer inspection, he was utterly taken aback to find that Yosaka had indeed struck every single one, leaving not a single fruit untouched. This revelation shattered his confidence into 1,000 pieces. No way. Is he really that strong? Killer Bee's eyes nearly bulged from behind his sunglasses, his expression one of sheer disbelief. The speed of that strike was nothing short of astonishing. How on earth did he achieve this? The Uzuki were left in awe. The moment when Yosaka unleashed that vast sweep of light was so dazzling that they could scarcely discern what the fruits were before he had already cleaved them all. This indicated that Yosaka had successfully navigated through the 18th wave and was now surging towards the 19th. The wager they made was precisely the 19th round. Having surmounted 18 waves, such an achievement would rank among the top in the hidden Cloud Village, leaving Uzuki utterly astonished. After all, Yosaka was merely a genin, lacking the robust physique characteristic of the ninjas from the hidden Cloud Village. To reach this point was indeed extraordinary. How vexing, this lad possesses remarkable endurance. The 19th wave is at hand, and the most crucial moment has finally arrived. Darui, with a face full of trepidation, conceded to Yosaka's swordsmanship at this juncture. Yet, while he acknowledged Yosaka's prowess, he remained resolute in his belief that he could best him. From Yosaka's display, it was evident that he might be an expert in sword techniques. However, Darui was not. Although he wielded the sword of the Horse Slayer, he employed it only occasionally, not relying on the blade as his primary means of attack. Thus, swordplay was not Darui's forte. He was far more adept in the use of ninjutsu. Therefore, should a battle ensue, Each would harness their respective strengths, and Darui was confident he could prevail against Yosaka. Upon hearing Darui's words, Karabi furrowed his brow and remarked, "There may be other reasons at play. Perhaps he possesses a unique bloodline limit that enhances his physical prowess or something of that nature. It's hard to say. Nevertheless, do not let this dishearten you, for you are not specialized in swordsmanship, while he likely is. In this regard, we have actually gained an advantage, as we have obtained first-hand intelligence that allows us to formulate targeted strategies against him. This is quite beneficial." Karabi's assertion held merit. Utilizing a mere short sword to acquire partial intelligence on a competitor from Konoha was indeed a profitable endeavor. When Yuzuki uttered this, it was an unconscious acknowledgement that her prized short sword was likely no longer secure. Chapter 76. The Unbelievable at this pivotal juncture. Not only were the individuals from Kumogakure entirely focused, but those from Konoha were equally attentive. After all, everyone present was aware of the wager between Yosaka and Yuzuki. Should Yosaka endure through the 19th wave, Yuzuki would relinquish the short sword of the Konoha ninja. Conversely, if Yosaka faltered, he would forfeit his own sword to Yuzuki. Though a mere short sword, it was not an extraordinary treasure, for in the world of ninjas, most relied on ninjutsu. However, its significance transcended mere material value. It symbolized a trophy obtained by Kumogakure from Konoha, a matter of great pride. While this incident may seem trivial, a mere bet, it bore the potential to elevate Kumogakure's standing. And with a hint of promotion, it could foster a sense of nationalism. Thus, the atmosphere among those present was tense. They were collectively holding their breath in anticipation for Yosaka. Among them, the Konoha ninja was the most anxious, for if Yosaka triumphed, he would reclaim his sword. However, should Yosaka lose, not only would he fail to retrieve his own sword, but he would also have to surrender Yosaka's weapon. This would lead to immense guilt for the Konoha ninja, as it was for the sake of retrieving his sword that Yosaka had engaged in this wager with the ninjas of Kumogakure. Should Yosaka's loss be attributed to him, he would bear the burden of being the scapegoat, not only jeopardizing his comrade, but also bringing shame upon Konoha. Consequently, the Konoha ninja was filled with regret, pondering why he had been so impulsive in agreeing to the bet. Beside him, Uchiha Obito exuded unwavering confidence, for he possessed absolute faith that Yosaka would undoubtedly withstand the 19th wave of fruit assaults. After all, Uchiha Obito was no stranger to being struck by Yosaka, and he held a profound respect for Yosaka's prowess, despite the fact that he had not survived the 18th wave of fruit attacks just a month prior. However, a month had passed, and now Yosaka was surely capable of enduring the challenge. Uchiha Obito was resolutely confident in this regard. "Yosaka, give it your all. Let these Cloud Village scoundrels witness the strength of our Leaf's most formidable genin," he exclaimed excitedly, calling out to Yosaka. The voice of Uchiha Obito immediately captured the attention of the group from the Cloud Village. The strongest genin from Konoha? Yuzuki paused momentarily. Was he truly the mightiest genin of Konoha, the strongest among the participants from that village? Karabi gazed at Yosaka in astonishment. Is it really possible to encounter someone who is hailed as the strongest genin of Konoha just by casually playing Fruit Ninja? Darui remarked with a look of disbelief. Does that mean if we defeat him, our Cloud Village would become invincible? Samui exclaimed with enthusiasm. The strongest genin from Konoha, huh? I must defeat him. Yuzuki's eyes sparkled with a fierce determination. As the strongest genin of the Cloud Village, encountering someone of equal caliber from another nation naturally ignited her competitive spirit. If she could triumph over the strongest genin of Konoha, the strongest from the Sand Village, the Mist Village, and the Rock Village, would she not then become the strongest genin in the ninja world? The mere thought of this possibility sent a thrill of excitement coursing through her, causing her to tremble slightly. She possessed the capability, after all, for she was known as the perfect Jinchuriki, able to wield the power of the tailed beasts with impeccable mastery. Once the tailed beast emerged, even many jounin would be no match for her. Although some argued that this was not her own strength, but rather the power of the tailed beast, deeming it cheating or an unfair advantage. She and the tailed beast were one. The beast was a part of her, thus it could be considered her own power. Yosaka, prepare to be my defeated opponent. At that moment, Yuzuki's gaze towards Yosaka transformed, reminiscent of a leopard concealed in the grass, poised to pounce on its prey. At this moment, the alarm for the 19th wave resounded. It has arrived. The individuals from the tribe steeled themselves, their focus unwavering as they gazed intently at the machine's nozzle. Others mirrored this concentration, scarcely daring to blink. After all, the speed at which the machine launched the fruits was astonishing. From the moment the fruits were ejected to when sliced them, a mere 2 seconds elapsed. Thus, a single blink could indeed result in the loss of a spectacular moment. Although most of the onlookers could hardly discern the details of fruit slicing prowess, a fleeting glance might mean missing the brilliance of his sweeping blade, leaving only a scatter of fruit fragments in sight, which would be a significant disappointment. Come on, you must succeed, a ninja from fervently hoped within. At that moment, the fruit assault commenced, with the machine's nozzle erupting like a machine gun, swiftly spewing forth a barrage of projectiles that transformed into swift shadows hurtling towards. This moment marked a new pinnacle in the realm of fruit ninjas. The 19th wave represented a first since the inception of this fruit ninja stall and village, with someone finally enduring to this stage. Consequently, the stall owner was quite exhilarated, as it became evident that the new generation was indeed surpassing the achievements of their predecessors. At this moment, Yosaka's right arm was already quite fatigued. It was likely that he could not endure much longer. Nevertheless, it was certainly an improvement compared to earlier. After all, during the previous attempt, he had reached his limit before even the 18th wave, to the extent that he could no longer grip the hilt of his blade. Yet now, not only could he hold the hilt, but he could also continue to swing the sword and slice through the fruits. He attentively sensed the changes in the wind, his mind rapidly predicting the trajectories of the fruits after their flight. Suddenly, Yosaka let out a mighty shout. Swiftly drawing his blade, a flash of white light flickered, and with a thud, an apple split in two, tumbling to the ground. This was the first fruit severed by Yosaka. 18 remained. Uchiha Obito silently counted in his heart, and not just him. Everyone present, including the onlookers, joined in this mental countdown for Yosaka. Even the villagers from the hidden cloud were silently counting down, eager to see how many fruits Yosaka could manage to slice through. Chapter 77, The Great Watermelon. At this juncture, from Yosaka's perspective, the next fruit approaching him was a watermelon. To his surprise, yet another fruit had been introduced, this time of such considerable size. Perhaps it was an indication that after surpassing the 18th wave, the difficulty had indeed heightened. After all, no one had managed to exceed 18 waves prior to this, leaving the circumstances beyond that point a mystery, save for the vendor himself. Typically, after 10 waves, an increase in intensity would occur, which also escalated the projectile speed of the fruits. After the 18th wave, it is highly probable that the difficulty will be escalated once more, with an increase in the size of the fruits. For if they all travel at the same speed, it follows that the larger the volume, the greater the inertia. Consequently, when slicing the fruits, the impact on the wrist and arm becomes more pronounced, thereby imposing an additional burden on the arm. Thus, upon encountering the colossal watermelon, Yosaka felt a shiver of apprehension. Indeed, the challenge had intensified yet again. Moreover, his arms are now exceedingly fatigued, and it is likely that they will soon reach their limit. With the wisdom gleaned from past experiences, this time Yosaka shall refrain from recklessly displaying bravado. The last incident nearly resulted in a tragic mishap, where the blade almost found its way into a lifeless form. Should a similar slip occur again, leading to an unfortunate demise, the consequences would be dire indeed. Moreover, at this moment, Yosaka was pondering a particular dilemma. The watermelon, despite its impressive size, was rather fragile. The considerable weight posed a risk. Should it fall to the ground with excessive force, it could easily shatter, resulting in a lamentable waste. Thus, Yosaka resolved to exercise caution while cutting, aiming to apply a gentle, downward angle to the watermelon, allowing it to land softly and present itself on the ground in a halved form. In this manner, the watermelon would remain intact and not be squandered. With a firm decision in mind, Yosaka wielded his knife once more. Sunlight glinted off the blade, casting a dazzling white light as it described an elegant arc, executing a crescent-shaped cut nearly 2 meters long. With a sharp thud, the enormous watermelon was cleaved in two, gracefully descending to the ground at a slant, landing with remarkable stability and without any fracture. Observing this scene from the perspective of the wind, Yosaka felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he proceeded to address the subsequent fruits with renewed focus. Upon witnessing the moment when Yosaka effortlessly cleaved the watermelon, the spectators present silently counted in their minds. 17 remain. The individuals from the neighboring Yunin village silently counted in their hearts. 17 more to go. Meanwhile, the third fruit was swiftly approaching Yosaka. It was a banana. Yosaka quickly adjusted the position of her arm, shifting from the downward slicing stance she had employed to sever the watermelon to a diagonal upward angle. As before, the sharp blade effortlessly sliced through the banana. Witnessing this spectacle, Uchiha Obito, who had activated his Manjiki Sharingan, clenched his fist and exclaimed loudly, "Beautiful! Only 16 remain. Not only Uchiha Obito, but others who witnessed this scene were also silently counting in their hearts. 16 remain. The Leaf Ninja felt an intense anxiety, for there were still 16 left. It was far too early to celebrate. As the challenge progressed, the difficulty would undoubtedly escalate. The initial fruits might have been successfully severed, yet as they advanced, the overwhelming density of the fruits could lead to a critical misstep, resulting in a complete failure. Whether Yotsuka can pass this 19th challenge signifies whether he can reclaim his treasured sword. Consequently, the Konoha ninja is now even more anxious than Yotsuka himself. Meanwhile, on the other side, the members of Yunin village were equally engrossed, their gaze fixated on Yosaka. There remained 16 flying objects, which needed to be severed within a mere second, a task of considerable difficulty. Among the people of Yunin village, only AI possessed the capability to accomplish this feat. At that moment, Yosaka discerned the fourth incoming flying object. It was an apple. However, just as he swung his blade towards the apple, an alarmingly clear thought flashed through his mind. Something was amiss. This is not a fruit, it is a false fruit. Though the apple bore the appearance of a normal one, its speed and trajectory suggested an unusual weight, deviating from that of a typical apple. This revelation startled Yosaka just as he was about to strike the deceptive apple. A wave of apprehension washed over him. Should he inadvertently strike it, it would mean hitting a decoy, resulting in his immediate disqualification. Being disqualified would necessitate relinquishing the katana he wielded, while parting with the katana itself was trivial. The loss of face would be unbearable, especially when it involved being humiliated by members of another village. This was absolutely intolerable for Yosaka. Thus, with a mighty roar, he summoned all his strength to forcefully alter the trajectory of his blade. In a split second, he managed to redirect his already swinging arm, twisting his wrist to adjust the knife's position. The katana narrowly grazed past the false apple, barely evading it. Witnessing this, Uchiha Obito was left in a state of bewilderment, his face etched with confusion. What could possibly be the reason for Yosaka to exert such effort to dodge an object he could have easily struck? As Yosaki deftly evaded the deceitful apple, allowing it to soar past him, the onlookers, oblivious to the truth, felt a sudden jolt of concern. They remained unaware of the apple's falsehood, mistakenly believing that Yosaki had merely miscalculated and failed to strike it, thus neglecting one of the fruits. Oh no, he missed one. Some exclaimed in alarm. What are you worried about? ISNT at 3 missed before one is deemed eliminated? There is still one slot left. I fear that one misstep could lead to a cascade of failures. Many became distracted, their focus shattered by the sudden oversight, leading to further mistakes in the ensuing attempts. Silence your ominous words. Keep going. In that moment, a flurry of discussions erupted among the crowd. At this moment, another object soared through the air. Indeed, Yosaka had been momentarily distracted by the earlier false apple. However, his mind quickly adjusted, refocusing on the next piece of fruit. Upon confirming its authenticity, Yosaka decisively drew his blade and cleaved it in two. Chapter 78 was approaching its conclusion. The earlier counterfeit apple necessitated that Yosaka concentrate even more intently than before. Previously, he merely needed to discern the shapes of these flying objects. As long as he could identify what they were, he could effortlessly wield his sword against them. Yet, as the 19th wave commenced, the complexity escalated once more. Not only were there larger fruits, akin to watermelons, with considerable mass, but also the presence of counterfeit fruits was introduced. This undeniably elevated the challenge to a new level. With the use of the Byakugan, distinguishing between genuine and fake fruits became nearly impossible. Yosaka had grown accustomed to observing through the Byakugan's comprehensive 360-degree perspective, making it increasingly difficult to detect the presence of counterfeit fruits among the genuine ones. The reason why Yosaka discerned the artificial nature of the fruit was not due to visual observation of the flying objects. This eliminated a habitual behavior, sparing him from the subconscious tendency to overlook certain details. Typically, when one employs their vision in such a manner, a mere glance suffices to identify the fruit, leading to a lack of further scrutiny regarding its other characteristics. The distinction between genuine fruit and mere distractions relies predominantly on outward appearance. Consequently, the authenticity of the fruit becomes indiscernible. However, given ample time for meticulous examination, one could indeed differentiate between the real and the counterfeit. As the imitation cannot perfectly replicate the true essence of fruit, the challenge lies in the fact that one is afforded less than 2 seconds to make this distinction, reducing the encounter to a fleeting glance. The distinction of Yosaki lies in its ability to perceive objects through the wind. While it primarily senses the external contours of objects via the breeze, It can also gauge their approximate weight and compare it to their speed. Consequently, Yosaka discerned the discrepancy of the artificial fruit. Fortunately, Yosaki's swift reflexes enabled it to react promptly. Otherwise, had it been someone else, even upon realizing the fruit's falsehood, they would have been too late to respond. They might have instinctively struck the distraction without hesitation or, if they did recognize the ruse, hurriedly altered the direction of their blade, failing to strike the distraction but becoming flustered, losing their rhythm. This would ultimately cause them to miss subsequent projectiles or become distracted, resulting in a failure to slice the actual fruit. After all, Yosaka was in a precarious state, having already executed a strike, caught in the awkward limbo of expended force yet not having regained new momentum. Under such circumstances, forcibly altering the direction of the blade is an exceedingly challenging endeavor. It necessitates extraordinary strength to redirect an arm that is still following its original trajectory. There are two scenarios. 1. The arm possesses exceptional muscular power, allowing for such adjustments. 2. The arm is agile, and while not exerting significant force during the strike, it can awkwardly shift direction. The most concerning situation is when the arm is robust yet applies considerable force while striking, as it becomes nearly impossible to alter the direction at that moment. This is because, having already expended considerable energy, there is insufficient strength left to change course. It requires a force greater than what was previously exerted to overcome the arm's inertia. Additionally, excessive muscular bulk can hinder flexibility, further complicating the ability to redirect. As Yosaka swung his arm, a portion of his strength was indeed propelled by the winds of the Great Freedom Celestial technique, thus he was not exerting his full force, which granted him additional space to maneuver. This explains why Yosaka was able to alter his direction. At that moment, several fruits followed closely behind. Yosaka's mind raced, processing a multitude of information to discern whether these incoming projectiles were genuine fruits or mere decoys fabricated to mislead. Upon his evaluation, he concluded that these were indeed real fruits. Consequently, he swiftly wielded his katana, which, being a relatively lightweight weapon, allowed for a rapid execution. In one graceful motion, Yosaka effortlessly severed the remaining fruits. However, the abrupt change in direction had caused his arm to exert considerable force in that fleeting moment. This, in turn, resulted in an additional strain on the muscles of his arm, bringing him perilously close to his limits. Fortunately, he could still grip the hilt of his sword. Yosaka mused inwardly, deeply concerned that his arm might reach its breaking point, causing the katana to slip from his grasp and potentially harm others. Thus, he remained acutely aware of his right hand. Should he sense any faltering grip, he would immediately cease his actions. After all, even if he were to lose the wager due to this, it would only amount to the loss of a katana, far preferable to injuring the innocent. At that juncture, additional projectiles approached. Yet, Yosaka's focus had begun to wane. He forcibly concentrated, striving to ascertain whether these flying objects were fruits or distractions. He then swiftly swung his blade once more, dispatching all incoming projectiles. Witnessing this, Uchiha Obito was filled with exhilaration, as Yosaka had successfully eliminated the majority of the airborne threats. Ultimately, only 5 projectiles remained. If he could just hold on a little longer and muster the energy for a final push, he would successfully navigate through the 19th wave of fruit assaults. With this thought, Uchiha Obito fervently prayed in his heart, hoping that no last-minute mishaps would occur. At this moment, the ninjas from Yuzuki village began to feel a sense of unease. Only 5 flying objects remained in their wager, and if Yotsuka successfully struck down these last 5, the Yuzuki would face defeat. However, they found themselves powerless to intervene, for they held their own pride and could not resort to deceitful tactics like those employed by Ito Junji previously. Thus, they could only watch helplessly as Yotsuka sliced through the fruit, silently praying for an error on his part. Yuzuki's expression was grave. As she recognized the high likelihood of losing the bet, she had come to acknowledge Yotsuka's prowess, particularly in the realm of fruit ninja, where he undeniably excelled. Consequently, Yuzuki was filled with a deep sense of frustration. Chapter 79. The arrival of the mist-hidden village simultaneously. Just as Yotsuka was on the brink of confronting the final 5 flying objects, the inhabitants of Sunagakure and Kirigakure had entered the hidden leaf village. Moreover, it is quite fortuitous that the inhabitants of Sunagakure encountered those from Kirigakure. Hey, Zabuza, do you see that group? Are they not from Sunagakure? Kahaku Mei shielded her eyes from the sun with one hand while pointing towards a group of individuals in the distance. Judging by their attire, they indeed appeared to be from Sunagakure. Zabuza replied with an expression of utmost seriousness. Why do you look so grave? It's as if we are on the brink of a great battle, Kahakume remarked, exasperated. Zabuza maintained his stern demeanor as he responded. As long as they are not my allies, I shall perceive them as formidable adversaries. I envision battles in my mind, thus most people are my enemies. Wow, Zabuza. You seem to be suffering from paranoia. I think you might be losing your sanity. When we return, perhaps a visit to a neurologist would be prudent, Kahakume quipped. Finding the rest of her companions rather eccentric, Zabuza, with his perpetually serious expression, viewed everyone as a potential foe, living in a constant state of alertness akin to one plagued by paranoia. On the other hand, Kurase Maru was an effeminate character, perpetually engaged in embroidery, wielding a needle and yarn, engaging in activities typically associated with women, thus making Kahakume feel rather less feminine in comparison. Meanwhile, Akatsuki Monika exhibited peculiar behaviors, obsessively polishing his ninja blade, only to return it to its scroll, retrieve it again, and repeat this meticulous ritual countless times throughout the day. Kahakume estimated that he might repeat this cycle over 100 times in a single day, resembling a compulsive individual. In contrast, Lynching Yuli engages daily in the trivial act of manipulating the arc device within a broken lighter, discharging it back and forth, and seizing the opportunity to shock others when they are unaware. Meanwhile, Gambaki Kisame incessantly summons great sharks, only to return them repeatedly, mirroring the antics of the mischievous Kazuki Mangetsu. Consequently, Terumi Mei finds herself surrounded by these eccentric teammates, verging on madness. At long last, they arrive in the Hidden Leaf Village, where she encounters what she perceives as normal human beings, filling her with a sense of salvation and elation. Even upon seeing individuals from other villages, who should be considered adversaries by virtue of their affiliations, she feels that, in comparison to her eccentric companions, these people appear far more endearing. At this moment, the group from Sunagakure also caught sight of the individuals from Kirigakure. The young shinobi from Sunagakure, Maki, pointed towards Zabuza Momochi, who stood not far away, and said to his companion, Scorpion, look over there, those are the people from Kirigakure. It is said that their minds are somewhat unhinged. We should best keep our distance, for after all, the act of murder does not constitute a crime for the insane. Oh, are they truly deranged? Scorpion inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. Indeed, Maki affirmed, nodding solemnly before gesturing towards Zabuza once more. Observe that individual wielding the massive blade. He is known as Zabuza Momochi. His thoughts are perpetually consumed with the notions of killing or being killed. To him, anyone who is not a friend is undoubtedly an enemy. Should he inquire if you wish to be his ally, and you refuse, he will not hesitate to end your life with a single stroke, convinced that your refusal brands you as an adversary. Thus, he embodies the archetype of a delusional paranoid. As Maki pointed at Takigakure Zabuza to introduce him to Scorpion, Zabuza, noticing Maki's gesture, coldly shouted, "What are you looking at?" However, Maki was unfazed and retorted, "What of it?" Zabuza, infuriated, bellowed, "Dare to look again and see what happens." Maki, unwavering, replied, "I'll keep looking at you, so what?" He fixed his gaze intently upon Zabuza. "I'll bloody kill you." Zabuza erupted in rage, seizing his massive sword and charging at Maki, only to be ensnared by Mizuki's water prison technique. "Zabuza, cease this disturbance." Mizuki reprimanded sternly. "He's staring at me. I want him dead." Zabuza howled from within the water prison. "Can staring kill you? Perhaps he secretly admires your striking beauty. Mustn't he others have their crushes?" Mizuki retorted sharply. "What? He admires me? That's intolerable. I have no interest in men. Release me. I will kill him." Zabuza's fury escalated. He desperately attempted to break free from the water prison. Observing Zabuza's frantic behavior, the Sand Village team exchanged knowing glances, pondering his evident lack of sanity. "You see, Scorpion? Just a glance from me sent him into a frenzy. His mental state is indeed precarious." Scorpion nodded, acknowledging the truth in this assertion. At that moment, Maki directed attention to Kurase Maru, who was knitting with a decorative needle. "Do you see that individual weaving? He is the owner of the sewing blade, Kurase Maru, known as the Unbeaten of the Mist. He is rather effeminate, avoiding all affairs with men, spending his days embroidering and exhibiting delicate gestures, being quite the psychological oddity. Rumor has it, he has even performed a self-castration to master the forbidden techniques of the Konoha's sunflower secret art, boasting formidable strength. However, he has a penchant for handsome young men, and you may very well become his next target." Upon hearing Maki's words, Scorpion couldn't help but glance at Kurase Maru, who coincidentally looked back and waved. Just as Scorpion found this individual rather polite, he was taken aback when Maru licked his lips, forming a delicate gesture with his hand, and said, "Hey there, would you fancy a delightful exchange?" A chill ran down Scorpion's spine, prompting him to avert his gaze. Yet, Maru murmured to himself. He turned away. Is this a game of hard to get? How intriguing. He has just my type, and I must have him. Chapter 80. Mizuki beside them. Mizuki felt a wave of revulsion upon hearing Maru's words and cursed, "Damn pervert." At that moment, Maru chimed in. "The fault lies not with me, but with this world." A chill coursed through Terumi Mei's heart, prompting her to disregard Kurosaki Maru. In truth, both T-Dai Zai and Kurosaki Maru were older than Terumi Mei. By all accounts, they should have ascended to the rank of Jonin rather than remaining as Chunin. However, due to certain circumstances, they had yet to attain the esteemed status of a Jonin, thus participating in this competition as mere Chunin. On the other side, Maki continued to introduce the Scorpion. "Do you see that man over there with mid-length white hair? His name is Hozuki Mangetsu, and he is quite the eccentric. He suffers from obsessive-compulsive disorder, meticulously polishing his blades over 100 times each day. His mental state is rather unstable. However, his prowess is formidable. He is not only adept at wielding all 7 ninja swords, but also possesses the unique traits of the Hozuki clan. It is worth noting that the second Mizukage also hails from the Hozuki clan, distinguished by their ability to liquefy their bodies, rendering them immune to physical attacks. This characteristic could pose a challenge to your puppets." The Scorpion nodded and replied, "Yet, even if he is immune to physical damage, I have my methods to defeat him." At that moment, Maki continued his introduction. "Do you see that red-haired girl over there? Her name is Terumi Mei. She can be regarded as the most ordinary among the contestants from the Hidden Mist Village. Her strength is considerable. She wields 2 bloodline limits, making her a significant threat in this tournament. She is also the leader of the Hidden Mist Village and the most formidable of the lower ninjas, with rumors suggesting she possesses the potential to become a Mizukage." The Scorpion nodded thoughtfully, silently committing this information to memory. The strength of the Sand Village is often considered the weakest among the 5 great nations. However, due to its arid desert location, it serves as a naturally defensible stronghold, acting as a barrier that isolates it from other nations. Consequently, despite its relative weakness, it can manage to hold its ground. After all, traversing the desert requires considerable effort, deterring most from attacking the Sand Village. Nonetheless, the Sand Village's lower standing among the 5 great nations results in fewer contestants participating in this tournament, leading to an overall weaker collective strength. However, despite the general weakness of the participants, the Scorpion himself is exceptionally powerful, rivaling competitors from other nations. Thus, in this competition, the Scorpion represents the hope of the Sand Village, alongside Maki, who is known as the Little Kakashi of the Sand. Maki excels in wind release techniques and is quite strong, though he does not quite match the Scorpion's prowess, standing on a level comparable to that of Kien and Darui. One of the motivations for Scorpion to participate in the competition is to eliminate Kakashi, seeking vengeance for his parents. He is acutely aware that, given his current strength, he is not yet capable of confronting the formidable Tsukumo Hatake. On one hand, his physical prowess falls short. On the other, infiltrating Konoha to assassinate the White Fang is beyond his reach. However, if he could succeed in slaying Tsukumo's son, Kakashi, during the tournament, it would undoubtedly deliver a significant blow to the White Fang. In fact, the demise of the White Fang's son would inflict even greater harm than directly taking the life of the White Fang himself. Scorpion believes that his current strength is sufficient to eliminate Kakashi Hatake. Over the past few years, he has diligently trained every day, surpassing the level of a mere genin. Even many genin find themselves at a loss against him. Therefore, if he were to encounter Kakashi in the arena, he possesses unwavering confidence in his ability to defeat him, especially considering the potency of his poison, which guarantees death within 5 minutes without the antidote. He is certain he can prevent Kakashi from obtaining it in time. After all, even if an antidote were to be prepared on-site, it would require at least a moment or 2 to procure, which would be an extraordinary feat. However, there lies a significant dilemma. Scorpion is uncertain if he will even have the opportunity to confront Kakashi, given the multitude of competitors in the tournament. The likelihood of crossing paths with him is exceedingly slim. Thus, Scorpion contemplates the audacious notion of clandestinely attempting to assassinate Kakashi in the shadows over the coming days. Yet, this endeavor presents formidable challenges. Firstly, the security forces in Konohagakure are remarkably potent. Even at night, patrols traverse the streets, making the task of stealthily approaching Kakashi's residence and eliminating him a daunting one, particularly with the influx of foreign participants into the village. Konohagakure undoubtedly employs specialized methods to surveil these outsiders. It is quite possible that the moment these individuals enter the village, their every move is meticulously monitored by the villagers. Additionally, should Shikaka Nara, Kakashi's father, be present, the prospect of successfully executing such a plan becomes exceedingly arduous, if not nearly impossible. Therefore, the challenge of assassinating Kakashi Hitaki indeed looms large for Scorpion. Nonetheless, he remains resolute in his intention to attempt it. Yet, the thoughts of Scorpion remain a mystery to everyone, be it Maki or any other individuals who have come to Konoha. Even his grandmother, Chiyo, is oblivious. For the notion of slaying Kakashi Hitaki is a sentiment that lies deeply entrenched in Scorpion's heart. Furthermore, he not only harbors the desire to eliminate Kakashi, but also aims to take the life of Tsukumo Hitaki through his own endeavors, seeking vengeance for his parents. Moreover, the disdain that Scorpion harbors extends beyond mere animosity. He not only loathes the Hidden Leaf Village but also holds a profound resentment towards both Kakashi Hitaki and Tsukumo Hitaki. His ire is particularly directed at the third Kazekage, whom he blames for the unfortunate fate of his parents. Scorpion believes that it was the third Kazekage's misjudgment that compelled his parents to partake in the conflict, ultimately leading to their demise at the hands of Tsukumo Hitaki. In fact, to a certain extent, his hatred for the third Kazekage surpasses that for Tsukumo Hitaki. This stems from the fact that his parents were ostensibly on leave, as per the regulations of the Sunigakure, which exempted ninjas on such leave from participating in warfare or missions. However, the third Kazekage forcibly conscripted Scorpion's parents under the pretext of insufficient manpower, despite the availability of other capable individuals who could have been dispatched for the task. The unfortunate twist lay in the fact that the alternative candidate was the Kazekage's brother-in-law, leading to Scorpion's parents being sent in his stead. Consequently, they perished during the mission. Thus, Scorpion's heart brims with profound animosity towards the third Kazekage. The death of his parents at the hands of Tsukumo Hitaki could be attributed to their own inadequacies in combat, as they had initiated an ambush against him. From a standpoint of justice, Tsukumo Hitaki's actions were defensible. After all, his parents had willingly engaged him in battle. In this context, it is evident that Tsukumo Hitaki bears no culpability, for the confrontation arose solely from conflicting allegiances rather than personal vendetta. One could argue that Tsukumo Hitaki was, in fact, the victim in this tragic turn of events, as it was Scorpion's parents who harbored malicious intent towards him. The origins of all these events can be traced back to the actions of the third Kazekage. Had he not instigated trouble by seeking to ambush Tsukumo Hitaki, and had he not endangered his own nephew, he would not have wielded his power to coerce the parents of Sasori into undertaking that perilous mission. Consequently, the tragic demise of Sasori's parents could have been averted. In his heart, Sasori vowed to diligently train, aspiring to one day exact vengeance upon the third Kazekage for the loss of his parents. Even if Tsukumo Hitaki did not deliver the fatal blow, he was resolute in his intent to eliminate the third Kazekage. Thus, the seeds of animosity that would ultimately lead to the third Kazekage's demise at the hands of Sasori were sown at that very moment, not out of a desire to create a puppet from the Kazekage's body, but rather as a means of revenge. The notion of crafting a puppet from the third Kazekage's remains serves as a grotesque form of retribution, akin to those who, after vanquishing their foes, fashion trophies from their skulls as goblets or even vessels of disgrace. Therefore, transforming the third Kazekage into a puppet is merely a continuation of Sasori's quest for vengeance. However, at his current level, Sasori is still far from being capable of vanquishing the third Kazekage. Yet, with his remarkable talent and rapid growth, it will not be long before he emerges as a formidable force in his own right. The third Kazekage was undoubtedly aware of the potential possessed by Sasori, to the extent that he contemplated nurturing him as the fourth or even fifth Kazekage. Presently, there was also Rashi, who demonstrated considerable strength and shared the same magnetic release as the third Kazekage. However, the third's magnetic release was of the ferromagnetic variety, while Rashi wielded the gold sand magnetic release. Consequently, it was plausible that Rashi would ascend to the position of fourth Kazekage, with the third Kazekage subsequently grooming Sasori to become the fifth. This was the precise scheme the third Kazekage harbored in his mind. Unbeknownst to him, he had already been inscribed on Sasori's death list, as he continued to strategize on how to cultivate the young puppeteer, unaware that Sasori had already included him in his grim roster. It is, in fact, quite an amusing predicament. However, before Sasori could eliminate the third Kazekage, he first had to dispose of the third's brother-in-law, as the entire scheme originated with him. Initially, this individual was supposed to execute the ambush on Tsukumo Hitaki. Yet, upon learning that his target was none other than the legendary White Fang of Konoha, he was seized by paralyzing fear. Immediately resigning from the mission and boldly declaring to the third Kazekage that he was unwilling to proceed, leaving the latter with little recourse. As a result, the third Kazekage was compelled to command Sasori's parents, who were on vacation, to undertake this assignment. Initially, the parents of the Scorpion were opposed to the undertaking. However, the third Kazekage invoked his title, leveraging his authority to compel Scorpion's parents into compliance with the mission. Thus, akin to the butterfly effect, one event led to another, ultimately culminating in Scorpion's assassination of the third Kazekage, branding him a rogue ninja, which consequently resulted in the demise of the third Kazekage at the hands of Scorpion himself. In truth, it is rather unjust for Kakashi Hitaki. After all, if I am ambushed, am I not entitled to retaliate? Whom should I turn to for reason? Am I merely a victim of excessive self-defense? It is not my fault that your parents were lacking in prowess. Even when ambushed, I managed to secure a double kill. What connection does this bear to me? Nevertheless, Sasori of the Red Sand remains unconcerned with such reasoning. He is solely intent on exacting his vengeance. As the Scorpion of the Red Sand cast his gaze upon Kagayame, she, in turn, found herself entranced by his striking visage. In that fleeting moment, Mei was utterly captivated by the Scorpion's breathtaking beauty, succumbing to an infatuation that was impossible to ignore. Ah, what a handsome young man. With his fiery red hair and a face that could ensnare hearts, it was undeniable. He was destined to be my husband. From a young age, Kagayame harbored a singular aspiration, to marry a handsome man. Although the men of the Hidden Mist Village possess a certain charm, the issue lies in their peculiarities. For instance, while the appearance of Hozuki Mangetsu is quite agreeable, his obsessive-compulsive tendencies are quite severe. Similarly, while the formidable appearance of Deidara may seem intimidating, it is not unattractive. In fact, it radiates a distinct masculinity. However, he is plagued by paranoia, which complicates matters further. Terumi Mei finds herself utterly exasperated by these individuals. After observing the men of the Hidden Mist Village for several years, she arrives at a disheartening conclusion: to find a handsome and relatively normal man, she must seek elsewhere among the other ninja villages. To marry a handsome man, Terumi Mei is willing to change her nationality, showing no hesitation in becoming a citizen of another country. After all, this has become a kind of belief for her, perhaps even her ninja way. Who is that person? Terumi Mei eagerly inquired of Kisame, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Kisame, recalling the descriptions from the profiles of competitors from various nations, responded, "That individual is likely the prodigious puppet master from the Sand Village, Sasori, who possesses an extraordinary talent for puppetry and is considered a candidate for the position of the fifth Kazekage. Wow, how impressive. He's also remarkably handsome. I like him so much." Terumi Mei felt a rush of infatuation. It must be said that Sasori's looks are undeniably striking, certainly qualifying him as a dashing young man. A true heartthrob. However, just as she was about to call out to him, the people from the Sand Village turned away. Witnessing this, Terumi Mei felt a twinge of disappointment, yet her heart swelled with fervor and excitement. "It's all right. Today is just our first encounter. There will be plenty of opportunities to get closer to him," she reassured herself. "He is so handsome. He is truly the man of my dreams." In her mind, Terumi Mei began to envision the scene at her wedding to the Scorpion of the Red Sand, revealing a slight obsession and delusional tendencies on her part. Chapter 82. Deidara. As Terumi Mei indulged in her springtime reverie, the inhabitants of Awagakure arrived. They gazed upon the towering walls of Konohagakure, marveling at their grandeur. What impressive walls! Constructing such a fortification must require considerable effort, one villager remarked. Another countered, "What is the fuss? With earth release, it can be easily accomplished." Yet, a third chimed in, however, to erect walls of such height encircling the entirety of Konoha would indeed be a daunting task. Not at all. If we were to mobilize 100 individuals to simultaneously employ the earth release, super large mud wall, we could likely complete it in under a month, he argued. Listening to their conversation, Deidara scoffed. "What good would that do? I could simply obliterate it with explosives." "Huh, with your little bombs? I do believe you could cause some casualties, but to destroy those walls, I find that hard to believe," retorted one of Deidara's companions, Sho. You think I'm like you? If this were directed at you, I might understand. Your explosions might only suffice to dismantle a small shack. My art, however, is far superior. With my newly developed C3, a single blast could decimate half of Konoha. Deidara proclaimed proudly. Keep dreaming. She scoffed, utterly unconvinced by Deidara's claims. As their conversation unfolded, they entered Konohagakure, registering at the entrance before stepping into the village. Observing the bustling streets, Deidara stretched lazily and remarked, "You know, I truly believe Konoha boasts the finest environment. Our Iwagakure is far too arid. While it's an improvement over Sunagakure, the disparity becomes evident when compared to Konoha." Though reluctant to admit it, he acknowledged that Konoha surpassed Iwagakure in terms of environment, climate, and urban development. No wonder this place has produced two of the greatest shinobi in history. She mused with admiration. Upon hearing Shu's words, Deidara inquired, "Who are these two legendary shinobi?" Shu shot him a disdainful glance and replied, "Senja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. I believe they are the two strongest in the shinobi world, even surpassing our first Tsuchikage." "Never heard of them," Deidara shrugged. As the group passed by a barbecue stall, their growling stomachs led them directly into the establishment. Their arrival immediately attracted the attention of the patrons within. "Hey, reservations. Those individuals don't appear to be from our Konoha," one of the diners remarked. "In the mountains." Yamanaka Kai glanced furtively at the group from Iwagakure while inquiring of his companion, Akimichi Choza. "Indeed, they must be the participants in the recent 5 Kage joint friendship tournament. However, I cannot discern their national affiliation, as they do not bear headbands. Do you know Narashikaku?" Akimichi Choza further probed Narashikaku. After observing the group from Iwagakure for a moment, Narashikaku slowly responded, "If I am not mistaken, they are likely from Tsuchikagakure." "Oh, how did you deduce that?" Narashikaku gestured subtly towards Deidara and explained, "Isn't there intelligence provided regarding the potential participants from each nation for this 5 Kage joint friendship tournament? I recall that one individual from Iwagakure bears a striking resemblance to him, named Deidara, a member of their explosive corps, whose ability lies in explosive release, enabling him to create bombs. I see now. I have yet to peruse that manual." Upon hearing Narashikaku's words, both Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Kai experienced a moment of realization. Not far from them, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Izumaki observed the group from the Hidden Rock Village with keen curiosity. "That person must be the leader of the participating team from the Hidden Rock Village, Deidara," Kushina remarked inquisitively. "Indeed. He possesses a unique bloodline limit that allows him to create explosive bombs. Quite formidable," Minato responded thoughtfully. "I wonder if any of our village's contestants can defeat him." As Kushina savored her grilled meat, she pondered the same question. Minato contemplated for a moment before asserting, "I believe we have capable contenders. Firstly, Kakashi should be able to hold his own against him. He has mastery over water, lightning, and earth chakra natures, equipping him with various offensive and defensive techniques." Pausing briefly, he continued, "Then there's Asuma Saratobi, who wields wind and fire techniques, making him proficient in mid to long-range attacks. Additionally, there's Itachi Uchiha's younger brother, who excels in both fire techniques and the body flicker technique, complemented by his 3-tomo Sharingan, making him a worthy adversary for Deidara." He added, "And let's not forget about Yosaka. His swordsmanship is exceptional. As long as he isn't kept at a distance, should he close in, victory would be all but assured. Similarly, Kurenai Yuhi possesses combat capabilities, but she, too, must engage at close quarters." Kushina nodded in agreement. "So, the strategy hinges on either maintaining an advantage at long range or closing the distance with Deidara, correct?" "Precisely," Minato confirmed. "Deidara's explosive techniques are designed for mid to long range combat, and he cannot evade his own bombs. Therefore, if we can close the distance, it becomes significantly more manageable to confront him. Conversely, if we allow him to dictate the range without effective long-range assaults to counter him, we risk falling into his rhythm, leading to certain defeat." As Minato spoke, Mei Terumi and her companions from the Hidden Mist Village strolled down the street, their attention drawn to a crowd ahead. "Look, there are so many people up ahead. I wonder what's happening. Let us go take a look." Thus, Mei and her group approached the stall of Fruit Ninja, where they immediately spotted Yosaka skillfully fending off a barrage of fruit attacks. As the esteemed Terumi Mei and her companions arrived, they found that Yotsuka had just vanquished 13 of the fruits, leaving only 5 remaining. Among these, the apple that soared ahead had nearly reached Yotsuka. With a resounding shout, Yotsuka delivered a powerful strike, and as a brilliant flash of white light illuminated the air, the apple was precisely cleaved in half. Witnessing this spectacle left the members of the Kirigakure, including Terumi Mei, utterly astonished. Chapter 83. Terumi Mei and Sasori Yotsuka executed a vertical slash from above, forcefully targeting the fruit that was closest to him. When Terumi Mei and her entourage arrived at the fruit ninja stall, they beheld a dazzling crescent-shaped beam of white light, which severed the apple in two. This sight left Terumi Mei and her companions, who had just squeezed into the scene, utterly dumbfounded. "How impressive!" Terumi Mei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration and astonishment as she gazed at Yotsuka. The prowess of his slicing technique was astonishing. Although it appeared merely to be a simple act of cutting fruit, the underlying power was formidable. It was likely that, had a person been in the apple's place, they too would have been split in twain by such a strike. "He is a formidable adversary, and I must eliminate him," Tobirama, wide-eyed, thought fiercely to himself. In his view, anyone who was not his ally was an enemy, and thus, they must be eradicated, preferably at the earliest opportunity. Upon witnessing the formidable swordsmanship of Yosaka, Momochi Zabuza, a fellow practitioner of the blade, could not help but perceive a palpable sense of threat emanating from him. Consequently, Zabuza resolved to extinguish this menace in its infancy, unwilling to allow this seed of danger to burgeon into a towering tree. A fierce battle spirit surged within him, compelling him to yearn for the immediate engagement in a fierce duel with Yosaka. However, mindful of their location within the confines of Konohagakure, Zabuza restrained his impulses, recognizing that such a reckless outburst could very well lead to his demise on that very day. Beside him, the enigmatic Kisame Hashigaki gazed at Yosaka with equal astonishment. Residing in the swordplay-dominated Hidden Mist village, he frequently witnessed individuals wielding blades and firearms. However, it was a rare occurrence to behold a spectacle as breathtaking as Yosaka's recent strike. Consequently, Kisame found himself utterly taken aback, his mind swirling with disbelief at the sheer power of such swordsmanship. That single stroke seemed capable of cleaving through anything that dared to obstruct its path, akin to a divine force that obliterates gods and Buddhists alike, imparting an aura of invincibility and unmatched sharpness. Remarkable. Moreover, he appeared so youthful. If he were to hazard a guess, this individual was likely a participant in the upcoming 5 Kage friendship tournament. The forehead protector upon his brow bore the insignia of the Leaf Village. It was entirely possible they might cross paths during the competition, which ignited a thrilling blend of excitement and apprehension within him. Indeed, this forthcoming 5 Kage friendship tournament was gathering numerous prodigious ninjas, making it a truly captivating event. Kisame's interest in the tournament grew fervent, as he believed that vanquishing the talents of other nations would provide a profound sense of accomplishment, a validation and recognition of his own prowess, imbued with great significance. Although he witnessed the exquisite swordsmanship of Yosaka, Kisame Hashigaki did not feel that he was at a disadvantage. His own prowess was formidable, particularly his mastery of water release techniques, which could be regarded as the most proficient among the contestants from the Mist Village participating in the 5 Kage friendship tournament in Konohagakure. If one were to assess who among them wielded water release most effectively, it would undoubtedly be Kisame. The other participants were not weak by any means. However, their strengths did not predominantly lie in water release. Take Zabuza Momochi, for instance. He was indeed powerful, but his strength resided not in the application of water release itself, but rather in his formidable combat capability that combined water release with his decapitating sword. As for Mei Terumi, her water release techniques were also impressive. Yet her greater strength lay in her 2 Kekiai Genkai, particularly her adeptness in boil release and lava release. Other competitors, such as Kiryu Zenkuro, each had their own unique strengths, but none specialized in water release to the same extent. Their use of water release was primarily for tactical purposes, rather than as a means of direct lethality. In contrast, Kisame was a true master of water release, using it as his principal offensive strategy. Thus, he viewed himself as a ninja suited for mid to long-range combat, while recognizing that Yosaka, with such refined swordsmanship, was undoubtedly a close-range combat specialist. However, the dry persimmon Kisame possesses unwavering confidence in his ability to create distance from Yakusha. At that moment, it would be his dominion. After all, the most renowned characteristic of water release lies in its vast range, even surpassing that of fire release techniques. Therefore, should he succeed in distancing himself, Kisame firmly believes that utilizing water release would render Yakusha powerless against him. After all, no matter how formidable one may be, could they truly sever his water? Moreover, This time, as the leader of the Mist Village, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon has discreetly conferred with Kisame, assuring him that during the competition, he would lend his own shark skin to Kisame for use. Upon acquiring the Sword of the Mist, Kisame Hoshigaki will experience a remarkable enhancement, for this blade is exceptionally suited to complement water release techniques. Although it is classified as a ninja sword, it resembles the function of a summoning beast. Possessing the formidable ability to devour the chakra of others and nourish itself in return, the more chakra an adversary possesses, the stronger it becomes, truly a weapon that grows more powerful with each battle. Consequently, Kisame feels a considerable degree of confidence in his ability to eliminate Yosaka with water release, as this technique inherently counters close-quarters combat. Water release naturally imbues a controlling effect, and close combat ninjas are most vulnerable when forced to maintain distance. Thus, a sinister smile graced Kisame's face, his gaze toward Yosaka akin to that of a poised leopard eyeing its prey. Unbeknownst to Yosaka, his actions had already caught the attention of the group from the hidden Mist Village. As he sliced through the last 5 fruits, he felt acutely that his arm was nearing its limit. However, based on his current physical sensations, he was confident that he could persist in cleaving the remaining 4 fruits without issue. Yet, he deemed it exceedingly difficult to endure a 20th wave. This was not to say that success was impossible, but after his previous experience of nearly losing control of his blade, Yosaka was reluctant to take any risks. As an old adage wisely states, one should not fear a myriad of dangers, but rather the singular unforeseen circumstance. Should he lose grip again and inadvertently harm someone with his blade, what then? After all, his previous fortunate escape did not guarantee that fate would smile upon him a second time. Thus, Yosaka was unwilling to gamble on the possibility of losing his grip on the blade, for such a wager was inherently a descent into folly. Far from the most favorable outcome, Yosaka yearned to maintain a firm grip on the situation at hand. Thus, he found it improbable to take risks unless absolutely necessary. Engaging in uncertain endeavors was not in his nature. After all, the vicinity was teeming with individuals of all ages, and even the occasional foreigner. Causing harm to a fellow citizen or a foreigner alike would undoubtedly yield unfavorable consequences. Should he inadvertently injure a compatriot, the ramifications would be manageable. Provided there were no fatalities, the most severe outcome would merely entail compensation for damages, as this would be categorized as unintentional harm. However, injuring a foreigner would present a far more intricate dilemma. While it could be perceived as a minor incident, it could escalate into a significant issue, involving the political dynamics between 2 nations, a rather troublesome affair indeed. If the aggrieved party chose not to pursue the matter, resolution would be straightforward. Yet should they amplify the situation, a plethora of complications would ensue. Consequently, Yosaka could not be compelled to act recklessly over such trivialities. Thus, he persevered through the pain in his arm, continuing to wield his knife to slice the next fruit. At that moment, Uchiha Obito, who was observing nearby, also took note of the group from the hidden Mist Village and was taken aback, contemplating, are those not the people from the hidden mist? What brings them here? Oh, they must have just arrived. It's the perfect opportunity to showcase the prowess of our Leaf Village's elite Genin, Yosaka, and to instill a sense of awe. Meanwhile, the group from Sand Hidden Village, who had departed earlier, found themselves inexplicably drawn to the fruit ninja stall, captivated by the throngs of onlookers. They then squeezed in to catch a glimpse of Yosaka. At this moment, it was precisely the 4th fruit in the countdown to Yosaka's assault. With a resounding shout of ha, Yosaka executed a horizontal slash, conjuring a dazzling crescent-shaped arc of brilliant white light that extended nearly 2 meters in length. Its reach comparable to a diminutive version of wind release, vacuum wave. In the next instant, the crescent arc effortlessly cleaved a dragon fruit in 2. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief, "It's a red-fleshed dragon fruit." This unexpected revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, including the members from Sunagakure and Kirigakure. For the rarity of the red-fleshed dragon fruit is well known. Moreover, the exterior of the red-fleshed variety is indistinguishable from that of the white-fleshed fruit. Without slicing it open, one could never ascertain whether it was red-fleshed or white-fleshed. At that moment, a vibrant red dragon fruit unexpectedly soared into the air, leaving all present utterly astounded. This spectacle soon gave way to a wave of greed, as numerous individuals contemplated rushing forward to seize the succulent fruit, cleaved in 2 by the adept swordsman, Yosaka. However, given that the ongoing attack was that of the fruit ninja, they hesitated to act recklessly, aware that a moment's carelessness could result in being struck down by Yosaka. for which they would bear full responsibility. Moreover, this exquisite red dragon fruit belonged to the fruit ninja's vendor. Any attempt to snatch it would amount to blatant robbery, punishable by imprisonment and fines. Consequently, for a myriad of reasons, the gathered crowd refrained from rushing forward to claim the dragon fruit. They also recognized that individuals from other nations were present in Changle, and should they witness the villagers of Konoha grappling for the dragon fruit, it would surely lead to mockery of their character. Thus, the onlookers had no choice but to suppress their greedy desires and refrain from advancing. At this moment, Scorpion was captivated by the sight of Yotsuka deftly cleaving a red heart dragon fruit. His eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Yotsuka, murmuring to himself, such remarkable swordsmanship, precise, swift, and ruthless, all elements perfectly combined. Moreover, there exists an indomitable aura about him, as if any obstacle before his blade would be mercilessly severed. His sword embodies an indescribable, intangible force that, though unseen, undoubtedly enhances its power and sharpness, rendering it formidable. Scorpion's curiosity towards Yotsuka intensified, and he continued to mutter, "Coincidentally, I have recently mastered the art of crafting human puppets. If I could eliminate him and transform his essence into a puppet, surely this creation would possess extraordinary close combat prowess. How fascinating. I find myself increasingly eager to bring about his demise." In that instant, Scorpion envisioned a future where he had vanquished Yotsuka, the third Kazekage, Kakashi Hitaki, and Shikaka Nara. He imagined fashioning them all into puppets, transforming them into his prized possessions and instruments of destruction. What a splendid tableau that would create. The mere thought sent waves of excitement coursing through him. Yet, he recognized the daunting challenge of exterminating such formidable foes. Understanding that it would require immense power, at the very least, one must attain the strength of a Kage. Nevertheless, Scorpion dismissed this concern, brimming with confidence in his abilities, firmly believing that he would not only reach but surpass the might of these illustrious figures. Moreover, Scorpion has long harbored a dream to challenge the inventor of the puppet technique, the illustrious Monzaemon. Regrettably, Monzaemon has long since passed away, rendering such a challenge impossible. However, were Scorpion aware of Orochimaru's ability to resurrect the deceased via the reanimation jutsu, he might very well seek out Orochimaru to assist him in reviving Monzaemon, thereby allowing him to engage in a duel to ascertain whose puppetry skills are superior. Consequently, Scorpion has developed a keen interest in the body of Yosaka, perceiving it as an exquisite material for crafting human puppets. Recently, he stealthily infiltrated the Forbidden Techniques chamber of Sunagakure, where he clandestinely examined a scroll of forbidden techniques penned by Monzaemon, detailing the art of creating human puppets. Scorpion has now acquired the knowledge necessary for this craft. However, he has yet to create a human puppet, as he has not yet found a suitable corpse that meets his exacting standards for such a creation. Participating in the Five Shadows United Friendship Tournament is, for him, a journey in search of a corpse. Perhaps he might even acquire the remains of a suitable individual to serve as a puppet for the producer. Chapter 85. The Scorpion's Puppet. At present, although Scorpion has yet to discover a suitable human corpse to craft into a true puppet, it is primarily due to his stringent criteria for selection. In theory, any corpse could suffice for the creation of a puppet. However, to meet Scorpion's discerning standards, it must possess certain qualities. Broadly speaking, Scorpion adheres to two main criteria. Firstly, considering that a puppet retains the jutsu and abilities of the individual in life, Scorpion seeks a corpse that boasts exceptional or unique capabilities. For instance, if the deceased was a wielder of a bloodline limit, such a body would perfectly align with Scorpion's requirements, as it would enable the puppet to utilize that very bloodline limit. Secondly, even if the body lacks a bloodline limit or other extraordinary jutsu, it may still meet Scorpion's standards if it possesses notable physical attributes. For example, a particularly large physique would be advantageous, as it could accommodate numerous mechanisms within, thus making it a fitting choice for Scorpion's intricate designs. As of now, Scorpio has yet to discover such a corpse. There are indeed numerous living individuals who meet Scorpion's criteria. In fact, Sunagakure alone harbors many who, if they were to perish, would perfectly align with his demands. However, as of now, Scorpion cannot proceed to eliminate these individuals to craft his puppets. After all, taking such action would likely lead to exposure, particularly since most of those who fit Scorpion's specifications possess unique abilities. Those endowed with such extraordinary abilities are undoubtedly exceptional ninjas, naturally occupying significant positions. Therefore, even if Scorpion could eliminate them, he could not ensure that his own identity would remain concealed. Thus, regarding this matter, Scorpion must deliberate carefully, making thorough preparations before attempting any assassination. The third Kazekage is regarded by Sasori as an exceptionally promising material for the creation of his puppets. However, at this moment, Sasori's strength is insufficient to eliminate the third Kazekage, let alone carry out an assassination. After all, the third Kazekage is accompanied by numerous bodyguards, making the prospect of a silent and stealthy assassination exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, Sasori remains resolute in his intentions. As the adage goes, a gentleman takes his revenge after a decade. He firmly believes that he will eventually transform these individuals into puppets, turning them into his exquisite works of art. Upon witnessing the remarkable scene where Yotsuka effortlessly cleaved through fruit, the Scorpion silently resolved to transform Yotsuka into his puppet, inscribing him onto the death list etched in his mind. The elegance of Yotsuka's swordsmanship was truly astonishing, and beyond the realm of concealed weaponry. The prowess in close combat exhibited by puppets was equally exceptional. The close combat prowess of Yosaka is evidently formidable, thus Scorpion immediately took a liking to Yosaka's physique. At this moment, after severing the fourth-to-last fruit, Yotsuka Ichido felt an intensification of fatigue coursing through his body. He even began to breathe heavily. Despite the seemingly brief duration of this high-intensity activity, which comprised merely a dozen instances, the effort required to sustain such an exertion was formidable. The task demanded the ability to distinguish between fruits and distractions within a mere 2 seconds, followed by a rapid succession of knife strikes. This endeavor posed a significant challenge not only to mental acuity, but also to physical stamina. It was akin to a person sprinting at full capacity for 10 seconds, then resting for 5, only to repeat this grueling cycle multiple times. For an average individual, enduring this cycle 5 times would likely result in utter exhaustion, collapsing to the ground. Achieving repetition over a dozen times is truly a feat not attainable by the average individual. Thus, the prowess of Yosaki lies precisely in this regard. While his fatigue is also derived from the same, the rapid, high-velocity motions of wielding the blade within such a brief span demand an extraordinary level of intensity. By the 14th wave, he could distinctly sense the onset of discomfort in his arm. Nevertheless, he persevered until the present, the 19th wave, which is no small accomplishment. This endurance can be attributed to the extraordinary enhancement provided by the Great Freedom Celestial Technique, allowing him to endure until now. The effect of reducing air resistance may seem negligible at first glance. However, in practice, one would inadvertently realize that it significantly alleviates effort. In fact, the speed of his strikes with this reduction in air resistance surpasses that of his previous efforts by approximately 20 to 25%. Consequently, from an alternative perspective, one could deduce that utilizing roughly 75% of the strength previously employed in wielding the blade can yield the same results in terms of speed, thereby indirectly conserving about 25% of energy with each strike. In a remarkable display of agility, he executed over 10 rapid slashes within a brief span of time, each maneuver resulting in an approximate reduction of 25% in energy expenditure. Cumulatively, this represents a significant conservation of effort. Furthermore, aided by the wind facilitating the movement of his arms, he achieved an additional layer of energy efficiency. Thus, when employing the Great Freedom Technique, one could ascertain a remarkable 40% savings in power compared to times when the technique was not utilized. This figure is indeed formidable, indicating a nearly 50% reduction in energy consumption, which conversely implies an enhancement of 40% in endurance. Such an improvement is undeniably impressive. Nevertheless, despite these efficiencies, Yosaka could still sense he was nearing his limits. While he had conserved a considerable amount of stamina, the extent of his muscular development imposed restrictions on his endurance threshold. Consequently, his stamina was finite. No matter how much he economized, there remained inherent limitations. Yosaka surmised that upon completing this 19th wave, he would have no choice but to concede defeat. He believed that during the 20th wave, barring an inability to continue, he would face inevitable demise. With this realization, after severing the fourth-to-last fruit, he directed his focus toward the third-to-last fruit. The volume of this so-called third-to-last fruit is quite substantial. In the three-dimensional graphic representation of airflow perception by Yosaka, one can observe that the surface of this fruit is adorned with numerous uneven protrusions, resembling a multitude of small pyramidal spikes. Consequently, Yosaka speculates that this fruit must be a durian. Chapter 86, The Great Durian. Upon concluding that the fruit is indeed a durian, Yosaka was taken aback, pondering whether the proprietor had descended to such an outrageous and deranged level. Although the previous appearance of a colossal watermelon had already left Yosaka astounded, he never anticipated that, at this moment, even a durian had been conjured forth. It is worth noting that the weight of a durian surpasses that of a watermelon. At the same velocity, it is evident that as the weight increases, so too does the inertia and the impact force. Thus, the fact that a sense of nostalgia has emerged implies that when Yosaka strikes the durian, his arm and wrist will endure a force far greater than when he was chopping apples. This undoubtedly leads to a heightened expenditure of his physical energy. Upon realizing this, Yosaka felt a shiver of apprehension. Indeed, from the 19th wave onward, the difficulty escalated significantly. Firstly, the volume and weight of the fruits have increased, thereby imposing a greater burden on his physical stamina. Secondly, the distractions have transformed from easily recognizable objects to high-quality replicas of fruits, which in turn enhances the challenge of identifying and discerning the flying objects. Consequently, it can be said that from the 19th wave onward, there has been an increase in both the physical endurance requirements and the demands for observational acuity. The difficulty has risen dramatically, making the 19th wave considerably more challenging than the 18th wave of the Wanquan River. Moreover, it is not solely due to the heightened difficulty of the 19th wave itself. The very essence of this wave necessitates executing 19 swift strikes within a mere span of 2 seconds. This inherently signifies an exceptionally high level of intensity. Compounding this challenge is the need to exert additional mental energy to discern between genuine and false fruits, while simultaneously contending with the formidable impact exerted by the larger fruits. Consequently, the difficulty of the 19th wave escalates by an entire tier compared to the 18th wave. Despite the fact that there is merely a single fruit differentiating the two waves, the addition of this one fruit translates into a substantial increase of 2 difficulty levels. After all, with each subsequent fruit, there arises a considerable augmentation in both mental strain and endurance. The task of discerning the authenticity of 18 fruits is vastly different from that of 19. It echoes the age-old adage that the last straw breaks the camel's back. Thus, after Yotsuka severed the fourth to last fruit, he gazed at the approaching massive durian and contemplated, just 3 more to go. If I can endure these 3, victory will be mine. Meanwhile, on the other side, Terumi Mei and her companions were equally astonished by the colossal durian. They had never anticipated that it would take the form of such a massive fruit. In fact, Terumi Mei even felt a slight craving for the durian, as its impressive size suggested an abundance of succulent flesh within. In the Land of Mist, durians are considered a luxury fruit, as the local environment is ill-suited for their cultivation. Thus, they are imported from the Land of Clouds in the village hidden in the leaves, resulting in exorbitant prices. However, after a fleeting moment of desire for the fruit, Terumi Mei redirected her focus to the fruit attack itself. She understood that the greater the weight, the more formidable the impact. At that moment, the katana held by Yotsuka was a lightweight blade, unless it was honed to an extraordinary sharpness, allowing for minimal resistance. It would inevitably encounter considerable force when attempting to slice through such a heavy and substantial fruit like the durian. Consequently, this would impose an additional strain on the wrist and arm. At this juncture, should one wield a hefty executioner's blade or a formidable druid sword, there may indeed be an advantage when slicing through relatively substantial fruits. The sheer size of such a blade inherently provides a degree of stability, mitigating a considerable portion of the impact that a durian exerts upon the wrist. However, therein lies a dilemma. Handling such a large sword imposes an additional strain on the wrist. Furthermore, the endeavor to wield this massive weapon with rapidity, executing more than a dozen swift strikes within a mere 2 seconds, places a far greater burden on the wrist than the impact of a single durian. Thus, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. The two are mutually exclusive, and one must choose the lesser of 2 evils. Consequently, upon comprehensive consideration, it becomes evident that the lightweight blade of Yasakasa is ultimately the most suitable for a fruit ninja. After all, the essence of a fruit ninja lies primarily in agility and reflexes. The lightsabers wielded by Yosaka are particularly well-suited for swift slashing motions. Should Yosaka be tasked with handling a beheading sword, it is likely that they would struggle to endure beyond the 7th wave, which would be their utmost limit. After all, the considerable length and weight of the beheading sword are designed for heavy strikes, rendering it ill-suited for agile and dexterous cuts. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito stood nearby, his expression equally fraught with tension. The time had reached a critical juncture. With the addition of this large durian, only 3 fruits remained. They had persevered through 19 waves of numerous fruits, leaving a plethora of fruit fragments scattered across the ground. To falter at this crucial moment would be a lamentable waste of effort. However, Uchiha Obito soon recalled the rules of this fruit ninja game, which dictated that missing 3 fruits would result in immediate elimination. Thus far, Yosaka has not overlooked a single fruit. This implies that at most, Yosaka may overlook 2 fruits. In other words, as long as Yosaka successfully cleaves this grand durian, even if the remaining 2 fruits are entirely overlooked, Yosaka can still be deemed to have triumphantly passed the 19th challenge. This exemplifies the astute application of the rules. Therefore, contemplating this, the significance of this grand durian becomes paramount. The ability to conquer the 19th challenge hinges upon whether this durian can be severed. Upon contemplating this, Uchiha Obito felt an immediate sense of relief, for he held unwavering confidence in Yotsuka. He firmly believed that Yotsuka would undoubtedly be able to vanquish this formidable foe. On the other hand, the Yuin villagers harbored thoughts that were in stark contrast to those of Uchiha Obito. They fervently hoped that Yotsuka would fail to sever the formidable durian. A misstep by Yotsuka during the attempt to slice this colossal fruit could potentially trigger a chain reaction, resulting in the failure to cleave the remaining 2 fruits as well. This would mean that Yotsuka had inadvertently let slip 3 fruits in one fell swoop, effectively leading to his immediate elimination. Thus, Yotsuka would find himself in a losing bet against the Yuin villagers. Chapter 87. The Yuin villagers' intentions in this scenario. The Yuin villagers would be entitled to Yotsuka's prized katana. However, the true motive of the Yuin villagers was not merely to acquire Yotsuka's sword. Although Yotsuka's katana appeared to be a fine weapon, the Yuin villagers held little interest in such blades, as they themselves were not practitioners of weaponry, but rather wielders of ninjutsu. Among the group from Yunin village, only Darui and Killer Bee wielded swords. However, Darui employed a heavy cavalry saber, distinctly different from the lighter katana of the Yatsukasa style. Furthermore, Darui's use of the heavy saber was predominantly situational. His true prowess lay in ninjutsu, and during serious confrontations, he seldom relied on the heavy blade. The situation surrounding Kurabi is quite similar. He, too, is a ninja wielding a blade. However, the type of sword Kurabi employs differs significantly from that of Yosaka. Kurabi's blades are custom-made, resembling those of a samurai, and notably, they lack sheaths, which facilitates the simultaneous wielding of multiple weapons. In contrast, Yosaka's katana is equipped with a sheath, which would hinder Kurabi's agility while utilizing the 8 Tails power during combat. Although Yosaka's katana is categorized as a light blade, it is somewhat heavier and longer than Kurabi's. Kurabi's swords are designed for close combat, while Yosaka's are primarily intended for single slashing techniques. Thus, their purposes diverge, leading to a fundamental difference in their types. Consequently, none among the Cloud Village's ranks is capable of wielding Yosaka's katana effectively. Yet, the reason Yuzuki yearns to obtain it lies in the potential to slight the Leaf Village, as it would signify that a member of the Cloud Village triumphed over those of Konoha and claimed the spoils of war. Although it may seem merely a bet, when elevated to the level of 2 nations, it becomes a matter of national pride. Hence, this situation is undeniably significant. Yuzuki fervently hopes for Yosaka's failure. Yet she disdains resorting to underhanded tactics, leaving her helplessly observing Yosaka slice fruit without intervention. This sets her apart from Junji Ito, who is indifferent to such principles and resorts to cheating, albeit Yosaka skillfully evades such interference. However, had it been someone else, they might not withstand Ito's disruptive tactics. Frustrated, Yuzuki gritted her teeth. She had come to fully believe in Yosaka's capacity to endure the 19th wave. It was impossible for her not to believe, especially since if Yosaka were to slice through the large durian, even neglecting the remaining 2 fruits, he could still withstand the 19th wave. Consequently, Yuzuki had nearly resigned herself to a 95% certainty that her wager would result in defeat. This realization left Yuzuki feeling deeply unsettled and infuriated, for she is an exceptionally proud individual who has only ever triumphed over others, never the opposite. Yet today, she found herself bested in this wager by someone named Yosaka, a denizen of the Leaf Village, which only intensified her vexation. Meanwhile, Kurabi stood solemnly, his expression heavy as he regarded Yosaka. At this moment, it was undeniable that Yosaka had demonstrated qualities befitting a formidable warrior. To speak of his prowess in close combat alone, he posed an extreme threat, a perilous adversary indeed. Should one find themselves within his striking distance, the likelihood of being vanquished by Yosaka became alarmingly high. After all, his reaction speed was remarkable, and his agility was unparalleled. Consider this. How many individuals could withstand over 10 strikes in a mere second when engaged in close quarters? Even those endowed with the Sharingan must possess the physicality to keep pace. In the recesses of his mind, Kurabi envisioned a scenario where he faced Yosaka at close quarters, unleashing his signature Eight Tails blade technique in a fierce confrontation, despite Yosaka's terrifying ability to deliver over 10 swift slashes in a single second. Kurabi understood that the simultaneous 8 strikes of the Eight Tails blade were not easily countered by mere speed alone. In Kurabi's imagination, while he would inflict some degree of external injury upon Yosaka, the latter would also undoubtedly wound him. However, the likelihood leaned towards Yosaka inflicting severe damage on Kurabi, while Kurabi would only manage to cause minor harm to Yosaka. After all, Yosaka possessed the capability to parry Kurabi's lethal strikes, while simultaneously landing a devastating blow on him. Kurabi recognized this potential, given Yosaka's astounding speed, which rendered it probable that he would struggle to match Yosaka's rapid onslaught in defense. Therefore, the most prudent strategy would be to exchange injuries, sacrificing his own severe wounds for Yosaka's light ones. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that, unless his limbs were severed or he was fatally struck, Kurabi, despite sustaining grave injuries, could activate his tailed beast chakra cloak. This would prompt the vast reserves of chakra from the Eight Tails to commence the healing of his wounds, transforming his serious injuries into mere scratches, and potentially leading to a complete recovery given a little time. Such is the extraordinary nature of tailed beast chakra. In the later stages of his development, the dry persimmon Zetsu reached his zenith, earning the title of the tailless beast. This was partly due to his unique ability to absorb an opponent's chakra through his shark skin, which allowed him to replenish his own injuries with vast amounts of chakra. Consequently, when Killer Bee unleashed a blood-red hot blade that exposed Zetsu's ribs, he astonishingly utilized the immense chakra absorbed from Killer Bee to mend his nearly fatal wounds in a mere matter of seconds, achieving a state of complete recovery. Thus, Killer Bee came to the realization that, in close combat, he was undeniably no match for Zetsu. In a true confrontation, he could very well be slain by Zetsu's prowess. However, should he maintain distance or allow time for his tailed beast chakra cloak, Killer Bee believed he possessed an 80% chance of defeating Zetsu. After all, wielding the power of a tailed beast grants one considerable freedom, unless faced with an opponent as formidable as the Akatsuki of later generations. Chapter 88. The Power of the Tailed Beasts. Moreover, it is essential to understand that the opponents envisioned by Kurabi are all of the Chunin rank. Among the lower-ranked ninjas, only a few possess the capability to confront the tailed beasts. Even though Kurabi has yet to attain complete control over the Eight Tails and cannot fully unleash its ultimate form, he has nonetheless achieved a degree of partial tailed transformation. This signifies that he can now directly manifest several octopus-like tentacles of the Eight Tails. Moreover, Kurabi has now attained the ability to transform into the tailed beast chakra cloak mode up to the 5th tail without losing his sanity. Currently, Kurabi's limit lies in transforming into the tailed beast chakra cloak mode with 5 tails, beyond which he risks succumbing to madness. He can maintain his consciousness while wielding up to 5 tails, yet adding an additional tail results in the 8 tails overpowering his awareness, thereby taking control of his body. Although Kurabi's relationship with the 8 tails is relatively amicable and they can be considered friends, his physical constitution and mental fortitude remain insufficient to withstand the formidable psychic onslaught of the 8 tails. Consequently, this explains why, despite their friendship and lack of animosity, Kurabi can only manifest up to the 5th tail. When harnessing the power of a tailed beast, the Jinchuriki's mental realm acts like a vessel, connecting to the psychic essence of the tailed beast. At present, Kurabi is still quite young, and therefore his mental fortitude is insufficient. To put it simply, he is unable to contain the formidable will of the 8 tails. Consequently, if he were to exert himself forcefully, he would be subdued by the will of the 8 tails. Even though it is not a deliberate action on the part of the 8 tails, its will would inadvertently transition into an active control over Kurabi's body. This is precisely why Yuzuki is regarded as the quintessential Jinchuriki, given the unique circumstances surrounding the 2 demon cats, as long as he desires it. The Jinchuriki will not lose his sanity due to insufficient mental strength. Therefore, this elucidates why Yuzuki can masterfully harness the power of the 2 tails. However, it must be noted that he can currently only exert control over a significant portion of the beast's inherent power. The 2 tails possesses a unique power that the Yuzu people have yet to fully comprehend. This power allows the 2 tails to summon demons from the underworld. Concealed upon its forehead lies a third eye, which remains unnoticed by others when closed. However, when the Two Tails deliberately opens this third eye, it can call forth demons from the nether realm to aid in battle. To harness this ability, an immense reservoir of mental energy is required. It is evident that the current host of the Two Tails, Yosaka, lacks the formidable mental fortitude necessary to sustain such power. Consequently, when the Two Tails is bound to Yosaka, it is unable to wield this extraordinary ability. However, should the Two Tails attain the status of a free-tailed beast, that is to say, in the absence of a host, it would then possess the liberty to fully utilize the powers granted by the demonic entities from the netherworld. Thus, it can be asserted that Yosaka's insufficient mental strength renders him incapable of withstanding the psychic onslaught of this ability, thereby preventing the Two Tails from employing it at present. This ability is indeed the unique power of the Two Tails Demon Cat. Each tailed beast possesses its own distinctive ability. The one-tailed Shikaku wields the power of wind. The Two Tails summons demons from the underworld. The Three Tails commands water. The Four Tails harnesses fire. The Five Tails excels in physical techniques. The Six Tails controls lightning and corrosion. The Seven Tails embodies earth. The Eight Tails boasts a robust physique, and the Nine Tails embodies an immense chakra. Thus, Karabi believes that in this year's 5 Kage Friendship Tournament, his only true rival is likely to be this Jinchuriki. Of course, this assumption rests upon the condition of utilizing the power of the tailed beasts. Prior to their arrival, the Raikage had explicitly advised Karabi and Yosaka not to resort to the power of the tailed beasts unless absolutely necessary, as doing so would excessively reveal the strength of their nation and could easily provoke the greed of other countries. Consequently, Karabi refrains from employing the power of the tailed beasts unless in dire circumstances. Nevertheless, even without overtly wielding the power of the tailed beasts, both Karabi and Yosaka can still possess an extraordinary amount of chakra that far exceeds that of their peers. This is the advantage of the tailed beasts. In addition to Karabi, Darui beside him wore an equally astonished expression. His own limit was merely 14 waves. Previously, he held a certain disdain for Yosaka, believing that Yosaka's utmost capability would not exceed 12 waves. However, the current situation revealed that not only had Yosaka surpassed his own limit of 14 waves, but he had also begun to sense the 19th wave. The disparity of these 5 waves felt as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. This left Darui feeling as if he had struck a hard wall. Though he did not believe he would actually lose to Yosaka in a genuine battle, he could not shake off a profound sense of dissatisfaction. At that moment, Might Guy happened to pass by, well aware of the Fruit Ninja stall, having tried it himself, where he had reached a limit of 13 waves. In truth, the reason for Might Guy's elimination at that time was entirely due to his eyes failing to keep up. His physical prowess could be deemed the strongest among the current generation of genin, as Might Guy specialized in taijutsu, endowing him with extraordinary physical abilities that surpassed the average individual. Might Guy's reflexes are indeed remarkable, as one would expect from a master of physical arts requiring extraordinary responsiveness. However, his limitation lies in his inability to clearly distinguish between fruit and distractions while in rapid motion, lacking the Sharingan or any other heightened perception abilities. He must rely solely on the capabilities of his ordinary vision. Although he can detect shadows and possesses the skill to strike them, he is unable to differentiate between the fruit and the obstructions. This ultimately led to his elimination. One could argue that Might Guy had every potential to advance further. Were he to be endowed with the Sharingan, it is likely he could have persevered through 20 rounds. Subsequently, Might Guy squeezed into the throng and, as he emerged, he witnessed the astonishing sight of Yotsuka preparing to slice a giant durian. This scene truly left him astounded. He muttered to himself, when did durians become part of this? This is utterly outrageous. I remember when the only fruits present were smaller ones like apples, bananas, and oranges. How many rounds have we gone through that now even a giant durian has appeared? At that moment, the colossal durian hurtled toward Yosaka like a meteor, while Yosaka gritted his teeth, firmly grasping the hilt of his blade. With a fierce determination, he swung the weapon down upon the massive fruit. In an instant, a brilliant crescent-shaped gleam of the blade flashed across the durian. This radiant white light cleaved the durian cleanly in two, revealing a plethora of golden flesh within. At that very moment, Yosaka felt an immense force coursing through her wrist and arm. For even the sharpest blade cannot withstand the formidable impact of that colossal durian. Had this not been the 19th wave but rather the first, Yosaka would undoubtedly not perceive this formidable durian as possessing significant impact. However, the predicament lies in the fact that Yosaka has already endured the 19th wave, having swung her blade with considerable intensity over a dozen times. Consequently, When confronted with this durian, which she initially believed to be of little exertion, she now finds it exceedingly taxing. From the first wave to the present 19th wave, if Yosaka has not miscalculated, he has swung his blade a total of 164 times. Ordinarily, executing over 100 strikes would not be deemed particularly remarkable. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that each of Yosaka's strikes is delivered with near maximum force at an astonishing speed, over 10 strikes per second. Consequently, these 164 strikes culminate in an exceptionally strenuous effort. Thus, even with the advantage of the Great Freedom Immortal technique to alleviate fatigue, Yosaka finds himself gritting his teeth, for his arms are perilously close to their limit. Had there not been the formidable watermelon and durian, it is likely that Yosaka's arms could have endured a while longer. Yet, these two burdens acted as the proverbial last straw that exacerbated the strain on his muscles. Therefore, he can only grit his teeth, reminding himself that only two remain. With that thought, he hastily tightens the muscles in his arms, adjusting his wrist to strike in the opposite direction from where he had just cleaved the durian. This peculiar nature of the 19th wave lies in the arrangement of the fruits. Many of them are positioned in such a way that the sequence is entirely opposite to the direction of his strikes. This means that while one fruit might be on the left, the subsequent one will be on the right. He must first slice the fruit from right to left, then swiftly transition to slice the next fruit from left to right, and from bottom to top. Attempting to slice both from left to right in a single motion is virtually impossible. At times, the two fruits are even aligned on the same horizontal plane. This signifies that after cutting the first fruit, he must execute the same action once more in an exceedingly brief time frame to slice the subsequent fruit. In summary, the difficulty of this 19th wave has escalated dramatically. If the difficulty of the 18th wave was rated at 20, then the 19th wave surges to 50, not merely 40, but a full 50. Witnessing this scene, Mike Guy, amidst the observing crowd, wears a serious expression, for he comprehends the current level of difficulty. Although for him, the challenge of cleaving would not be excessively daunting, his muscular endurance far surpassing that of Yosaka, he is acutely aware that for an average individual, the difficulty presented at this moment is nothing short of hellish. At this moment, upon witnessing Yosaka Ichido successfully cleave the formidable durian, the members of Yuin village, including Yuzuki, wore expressions of utter despondency. They appeared as though they had consumed something utterly repulsive. For now, even if Yosaka were to miss the subsequent two fruits, he had effectively triumphed in the 19th challenge. This meant that Yosaka had secured victory in his wager against the Yuzuki. What a remarkable feat! How on earth did he manage to achieve this? Yuzuki exclaimed in a fit of exasperation, staring at Yosaka for an extended period, yet unable to discern how he had endured such relentless waves of fruit attacks. However, she did glean some insight. Both she and Darui had observed that Yosaka was wielding his weapon with his eyes closed. This suggested that Yosaka possessed a remarkable ability to perceive the information surrounding his body without relying on sight. Yet, the specifics of this ability eluded Yuzuki and her companions. Was it akin to the Byakugan, which grants direct sight, or perhaps a form of heightened perception akin to others, or something entirely different? Yuzuki pondered numerous hypotheses in her mind. Even without concrete knowledge, at the very least, Yuzuki and her group were aware of Yosaka's extraordinary capability, granting them an additional layer of intelligence. Should they encounter Yosaka in future competitions, they could prepare accordingly. Thus, one could discern a distinction between the Sharingan and the Byakugan. If one possessed the ability to obscure vision, such as during the use of the technique of darkness, the Byakugan would evidently hold an advantage over the Sharingan. After all, the Sharingan requires sight of the target to activate its slow-motion effect. However, employing Susanoo through the Sharingan would render such advantages moot. If an adversary were to manifest Susanoo, an absolute defense, the technique of darkness would become inconsequential. Consequently, Yuzuki and her companions silently committed their observations of Yosaka to memory. This individual displayed such formidable close combat prowess. Could he possibly be the strongest genin from Konoha? Darui queried with a hint of uncertainty. Perhaps he is, perhaps not. After all, there are myriad approaches to combat. This fellow may excel in close quarters, yet who knows how he fares at range. One fire technique could potentially incinerate him, no matter how proficient his swordsmanship. Could he truly cleave through flames? Killer Bee scoffed dismissively, emphasizing his point with rap. Were a Suma Sarutobi present, or if Obito Uchiha were to overhear his words, they would undoubtedly nod in agreement, affirming, indeed, Yosaka can slice through flames with a single strike. However, The group from rainy Hidden Village remained oblivious to this fact. After all, being unfamiliar with the happenings in Konoha, they were unaware of the glorious exploits of Yosaka from a month prior. Otherwise, they would not have wagered with Yosaka on whether he could endure until the 19th wave. Given that he had already persevered through the 18th wave a month ago, it was indeed quite plausible that he could manage to reach the 19th wave with just a little more effort. Thus, it is evident that intelligence can be a matter of paramount importance. Now, only 2 fruits remain for Yosaka, one of which is a banana. The other is an exceedingly small grape, so diminutive that a slight miscalculation could lead to disastrous consequences, rendering the task quite formidable. Chapter 90. Extreme Difficulty. This revelation astonished Yotsuka, who pondered the remarkable escalation in difficulty during this 19th wave. Previously, he had encountered massive fruits such as watermelons and large durians, which had considerably increased the strain on his wrist. Furthermore, as time progresses, the fatigue induced by such colossal fruits becomes increasingly pronounced. If we consider the 19th wave alone, had the formidable watermelon and durian been unleashed from the outset, one might have felt a sense of weariness yet still managed to endure. However, these enormous fruits now emerge amidst the relentless barrage of attacks during the latter stages of the 19th wave. At this juncture, one's arms and wrists are already teetering on the brink of exhaustion after numerous swift strikes. Consequently, attempting to cleave through such substantial fruits at this point undoubtedly exacerbates the innate sense of fatigue experienced by the muscles. After becoming accustomed to slicing large fruits such as apples and watermelons, he was astonished to find that he had produced a single grape. This revelation left Yosaka utterly astounded, as it was not even a bunch of grapes. Rather, it is merely a single grape. Moreover, this particular grape is not of the variety typically known as raisin grapes. Rather, it is the type of grape that exudes a fragrant aroma reminiscent of roses, characterized by relatively diminutive berries. These minuscule entities, when observed with the naked eye, are likely to elude detection at such high velocities, rendering them virtually invisible. Their size is so diminutive that even a shadow remains undetectable to the casual observer. In contrast, other fruits such as apples and bananas, even at these remarkable speeds, can at least be perceived as vague silhouettes darting through the air. However, when it comes to this tiny grape, it becomes entirely indiscernible to the human eye. Consequently, some individuals have expressed curiosity as to why, in the 19th wave, only 18 objects were released, pondering the absence of one. This is not attributable to a mechanical malfunction or any other cause that might explain the omission of a single fruit. It is solely due to the diminutive size of this final grape that, in such a high-speed flight, it becomes nearly imperceptible to the human eye. Only the unique ocular abilities of individuals like Obito Uchiha, with his Sharingan, or the Byakugan, can discern this tiny fruit with clarity. Alternatively, other extraordinary sensory methods, such as Jiraiya's spatial barrier or the current airflow perception of Yosaka, may also suffice. Thus, one could assert that upon glimpsing this minuscule grape, Yosaka's composure nearly shattered. After all, this grape is exceedingly small, to the extent that attempting to slice it with a knife could easily result in missing the target. Given its diminutive nature, even a slight deviation could lead to a miscut. The sole advantage lies in the fact that this last grape requires minimal effort to sever. Indeed, one might say that as soon as the grape makes contact with the blade, it can be effortlessly cleaved open by its own inertia and the sharpness of the edge. Or perhaps it could be said that the energy saved in tackling this final grape has already been more than compensated for by the preceding efforts with the large watermelon and durian. Not only did Yotsuka feel an extraordinary surprise upon seeing the grape, but Uchiha Obito beside him was equally astonished. He had never anticipated that a machine could eject grapes. Although the game was called Fruit Ninja, in Obito's mind, the fruits that would be launched would likely be apples or oranges, fruits of that nature. Yet, he had never considered grapes as a possibility. While grapes are indeed fruits, they typically come in clusters, and the sheer velocity at which a cluster would be ejected would cause it to disintegrate. Many individual grapes would scatter, resembling the effect of a shotgun blast, rendering it impossible to slice them. Thus, Obito had completely overlooked grapes as an option. Now, to his utter disbelief, he found that the proprietor of this Fruit Ninja stall had indeed chosen to launch grapes, and not just any grape, but a diminutive one. This revelation prompted Obito to exclaim in exasperation, "This owner is utterly deranged to increase the difficulty like this. To have a mere grape presented as a challenge is simply outrageous." Hearing Obito's remarks, Might Guy, intrigued, inquired, "Grapes? Where are the grapes? I didn't see any. Obito promptly explained. The last fruit was indeed a grape, very small, about this size. As he spoke, he gestured with his fingers to indicate the size of the grape. What? A grape so small? This is beyond absurd, Might Guy exclaimed, leaping in astonishment. He could hardly believe that the difficulty had escalated to such an extent. Finally, he understood why he had only seen 18 flying objects instead of the expected 19. The last one had been a minuscule grape, which his eyes had simply overlooked. This revelation led Might Guy to ponder a troubling question. If, in actual combat, an adversary were to deploy concealed weapons the size of a grape, so tiny and swift, how would he respond? As it stood, his eyes could hardly detect such small, high-velocity projectiles. Would he not then become an easy target? This realization instilled a profound sense of urgency within him. He resolved, therefore, to cultivate a skill that would enable him to perceive objects invisible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of Yunin Village, Wuyin Village, and Shine Village discovered that the final fruit was, in fact, a grape. This revelation left them all utterly astonished. Darui leapt into the air, exclaiming in disbelief, "Goodness! The difficulty of this 19th wave is simply overwhelming. It's not just watermelons and durians. Even a tiny grape has emerged in the end. This is nothing short of hellish." His face was a portrait of shock and incredulity, mirrored by the expressions of those around him. Kairabi maintained his serious demeanor, believing that even if he faced this 19th wave with the 8-tails-B blade technique, he would be unable to withstand it. Consequently, his estimation of Yosaka's strength rose even higher in his mind. The expression on Yuzuki's face mirrored astonishment. He had not anticipated such a formidable challenge during the 19th wave. Although this fruit ninja game was also played in the Hidden Cloud Village, no one had managed to persevere to this level before. Chapter 91. The Difficulty Surge. It remained uncertain whether the challenges in Konoha were inherently more demanding than those in the Hidden Cloud Village, or if the 19th wave simply represented a significant escalation in difficulty. After all, it was their first encounter with someone reaching the 19th wave, leaving her in utter disbelief. At this juncture, it was akin to Yotsuka winning the wager. Thus, although Yuzuki was reluctant to concede, he had indeed lost the bet. However, this was hardly a matter of great concern, as he had previously triumphed over another Konoha resident. Thus, it amounted to a mere cancellation of a win and a loss, devoid of any shame. It was merely a touch regrettable. This also imparts to the people of the Teakwood the understanding that one should refrain from gambling, for it is an endeavor fraught with uncertainty, and no one can guarantee victory. As Terumi May gazed at Yosaka with an expression of sheer admiration, she murmured to herself, "He is incredibly handsome, especially with his swordsmanship. Not even the 7 ninja swordsmen possess such remarkable skills. It's over. I have fallen in love." This is the sensation of love. While he may not have the striking allure of Scorpion from earlier, his overall aura is even more captivating, a type of charm that is all-encompassing. I must pursue him. He is simply too handsome. He is destined to be my future husband. In that moment, Terumi May was once again lost in infatuation. Meanwhile, beside her, Kisame Hashigaki observed the scene with disdain, pondering why this woman was so enamored. Peach Lanzai Bujan's murderous intent towards Yosaki had deepened, for he regarded Yosaki as an adversary. The stronger Yosaki became, the greater the threat he posed to him. Naturally, the desire to eliminate Yosaki intensified. I must kill him. He is far too powerful, a menace to both me and the Hidden Mist Village, hence I must eradicate him. Peach Lanzai Bujan exclaimed with a sinister grin. Goi Mitsuki, who was nearby polishing his ninja sword, looked on in disbelief and remarked, "What a lunatic." Upon hearing Goi Mitsuki's words, Peach Lanzai Bujan cast a glance at him and retorted, "Were it not for your affiliation with the Hidden Mist Village, I would slay you on the spot." Goi Mitsuki scoffed, continuing to polish his sword, and disdainfully responded, "Kill me? You? Huh. Where does your misplaced confidence stem from? It seems not only your sanity is in question, but also your intellect. Say that again if you dare. Don't presume upon my patience." Peach Lanzai Bujan growled, narrowing his eyes, his gaze toward Goi Mitsuki radiating malevolence. Goi Mitsuki continued to taunt him while polishing his sword. "It's not that I look down upon you, but with your level of skill, you think you can kill me? You must be dreaming." In the next moment, without further ado, Peach Lanzai Bujan swiftly drew the executioner's blade from his back and swung it ferociously towards Goi Mitsuki's head, showing no mercy and intent on delivering a lethal blow. Truly, he was a ruthless figure in society, with little to say. The 2-meter-long executioner's blade sliced through the air, creating a howling gale as it descended towards Goimitsuki. The sudden turn of events startling those around them. As the moonlight illuminated the night, Koichigitsu found himself somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that Momochi Zabuza would indeed act without hesitation, demonstrating remarkable decisiveness. Without delay, Zabuza unleashed the technique of water transformation, rendering his body into a form composed of water. In the next instant, a sound reminiscent of a hand striking the surface of a tranquil lake echoed through the air. Zabuza's colossal sword came crashing down upon Koichigitsu's head, shattering it into a cascade of droplets that splattered across the ground. Yet, in a fleeting moment, a transformation occurred where Getsu's severed neck, now devoid of a head, began to stir. The droplets scattered on the ground, animated as if possessed, flowing upwards along Getsu's form, converging at the side of his neck. Within a mere 3 seconds, the water coalesced into the shape of a human head, ultimately reconstituting itself as Koichigitsu's own. Haha, Zabuza, I've told you, with such rudimentary skills, do you dare challenge me? Surely you must be suffering from senility. Even if you trained for decades, you would still fall short of my prowess. Ha ha ha. Gitsu bellowed, hands on hips, bursting into laughter. Zabuza's face darkened with rage, and without uttering another word, he swung his blade once more at Gitsu. Yet, Gitsu remained rooted to the spot. Indifferent to the impending strike, Zabuza's sword cleaved through Gitsu's form, splitting him in two. This gruesome spectacle sent shockwaves of horror through the onlookers. The brutality was overwhelming. However, before the spectators could recover from their shock, the severed pieces of Getsu's body transformed into a large puddle of water, which then reformed into his human shape, as if the earlier attack had never transpired. Zabuza, I've reiterated that your techniques are utterly ineffective against me. You refuse to believe it? With such inadequate skills, perhaps you should return home and tend to your fish. Getsu continued to laugh heartily, unabashed. Zabuza, his eyes nearly bulging with frustration, recognized that his physical attacks were futile against someone capable of liquidizing their form to evade harm. In a moment of desperation, he plunged his sword into the ground and began to weave hand signs rapidly. Water style. Water dragon bullet, he declared, his voice resolute. As the formidable toad dismemberer was about to employ the water release, great waterfall technique, Terumi Mei erupted in fury, delivering a powerful punch that sent him crashing to the ground. The onlookers from Sunagakure observed the commotion with a sense of disbelief. Maki turned to Sasori and remarked, "Did you see that? Even before the match has commenced, they are already embroiled in internal conflict. Truly, they are a collection of lunatics. I believe it would be prudent for us to maintain our distance, as they might turn on their own." Sasori nodded in agreement. And thus the Sunagakure contingent discreetly shifted away from the residents of Kirigakure. On the other side, Toad Dismemberer, having been felled by Terumi Mei's blow, swiftly rose in anger and retorted, "Terumi Mei, do not presume that your gender will deter me from eliminating you." Terumi Mei shot back, "You deranged fool. You are bringing disgrace to the very name of Kirigakure. You are the one tarnishing Kirigakure's reputation." Their heated exchange caught the attention of the denizens from Kumogakure. Yuzuki let out a scoff and derisively stated, "How amusing that the people of Kirigakure have turned on each other even before the competition has begun. No wonder they are known as the village of blood mist. They are on the verge of self-destruction. We, on the other hand, in Kumogakure, maintain our unity." Darui nodded in agreement and continued, "Indeed, the ninjas from Kirigakure seem to undergo rather grim training methods. Our path to becoming ninjas merely requires passing standard assessments at the Ninja Academy, but for them, the journey necessitates actual combat. Each candidate carries a bell, and possessing 2 bells qualifies one as a ninja, with the allowance of lethal force during this process. Consequently, many who attain the title of ninja have taken lives during the examination to seize bells, as the challenge of killing for them is markedly different from simply acquiring bells without bloodshed." After a pause, Darui elaborated, "Thus, nearly half of Kirigakure's ninjas have slain their comrades during the testing, sometimes even their own teammates, which fosters a profound wariness toward others and makes internal strife all too common." At this juncture, Yuzuki added, "However, once they become ninjas, conditions improve significantly. Many tasks necessitate collective strength and unity to succeed. Survival and mission completion compel them to cooperate. Yet, even so, they have ingrained a deep-seated mistrust, and in critical moments, they are unyielding in betraying their allies." At this moment, Yosaka had begun to strike down the penultimate banana that had overstayed its welcome. This banana, spinning incessantly towards Yosaka like a boomerang, presented a certain degree of risk. Although the likelihood was generally minimal, one could certainly encounter misfortune. It was conceivable that as one swung their blade towards a banana, the spinning fruit might deftly evade the strike. Such occurrences, while rare, were not impossible. With only a 20% chance of happening, Yosaka delivered a powerful slash, the keen edge of his blade slicing through the banana with astonishing precision, cleaving it in two. Consequently, the severed pieces, propelled by external force, flew off at 30-degree angles to either side. One fragment fortuitously struck the irate Daizabusa, exacerbating his already foul mood. He lamented his misfortune, feeling even a fruit conspired against him. Furthermore, his paranoia led him to suspect that Yosaka had orchestrated this incident, maliciously directing a piece of the banana towards him. "I shall slay you." Daizabusa seethed, glaring furiously at Yosaka, only to be knocked to the ground by a punch from Terumi Mei. "Silence." Terumi Mei hissed in fury, believing that Daizabusa's erratic behavior was tarnishing the reputation of their village, the Hidden Mist. While others exhibited eccentricities, none rivaled the intensity of Daizabusa's madness. Terumi Mei began to fret, pondering the third Mizukage's reasoning behind sending such a volatile individual along. He was, in essence, a precarious ticking time bomb. However, due to her superior strength, Terumi Mei could suppress Daizabusa's antics, ensuring he did not stir trouble, a directive emphasized by the third Mizukage prior to their departure. Sighing, Terumi Mei rested her forehead in her palm, feeling overwhelmed, yearning for a charming partner to marry, freeing her from such chaotic affairs. At that moment, her gaze returned to Yosaka, who had just dispatched the penultimate banana. Witnessing this, Terumi Mei erupted into applause, thinking to herself, "Indeed, my husband is formidable." At this moment, only one last grape-sized morsel remained for Yotsuka. Yet, his arm was nearly reaching its limit. Merely gripping the hilt of the knife to prevent it from slipping was exhausting his entire strength. Nevertheless, he felt an 80% certainty that it would not escape his grasp this time. He concentrated all his attention, observing the diminutive grape, while his mind swiftly anticipated its trajectory. After all, the grape was so small that it was quite easy to misstrike. Under normal circumstances, this task would be a trivial matter. However, now Yotsuka's entire arm trembled, and any slight miscalculation could lead to a deviation in angle. Thus, he had to exercise utmost caution in controlling his arm. At that moment, Uchiha Obito and Might Guy were both intently focused on the final strike of Yosaka. Although Might Guy could not perceive the small grape soaring through the air at high speed, he remained exceedingly anxious and exhilarated. For if Yosaka were to successfully sever that tiny grape, it would signify that Yosaka had flawlessly navigated all 19 challenges from beginning to end. Though it was Yosaka, not Might Guy himself, who was undertaking this feat, Might Guy still felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. The group from Yunin village was keenly focused on this matter. By now, they had learned the outcome. The Yuwood people had lost their wager. Consequently, they were eager to witness whether Yosaka could indeed achieve a flawless run through the 19 waves without missing a single fruit. Even though they hailed from different villages, they were all curious to see if any lower-ranking ninja could accomplish such a feat. There were certainly individuals capable of it, such as AI, who could succeed. However, AI was a high-ranking ninja, and what truly mattered now was whether a lower-ranking ninja could achieve this, which carried a different significance. Thus, even the ever-rhyming Killer Bee had fallen silent, as they had arrived at the crucial moment. Just one final effort remained to conquer the 19th wave. At this juncture, Yosaka had almost predicted the trajectory and speed of the small grape's flight. Therefore, he made a preemptive strike, swinging his sword towards the path of the grape's flight. This maneuver effectively positioned the grape to collide with the blade of his katana. Throughout this process, Yosaka exerted all his effort to control his hand, striving to prevent excessive trembling that might cause the blade to narrowly miss the grape. Chapter 93, Success. Thus, under the watchful gaze of countless spectators, Yosaka delivered a powerful strike, cleaving towards the small grape with all his might. In the next moment, a brilliant crescent-shaped flash of white light illuminated the air. As the grape was split cleanly in two, falling to the ground, and bouncing a few times due to its elastic flesh. When the grape was cleaved in two, it signified that Yotsuka had triumphantly and flawlessly withstood the onslaught of 19 waves of fruit attacks. This indicated that the wager between Yotsuka and Yuki had concluded in Yotsuka's favor, resulting in Yuki's defeat. Consequently, the treasured katana, previously won by Yuki from a leaf ninja, was to be returned. This fact was understood by all present. Thus, upon witnessing the grape being severed by Yotsuka's blade, the leaf ninja was overwhelmed with emotion, collapsing to the ground in tears. The katana was a cherished heirloom left to him by his father, who perished during the Second Shinobi World War. His father met a fate akin to that of Tsunade's brother, SHC, having fallen victim to an enemy's explosive tag trap. However, his father's demise was even more tragic, as unlike Tsunade's brother, his remains were never recovered. The father of this Konoha ninja was instantly obliterated, reduced to mere fragments, leaving behind nothing but a gruesome scattering of flesh, with his remains irretrievable. Ultimately, only this katana remained as a somber testament. Just moments ago, this Leaf Village ninja, in a fit of impulsive fervor, wagered his prized katana. In truth, he experienced a twinge of regret as soon as the bet commenced, yet at that juncture, retreat was no longer an option. When he ultimately lost the wager, he relinquished the sword with a heart laden with despair. Thus, when Yosaka triumphantly reclaimed the blade for him, the emotions swirling within the Leaf Ninja were utterly beyond the grasp of words. At that moment, after severing the final small grape, Yosaka grasped the hilt with his left hand, allowing his right hand, which had been firmly clutching the blade, to finally release its hold and relax. At this moment, the onlookers noticed that Yotsuka's right hand and entire right arm were trembling slightly, clearly having reached their limits. Consequently, many speculated that Yotsuka might be at the end of his endurance. Evidently, their conjectures were accurate. Yotsuka directly addressed the owner of the Fruit Ninja establishment, stating, "I forfeit. This is where I draw the line." The owner nodded and subsequently amended the leaderboard, changing Yotsuka's previous rank from 18 to 19. This meant that Yotsuka had surpassed his former record once again. Simultaneously, Uchiha Obito and Might Guy erupted into jubilant cheers, elated not only by Yotsuka's record-breaking achievement, but also by the fact that he had triumphed in a wager. After all, this victory was over individuals from other nations, differing in significance from triumphing over compatriots. At that moment, Yuzuki emerged from the crowd, her expression stormy, and approached Yotsuka. She retrieved the Leaf Ninja's great sword from behind her and, with both hands, presented it to him. "I concede. According to our wager, this sword is now yours," she remarked, her tone laced with irritation. Losing the bet vexed her, for she had always prided herself as a prodigious talent, and now she found herself defeated. Though it was merely a wager and not a true battle, it still clashed with her competitive spirit. Yotsuka sheathed his own sword and took the Leaf Ninja's great sword with his left hand. "You may have won this time, but remember, this was merely a wager. In a genuine fight, I will undoubtedly defeat you. You would do well to hope we do not cross paths in the arena, for I will ensure you experience true despair." As he spoke, Yuzuki's demeanor shifted from stern to one of haughty confidence, as if she believed victory over Yotsuka was assured. "Those I have vanquished often utter similar words before we battle, and you are no exception. To me, you are merely another contender destined to fall before my blade." Yotsuka replied with a chuckle. "You." Yuzuki's face flushed with indignation, and she retorted with a bitter smile, "Very well. I shall relish the day I witness your expression when you fall at my hands." Humph. With that, she turned on her heel and departed without a backward glance. At that moment, Darui approached Yotsuka and remarked, "Although your swordsmanship is formidable, far surpassing my own, it does not guarantee victory in an actual confrontation. I eagerly anticipate our battle and hope to face you in the upcoming matches. You would be wise to reconsider, for should we meet, I fear you may emerge with a psychological scar," Yotsuka replied. Yosaka spoke kindly. Darui burst into hearty laughter, seemingly unperturbed, and waved goodbye to Yosaka before departing. At that moment, Killer Bee approached, addressing Yosaka in a rhythmic tone. "Your swordsmanship is quite impressive. I eagerly anticipate the chance to measure my skills against yours. My technique is formidable as well, so be prepared. However, should the distance widen, you shall find no opportunity to prevail over me." Yosaka retorted, "You shall not have the luxury of establishing distance, for I will swiftly eliminate you with a single strike." Killer Bee laughed heartily in response. "Ha ha. Then let us await the outcome." With that, he too took his leave. At this moment, Yunin Village happened to encounter AI, who had just emerged from the restroom. "Why did you take so long, big brother?" Karabi inquired with a look of bewilderment. AI replied, "Isn't it obvious? I overindulged in my meal yesterday. Surely you understand that the more one eats, the more one must expel. I nearly caused a blockage in the restroom." Nearby, the Yuzuki person, who was savoring dumplings, promptly retched. Meanwhile, Yosaka, having acquired the Yuzuki person's katana, handed it over to the Leaf Ninja. The leaf ninja knelt down with a heavy heart, tears streaming down his face as he accepted the katana with both hands, expressing his profound gratitude to Yosaka. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have lost this sword, a cherished relic left to me by my father. This leaf ninja, known as Yumino Irika, was indeed the father of Yumino Irika, though Yosaka remained oblivious to this connection. Consequently, Yosaka advised Yumino Irika, in the future, refrain from betting with others so recklessly, especially not with your sword at stake, as it holds significant value. Chapter 94. Yumino Irika nodded solemnly, tears still flowing as he expressed his thanks once more. He then rose to his feet and departed. Meanwhile, the onlookers began to cheer and celebrate, congratulating Yosaka for winning the wager and breaking the record. At that moment, Kirigakure gazed at Yosaka with the admiration of a devoted fan, her eyes sparkling like those of her friends, Noera Rin and others, who also looked upon him with awe. Clenching her fist against her chest, she thought to herself, "This is the man I desire, so charismatic, powerful, and responsible, embodying a sense of collective honor, truly splendid." At that juncture, Momochi Zabuza rose from the ground, glaring fiercely at Yosaka and declaring, What is so impressive about that? I will certainly kill you." Upon hearing Zabuza dare to threaten her idol and future husband, Kirigakure, filled with indignation, swiftly unleashed the water prison technique, ensnaring Zabuza within its confines, thus silencing his raucous threats. On another front, Uchiha Obito and Might Guy rushed forward, brimming with excitement, exclaiming to Yosaka, "Yosaka, you are incredible. To have endured up to the 19th wave and triumphed over the ninja of Kumogakure, you have truly brought glory to our Leaf Village. I didn't expect your strength to have increased so significantly in just a month. However, I will not let you outshine me. One day, I will surpass you," Guy said with fervor. "Well, it was just a game, nothing extraordinary," Yosaka replied with a smile, appearing modest in the eyes of others. Unlike some who become arrogant with minor achievements, this humility only endeared him more to Kirigakure, who mused that not only was he powerful, but also exceptionally humble, truly perfect. Thus, Kirigakure approached Yosaka directly, standing before him. "Hello, may I ask your name?" she inquired, having not checked the rankings and being relatively new to the scene. She was unaware of Yosaka's identity. Seeing this unfamiliar voice approaching him, Yosaka pointed to himself, perplexed, and asked, "Are you asking me?" "Indeed." Mei nodded affirmatively. "My name is Kazuki Yosaka," he replied. "The name Yotsuka is quite melodious, and I have committed it to memory. I am Terumi Mei, hailing from the village hidden in mist, and I am also a participant in this friendship tournament of the 5 Kages. I look forward to your guidance, Yotsuka-kun." Terumi Mei introduced herself with great excitement. "What? This girl is actually a contestant from the village hidden in mist." Both Uchiha Obito and Might Guy were taken aback and turned their astonished gazes towards Terumi Mei. They had not expected such a beautiful young woman to be among the competitors. Consequently, Uchiha Obito and Might Guy began to steal glances at Terumi Mei, noting that her height was just shy of half a head shorter than Yotsuka. For someone of her age, this could be considered quite remarkable stature. The woman's voice was quite pleasant, and her figure was commendable. However, Uchiha Obito's heart was already consumed by Rin Noera, leaving no room for any inappropriate thoughts regarding Mei Terumi. Might Guy, on the other hand, found matters to be quite straightforward. His mind was solely occupied with the notion of combat. To him, whether Nara Shikamaru was male or female was of little consequence. His only interest in Nara Shikamaru was the desire to engage in a duel. He had heard that many ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village excelled in water techniques, and he was curious whether his prowess from the Leaf Village could rival that of their water ninjutsu. Thus, Might Guy boldly approached Nara Shikamaru and declared, "Greetings. I am Might Guy. Shall we engage in a one-on-one battle?" Nara Shikamaru regarded Might Guy with a quizzical glance, pondering inwardly, is this individual somewhat unhinged? How audacious to propose a duel upon first meeting. He must be akin to the notorious Zabuza Momochi. With an awkward smile etched upon her face, Nara Shikamaru replied, "I'm afraid today is not suitable for me. Perhaps another time. Will tomorrow work for you?" Might Guy pressed, undeterred by her refusal. He believed that anyone capable of participating in such an event must be among the elite of the Hidden Mist's lower ranks, and fighting such an individual would surely be exhilarating. A vein of frustration appeared on Nara Shikamaru's forehead, as she realized the Leaf Village also harbored its share of eccentric personalities like Zabuza. She awkwardly retorted, "We do not permit battles outside of official competitions." "Oh, that's unfortunate." Might Guy lamented, his expression tinged with disappointment. At that moment, Yotsuka interjected, "Do you have any further business? If not, I shall take my leave. Nara Shikamura found herself at a loss for words, though she yearned to suggest they go on a date. However, she deemed such a proposition too forward, considering they had only just met. Thus, she feigned nonchalance, stating, "Oh, I have nothing pressing at the moment." "Very well, then. Farewell." With that, Yotsuka departed. Observing this scene, Nara Shikamura felt no bitterness but rather succumbed to infatuation, musings swirling in her mind. Indeed, he is a true deity among men, exuding an aura of aloofness. Yet, even the most distant of gods may lower their guard in the presence of a woman they cherish. And I am that woman. With renewed determination, she solidified her resolve. Meanwhile, the news of Yotsuka surpassing the 19th wave quickly spread among the lower-ranked ninjas. When Kakashi received this information while dining, he dropped his chopsticks in astonishment. He truly surpassed the 19th wave. This is remarkable. In just 1 month, he has set a new record. It is utterly inconceivable. Kakashi was utterly astonished, never having anticipated that Yotsuka's prowess would advance so swiftly. It is worth noting that during this past month, Kakashi himself had been engaged in grueling, hellish training every single day, all in pursuit of achieving commendable results in the forthcoming competition. After all, no one desires to suffer defeat, especially not in an international contest before their fellow countrymen. Thus, Kakashi had been training with relentless determination. Naturally, this month had significantly augmented his strength, enhancing his mastery of ninjutsu, physical endurance, and even his chakra reserves. However, upon witnessing Yotsuka's progress, Kakashi's previously inflated sense of self-satisfaction was swiftly extinguished. After all, he had observed that Yotsuka had not been training diligently, but rather indulging in a seemingly endless cycle of feasting. The notion that someone could improve so remarkably without the rigors of training left Kakashi feeling quite disheartened. Chapter 95. Yotsuka's training encapsulates this sentiment. Kakashi had initially believed that since Yotsuka appeared to be engrossed solely in eating and had not been dedicating time to practice, he might have an opportunity to catch up. Yet, he now realized that despite Yotsuka's apparent lethargy, his strength continued to flourish. This revelation plunged Kakashi into a moment of existential doubt. How could his own ardent efforts and training not measure up to someone who hardly trained at all? If Yotsuka were to apply himself to rigorous training, what level of power would he attain? Thus, Kakashi found himself grappling with a disillusionment regarding his own perspective on life. Unbeknownst to him, however, for Yotsuka, dining was an integral part of his training regimen. Therefore, the frequent meals that Kakashi observed Yotsuka consuming were, in essence, a manifestation of continuous practice, rendering Yotsuka's training time greater than that of others, as he was perpetually engaged in the act of nourishment. Moreover, it is commonly acknowledged that the enjoyment of gourmet food does not hinge upon the quantity consumed. Even a single morsel of exquisite cuisine can evoke the same satisfaction as indulging in an entire dish. Thus, for instance, if one were to savor a solitary potato chip, it would yield a similar experience to devouring an entire bag of them. This approach offers a distinct advantage, as it prevents one from feeling overly full and subsequently unable to relish other delights. Otherwise, for example, if one were to indulge in a lavish cake, the enormity of such a treat might necessitate several hours for proper digestion. For several hours, Yosaka found it impossible to consume anything else, resulting in a significant waste of time. If Yotsuka only needs to take a single bite of cake to receive a system reward, then over the course of several hours, he could indulge in a multitude of delicacies to accrue numerous rewards. Thus, this is the advantage of the system. Naturally, this has led to Yotsuka having sampled nearly all the culinary delights within the village of Konoha. The rewards bestowed by the system for tasting a culinary delight for the first time differ significantly from those received upon subsequent indulgences. Consequently, Yosaka finds himself relying on the repetitive enjoyment of meals to accumulate these system rewards. This explains why, upon his inaugural experience with the extraordinary pizza gifted by the third Hokage, the rewards from the system were particularly generous, as it was indeed his first encounter with that dish. This phenomenon elucidates the rapid progress Yosaka has made. Although he may not receive the exceptional rewards associated with the first-time culinary experience if he has missed out on it, as long as he continues to savor exquisite dishes, the system will bestow rewards upon him. These rewards may not necessarily manifest as skills or techniques. They could also enhance his proficiency or even improve his physical attributes, such as muscle endurance, explosive power, reaction speed, or even cognitive abilities. Thus, while others may perceive Yosaka as merely indulging in food without engaging in any form of training, they remain oblivious to the fact that his constant culinary explorations are, in essence, a form of training in itself. Not only did Kakashi feel utterly astonished upon hearing this news, but others were equally taken aback. For instance, Itadunji, who was in the midst of savoring a bun, found himself particularly stunned. As the former record holder of the Fruit Ninja in Konoha Village, he had only just seen his record surpassed by Yosaka last month. Yet, astonishingly, within a mere month, Yosaka had once again shattered that record. When he received this news, Itadunji choked on his bun, nearly suffocating in the process. Was this individual a monster? How could it be that merely a month had passed, and already another record had been broken? This was utterly preposterous. Itadunji felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief, realizing that as the former champion, he now seemed inconsequential. Such exaggeration was unfathomable. He was acutely aware of the vast gap in difficulty between the 19th and 18th waves, especially since he had heard the entire account of the 19th wave. He understood that the 19th wave had introduced formidable obstacles, such as enormous watermelons, massive durians, counterfeit fruits, and even minuscule grape-like morsels. This revelation profoundly impressed upon Itadunji the immense challenge that lay ahead in surviving the 19th wave. He had merely reached the 16th wave. The disparity in difficulty between the 16th and 19th waves was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Reflecting on this, Junji Ito shook his head in resignation and sighed. Indeed, the waves of the Yangtze River pushed the former waves aside. Konoha has unexpectedly produced such an extraordinary young talent, which is certainly a stroke of good fortune for the village. With that, Junji Ito resumed his enjoyment of the steamed buns. On the other side, the Moonlight Gale, diligently honing his swordsmanship, was taken aback upon hearing this news. However, he quickly regained his composure. For he realized that if he were to regard Yotsuka as his ultimate goal, then Yotsuka's strength would only serve to enhance his own. As long as he persevered and followed in Yotsuka's footsteps, his own prowess would inevitably grow stronger, unbeknownst to him. At this juncture, Moonlight Gale had come to a clear understanding that his abilities had significantly improved compared to before, all thanks to the relentless pursuit of Yotsuka. Thus, he held his breath. For others were oblivious to his true strength. Only he was aware of it. He yearned to make a stunning impression at the upcoming 5 Kage Joint Friendship Tournament in 3 days, aiming to let the people of Konohagakure and those from other nations recognize that beyond the formidable Yotsuka, there existed another equally powerful individual named Moonlight Gale. Moreover, he wished to demonstrate to Yuka that he too possessed remarkable strength. Consequently, after a fleeting moment of astonishment, Moonlight Gale resumed his training, his resolve having become extraordinarily resilient. However, he recently discovered that his body was experiencing some issues, seemingly afflicted by a serious ailment as per the doctor's assessment. Yet, it was not deemed hopeless. The physician was contemplating appropriate treatment measures. Moonlight Gale did not allow this predicament to plunge him into despair. His singular focus was on enhancing his strength, striving to shine brightly at the forthcoming 5 Kage Joint Friendship Tournament. Having always been a rather unassuming individual, few were aware of his true capabilities. Now, the time had finally come for this hidden gem to radiate its brilliance. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon witnessing Yosaka surmount the 19th wave, Scorpions resolved to eliminate Yosaka and transform him into a mere puppet intensified. Once I vanquish this fellow, I shall also slay the third Kazekage, turning them all into my marionettes. Scorpion fervently mused. Chapter 96. In light of this, after Yosaka successfully claimed the top position and subsequently relinquished the forthcoming 20th wave, his challenge in the Fruit Ninja competition came to a close. With the reward for securing first place in hand, Yosaka departed. With the departure of Yosaka, although some individuals were subsequently inspired to partake in the Fruit Ninja game challenge, they evidently lacked the formidable prowess that Yosaka possessed. Consequently, the few who followed suit were swiftly defeated in fewer than 10 rounds, diminishing the spectacle and resulting in a dwindling audience as onlookers gradually dispersed. With the crowd reduced, Scorpion too departed alongside the entourage from Sunagakure. As the group from Sunagakure had just departed, the individuals from Awagakure arrived. It must be acknowledged that the location of the Fruit Ninja stall was astutely chosen, situated adjacent to a quaint square in Konohagakure. A direct path from the village gate led effortlessly to this charming square, naturally unveiling the intriguing stall to passers-by. This explains why the visitors from Kumogakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure had all flocked to this Fruit Ninja's establishment. Now, the people of Awagakure had also reached this stall, yet at this moment, there were only a few onlookers remaining. Although they found the Fruit Ninja stall quite fascinating, the Awagakure ninjas, skilled in earth-style techniques, had little understanding of the art of blade work. Consequently, they did not linger for long and proceeded directly to the accommodations arranged for them in Konohagakure. Other smaller nations, such as the Hidden Grass Village and the Hidden Dragon Village, have also arrived at Konohagakure. According to the registration office at the entrance of the village, all participants from various countries who signed up for the 5 Kage Joint Friendship Tournament have now made their presence known. At this moment, the ninja from each village has generally settled into their respective accommodations. A delegation from the Hidden Cloud Village is convening a small meeting to discuss the upcoming competition. During the meeting, they presented the intelligence gathered on the competitors from each ninja village. When the discussion turned to Konohagakure, they came across relevant information regarding a particular individual, Yosaka. The report merely outlined Yosaka's basic physical characteristics, noted his passion for food, and highlighted his mastery in the art of slashing techniques, while also mentioning that he is regarded as the strongest genin of Konohagakure. It was unexpected to discover that he truly is the strongest genin of the village, suggesting he is the leading contender among Konohagakure's participants. Yuzuki, with arms crossed, gazed at the information with an expression of eager anticipation. This tournament will consist of both individual and team competitions, indicating 2 phases of contests, the first being the team competition, which will determine the team rankings, followed by the individual matches, consisting of one-on-one battles that will yield their respective standings. These 2 competition formats reflect the essence of teamwork and individual prowess, a result collaboratively negotiated by the 5 great nations. Given that ninjas often operate in small teams to execute missions, team-based combat is a frequent occurrence. Hence the inclusion of team competitions. The remaining individual matches, naturally, pertain to one-on-one confrontations, which is a rather conventional aspect of competitive combat. Each competing team is led by a captain, typically the most formidable member of the team. In some instances, it may be the individual with the highest prestige or intellect. However, the majority of teams opt for the strongest contender as their leader. It is essential to distinguish between the captain and the team leader. While the captain is an active participant, the team leader is usually a seasoned jonin responsible for guiding the team. In the case of Konoha, given that they are competing on familiar ground, the role of the team leader is somewhat inconsequential, and thus, they appointed Yosaka for the position, although a jonin will still oversee the team. For example, the captain of the Mist Village is undoubtedly the most powerful, Meitoromi. The leader of Sand Hidden Village is Scorpion. The leader of Cloud Hidden Village is Yuzuki, while the leader of Rock Hidden Village is Deidara. In the village of Konoha, the leading figure is undoubtedly Yosaka. There exists no dissent regarding Yosaka's role as the commander. After all, apart from the female ninjas, the majority of the lower-ranked shinobi have been decisively defeated by him. While there may be differing opinions about other aspects of Yosaka, none can contest his prowess. Indeed, any who might dare to oppose him would likely find themselves hospitalized due to his formidable skills. With merely 3 days remaining until the commencement of the 5 Kage Joint Friendship Tournament, the opening ceremony is set to occur on the 4th day. Consequently, each team is meticulously analyzing their competitors. Observing Yosaka as the captain of Konoha, not only Yuki but also Darui, Killer Bee, and several others have developed a keen interest in him. They have just witnessed Yosaka's exceptional swordsmanship, granting them insights into his capabilities. He is primarily a close combat fighter, distinctly different from the traditional ninjas who rely on ninjutsu. Naturally, such a combat style necessitates maintaining distance and employing wide-ranging ninjutsu to counter him. The members from Kumogakure are acutely aware of this. Although Yosaka's swordsmanship is indeed outstanding, he is not insurmountable, by creating space and utilizing ninjutsu to prevent his approach. They believe they can manage him. This type of ninja possesses both pronounced strengths and weaknesses, making them relatively easier to target. Next, I wish to discuss a few other individuals, beginning with Kakashi Hitaki. Pausing for a moment, Yuki continued, stating, in contrast to Yosaka's remarkable close-range capabilities paired with subpar long-range skills, Kakashi presents a more well-rounded profile. While he may not excel in any single domain, he demonstrates proficiency across all areas, be it close combat, long-range techniques, ninjutsu, taijutsu, or even jinjutsu. Essentially, he exhibits no glaring weaknesses, rendering him a challenging opponent as there are no particularly suitable strategies to counter him. Thus, it would be prudent to focus on leveraging one's own strengths in combat against him. Asuma Sarutobi, like the team from Kumogakure, is also engaged in studying the profiles of the competitors for this tournament. Their conclusions mirror those of Kumogakure, using long-range tactics to confront Yosaka while relying on foundational skills to contend with Kakashi and his peers. After all, Kakashi and his cohort represent the archetypal ninja, all employing ninjutsu, leading to a rather conventional style of combat. Both Yosaka and Might Guy, known for their exceptional close combat prowess, exhibit both pronounced advantages and disadvantages, making them particularly susceptible to targeted strategies. In Chapter 97, attention is drawn to a noteworthy contender. Aside from Yosaka, there exists an individual by the name of Moonlight Gale, whose swordsmanship is presumably formidable as well. Scorpion gestured towards a photograph of Moonlight Gale, addressing those around him. Maki nodded in agreement, stating, according to the intelligence gathered, this Moonlight Gale tends to maintain a low profile, rarely engaging in battles. However, it has been noted that he frequently spars with Yosaka, losing each time. Yet, this indicates a fierce competitive spirit. He is undeterred by defeat and grows increasingly emboldened with each encounter. Therefore, although he may not surpass the top-ranked Yosaka, his repeated duels with him suggest that his strength must be steadily evolving. His abilities and swordsmanship are likely quite potent, overshadowed only by Yosaka's brilliance. Consequently, we must remain vigilant regarding this individual. Upon hearing Maki's analysis, those present nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his insights. They understood the peril of being captivated by a single individual, which could lead to the neglect of others and potentially disastrous consequences. Interestingly, Maki bears similarities to Moonlight Gale. His own strength is commendable, holding a status among the genin of Sunigeki akin to that of Kakashi, both being evenly matched. However, Scorpion's overwhelming power and talent have eclipsed Maki's own brilliance. In truth, Maki possesses considerable talent, his wind techniques are exceptional, and his tactical intelligence is commendable. Furthermore, he excels in intelligence gathering and application, serving as the cerebral core of this representative team from Sunigeki. The intellectual prowess of the Konoha village team is presently embodied by Kakashi Hitaki. Ideally, the role of commander would be best suited for a member of the Nara clan. However, there are currently no lower-ranked ninjas from the Nara family available. The leader of the Hidden Leaf Village is Minato Namikaze, with Shursui Uchiha serving as his deputy. They refrained from providing the participants with extensive information regarding their opponents, believing that this competition should serve as an opportunity for the lower-ranked ninjas to hone their skills. They encouraged the competitors to analyze their foes independently or to respond instinctively in the heat of battle. After all, adversaries seldom present their information beforehand, necessitating that one continuously explore and assess the capabilities of their opponents during combat. This situation cultivates tactical acumen and improvisational skills, which is why Minato and Shursui opted to allow these leaf ninjas a degree of autonomy. The benefits of this approach are twofold. It either enables them to perform spontaneously, thereby enhancing their practical combat abilities, or compels them to seek out intelligence, thus refining their reconnaissance skills. The two leaders were less concerned with the outcome of the competition and more focused on the personal growth of the participants. In contrast, the village of Cloud Hidden and other nations place significant emphasis on the prestige of this competition. Therein lies the distinction. Nevertheless, Kakashi and his companions managed to procure pertinent information regarding the participants from other countries through various channels, subsequently notifying the other competitors to convene for a discussion. Although they informed Yosaka, he chose not to attend, citing his preference for resolving matters with a single decisive strike. This decision did not stem from arrogance. Rather, Yosaka sought to hone his spontaneous response skills and enhance his mastery of airflow perception through direct engagement. Hence, he opted to remain absent. Consequently, the remaining competitors gathered in a conference room within the Ninja Academy, where they commenced an in-depth discussion. In the meeting room, Kakashi pointed to a photograph of an individual, stating, "This person is the captain of the Rock Ninja Village, named Deidara. He specializes in Earth-style ninjutsu and utilizes explosive techniques to create various bombs. He is classified as a mid to long-range combatant, so when facing him, one must either close the distance for close combat or employ similar elemental attacks to suppress him. Exercise caution with his explosives, as they may possess a guiding nature." Kakashi then indicated another member from the Rock Village, explaining, "This individual also employs explosive techniques. But in contrast to Deidara, his explosives are designed for close-range combat. Anything he touches with his hands can detonate, resulting in formidable close-range explosive power. Thus, one should adopt a strategy entirely opposite to that used against Deidara, opting for ranged attacks instead. Next, he pointed to a ninja from the Cloud Hidden Village, saying, "This is Troy from Cloud Hidden Village. He possesses a unique magnetic release ability that enables him to imbue objects he touches with magnetic force. When these objects make contact with you, the magnetic release is transferred, causing any subsequent physical attacks to home in on you." "What does that mean?" Uchiha Obito inquired, perplexed. To clarify, Kakashi provided an example. For instance, if he infuses his shuriken with magnetic release and throws them at you, should you attempt to block these shuriken, you would inadvertently acquire the magnetic force as well. Consequently, regardless of the direction in which he throws his projectiles, such as oversized shuriken, they will inevitably be drawn towards you. This implies that evasion is futile. You can only endure the onslaught, thus falling into his rhythm. Therefore, one must avoid any contact with the objects he throws, correct? Uchiha Obito interjected. Precisely, Kakashi affirmed. To confront him, one must either eliminate him in close combat or refrain from any contact, employing ninjutsu to defeat him. The guiding principle is simple: do not touch anything associated with him. Indeed, the array of abilities is remarkable. It is evident that there are always greater talents beyond our own. Asuma Sarutobi remarked with a sense of contemplation that it seems many individuals possess extraordinary abilities. Nevertheless, the same holds true for those in the Hidden Leaf Village. With techniques such as shadow manipulation, body flicker technique, insect manipulation, Byakugan, Sharingan, and multiplication technique, among others. Indeed, the Sharingan and Byakugan are exceptionally powerful ocular techniques that are envied by other nations. Thus, when considering this, the Hidden Leaf Village need not covet the unique bloodline limits of other countries, as they possess numerous, and perhaps even superior, abilities of their own. It is merely the case that some individuals with bloodline limits among the competitors are not participating in the tournament. Consequently, Kakashi and his companions continue to examine the profiles of other participants. When discussing Scorpion, they particularly emphasize that he employs puppet manipulation techniques. Hence, it is imperative to target his true form. Otherwise, merely attacking the puppets would be a superficial solution. Chapter 98. A new ability thus, aside from Yosaka. Everyone was engrossed in studying the other competitors. Upon returning home, Yosaka found that his arm had returned to normal. During the past month, he had indulged in a plethora of exquisite delicacies. Although he had previously sampled these culinary delights, they did not yield particularly exceptional rewards. Nonetheless, they did provide Yosaka with significant enhancements in his foundational attributes. For instance, his physical condition is now notably superior to what it was a month ago, as he had been unable to endure beyond the 18th wave previously. Now, a month later, he has managed to endure the 19th wave. Although it may seem that only 2 additional waves have been added, in reality, these 2 waves demand a considerable amount of endurance to withstand. Meanwhile, the 3rd Hokage was engaged in a meeting with several individuals. Since Yotsuka had previously proclaimed his ability to discern the content written by others, it seemed improbable that he would fail the examination. The outcome now depended solely on the capabilities of these young aspirants. Why do I find Yotsuka somewhat unreliable? Are we certain he can genuinely comprehend what is being written? Suka and Kobu gazed at the 3rd Hokage with a puzzled expression. With a smile, the 3rd Hokage replied, "I had Mikami Shuji visit Yotsuka's home to conduct a test. Mikami wrote the numbers 9527 on paper, and Yotsuka answered correctly. Is that not sufficient? That is reassuring. Since Yotsuka can consistently pass the initial written examination, there appears to be no significant issue. However, this year's competitors seem to include numerous prodigies. For instance, the remarkable puppet master from Sunagakure, Sasori, is indeed a formidable opponent. Moreover, Kumogakure has sent 2 Jinchuriki, which is quite impressive." Upon hearing this, the 3rd Hokage scoffed. "Do those from Kumogakure truly believe we are unaware of their Jinchuriki's arrival? We have known for quite some time." Sukun Kobu added, "Furthermore, intelligence reports indicate that Kumogakure seems to be preparing for something significant. They have devised meticulous plans and stockpiled considerable resources. Based on the scale of these supplies, I suspect they may be contemplating war." "War?" The 3rd Hokage was taken aback. "Surely not. It has been less than a decade since the Second Shinobi World War concluded. How could they be considering another conflict? They are surrounded by Sunagakure, our own Konohagakure, and Kirigakure. The 3rd Kazekage of Sunagakure is reputedly formidable, and given the desert's natural defenses, an assault on them would be utterly imprudent. Kirigakure has recently undergone significant reforms and boasts many exceptional talents. Any attempt to attack them would undoubtedly incur substantial costs. As for us in Konoha, We defeated them last time, making it even less likely they would target us. After a brief pause, the third Hokage continued. It is probable they intend to strike at the nearby smaller nations. I suspect they may be targeting Kusagakure and Yugakure, both of which are in proximity to Kumogakure. After taking a sip of tea, Sukun Koba scoffed. The people of Kumogakure are like warmongers. They instigated the last shinobi world war, lost. And yet here they are, merely 10 years later, considering another conflict. They seem incapable of resting. And it is only a matter of time before they meet their demise through their own folly. These matters are beyond our control. As long as they aim to attack Kusagakure and Yugakure, it scarcely concerns us. The third Hokage sighed in relief and remarked that it had only been a mere decade since the Second Shinobi World War. This period marked the emergence of a new generation of talent, necessitating their cultivation and development. After all, the war had inflicted significant losses on all nations, depleting their ranks of skilled individuals. Even in the Hidden Leaf Village, a Hokage and an heir apparent had perished in battle, underscoring the war's brutality. In Yunin Village, the second Raikage met his demise on the spot. However, had it not been for the Second Great Ninja War, Sarutobi Sasuke would never have ascended to the position of the third Hokage. On the other side, Yotsuka reclined on his bed, pondering what delicacies to indulge in the following day. Having savored all that Konoha has to offer, he found himself at a loss for any culinary delights he had yet to experience. It appeared that if he wished to discover new flavors, he would have to venture to other nations. After the conclusion of the upcoming 5 Kage Joint Friendship Tournament, he contemplated embarking on a journey to explore various countries and sample their diverse cuisines, which he believed would significantly enhance his prowess. However, the prospect of traveling to other lands was not a trivial matter. To depart from Konoha, one must possess a legitimate reason, and the desire to taste untried delicacies would surely not suffice as a valid justification. Other legitimate reasons for leaving the village are primarily tied to the execution of tasks, or, in the case of certain individuals, the absence of any justification is permissible due to their elevated status. For instance, figures such as the 3 ninjas or the Leaf's White Fang possess the privilege to enter and exit the village at will. Thus, for Yotsuka, the aspiration to venture into other nations is not a trivial endeavor. Moreover, even if he manages to leave the Hidden Leaf, gaining entry into another country would prove to be equally challenging, given his lack of substantial justification. If he were to approach the guards of another nation merely to express a desire for culinary delights, they would undoubtedly dismiss him as deranged. Consequently, Yotsuka resolved to seize the opportunity presented by the upcoming competition to secure an impressive outcome, with the intention of presenting himself to the third Hokage for commendation, seeking assistance in his quest to travel abroad. However, despite his aspirations, Yotsuka had yet to consider that achieving a mere 40 points on the 20 multiple-choice questions would not suffice for passing. If one fails to achieve a passing score, they will not be able to advance beyond the initial written examination, thus precluding participation in the subsequent competitions. Yosaka's casual thought of merely answering a few questions to fill a 20-minute interval was, in essence, a miscalculation. On one hand, Yosaka was far from being an academic prodigy, lacking the intellectual prowess required for such a task. On the other hand, the difficulty of the questions presented was of a nightmarish caliber. Relying solely on one's own efforts to navigate through these inquiries was an exercise in futility. Even a member of the Nara clan, renowned for their exceptional intellect within Konoha, would find themselves at a loss. These questions were meticulously crafted from the outset to be insurmountable, if one were able to arrive at the answers. The very purpose of this written examination would be rendered moot. After all, the essence of this contest was to evaluate a ninja's ability to perceive and gather intelligence, who would engage in the triviality of orchestrating a written test otherwise. Chapter 99, Audio Resonance. It is worth noting that the third Hokage and others were unaware that Yosaka could not even discern the characters that had been inscribed. Yet, Yosaka himself was blissfully unaware that it was virtually impossible for him to obtain the remaining 20 points. If Yosaka wishes to discern the characters being inscribed by another, he no longer requires the ability to manipulate airflow. For the mastery of airflow is merely a method to amplify faint sounds through the uneven density of the medium, allowing them to reach his ears, akin to the phenomenon of heightened auditory perception. However, should Yosaka seek to interpret the sounds produced by another's writing, he would delve into the realm of auditory perception. In contrast, the Sound Ninja from the Sound Village, established later by Orochimaru, possesses the capability to discern what is being written through sound alone. After all, Yosaka can perceive the vibrational frequencies of sound. yet he is unable to identify the characters these frequencies represent. This necessitates an understanding of audio frequency recognition, which is unrelated to his airflow manipulation abilities. Therefore, if Yosaka wishes to further enhance his skills, he must cultivate his abilities in the realm of audio. Fortunately, this undertaking is quite simple. By indulging in culinary delights previously untried, he can achieve significant progress. Time flows swiftly, and before one realizes it, 3 days have elapsed. At last, the much-anticipated opening ceremony of the Allied 5 Kage Friendship Tournament has arrived. The ceremony is held at the first stadium of Kanahagakure, which can accommodate an audience of 50,000. Furthermore, there are live broadcasts on video, enabling many to enjoy the event from the comfort of their homes. On that day, Otsutsuki Ayum successfully acquired tickets for the event and hurried to the venue to witness it live. Yosaka-kun, you must give it your all. I will be cheering for you from the stands. Ayum exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she addressed Yosaka. Rest assured, none of these individuals can best me. I possess a fair amount of confidence, Yosaka replied with a chuckle. Earlier, Ayum had brought him a box of dumplings filled with lobster, scallops, and green onions. It was Yosaka's first time tasting these dumplings, which were also a unique creation of Ayum's, marking her inaugural attempt at making them. Consequently, Yosaka was rewarded by the system on the spot, receiving a skill named Iron Body. As the name suggests, this skill enhances physical defense, albeit currently at a rudimentary level. With Yosaka's continual indulgence in culinary delights, the prowess of Iron Body will progressively strengthen, ultimately enabling him to withstand numerous attacks without sustaining any harm. Moreover, in the later stages, this skill will acquire an active effect known as Iron Curtain. This ability is indeed formidable. It allows Yotsuka to attain an invincible state for 5 seconds, during which no attack can inflict harm upon him. However, there exists a notable drawback. During these 5 seconds, Yotsuka is rendered completely immobile, and this immobilization is enforced, consuming a significant amount of chakra. It is classified as a defensive supermove. Within the invulnerable status of the Iron Curtain, virtually no assault can affect Yotsuka, whether it be Amaterasu, tailed beast bombs, or even meteor strikes. Not to mention Kagaya's 80 Gods vacuum attack, all are powerless to inflict any damage upon him. Nevertheless, certain exceptional skills can counter this ability. For instance, during these 5 seconds, Yotsuka's immobility presents an opportunity for Obito Uchiha to use Kamui to transport him to a different location. However, Obito's ability can only relocate Yotsuka as a whole. Attempting to transfer him in a manner akin to Kakashi's removal of Daidar's arm would be utterly ineffective. The reason the Iron Curtain state is deemed invincible is due to its essence. It is neither an enhancement of defensive capabilities nor a spatial ability. It is, rather, a manifestation of temporal prowess. Under the Iron Curtain's condition, the very moment Yosaka activates this state, his life force is effectively suspended. This implies that during these 5 seconds, Yosaka's corporeal form exists in a state of temporal stasis, placing him on a distinct temporal plane separate from the outside world. Consequently, regardless of the aggression directed towards him during this interval, Yosaka's body remains in the condition it was at the instant the Iron Curtain was drawn. Thus, he is rendered invulnerable, albeit Yosaka has yet to attain this level of mastery. At present, should Yosaka engage the Iron Body state, he possesses an extraordinary resilience against ordinary physical harm, rendering most attacks ineffectual against his defenses. For instance, if a shuriken were hurled at him, he could simply endure it without flinching. Conversely, should a beheading blade strike him, he would sustain superficial injuries. Without the Iron Body, however, he would be cleaved in twain. Moreover, the Iron Body not only safeguards against physical damage but also provides protection against magical assaults. For example, if confronted with a fire technique, even the standard fireball jutsu, Yosaka would only incur minor injuries from a direct confrontation, while an ordinary individual would be incinerated on the spot. This exemplifies the formidable defensive capabilities of the Iron Body, surpassing even the Earth-released defenses in potency. Moreover, this ironclad form possesses a remarkable attribute. It is impervious to elemental weaknesses. For instance, the Earth-based defense technique employed by Angle is susceptible to the onslaught of lightning. The formidable steel body does not encounter this issue. Whether it be lightning release or wind release, neither can penetrate my defenses. However, this steel physique does possess certain shortcomings. Primarily, it offers surface-level protection. Consequently, its efficacy against penetrating attacks is considerably diminished. The most direct example would be shockwaves, such as those generated by Daidar's bombs, which can harm Yosaka, as the steel body primarily defends against collision type or contact damage. In the case of shockwave attacks that can infiltrate the body, the effectiveness of Yosaka's steel body is significantly compromised, akin to the rigid defenses of the Golden Bell Shield and Iron Shirt. Nevertheless, this is merely a result of Yosaka's recent acquisition of the steel body. As Yosaka continues to indulge in culinary delights, this steel physique will progressively strengthen, transitioning from surface-level defense to an all-encompassing fortification that fortifies even the internal organs to match the protective intensity of the exterior. At that juncture, the defense against shockwave attacks capable of penetrating the body and damaging the organs will exhibit remarkable fortitude. Currently, we can only diminish the lethality of this shockwave by 20%. Nonetheless, it is a notable improvement, as having something is certainly better than nothing. Chapter 100, The Opening Ceremony. Soon, the opening ceremony of the Five Shadows Friendship Tournament commenced amidst the resounding booms of artillery. The first to speak was the Hokage of the host village, the third Hokage, who delivered an address. His speech primarily consisted of conventional platitudes regarding the promotion of peace and camaraderie among the various ninja villages, topics generally deemed uninteresting by the average listener. Fortunately, the third Hokage did not prolong his discourse excessively, concluding it after 10 minutes with the iconic phrase of the Will of Fire. Subsequently, the leaders of the other four great nations took turns to speak. However, due to their significant responsibilities, none were present in their physical forms. Instead, they utilized shadow clones for their addresses. This arrangement allowed all five shadows to deliver their speeches, thereby elevating the prestige and significance of the event considerably. After all, the gathering of the five great nation leaders, even in clone form, bore substantial weight. Following this, it was time for the participating teams to make their entrance. The order of appearance for the participating teams has been meticulously arranged by the organizers from Konoha Village. Traditionally, the most formidable teams are showcased first, with lesser squads trailing behind, a reflection of their relative strength. However, this year, Konoha has altered the sequence, choosing to have their own representative team as the grand finale. Consequently, the earlier slots have been filled with lesser-known teams. Thus, the first to take the stage is the Takigakure, a relatively minor nation with limited prowess. Despite its stature, it once produced a formidable figure like Kakashi, who infamously attempted to assassinate the first Hokage from a distance of 800 miles, only to fail and be vanquished in return. Kakashi managed to escape back to Takigakure, but the wrath of Konoha led to severe repercussions for his village. In a bid to safeguard their own, Takigakure chose to sacrifice Kakashi and a few of his surviving comrades. This betrayal fostered in Kakashi a deep mistrust of others, leading him to place his faith solely in wealth. As a result of these historical grievances, Takigakure has found itself relegated to the role of an insignificant ninja village, and thus was assigned to open the event. The audience, upon witnessing such an unremarkable team, displayed little enthusiasm, resulting in an awkward silence for the participants of Takigakure. However, being aware of their own limitations, they did not expect much applause and thus remained indifferent. Next to appear were representatives from Kusagakure, a village of comparable stature to Takigakure, and similarly received a tepid response from the audience. Following them were the teams from the land of rice, Kuni, Takumi no Kuni, and Hoshigakure, all of whom mirrored the mediocrity of Takigakure, eliciting little interest from the crowd, leading to a rather unremarkable atmosphere. Just as the audience began to drift into slumber, the highlight of the event finally emerged. The first major nation to present its team was Kumogakure, led by the formidable Raikage, accompanied by the likes of Killer Bee and Darui. Their entrance ignited a fervor among the spectators, and the previously silent audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. The citizens of Kumogakure are known for their robust physiques and prowess in ninjutsu, presenting a striking and commanding presence that naturally garnered admiration. Sensing the audience's fervor, the Raikage beamed with confidence, reflecting inwardly, "This is the might of Kumogakure. Our entrance is already dazzling, and the applause will only swell as we claim victory in the end." Kairabi, with a rhythmic cadence of rap resonating from his lips, gestured animatedly towards the audience. Observing the fervent enthusiasm directed at Yunin village, the representatives from the earlier participating small nations could not help but feel a twinge of self-pity, consumed by envy. After all, when they had taken the stage, the applause had been sparse, a stark contrast to the thunderous ovation that now filled the air. Following Yunin Village's performance, the team from Shine Village made their entrance. Although the overall strength of Shine Village's competitors ranked as the weakest among the five great nations, Their elite talents were nothing to scoff at. Particularly, Scorpion's striking visage captivated a significant number of spectators present. Consequently, another wave of applause and cheers erupted, rivaling that of the previous performance. However, Scorpion remained unfazed. Despite the faint smile gracing his lips, an air of indifference enveloped him. Externally, he appeared amiable, yet internally, he harbored an icy detachment, viewing human life as inconsequential. Thus, most people's first impressions of him were profoundly misguided. As Scorpion surveyed the sea of thousands in the audience, he mused, so many people, how exhilarating it would be to eliminate them and transform them into puppets. Yet, I am currently incapable of controlling so many puppets simultaneously. I must first convert myself into a puppet to execute my secret technique, 100 machine manipulation. At this moment, Scorpion had begun to conceptualize his ultimate jutsu. The secret technique of 100 machine manipulation, which remained in the design phase, awaiting the moment he could transform himself into a puppet to put it into practice. As for the realm of puppetry, Scorpion has already mastered the theoretical knowledge to perfection. He is merely one step away from practical application. He must first craft puppets for others, and upon achieving proficiency, he will then endeavor to transform himself into a puppet as well. He has now acquired the corpse of his first puppet. While it may not be the large body that Scorpion desired most, it nonetheless meets his requirements. This is the body of the Suna village Jonin, Yura. Therefore, Scorpion's scheme will commence upon his return from the journey to Konoha, where he will begin crafting Yura into a puppet. He has already bestowed upon this initial creation the name Scarlet Flow Jade, a puppet designed for both offense and defense, intended to house his true form. Originally, according to Scorpion's plan, if all proceeded smoothly, he could return with the corpse of Kakashi Hatake, thereby acquiring 2 puppets. However, this task poses a significant challenge. Chapter 101. Scorpion's plan. Nevertheless, Scorpion possesses meticulously detailed plans, allowing him to proceed step by step. His objective in Konoha, to eliminate Kakashi, was merely a subsidiary plan, one that could be abandoned if it proved unfeasible. However, following his assault on Suna village, the creation of a puppet and the assassination of the third Kazekage are plans that Scorpion is determined to execute. Yet, at present, Scorpion finds himself lacking the strength necessary to eliminate the third Kazekage. With his exceptional talent, however, it will not be long before he grows capable of achieving that goal. Moreover, the third Kazekage evidently held great esteem for Sasori, which, in turn, provided him with a significant advantage due to the third's lack of vigilance towards him. Following closely after the appearance of Sunagakure, we encounter Awagakure. Naturally, Awagakure is led by Deidara. Although his demeanor may seem somewhat flamboyant, he possesses a commendable attractiveness, which has garnered him considerable admiration during his recent stay in Konoha. After all, his looks are indeed striking. Furthermore, he has the remarkable ability to craft incredibly lifelike clay figurines, and his cheerful disposition contributes to his popularity among peers. Among the representatives of Awagakure, the most renowned are Deidara and Kuratsuchi, both of whom belong to the demolition unit. Due to the geographical features surrounding Awagakure, which are abundant in stone, it is essential to shatter and transport these enormous boulders, whether for road construction or material collection. Thus, the demolition unit plays a vital role within the village. Deidara and Haydn undoubtedly serve as the principal members of the explosive brigade. However, aside from these two, the other competent participants possess commendable abilities, albeit lacking in widespread recognition. The entrance of the Awagakure team, much like that of Kumogakure and Sunagakure before them, was met with resounding applause. Following them was the team from Kirigakure, led by the captivating Mei Terumi. With her striking beauty and statuesque figure, her appearance elicited an enthusiastic ovation from the audience, even surpassing the applause received by the teams from the previous 3 great ninja villages. Such is the advantage conferred by one's allure. Accompanying Mei were individuals like Kisame and Zabuza, who, despite their peculiar appearances, stood tall and benefited from Mei's presence. Thus, they presented a commendable overall impression, provided one does not focus on the idiosyncrasies of those behind her. Observing the thunderous applause resonating throughout the venue, Mei felt an exhilarating thrill, as she relished the fervor of the moment, reveling in the acknowledgement of her beauty. The mere thought of soon engaging in a battle with her husband filled Terumi Mei with exhilaration, yet a twinge of conflict brewed within her heart. Should she deliberately feign a loss in the competition, or should she strive valiantly to defeat her spouse for the sake of the hidden mist village? Terumi Mei, an avid reader of romantic novels, found herself lost in daydreams. She envisioned a scenario in which she intentionally allowed herself to be wounded by Scorpion or Yatsukasa during the confrontation, subsequently adopting a guise of vulnerability as she pretended to collapse to the ground. In that moment, Scorpion and Yatsukasa would rush to her side, cradling her in their arms, thereby igniting a spark of affection between them, facilitated by this very incident. Following this, Terumi would find herself hospitalized and out of guilt. Either Scorpion or Yatsukasa would frequently visit her, tending to her needs. As their interactions blossomed, a passionate romance would inevitably ensue. Enveloped in such delightful reveries, Terumi momentarily lost focus, resulting in her colliding with the team from the Hidden Stone Village ahead of her, crashing into another individual. "Are you out of your mind? You foolish woman! How dare you bump into me? Do you not fear my wrath?" exclaimed a ninja from the Hidden Stone Village, unleashing a torrent of invective upon Terumi Mei. In a stunning display, the character Mei Ming unleashed a bubble that astonishingly transformed from a spherical shape into a form reminiscent of a flat pancake, resembling a mask that adhered itself to the face of the ninja from a Hokage who was vehemently berating her. This peculiar creation entirely enveloped his mouth and nose, rendering him incapable of breathing and leading him to suffocate on the spot. He desperately attempted to grasp the layer of water enveloping his mouth and nose, yet, as the water was not solid, no matter how he tried, his fingers merely submerged into it, only to emerge again, failing to dislodge the liquid from his face. After all, water, being a fluid without a fixed form, could not be simply peeled away like a flat cake. Consequently, the ninja from the Hidden Stone Village found himself unable to breathe. Should this predicament persist beyond a minute, he would surely lose consciousness, and within 2 minutes, he might succumb to suffocation. Witnessing this dire situation, other ninjas from the Hidden Stone Village rushed to assist. Yet they faced the same dilemma. The flowing mass of water could not be grasped, leaving it to continuously obscure the unfortunate ninja's face. Even Deidara, the mightiest among them, was rendered powerless, for his expertise lay solely in explosions, and he could not resort to killing the man outright. Ultimately, it was the leader of the Hidden Stone Village who intervened, employing the earth release lime technique to absorb the water into the lime, thereby saving the ninja from the brink of suffocation. Even so, the beleaguered ninja's vision had already begun to darken, his lips and face turning a ghastly shade of blue. It was evident that had a mere 10 seconds elapsed, he would have faced a tragic demise. The display of prowess by Mizuki left the inhabitants of Awagakure in utter astonishment. Initially, the people of Awagakure regarded those from Kirigakure with disdain. However, they were now confronted with the startling realization of the formidable capabilities possessed by their adversaries. A mere flick of the wrist had nearly proven fatal for one of their own, encapsulated within a diminutive sphere of water. Consequently, the residents of Awagakure became exceedingly wary, vowing never again to underestimate their opponents. However, Zhao Mei chose not to take further action, for on one hand, he was uncertain whether he could defeat the leader of the rock-hidden village. Moreover, engaging in combat would likely incite a widespread brawl, ultimately leading to a disbandment of forces, rendering any effort futile. As the factions from the Mist-Hidden Village and the Rock-Hidden Village were on the brink of a fierce confrontation, an unexpected eruption of fervent applause and cheers resonated from the stands. The crowd turned to witness the emergence of the representative team from the Leaf Village. Leading the procession was Yosaka, closely followed by Might Guy, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Shursui, Hatake Kakashi, Saratobi Asuma, and Moonlight Kakashi. Behind these individuals followed the formidable duo of Minato Namikaze and Shursui Uchiha. This assembly could be deemed extraordinarily opulent. Both the participating team of Genin and their leading figures are nothing short of exceptional. Chapter 102, An Opulent Assembly. These individuals, in later years, essentially became the backbone of Konohagakure. Except for a select few who met their untimely demise, the rest are undeniably powerful, possessing strength at the level of Kage or even beyond. For instance, Minato Namikaze, who is none other than the 4th Hokage, and Shursui Uchiha, famously known as Shunshin Shursui, wielding the most potent genjutsu in the ninja world, Kodo Amatsukami. Kakashi Hatake, affectionately referred to as Kakashi of the Sharingan, is renowned for his equal prowess against any opponent. Later ascending to the position of the 6th Hokage, Might Guy, even more remarkable, nearly concluded his story with a decisive kick. Obito Uchiha, seemingly the underdog, actually possesses an unparalleled conviction that empowers him within the ninja realm, his indomitable will forged by a woman who dared to challenge the world. Even the early demise of Kurenai Yuhi at the hands of Makai was an unfortunate accident. At that time, he was already gravely ill. And had he been in peak condition, the outcome against Makai might have been quite different. As for Asuma Saratobi, he may appear somewhat less formidable. Yet he fell victim to misinformation. In truth, even at his pinnacle, if Madara Uchiha had been caught off guard by Haiden, he too could have met a grim fate. It is noteworthy that among the representatives from the Takigakure village participating in the 5 Kage Joint Friendship Tournament in Konoha, Haiden is included. However, at this time, he is yet to master the ability of immortality. In this representation of the Hidden Leaf Village, all individuals, save for Kakashi Hitaki, ultimately met their demise. However, in this timeline, the unforeseen arrival of Yotsuka has altered many destinies, allowing for the survival of numerous lives. With the appearance of the Konoha village representative team, the home advantage became palpable. In an instant, the arena erupted with exuberant cheers, the sound resonating like a colossal wave, easily surpassing the volume generated during the entry of the previous major nations teams. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that the collective noise from those earlier teams paled in comparison to that which accompanied the Konoha representatives. This was largely due to the fact that approximately 80% of the audience comprised residents of Konoha, who naturally directed their utmost enthusiasm toward their home team. Moreover, many of the competing athletes were familiar faces to the spectators, with some even being neighbors, which further fueled their fervent support. For instance, a local man nearly lost his voice in his enthusiastic encouragement for the Konoha team, particularly for his neighbor, the swift Moonlight Gale, whom he had watched grow up. With Moonlight Gale now part of the team, his shouts were almost deafening. Even the proprietor of the Fruit Ninja stall was caught up in the excitement, as he was acquainted with Yosaka, the top performer at his booth. Yosaka's prowess had drawn considerable interest to the Fruit Ninja stall, with many eager challengers arriving daily to attempt to surpass his record. This influx of players naturally attracted even more spectators, creating a vibrant atmosphere, and Yosaka had significantly boosted the stall's popularity. Hence, the owner felt compelled to cheer for Yosaka, now the captain of the Konoha team. Such scenarios were prevalent for nearly every contestant present, including those who had come to witness the appearance of the legendary Minato Namikaze, such as his wife, Kushina Izumaki, and his teacher, Jiraiya. This collective enthusiasm was the reason behind the overwhelming support for the Konoha team's entrance. In that moment, both Konoha representatives and their rivals felt their eardrums resonate with the fervent cheers, yet all relished the experience. Even though many understood that the accolades were directed toward Konoha, the electric atmosphere stirred excitement and exhilaration in everyone present. It appears our Konoha team enjoys greater popularity. Minato smiled at Uchiha Shursui, who, at that moment, had spotted his wife, Kushina, waving enthusiastically from the front row. Shursui smiled gently in response. It is primarily because we are in Konoha, our home ground. Were this event held in the village hidden in the clouds, the cheers would surely be for their representatives, not ours. That's a valid point, Minato acknowledged. Might Guy, with an exuberant expression, nudged Kakashi Hitaki with his elbow and exclaimed, "Kakashi, did you hear that? The cheers and chants are utterly exhilarating. Indeed, my team is immensely popular." Kakashi, gazing at Might Guy with a look of exasperation, replied, "Could you perhaps show some semblance of humility? The cheers for our Konoha representative team are not solely a result of your efforts." He often found Might Guy's unwavering confidence to be somewhat perplexing, as if he possessed a peculiar kind of zeal that bordered on eccentricity. Uchiha Obito, filled with excitement, addressed Yosaki, saying, "Yosaki, I feel an overwhelming surge of emotions. The atmosphere is simply electrifying. Just the thought of fighting before such an enthusiastic audience, especially with so many from our Leaf Village, makes me a bit anxious. I fear that if I cannot prevail against my opponent, it would be utterly embarrassing, and I would fail to meet the expectations of the audience from Konoha." Yosaki, with a confident huff, replied, "Then you must strive with all your might. You must cultivate an unwavering belief in your victory, a reason that sustains this conviction. Keep this reason in your heart, grit your teeth, and persevere. As long as you are alive, there remains hope." Upon hearing Yosaki's words, Uchiha Obito paused momentarily, murmuring to himself, a belief in victory? Indeed, it is a reason compelling enough to win, even at the cost of one's life. Yosaki, brimming with self-assurance, spoke these words. Yet in truth, he did not possess such a belief, for he effortlessly dispatched his foes without such arduous struggles. However, Uchiha Obito was different. He repeatedly recited Yosaki's words, a belief in victory, even at the cost of life. As he continued to chant, the image of Rin Noera materialized before his eyes. Abruptly, he turned his gaze towards the audience. Rin said she would come to watch my match. Yes, Rin is watching me. She is cheering for me. How can I possibly lose? I must not lose. I am determined to show Rin my victory. Even if it costs me my life, I must win. Thus, Uchiha Obito's heart was instantly filled with an unwavering belief in his triumph. Chapter 103. Uchiha Obito's faith. For Uchiha Obito, Rin Noera represented his faith. She was his entire world. His feelings for Rin were profoundly intricate, encompassing not only admiration but also a tinge of Oedipal complex. Having lost both of his parents, he was left utterly alone, which fostered a deep sense of loneliness within him. In his youth, he often felt like a misfit, which further compounded his feelings of isolation and inferiority. Yet, Uchiha Obito was simultaneously a person brimming with affection, yearning for the warmth of the sun. In this context, Lin Yahara made her appearance. She is the sole individual who bestows warmth, care, confidence, and a sense of existence upon Obito Uchiha. Consequently, Obito not only harbors deep affection for Lin but also relies heavily on her. Lin's significance to Obito is akin to that of a spiritual pillar. She is as vital to him as life itself. Obito Uchiha is a person whose potential oscillates between extremes. Those who possess fervent and radical beliefs often exhibit such characteristics. When weak, they are utterly powerless, yet when strong, they can confront even the mightiest adversaries. They exist in stark contrasts, either teetering on the brink of defeat or soaring to unparalleled heights. Obito exemplifies this duality. Without Lin, he is merely a shadow of himself. But with her, he feels capable of challenging the world. For Obito, Lin represents a sanctuary within his heart. As long as this refuge exists, he can bravely face any adversity, for her unwavering support fuels his very essence. Thus, upon recalling Lin, Obito's previously timid demeanor undergoes a remarkable transformation. His gaze sharpens, and a resolute belief in victory ignites within him. He scans the stands, aware that although he cannot see Lin, he knows she is watching him. He vows not to disappoint her. He will triumph, regardless of the opponent. In this moment, Obito seems to undergo a complete metamorphosis. For Lin, he would confront even the formidable Yosaka head-on. Shortly thereafter, with the final team, the representative team from Konoha, making their entrance. All participating teams for this 5 Kage joint friendship tournament have gathered. At this juncture, all teams assemble in the center of the stadium, where the third Hokage proceeds to announce the rules of the tournament. The third Hokage then leaps from the lofty 30-meter-high platform, landing gracefully upon the podium below. As he descended, he landed with remarkable grace, captivating both the competitors and the audience alike. Witnessing this spectacle, Deidara from the Iwagakure turned to the team leader and inquired, "Did the third Hokage just employ the art of weight and lightness?" The leader of Iwagakure nodded affirmatively, responding, "Indeed, he utilized the art of weight and lightness mid-air, significantly reducing his weight, which is why his landing was so ethereal. It is astonishing to see our village's technique so masterfully wielded by the Hokage of Konohagakure." "I hardly know what to say." Deidara nodded in agreement, remarking, however, "It is said that the third Hokage possesses an extraordinary mastery over ninjutsu. Adept in all 5 elemental styles and proficient in thousands of techniques, he is truly formidable." The leader of Iwagakure concurred, stating, "Yet, our Tsuchikage, Inoki, is equally impressive. Trained under the second Tsuchikage, his dust release is unparalleled, rivaling that of the third Hokage. Thus, there is no need to envy the shadows of others. We have our own strength." With that, the leader of Iwagakure displayed a confident demeanor. At this moment, the third Hokage commenced the introduction of the regulations pertaining to the forthcoming tournament. Consequently, the previously boisterous venue fell into a sudden hush. According to the third Hokage's elucidation, the initial round consisted of an extraordinary selection process prior to the competition, a written examination. All participating candidates were required to complete the test within 60 minutes, achieving a minimum score of 60 to qualify for the subsequent stages of the contest. Those contestants who fail to achieve a score of 60 will be eliminated and deemed unfit to continue in the subsequent rounds of competition. Upon successfully passing the initial written examination, competitors will then face their first team challenge. They will be transported to a shadowy forest, an illusory realm conjured collaboratively by the 5 shadows, akin to a monthly spectacle, where participants may freely employ their ninjutsu. Contestants who sustain fatal injuries will be instantly teleported out, marking their disqualification. Each participant will be adorned with a distinctive bell, The duration of this endeavor is set for 3 days, after which the team with the greatest number of bells will be declared the champion, with subsequent rankings determining the runners-up in third place. It is noteworthy that within this realm, hosts are prohibited from transforming into tailed beasts, nor may they utilize chakra cloaks, as the will of the tailed beasts would precipitate the collapse of this space. However, they may still access abilities associated with tailed beasts, such as the sand-covered form of Shikaku or the tentacled stance of the Eight Tails. Thus commences the first team competition. Following this, a series of individual matches will ensue, culminating in the determination of the champion, runner-up, and third place. Typically, the spotlight shines more brightly on individual contests, as one-on-one duels have historically captivated audiences. Nevertheless, team competitions hold significant importance and are equally engaging, reflecting the collaborative nature essential for executing missions. Hence, this team contest was conceived to foster unity among the participants. The rules of the competition are straightforward. It is imperative to refrain from malicious killing, as there will be overseers present to monitor the proceedings. Should any lethal attacks be detected, the overseers will intervene immediately. However, if an inability to control one's power leads to an opponent's demise, and the overseer fails to prevent it, there will be no repercussions. Conversely, if a clear act of murder is evident, the consequences could be dire, potentially involving diplomatic and political ramifications. Yet, this is often a matter of perspective. There are numerous instances where actions cannot be controlled, and certain ninjutsu possess formidable power, making accidental fatalities not uncommon. This is why the Reikage of Kumogakure advised that if one can kill, they should strike decisively, claiming later that they simply mismanaged their strength, what recourse could be taken against them. Chapter 104, Conclusion of the Opening Ceremony. Soon, the third Hokage concluded his address, and the first written examination was set to commence. Prior to this, a drawing of lots would take place to randomly assign examination rooms. Half an hour later, the drawing commenced, followed by an hour of anticipation. During the written examination, the third Hokage sat upon the dais, surveying the several hundred participants below. He mused inwardly, hoping that Yosaka would not encounter any unforeseen difficulties during the test. However, an unsettling feeling nagged at him. Could it be a sign of aging? No, after all, he was only in his 40s. The third Hokage gazed anxiously at the competitors, his thoughts heavy with concern. Beside him, Jiraiya inquired, "Third Hokage, is there something troubling you? You appear quite distressed." With a sigh, the third Hokage responded, "Alas, I worry that Yosaka may fail the written examination. After all, he is Konoha's most formidable secret weapon. Losing him would have significant repercussions. His presence ensures a measure of stability." Indeed, the third Hokage's concern was justified. While Kakashi and his companions were not lacking in skill, they were merely competent. This examination featured geniuses from various nations, and the disparity in strength was negligible. Consequently, those deemed prodigies within their homeland would be just average when compared to their international counterparts, diminishing their advantages. Thus, the outcome of the competition remained uncertain, as the contenders were of similar caliber. Moreover, the third Hokage had learned of some exceptionally gifted participants from other nations, such as Yuzuki, Karabi, Terumi Mei, Deidara, and Sasori. These individuals were no trifles. Each one was a prodigy in their own right. Even Kakashi and his team, who were considered geniuses in Konoha, appeared somewhat mediocre in comparison. This reality weighed heavily on the third Hokage's heart, as the power and unique traits of these competitors were formidable. In this context, Yosaka's importance became increasingly pronounced. In the eyes of the third Hokage, Yosaka was the only ninja from Konoha who could genuinely be compared to these luminaries. He held a unique confidence in Yosaka's ability to triumph over these exceptional talents, a certainty he did not possess regarding others. Thus, he staunchly supported Yosaka, nearly handing him the answers directly. "I hope this young lad proves reliable," the third Hokage sighed. Jiraiya sensed that something might go awry. Yet he refrained from voicing his concerns, suspecting that the third Hokage shared his apprehensions. Soon, the participants in the stadium were ushered indoors to commence the drawing of lots. Yosaka drew number 003, indicating his examination venue, and glanced at the others, inquiring, "Which examination venue are you all assigned to?" Uchiha Obito replied, "I am in venue 001. Mike Guy, holding his slip of paper, declared, "I am in venue 005. Uchiha Itachi observed his paper and stated, "I am in venue 004. Yukimura Shikaze looked at his slip and remarked, "I too am in venue 003. As the moonlight danced with the wind, you and I found ourselves in the same examination hall. Should all go smoothly, you could rely on me for answers." Yet, Moonlight Swift cast a skeptical glance at Yosaka, pondering, "Are you truly suggesting that I would copy your answers rather than you mine?" Moonlight Swift was entirely convinced that Yosaka would struggle with the questions, given that he seldom paid attention during lessons. In the theoretical assessments at the Ninja Academy, Yosaka had never scored above 30. While Moonlight Swift acknowledged Yosaka's formidable prowess in practical combat, who would dare contest that? He could not help but scoff at the notion of Yosaka excelling in theoretical knowledge. Thus, Moonlight Swift gazed at Yosaka with exasperation, contemplating that if he were to rely on Yosaka's answers, his performance in this written examination would hardly suffice to pass. Upon this realization, Moonlight Swift paused momentarily, then turned to Yosaka and inquired, "Are you certain we will succeed in this written test? It would be unfortunate if you were to fail and be eliminated from the subsequent competitions." With unwavering confidence, Yosaka replied, "Fear not, I possess my own methods. My unique reconnaissance ability allows me to discern the answers others write." Suddenly, Moonlight Swift recalled a previous instance when Yosaka, during a game of Fruit Ninja, had adeptly sliced fruits with his eyes closed, clearly employing some form of heightened awareness to perceive the fruit's positions. A shiver ran through Moonlight Swift as he contemplated. Could it be that Yosaka was utilizing auditory reconnaissance at that time? At that moment, Yosaka bestowed upon him a reassuring and confident glance, causing Moonlight Swift not to dwell further on the matter. Unbeknownst to him, Yosaka was referring solely to the first 20 multiple-choice questions worth 40 points. As for the subsequent application problems, Yosaka had no hope of discerning their content. The mere ability to hear the answers to the multiple-choice questions was, in itself, a testament to Yosaka's impressive skills, for even identifying numbers required keen auditory discrimination. Without any auditory discernment abilities, Yosaka's capacity to differentiate the numbers written by the other party is indeed remarkable. Unfortunately, despite his impressive skill, he is only able to answer the first 40 points. The subsequent 20 points remain beyond his auditory perception. However, Yosaka believed that he could manage to catch up in the subsequent 20 minutes, unaware that those remaining minutes would prove to be equally challenging. After all, the very design of these questions was not intended for resolution, but rather to compel others to copy the answers. Thus, both Tsukikage and the third Hokage remained oblivious to Yosaka's predicament. At this moment, Asuma Saratobi raised the slip of paper in his hand and declared, "I am from examination room 001. Thus, only Tsukuyami, Ship, and Yosaka remained in the same examination room. It is indeed a remarkable coincidence that two individuals, both proficient in the art of slashing, found themselves assigned to the same venue. After the draw concludes, there remains a span of 20 minutes before candidates may enter the examination hall, during which time they are free to move about. As long as they enter the venue within the allotted time, they are permitted to proceed. However, should a candidate wander too far or become lost within these 20 minutes, resulting in their inability to arrive punctually, they shall be deemed to have forfeited their examination, consequently disqualifying them from participating in subsequent contests. Thus, during this interval, the majority of individuals tend to remain in close proximity to the entrance of the examination hall, seldom straying far. With the most they might venture being a brief trip to the restroom. The spirited young individuals, particularly those of prodigious talent, are prone to conflicts when they converge." Chapter 105. Discord. After all, they are all exceptionally gifted, imbued with immense confidence and pride, unafraid of one another, coupled with their rebellious age. Such encounters often lead to misunderstandings. This particular discord arose between Momochi Zabuza and Killer Bee. The incident transpired when Momochi Zabuza sought to relieve himself, and coincidentally, Killer Bee also entered the restroom. Consequently, Momochi Zabuza reached the urinal first and commenced his act. However, Kurabi stood behind, waiting. Toby, not fond of others witnessing his urination, thus told Kurabi to step back a bit. Kirabai, possessing a fiery temperament, could not help but deride Taudi Zaibujan, who was exhibiting a rather unpleasant demeanor. "What is the matter? Am I not allowed to stand here? Is there a law prohibiting my presence? Moreover, with your meager stature, I find it hardly worth my attention. It pales in comparison to mine." This taunt incensed Taudi Zaibujan to such an extent that he momentarily forgot he was in the midst of urinating. He swiftly turned to Kirabai, challenging him to repeat his words. However, as he pivoted, given his current state, he inadvertently directed his stream towards Kirabai. In that moment, Kurabi leaped back in alarm, narrowly avoiding being splattered by Momochi Zabuza. This incident ignited Kurabi's fury, as he believed that Zabuza had deliberately attempted to drench him. Consequently, Zabuza, enraged, unsheathed his short blade and lunged toward his brother. "I shall ensure that you will never be able to urinate again," Karabi bellowed, striking down with fierce determination. However, Peachland Zan was taken aback and swiftly drew his executioner's sword to parry Karabi's dagger. Thus, the conflict commenced. Observing the two engage in combat, the onlookers hastily retreated to the sidelines, fearful of being caught in the fray. In a rather unexpected turn of events, T-Daizai no Zan and Karabi found themselves engaged in a confrontation within the confines of a restroom. Without hesitation, T-Daizai no Zan swiftly performed a series of hand seals, culminating in a thunderous declaration: "Urine ninjutsu, urine dragon technique." At that moment, he deftly manipulated the amalgamation of urine and water within the urinal, conjuring a pale yellow dragon-shaped entity. Although this water dragon was considerably smaller than its true water dragon technique counterpart, measuring merely 30 centimeters in diameter and over 3 meters in length, it bore a potent psychological impact. The mixture of urine rendered it far more formidable than its physical attributes suggested, instilling a sense of dread that far exceeded any actual threat. Karabi, acutely aware of the implications of being touched by this peculiar creation, adopted a grave demeanor, fully alert to the impending assault of the pale yellow dragon. In response, he rapidly formed hand seals, summoning a vibrant sphere of electricity crackling with energy, exclaiming, "Lightning release, electromagnetic wave." In the blink of an eye, T-Daizai no Zan unleashed the urine dragon towards Karabi, while the latter hurled the electrified sphere in retaliation. The ensuing moment saw the lightning transform into a vast arc, striking T-Daizai no Zan and eliciting a cacophony of startled cries. The urine dragon, summoned by, charged swiftly towards. Had it been a dragon composed solely of ordinary water, would have remained unperturbed. However, the current manifestation was tainted with urine, prompting to unleash an extraordinary surge of potential. Instantly entering the lightning release chakra mode, he activated his bodily cells and neural reflexes to their utmost limits, propelling himself from the restroom with lightning speed to evade the assault of the urine dragon. Upon witnessing his strike miss its target, Taodi Zaibujan let out a resounding roar, exclaiming, "At the very least, you are afraid to confront me head-on." In his eyes, he had boldly absorbed a blow from Karabi's thunder shock. Although his body throbbed with pain from the electric jolt, it hardly made a significant impact on him. However, Karabi found himself reluctant to confront his adversary's water release, water dragon technique, leading Zabuza Momochi to perceive Karabi as the one who faltered. At that moment, just as Karabi was about to depart, he was suddenly provoked. Rushing back into the restroom with a fervent shout of "Receive my blow, human cannon." With that, Karabi unleashed a powerful punch towards Zabuza, his arm crackling with arcs of electricity, clearly demonstrating the immense strength behind his strike. In that moment, Momochi Zabuza swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed the water release, water barrier technique. Consequently, a pale yellow wall of water rose before him. As most water release ninjas lack the extraordinary ability of the second Hokage to execute water techniques without an existing water source, they are compelled either to utilize their jutsu in proximity to a water source or to first create water using their water release techniques before engaging in actual combat with them. The character known as T-Daizai Beacon has pragmatically resorted to utilizing the water found in the restroom, which is, of course, a mixture of urine and feces. Consequently, a pale yellow wall of water materializes before him. Karabi, taken aback by this unsightly sight, is reluctant to come into contact with such repugnant liquid. He abruptly halts his forward momentum, expressing gratitude as he retreats forcefully. Simultaneously, he bellows, "Lightning release, lightning wall." In the next instant, Karabi expels bolts of lightning from his mouth, conjuring a formidable barrier of electricity before him. Indeed, Karabi's judgment proved to be astute. In the very moment the wall of lightning materialized, the water barrier before Daidoji Zabuza erupted violently, transforming into countless small water orbs that surged forth like a barrage of projectiles aimed at Karabi. Those pale yellow and some brownish water spheres collided with the lightning barrier that stood before Karabi, only to be swiftly electrolyzed by the high-voltage electricity, converting them into hydrogen and oxygen that dissipated into the air. Witnessing this spectacle, Karabi contemplated that engaging in battle with Daidoji Zabuza in the restroom was decidedly unfavorable. Thus, he bellowed, "Daidoji Zabuza, if you possess any courage, come and face me in the corridor." Daidoji Zabuza let out a cold snort, unperturbed as he retorted, "Do you think I fear you?" With that, he deftly commanded the pale yellow water dragon to pursue Karabi's form as they both exited the restroom. Chapter 106, Yosaka vs. Zabuza. At that very moment, as Karabi burst forth from the restroom, Yosaka happened to arrive at the entrance just in time. Thus, in the instant Karabi emerged, their eyes met, leading to a brief yet intense exchange of glances between the two. Subsequently, Karabi brushed past Yosaka and dashed towards the restroom, covering a distance of 5 or 6 meters. At that moment, Yosaka felt a surge of curiosity. Why was it that Karabi, in his state of lightning chakra mode, resorted to utilizing a ninjutsu even while attending to nature's call? Could it be that the ninjas of Kumogakure, due to the peculiarities of their ninjutsu, found themselves hindered in their ability to relieve themselves, necessitating the use of lightning chakra mode for such an act? Just as Yosaka was about to voice his inquiry, a stream of pale yellow water surged forth from the restroom door, hurtling directly towards him. "Be careful. Don't let that water dragon touch you," Karabi exclaimed in utter astonishment, urgently warning Yosaka at the top of his lungs. In an instant, Yosaka's instincts kicked in, as his acute perception of the surrounding air heightened. A surge of danger flooded his mind, compelling his body to react through muscle memory without conscious thought. In a flash, he drew the katana secured at his waist, channeling his entire essence into that single strike, unleashing an intense blow forward. Slash steel flash, Yosaka silently intoned, as the katana sliced through the air, directed fiercely at the water dragon. In the next moment, a near-transparent distortion of air manifested just before the blade's tip, abruptly extending forward. It was as though the very air had been cleaved in two, creating a vacuum zone. The pale yellow water dragon was struck directly at its head, splitting apart into two halves as Yosaka's sword severed it cleanly. In the blink of an eye, the once majestic dragon lost its form, crashing down into two puddles of pale yellow liquid, cascading onto the ground. This astonishing spectacle left the onlookers near the restroom, who had gathered to witness the battle, utterly bewildered. What just happened? Am I seeing things? Did someone really just slice through water with a single blow? How is that even possible? The surrounding crowd, including Karabi, stood frozen, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief as they gaped in astonishment. It was only after a swift slash that Hachisaka realized that someone had employed the water release, water dragon technique within the restroom. What was the meaning of this? Moreover, what had transpired when Karabi had dashed out utilizing his ninja body technique? In that moment, Hachisaka wore a bewildered expression, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Thus, he continued to advance, but Karabi, the first to recover from his astonishment, urgently called out, "Do not enter." Yet it was too late. Hachisaka had already stepped into the restroom. At that very moment, Zabuza emerged from the restroom, and the two found themselves face to face. As Zabuza, caught off guard, swung his decapitating blade towards Yosaka, Killer Bee, without a moment's hesitation, the latter had just entered the restroom. In an instant, a massive sword hurtled towards him. Without a second thought, Yosaka retaliated, activating his cutting steel flash technique to meet Zabujan's formidable strike head-on. The clash of their blades resonated with a resounding clang, echoing like the violent collision of metal. In the next heartbeat, Zabujan, gripping his sword firmly, felt an overwhelming force emanating from the decapitating blade. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was propelled backward, soaring through the air. What? Zabujan was astonished, his eyes catching a fleeting glimpse of a blurry figure, significantly smaller than Killer Bee, as it was launched through the restroom window, sent flying by a single blow from Yosaka from the third-floor lavatory. Subsequently, Zabujan plummeted to the ground floor. Fortunately, he adeptly utilized his water release technique to cushion his fall, escaping serious injury, yet his face bore the marks of shock, his mind reeling from the overwhelming impact. What on earth? Was it possible that Killer Bee possessed such mastery over swordsmanship? Zabujan was left in disbelief, recalling the information he had reviewed about Killer Bee, a ninja skilled in the use of the Eight Tails body technique coupled with the Bee-blade technique. Ordinarily, such abilities would be categorized as standard physical attacks. Yet that last strike was evidently a technique of slashing prowess. Tactical strikes differ significantly from conventional blade techniques. Tactical attacks typically concentrate lethal force into a single decisive blow, delivering a cut that penetrates deeply into the essence of the target. The proper technique involves concentrating lethal force on a flexible and varied style of swordsmanship, utilizing diverse postures and distinct methods of attack to effectively harm the adversary. Consequently, even in the midst of severe circumstances, Karabi's mode of attack evidently adheres to this conventional approach, inflicting damage upon his foes through standard offensive maneuvers. Rather than employing a technique that delivers immense damage with a single stroke, He had just been struck by his opponent's blade. Had he not gripped his sword with both hands, he might have been forcefully repelled, risking injury from the back of his own executioner's blade due to insufficient strength in one hand. However, it appeared that Karabi's form had diminished. He was supposed to be quite tall, yet he seemed to have shrunk, and his physique appeared leaner. Could this be some form of explosive secret technique? Perhaps it involved the consumption of muscular strength, or even the compression of muscle to unleash sudden power. In that moment, Zangetsu found himself engulfed in confusion. As the blade severed the peach tree, Yosaka, unconcerned, continued his visit to the restroom. The strike he had executed moments earlier, though seemingly formidable, had only utilized approximately 65% of his full strength. He sensed that his opponent lacked significant prowess, as he effortlessly dispatched them with mere ordinary force. Who was that just now? I hardly had the time to discern their identity, but it matters little. They appeared rather feeble. Yosaka murmured to himself while attending to his business. Outside the restroom, Karabi and the surrounding onlookers were utterly transfixed. Moments ago, they had witnessed the formidable Daibutsu Zabuza, wielding a blade with both hands, being effortlessly sent flying by Yosaka, who struck with a single-handed swing, propelling him through the restroom window. This astonishing spectacle rendered all present momentarily speechless. Chapter 107, The Astonished Crowd. It is worth noting that the sword in question measured an impressive 3 meters in length, a fact that alone conveyed its considerable weight. Furthermore, Zabuza had gripped the weapon with both hands, delivering a strike infused with all his strength. Although many individuals present are indeed capable of obstructing, the nature of such obstruction varies significantly. It can either be effortlessly achieved or require considerable exertion. The majority of those present exerted considerable effort to merely fend off the attack. Even Karabi had to summon significant strength to hold his ground. However, the situation with Yosaka was markedly different. Yosaka wielded a blade with a single hand, not merely blocking, but rather striking with such force that he sent both the formidable Nozuchi and his weapon flying through the air. This distinction is profound. Firstly, it involves the contrast between Yosaka wielding a small sword with one hand against an opponent brandishing a 3-meter-long executioner's blade with 2 hands. Moreover, Yosaka not only successfully deflected Nozuchi's full-force strike, but simultaneously sent the 150 to 160-pound man, along with his hefty sword, soaring away. Throughout this encounter, Yosaka maintained his grip on the small sword with just one hand. What does this signify? It indicates that the force generated by Yosaka's single-handed strike with the small sword must have exceeded 300, perhaps even 400 pounds. To put this into perspective, such power is akin to the full-force punch delivered by Karabi after employing his ninja body technique, possibly falling slightly short. If a normal human were to withstand such force, it would be utterly impossible. They would be shattered on the spot. Yet, Yosaka accomplished this feat with a single hand, wielding merely a short blade. Consequently, everyone present was left in utter disbelief, as someone of average stature delivered such a terrifying blow. This was nearly akin to superhuman strength. Who on earth is this individual? A participant murmured in astonishment. A strike like that would undoubtedly cleave a person in two. Wait, I recall having seen this individual before. He seems to be from the Konoha representative team, and if I'm not mistaken, he is their captain. Suddenly, someone recalled Yosaki's identity and exclaimed in surprise. Instantly, the gazes of those around shifted towards Yosaka with newfound respect. So, he is the captain of the Konoha team. No wonder he is so formidable. It is indeed no exaggeration. Remarkable. Such power emanating from a single strike. I can hardly imagine how powerful he must be in actual combat. I wonder who the unfortunate soul will be that faces him in battle. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves, and even Killer Bee was taken aback. Previously, while sparring with Yosaka in a game of Fruit Ninja, he had only perceived Yosaki's remarkable reaction speed, with little indication of other facets of his prowess. Consequently, Killer Bee and his companions had assumed that Yosaka belonged to the category of those with incredible speed but lacking in strength. This type is usually adept at assassination, striking with lethal precision, yet faltering in a direct confrontation due to insufficient power. However, Killer Bee was now astonished to discover that this young man also possessed extraordinary strength. The force he exhibited with that last strike was on par with his own full power punch while in the lightning release chakra mode. This kid has some serious skills. Killer Bee chuckled, feeling a sense of anticipation for his match against Yosaka. At that moment, Yosaka emerged from the restroom, noticing a crowd gathered at the entrance. Each person displaying an expression of shock, leaving him utterly bewildered. What has transpired? Why does everyone appear so astonished? Did you not just send someone flying with a single strike? Is that not enough to warrant our astonishment? One individual replied, exasperated. What is there to be surprised about? That person didn't seem particularly strong. I barely utilized 70% of my strength in that blow, and I sent him flying. Thus, he is likely just a mere nobody, not worth mentioning. Yosaka replied nonchalantly, once again shocking those around him. To effortlessly send someone flying with a single-handed strike while using only 70% of his strength? What on earth is this? If you were to exert your full strength, wouldn't you simply obliterate both the person and the weapon? Moreover, one must acknowledge that they are indeed members of the illustrious 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist, a group renowned for their formidable prowess. Yet, in your presence, they have been reduced to mere shadows of their former selves, seemingly weak and unworthy of mention. Should Zabuza catch wind of this disparagement, he would likely be infuriated to the point of bleeding from his eyes. Thus, Yosaka boldly declared his thoughts, leaving even the usually exuberant killer be momentarily speechless, igniting within him an earnest desire to engage Yosaka in combat. It became clear to me why that woman, Yuzuki, was so eager to confront Yosaka. I too found myself yearning for a chance to test my mettle against him. Killer B mused with a smile in his heart. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Taudi Zaibujan, having been forcefully hurled away, found himself on the receiving end of a tirade from Terumi Mei, who berated him from the corridor window. This only exacerbated his already foul mood, rendering his expression as ghastly as one who had consumed excrement. Humph, these individuals are my adversaries. I shall surely eradicate them all. He seethed inwardly as he made his way toward the examination venue. As Terumi Mei watched Taudi Zaibujan's silhouette fade into the square, she placed a hand to her forehead, overwhelmed with exhaustion. Why had she decided to compete alongside such lunatics? She would have preferred to participate alone rather than endure the company of these deranged individuals. In this moment, she suddenly realized that both Akatsuki and Kurosaki, in comparison to Taudi Zaibujan, seemed almost like model students. After all, one was perpetually polishing their ninja blade, while the other was absorbed in embroidery, both engaged in quiet, solitary pursuits that did not disturb others. Unlike Taudi Zaibujan, who stirred chaos wherever he went, causing Terumi Mei to contemplate the merits of simply eliminating him to spare herself from his incessant disturbances. I truly admire the third Mizukage, she mused. To manage such a multitude of lunatics with such impeccable order is a testament to formidable mental fortitude. Were I to take on the mantle of Mizukage, I fear I would succumb to madness and find myself confined to a psychiatric institution within a week. Meanwhile, only 10 minutes remained before the commencement of the initial written examination, and thus the preparatory bell rang, urging the candidates to hasten to their designated locations. The novel can be downloaded using the open-source, free Xingchuan downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain the novel file through a proxy download and the vendor did not provide the software source code or an open-source address, please request an immediate refund and report the vendor. The author's email is xingvaoutlook.com. Chapter 108, The Menacing Aura of Zabuza with the preparatory bell having sounded. It indicated that the entrance to the examination hall would soon be open. Consequently, most individuals became more alert, gathering near the entrance of their respective examination rooms in anticipation of entering shortly. The previously chaotic and noisy corridor had quieted considerably. Even Zabuza Momochi, known for his disruptive behavior, had settled down, standing by a window with his large sword slung over his shoulder, leaning against the wall while casting watchful glances at the other candidates nearby. These individuals hailed from various nations, which implied a high probability of becoming adversaries. Naturally, those capable of attending the competition possessed some degree of talent, many being prodigies from their respective countries. Thus, they represented a latent threat to the hidden mist village. Zabuza contemplated in his mind, his eyes gleaming with malice, as an aura of invisible menace emanated from him. Those standing near Zabuza inexplicably felt a chill, despite the temperature being a comfortable 22 degrees Celsius. One contestant, puzzled by the sudden drop in temperature, turned to Zabuza and prodded him with his elbow, inquiring, "Hey, do you feel a bit cold? I suddenly feel chilly, and it doesn't seem like the air conditioning is on. Do you wish to die?" Zabuza replied darkly, his gaze radiating an intense murderous intent. Are you insane?" The contestant, taken aback by Zabuza's demeanor, cursed under his breath and shifted to the right, distancing himself from Zabuza, muttering, "Who is this lunatic? It's as if he has a blood feud with everyone. Truly deranged." As he spoke, The contestant suddenly realized that the chill had dissipated, leaving him bewildered by the change in sensation. What is going on with this temperature? He thought, utterly perplexed. On the other side, Yosaka and Karabi found themselves together, both assigned to the same examination hall. Yosaka inquired of Karabi, "Do you have confidence in passing this written examination?" Karabi chuckled, responding in a rap-like manner, "Of course, I lack confidence. How could I possibly pass? Throughout my life, I have never managed to score a passing mark." "Oh, then does that mean you will be eliminated and unable to participate in the subsequent competitions?" Yosaka exclaimed in astonishment. Karabi grinned, revealing a mysterious expression. "But I have a plan. I possess special methods to copy the answers. As long as I am not caught, it matters not how I do it. As long as I pass." "Impressive." Yosaka nodded, adding, "I too have never passed any exam in my life. This time, I am also prepared to copy the answers." "Indeed, we are kindred spirits." Karabi beamed with a smile of shared understanding. Meanwhile, Kakashi Hitaki and Uchiha Hozui were conversing. Kakashi asked, "What are your thoughts on the upcoming team battle?" Uchiha Hozui pondered for a moment before replying, "It's hard to say. Team battles differ from one-on-one duels. They require a synergy of various abilities, with many unpredictable variables at play. Sometimes, a fighter who excels in singles may not fare well in a group setting, especially considering some of the candidates participating in this competition possess particularly formidable skills." After a brief pause, Uchiha Hozui continued, "Moreover, most of the participants this time are of a combat-oriented nature, thus there are few sensory ninjas among us. If someone possesses keen sensing abilities, they would hold a significant advantage in team battles. Unfortunately, our current lower-ranking ninjas lack members from the Hyuga clan with their Byakugan. Otherwise, our team battles would be considerably easier." Kakashi nodded in agreement, stating, "The ideal strategy would be to remain still at the outset, laying an ambush, and wait for others to weaken each other before we seize the opportunity. Moreover, we have individual matches to contend with afterward, so it would be prudent to conceal our true strengths as much as possible. Indeed, it would be wise for us to adopt a more cautious approach this time." Uchiha Hozui concurred. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, the loudspeaker in the corridor suddenly blared, "Attention all candidates, please proceed to the examination hall. Have your identification and admission tickets ready for inspection by the examiners. Failure to present these will result in immediate disqualification. Candidates who do not enter the examination hall within 5 minutes will also be disqualified, and those who cause a disturbance will face immediate elimination." As the trumpet incessantly echoed, candidates gradually entered the examination hall. Yosaki found himself positioned relatively centrally, a location that afforded a broad field of vision, thus facilitating the convenience of discreetly copying answers. However, this advantageous spot also rendered him vulnerable, directly under the watchful gaze of the invigilators. Should any attempts at deceit be too conspicuous, he risked immediate disqualification. In truth, many candidates were acutely aware of the underlying significance of this written examination. In a fair competition, the focus lies on practical skills and real-world capabilities, aspects that are ostensibly detached from theoretical knowledge. After all, no matter how profound one's theoretical understanding, if one falters in practice, it remains mere rhetoric. Yet, the introduction of this so-called written test seems superfluous. Many candidates had surmised that its true purpose was to assess their investigative prowess, an essential trait for any ninja. For without the ability to discern, no matter how formidable one's combat skills, ignorance of pursuing foes or hidden ambushes may lead to dire consequences. Thus, it could be asserted that a substantial 80% of the candidates recognized that this examination was designed for them to surreptitiously employ their unique abilities to procure answers. Hence, with this mindset, it becomes evident that within each examination room, there would undoubtedly be an individual privy to the correct answers. The true significance of this examination lies in uncovering the identity of the individual and successfully replicating their answers without detection by the invigilator. In this regard, it will depend on how these participants employ their unique talents and strategies. The competitors from the Hidden Leaf Village each possess their unique abilities, as do those from other nations. However, there are some exceptions, particularly among the ninjas from smaller countries, who may lack such capabilities. Consequently, these participants face immediate elimination during the written examination. Even someone like Might Guy, who specializes exclusively in physical techniques, possesses a unique ability to glean answers from others. It is noteworthy that the seating arrangement for this competition had been meticulously planned in advance. Chapter 109. The written exam commences as the examination assesses the participants' reconnaissance skills. Various scenarios corresponding to different investigative abilities have been taken into account. For instance, the Sharingan necessitates visual contact to perceive its surroundings. It allows the user to discern chakra and decelerate movements. Such abilities can only be effectively employed under conditions of visibility. Thus, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Shisui, both endowed with the Sharingan, were strategically positioned near an examinee, a designated official, known to possess the answers, allowing them to observe the official's actions. Similarly, Might Guy was also situated nearby, where his observational prowess enabled him to ascertain the actions of that examinee. It is essential to mention that while they were placed close to this examinee, they were not informed that this individual was not a genuine competitor, but rather an official deliberately positioned to provide answers for them to replicate. Identifying this person as the one with the answers relies on their analytical skills. Consequently, such uniquely skilled participants are assigned specific seating arrangements to ensure they can leverage their strengths. Nonetheless, in real combat, fortune may not favor them with opportunities to observe their opponents. Thus, in this context, the Byakugan's reconnaissance capabilities are indeed unparalleled. Consequently, ninjas possessing abilities akin to the Byakugan are often positioned in the rear or corners, as they can acquire intelligence without requiring specific circumstances. However, Yosaka is rather unique. For the third Hokage is aware that Yosaka is attempting to gather intelligence through auditory means. Consequently, Yosaka has been strategically positioned in the very center, with the imposter student placed directly in front of him. This arrangement brings the imposter alarmingly close to Yosaka, enabling him to surreptitiously glance at Yosaka's work, which can be described as an exceedingly outrageous maneuver. Moreover, Yosaki had already been informed in advance that the individual seated before him was indeed the one who possessed the correct answer. Consequently, Yosaki exuded confidence, assured that he would secure those 40 points. At this moment, the invigilators for each examination venue began to arrive in succession. At the Yosaka examination hall, the invigilator was Marino Ibiki, the fearsome captain of the interrogation department, distinguished by a prominent scar across his forehead. Each examination hall is overseen by 2 invigilators. And in addition to Marino Ibiki, the other invigilator at Yosaka was Hyuga Hizashi, known for his distinctive white eyes. The pairing of these 2 individuals as examiners was deliberate. The unique characteristics of Hizashi's eyes enabled him to observe the entire examination hall, allowing him to discern the various methods of cheating employed by the candidates. In this scenario, Senii Baiki assumes the role of the enforcer, dedicated to eliminating individuals who resort to subpar cheating methods. Hence, it can be asserted that if true supervision were to be implemented, very few would manage to cheat under the watchful gaze of the Byakugan. Unless employing techniques akin to those of the Sound Ninja Village that allow for auditory eavesdropping from a distance, which the Byakugan would not detect. Even if detected while listening for answers, there would be no tangible evidence to substantiate the act. At this juncture, the bell rang, signaling the commencement of the examination, which was allocated a duration of 60 minutes with a total score of 100 points, requiring a minimum of 60 to pass. Consequently, the candidates present began to employ their unique abilities, each attempting to navigate the challenges ahead. However, during the initial 3 minutes, none attempted to copy answers. Instead, they surveyed the questions, confirming their inability to answer, before embarking on a quest to identify those who possessed the correct solutions. Around the 10th minute of the examination, the majority had located an individual privy to the answers. Thus, the candidates initiated their clandestine endeavors. Chio, the scorpion, utilized chakra threads to manipulate mirrors discreetly affixed to the ceiling, reflecting the answers of the student in question for his own benefit. Deidara skillfully maneuvered his explosives to observe the answers of that individual, subsequently transcribing them. Meanwhile, Conan employed her mastery of moisture in the air to alter the reflection of light, constructing an image of the answers visible on the examination paper before the targeted candidate. This illusion, reminiscent of a mirage, was achieved through the principles of uneven moisture distribution in the atmosphere, allowing the answers to materialize before her eyes. The mirage naturally took the form of the examinee's test paper. Hence, Mei Ming promptly began to transcribe the answers. Meanwhile, Tita Zabuza augmented the moisture in the air, thereby elevating the concentration of humidity surrounding the examinee, creating a state akin to a spatial barrier. As a result, he discerned the answers inscribed on the test paper through the fluctuations in the moisture around the student. Yu Murin, utilizing the unique abilities of the two-tailed demon cat, summoned a rather weak and ordinary spirit, which was imperceptible to the naked eye of an average person. Consequently, this spirit stood beside the examinee, observing the answers on the test paper. The information perceived by the eyes of the deceased is directly transmitted to the mind of the Yuwood man, thus enabling the Yuwood man to witness it as if through his own eyes. In this manner, the Yuwood man employs this method to replicate answers. Meanwhile, Karabi utilizes the tentacle abilities of the Eight Tails to gather intelligence on the examinee. Both Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Kakashi activate their Sharingan to directly replicate the actions of the examinee, thereby transcribing whatever answers the examinee has written. Although Might Guy was unable to replicate the actions, he possessed the extraordinary ability to discern the answers of a fellow examinee merely by observing their movements. Meanwhile, Moonlight Gale raised his hand, claiming a need to visit the restroom. Upon entering, he swiftly employed his technique of invisibility, transforming himself into a specter, cloaked from sight. He approached the examinee, akin to the ethereal presence of a spirit, undetectable by the naked eye. He stood before the student, scrutinizing the answers inscribed upon their examination paper and meticulously committing them to memory, for his recollection was prodigious. After diligently recording the answers, Moonlight Gale returned to the restroom, reappeared in his corporeal form, and made his way back to the examination hall. There, he transcribed the answers he had memorized onto his own paper. Thus, through this ingenious method, he successfully appropriated the answers from the other examinee's paper, albeit relying on his restroom escapade to do so, yielding commendable results. Chapter 110. The methods of cheating. While this technique of invisibility might evade detection by others, it was not imperceptible to the Byakugan. The ethereal figure of Moonlight Gale, concealed by his technique, was clearly observed by Hinata, who activated his Byakugan. The Byakugan grants a panoramic and penetrating view, capable of discerning chakra. Although Moonlight Gale had rendered himself invisible, his chakra remained palpable, making him distinctly visible through Hinata's perspective. However, despite his awareness of Moonlight Gale's presence, Hinata chose to remain silent, feigning ignorance. His role as a proctor was not to genuinely prevent cheating. After all, this written examination was, in essence, a test of ingenuity in deception. Thus, upon witnessing Moonlight Gale's display of invisibility, Hinata felt a sense of satisfaction, reflecting on the commendable abilities of the people from Konoha. At that moment, he continued to patrol the aisles, pretending not to notice anything amiss as he ambled back and forth. Although Kakashi did not possess the formidable Sharingan of later generations, he still had his own methods. After all, he was a young prodigy known as a genius ninja. How could he possibly fail to grasp even a single answer? Thus, Kakashi discreetly formed hand seals for a Doton technique, causing a fine dust to settle upon the examination paper of a nearby candidate. The ninja promptly brushed away the dust from his paper, and in that fleeting moment, Kakashi seized the opportunity to glance at the answers. He quickly transcribed what he had observed onto his own examination paper. Asuma Saratobi demonstrated remarkable prowess, employing the wind release technique to send the examination papers of those nearby soaring into the air. He swiftly scrutinized the answers on the papers. Although merely 2 seconds had elapsed, it was sufficient for him to grasp the general idea. With a foundational understanding established, he merely needed to embellish with trivial details. After all, possessing the core outline of the answers was fundamentally enough to secure a passing score. Saratobi Asuma had been observing the individuals beside him for some time. Although these individuals were not official personnel, it was evident that they had surreptitiously gleaned the answers from the official's examination paper. Thus, what distinction existed between Asuma copying this person's answers and those of another? Both were fundamentally the same. Consequently, everyone resorted to their own methods, engaging in various forms of dishonest practices to procure answers. The majority of individuals resorting to deceitful methods during examinations have, in fact, been thoroughly scrutinized by the vigilant proctors present in each examination hall. In the Yosaka examination venue, it is Hinata Hyuga who possesses the keen perception, while in other venues, one can find similarly observant proctors. Although these invigilators witness a plethora of dishonest tactics employed by candidates, they often choose to remain silent, feigning ignorance. Instead, they discreetly document these infractions, serving a dual purpose. On one hand, to compile intelligence for the Konoha archives, to be utilized in future combat and defensive strategies. And on the other hand, to incorporate this knowledge into educational materials, thereby offering greater insights to future learners. However, if one encounters a rather clumsy method of cheating, which is immediately apparent, It is at this moment that the invigilator will call out the individual for their dishonesty, leading to their disqualification. In truth, the underlying implication is that their methods of deception are excessively inept and inadequate, thus resulting in their expulsion. At this moment, Yosaka was employing his own methods to pilfer answers. Utilizing his ability to manipulate airflow, he concentrated the sound of the person writing in front of him, amplifying it to his ears. He discerned the answers to that individual's multiple-choice questions and transcribed them onto his own exam paper. The entire process unfolded seamlessly. For each question the examinee answered, Yosaka listened attentively and subsequently recorded his own responses. At this moment, the third Hokage and his advisory team were intently observing the various examination venues through a crystal ball, with particular emphasis on Yosaka. Upon witnessing Yosaka accurately glean the answers from the preceding candidates through his keen hearing, the third Hokage and his companions couldn't help but smile in satisfaction, thinking to themselves that Yosaka was indeed quite reliable. The third Hokage, sharing this sentiment, remarked to the others, "It seems that this child Yosaka is rather dependable. My previous concerns were unfounded." The others nodded in agreement, their faces adorned with smiles. It was evident that Yosaka was likely to secure the answers, alleviating their worries about his potential failure and subsequent elimination. Excellent. At present, it appears that all the contestants representing our Leaf Village are poised to pass the examination. Consequently, our focus must shift to the forthcoming team battles, said Shikamaru, his glasses glinting with a confident gleam. Indeed, but there is no need for excessive worry. After all, the competitors from other nations are formidable, yet our Leaf Shinobi are not to be underestimated. The outcome remains uncertain, replied the third Hokage with unwavering confidence. Each participant in this cohort possesses commendable strength, comparable to, if not surpassing, that of their counterparts from other villages, particularly with the presence of Yosaka. A powerhouse of extraordinary lethality, the third Hokage felt assured that their Leaf team could clinch victory in the impending team competition. At that moment, Jiraiya, with a look of confusion, pointed at the crystal ball and inquired, "Why has Yosaka finished the multiple-choice questions but ceased writing?" Upon hearing Jiraiya's voice, the third Hokage and others instinctively turned their gaze towards the crystal ball, focusing on Yosaka's image. Within the visual projection, it was evident that Yosaka had completed all the multiple-choice questions correctly. However, he sat idly in his chair, refusing to continue, which left the third Hokage and the others perplexed. Could it be that the person ahead has yet to finish their application problems? Is he waiting for that individual to provide the answers? Danzo pondered aloud. But no, the individual in front has already solved 3 application problems. Why wouldn't Yosaka copy those? This is truly peculiar. What is happening? Jiraiya remarked, equally bewildered. The third Hokage was equally baffled, utterly failing to comprehend why Yosaka abruptly stopped writing after completing the multiple-choice questions. Just as the group was engulfed in confusion, Orochimaru suddenly interjected. Could it be that this lad Yosaka is discerning the frequency of sounds to ascertain the answers others are writing? The third Hokage nodded, recalling that Yosaka had previously mentioned he relied on the frequency of sounds to identify the content being written. Chapter 111. Orochimaru's speculation thus. A dubious expression crept across Orochimaru's face as he continued, "If my conjecture is correct." At this point he paused. "Do go on," the third Hokage urged, anxious for the revelation. Orochimaru resumed, "If my conjecture is accurate, Yosaka is capable of discerning the frequency of the numbers others write, which allowed him to complete the multiple-choice answers. However, he cannot perceive the frequencies of words, thus leaving all subsequent answers, pertaining to textual questions, unanswered." What? Upon hearing Orochimaru's hypothesis, the third Hokage was left utterly flabbergasted, exclaiming in disbelief. Not only the third Hokage, but everyone present was utterly astonished, their expressions reflecting sheer bewilderment. Moreover, the more the crowd contemplated, the more they found Orochimaru's assertions profoundly reasonable and strikingly relevant to the current circumstances. "I must exclaim." The third Hokage blurted out an expletive, his visage contorted in a manner akin to tasting something utterly repugnant. "Just a moment ago, I had thought Yosaka to be remarkably dependable, believing the situation was under control. Yet, this fellow could merely discern numbers. How exasperating." The third Hokage was driven to the brink of madness, realizing that this multiple-choice question only comprised 40 points, leaving a daunting gap of 20 points to reach the passing mark. How on earth were they to bridge that 20-point chasm? Yosaka, indeed, proved to be unreliable, as he could only perceive numbers. How utterly disheartening. At that moment, Orochimaru interjected, stating, in reality, Yosaka's ability to detect the frequency of audio vibrations is already quite remarkable, especially considering he lacks any innate auditory capabilities. As he conveyed to me, he amplifies the sound through manipulating airflow to direct it to his ears, allowing him to discern the numbers. This means that despite his absence of any auditory talent, he has managed to distinguish numbers, which is indeed commendable. However, this was of little use. Such capability would not suffice to pass. The third Hokage slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming in frustration. He was exceedingly anxious. If Yosaka truly failed the written examination, it would mean a significant loss of a crucial asset for their village, Konoha. Moreover, this situation is rather intriguing. The chief of a competing team from a great nation was eliminated from the competition due to failing a written examination. If this were to be revealed, it would surely be a source of great amusement. Should the people of the Cloud Hidden Village become aware of this, they would undoubtedly strip the Leaf Village of its dignity. The Cloud Hidden Village has historically been at odds with the Leaf Village, as evidenced by their initial clash during the last Ninja World War. Consequently, the third Hokage was in a state of great anxiety. What shall we do about this? Quickly devise a solution. He implored his council of advisors, who were typically adept at strategizing. At that moment, however, the usually resourceful advisors fell into silence, as they found themselves at a loss for how to enable Yosaka to cheat and obtain the answers. Perhaps we could have Yamanaka Ino use the mind transfer technique to assist Yosaka in answering the questions, suggested Danzo. That would be futile. Yamanaka Ino does not know the answers either. The third Hokage replied, exasperated. This predicament was indeed troublesome, for the examination questions were exceptionally challenging, to the extent that even an ordinary individual would struggle, and since Yamanaka Ino was unaware of the answers, employing the mind transfer technique would merely result in a transference of thought without yielding any useful information. If we were to demand that Yamashita deliver the answers on the spot, he would be utterly incapable of doing so. What should we do? This is truly infuriating. The third Hokage felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Nonetheless, this matter must be resolved. After all, whether for the sake of reputation or the integrity of the competition, we must ensure that Yosaka passes. Everyone, devise a plan. By any means necessary, Yosaka must succeed in the written examination today. The third Hokage issued a resolute command. At that moment, Jiraiya approached the third Hokage, leaning in to whisper a few words. What? You want me to relay the answers to Yosaka? We are the esteemed village of Konoha. How can we engage in such brazen acts? The third Hokage exclaimed, his face contorted in indignation. However, in the next breath, his expression shifted, and he murmured to himself, perhaps it is not entirely out of the question. For the sake of Konoha, what harm is there in such a minor transgression? Indeed, it's merely passing along an answer. It is hardly a grave matter, Jiraiya concurred. At this juncture, Orochimaru and Danzo exchanged concerned glances. But won't this provoke dissatisfaction among the other candidates? They remarked, this is Konoha, our home ground. If they are displeased, let them address the organizers. Here, we hold the authority. The third Hokage declared with unwavering certainty. Danzo smirked slightly, noting that the organizers are, after all, us, the village of Konoha. So it is settled. Inform Marino Ibiki, Hyuga Hizashi, and Toriyama Akira to transmit the answers to Yosaka. The third Hokage commanded with decisive vigor. Consequently, in the examination hall, the Konoha ninja named Toriyama Akira, seated before Yosaka, suddenly cleared his throat. He then placed his exam paper near the right edge of the table, shifting himself to the left side. This maneuver allowed Yosaka a clear view of the answers on the paper before him. However, to everyone's astonishment, Yosaka, seated behind, had already fallen asleep. Indeed, upon realizing he could not solve a single application problem and unable to discern the answers by ear, Yosaka had simply laid his head down on the desk and dozed off. Witnessing this, Toriyama Akira was left bewildered. I've made space for you to see my answers, and you tell me you're asleep? How am I to let you copy? Nearby competitors wore expressions of disbelief. What is happening here? Is this not an overt attempt to assist another in copying answers? It is far too blatant. At this moment, one individual promptly raised their hand to signal the proctor, declaring, "Excuse me, I object. This person is openly showing answers to another, violating the rules." Sin no Ibiki approached with a grave expression, casting a stern gaze at the protesting candidate. Suddenly, a sinister smile crept across his face as he addressed the student, declaring, "Your protest is futile." Bribing others to obtain information is indeed a significant tactic employed by ninjas to gather intelligence. The ninja displayed a countenance of indignation. Chapter 112. Protest invalid you. This is blatant favoritism, the candidate exclaimed, his voice filled with frustration. Whether you deem it favoritism or not is of no consequence. Your objections are ineffective. Do you understand? Alternatively, you may lodge a formal complaint with the organizers of this competition. Sannin Ibiki responded with a mocking grin. The candidate opened his mouth in anger but found himself at a loss for words. Lodging a complaint with the organizers? What a farce. Who does not know that the organizers are from your own hidden leaf village? Moreover, he noticed that Yosaka bore the emblem of Leaf Village on his forehead protector, unmistakably marking him as one of their own. Reporting a Leaf Village contestant for cheating to the Leaf Village itself? That would be akin to sending a meat bun to a dog, utterly futile, not even causing a ripple. At last, the ninja comprehended the harsh realities of society. This was indeed the cruel lesson of life. Do you have any further questions? If not, please take your seat and continue with the examination. Sannin Ibiki observed the candidate with a cold smile, his thoughts brimming with self-satisfaction. As if you could contend with me. I am the head of the interrogation department, and I have experienced far more than you have grains of rice. Ultimately, the candidate fell silent, returning to his examination. Consequently, Sannin Ibiki chose not to intervene any further. Meanwhile, in another examination room, as he observed Hinata Hajime approaching, Sukaki's Shurifone was overwhelmed with anxiety. His body tense and immobile, as if the very air around him had stilled. He was walking towards me. Could it be that he has already discerned my presence? Sukaki's Shuriken's heart raced with unease, rooted to the spot, for although his technique of invisibility allowed him to remain unseen, it bore certain limitations. When he remained still or moved only slightly, perhaps shifting his arms or tilting his head, he achieved complete visual concealment, rendering him undetectable to others. However, should he engage in motion, such as walking or running, his state of invisibility would be significantly compromised, manifesting instead as a semi-transparent form. In this condition, while still hidden, a keen observer could discern his presence if they looked closely. Of course, this presupposes a careful examination. In a more chaotic environment, even in a semi-invisible state, he would be difficult to spot at a casual glance. Yet the current setting was not one of disarray. The examination room was distinctly orderly, with rows of seats and examinees arranged neatly. Thus, any movement on his part would be conspicuous, even in his semi-transparent guise. As Hinata Hisashi approached him, his gaze unwaveringly directed towards this very spot, the tension within Sukaki's Jifeng escalated to an almost unbearable degree. He found himself in a perplexing dilemma. He yearned to move, yet feared that Hinata's keen Byakugan would detect his slightest action. The prospect of remaining still loomed large, for Hinata's advancing steps could just as easily expose him. Thus, a critical choice lay ahead. In that pivotal moment, Sukaki's Jifeng resolved to trust in his own technique of invisibility, opting to remain motionless. Unbeknownst to him, the instant he had employed his technique upon entering the classroom, he had already been clearly visible to Hinata's Byakugan. The latter merely feigned ignorance. Sukaki's, therefore, gambled on the possibility that Hinata had overlooked him, reasoning that stillness might afford him some concealment, while movement would undoubtedly heighten the risk of discovery. With a heart racing in trepidation, Sukaki's stood rigid, beads of sweat saturating his back as he watched Hinata draw ever closer. The intensity of Hinata's gaze bore down upon him, igniting a surge of anxiety as he pondered the dread possibility of being uncovered. Yet, a flicker of stubbornness ignited within him. Perhaps his fears were unfounded. Hinata could very well be focused on another candidate behind him. Clinging to this hope, Sukaki's observed as Hinata moved past him, and to his astonishment, he realized he had not been detected. What? He truly didn't notice me? Sukaki's marveled as Hinata brushed past him. A wave of elation washed over him. His invisibility technique was indeed formidable. It seemed he had been merely alarming himself. And this was nothing but a false alarm. However, just then, Sukaki's witnessed Hinata abruptly turn back, winking at him with a swift blink of his right eye before continuing his leisurely pace towards the back of the classroom. In that fleeting instant, Sukaki's mind went blank. The joy that had previously adorned his face now frozen in disbelief. He had been discovered, yet Hinata had signaled him with a wink. This revelation implied that Hinata had intentionally pretended not to see him. After a momentary lapse, the astonished Sukaki's contemplated the situation. It dawned on him that it had all been a manifestation of his own hubris. If he surmised correctly, Lord Hyuga Hisashi must have noticed him the instant he employed his teleportation technique upon entering the classroom. Yet, Hisashi feigned ignorance, seemingly turning a blind eye to his transgressions. Was this deliberate oversight a means of favoritism towards the ninjas of Konohagakure? Tsukikage, possessing a keen intellect, swiftly unraveled the intricacies of the matter. Consequently, he composed himself. Realizing that since Lord Hyuga Hisashi had extended this opportunity, he could not squander the chance presented by his apparent disregard. He must seize this moment. Thus, Tsukikage promptly redirected his focus to the examination papers before him, diligently committing the answers to memory. Chapter 113. The Crumbling Akira Toriyama. On the other side, within the examination hall at Yosaka, Akira Toriyama, appointed by Konoha to assist fellow candidates by providing answers to copy, found himself in a state of utter distress. Not only was he responsible for supplying correct answers to others, but he was also on standby as instructed by Konoha. Consequently, orders had been issued for him to yield his position to Yosaka behind him, permitting Yosaka to copy his answers. Resolutely complying with the directive, he placed his examination paper on the far right of the desk and shifted himself as far left as possible. However, after waiting for a while without hearing the sound of writing behind him, he was instead met with the unmistakable sound of snoring. What on earth? Toriyama was utterly bewildered. How could this be? Despite my utmost efforts, almost brazenly making room for him to copy the answers, he had the audacity to fall asleep. This was simply intolerable. Toriyama felt his temper flaring, nearly ready to explode at such an outrageous situation. He had gone to great lengths to facilitate the copying of answers, only to find that this fellow had succumbed to slumber. This was a first for Toriyama, encountering such an absurd predicament. Known for his fiery temperament, Toriyama found this situation unbearable, yet, for the honor of Konoha, he stifled his frustration. He attempted to lean back in his chair and forcefully nudged against Yosaka's desk in an effort to rouse the sleeping candidate. Yet, Yosaka remained undisturbed, the rhythmic sound of snoring continuing unabated. What a pig! How could one sleep so soundly? Toriyama muttered in exasperation before exerting another forceful push. This time, the collision between his chair and Yosaka's desk produced a considerable noise, yet still, there was no change in the snoozing figure behind him. Toriyama felt his composure crumbling. What on earth? Who is this? Why won't he wake up? Toriyama's mind was a cacophony of frantic shouts. But he had no choice, as a Konoha ninja, and particularly one from the Umbu. He was bound to fulfill his orders and uphold his responsibilities toward Konoha. His mission was to ensure the completion of the task, regardless of its difficulty. That was the essence of a ninja's professionalism. Thus, even amidst his internal outbursts and Yosaka's continued slumber, Toriyama resolved to find a way to complete his mission. He contemplated, the task assigned to me is to assist this fellow behind me in copying my answers. Meaning the core of this mission is to ensure that the answers on his paper are correct, allowing him to pass this written examination. In other words, as long as this fellow's paper contains the correct answers, that is all that matters. Upon regaining his composure, Akira Toriyama swiftly engaged his intellect, embarking on an analytical journey. As a ninja, one must possess not only formidable strength but also a sharp and composed mind, and he epitomized such a character. Thus, it wasn't long before Toriyama discerned the fundamental essence of his current mission, stripping away the superficiality. The primary objective was merely to enable Yosaka to succeed in the written examination, nothing more. Contemplating this, he mused, since this fellow appeared to be in a deep slumber, akin to a lifeless pig, it would be imprudent to rouse him overtly. Therefore, he resolved to employ an alternative approach, with a determination that seemed to ignite within him. His countenance transformed, reflecting a resolute expression, one that suggested a readiness to face any peril. He took a deep breath, then decisively turned around. Swiftly seizing Yosaka's examination paper and placing his own upon Yosaka's desk, the space designated for his name on the paper was left blank, allowing Yosaka to inscribe his own name with ease. Akira Toriyama's audacious gesture left the majority of the candidates, who were intently monitoring his actions, utterly astonished and even speechless. This, how shockingly blatant! Is such conduct now so brazenly displayed? In an instant, the candidates present were rendered flabbergasted. Surely this was too overt. Did they truly deem them blind to such antics? While it is understandable for Konoha to shield its own contenders, the directness and unabashed nature of this act were undeniably excessive. Consequently, someone in the crowd, unable to contain their indignation, stood and proclaimed loudly, "I object. He is openly cheating. These two are blatantly exchanging exam papers, which constitutes cheating. They should be disqualified on the spot. Sit down. Your objection is invalid." responded Mori no Abiki, his expression impassive. What? On what grounds is my objection invalid? I refuse to accept this. The candidate's face flushed with anger as he protested vehemently. At that moment, Mori no Abiki revealed a grin reminiscent of a sinister cup. Addressing the candidate, to cheat so openly and yet evade immediate disqualification by the proctor is a skill in itself. If you possess the capability, try your hand at cheating as well, and observe whether I will disqualify you. If I do not, then it is a testament to your prowess. Conversely, should I disqualify you, it merely indicates your inadequacy. Such reasoning seemed absurdly contrived, and most candidates present shared this sentiment. The protesting candidate exhibited a fluctuating complexion, alternating between pallor and flush. He certainly would not heed the dubious advice of Sannin Biki. Should he resort to blatant dishonesty, Sannin Biki would undoubtedly eliminate him from the examination in an instant. Consequently, he begrudgingly took his seat once more, continuing to respond to the questions. Finally grasping the harsh realities of societal oppression, this was indeed how it manifested. At that moment, Sannin Biki surveyed the examination hall, issuing a sharp reprimand. What are you all staring at? If you wish to abandon the test, I can collect your papers right now, and you may leave the venue. Upon hearing Sannin Biki's words, the other candidates, rendered speechless, resumed their focus on the examination, no longer voicing dissent. Meanwhile, Sannin Biki maintained his stern demeanor while patrolling the room, yet internally he felt a sense of disarray, reflecting with dismay. How could I, a dignified minister of interrogation, utter such shameless words? My illustrious reputation is being tarnished by Yatsukasa. At this moment, Yosaka remained in slumber, utterly oblivious to the extraordinary events that had transpired during his repose, events that could render one's face crimson with embarrassment. Chapter 114. The Dream of Yosaka. Currently, Yosaka was immersed in a dream, envisioning himself indulging in a lavish buffet. He eagerly piled his plate high with an array of cakes, more than a dozen varieties, to the point where he could scarcely consume them all, ultimately selecting only a portion to savor. As he relished each bite, a continuous stream of reward notifications echoed in his mind, courtesy of the system, filling him with exhilaration and delight. In his dream, after finishing the delectable cakes, Yosaka proceeded to feast upon other delights, such as barbecued meats and an abundance of exquisite dishes. Each sumptuous morsel prompted the system to reward him with various abilities, enhancing his physical prowess, chakra capacity, and more. Remarkably, his strength surged to an extraordinary level, rivaling that of a super shadow, with the sole exception of Kagaya Otsutsuki, whom he might still find formidable. Even against the likes of Madara Uchiha, he could hold his own. Alas, this was merely a dream. And just as Yosaka erupted into joyous laughter within the confines of his imagination, he inadvertently awakened himself from his reverie. As Yosaka awoke from his dream, laughter erupted from him, reverberating throughout the examination hall. The scene rewinds to a minute prior, when the candidates, deeply engrossed in their quest for answers, were suddenly startled by an outburst of laughter. Ha! Many paused, bewildered, questioning the source of such merriment. Yet, they soon resumed their efforts to transcribe answers. Just as a few lines of text were copied, another wave of laughter echoed. Ha! This time, every candidate turned their gaze toward the source of the sound. There, slumped over a desk, was a student soundly asleep. How audacious to fall asleep during an examination. Wasn't he the very one who had been so brazenly solicited for answers by the student in front of him? Astonishing, the audacity of the student in front, urging him to copy answers, only to find him dozing off. It seems that desperation drove the former to swap papers, an act of sheer necessity. Who was this audacious individual, so confident in the outcome of the examination that he could afford such a carefree slumber? An overwhelming urge to confront this brash individual surged within me. I must find him after this group battle and give him a proper thrashing. For the bitterness in my heart demands resolution. Perhaps it is mere envy that stirs such ire within me. He can sleep through the exam while we toil to copy answers. Humph, such chatter. In that fleeting moment, the thoughts of the examination room's occupants diverged, yet the majority remained in a state of shock. Just as the candidates prepared to resume their tasks, Yosaka, still lost in slumber, began to speak in his dreams. Ah, this is simply delectable. Oh, this reward is extraordinary. With this reward, I am invincible. Thunder Shadow, Earth Shadow, I shall dispatch them all with a mere kick. Upon hearing Yosaka's dream talk, the other candidates were left utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Was he dreaming of a battle against Thunder Shadow and Earth Shadow, vanquishing them with effortless ease? Upon hearing the ramblings of Yosaka, The inhabitants of Yunin village and Iwane village cast furious glances at him. This audacious lad had the audacity to dream of kicking their Raikage and Tsuchikage to death. What level of arrogance must one possess to indulge in such shameless dreams? Karabi couldn't help but chuckle, reflecting on how amusing Yosaka truly was. It is noteworthy that their third Raikage was renowned as the embodiment of the strongest spear and the strongest shield. The ninjutsu of the third Raikage had reached an unparalleled pinnacle, with his formidable lightning power having activated and invigorated his flesh, muscles, and nerves to an extraordinary degree. His body had attained a level of resilience that could be described as impervious. It was remarkably hard, capable of disregarding ordinary A-rank ninjutsu. He could carelessly unleash ninjutsu. Standing resolutely in place, confident that he would not budge an inch, inviting attacks with the assurance of remaining unscathed. It can be said that unless faced with forbidden-level ninjutsu, no technique could penetrate the defenses of the Raikage. Previously, the Hinata clan's resurrection techniques and Gaara's vast sand were both proclaimed as absolute defenses. Yet, when confronted with the third Raikage, such claims appear trivial. The third Raikage asserts that his very body serves as an impenetrable shield, perpetually in an activated state, boasting defensive capabilities that rival even the legendary Susanoo. In a sense, he embodies a diminutive version of Susanoo itself. Hence, the physique of the third Raikage can be viewed as the ultimate manifestation of the iron body technique that Yotsuka has attained. Should Yotsuka's iron body reach its pinnacle, he would possess a defensive prowess comparable to that of the third Raikage. Thus, one might consider the current third Raikage as an individual endowed with an intermediate form of the iron body. However, the Raikage's defense is confined to the surface of his body, categorizing it as rigid protection. His internal organs remain quite vulnerable, allowing him to withstand physical assaults but rendering him susceptible to penetrating shock attacks. This constitutes a relative weakness of the third Raikage, a fact that often eludes the majority. Moreover, the technique of penetrating strikes is rarely mastered, as most combatants confine their assaults to the realm of superficial, rigid attacks. The body of the third Raikage is not only remarkably resilient, but his offensive capabilities are also profoundly fearsome. His ultimate technique, the hell-stabbing finger, is renowned as the mightiest spear, possessing an extraordinarily potent piercing ability. The principle behind this technique involves concentrating a vast amount of lightning-release chakra onto a single fingertip, significantly augmenting the density of the chakra. Consequently, this results in an unimaginable piercing effect, with claims that no defense can withstand the assault of his hell-stabbing finger. Upon reaching this point, a paradox arises. He proclaims that his body is the ultimate shield while simultaneously asserting that his fingers serve as the mightiest spear. The question then lingers, does he possess superior defensive capabilities, or is his offensive prowess more formidable? The answer, intriguingly, has already been provided by himself. For he bears a scar upon his body, a mark of shame for the third Raikage. In Chapter 115, the tale of the third Raikage unfolds. It is safe to assert that the vast majority of individuals remain oblivious to the origins of the scar that graces his chest. For the third Raikage, it symbolizes a lifelong disgrace. Occasionally, those beneath him have engaged in speculation regarding how this scar came to be. Some suggest that it resulted from a childhood incident where he was caught peeping at a women's bathhouse by his father, who subsequently punished him. Others claim it was incurred during a childhood brawl over a lollipop. There are even whispers that it occurred at birth, when he failed to cry. A nurse struck his bottom, and in a fit of desperation, delivered a forceful blow to his chest, leaving him both wounded and weeping. These conjectures abound, all aligning with the third Raikage's view of the scar as a source of dishonor. However, they remain mere speculations, for the third Raikage himself would never divulge the truth. Only his son, and a select few are privy to the actual circumstances. In truth, this matter is intertwined with Orochimaru. At one time, Orochimaru stealthily infiltrated the hidden Cloud Village, targeting the previous Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails and unleashing the beast. In an ensuing confrontation, the third Raikage engaged in close combat with the Eight Tails. Amidst the chaos, he inadvertently struck himself, resulting in the scar that he now bears. Consequently, the third Raikage regards this incident as a personal disgrace and has decreed that anyone aware of the truth must remain silent. In such a context, it is rather absurd that Yotsuka would dream of kicking the third Raikage to death, eliciting laughter from the other candidates present. Aside from the ninjas of the hidden Cloud Village who were irate, do you fancy yourself to be a man like Might Guy, who can awaken to a grand conclusion in his dreams? Nearby, Scorpion cast a curious glance at Yotsuka, finding him amusing. which only solidified Scorpion's determination to transform Yotsuka into a puppet. Scorpion, intrigued by this individual, resolved to ensure that Yotsuka would remain by his side eternally. For human life is fleeting. Thus, the only path to immortality is through becoming a puppet. Yotsuka, I am determined to claim your body, Scorpion mused. A smile gracing his face as a glint of green light sparkled in his eyes. Kira could hardly contain his laughter, his stomach nearly in stitches. To be candid, if one were truly capable of delivering a kick powerful enough to vanquish the third Raikage, such force would likely need to exceed several tens of tons, if not reach the magnitude of 100 tons. After all, the third Raikage once engaged in fierce combat with the Eight Tails, a creature of immense size, akin to a towering mountain. The third Raikage managed to withstand the Eight Tails charge, a testament to his formidable strength and muscular defense. It is worth noting that to deliver a kick capable of defeating the third Raikage, one must not only possess sufficient strength but also a foot of considerable resilience. The nature of force is reciprocal. Thus, the impact of such a kick would also reverberate back upon the individual's foot and leg. Consequently, if the individual's muscle strength is inadequate, it is highly probable that they might shatter their own foot and leg before even delivering a lethal blow to the third Raikage. Just as everyone burst into laughter, the slumbering Yosaka began to mumble in his dreams. I have heard that the taiyaki in Cloud Hidden Village is exceptionally delicious. The third generation promised to take me there if I win the championship. This time, I am determined to defeat all the people of Cloud Hidden Village. Upon hearing Yosaka's words, the villagers present felt a mixture of amusement and irritation. They were incensed that Yosaka would dare to boast so brazenly, claiming he would conquer their esteemed ninjas, speaking as if their prowess were inconsequential. What is truly amusing is that this fellow's dream is indeed quite comical. After all, one cannot deny the importance of dreams. Others strive to outshine their rivals to affirm their own worth. Yet, this individual seeks to surpass others merely for the sake of savoring a single bite of taiyaki. Kairabi, unable to contain himself, wishes to approach Yotsuka and say, "It need not be so complicated. Simply provide me with your address, and I shall send you a dozen or even 20 of them via express delivery. I will ensure they arrive swiftly, hot and fresh on the same day. There is no need for you to endure such hardship." Consequently, Kairabi finds himself laughing so heartily that his stomach nearly cramps, and tears of laughter threaten to spill from his eyes. At that moment, Sannin Yabiki, who was supervising the examination, cast a stern gaze upon the students in the examination hall and admonished them sharply. "What are you all laughing about? There are merely 15 minutes left until the conclusion of the exam. Have you all completed your work? If you have, feel free to inform me. You may leave at once." Consequently, upon hearing Sannin Yabiki's rebuke, the students, who had been chuckling, were instantly silenced, and in their fright, hastily resumed their act of copying answers. Meanwhile, Yosaka remained in slumber. In truth, during the moment when Akira Toriyama exchanged Yosaka's examination paper, certain candidates were indeed affected, which rendered their attempts at plagiarism futile. The reason for this lies in individual capabilities. For instance, those who rely on auditory comprehension found themselves at a disadvantage. When Toriyama seized Yosaka's paper, they were compelled to start anew. Consequently, these individuals had to attentively listen and ascertain which questions were posed before attempting to replicate the answers. Some individuals, for instance, observed the movements of others, akin to the Sharingan, necessitating that they first replicate the actions of Akira Toriyama. They must then keep track of the specific question Toriyama is addressing. Once he reaches the same question previously tackled, they proceed to continue their plagiarism. Consequently, after this delay, it can be asserted that approximately 60% of the candidates must await Toriyama to address the unanswered question before they can resume copying. Only a select few who can directly observe the answers visually remain unaffected. It is noteworthy that Toriyama himself has not completed his own examination paper, having exchanged it with Yotsuka. However, this is of little consequence, as his paper, including the subsequent application problems, would still yield a score of at least 70 or 80 points, ensuring he would easily pass. Moreover, since he has already begun, he is determined to see it through to completion. Thus, Toriyama resolves to finish his current paper, originally meant for Yotsuka, before exchanging it back and completing the unfinished one. After all, he has committed himself to this course of action. Chapter 116. Toriyama struggles. Thus, Toriyama resumes writing his answers, aided by his unique bloodline limit that grants him an extraordinary photographic memory, enabling him to retain the exceedingly difficult and voluminous answers. Consequently, Those candidates who resorted to plagiarism are now in a state of despair, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of answers. Nearly every question, save for the application problems, requires 7 or 8 lines of response, with even the second application question demanding over 10 lines. The complexity of these questions and answers is almost inhumane. While most candidates are aware that these questions are designed to be insurmountable, compelling them to rely on their own abilities to copy, they question the necessity of such intricacy. The answer to a single question nearly approaches 1,000 words. Thus, a group of candidates fervently scribbles down Toriyama's responses. At this juncture, they begin to envy Yosaka, who simply sleeps, avoiding the burden of crafting those convoluted answers. It is lamentable that a protest had previously been raised, which naturally proved ineffective, leading these candidates to recognize that rather than protesting, it is more prudent to utilize the protest time to copy as many answers as possible. After all, achieving a mere 60 points suffices for passing. There is no pressing need to complete every single answer. Meanwhile, within the Hokage office, the third Hokage was observing the exam venue through a crystal ball, accompanied by Tsunade and Jiraiya. They were intently watching the examination site at Yotsuka. As they witnessed a candidate's protest being forcefully suppressed by Marino Ibiki, a sense of gratification washed over the group, who lauded Ibiki's capabilities and performance with high praise. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, even remarked to his aide beside him, "Marino Ibiki has executed his duties splendidly. As the head of the interrogation department, his commanding presence has effectively quelled the candidate's protest crisis. Starting next month, we shall grant him a salary increase." The young aide, with spectacles perched on her nose, swiftly jotted down the notes before looking up and inquiring, "By how much shall we increase his salary?" After a moment's contemplation, Hiruzen replied, "Let it be 2,000. Understood." The aide promptly inscribed the figure of 2,000 in her notebook. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and the others nearby were taken aback. This increase was quite substantial, considering that the majority of the villagers in Konoha earned merely 3,000, and even instructors like Mizuki only received around 4,500. The third Hokage received a salary increase of 2,000, which nearly equates to half a month's wages of Shimura Danzo. Elite jonin such as Minato Namikaze and Shursui Uchiha earn approximately 6,000 in salary. Therefore, 2,000 represents 1/3 of their earnings. As the head of the interrogation department, Sanaya Biki's monthly salary has already reached 9,000. With the addition of an extra 2,000, starting next month, his salary will rise to an impressive 12,000, effectively doubling that of individuals such as Minato Namikaze, which naturally evokes considerable envy. However, it is only fitting that a minister of such a significant department receives a high salary. Moreover, the 6,000 is merely the fixed salary for Minato and others. Upon completing their missions, they also receive performance bonuses. Thus, their actual monthly earnings can exceed 7,000, resulting in a negligible difference compared to Sanaya Biki. Notably, it is worth mentioning that the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had previously informed Hiromi Misaka that due to the exceptional quality of the genin cultivated by him, particularly with the inclusion of prodigies like Yosaka, there would be a salary increase for Misaka starting next month, likely amounting to 5,000. After the crowd finished recounting the illustrious deeds of Sanaya Biki, the topic and gaze naturally shifted to Yosaka. In an instant, the previously jubilant expressions of the crowd morphed into looks of bewilderment, each face resembling that of one who had tasted bitter melon. Their countenance darkened, for they beheld Yosaka slumbering, and from his murmurs, they discerned that he was dreamily declaring his intent to kick the third Raikage to death. Yet, upon this revelation, a wave of laughter erupted among the onlookers, for the thought of Yosaka's audacious threat against the third Raikage would surely infuriate him if he were to learn of it. At that moment, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sighed deeply, covering his face with one hand. "Alas, my reputation has been tarnished by this rascal Yosaka. Here I am, Sarutobi Hiruzen, once esteemed for my wisdom, now reduced to the indignity of openly assisting him in academic malfeasance. How utterly disheartening." The others, hearing the third Hokage's lament, wore expressions of disbelief. This incident would undoubtedly render Konoha a subject of ridicule among the other villages, as they had resorted to blatant cheating to ensure someone's success in a written examination. Such a reality was too absurd to fathom. The implications of this debacle were not lost on them. Alas, what can we do? Yosaka is so unreliable that he could only manage the multiple-choice questions, leaving the latter part unanswered. We must do everything in our power to ensure Yosaka passes this examination. The end justifies the means, remarked a member of the third Hokage's advisory council, TGK Haru. Indeed, it is imperative that we secure Yosaka's success. For this purpose, we have no choice but to resort to such desperate measures. As ninjas, we must employ any means necessary to accomplish our missions. Ultimately, results are what we seek. The journey is inconsequential, added Orochimaru. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, the third Hokage nodded in agreement. Precisely. Although Yosaka's actions may cast a shadow on our image at this juncture, should he emerge victorious with overwhelming prowess, such repercussions will soon be forgotten. When Yosaka demonstrates his undeniable strength, he will astonish all, and the focus will shift entirely to him, eclipsing the previous scandal of cheating. Chapter 117. The examination concludes. The third Hokage's words ring true. Although many are currently fixated on the blatant cheating incident, where Konoha ostensibly ensured that Yosaka passed the written examination, the tides of focus shall inevitably shift. Once Yosaka triumphs in the written exam and subsequently demonstrates his formidable prowess in the team and individual matches, vanquishing the prodigious talents from various nations, the attention will be redirected to his extraordinary capabilities. In due course, the earlier transgressions during the written test will be forgotten. Moreover, when Yosaka reveals his overwhelming strength, the masses will marvel at his might, rendering the act of cheating in the written exam trivial. After all, in this world, might is the ultimate truth. The rules are pinned by the victors. Thus, the third Hokage believes it unnecessary to dwell on the fleeting gains or losses at present. Ultimately, the objective of all involved is to secure a prominent title in this competition and showcase the latent potential of Konoha, flexing their muscles and demonstrating their strength. Allowing the world to recognize that Konoha is not merely endowed with powerful jonin, but also possesses formidable genin, heralding a future of immense strength. In essence, one could assert that the third Hokage has placed his hopes upon Yosaka, wagering on his ability to subdue competitors from other nations. Should Yosaka succeed in this endeavor, the previous cheating scandal would become inconsequential. Conversely, failure would subject Konoha to ridicule, though such matters pale in comparison to the true strength of a nation. After a sip of tea, the third Hokage remarked, "While Yosaka may seem somewhat unreliable, I retain a substantial confidence in his abilities." Do you truly possess such faith in that young lad? The competitors this time are formidable, including the Jinchuriki from Kyomogakure. These individuals are not easily subdued, furrowed his assistant. Mitarashi Anko. Indeed, I am exceedingly confident in Yosaka's strength. It is a hopeful anticipation, I suppose. I trust he will not disappoint me. The third Hokage replied with a smile. Very well, since you express such conviction, I shall choose to trust your judgment. May that lad lead Konoha to victory. Otherwise, I shall not spare him, declared Nara Shikamaru. On the other side, as the third Hokage and his companions observed the crystal ball, the candidates within the examination hall were fervently scribbling down their answers. At that moment, only 5 minutes remained until the conclusion of the exam. Akira Toriyama has successfully completed the scroll that originally belonged to Yosaka and subsequently reclaimed the scroll that now belongs to him, which was once in the possession of Yosaka. Thus, it can be said that both individuals have finished their respective scrolls, with Toriyama even assisting Yosaka in the process. At that moment, Yosaka finally awoke, his drowsy eyes fluttering open. To his astonishment, he discovered that his answer sheet was already filled with responses. What is happening? I distinctly recall only completing the multiple-choice questions. I could have sworn I left the application questions unanswered. How is it that they are all filled in now? Bewildered, Yosaka sat there in a state of confusion, but he quickly pieced it together, muttering to himself. So that's it. I must have been sleepwalking while I dozed off, finishing the remaining application questions without realizing it. I had no grasp of these problems while awake, yet upon falling asleep, I seemingly tapped into hidden potential, experiencing a sudden surge in intelligence that enabled me to solve them. The candidate seated beside Yosaka, overhearing his murmurs, felt an overwhelming urge to retch. He longed to deliver a resounding slap to Yosaka's face, exclaiming, "Do you have no shame?" As Sanwa Ibiki observed that Yosaka had successfully removed his name from the designated area on the examination paper, and that the answers to the questions were thoroughly filled in, he finally felt a sense of relief and assurance. This time, Konoha's ultimate weapon was poised to triumph in the written examination. As a prominent figure in the intelligence department, Sanwa Ibiki was well aware that Yosaka had been chosen by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, as Konoha's strongest genin and a pivotal asset for this endeavor. He understood the considerable expectations the third Hokage had for this young boy, with the most crucial element being the necessity for Yosaka to successfully pass the written test. Now that the answers had been inscribed by Akira Toriyama, everything seemed to be settled without any issues. Thus, Sanwa Ibiki revealed a discreet smile. For he too was a part of Konoha and naturally wished for the village to shine brilliantly in the upcoming 5 Kage Joint Friendship Tournament. He held great hopes for Yosaka as well. At this moment, the time for the conclusion of the examination has finally arrived, with the ringing of the bell. Signaling the end of the test, Sanwa Ibiki shouted that no one was permitted to continue writing. Otherwise, they would face immediate disqualification. With Hinata's Byakugan fully activated, no one dared to stealthily continue, and thus everyone obediently set down their pens as the invigilators collected the papers one by one. At this moment, the majority of the candidates present cast their gazes towards Yosaka, for they are not foolish. The fact that Konoha is willing to engage in such a disreputable endeavor to ensure Yosaka's success in the written examination speaks volumes about his significance. This significance undoubtedly pertains to his prowess, which has sparked immense curiosity among many who wish to challenge Yosaka in combat. Moreover, there were individuals who harbored discontent towards Konoha's blatant acts of deceit, directing their ire towards Yosaka, pondering what extraordinary prowess warranted such shameless protection from Konoha. Consequently, Yosaka swiftly became the target of many, who sought to confront him in one-on-one duels during group battles, fueled by their profound dissatisfaction. Following the written examination, there would be a 30-minute period for grading, during which scores would be assigned. After this interval, each participant's score would be displayed on a board in the square below, and those who failed to achieve a score of 60 would inevitably face elimination. Thus, the candidates poured out of the examination room and congregated in the bustling square, where hundreds gathered, engaging in animated discussions about the recent test, and the tale of Yosaka quickly spread among them. Upon hearing of Yosaka's exploits, Kakashi let out a sigh, his expression one of bemusement. Chapter 118. The tale of Yosaka. Despite the multitude discussing Yosaka's feats, he remained entirely unfazed, or perhaps indifferent. For Yosaka, there existed but one paramount concern: his love for culinary delights. Moreover, those who engage in such discussions, in the eyes of Yosaka, are largely inconsequential, mere trivialities that could be dealt with in a single stroke. Hence, Yosaka finds it beneath his notice. It is only the weak who concern themselves with such petty matters. For the strong are solely focused on the essence of power. The fact that Yosaka, disregarding the reputation of Konoha, was afforded such support in his pursuit of passing the written examination speaks volumes to those present, particularly the formidable competitors who understand this implicitly. It is evident that Yosaka's formidable capabilities are deemed highly reliable, albeit perhaps lacking in reconnaissance skills or exhibiting a certain disdain for the examination itself. This is precisely why Mukai has acted in such a manner. Even at the expense of Konoha's image, they are resolutely determined to ensure Yosaka's success. The underlying significance of this action reveals that Konoha believes the benefits derived from Yosaka's prowess will far outweigh any loss of face incurred. Thus, the potential gains from supporting Yosaka are deemed significantly greater than any embarrassment faced. Consequently, the esteemed individuals present, one and all, are acutely aware of this reality. The more Konoha invests in the grand endeavor of securing Yosaka's success, the more it illustrates their recognition of his strength. This, in turn, underscores the magnitude of Yosaka's capabilities. As a result, these so-called geniuses, such as Sasori, Yuzuki, Killer Bee, Deidara, and Meitarumi, find themselves increasingly intrigued by Yosaka's abilities. They are eager to engage him in competition, driven by their curiosity regarding the exceptional strength that would warrant such unwavering support from the upper echelons of Konoha. This notion is predominantly held by a select few competitors who possess considerable strength. A considerable portion of the competitors harbors a perspective markedly distinct from that of the select few who aspire to challenge Yosaka. This larger group possesses formidable capabilities, yet they remain somewhat overshadowed by the prowess of the elite contenders. Consequently, their strength engenders a divergence in their worldview, mindset, and even cognitive approach. What they perceive is not the allure of competing against Yosaka, a figure revered for his remarkable abilities, which has led Konoha to go to great lengths to ensure his success in the written examination. Instead, their focus is fixated on the blatant act of cheating that Konoha employed to assist Yosaka during the examination. This act has ignited a cascade of emotions within them: jealousy, anger, and a sense of injustice. Their attention is thus directed towards these sentiments. They feel envious, enraged, and perceive the situation as inequitable. Their desire to confront Yosaka stems not from a quest for mastery, but rather from a wish to express their discontent regarding the cheating incident, akin to delivering a lesson to Yosaka and seeking personal vindication. Hence, The psychological dispositions of these two groups diverge significantly. The former is inclined towards a contest of strengths, while the latter leans towards the catharsis of their emotions. The distinction between these two modes of thought stems from varying levels of strength, which in turn shapes their perspectives. The latter's viewpoint is confined to superficial appearances, failing to discern the deeper meanings within. Consequently, this limitation prevents individuals of the latter category from reaching the heights of their more capable counterparts. Thus, although the majority around them vehemently decry the injustices perpetrated by Konoha, figures like Scorpion, Deidara, and Yuzuki merely listen to the discourse without sharing such sentiments. They have transcended mere appearances to grasp the essence of reality in this world. Strength is the ultimate truth. The stronger one is, the more their words resonate as truth. Regardless of fairness, if one possesses formidable strength, the question of equity becomes moot. Ultimately, the powerful dictate the narrative. Why does Konoha so shamelessly enforce the passing of the written examination for Hachisuka, despite widespread protests? This is because Konoha's strength is insurmountable. One can only protest, yet cannot effectuate substantial change. The sheer dominance of Konoha renders them indifferent to your grievances, as your own strength pales in comparison, leaving you utterly incapable of challenging their authority. Yosaka's protection undoubtedly underscores his significance to Konoha, as his prowess is crucial to the village's aspirations for victory. At this moment, the talented competitors, though silent, direct their gazes and thoughts towards Yosaka. Each of them, being a genius in their own right, harbors a competitive spirit. Particularly intrigued by the remarkable talent that has captured attention, they wonder about the extent of his abilities, questioning whether he surpasses their own. Amidst a small gathering from the hidden cloud village, Yuzuki sits with her arms crossed against a railing, a subtle smile gracing her lips. This smile, however, is not one of warmth. Rather, it exudes confidence and a readiness to engage. Her eyes scan the bustling crowd, settling on Yosaka. As she remarks to the nearby Karabi, "I've heard about Yosaka. It's nothing extraordinary." His ability to garner such attention from Konoha reflects his strength. Only the weak would feel discontent. The strong prove themselves through action, not empty boasts. My curiosity about him is growing. I am eager to test my skills against his and discover who is truly superior. Karabi, equally animated, chuckles. You have no idea how amusing he was. He dreamt of kicking the third Raikage to death. What a character. He's quite entertaining. Karabi holds Yosaka in high regard, recognizing their shared affinity as individuals who appear frivolous yet possess a profound wisdom beneath the surface. This perception fosters a desire for camaraderie, as Karabi finds Yosaka to be genuine and untainted by deceit, qualities he cherishes in friends. Thus, he expresses his eagerness in rap. I too wish to face him. He is truly intriguing. Even before the competition, he has become the most radiant presence in the arena, the brightest star among all the contestants. I wonder if he can withstand my tailed beast form. The anticipation is exhilarating. Chapter 119. The confident Yuzuki. A confident smile adorns Yuzuki's face, her demeanor radiating pride. I will defeat him, she asserts, and even without resorting to my tailed beast transformation, he will not be my match. He is undeniably strong, but I am stronger. Heh. There you go again, indulging in self-admiration. You should first defeat me without resorting to your tailed beast transformation, Karabi remarked with evident disdain. While Yuzuki possesses many commendable traits, his excessive self-confidence is somewhat grating, as he seems to believe he is invincible, dismissing even Karabi. However, there is a semblance of justification in his arrogance. After all, among his peers, Yuzuki stands out as an exceptionally formidable contender, particularly as he is hailed as the quintessential Jinchuriki, perfectly harmonizing with the Two Tails. It is said that Yuzuki and the Two Tails share a unique ability called synchronization, enabling them to achieve a profound unity of mind and spirit. Thus, even though he is yet to master the full extent of the Two Tails' power, Yuzuki can still harness a significant portion of its strength. Currently, he has perfected the control of his partial tailed beast transformation, rendering him even more formidable and agile, albeit lacking the ability to summon creatures from the underworld. A skill unique to the Two Tails. In this state, Yuzuki can flawlessly utilize the powers of the Two Tails. Consequently, in their respective partial transformations, Karabi has been unable to best Yuzuki, having lost all 6 encounters they have engaged in. In theory, if they were to fully transform, Karabi's 8 tails would surpass Yuzuki's 2 tails. However, a true battle in such forms has never occurred, as it is forbidden due to the potential for unnecessary casualties and destruction. In summary, Yuzuki possesses both the confidence and the credentials to be so self-assured, a fact Kairabi cannot contest. Hey, did you all forget about my existence? If anyone is to defeat our fathers, it should be me taking down Yosaka, especially since he has surpassed my record in Fruit Ninja. I am poised to conquer him in the competition, for I am the man who has perfectly inherited the black lightning of the third Hokage. Interjected Darui, visibly indignant. Get lost, or I'll obliterate you with a tailed beast bomb, Yuzuki retorted with a chuckle. What, does having a tailed beast grant you free reign? Darui exclaimed, brimming with indignation. Yuzuki, with a mischievous grin, replied, Indeed, you are correct. Possessing a tailed beast does allow for a certain degree of liberty. Haha, you. Darui was momentarily at a loss for words, silenced by the words of the Yuzuki man, who spoke with an undeniable truth. Indeed. With the enhancement provided by the tailed beasts, a remarkable leap in combat prowess is achievable. However, this primarily pertains to the realm of the genin, where the overall strength of individuals is relatively modest. At this stage, the advantage of possessing a tailed beast makes it exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to prevail. After all, even jonin struggle against tailed beasts, let alone genin. It is akin to a kindergarten setting where the combat capabilities of the children are inherently low. If one child suddenly wields a stick, the others would find it nearly impossible to contend with him, as their combat prowess is already limited, and the presence of that stick elevates him to an insurmountable status. Yet, in the case of adults, merely possessing a stick does not guarantee victory. Thus, the Yuzuki man's assertions were not entirely flawed. At the genin level, the backing of a tailed beast, particularly one as renowned as the so-called perfect Jinchuriki, indeed allows for dominance, provided one does not encounter a being of exceptional caliber, such as Yotsuka. Theoretically, within that tier, he is invincible among genin. However, as events unfold, the situation shifts dramatically. At that point, both the tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki become prey for the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki, lacking tailed beasts themselves, possess the capability to defeat those who do. Thus, the tailed beasts cease to be the uncontested forces they once were. A prime example is the third Hokage, who engaged in a direct confrontation with the Eight Tails and emerged victorious through sheer physical combat. Therefore, at that level, tailed beasts may not hold as much significance. Fueled by this realization, Darui retorted fiercely, You wait, Yuzuki. I may not be your match now, but that may not hold true in the future. One day, I will defeat you just as the third Hokage triumphed over the Eight Tails. Mark my words. Rest assured, even in the future, you shall remain no match for me. The Yuzuki man laughed heartily, inciting a rage in Darui that nearly drove him to the brink of madness. You vile coward, just you wait, Darui exclaimed, seething with indignation. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Mist village, Terumi Mei and her companions were engaged in a discussion regarding the matters of Yosaka. Oh, my husband is truly remarkable. He has managed to compel Konoha to bend the rules for his sake. What an impressive and formidable man he is. My husband is indeed extraordinary. Terumi Mei exclaimed with a starry-eyed expression. Observing her infatuated demeanor, the reanimated Zabuza secretly mused. Terumi Mei claims that being surrounded by a group of eccentric teammates is unbearable. Yet I have come to realize that we are all a bit mad, not just her companions. Even she is quite the eccentric, undoubtedly a massive infatuation herself. That person is my adversary, and I shall avenge my earlier humiliation. Next time, I will not allow myself to be so easily dispatched, Zabuza thought darkly. He then addressed Terumi Mei. You would do well not to interfere with that young man, for I shall kill him, and you will find yourself a widow. Just you? Terumi Mei shot him a disdainful glance. What do you mean? Do you think I lack the courage to slay him? Zabuza felt slighted and provoked, responding with a cold glare. Who was it that my husband sent flying out of the restroom with just one strike? Terumi Mei retorted with a mocking smile. I hadn't eaten enough breakfast this morning, which left my blood sugar low, preventing me from exerting my full strength. Otherwise, I would have cleaved him in two with that blow. He was merely fortunate. Zabuza replied with a malevolent expression. Chapter 120, A Lack of Martial Ethics. Keep boasting. Are you going to claim that he lacks martial ethics and took advantage of your empty stomach? Terumi Mei scoffed. Indeed, he lacks martial ethics. He chose to engage me in combat while I was weakened from hunger, causing me to stagger back and inadvertently tumble out of the restroom window. Clearly, the people of Konoha lack any sense of honor, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Zabuza said with a scowl, his face contorted with anger. Terumi Mei, nearly exasperated, interjected, Brother, can we maintain some dignity here? It was you wielding two swords who was sent flying by my husband wielding just one. How did it become a tale of you retreating and falling out of the restroom window? Are you now going to blame Konoha for the shoddy construction of the restroom? Furthermore, Terumi May added, and if I recall correctly, when you arrived in Konoha this morning, you devoured 3 large bowls of extra noodles at Ichiraka Ramen, claiming you were about to burst. Now you speak of low blood sugar and weakness? Are you insinuating that the noodles from Ichiraku were somehow inferior? Upon hearing Koizumi Mei's words, Toadachi Yosaka's face instantly flushed with a mix of green and red. After a moment of silence, he reluctantly spoke. Humph. What are you, a mere woman? Understand? Just listen to what I say. There is no need for all this chatter. Koizumi Mei chuckled to herself, realizing that she could never aspire to become the water shadow. Otherwise, managing these eccentric individuals daily would surely drive her to madness as well. The dry persimmon Zetsu was contemplating that when the time came, utilizing water release and his shark skin technique would enable him to defeat Yotsuka Hagi. Having perused the relevant materials concerning Yotsuka Hagi, he was aware of Yotsuka Hagi's proficiency in the art of slashing. The words of the tailed beast, primarily utilized to absorb the chakra of others, are contrasted by the fact that the technique of Yosaka does not heavily rely on chakra. Moreover, the tailed beast is exceedingly cumbersome, although it is classified as one of the 7 ninja swords. It scarcely warrants the title of a sword and is better likened to a mere shield. Consequently, the only technique available to Kisame Hoshigaki is water release, in which he possesses considerable mastery. Water release, in fact, serves as a counter to Yosaka's sword-based close-range combat. This is mainly due to its extensive area of effect and its ability to exert control, theoretically rendering it capable of subduing Yosaka. However, through unique intelligence, Kisame becomes aware that Yosaka once cleaved through flames with a single stroke. This revelation instills a sense of doubt in Kisame regarding the efficacy of his water release against Yosaka, for if one can slice through flames, it stands to reason that one might also slice through water. Such uncertainty, paradoxically, ignites within Kisame a fervent desire to engage in a duel with Yosaka, to ascertain whether his water release or Yosaka's cutting technique reigns supreme. Nonetheless, Kisame harbors a measure of confidence in his abilities, as he is specifically adept at countering formidable opponents. Theoretically, had it not been for Might Guy's astounding 8 gates technique, Kisame would have likely prevailed against him. For Kisame is exceptionally skilled at denying his adversaries the opportunity to close the distance. It is akin to the scenario of Marco Polo confronting Dian Wei. No matter how formidable Dian Wei may be in close combat, as long as Marco Polo evades close proximity and employs agile movements while attacking, Dian Wei would ultimately meet his demise. Such is the essence of the matter. Others, such as the likes of Rasakan, show little interest in this matter. They focus solely on battling, indifferent to their opponents, as the outcome is invariably binary, either a victory or a defeat. Meanwhile, the villagers of Awagakure engage in casual conversation. Deidara asserts that a melee fighter like Yotsuka, as long as he maintains his distance and avoids close combat, is assured of victory, confident that he could easily overpower Yotsuka. Theoretically, Deidara's assertion holds merit, given his ability to soar through the skies, while Yotsuka appears to lack any ranged offensive capabilities in Deidara's eyes. Thus, Deidara envisions himself raining bombs down upon Yotsuka from atop his C2 Dragon, an endeavor made more promising by his recent enhancements to the C2 model, which now perfectly counters opponents like Yotsuka. Should I encounter Yotsuka, victory is certain, Deidara proclaims with unshakable confidence. Oh, you've revamped your C2? Inquires CHD. His expression one of astonishment. Indeed, the upgrade has been completed. The new version of C2 boasts significantly greater power than its predecessor. I recall your previous C2 was a remarkably agile 4-legged lizard, capable of cloaking itself and generating smaller lizards from its tail, which would rush at the enemy and detonate. CHD reminisces. Precisely, but I have since transformed it. It is no longer a 4-legged lizard. Deidara chuckles mischievously. What is it now? That's a secret. You shall find out in due time. The new version of C2 has overcome the vulnerabilities associated with being targeted, even with stealth. Remaining on the ground poses a risk of attack. Oh, could it be that your new C2 flies in the sky? CHD asks, a mix of astonishment and curiosity on his face. Indeed, that is correct. Deidara nods proudly, a sense of accomplishment radiating from him. He then turns to Shika with a taunting gaze, exclaiming, thus, my C2 now counters you even more effectively. You stand no chance against me. Just you wait. Shika retorts angrily, recalling their previous duel where Deidara had decisively bested him, a result of Shika being a close-range fighter while Deidara wielded the advantage of distance. With the enhancements to his C2, which had already posed a formidable challenge to Shika, the odds have now shifted even further against him. This should not be interpreted as a reflection of Shika's weakness. Rather, it underscores how Deidara's abilities inherently counter those who rely on close combat. Furthermore, it is often the case that ninjas who specialize in ranged techniques possess a natural advantage over melee fighters, although this does not apply universally, as exemplified by figures like Guy, who can deliver devastating blows, or the likes of the Yellow Flash, who defy such categorizations. The inhabitants of Sunagakure were engrossed in discussions regarding the techniques for their forthcoming team battles, paying little heed to the affairs concerning Yotsuka, as their focus remained steadfast on the impending conflict. Chapter 121. Preparing for the team tournament. After all, Sunagakure. In terms of overall strength and the participants selected for the Allied Shinobi Forces tournament, ranked as the weakest among the 5 great nations. Even though the individuals from Kirigakure might not appear particularly formidable at first glance, including the seemingly erratic Zabuza, it is important to recognize that when engaged in combat, their capabilities are indeed formidable. The shinobi of Kirigakure possess exceptional combat skills, particularly excelling in assassination techniques. Thus, those who may seem unimpressive can, underestimating them, pose a lethal threat. Consequently, Sunagakure had thoroughly prepared for this competition, possessing the most comprehensive intelligence among the 5 great nations. Once the team battles commenced, everyone was advised to exercise caution and maintain stealth, avoiding confrontation unless absolutely necessary, with the intention of regrouping first. Scorpion remarked to the others, while he himself remained indifferent to the prospect of engaging in battle, contemplating that when the time came, he would fight if he desired to, or abstain if he chose. For his strength was undeniably substantial. On the other side, in the Hidden Leaf Village, the competitors gathered closely, and Kakashi, with a look of exasperation, inquired of Yosaki, "Yosaki, I heard you dozed off during the exam, and the Leaf Umbu Ninja, Akira Noyama, assisted you in completing your paper." Yosaki nodded, having come to the realization that it was not a mere figment of his imagination while he slept, but rather Akira who had stealthily penned his answers. "Indeed, it was the elder brother who had taken advantage of my slumber to aid me. Your words imply that had you been awake, you would have performed even better than him," remarked Asuma Saratobi with a sigh. "Regardless, I am confident that I will pass this written examination without issue. As for the upcoming team battle, it seems I can merely participate casually and still secure the championship, for the competitors from other nations do not appear particularly formidable." Yosaki stated nonchalantly. Such words, if overheard by the competitors from other nations, would surely ignite their ire, and I can foresee them pursuing you relentlessly, Asuma replied, casting a sidelong glance at the surrounding participants who, upon hearing Yosaki's declaration, directed fierce and furious glares in his direction. Thinking that the Leaf team might soon become the target of collective wrath, I believe we ought to deliberate on the tactics for the impending team battle. As the real confrontation is about to commence, and this is no trivial matter, Uchiha Obito interjected. The others nodded in agreement, for in merely an hour, the official combat would begin. Previously, what was referred to as written examinations did not instill a sense of serious tension, resulting in individuals who have just completed such an exam appearing relatively languid and not fully engaged in the moment. In less than an hour, these individuals will commence their participation in the team competition. The team competition is a formal contest requiring genuine effort and preparation. At this juncture, it is essential to adjust one's mindset and make necessary preparations. What is there to discuss? When faced with an opponent, one must defeat them. Acquiring the bell is as straightforward as that, remarked Yotsuka with a nonchalant expression. Your perspective is rather simplistic, replied Might Guy, gazing incredulously at Yotsuka. Indeed, as Yotsuka articulated, it is a matter of discerning the essence through the superficial. If one can eliminate all encountered competitors, ultimately remaining as the victor, is that not a path to triumph? However, while it may sound effortless in theory, the execution proves to be quite challenging. After all, the competitors from other nations are not mere amateurs. Each participant is a representative of their country, possessing considerable skill. Even those of slightly lesser strength are not easily dispatched. Moreover, this is a team competition, emphasizing collaboration. It is highly plausible that one may find themselves single-handedly contending against multiple adversaries, unless one possesses the prowess of Uchiha, capable of taking on 7 foes simultaneously. Thus, this strategy may only be suitable for Yotsuka, as he alone possesses the ability to swiftly eliminate opponents and seize the bell. Yotsuka's approach is tailored uniquely to him. The rest of the group requires a more concerted effort to defeat their adversaries. Therefore, we should leverage this characteristic to devise our strategy, suggested Kakashi Hatake after a moment of contemplation. Oh, what do you mean? Yotsuka inquired with newfound interest upon hearing Kakashi mention him. Kakashi continued. We should create a barrier to ensure our conversation remains private. Uchiha promptly conjured a barrier, enveloping the members of Konoha within its confines. This barrier effectively muffles sound, rendering them invisible to external observers, thus preventing anyone from discerning their conversation through lip reading. Moreover, one can invoke the protective barrier to prevent individuals akin to Chino from inserting insects or other devices for eavesdropping. At this juncture, Hatake Kakashi articulated his thoughts. My intention is to avoid confrontation upon entry. Naturally, if we encounter relatively weaker opponents, a skirmish may be permissible. However, we must be wary of potential ambushes when we are preoccupied. Initially, we shall gather together. After a brief pause, Hatake Kakashi continued. Once we are assembled, we will act collectively. Should we encounter adversaries, we shall engage as a unified front. If the opposing force is numerous, we will confront them head-on. Yet our primary strategy will be a feigned assault, allowing Yotsuka to remain concealed, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow. This approach is the most effective and prudent, ensuring we do not reveal too much of our capabilities. What are your thoughts? I find this plan quite feasible. Yotsuka was the first to express his opinion, feeling quite pleased that he would hold a significant role in Kakashi's strategy, essentially serving as the main attacker, thus enhancing his sense of presence. Consequently, his admiration for Kakashi increased significantly. He mused to himself, this kid is quite impressive. Following Yotsuka's endorsement, Uchiha Obito chimed in. I also find it commendable. Furthermore, we lack any particularly effective slashing techniques. We cannot simply engage in reckless individual battles against other teams. The remaining individuals unanimously expressed their agreement, thereby solidifying the tactical approach of the Konoha representative team for the group battle. In truth, it is not solely the Konoha team that employs this strategy. Other teams have adopted the same tactics as well. Chapter 122. Group Battle Tactics. After all, this strategy is the most suitable for such collective confrontations and is indeed the most rational choice. Unless one is a frenzied killer like Zabuza Momochi, who may strike indiscriminately upon entering. Most participants will weigh the advantages and disadvantages carefully. The group battle unfolds within a vast illusion rather than a genuine battlefield, akin to the effects of Itachi Uchiha's Tsukuyomi. According to the parameters discussed by the 5 Kage, upon entering this environment, participants will be randomly teleported to various locations, resulting in an initial disruption of order. Consequently, they are immediately scattered. This design aims to test the contestants' adaptability and survival skills. In a true battlefield, one cannot expect to remain alongside teammates at all times. When faced with solitude, one must rely on their own abilities to survive. Thus, it becomes evident how crucial the ability to scout and perceive one's surroundings is, as it enables individuals to locate allies while simultaneously evading adversaries. This necessity explains the existence of a preliminary written examination before the competition, which serves to prepare for the subsequent group battle by eliminating those ill-suited for genuine combat scenarios. Such individuals, lacking the capability to perceive and navigate the battlefield, are at risk of ambush and death. Hence, the written test serves to weed them out, leaving behind only those who possess the requisite skills for survival in combat. One may have relatively weaker combat prowess and may not excel in direct confrontations. Yet it is imperative to possess the means to ensure one's own survival, which naturally encompasses the abilities of scouting and perception. This, then, encapsulates the significance of the initial written examination. Under normal circumstances, had it not been for the shameless violations perpetrated by Konoha, Yotsuka would have been eliminated. However, in reality, even if he were to fail the written examination, he would not easily encounter difficulties on the battlefield. This is because Yotsuka possesses reconnaissance abilities. His airflow perception allows him to sense movements within a radius of several hundred meters, distinguishing him from those devoid of such sensory capabilities. Yotsuka's inability to pass the examination stems solely from his lack of discernment in audio frequencies, suggesting that, to some extent, the written test is not entirely flawless. At this moment, the results of the previous written examination had been finalized, and a voice emanated from the loudspeaker, instructing all candidates to check the scoreboard to ascertain whether they had passed the test. Come on, let us see how everyone fared, Might Guy exclaimed, prompting laughter from those around him. Must you be so forthright? Kakashi Hitaki remarked, exuding a sense of exasperation. Haha, well, we all understand the unspoken rules here. Might Guy chuckled heartily. I reckon my score should be quite high this time. How about a friendly competition to see who scored better? Yotsuka said with a smirk directed at Might Guy. Might Guy waved his hand dismissively, replying, You are genuinely trying to set me up for failure. After all, your test answers were pinned by someone who already knew the correct responses. There is no way I could possibly outscore you. That is indeed a pity, Yotsuka mused. To which Might Guy merely scoffed, questioning what was truly regrettable about it. Thus, the group arrived at the score display board. Just as Killer Bee and his entourage from the hidden cloud village happened to be nearby. Yotsuka greeted Killer Bee, So, you've come to check your scores as well? Killer Bee smirked and responded in a rap style, Shouldn't that be my line? You're here to see how well you did. You must have aced it. You do have a point, but I'm primarily here to see how well you all did, Yotsuka replied. As they conversed, the scoreboard illuminated with the names and scores of all candidates, and the previously bustling crowd fell into a hushed silence, each searching for their own name. Kakashi was the first to spot his name, which displayed a score of 78. Excellent. Not bad at all. I've passed, Kakashi thought with satisfaction. At that moment, Might Guy also caught sight of his score, reading 67. He exhaled deeply, his expression one of relief as he remarked, Thank goodness, I finally made it through. Soon, the others began to see their scores as well. Obito Uchiha scored 83, Shursui Uchiha 96, Kurenai Yuhi 75, and Asuma Saratobi 86. Consequently, all participants from the Hidden Leaf Village successfully passed the written examination. Hey, what score did Yotsuka get? I don't see his score listed. Moonlight Wind inquired with a puzzled expression. Right. Why isn't Yotsuka's score visible? Quick, search for it. Could it be that Yotsuka was eliminated? But even if he were, there should still be a score. Asuma Saratobi, his face etched with concern, spoke fervently. His father, Hiruzen Saratobi, was the third Hokage, and thus he was acutely aware of the significance of Yotsuka to their village, Konohagakure, although he was reluctant to admit it. Yotsuka indeed possessed the most formidable prowess among them. With Yotsuka in their ranks, they held a powerful trump card. Consequently, Asuma was deeply anxious about the possibility of Yotsuka's disqualification. At last, the group discovered Yotsuka's name in a certain location, where it was inscribed, Yotsuka, 100 points. Haha. I scored a perfect 100. Surely, I must be the top candidate among all examinees, Yotsuka exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Beside him, Yuki curled his lip and snorted disdainfully. It's not like you solved it on your own. However, everyone had resorted to copying answers. It was merely that Yotsuka's technique was superior, as he had directly replicated the original answers. Haha. Yotsuka laughed heartily, while Yuki found himself at a loss for words, for in truth, Yotsuka had committed no wrong ultimately. The result was that the answers were inscribed on the papers, regardless of the method employed. As the group perused their scores, some individuals hung their heads in despair, those whose scores had failed to reach 60. Among them, a significant portion lacked any reconnaissance or perceptive abilities, rendering them incapable of obtaining answers from others, thus resulting in their disqualification. A smaller number had insufficient scouting skills, although they had gleaned some answers. Their inherent limitations led to incomplete or incorrect transcriptions, ultimately resulting in their failure and subsequent elimination. Chapter 123, The Underrated Yotsuka Yasaka in Essence, should belong to this category as well, for it is impossible to ascertain the script of a person solely through their voice. The ability to discern the numbers a person has inscribed merely by listening is indeed remarkable. After all, Yasaka possesses no inherent auditory capabilities and relies solely on his own perception. As many around him cast glares of anger and disdain upon Yosaka, who had achieved a perfect score, they deemed his victory to be unmerited. That lad is nothing but a cheat, although we all engage in underhanded tactics. His form of deceit is the most egregious. Indeed, this is the privilege of connections. After all, the Konoha clan is prominent. They wish for their participants to succeed, leaving us powerless to intervene. I hold such individuals in utter contempt. Look at his smug demeanor, as if he has accomplished something worthy of celebration. How mistaken he is. This will only lead him to advance into subsequent matches with his meager abilities, destined to suffer a crushing defeat. Should our paths cross in later contests, I assure you, I shall make him regret his arrogance. Yes, he is merely inflating himself with false bravado, entering a realm that demands true strength while lacking any. He will surely be met with dire consequences. He ought to pray that our paths do not cross. If they do, I will show him just how feeble he truly is, allowing him to experience the depths of despair. I cannot fathom why Konoha would permit such a well-connected individual to compete. What purpose does his participation serve other than to hinder the clan? What connections does this fellow possess? It is utterly perplexing. Listening to the conversations around him, Yuzuki let out a cold laugh. Thinking to himself, these fools genuinely believe Yosaka is merely a beneficiary of connections. How utterly foolish. Their ignorance is one thing, but to assume Konoha shares their naivety is laughable in the extreme. Killer Bee, too, pondered the absurdity of these people. Realizing that for an entire nation to engage in such blatant favoritism speaks volumes about the value of the individual in question. It is inconceivable that he rose solely through connections. This crowd foolishly fantasizes about defeating Yosaka, which is utterly amusing. They had best hope they do not encounter him, nor provoke him, lest they find themselves cleaved in twain, much like the fruits Yosaka had previously shredded. Killer Bee recognized Yosaka's formidable prowess. Although he was unsure of Yosaka's true strength, the sight of him effortlessly dispatching Zabuza's full-force strike with a single blade illustrated his prowess. Clearly, Yosaka is not to be underestimated. In fact, he is exceedingly strong. Killer Bee believed that without resorting to his beastly transformation, he could not confidently claim he could defeat Yosaka. Thus, as he overheard the chatter around him, he perceived these individuals as imbeciles, eagerly anticipating the expressions on their faces when Yosaka bests them. Meanwhile, not far from them, Scorpion harbored similar thoughts, deeming these people irredeemable. He contemplated whether to eliminate them upon their inevitable encounter, for their presence was indeed irksome. Similarly, Terumi May felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate these individuals with a single boiling release technique. Their mere presence was becoming increasingly irksome to her. However, Deidara paid little heed to the situation, perceiving this group as foolishly inept and wholly unworthy of his attention. To him, Yosaka was far from being a formidable opponent. He was convinced that a mere toss of a few bombs would suffice to vanquish Yosaka. Thus, from beginning to end, Deidara regarded Yosaka with utter disdain. In his eyes, his favorite adversaries were precisely those melee ninjas like Yosaka, for his revamped C2 Dragon was specifically designed to counter such close combat fighters. Humph, a bunch of worthless trash, all destined to be blown away by my bombs. Deidara scoffed at the individuals before him, dismissing them entirely. Even the renowned Yuzuki did not intimidate him. He believed he could triumph over her. After all, Deidara's explosives were indeed formidable, unless Yuzuki transformed into her tail beast form. He felt confident that she could not withstand his relentless bombardment. Deidara's self-assurance was well-founded, as his strength was undeniably immense. Among those present, only a select few possessed the capability to truly counter him, such as Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Kakashi, both wielders of the Sharingan. However, these two were still mere genin, lacking the formidable Jinjutsu of Itachi in the future, thus posing no immediate threat to Deidara. While Conan's water style could potentially reach Deidara soaring in the skies, he remained unperturbed, confident in his agility and ability to evade her ranged water attacks. However, since Mimi is ultimately grounded, her range of movement is rather limited, while he occupies the aerial advantage, poised for an onslaught. Thus, among the intelligence regarding the competitors from various nations that Deidara has observed, the one he harbors genuine apprehension towards is the Scorpion of Sunagakure, although he remains unaware of the Scorpion's precise abilities. The puppet techniques employed by the Scorpion can effectively counter Deidara, as the puppets possess the capability of flight. While they may not surpass Deidara in altitude, they can still reach him with their attacks. Moreover, the Scorpion's use of puppets renders him somewhat impervious to Deidara's explosive bombardments. Even if one were to target the Scorpion's true form, he has defensive puppets at his disposal to shield against the blasts. Nevertheless, Deidara maintains a profound sense of confidence, being the one in control. Of course, these are merely Deidara's conjectures, theoretical deductions. The reality of battle may unfold quite differently. He assumes that the Yotsuka cannot reach him. A mere illusion, for many underestimate Yotsuka, believing it to be merely a close combat weapon, akin to that of the 7 ninja swordsmen, hardly a cause for concern. In truth, Yotsuka possesses the potential to eliminate them in a single strike. Alas, by the time some recognize this fact, it may be too late. This is precisely why the third Hokage places such significance on Yotsuka. His foresight is remarkably profound, showcasing his exceptional capability. Chapter 124, The battle commences soon. After reviewing the scores, the eliminated contestants departed from the small square, making their way to the spectator stands. This was because the forthcoming team battle would take place within the illusion, a virtual realm. Thus, no contest would occur in the stadium during this phase. The Stadium-S events are reserved for the individual matches following the team battles, so these competitors would be guided to the entrance of the illusion. This illusion is forged through the combined efforts of the 5 Kage, necessitating immense energy for activation. It remains dormant under normal circumstances, only to be summoned when essential. Upon entering the realm of illusion, the contestants engage in a unique form of live broadcasting. While a grand 360-degree screen at the center of the arena displays their performances in real time. Consequently, spectators in the stands can witness the contestants' actions within the illusion. A number of eliminated participants, perhaps around 30, dejectedly depart from the small square towards the audience area. While this may not seem like a significant number compared to the total participants, it is still considerable. However, even if they manage to pass the written examination and enter the realm, it is likely that they will be swiftly eliminated as a group. After all, their ability to perceive danger is notably deficient. Perhaps adversaries lurk in close proximity, unbeknownst to them, and while they engage in conflict with others, there may be individuals poised to take advantage of their vulnerabilities. Consequently, such ninjas exhibit a lamentable survival capacity, rendering them ill-suited for this endeavor. The eliminated contestants cast a final, resentful glance at Yosaka as they departed, their hearts brimming with a sense of injustice. It was evident to them that Yosaka had secured his place in the competition through official connections, while they, lacking such privileges, were cast aside. This engendered a palpable animosity towards him. I shall eagerly await the moment when I witness this fellow being thoroughly trounced from the audience, they thought. Indeed, Yosaka had merely relied on his connections to pass the written examination, rather than demonstrating any real merit. They believed that even if he managed to enter the team competition, he would undoubtedly be swiftly eliminated. They longed to witness his downfall, to see him unwittingly walk into a trap, incredulous that he could brazenly cheat his way through. You ought not to be so proud. Your moment of reckoning will soon arrive, and your capabilities do not merit your presence in the team competition. They scoffed. They anticipated a humiliating spectacle for Konoha, relishing the thought of the individual they had sought to protect being ambushed and defeated in front of so many witnesses. The disgruntled contestants harbored deep resentment towards Yosaka, hurling venomous words as they walked away. Nearby, Killer Bee and his companions frowned upon witnessing their behavior. Killer Bee snorted derisively and remarked, "You lot are nothing but trash. I'm not exaggerating. Even if you all banded together, you wouldn't stand a chance against that guy. To him, dealing with you would be as easy as a single strike. Little brat, looking for a fight, are you?" One contestant, incensed, shouted back. He was already in a foul mood due to his elimination, and Killer Bee's mocking only intensified his fury, making him feel as though his dignity had been trampled upon. "Fight me? You don't even have the qualifications," he retorted. Killer Bee regarded him with a cold smile, his face a mask of derision. "I can't take it anymore. You're going down." The agitated individual, named Kishimoto Kishi, was a genin competitor from the grass-hidden village, recognized for his striking golden hair and notorious for his fiery temper. He was known as the Golden Lion King, and his already sour mood had been exacerbated by Killer Bee's taunts, pushing him to the brink. Had the one mocking him been another eliminated contestant, he might have endured it, but the fact that it was Killer Bee, a successful examinee, made it unbearable. However, he was merely an eliminated contestant, which instilled in him a profound sense of inferiority when ridiculed by Karabi. It was akin to the feeling of a vocational school graduate encountering a postdoctoral scholar from the United States, a stark reminder of his own inadequacies. This emotion ignited a surge of anger within Kishimoto, prompting him to disregard all caution and launch an assault on Karabi. Swiftly forming hand seals, he bellowed, "Earth release, sandstorm technique." In the next moment, Kishimoto's cheeks puffed up like a frog, and he unleashed a powerful gust of wind from his mouth, carrying with it a torrent of sand and jagged stones, reminiscent of a raging sandstorm, sweeping toward Karabi. The magnitude of this earth release technique enveloped an area of 50 square meters, inadvertently affecting several other ninjas from the Cloud Village besides Karabi. As Yuzuki and Darui prepared to intervene, Karabi scoffed, "Stand down, I will handle this." With a derisive laugh, he declared, "Humph, a mere trifling technique. A speck of dust daring to compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon. Very well. Let this trash from your pathetic ninja village witness the might of the Cloud Village, and behold the strength of me, Karabi." With that proclamation, Karabi unleashed an astonishing aura, and a multitude of electric arcs erupted from his body, enveloping a half-meter radius around him, resembling a formidable energy shield of lightning, a sight to behold. Then, with a thunderous shout, he stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch with his right arm. Lightning release, lightning curtain. In an instant, a vast wall of lightning materialized, resembling an immense curtain, crashing down upon Kishimoto's sandstorm technique. The ensuing collision produced a resounding explosion, a cacophony of thunderous noise as countless flashes of electric light erupted, bathing the onlookers in a blinding brilliance that compelled them to instinctively shut their eyes against the overwhelming glare. The myriad of stones from the sandstorm struck against the lightning curtain, yet they were utterly incapable of breaching its defenses, being halted in their tracks. The sheer force of the lightning obliterated many of the stones, reducing them to countless tiny fragments scattered across the ground. Meanwhile, the relentless advance of the lightning curtain began to push back the swirling sandstorm, reversing its momentum toward Kishimoto. Chapter 125, Lightning Hound. What? Kishimoto was taken aback, as his technique of sandstorm was unexpectedly repelled by his opponent's thunder barrier. This was a situation he had never encountered before, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. However, being one of the strongest contenders from the Village of Grass, he quickly regained his focus and devised a countermeasure. Without hesitation, Kishimoto ceased the activation of his sandstorm technique. Just as the thunder barriers surged towards him, he let out a grunt, swiftly forming hand seals, and then slammed his palm into the ground, bellowing, "Earth-style, earthen wall." Instantly, a formidable earthen wall rose before him. In the next moment, the thunder barrier struck the wall, resulting in a cacophony of crackling electricity. Kishimoto watched in astonishment as cracks began to form across the surface of the earthen wall, leaving him bewildered. How could this be? The earthen wall was specifically designed for defense, renowned for its formidable strength, yet it was now being compromised, as the cracks multiplied, nearly engulfing the entire wall. Kishimoto felt an impending sense of collapse. Just as he prepared to retreat and evade, the energy of the thunder barrier finally waned, dissipating before the wall. A wave of relief washed over him. Had the barrier persisted for another few seconds, he would have been forced to retreat from its onslaught. Despite the cracks, his earthen wall had successfully withstood the opponent's attack, fulfilling its purpose commendably. However, just as Kishimoto exhaled in relief, the wall suddenly crumbled entirely, scattering debris across the ground. The thunder barrier had obliterated it, and had the energy not been exhausted, it would have surely faltered under further pressure. Kishimoto gasped in disbelief, casting a look of astonishment towards Karabi. How could this individual possess such strength? A mere punch had rendered his renowned earthen wall to rubble. If not for the depletion of the thunder barrier's energy, his defensive technique would have been utterly ineffective. The might of a single punch was indeed terrifying. A look of dread flickered in Kishimoto's eyes as he contemplated the strength of the contestants from the Land of Lightning. Truly formidable. They were deserving of their reputation as a superpower on par with Konoha. Possessing such overwhelming prowess was almost beyond belief. As Kishimoto grappled with his astonishment, Karabi let out a derisive chuckle and declared, "It would be remiss to strike without reciprocation. Since you've made your move, it's now my turn. Prepare yourself. Lightning release, lightning hound." As he spoke, Karabi swiftly formed hand seals, and suddenly, two spheres of lightning erupted from his hands, enveloping them like electrified gauntlets. With a mighty roar, he brought his hands together, adopting a pose reminiscent of a tiger's claw, his palms pressed together and fingers splayed outward, resembling the stance of a Kamehameha. "Huh!" he bellowed, propelling his hands toward Kishimoto, and in the next instant, a blinding white light illuminated the surroundings as a massive sphere of lightning was unleashed from his palms. This sphere, approximately the size of a dog, initially maintained a spherical shape, but within moments, it morphed into the form of a lightning-infused husky. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were taken aback. "Ah, it's a husky," exclaimed one. "Wow, a lightning husky, how impressive." They marveled at Karabi's remarkable control over lightning, capable of manifesting it into the form of a husky, which appeared immensely powerful. No one had anticipated that Karabi had reached such heights, able to conjure a lightning husky, a technique notoriously difficult to master. Even the villagers of the Hidden Cloud were astonished upon witnessing Karabi's lightning husky. Waimuki displayed a hint of surprise, pondering, "I never imagined this lad possessed such abilities. This technique must be inspired by my Fire Mouse Jewel." Waimuki's deduction was indeed accurate. Karabi's lightning husky was directly inspired by Waimuki's own Fire Mouse Jewel. The Fire Mouse Jewel is a technique created by Waimuki combining fire and lightning to unleash a torrent of flame shaped like a mouse from the sky. This fire mouse is exceptionally swift and agile, possessing formidable piercing capabilities, akin to a homing missile that relentlessly pursues its target. Upon impact, it penetrates the enemy's body and detonates, producing an explosion of devastating lightning fire. This fire is an amalgamation of elemental techniques, resulting in a ferocious blaze capable of obliterating foes. Furthermore, Muki can unleash over 20 of these fire mice simultaneously, making them incredibly potent. Upon witnessing Muki's fire mouse jewel, Kurabi yearned to develop a technique of his own. After relentless effort, he finally succeeded in creating the lightning husky. Observing the lightning husky, Darui couldn't help but express his disbelief, remarking, "This lightning husky looks rather silly, especially in comparison to Muki's." In response to Darui's comment, Muki smiled with pride, declaring, "Of course, my fire mouse jewel is incomparable to this lightning mutt." On the other side, Yosaka, upon witnessing Kurabi's lightning husky, was immediately captivated, finding the creature extraordinarily striking and felt a sudden urge to learn from it. However, what none of them realized was that the husky form of this lightning husky was not what Kurabi originally intended. Kurabi had initially aspired to replicate the fire mouse jewel of a Yuid man. Unfortunately, due to limited capabilities, during his research, he veered off course. The mouse form he intended to create inadvertently transformed into that of a husky. Thus, the origin of this lightning husky was revealed. Chapter 126, Kurabi's Reckless Abandon. This was because the mouse form was relatively small and intricate, demanding a high level of control over lightning. However, Kurabi's proficiency in manipulating the form of lightning does not surpass that of the Uzuki clan. Thus, after much effort, he failed to achieve the desired mouse form, and instead ended up with a shape remarkably reminiscent of a husky. Ultimately, Kurabi decided to embrace the situation and transformed into a lightning husky, similar to the fire mouse jade of the Yamu people. Kurabi's lightning husky can likewise unleash more than 20 at once. The fire mouse jade draws inspiration from the behavior of mice, which are social creatures often found in large groups. Thus, when the fire mouse jade is activated, it also manifests in a multitude. Kurabi, having appropriated the fire mouse jade of the Yuid clan, could undoubtedly unleash a multitude of huskies. However, perceiving his adversary as lacking strength, he deemed it unnecessary to summon such a vast army. Hence, he released merely a singular lightning husky. As Yosaka beheld Kurabi's electrifying technique, he was immediately captivated and yearned to master such a skill. Thus, it led to the creation of Yosaka's signature move, the lightning release, technique of the 10,000 boars. Consequently, Yosaka resolved to find the time to delve into the intricacies of this technique. Meanwhile, the electrifying hound, resembling a famished wolf, lunged swiftly towards Kishimoto. In its wake, it left a charred scent of electric arcs, its body gleaming white, occasionally igniting with flashes of blue-white sparks, exuding an aura of formidable power, embodying a brutal aesthetic. Faced with this ferocious lightning hound, Kishimoto felt a surge of panic. He hurriedly formed hand seals and bellowed, "Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique." Instantly, his cheeks bulged akin to a toad, and beside him, a dragon's head sculpted from earth erupted from the ground, its mouth agape. With a commanding shout, he declared, "Attack." In the next moment, a brilliant light emanated from the dragon's mouth, unleashing a barrage of earthen projectiles that erupted forth like a machine gun, relentlessly firing towards the lightning hound. However, the hound's agility was remarkable. It darted left and right, skillfully navigating through the storm of earthen bullets without sustaining a hit, while steadily closing the distance to Kishimoto. Witnessing this, Kishimoto's anxiety escalated. He commenced forming seals anew, then slammed his hands forcefully against the ground, shouting, "Earth release, Earth spear barrage." In an instant, the ground erupted with numerous sharp, spear-like earth spikes over a meter long, surging forth beneath the lightning hound and in its vicinity. Yet, due to the hound's extraordinary agility, it danced between left and right, rendering the spikes, despite their speed, to emerge only a moment too late, often bursting forth just as the lightning hound had vacated its original position. Kishimoto sought to anticipate the movements of the Raiden husky, thrusting out the spikes of earth in hopes of ensnaring the creature. However, the erratic maneuvers of the Raiden husky rendered his predictions utterly futile. Consequently, the earth dragon bombs incessantly erupted, while the ground was punctured by the protruding spikes. Yet the Raiden husky danced through the hail of gunfire with the grace of a specter, steadily closing the distance to Kishimoto. At last, the Raiden husky surged to a mere 5 meters away from him, At this proximity, the spikes could no longer match the husky's speed, and the Earth Dragon Bomb struggled to hit such a close target. For the Raiden Husky, this 5-meter gap was bridged in the blink of an eye. With a sardonic chuckle, Karabi watched as the Raiden Husky lunged towards Kishimoto, sinking its teeth into his neck, followed by a resounding explosion. The violent blast unleashed a formidable shockwave, sweeping through the surroundings like a tempest and uprooting debris from the ground, momentarily blinding the onlookers. Thankfully, Yotsuka, even with closed eyes, perceived the chaos through his mastery of airflow manipulation. He witnessed the explosive force obliterate Kishimoto, yet a faint smile graced his lips. For he discerned that the shattered form was merely Kishimoto's clay clone, not his true self. Moments later, as the explosion's fury waned, a crater 2 meters wide and 30 centimeters deep was left in Kishimoto's former position, yet he had vanished without a trace. Could that lad have been obliterated on the spot? Not a bone left behind. Surely, this can't lead to a fatality before the match even begins. How ruthless, murmured the spectators, aghast at the gruesome sight. That boy met a truly tragic end, without even a remnant of his existence. Karabi's Raiden Husky had demonstrated considerable explosive power, yet it paled in comparison to the might of my fire mouse Jade, Yuzuki mused, observing the gaping pit on the ground. Hey, Karabi, you didn't actually kill him, did you? Darui inquired, his face a mask of terror. I have no idea. I thought he could evade it. Who knew he was so weak he couldn't escape? Killer Bee scratched his head and spoke. Just then, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shifted, and a shadow emerged from the earth, launching a kunai directly towards his chin. If it made contact, the kunai would pierce through his head from chin to brain. At a critical moment, Killer Bee's entire body unexpectedly expanded like a balloon, a sight that astounded everyone present, prompting them to retreat in alarm. The shinobi from the hidden cloud village were well aware that this was one of Killer Bee's signature techniques, lightning release, exploding shadow clone. As soon as Yosaka beheld the moment when Kairabi's form began to swell, he instinctively retreated, for he immediately surmised that this was undoubtedly a technique poised to explode. Chapter 127, The Deception of Kairabi. After all, the sight of something inflating like a balloon would lead any rational person to contemplate self-detonation. Thus, Yosaka was the first to withdraw, followed by several individuals from the hidden cloud village, and subsequently, the others in the vicinity. Meanwhile, emerging from the earth, the beleaguered Kishimoto witnessed, in a moment of sheer terror, the formidable expansion of Karabi. It was in that instant that he realized, to his horror, that this was merely a clone of Karabi, and a self-destructive one at that. Given his proximity to the self-destructing clone, he would undoubtedly perish in the ensuing explosion. Moreover, due to his extraordinary speed and his continued state of aggression, he found himself utterly incapable of evading the impending danger. Even though his mind had already registered the reality of the trap, his body was unable to keep pace with his mental alertness, instinctively continuing to adopt an attacking posture aimed at Karabi. In that moment, Kishimoto Masashi was engulfed by despair, never anticipating that his mere participation in a competition would lead him to face death in such a manner. The villagers of Grass Hidden Village, surrounding the scene, bore expressions of sheer despair, for their companion was on the brink of death. In the next moment, the clone of Killer Bee had swelled to a spherical form, reaching its maximum expansion, signifying an imminent explosion. In an instant, a thunderous detonation resounded. Killer Bee's body, now ballooned to a sphere, was first pierced by a kunai thrown by Kishimoto, and then it erupted violently. However, the catastrophic explosion that everyone had anticipated did not manifest. Instead, what unfolded was a vibrant display of multicolored ribbons cascading from the self-destructing clone, reminiscent of a festive awards ceremony or a wedding celebration. Kishimoto Masashi found himself enveloped in a cascade of vibrant ribbons, reminiscent of a laureate basking in the glow of accolades. This scene rendered all present, including Yosaka, momentarily speechless, their minds blank as they stared in astonishment at Kishimoto and the kaleidoscopic shower of ribbons. What was happening? A flurry of questions raced through their minds. Yet they remained unable to process the perilous situation they had just escaped, their cognitive faculties seemingly stalled. This sudden and unexpected turn of events left everyone frozen in place. As if time itself had come to a standstill, the atmosphere was so hushed that one could hear a pin drop. All were transfixed, akin to robots whose power had been abruptly cut, gazing vacantly at Kishimoto and the dazzling display of colorful ribbons. Kishimoto himself stood frozen, mirroring the astonished expressions of those around him. After a considerable pause, individuals gradually began to regain their composure. What on earth just transpired? One exclaimed, Disbelief etched across his face. I thought we were about to witness a catastrophic explosion, only to find it culminated in this unexpected twist. It's utterly astonishing, Darui shouted, his voice laced with exasperation. You, Killer Bee, are simply unbelievable, he continued, while the Makugen echoed similar sentiments. Overwhelmed by the abrupt transformation of a heart-pounding moment into a jubilant celebration. The sudden shift was so drastic that even the most skilled driver would struggle to navigate such a sharp turn. I cannot believe it was merely a false self-detonation clone. That truly sent chills down my spine, remarked Terumi Mei, who was observing from the sidelines, as she exhaled in relief. This character is quite intriguing. Yatsukami mused with a smile, recalling how even he had been convinced that it was Killer Bee's clone set to explode, only for it to reveal itself as a delightful surprise instead. As the crowd basked in the relief of survival after a calamity, a sudden flash of lightning illuminated the scene. Kurabi abruptly materialized behind Kishimoto Akira, placing a kunai against his throat. With a hearty laugh, he declared, "Ha ha. You have lost, and not just once, but twice." Kishimoto Akira, taken aback, had been pondering Kurabi's whereabouts moments earlier. Now, unexpectedly struck down from behind, he exhaled deeply, conceding defeat with a smile. "Indeed, I have lost, and quite thoroughly. I am truly humbled. You are indeed a formidable ninja from a great nation," he acknowledged, his tone respectful. With a triumphant grin, Kurabi sheathed his kunai. "I am curious," Kishimoto Akira inquired, a puzzled expression crossing his face. "How did you manage to appear behind me? I distinctly did not see you before." Kurabi, brimming with pride, replied, "Among those vibrant ribbons, one was me. I transformed into that very ribbon using a transformation technique." "What?" Kishimoto Akira gasped in astonishment. Utterly bewildered by such an extraordinary feat, the words of Kurabi astonished everyone present. They had initially perceived him as a rather straightforward brute, only to discover that he possessed such high intelligence and cunning in battle. This revelation shattered their preconceived notions. Finally, Kishimoto Masashi, now enlightened, wholeheartedly admitted to Kurabi, "You are truly exceptional. I, indeed, fall short." With that, Kishimoto departed, leaving Kurabi to rejoin his companions from the hidden cloud village. Meanwhile, the group from Konoha observed Kurabi with grave expressions. Kakashi Hitaki remarked, "I never anticipated his prowess to be so formidable. It's utterly unpredictable. I believe had I been in his place, I would have been unable to decipher Kurabi's techniques." Indeed, had that self-destructing clone been genuine, Kishimoto would have been obliterated on the spot. However, Kurabi had cleverly concocted a false self-destructing clone, which was, in fact, a self-destructing ribbon clone. Consequently, Kishimoto was left utterly bewildered, his mind reeling from the shock, and his vigilance diminished significantly. At that moment, Kurabi seized the opportunity to launch an attack. The intricacy of his strategies was truly remarkable, showcasing profound cunning. At this juncture, Obito Uchiha interjected, "Indeed, this individual is far from ordinary. His combat intelligence is exceptionally high. Everyone must remain vigilant against his schemes during the battle. Otherwise, we might unwittingly fall into his traps." With a serious demeanor, Obito emphasized the importance of caution. "We must be wary. This serves as a reminder not to underestimate our adversaries." Meanwhile, Yosaka, with an air of nonchalance, declared, "It's really not that complicated. One swift strike would suffice." Chapter 128. Before the examination, the words of Yotsuka were promptly disregarded by Kakashi Hitaki and the others. Although his statements were impeccably analytical, they held little practical relevance. After all, if one could effortlessly vanquish an opponent with a single strike, there would be no need for tactics, just a swift blow would suffice. Consequently, everyone sought out a place to sit and rest, mentally preparing for the impending team battle. With less than an hour remaining before the commencement of the collective combat, it was imperative to utilize this time to ready themselves as thoroughly as possible, ensuring both their physical and mental states were optimized for the forthcoming engagement. While the general populace might favor individual duels, team battles undeniably held significant value. Moreover, these contests were genuine displays of skill, not mere trifles. Thus, everyone regarded them with utmost seriousness. This team battle was poised to be the first true test of their abilities, and none wished to falter before the gaze of thousands. Especially under the scrutiny of predominantly Konoha's inhabitants, by succumbing to the prowess of ninjas from other nations. The thought of facing the public afterward, with the shame of being recognized as the one defeated in the team match by a ninja from another village, was unthinkable. Such humiliation would echo in the streets. where one would be labeled a disgrace to Konoha. Hence, no one desired defeat. All were diligently striving to adjust their states. After all, the written examination had already depleted some of their chakra and energy. In contrast, Yotsuka found no need for adjustment. On the contrary, he was in peak condition, brimming with vitality. This was inevitable, for while others were preoccupied with surreptitiously copying answers during the written test, Yotsuka had chosen to rest, rejuvenating his strength. At this moment, the audience in the stands was eagerly anticipating the commencement of the impending team competition. They had already taken their seats. The stands were filled even before the written examination concluded, or rather, all the spectators who were meant to attend the opening ceremony were already present. Among the crowd were many acquaintances of Yotsuka, including Otsutsuki SHBU, Noera Rin, and other non-participating lower ninjas such as Yamashiro Aoba, Inazukatsume, Nara Shikaku, and others. Additionally, several prominent jonin were in attendance, including Konoha's White Fang and Uchiha Fugaku. They were all seated, eagerly awaiting the activation of the colossal 360-degree circular display screen in the center of the stadium. Hey, Tsukumo, what do you think our little ones from Konoha will place in this team competition? Uchiha Fugaku inquired with a smile. Well, I cannot say for certain, Tsukumo replied, grinning. After all, the participants from other nations are no pushovers either. Nevertheless, I have faith that our young ones will perform admirably. Among them was his son, Kakashi Hitaki. Renowned as a prodigious ninja, often referred to as Hitaki 50-50, as he could hold his own against anyone. It's truly a pity. If only your son Itachi had been born a few years earlier, he would surely have participated in this competition. His talent is of an extraordinary caliber. One of the rare super geniuses I have encountered, and he is indeed your son, Fugaku chuckled. Ha ha ha, Tsukumo, I appreciate your words. You flatter both of us. However, on a serious note, Itachi is indeed exceptionally gifted. I believe that if he were to compete now, he would perform remarkably. But your Kakashi is also impressive. He is a genius and not in any way inferior to my Itachi. With proper guidance, he might even become Hokage one day, Fugaku remarked with a smile. At that moment, Tsukumo, with a hint of resignation, responded, however, in my view, while these two children possess significant talent, if we are to discuss true genius, there is only one who can claim the first position, and no one can rightfully assert they are second. Fugaku nodded in agreement. Indeed, that child, Yotsuka, can only be described as freakishly talented. I have never seen him train. He spends his days eating and sleeping, yet his strength continues to grow. I even suspect he might possess some unique bloodline limit, perhaps something akin to gaining power through consumption. As long as he remains alive and continues to develop, he will undoubtedly become Konoha's most formidable ace in the future. Kakashi Hitaki, with a complex expression, remarked, indeed, this child possesses an astonishing level of talent. I have never encountered anyone with such potential, not even Uchiha Madara, the ancestor of my clan, or the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. In terms of innate ability, I believe that Yosaka surpasses them both. As far as I know, Yosaka is already capable of defeating the majority of Jonin. I once spoke with Orochimaru, who seriously stated that in a full-fledged battle, the odds between him and Yosaka would be roughly 60-40. What? Is he truly that formidable? Kakashi exclaimed in astonishment. Turning to Uchiha Fugaku, Fugaku nodded gravely, stating, while Orochimaru could indeed best Yosaka, the fact that he can contend with one of the legendary Sannin at such odds is a testament to his strength. Moreover, at this point, Fugaku fell silent momentarily, prompting Kakashi to interject. Moreover, this child is merely a 12-year-old genin. To be able to engage a legendary Sannin on equal footing at such a young age is nothing short of terrifying. It is difficult to fathom what his capabilities will be when he reaches 16, should he face Orochimaru then. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku managed a wry smile and replied, I believe you can already surmise the outcome. If all goes well, by the age of 16, Yosaka will undoubtedly surpass Orochimaru. A mere 16-year-old capable of defeating a legendary Sannin is extraordinary. After all, the Sannin are of a caliber that is either just below or very close to that of a Kage. Typically, it takes an individual until their late 20s or 30s to attain such heights. One could rightly call them a genius. Yet, Yosaka has achieved this in his teenage years. Indeed, a person yet to reach 20 can attain strength akin to that of a Kage, and this is not even during his peak years. It is unfathomable to consider the level of power he will possess upon reaching his prime, between the ages of 25 and 35. I can almost envision him rising to the level of Uchiha Madara or the first Hokage. Thus, in Fugaku's eyes, before Yosaka, the label of genius loses its significance. Chapter 129. Uchiha Fugaku's abilities, after all, regardless of how talented Kakashi or Itachi Uchiha may be. Neither reached a level of strength capable of contending with Orochimaru at the age of 12. What Orochimaru refers to as a 6-4 split denotes a scenario where two individuals engage in a life-or-death struggle. Orochimaru, employing his formidable techniques, possesses a mere 60% chance of triumphing over Yosaka. It is crucial to understand that compelling an individual of the Sannin caliber to reveal all their hidden cards and fight a battle where the stakes are life or death, and yet only having a 60% probability of victory, signifies that this opponent, even if ultimately unable to defeat Orochimaru, possesses an extraordinarily powerful prowess. After all, without a certain level of strength, one cannot force Orochimaru to unleash his full potential in a desperate bid for survival. This is not a mere sparring session. It is a genuine contest of life and death. How could an ordinary individual compel Orochimaru to engage in a life-and-death battle? It is important to note that throughout Orochimaru's life, the first true encounter of such magnitude occurred against the legendary Hanzo of the Salamander. Alongside Tsunade and Jiraiya, the three faced Hanzo but ultimately fell short, earning them the revered title of the three legendary Sannin. Hanzo is no ordinary figure. He is hailed as a demigod within the ninja world. And who is the god of this realm? It is Hashirama Senju. This implies that Hanzo's prowess is only marginally beneath that of Hashirama, highlighting the formidable nature of Hanzo and underscoring the incredible strength of the Sannin. To engage in combat with a figure of such legendary status is indeed a remarkable feat. The second instance of Orochimaru facing a life-and-death struggle occurred during the Chunin exams against the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Even in his advanced years, the third Hokage, revered as the god of ninjutsu and known for his mastery of all forms of ninjutsu, as well as possessing chakra of all 5 elemental natures, remained a force to be reckoned with. The third life-and-death battle experienced by Orochimaru occurred after his transformation into the monstrous Yamada no Orochi, where he faced Uchiha Itachi, who wielded the complete Susanoo, holding the Yada mirror in one hand and the Totsuka blade in the other. The fourth life-and-death struggle experienced by Orochimaru, or rather the absence of a battle, occurred during the summoning of the first Hokage through the reanimation jutsu. At that moment, the first Hokage unleashed an overwhelming surge of chakra, causing Orochimaru to break into a cold sweat, fearing that he might be vanquished on the spot by the first Hokage. Hence, anyone who engages in a life-and-death confrontation with Orochimaru is undoubtedly a formidable being of extraordinary strength, surpassing even the ranks of the Kage. Yosaka, a 12-year-old genin, has proven to be a formidable force, compelling Orochimaru to engage in a life-or-death struggle. Although Orochimaru ultimately emerges victorious, the very fact that a mere 12-year-old could challenge him to such an extent is a testament to Yosaka's prowess. One can only imagine how formidable Yosaka will become as he matures into his 16th, 20th, or even 30th year. His potential is indeed exhilarating. It is no wonder that the third Hokage is so protective of this child. He possesses enviable potential. As you mentioned, as long as he remains alive, he is destined to become a pillar of Konohagakure, rivaling even the first Hokage in stature, mused Uchiha Fugaku. Indeed, I share your curiosity and anticipation regarding the current state of this young lad's abilities. The upcoming tournament presents a perfect opportunity to witness his prowess firsthand, remarked Hatake Tsukumo with a grin. Your words have piqued my interest as well, Fugaku replied with a smile. Speaking of which, are you not concerned about the security arrangements for this event? Not at all. I have dispatched my shadow clone to oversee matters. Besides, security is not solely my responsibility. I have faith in others to perform their duties admirably as well, Fugaku assured him. As the captain of the Konoha's security force, he is indeed the primary overseer of the upcoming Allied Shinobi Forces Friendship Tournament. Typically, the chief coordinator would be stationed in the Central Command Center. Yet it surprised Tsukumo to find Fugaku present at the match. However, Fugaku reassured him that he had left a clone at the command center, ensuring everything would be under control. Tsukumo is among the few who are privy to Uchiha Fugaku's unique abilities. Fugaku possesses a remarkable original jutsu known as the mirror clone technique, which allows his shadow clones to transfer locations with one another. This means that his true self can directly exchange places with a shadow clone or be summoned by one. Thus, Fugaku's ability is somewhat akin to the Flying Thunder God technique of Minato Namikaze. As long as there is a flying thunder god mark or one of Fugaku's shadow clones present, he can teleport his true body to that location at any time. Furthermore, Fugaku can switch back and forth among multiple shadow clones, making this ability exceptionally powerful. For instance, when an enemy's attack is about to strike his true body, he can seamlessly transition into one of his clones to evade the assault. Alternatively, while attacking an adversary, he can continuously traverse among his clones, thereby confounding his foes. Moreover, Kakashi Hitaki is aware that Uchiha Fugaku's clone possesses an even more formidable technique. His true form is capable of becoming invisible. In essence, the clone engages in a feigned attack to divert attention while his actual self stealthily approaches for a decisive strike. This maneuver is truly extraordinary. For instance, you may perceive him charging towards you, yet remain oblivious to the fact that what is actually advancing is merely a clone. His true self lurked invisibly behind his clone. When you thwarted the clone's assault, you believed you had successfully defended against your opponent. However, in a fleeting moment of distraction, your vigilance waned. At that precise instant, Uchiha Fugaku's true form abruptly revealed itself, delivering a swift strike that eliminated you in an instant. This exemplifies the formidable potency of Uchiha Fugaku's technique, which is exceptionally suited for assassination and exceedingly practical. It bears resemblance to the space-time ninjutsu of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in the Moonlight Wind Shunshin, enabling invisibility. Yet, it surpasses the latter's proficiency significantly, as Moonlight Wind's technique becomes visible with even the slightest movement. Chapter 130 showcases the practicality inherent in Uchiha Fugaku's brilliance. For Moonlight Wind, achieving true invisibility necessitates absolute stillness. The moment he stirs, even an adversary with merely average perception could easily discern his semi-transparent form. This explains why Moonlight Wind was ultimately discovered. His momentary lapse in composure led him to move, resulting in his exposure. Had he maintained his composure, remaining motionless and silent, Yakushi Kabuto and Maki would never have sensed anyone eavesdropping on their conversation. Instead, Moonlight Wind's momentary carelessness, which included both a sound and a movement, led to his undoing. Such is the inherent drawback of Moonlight Wind's technique, which possesses significant limitations in practical application. The ability of Uchiha Fugaku transcends mere invisibility. He is capable of moving freely while cloaked from detection, revealing his presence only at the moment his attack makes contact with the adversary. This singular aspect undeniably surpasses the prowess of Moonlight Gale's phasing technique. However, Fugaku's invisibility is not an isolated skill. It is intricately linked to his shadow clone technique. This signifies a fundamental distinction between Uchiha Fugaku and Moonlight Gale's phasing ability, as the latter can render his body invisible independently. Uchiha Fugaku must create a shadow clone in order for his physical form to become invisible. This ability is somewhat reminiscent of the second Tsuchikage's splitting technique. In essence, Uchiha Fugaku can separate his true body from his physical form, rendering it invisible. His original body transforms into a shadow clone, while he himself stealthily emerges from his corporeal vessel. This grants the ability remarkable flexibility. For instance, while engaged in conversation, he might discreetly render his true self invisible and slip away, leaving a clone to continue the dialogue seamlessly, making it imperceptible to the observer that he is just separated. Consequently, one cannot ascertain whether the entity conversing with them is indeed Uchiha Fugaku's true form. This ability is extraordinarily elusive and can be deemed a formidable and peculiar skill, a unique attribute bestowed by his Sharingan. On the surface, its power may not seem overwhelming, unable to rival the likes of Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo or Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu. Nor can it compare to Uchiha Shurisue's Kodo Amatsukami or Uchiha Bito's Kamui. However, Uchiha Fugaku's ability is far more practical, exhibiting a bizarre versatility that allows for both offensive and defensive maneuvers, and in moments of peril, an escape route. Furthermore, it can even be utilized in conjunction with his Susanoo. Imagine the target you are relentlessly attacking turns out to be a mere illusion of Susanoo, while the genuine Susanoo has stealthily circumnavigated to strike you from behind, delivering a fatal blow. Alternatively, when his Susanoo swings its blade, you may discover that the attack was a ruse. Just as you let down your guard, the authentic Susanoo, concealed behind the illusion, delivers a lethal strike. This exemplifies the flexible application of this ability, which, while seemingly unremarkable, can yield unexpectedly potent results when wielded adeptly. It appears that Uchiha Obito's Kamui might be more suited to countering Uchiha Fugaku's ability, though that is a relative assertion. After all, If Uchiha Obito fails to react in time and is struck by Uchiha Fugaku while his body lacks the protection of Kimui, he too would meet a grim fate. Overall, Uchiha Fugaku is indeed formidable. He does not rely solely on this singular ability for combat. His ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu are exceptionally powerful, rendering him a worthy adversary against the likes of Minato Namikaze. Thus, he stands as a highly competent contender among the candidates for the position of fourth Hokage. However, Uchiha Fugaku harbors no desire to assume the role of Hokage, as it could disrupt the delicate balance of the village and alter the mindset of the Uchiha clan, potentially inciting turmoil. Had he not assumed the mantle of Hokage, the Uchiha clan would inevitably remain restless. Thus, the predicament surrounding the Uchiha clan is rather intricate. The only definitive solution would be the eradication of the entire clan, which is evidently neither feasible nor ethical. In light of this dilemma, Uchiha Fugaku has engaged in numerous discussions with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, yet a satisfactory resolution remains elusive. Consequently, the third Hokage has resolved to revisit this matter with Nara Shikaku and others once the fourth Hokage has been elected, in hopes of uncovering a more effective strategy. After all, the Uchiha clan constitutes a vital component of Konoha's military strength, and the third Hokage is reluctant to forsake them, aspiring instead for a harmonious coexistence between the Uchiha and the village. Nevertheless, there are always certain individuals within the Uchiha clan who exhibit rebellious tendencies. Thus, eliminating such individuals would merely address the symptoms rather than the root cause of the issue. Therefore, a more prudent and long-term approach is essential for resolving this matter. As Uchiha Fugaku and Hatake Tsukumo engaged in casual conversation, the time for the commencement of the team competition finally arrived. In the small square, the third Hokage stood prominently, flanked by projections of 4 other Kages, each manifesting a portion of their true strength through these projections. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was taken aback, for it was their first encounter with Kages from nations beyond their own, including the Land of Fire. Curiosity sparked among the attendees as they gazed at the 3 unfamiliar Kages. "Wow, is that the Mizukichi? Why does he look like a child?" exclaimed Yotsuka, pointing at the projection of the third Mizukichi as he spoke to Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi, equally astonished, replied, "I am uncertain. Perhaps that is simply his appearance." Yotsuka nodded, asserting, "Indeed, I refuse to believe that such a small child could hold the title of Mizukichi. Even I lack such innate talent." Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at Yotsuka, pondering the implications of his statement. At that moment, the third Hokage beckoned to the gathered crowd, calling for silence. "Please, everyone, settle down. We are about to initiate the teleportation for the team competition." Chapter 131. It's about to begin, huh? Is it finally commencing? I was on the verge of dozing off. Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Yotsuka, who had been teetering on the brink of slumber, instantly revitalized, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "You are quite the warrior at heart," Kakashi remarked with a bemused expression. "While others appear anxious, you seem positively eager. Are you not excited? Soon, we shall engage in battle with experts from other nations. Just thinking about it fills me with exhilaration," Yotsuka exclaimed. However, his notion of excitement was less about the thrill of combat and more about the prospect of vanquishing competitors from other countries, thereby securing victory in the team competition. This triumph would enable him to swiftly redeem his promise to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to indulge in delicious taiyaki. Thus, Yotsuka's true exhilaration stemmed from the anticipation of culinary delights. For Hatake Kakashi, the excitement he comprehends is that of engaging in battle with an opponent. Although both parties discuss the same subject, their communication resembles that of a chicken and a duck, with their thoughts diverging entirely. It can be said that the majority of contemporary examinees harbor notions that starkly contrast with those of Yosaka. Not only was Yotsuka filled with excitement, but others were also stirred with anticipation. Tsukiki's heart raced with a blend of anxiety and exhilaration, as he prepared to engage in battle for the first time with these prodigious talents from various nations. This moment filled him with both eagerness and trepidation, as he felt the weight of pressure upon him. Yet, recalling his diligent training, he reassured himself that he was not lacking in skill. This competition was an opportunity for Tsukikage to shine brilliantly. Thus, after quickly adjusting his mindset, he readied himself in an optimal state, resolute in the face of any adversary. In contrast, Kakashi Hatake experienced little tension. While he felt a slight thrill, he remained relatively composed, a testament to the teachings of his father, Tsukumo Hatake. Tsukumo's guidance instilled in Kakashi a serene composure akin to a mountain remaining steadfast in the face of calamity. Kakashi understood that panic served no purpose. Confronting challenges required a calm and thoughtful approach to devise effective solutions, embodying the best posture in adversity. Therefore, it could be said that among those present, Kakashi was the most composed individual. Might Guy, on the other hand, was brimming with enthusiasm, akin to a hyperactive spirit, energetically throwing punches and kicks while exclaiming the virtues of youth. Obito Uchiha shared the sentiments of Tsukikage, feeling a mix of pressure, tension, and excitement. In contrast, Uchiha Itachi exhibited a calm demeanor, similar to Kakashi, reflecting a confidence in his own abilities. Asuma Saratobi maintained a more balanced disposition, his excitement outweighing his nervousness. His approach to the challenge stemmed from a desire for the fulfillment that comes from defeating adversaries, devoid of the burdens that weighed upon Tsukikage and Obito. Consequently, Asuma was free from the fear of failure that plagued Tsukikage and Obito, leading to a significantly healthier mindset. After all, the thoughts of Yakumo and Rin lingered in the minds of Obito and Tsukikage, serving as both motivation and a source of pressure, occasionally casting a shadow of negativity over them. Yet, at times, this emotional complexity could also ignite a fiercer fighting spirit within them, embodying both advantages and disadvantages. People from other countries exhibit a myriad of emotions. A genius like Scorpion possesses unwavering confidence in his abilities, leading him to feel neither nervous nor overly excited about engaging with experts from other nations. In his eyes, competitors are not worthy of his regard, as he perceives them all as potential vanquished foes. Consequently, the thrill of competition diminishes, rendering the experience rather mundane. This stems from his absolute self-assurance in his strength. It is akin to participating in a boxing match. When your opponent is of similar age and skill, one may experience anxiety or exhilaration. However, when faced with a child from kindergarten, such feelings dissipate, as the opponent is not deemed a true challenge, thus lacking any sense of excitement. Scorpion's current mindset mirrors this sentiment, and he is indeed justified in holding such a perspective. After all, apart from the extraordinary Yotsuka, Scorpion can be regarded as one of the most gifted and promising individuals among this group. The inhabitants of Yuin village, known as the Teak people, bear some resemblance to Scorpion, yet they possess their own distinct qualities. The Teak people are indeed filled with a certain excitement, but this exhilaration is solely directed towards Yosaka. They eagerly anticipate the moment they will encounter Yosaka, yearning for the opportunity to engage in a duel and emerge victorious. However, regarding the other competitors, their perspective aligns closely with that of Scorpion. They harbor no belief that anyone could possibly defeat them, thus rendering them indifferent to the presence of others. However, Kurabi harbored no particular emotions, for he was, in truth, not especially invested in these battles. His true passions lay solely in rap and inspiration. Nevertheless, he felt a slight inclination to engage in a contest with Yosaka, to ascertain whether his eight tails be blade technique surpassed Yosaka's swordsmanship. The druid was filled with exhilaration, finally able to unleash his full potential in battle against the special forces. It is worth noting that he was indeed the most combative member of the Yunin village representative team. Konan was equally thrilled, as she would soon engage in combat with Yosaka. In her mind, she envisioned a scenario where she would feign defeat, sustain injuries from Yosaka, and subsequently be hospitalized. During his visits, their relationship would blossom, igniting a passionate romance between them. Beside him, Zaibu-Zhan was continuously chuckling, his body trembling with excitement. He was, of course, equally exhilarated, for he was on the verge of vanquishing his adversaries, particularly Kurabi and Yotsuka. He resolved to eliminate both Kurabi and Yotsuka in this group competition, thus choosing to forego their previously agreed strategy of regrouping before engaging in battle. Instead, he opted for solitary action, eager to seek out his foes and strike them down one by one, a course of action that resonated with his nature and filled him with exhilaration. The dried persimmon Kankuro, however, remained indifferent, opting to enter and gather first, deciding to act based on the circumstances later. Deara, with an air of nonchalance, planned to indiscriminately throw bombs upon entry, dispatching one after another without a second thought. Moreover, he possessed the newly revised C2 Dragon and could deploy explosive birds for reconnaissance, showcasing a diverse array of techniques that allowed for flexible application. Chapter 132. The tension of Obito Uchiha Obito, rubbing his fists, was gripped by anxiety, causing him to tremble slightly. Observing his state, Yosaka burst into laughter, teasing, "Obito, why are you trembling in fear? This won't do." If you get too anxious and end up being defeated in front of so many from the Hidden Leaf Village, you'll lose all face. Upon hearing Yosaka's words, the pressure on Uchiha Obito intensified. Indeed, this battle was to be witnessed by numerous villagers from the Hidden Leaf. If he were to be utterly outmatched before such a crowd, he would be too embarrassed to face anyone thereafter. The more he attempted to dismiss these thoughts, the more they consumed him, particularly the notion of Rin Noara in the audience witnessing his defeat by an opponent from another nation. The thought alone amplified his anxiety. Damn it, what should I do? If I lose, Rin will undoubtedly be exceedingly disappointed in me. I cannot afford to fail. Yet the weight of the pressure was suffocating, and his body shook with increasing intensity. Seeing his distress, Yosaka smirked and advised, the more you fear, the tenser you become, the tenser you are, the worse your performance will be. The audience will certainly be disappointed in you, especially Rin Noara. Rather than allowing this to consume you, why not throw caution to the wind? Give it your all, regardless of the outcome. Even if you lose, if you've exerted your utmost effort, others will not hold it against you. However, Uchiha Obito hesitated, for he understood the reasoning yet could not quell the overwhelming anxiety within him. He loathed his current state, questioning why others exuded confidence while he was plagued by trepidation. Logically, being chosen as a participant signified that his abilities were among the finest among these genin. Yet he found himself paralyzed by fear. What Obito failed to comprehend was that his true pressure stemmed from Rin Noara. He placed immense significance on her, as if the essence of his existence hinged upon her presence. When she was kind to him, the world appeared beautiful. When she expressed disappointment, the world felt unbearably painful. His every action was dictated by her perception of him. To a certain extent, he had lost himself, projecting his identity onto her. In the case of Rin Noara, while others derive self-love from within, he returns such affection from Rin Noara. This is the reason why Rin Noara exerts such immense pressure on Obito Uchiha. Consequently, Obito finds himself in an extreme state of absolute idealism. The impact of Rin Noara's presence versus her absence on Obito Uchiha is profoundly distinct. Rin Noara serves as the very source of Obito's motivation. Without her, he is but a mere shadow of himself, weak, inept, cowardly, and feeble, among other shortcomings. However, when Rin Noara is present, Obito transforms entirely, becoming a force to be reckoned with, capable of vanquishing gods and Buddhas alike. Thus, Obito is characterized as an individual of extreme dichotomy, embodying a nature that is fundamentally idealistic, with fluctuations that are immensely vast. His lower limits are alarmingly low, while his upper limits soar to great heights, resulting in an utterly unstable disposition. When he is powerful, he can conquer the heavens and the earth. When he is weak, he is nothing at all. Therefore, even someone like Yosaka finds it challenging to console Obito, unless Rin Noara is brought forth to speak with him, or if an adversary were to openly defeat Rin Noara in his presence, which would inevitably catalyze Obito to reach his highest potential. At this moment, the third Hokage had commenced the intricate illusion alongside the other four Kages. They executed complex hand seals, each expending a considerable amount of chakra, resulting in the sudden appearance of a colossal energy sphere, approximately 2 meters in radius, suspended in midair by a unique apparatus resembling a gateway. After half a minute, the 5 Kages concluded their hand seals, proclaiming the successful creation of the illusion. Wow, is this the entrance to the illusion? It appears so wondrous. How does one enter? The energy sphere seemed to be brimming with immense power. What an extraordinary amount of chakra must have been required to conjure this. Truly, it is a feat befitting the Kage. This illusion appeared to be a fusion of time and space, exuding an air of sophistication that left me pondering the intricacies of this ninjutsu, which evidently necessitated the collaboration of all 5 Kages. One could only marvel at the genius who originally conceived such a formidable technique. Before long, we would be entering for the team competition. While I understood how to enter, I was left wondering how we would exit. It was rumored that one could simply declare a forfeit to be automatically transported out, which was rather impressive. I had heard that upon entering, one would be randomly teleported to any location, making it advisable to refrain from wandering aimlessly and instead seek concealment to assess the surroundings. Furthermore, it was said that the environment within the illusion differed from reality, lacking stars, thus rendering it impossible to accurately discern directions. No one knew precisely what awaited within, as this ninjutsu was being employed for the first time. As the participants beheld the entrance to the illusion, a flurry of discussions ensued among them. At that moment, the third Hokage raised his hand and declared, "Silence." Instantly, the previously boisterous crowd fell silent. Then, the third Hokage began. Now, I shall elucidate the rules of this team competition. The audience leaned in attentively, eager not to miss any critical details or regulations, for understanding the rules could be pivotal. Often, a single detail could determine success or failure. Even Yosaka listened intently, as this was crucial to his hopes of savoring the grilled fish from the hidden cloud village, a matter of great importance to him. Thus, the third Hokage commenced a thorough explanation of the rules governing this grand team competition. Meanwhile, the grand screen at the center of the stadium was activated, heralding the imminent commencement of the first team competition. This announcement instantly piqued the interest of the audience, who had been waiting in anticipation, and the atmosphere transformed into one of fervent excitement. Chapter 133. The match is about to begin. Wow. The screen has lit up. Does this signify that the team competition is about to begin? Exclaimed a young man, his face alight with enthusiasm. Ah, at long last. I was on the verge of dozing off. Let us get started. Konoha, give it your all. Konoha will surely triumph. I am so eager to see how they will perform. As the grand screen illuminated the stadium, the audience erupted into even greater fervor. All eyes were fixed upon the display. In the stands, Nara Shikamaru turned to Yamashiro Aoi and remarked, Aoi, I believe your strength could qualify you for the competition. Why do you choose to conceal your abilities? Yamashiro Aoi smiled and replied, I prefer not to draw too much attention to myself, and I find it rather troublesome. I enjoy focusing on my own training. Nara Shikamaru inquired further, however, if you participated in the competition, you could engage with contestants from other nations, thereby gaining substantial practical experience. Yamashiro Aoi replied with a grin, My aim is to become a special jonin and join the Konoha Special Operations Unit, undertaking covert missions. Consequently, my abilities are quite versatile, but I am particularly adept at assassination, which is ill-suited for direct battlefield confrontations. After a brief pause, Yamashiro Aoi continued, Moreover, observing from the grand screen can also provide valuable experience. After all, I am a jack of all trades, which means I possess a breadth of skills, yet none are exceptional. This makes it challenging to engage in combat effectively, thus positioning me better as a support role. Nara Shikamaru nodded, comprehending Yamashiro Aoi's perspective. In truth, Yamashiro Aoi resembled Kakashi Hatake, a well-rounded talent proficient in taijutsu, jinjutsu, ninjutsu, weaponry, as well as reconnaissance and assassination. However, being competent in all areas meant he lacked a singularly outstanding ability, allowing him to hold his own, but making it difficult to surpass others in combat. Should he participate in the upcoming Five Shadows Friendship Tournament as a member of the team competition, he could serve as an excellent support. However, when it comes to the subsequent individual matches, he is likely to face defeat. Thus, it would be more prudent to allow a competitor with greater prowess in solo combat to take his place. Consequently, Yamashiro Aoba has a clear understanding of his role. He aims to be a versatile tool, for oftentimes, successfully executing a mission is not solely about combat strength. While being capable in battle is one method of accomplishing a task, it is not necessarily the most effective approach. The true essence lies in completing the mission without the adversary's awareness, which represents the optimal method of fulfillment. Therefore, when the final spot in the tournament was initially designated for Yamashiro Aoba, he proactively approached Mikami Shuji, requesting that his position be granted to Might Guy. Undoubtedly, in terms of direct combat ability, Might Guy surpasses him. However, in other areas, he lacks the finesse that Yamashiro Aoba possesses. For instance, in the first round of competition, Might Guy nearly failed to qualify, a scenario that would not have occurred had Yamashiro Aoba been in his stead. Ultimately, Mikami Shuji consented to allow Might Guy to participate. It is worth noting that Might Guy's physical techniques are indeed formidable. Thus far, among the lower-ranking ninjas of Konohagakure, no one has been able to defeat Might Guy in physical combat. Meanwhile, as the audience eagerly awaited the commencement of the match, on the other side in the small square, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was articulating the rules for the upcoming team competition. He began by stating, Before I announce the rules of this team contest, I must elucidate the will of fire that embodies our leaf village. What, then, is this will of fire? It signifies that where the leaves dance, the fire continues to burn eternally. The flame shall perpetually illuminate our village and nurture the budding of new leaves. The third Hokage repeated the essence of the will of fire almost daily, to the point where the villagers of Konoha grew weary of hearing it. However, For the ninjas from other villages, it was a novel concept and thus elicited no such fatigue. After expounding on the will of fire, the third Hokage proceeded to interpret and analyze its significance. It was not until 20 minutes had passed that he finally transitioned to the formal announcement of the competition rules. The tournament would follow a free-for-all format, where each participant would bear a bell. Should a bell be seized, it would signify elimination, and the eliminated individual would be promptly transported away. If a participant wished to withdraw from the contest or was incapacitated due to injury, they could simply call out "I forfeit," resulting in immediate removal from the match. After a brief pause, the third Hokage continued, "The more enemy bells one captures, the higher their score. Ultimately, the team with the greatest total of bells will be declared the victor, followed by the second and third places." Notably, there exists a special provision. Once a bell is taken, it is marked with the insignia of the team that captured it. Therefore, the scenario where one ninja seizes a bell only to have it taken by another, thus transforming it into their possession, will not occur. Once you have claimed a bell, it becomes utterly useless to others, rendering it a one-time use item. Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd grasped the implications. Kakashi Uchiha nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "In essence, this arrangement effectively prevents the situation where a cunning individual lies in wait, only to sweep in at the last moment and gather the majority of the bells." The others nodded in agreement with Kakashi's words. In essence, if the bell bore no mark, it would result in a situation where whoever possessed it at the conclusion of the competition would claim it as their own. This scenario could lead to a circumstance where one could seize the bell from another, laying in wait until the end to ambush and capture all the bells, thereby rendering their efforts futile. Such a situation has now been entirely mitigated, as once a bell is taken, it is immediately marked, ensuring that even if one withdraws from the competition later, the bell remains attributed to them, contributing to their team's overall score. This is an exceptionally clever rule that significantly enhances the excitement of the competition while simultaneously accelerating its pace. Chapter 134. The Art of Rules. Should the method of indiscriminately seizing bells be employed, there exists a substantial risk that someone might conceal their presence and survive until the final moments, launching a sudden attack when others are weary from numerous battles. This would be akin to a mantis stalking a cicada, with the hidden players seizing all the bells from the leading team, potentially resulting in a scenario where there is only a first place with no second or third. After all, if all the bells are claimed by one group at the end, no one else would possess any, thus undermining the very essence of the competition, which fundamentally tests teamwork and combat prowess. Rather than merely competing to survive, this approach contradicts the very essence of the competition. If all participants resort to mere survival, the spectators outside would find the spectacle utterly devoid of interest, leading to a negative response from the audience, which is far from ideal. Consequently, the current regulations are a significant improvement over such a scenario. The implementation of a single-use imprint by the bell effectively introduces a new form of decisive technique. In essence, one strategy involves initially maintaining a low profile, striving to reunite with teammates, and subsequently launching a collective effort to ambush or engage in combat. This tactic is more aligned with the mid to late stages of the competition. Another tactic involves utilizing the bell to create a unique, one-time mark, which results in a novel strategy. At the outset of the game, when participants are randomly teleported to various locations, they find themselves in solitary states. During this brief period of isolation, one can leverage their individual prowess to locate and confront those who have yet to find their teammates. This approach allows for swift engagements to seize the bell. Given that players are dispersed at the beginning, it is improbable for them to regroup with their allies in the short term. Consequently, one should aim to defeat opponents as quickly as possible, thereby acquiring the bell and swiftly seeking out the next isolated adversary to vanquish and claim their bell as well. Essentially, this strategy capitalizes on the initial moments when players are alone, maximizing the number of opponents eliminated and bells acquired before others can reunite with their teams. Once opponents have found their allies, the difficulty of claiming bells significantly escalates, potentially devolving into large-scale skirmishes. The newly announced rule by the third Hokage, which states that the first individual to seize the bell will bear their team's mark, disrupts the preordained strategies of all participating teams. This shift necessitates prompt and aggressive engagements at the game's commencement. After all, the bells are limited. If most bells are claimed early, even if one survives into the later stages, it becomes futile. Even if one manages to overpower an opponent who has exhausted their stamina, the bell is already marked for their team, rendering the victory void. Thus, this tactic transforms what was originally a mid to late game focused on teamwork into a chaotic early game free-for-all. Kakashi Hitaki finds this change perplexing. As it is a team competition, one would naturally expect collaboration to be paramount. Otherwise, if every encounter devolves into one-on-one duels, subsequent individual competitions would merely be redundant. However, Kakashi fails to recognize that adhering to traditional game rules, whereby whoever claims the bell is deemed the victor, might lead to a scenario where no one engages in combat. If all players primarily focus on regrouping, they would ultimately converge in clusters for confrontations. While this would foster teamwork, it is crucial to understand that these individuals are elite among their respective ranks, and while abilities may vary, the overall disparity is minimal. Thus, when 5 or 6 similarly skilled competitors unite against another group of 5 or 6, it is highly probable that they could engage for an extended period without successfully claiming any bells. In such instances, the likelihood of conflict diminishes, rendering the game stagnant. Therefore, it is more advantageous to accelerate the pace of the competition from the very beginning. Moreover, there exists a concealed technique known as the hidden strike. This involves initiating combat while simultaneously regrouping, thereby hastening the convergence with unparalleled swiftness. By outpacing others to unite, one can capitalize on numerical superiority to swiftly isolate and capture solitary opponents, effectively enhancing the likelihood of seizing the coveted bell. If the team's regrouping speed is notably rapid, it is quite feasible to witness a complete rout of rival candidates, thereby establishing a significant advantage shortly after the commencement of the endeavor. This encapsulates the true essence of the team competition. In the heat of battle, one cannot always rely on the fortuitous alignment with teammates. Frequently, one may encounter unforeseen circumstances that lead to a dispersion from one's allies. In such instances, the only recourse is to persevere, swiftly eliminate any isolated adversaries encountered, and promptly seek out one's teammates to regroup. This, indeed, is the profound significance of this team competition. In this context, it appears that the majority of participants present have not grasped the underlying significance. In essence, the most effective strategy entails simultaneously engaging in solo play to secure the bell while swiftly coordinating with teammates, thereby uniting before others have the chance to find their allies. By leveraging numerical superiority, one can initiate an expedited bell-collecting endeavor. This represents the optimal approach, albeit contingent upon the ability to rapidly converge with teammates. Consequently, this tactic demands a heightened level of reconnaissance and perceptual acuity, which underscores the importance of the initial written examination. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, the capacity for reconnaissance and awareness remains paramount, as one may not possess overwhelming strength, yet must retain the essential skills necessary for survival. Hence, this encapsulates the true essence of the team competition. However, the majority of the competitors present failed to grasp this significance. At that moment, their thoughts were predominantly fixated on swiftly eliminating foes and seizing the bell at the onset. Yosaka suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, this seems quite amusing. For me, it is splendid. I can simply confront and claim one after another." Chapter 135. The competition commences. Uchiha Ibido observed Yosaka, pondering that this indeed favored him greatly. As long as Yosaka could swiftly locate his adversaries, there existed a possibility of dispatching them before the others encountered their teammates. Of course, this premise hinged on the opponents not being excessively formidable. Should Yosaka encounter someone like Yuzuki early on, it would likely necessitate a prolonged engagement, ultimately wasting precious time. Thus, the significance of reconnaissance abilities becomes evident. Similarly, those who share the same sentiments as Yosaka include Yuzuki, Kurabi, Scorpion, and Deidara, among others. However, Scorpion felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Initially, he had anticipated the opportunity to eliminate Kakashi Hitaki during this team competition. Yet, having just heard the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's statement, it became evident that if a competitor suffered a fatal injury, they would be immediately teleported out of the arena. Thus, it seemed increasingly unlikely that he would get a chance to vanquish Kakashi in this match. Although Scorpion felt a sense of regret, he did not dwell on it too much. He believed that if he cultivated his strength sufficiently, there would always be a moment to strike down Kakashi Hitaki. His mindset remained relatively positive. Coupled with his striking appearance, extraordinary talent, and formidable prowess, he undoubtedly embodied the essence of a true hero, leaving Meitomi in a quandary over whom to choose as a partner, Scorpion or Yosaka. Meanwhile, Zabuza Momochi listened intently to the rules articulated by the third Hokage, a sinister grin appearing on his face, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. He felt exhilarated. This scenario was perfectly suited for him. allowing him to eliminate his foes one by one in the early stages. Before long, the third Hokage concluded the announcement of the rules for this team competition, declaring that the match would commence in 10 minutes. As the audience eagerly anticipated the commencement of the team competition in 10 minutes, a palpable excitement enveloped the stands. Among the lower-ranking shinobi of Konoha, Noera Rin sat anxiously, her gaze fixed upon the large screen. She murmured to herself, expressing her concerns. I wonder if Obito will encounter danger this time. It would be best if he does not face an overly formidable opponent. Do not worry, Rin. Obito is unlikely to be so unfortunate as to confront a powerful adversary right at the outset, consoled Yusuke, who added, in contrast, it is possible that Yotsuka-kun may activate his grass-cutting mode as soon as he enters. Indeed, the rules this time favor Yotsuka-kun significantly. As long as he does not face opponents like Yuzuki or Terumi May right away, he has a strong chance of securing several bells in the early stages. On the opposite side of the stands, Otsutsuki Kinshiki gazed eagerly at the large screen, her mind brimming with fantasies of the valorous exploits of Yotsuka that would soon be displayed. The mere thought of Yotsuka stealing the spotlight sent her heart racing. The more radiant he appeared, the more exhilarated she felt. The event was about to commence, and she mused aloud. This mode is particularly suited for you, Minato. In a nearby section of the stands, Uchiha Shursui conversed with Namikaze Minato. Indeed, my Flying Thunder God technique is exceptionally advantageous for swiftly eliminating foes. However, your body flicker technique is no less impressive. Ultimately, strength will dictate the advantage, Shursui acknowledged with a nod. 10 minutes later, the team competition officially commenced, with the third Hokage drawing lots to determine the order in which teams would enter the illusion. The first team to be selected was from the hidden grass village, and 5 individuals promptly approached the luminous sphere, vanishing into it in an instant. Ah, so this is how one enters. I wonder what it feels like to step into the illusion, Yotsuka remarked, curiosity etched on his face. The second team drawn was, surprisingly, the representatives from the hidden cloud village. Yotsuka, be careful once you enter. If I encounter you, I shall eliminate you without hesitation. Yuzuki spoke arrogantly before striding into the sphere without a backward glance. I look forward to our match, but let us hope we don't meet too soon. Killer Bee added, diving into the sphere. If we cross paths, I won't hold back. We shall see who is truly superior. Darui chuckled before also plunging into the glowing orb. One by one, the members of the hidden cloud village entered the sphere, and the third Hokage drew again, this time selecting the hidden mist village. Should we meet, please be gentle with me, Terumi May said dreamily to Yotsuka. Rest assured. I shall send you flying with a single strike, Yotsuka replied earnestly. Oh, how rude. But I must admit, I find that quite appealing, Terumi May responded, her heart fluttering. Before entering the sphere, you brat, I will kill you, Zabuza Momochi threatened menacingly at Yotsuka. Is that so? You're far too weak. Perhaps you should find someone else to challenge, Yotsuka replied, exasperated, provoking Zabuza's fury to the brink of drawing his blade. Fortunately, the ever-watchful Kisame Hoshigaki intervened, causing Zabuza to huff in frustration and glare at Yotsuka before entering the sphere. Is he deranged? I believe it is imperative that I eliminate him from the illusion. Yosaka, with a look of exasperation, addressed Uchiha Hosui, who nodded in agreement and remarked, I also believe that if you encounter him, it would be best to sever him from the illusion. Otherwise, keeping him around could lead to complications. Ideally, we should encounter him. He does not appear particularly formidable. Yosaka nodded in assent. At that moment, the remaining inhabitants of the hidden mist village entered the luminous sphere, while Might Guy, unable to contain his excitement, shouted, Why haven't we arrived yet? Hurry and draw us. I want to dive in and let them experience the vigor of Konoha. Coincidentally, just as Might Guy finished his exclamation, the third Hokage drew the Konoha representative team. Ah, it's us. We've been selected, Yosaka exclaimed joyfully, having just pondered when they might be chosen. It was as if the third Hokage had heard Might Guy's words and deliberately selected their team. Consequently, the members of the Konoha team conducted a final check of their belongings, made necessary adjustments, and approached the radiant sphere leading to the illusion, each filled with curiosity. Chapter 136. Commencing entry soon. The Konoha representatives, after completing their preparations, formed a line at the entrance to the illusion, the luminous sphere. We must simply charge into this sphere. Right? Yosaka mused, gazing curiously at the orb, which boasted a diameter of 3 meters, appearing quite immense and radiating a brilliant white hue, its surface smooth to the eye, almost indistinguishable due to its light composition. What would it feel like to enter this sphere? Intrigued, Yosaka extended his right hand and cautiously prodded the orb with his index finger, immediately sensing a coolness emanating from the point of contact. Yet, this chill was not the biting cold one might expect. Rather, it resembled the refreshing sensation of stepping into an air-conditioned room on a sweltering summer day, a most delightful feeling. If such was the sensation upon mere contact, then immersing his entire body within should elicit a similar, if not more profound, experience. Yosaka stood before the orb, diligently studying it, when the voice of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, broke through his contemplation. What are you waiting for? Hurry and enter. And do not delay others from joining the competition. Keep in mind that several groups have already ventured in. Gaining even a minute's advantage is beneficial, as it affords you more time to scout the terrain and set traps, which is naturally advantageous compared to those who enter later. I see now. I had thought we would be randomly assigned after entering. Yosaka suddenly grasped the situation. If one were to adhere to the explanation provided by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, it would imply that Killer Bee and his companions had already been inside for nearly 10 minutes. This consideration suggests that they have had a significant advantage, affording them approximately 10 extra minutes to familiarize themselves with the surrounding terrain and to set up ambushes and traps. This is indeed a considerable advantage for those who enter later. For instance, if the first individual were to enter 5 minutes ahead, conduct a brief reconnaissance of the area, and swiftly find a concealed spot to hide. Then, 5 minutes later, when another person arrives nearby, the latter would be met with a disorienting surprise upon their emergence. At that moment, the initial entrant could exploit the newcomer's unfamiliarity with the surroundings to launch a sudden attack, catching them off guard. This exemplifies the principle that the early bird catches the worm. Moreover, if the first individual possesses agility and speed, they could utilize this time to craft rudimentary traps, thereby gaining an additional tactical advantage at the onset of combat, ultimately enhancing their probability of victory. Thus, it is evident that those who enter first invariably hold an upper hand over those who follow. However, this order of entry is determined by a draw, which is entirely fair. It is merely a matter of fortune as to who enters first or second. Without further ado, Yosaka plunged directly into the luminous sphere. Upon hearing the words of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, those who followed hurriedly sought refuge within the luminous sphere. As Yosaka entered the orb, he was immediately enveloped by an exhilarating chill, precisely as he had anticipated. It was akin to the sensation of swimming in a river on a sweltering summer day. Although the water sparkled brilliantly, the oppressive heat outside rendered it refreshing rather than cold. It was a delightful sensation of being entirely immersed in cool water, and Yosaka found himself reluctant to leave, wishing to linger within the sphere indefinitely. However, at that moment, he was not truly within the sphere. Rather, he had been transported into that illusion through a convergence of time and space via a spatial passage. Thus, this invigorating sensation lasted but an ephemeral moment, vanishing in less than a second. In the very next instant, Yosaka was struck by a profound dizziness, as if he had been swept into the sky by a tornado, leaving him disoriented and unable to discern up from down, as if his head were spinning downward, caught in a whirlwind. The sense of spatial awareness dissipated entirely, rendering him oblivious to his surroundings. Moreover, not only that, during this process, Yosaka felt his consciousness beginning to wane, akin to the sensation of drifting into slumber just before fully succumbing to sleep, a state of semi-consciousness where he felt a complete lack of control over his awareness, as if he were on the brink of unconsciousness. A peculiar and indescribable sound echoed in his ears. This state persisted for approximately 5 seconds until Yosaka suddenly sensed the dizzying sensation and the fog of confusion dissipate entirely, as though he had abruptly awakened from a dream. However, before Su Luin could react, he felt a sharp pain in his head, accompanied by a resounding bang, as if some object had collided with his forehead, leaving him momentarily dazed. Yet, the ordeal did not end there. His body began to tumble uncontrollably, colliding with various objects, some thick, some thin, inflicting pain that made him grimace. Still disoriented from his previous state of mental fog, his mind had yet to fully regain its faculties, leaving him unable to control his body or focus his attention. He could only endure the relentless impacts against the hard, elongated objects, feeling himself plummeting. After a second, his senses, control, focus, and reflexes returned like a rushing tide, prompting Yosaka to open his eyes. The first thing he beheld was a robust tree branch. Instantly, he adjusted his posture, reversing his orientation from head down to feet down, and landed steadily upon the thick branch. So, I had just fallen from a tree? After stabilizing himself, Yosaka surveyed his surroundings and realized he was perched upon a substantial branch of a colossal tree. Chapter 137. Entering the Illusion. It dawned on Yosaka why he had earlier experienced a dizzying sensation, as he had inadvertently plummeted from the sky, colliding with the sturdy branches in his descent. Now, having regained his composure and clarity of mind, Yosaka commenced a meticulous reconnaissance of his environment. Despite his formidable prowess, often eliminating foes with a single stroke, Yosaka was far from arrogant. On the contrary, he approached combat with a profound seriousness. Unlike his seemingly carefree demeanor, Yosaka possessed an astute tactical intelligence, adept at using his innocent fade to confound others. In reality, when the situation called for it, Yosaka could be as cunning as a black-hearted schemer. Nonetheless, in the majority of encounters, he found little need for elaborate strategies, as he frequently dispatched adversaries with expedient lethality, leaving no room for further conflict. This tendency fostered a widespread misconception among many, who perceived Yosaka as a careless ninja, indifferent to details and devoid of cunning. Little did they realize that should a confrontation arise, Yosaka's intellect would undoubtedly outmatch them. For instance, during Karabi's encounter with a ninja from the hidden grass village, his use of explosive clones and concealed techniques went unnoticed by others, while Yosaka had already begun to suspect the possibility that Karabi was merely a shadow. Those who underestimated Yosaka, believing him to be merely a brute, would invariably pay a steep price for their folly. Now, standing on the branch, Yosaka activated his airflow perception ability, diligently attuning himself to the surroundings while mapping the illusions that enveloped him. His airflow perception functioned similarly to the Byakugan, allowing him to construct a vivid 360-degree mental image of his environment. Although it lacked the penetrating clarity of the Byakugan, in open spaces, it was effectively indistinguishable. Thus, Yosaka swiftly acquired relevant information regarding his current location. He found himself amidst a dense forest, standing on a branch situated at a considerable height within a grand tree, approximately 16 to 17 meters above the ground, suggesting that the tree itself stood over 30 meters tall. The surrounding trees stood tall and robust, their thick branches adept at concealing one's form, posing a considerable challenge to movement as one had to navigate around these sturdy limbs. This terrain demanded a high degree of agility, which was particularly advantageous for the Yumu people. Yosaka had perused on the Yumu, noting their remarkable nimbleness and rapidity, akin to cats that skillfully traverse rooftops. He retained this knowledge in his mind, although he was confident in his swordsmanship to defeat any adversary. Yosaka approached the concept of combat with utmost diligence. However, after surveying the environment within a 100-meter radius, he found no trace of any individuals. Of course, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that someone lay hidden, biding their time, eluding his detection. What should he do next? Perhaps it was best to explore another area. According to the rules of the competition, it would be prudent to eliminate several foes and seize a few bells while many participants had yet to regroup with their allies. With this resolution, Yosaka chose a direction at random and dashed forth. Meanwhile, the other members of the Konoha team had also completed their reconnaissance of the surrounding terrain. Unlike Yotsuka, each individual found themselves in distinct environments. At that moment, Kakashi Hitaki stood atop a hillside, surrounded by relatively short and sparse trees, rendering it nearly impossible to conceal oneself. One could easily discern whether anyone occupied a vast area with just a glance. Hence, Kakashi was making his way towards the summit, eager to survey the surroundings from a higher vantage point. On the other side, in a valley where the river flowed gently, Uchiha Obito was cautiously surveying his surroundings. Just moments ago, his Sharingan had detected the presence of chakra, heightening his vigilance and stirring a blend of anxiety and excitement within him. The anxiety stemmed from the misfortune of encountering an enemy barely 5 minutes after entering the illusion, while the excitement arose from the prospect of confronting an adversary so soon. If he could triumph over this foe and seize the bell, it would be splendid, particularly with the audience outside watching the live broadcast of the environment on the big screen. Perhaps Rinoura was observing him at that very moment. The thought of her witnessing him eliminate an enemy upon his entry would surely bring her immense joy. Thus, Uchiha Obito found himself enveloped in a tumultuous array of emotions. At the location of Might Guy, he found himself transported near an abandoned temple, standing within one of its rooms, covertly observing the surroundings. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke was sent to a forsaken amusement park, concealing himself beneath a stationary carousel, intently watching two ninjas engaged in battle over 30 meters away. At that moment, Tsukiyakuri Kazakage was utilizing his intangibility technique, shrouded in the shadows of a corner wall. Upon his sudden arrival, he was immediately attacked before he could fully comprehend his surroundings. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to evade the assault despite his mind still adjusting to the situation. He swiftly deployed a smoke bomb and seized the opportunity to conceal himself using his intangibility. Asuma Saratobi found himself nestled within a patch of grass, closely monitoring the movements around him. Although he had yet to detect any anomalies, his instincts warned him of potential ambushes lurking nearby. Thus, he remained cautious, choosing to observe patiently rather than act impulsively, ready to adapt to any unforeseen circumstances. Consequently, the representatives from Konohagakure swiftly entered a state of heightened alertness, each individual exercising great caution. This pleased the third Hokage, who observed through the crystal ball, appreciating the high caliber of these young ninjas and their keen sense of vigilance, particularly noting that they had not fallen victim to an ambush at the outset. His admiration was especially directed towards Tsukiyakari Kazakage, as he expressed great satisfaction with the young ninja's performance. Chapter 138, The Ambush. After all, Tsukiyakari Kazakage had been attacked upon his entrance. It is important to recognize that this illusionary technique has a significant drawback, as it is forged through the fusion of time and space. Individuals entering it initially find themselves in a state of disorientation. During this period, their conscious awareness is suppressed, leading to a semi-dreamlike condition. This is shortly followed by a brief period of weakness lasting approximately 5 seconds, during which one's reaction time, focus, tactile perception, and overall sensitivity are notably diminished, akin to the state of someone just awakening from anesthesia. However, Tsukiyakari Kazakage managed to adopt a defensive posture even while under attack during this vulnerable state, avoiding the opponent's strike. This performance greatly pleased the third Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen, signifying that Tsukiyakari Kazakage had already demonstrated considerable strength. The third Hokage remarked, "I never anticipated that he could evade such a predicament. I initially believed he would be swiftly eliminated upon being ambushed, yet his exceptional skill has proven me wrong." Orochimaru, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, stating, "Tsukiyakari Kazakage tends to be low profile, rarely showcasing his true abilities. His previous encounters with Yotsuka, whose strength often overwhelmed him, prevented him from revealing his full potential. It seems this competition will finally allow us to witness the true prowess of Tsukiyakari Kazakage." Meanwhile, it is not only the third Hokage, Hiruzen Saratobi, who observes the movements of the teams in the illusionary tournament through the crystal ball. The grand screen within the stadium broadcasts the movements and actions of every individual present in the environment. It is divided into 4 segments, each offering a unique perspective, with the production directed by a member of the Hyuga clan, endowed with the Byakugan. They possess the ability to simultaneously observe various individuals, and when a battle ensues, the screen swiftly transitions to that particular fighter's view, ensuring that the audience can witness the action in real time. Naturally, there are instances when the number of concurrent battles exceeds the capacity of the 4 screens, in which case, replays are provided to showcase the previously unbroadcasted combat scenes. The scene in which Moonlight Gale was ambushed by those who had been lying in wait unfolded in real time before the audience. Consequently, the spectators witnessed Moonlight Gale in a weakened state as he attempted to counter the surprise attack. The viewers were acutely aware of his frail condition, not only due to the large screen's display but also because of the presence of 2 commentators who elucidated the events for the onlookers, thereby preventing a potentially tedious experience devoid of context. Thanks to the commentary, the emotions and pacing of the audience were deftly managed, allowing even those unfamiliar with the nuances of ninjutsu to grasp the unfolding drama. Early on, as the large screen activated, the commentators had briefed the audience on the critical aspects of the team competition, particularly noting the brief period of vulnerability that contestants experience upon being transported into the illusionary realm. During this interval, any attack could prove disastrous, likely resulting in immediate elimination. Thus, when the audience observed Moonlight Gale entering in a weakened state only to be ambushed, a collective anxiety enveloped the crowd, many fearing for his imminent downfall. However, to their astonishment, Moonlight Gale adeptly wielded his katana to parry blows, engaging his assailant in a series of resounding clashes before deftly deploying a smoke bomb. Utilizing the cover of smoke to obscure his movements, he executed a technique that rendered him semi-transparent, enhancing the likelihood of detection. Yet, the shroud of smoke, combined with the chaotic nature of battle, rendered even his translucent form difficult to discern. As a result, Moonlight Gale successfully concealed himself, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from the audience, who had anxiously watched his precarious situation. Xiaoyan, her expression fraught with tension, fixated on the large screen. Having believed that Moonlight Gale was on the verge of elimination, a prospect that filled her with regret. But in an instant, she witnessed his remarkable maneuvering, which ignited a spark of admiration in her eyes, leaving her to marvel at the undeniable charisma he exhibited in that moment. The ambusher concealed within the moonlit breeze is a figure well known to many spectators, Killer Bee, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails from the village of Yun. Remarkably, Moonlight Gale and Killer Bee found themselves assigned to the same area. As Moonlight Gale was transported to Killer Bee's vicinity, Killer Bee was busy setting traps. Suddenly, he noticed a silhouette materializing in the sky and immediately recognized this as the newly arrived individual. He swiftly concealed himself and, at the precise moment Moonlight Gale touched down, surged forth, employing the dual-wielding technique from the Eight Tails swordsmanship. Killer Bee presumed that his opponent, in such a weakened state, would be incapable of thwarting his assault. Even though he was wielding only 2 of the 8 blades, he believed he could easily overpower his adversary. However, contrary to his expectations, Moonlight Gale's counterattack was so formidable that it astonished Killer Bee, who found his attack deftly parried. To his surprise, he was then struck by a smoke bomb, causing him to lose sight of his target. As the smoke dissipated and Killer Bee attempted to locate Moonlight Gale, he discovered that his opponent had vanished without a trace. This unexpected turn left Killer Bee somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated encountering such a skilled individual. Had it not been for the fact that the stranger towered half a head above him, he might have truly mistaken this person for Yosaka. Due to the abruptness of the encounter, Killer Bee had not clearly discerned his opponent's features, retaining only a vague impression of the individual's stature and the katana they wielded. Before the match, Karabi had perused some information regarding the Konoha representative team. With a moment's contemplation, he quickly made the connection and realized that the individual he had encountered earlier was none other than a competitor known as Tsuki no Kaze, or Moonlight Gale. Chapter 139. The intentions of Moonlight Gale. To his surprise, it was indeed that fellow. It seemed that he had previously maintained a rather low profile. In fact, Karabi had hardly paid him any mind before, having formed only a scant impression of him. Karabi mused silently, recognizing that this was a person of considerable ability yet one who shunned the limelight. The prowess of his swordsmanship appeared formidable. This was promising. Although he had not faced off against Yosaka, encountering Moonlight Gale would suffice. It was likely that the latter's skill would not surpass Yosaka's, making him an ideal opponent for Karabi to hone his own techniques and assess the comparative merits of his swordplay against Yosaka's. Having resolved this in his mind, Karabi decided to confront Moonlight Gale directly. He swiftly concealed his presence to avoid being ambushed and began to scout the surrounding environment in search of Moonlight Gale's location. The latter had vanished after releasing a smoke bomb, presumably employing some form of ninjutsu to cloak his presence. Karabi surmised that he could not have gone far and must be nearby. As Karabi silently analyzed the situation, his gaze, shielded by sunglasses, swept the vicinity, though he found no signs of anything amiss. Meanwhile, the Moonlight Gale, concealed within the shadows of a corner, was also keenly observing the approximate location where the formidable Killer Bee was hidden. Contemplating deeply, he mused. That individual was none other than the renowned Killer Bee of the Cloud Village, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, famously known as the Eight Tails Bee. His exceptional skill lies in the art of wielding 8 blades simultaneously, a technique aptly named the Eight Tails Bee swordsmanship. His chakra is predominantly attributed to the lightning element. Though he may appear to be a brutish and uncouth figure, beneath that exterior lies a sharp mind, full of cunning and stratagems. One must exercise utmost caution when engaging him in battle, for it is all too easy to fall prey to his illusions. The Moonlight Gale silently catalogued some distinctive traits and precautions regarding Killer Bee. Before the tournament, all participants diligently studied the profiles of competitors from various nations. The intelligence gathered from the Leaf Village was relatively comprehensive, allowing its representatives to gain a thorough understanding of the contenders from other countries. Thus, the Moonlight Gale was well versed in the particulars of several notable participants. At this juncture, the significance of intelligence became evidently clear. At this moment, Moonlight Gale was contemplating whether to engage in battle with Karabi. To Moonlight Gale, Karabi represented a formidable adversary. However, he did not fear him. His ultimate target had always been Yotsuka, and in Moonlight Gale's mind, no one aside from Yotsuka could evoke a sense of invincibility. If he could not conquer others, how could he possibly hope to defeat Yotsuka? Thus, Moonlight Gale approached the idea of confronting Karabi without trepidation, believing he could hold his own. Nevertheless, he pondered the worthiness of a confrontation with Karabi, aware that Karabi was no pushover, a fierce fighter. He could not simply be subdued. Should a battle with Karabi expose his own strengths or attract the attention of Karabi's allies, the consequences would be dire. For Moonlight Gale, the prospect of swiftly eliminating his opponent to seize the bell was undoubtedly enticing. Yet if he could not gain the upper hand promptly, the significance of charging into battle diminished considerably. Although he was eager to experience Karabi's Eight Tails blade technique, he concluded that this was not a particularly worthwhile conflict, and that retreat would be the wiser course of action. As he contemplated his withdrawal, Karabi had no intention of letting him slip away. Confident in his own abilities, Karabi believed he could evade any reinforcements that might arrive. Thus, devoid of fear, he resolved to engage in combat. Moreover, since Moonlight Gale was evidently a prominent figure from the Hidden Leaf Village, defeating him would grant the Cloud Village team a significant advantage in the ongoing group competition. Consequently, just as Moonlight Gale was preparing to find an opportunity to retreat, Karabi smirked and thought to himself, "Since you are hiding away, and I cannot find you, I shall compel you to reveal yourself." With that, Karabi swiftly performed hand seals and shouted, "Lightning release! Machine gun technique!" In the next moment, Kiribito extended both hands, fingers splayed wide, and a dazzling array of crackling arcs of electricity erupted from his fingertips. With a thunderous shout, these arcs surged forth like serpents of lightning, piercing the air towards the open ground ahead. In an instant, the chaotic and erratic arcs enveloped a 20-square-meter area in front of Kiribito. Subsequently, as these arcs struck the ground, they detonated with a violent explosion, and when they collided with the walls, similar explosive reactions ensued. The ferocity of these detonations bore resemblance to that of explosive talismans, with Kiribito unleashing over 100 such arcs, each igniting obstacles upon contact and producing explosive effects akin to those of the talismans. Thus, it was akin to launching a barrage of explosive projectiles. As Kiribito adjusted the direction of his hands, the area under relentless assault began to shift clockwise, drawing closer to the position of Moonlight Gale. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Moonlight Gale felt a jolt of apprehension, realizing there was no escaping this confrontation. Kiribito was determined to force him into action. In a decisive moment, Moonlight Gale resolved to act without hesitation, adopting a semi-invisible form, and charged towards Kiribito with unwavering resolve. As Karabi was preoccupied with the countless electric arcs detonating before him, his gaze was largely drawn to the non-exploding smoke and dust. Consequently, he failed to notice the approach of Tsukikage Shurfong, who had already closed into within 3 meters of him, startling Karabi in the process. "Damn it!" Karabi exclaimed, taken aback. In an instant, Tsukikage Shurfong leapt forward with a powerful push, drawing his katana with a swift motion, executing the technique known as one-character long serpent, aimed directly at Karabi. Simultaneously, the large screen at the center of the stadium was broadcasting the intense confrontation between Tsukikage Shurfong and Karabi in real time. As the audience witnessed Karabi unleashing a widespread carpet bombing to force Tsukikage Shurfong out of hiding, they collectively held their breath in anticipation. Chapter 140. The choice of Tsukikage Shurfong. Just as the audience was nervously watching Tsukikage Shurfong being compelled to reveal himself by Karabi, they were astonished to see him choose to take the initiative. Like a cheetah, he surged towards Karabi, his katana aimed directly ahead, moving at lightning speed, as if he were a streak of black lightning. "Wow, Tsukikage Shurfong has taken the initiative," cried out one spectator familiar with him. "That kid is not retreating but rather advancing, a truly astonishing move," remarked another. "I thought he would withdraw, yet he chose to attack. This kid is full of surprises." In the stands, Mitsushima Shuji was taken aback by the sight of Tsukikage Shurfong opting to attack rather than retreating. He had anticipated that Tsukikage Shurfong would avoid confrontation and temporarily withdraw. Based on his previous experiences with Tsukikage Shurfong, Mitsushima had known him to be a rather reserved individual, cautious in his combat style. Generally speaking, Mitsushima believed that Tsukikage Shurfong would most likely choose to retreat, as he was not one to engage in risky endeavors unless he was confident of success. Additionally, Tsukikage Shurfong was adept at assassination techniques, characterized by sudden strikes meant to deliver a fatal blow. Therefore, if he perceived that he could not deliver a devastating or decisive hit on his opponent, he would typically opt for a more prudent retreat or refrain from attacking altogether. The audacious approach of directly confronting his opponent's assault took Mitsuhiro Sakuma by surprise, leaving him momentarily bewildered. He could hardly fathom that the typically cautious and measured Moonlight Gale would exhibit such resolute bravery. This young man, instead of retreating, chose to advance, a stark departure from his usual demeanor. Mitsuhiro's expression mirrored his confusion, as he found Moonlight Gale's performance entirely unexpected. It was as if two distinct individuals existed within the same person. Many others shared Mitsuhiro's sentiment, including the lower ninjas from Moonlight Gale's class, who were equally astonished, as this was entirely inconsistent with the Moonlight Gale they knew. Xian's eyes widened as she fixated on the screen, perceiving a side of Moonlight Gale she had never encountered before. Only Moonlight Gale himself understood that his usual modesty stemmed from his inherent nature, compounded by the fact that he had previously faced defeat at the hands of Yotsuka. However, the circumstances were now different. He was competing against opponents from other nations, a situation that demanded absolute vigilance. A moment's negligence could easily allow the adversary to seize the opportunity and decisively claim victory. Thus, in such moments, it was imperative to act decisively, to take the initiative, and to strike when the moment called for it, without hesitation or doubt. In the pursuit of stability, one often holds back during sparring sessions. However, the situation has changed. Now, Moonlight Gale seeks victory with unparalleled fervor. He aims to astonish all, demonstrating that he is not to be trifled with. Consequently, as the audience gasped in astonishment, within the realm of illusion, Moonlight Gale lunged forward with his long blade, its tip aimed directly at Karabi. He transformed into a streak of black light, akin to a bolt of thunder, hurtling towards Karabi. Faced with such a ferocious assault, Karabi momentarily froze, unprepared for the sudden onslaught from his opponent. The intensity of the strike instilled a profound sense of danger within him, as if he were being pricked by needles. An instinctive awareness of impending peril surged within him, due to Moonlight Gale's astonishing speed and the element of surprise. By the time Karabi reacted, Moonlight Gale had already closed the distance to a mere 1.5 meters away. Karabi, taken aback, hastily attempted to defend himself. Yet, the abruptness of the attack left Karabi little time to execute a proper and effective counter. In a frantic final moment, just as Moonlight Gale's blade was about to make contact, he drew a short knife from its sheath on his left forearm and executed a desperate upward thrust, hoping to deflect Moonlight Gale's strike. However, Karabi's optimism was misplaced. Moonlight Gale's attack was fueled by an all-consuming focus, channeling his very essence into the blade. In that fleeting instant, he unleashed a devastating strike imbued with his spiritual power. Thus, it was implausible for Karabi to deflect the blow at such short notice. The next moment, a sharp metallic clang resonated as Moonlight Gale's wrist flicked, sending Karabi's desperate attempt to deflect the blade flying. Following this, his weapon surged forward with relentless momentum, poised to deliver a crippling blow to Karabi. In a moment of dire urgency, a thick tentacle emerged from Karabi, fiercely lashing out at the now-closed Moonlight Gale. Witnessing this, the audience erupted in gasps, while commentators swiftly narrated the unfolding drama. Essentially, Karabi realized he could not evade Moonlight Gale's imminent strike, opting instead to embrace the confrontation head-on. He resolved to exchange injury for injury, willing to sacrifice himself to strike back at Moonlight Gale with his tentacle, which possessed immense power. Should Moonlight Gale be struck, it would undoubtedly result in severe damage, compromising his combat effectiveness. Kira, struck by the Moonlight Gale, would likely suffer grievous injuries and lose his combat effectiveness. In such a scenario, unless the Moonlight Gale evaded with utmost diligence, it would inevitably lead to both of them being severely wounded and thus eliminated from the competition. However, this outcome would still be preferable to Kira facing the consequences alone, as he was fully prepared to embrace a fatalistic resolve, seeking to take his adversary down with him. Yet, the Moonlight Gale had no intention of perishing alongside Kira. He yearned for further victories and the opportunity to seize more bells for glory. Consequently, as he witnessed the massive, sturdy tentacle lash out towards him, the Moonlight Gale scoffed, lamenting internally, "You are indeed fortunate, for this strike would have surely eliminated you otherwise." With that thought, he swiftly elevated his sword and brought it down with tremendous force upon the tentacle, cleaving it in two and rendering it incapable of further assault. Chapter 141. The Near Elimination of Kira. Seizing the opportunity, Karabi retreated abruptly 3 to 4 meters, creating distance from the Moonlight Gale. In doing so, Karabi effectively repelled the Moonlight Gale through a mutually destructive strategy, successfully averting the impending crisis. Nevertheless, The sudden strike from the moonlight gale had caused a cold sweat to form on Karabi's back, for he had narrowly escaped being eliminated. This was particularly alarming as it was Karabi who had laid the ambush, initiating the attack, only to find himself on the brink of being countered by the moonlight gale. Moreover, it is worth noting that Karabi had not truly engaged in the battle yet. He narrowly avoided elimination at the hands of Moonlight Gale. Just moments ago, he was on the brink of defeat. Had he been eliminated by Moonlight Gale, it would have been a tremendous disgrace for him. For if one were to give their all and ultimately succumb to a superior opponent, it would not be deemed shameful. At most, one would endure a few taunts about their ineptitude. After all, while the villagers of the Hidden Cloud are known for their brashness, they hold a deep respect for those who fight with all their might. As long as one gives their utmost, no one would genuinely blame them. However, Karabi had not employed any of his techniques previously. If he had indeed been caught off guard and eliminated by Moonlight Gale's sudden surge, he would undoubtedly have become a source of shame for the Hidden Cloud, a person who had failed to even harness 10% of his potential. It can be said that had he not relied on the power of the tailed beast, unleashing his octopus tentacle in a desperate bid for mutual destruction, Karabi would have had a 95% chance of being eliminated by Moonlight Gale. This reflects the formidable strength of Moonlight Gale. While his transparency technique may be easily detected when in motion, it is not entirely visible. In the midst of a complex and tense battle, it is quite easy for one to unconsciously overlook the semi-transparent Moonlight Gale. Furthermore, the strike Moonlight Gale delivered was indeed powerful, nearly incapacitating Karabi with a single blow. He had concentrated his entire spirit and intent into that strike, imbuing it with a portion of mental energy akin to the psychological impact of Yotsuka's mental assault. Thus, the force of that blow was immense, capable of disorienting the opponent, leaving them vulnerable and unprepared for the imminent danger. Consequently, it was not solely Karabi's carelessness that put him at risk. Moonlight Gale's prowess was indeed sufficient to turn the tide against him. Moonlight Gale himself possesses considerable strength, having frequently engaged in duels with Yotsuka. Though he has faced repeated defeats, he has continually enhanced his abilities through these challenges. The caliber of his opponents is substantial, akin to the realm of elite table tennis players in China, where even casual sparring partners can be champions of regional or international competitions. In contrast, other nations may find themselves surrounded by less skilled opponents, leading to stagnation in their growth and widening the gap in proficiency. Thus, Karabi was drenched in cold sweat, realizing he had underestimated Moonlight Gale's threat. He had never anticipated that this opponent could be so formidable, nor had he ever regarded Moonlight Gale as a worthy adversary. In his view, the notable competitors from the Leaf Village were primarily Yotsuka, Kakashi Hitaki, and Uchiha Bido, while others like Uchiha Itachi, Might Guy, and Asuma Saratobi possessed strength. They did not pose a significant challenge to Karabi, who, as a Jinchuriki, inherently held a substantial advantage over ordinary shinobi. Karabi was merely aware that Moonlight Gale was a melee ninja skilled with a blade, somewhat reminiscent of Yotsuka, but he had not taken this information to heart. Given his age, he was more akin to a senior than his younger counterparts like Yotsuka, having entered the academy later. His experience and strength were on par with that of a Chunin, placing him in the same generational bracket as Yotsuka, though slightly younger than Minato Namikaze. Therefore, Karabi, with his accumulated strength, dismissed Moonlight Gale as a threat. Ultimately, his negligence, combined with Moonlight Gale's sudden display of strength, nearly led to Karabi's downfall. Had it not been for the power of the tailed beast, Karabi would have faced immediate elimination. However, the tailed beast's strength is indeed part of his overall power, rendering it a somewhat unfair advantage. Following his narrow escape through a desperate act of mutual destruction, Karabi finally adopted a serious demeanor, gazing at Moonlight Gale with newfound vigilance. He was astonished to realize that this opponent possessed such strength. It seemed that Moonlight Gale had been deliberately low-key, or perhaps Yotsuka's overwhelming prowess had overshadowed the capabilities of others, leaving Karabi with a false impression of their abilities. Henceforth, Karabi began to regard Moonlight Gale with the respect he deserved, shedding his previous underestimation. "You are indeed strong, far beyond my expectations. Initially, I believed Yotsuka was the only one truly capable of fighting, but it appears I was mistaken. Very well, I shall use you as a measure to test my swordsmanship. According to the records, you have never bested Yotsuka in combat. If I cannot defeat you, it would indicate that I am also incapable of overcoming Yotsuka. Thus, let me first gauge my strength against you." As he spoke, Karabi drew forth the short blades embedded in his body, one in his left hand, another in his right. and a third clenched between his teeth, totaling 3 knives. Witnessing this spectacle, Moonlight Gale furrowed his brow, contemplating. According to the information, aside from wielding lightning release and the power of the tailed beast, Karabi is particularly adept in a swordsmanship style known as the 8 Tails B, which entails the simultaneous use of 8 blades when fully unleashed. Yet, here he was, only employing 3 against me? With this thought, Moonlight Gale let out a cold chuckle. Have I been underestimated? If so, I shall make you acutely aware of the consequences of such folly. Chapter 142. The Battle of Moonlight Gale. Moonlight Gale mused that while he typically maintained a low profile, it did not imply that his strength mirrored his demeanor. On the contrary, through numerous encounters with Yosaka, he had been honed like a rusty sword, becoming increasingly sharp with each clash. Although he still could not surpass Yosaka, his own prowess had significantly elevated through these repeated failures. Thus, this joint friendship tournament of the 5 Kages marked the moment for Moonlight Gale to unsheath his blade. He sought to demonstrate his capabilities during this event, not only for his own sake but also to prove himself in front of Tsukuyami, who was watching from the audience. Meanwhile, the audience in the stands gazed at the large screen, witnessing the intensifying rivalry between Moonlight Gale and Karabi. Anticipation filled their hearts, for they had come to witness a fierce competition, and a great battle was about to unfold. How could they not feel exhilarated and eager? Look, they are on the verge of clashing. This time, it is for real. It is rumored that the formidable opponent hails from the village hidden in the clouds and possesses immense strength, making him a challenging adversary. Indeed. Did you see the enormous tentacle he unleashed moments ago? That was the power of the 8 Tails. He is the host of the 8 Tails, a remarkably powerful contender and a strong candidate for the championship in this solo competition. Absolutely, that fellow is indeed formidable. He almost fell victim to Moonlight Gale earlier. But it was merely a lapse in judgment. Now that he is focused, he will be a tough opponent. Let us hope that our Moonlight Gale does not fall easily. As Shiyin listened to the murmurs around her, her anxiety grew. Initially, she felt relatively calm. But as the large screen began to display the one-on-one match between Moonlight Gale and his powerful opponent from another nation, she unconsciously tensed up, fearing for Moonlight Gale's safety. The commentary from those nearby intensified her worry, especially upon realizing that the robust man opposing Moonlight Gale was, in fact, the Jinchuriki from the village hidden in the clouds. While Shiyin admired the strength of Yosaka, it was merely admiration. It did not reflect the deeper feelings that Moonlight Gale perceived. In her heart, Moonlight Gale had always been of paramount importance. However, having grown up together as childhood friends, Shiyin felt a sense of familiarity akin to an old married couple, leading her to overlook many details. This, in turn, often resulted in Moonlight Gale's jealousy over Yosaka. Had the moonlight and brisk wind at this moment discerned Shiyin's true sentiments, they would undoubtedly have been moved to tears, realizing that all along, it was he who had misinterpreted the situation. At this moment, the Moonlight Gale pondered in his heart. Perhaps Shiyin is currently watching my every move from the audience through the large screen. I must not falter. What of being a Jinchuriki? I shall strike with unwavering resolve. My only adversary is Yosaka. If I cannot overcome this foe before me, how can I dare to aspire to defeat Yosaka? Shiyin is watching me. I must triumph. Thus, Moonlight Gale has completely cast aside his previous sword techniques, disregarding thoughts of swiftly seizing the bell or retreating to find another opponent if faced with a formidable challenger. His singular focus now is to vanquish Karabi. A serious expression gradually dawns upon his face, his eyes radiating an intense and unwavering concentration that sends a chill down Karabi's spine. He muses, is this fellow truly serious? We bear no enmity. Why does it seem as though he is intent on my demise? Karabi, though perplexed, does not dwell on it for long. Confident in his own prowess, he believes he will never easily succumb to anyone. Thus, if Moonlight Gale seeks a genuine contest, he shall oblige. For he is certain victory will be his. There is nothing to fear. Moonlight Gale, I shall remember you. Today, let me experience your swordsmanship. Prepare yourself. Secret technique. 8 Tails B sword technique. 3 sword style. With a mighty roar, Karabi charged at Moonlight Gale like a ferocious tiger descending a mountain. In response, Moonlight Gale let out a low growl, gripping his long sword tightly and rushing towards Karabi. The spectators outside erupted in fervent cheers. It has begun. They are clashing. Look, the spectacle has commenced. After such a long wait, the first battle has finally arrived. Who could have anticipated that the opening match would feature Moonlight Gale from the Hidden Leaf Village against Karabi from the Hidden Cloud Village? Both are adept with blades, promising an exhilarating encounter. We hope they deliver a thrilling battle. It is truly exhilarating. Moonlight Gale, cheer up. Do not lose to that guy, Shien shouted, though her voice was drowned out by the surrounding audience. Despite knowing that Moonlight Gale, trapped in an illusion, could not hear her cries, she continued to shout fervently. Simultaneously, Moonlight Gale was not the only one engaging in battle. On the other side, Kakashi Hitaki faced his first opponent. However, it was not the scorpion from the Sand Village, but rather an unexpected yet entirely fitting adversary. This individual was none other than the infamous member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, known as the paranoiac of homicide, Zabuza Momochi. At this moment, Zabuza stood on a branch of a large tree, his executioner's blade slung over his shoulder, surveying Kakashi from above with a gaze laced with murderous intent. Inwardly, he mused, Kakashi Hitaki, a rather commendable opponent. Yet the outcome will remain unchanged. He too shall become a soul beneath my blade. Below, Kakashi Hitaki also spotted Zabuza Momochi perched on a branch. Upon noticing the presence of another, Kakashi contemplated whether to engage in battle for the bells. However, upon recognizing that it was indeed Zabuza, he understood that a confrontation was inevitable. Had it been anyone else occupying that branch, Kakashi might have considered a diplomatic exchange, opting for a non-aggressive interaction. Yet Zabuza was different. Kakashi was acutely aware that Zabuza was a relentless killer, one who would not cease until his opponent was vanquished. In truth, Kakashi had no desire to engage Zabuza in combat. Chapter 143. The uncommunicative Zabuza elucidates that Zabuza's prowess was formidable, beyond Kakashi's capacity to subdue in a short span. The risk of prolonging the encounter could potentially attract other competitors, or even allies from the hidden Mist Village, complicating matters further. Even if Kakashi were to retain the bells, the time lost would render the effort fruitless. Yet, even though Kakashi wished to avoid squandering time with Zabuza, it was a futile hope. Zabuza would undoubtedly initiate an attack. Nevertheless, Kakashi clung to a faint glimmer of optimism, hoping that perhaps Zabuza might entertain a conversation, leading to an amicable parting without the exertion of unnecessary conflict. After all, while Zabuza was plagued by delusions of persecution, his intellect remained intact, and Kakashi believed he could comprehend reason. Thus, Kakashi boldly addressed Zabuza atop the branch. Zabuza, should we engage in battle, it is likely that a swift resolution will elude us. This could attract other competitors, eager to seize the opportunity, or even our teammates. Therefore, fighting would be a fruitless endeavor. I propose we part ways and seek other opponents instead. What say you? Kakashi, harboring a sliver of hope, awaited Zabuza's response. Despite his confidence in overcoming Zabuza, he preferred to conserve his time, seeking instead a more fortuitous encounter with a less formidable adversary. As the formidable Zabuza Momochi perched upon the tree, a cold smirk crept across his lips beneath his mask after hearing Kakashi Hitaki's words. He mused within himself. Do you think you can evade a confrontation with me? Such fanciful thoughts. Without a word in response to Kakashi, Zabuza raised his hands, commencing the formation of hand seals. Is this your reply to me? Very well. It is evident that communication is beyond your reach. Observing Zabuza's silent yet resolute actions, Kakashi discerned his intentions. He thought, if Zabuza seeks battle, then let it be. I, Kakashi Hitaki, harbor no fear of you. What is there to shy away from? With a dismissive huff, he unsheathed his trusty short blade, adopting a defensive stance. He refrained from performing any jutsu, eager to assess Zabuza's strategies and engage in a battle of wits. Ready to counter any move, Kakashi positioned his blade before him, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Zabuza. In that moment, Zabuza completed his hand seals and uttered silently, water style, hidden mist technique. Instantly, Kakashi felt the humidity around him intensify. Within mere seconds, visibility began to diminish at an alarming rate as mist enveloped the air, thickening rapidly. Is this the hidden mist technique? Kakashi pondered in astonishment. He recalled from his studies that the ninjas of the Mist Village excelled in assassination tactics, with the hidden mist technique being one of their signature jutsu. By augmenting the moisture in the air, they could generate dense fog to obscure the enemy's vision, enabling them to execute silent kills while masking their own presence and scent. This technique was indeed a hallmark of the Mist Village ninjas. Witnessing this unfolding scenario, Kakashi swiftly devised a countermeasure in his mind. He resolved to employ fire style, utilizing the flame-searing heat to evaporate the moisture in the mist, thereby dissipating it significantly and disrupting Zabuza's hidden mist technique, for mist is most vulnerable to the consuming nature of fire. However, just as Kakashi prepared to form his hand seals, a shadow flitted before him, followed by a swift, blurred arc of a blade slicing through the air like a tempest. Kakashi instinctively halted his jutsu, sweeping his short blade to the right. The sound of metal clashing resonated, and an overwhelming force coursed through the blade into Kakashi's arm, propelling him backward with great momentum. Such immense power, was this the executioner's blade? In his heart, Kakashi contemplated, while simultaneously launching 3 shurikens forward with his left hand. Each shuriken was affixed with fine threads, enabling him to sense their status. In the next instant, the 3 shurikens vanished into the thick fog ahead, where the density of the mist rendered visibility to a mere 1.5 meters. Consequently, the shurikens were obscured from view almost immediately after being thrown. However, the threads allowed Kakashi to perceive whether the shurikens had encountered an enemy. Sure enough, in the following moment, Kakashi felt a tremor in all 3 threads. And through the frequency of those vibrations, he discerned that the shurikens had been deflected by the formidable Zabuza Momochi. This revelation confirmed Zabuza's current direction. After all, Kakashi was engulfed in the dense fog, where visibility was virtually non-existent. By the time he could see his opponent, it would be far too late, forcing him into a passive position where he could only react hastily. Thus, it was imperative to ascertain the enemy's location in advance. Otherwise, should he encounter someone like Yosaka, or even the likes of Kiba and Izuka, who could close the distance of 1.5 meters before Kakashi detected them, it would likely result in dire consequences for him. Unlike Killer Bee, Kakashi lacked the power of a tailed beast that could allow him to engage in a mutually destructive confrontation with his adversary. Having discerned the direction of Zabuza Momochi, Kakashi Hatake swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a technique, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, directed towards Zabuza. In the next moment, a fierce tongue of flame surged forth, piercing through the dense mist and incinerating the fog surrounding it. This allowed Kakashi to glimpse Zabuza, who was not far from him. Chapter 144. The Battle of Kakashi Hatake. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, and Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique are 2 distinct types of fire release ninjutsu. Although both techniques expel flames from the mouth to eliminate adversaries, the Great Fireball Technique launches a large fireball aimed at the enemy, emphasizing its extensive destructive range. The Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet manifests as a serpentine plume of flames, unleashing a concentrated inferno to assail adversaries. Consequently, its striking range surpasses that of the Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, extending up to an impressive 50 meters, while the latter only reaches a distance of approximately 30 meters. Moreover, the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet possesses a concentrated lethality and exerts a formidable impact. Those struck by it experience a force akin to being collided with a massive pillar, suffering internal injuries or fractures from the tremendous force before being scorched by the searing flames. In contrast, the Great Fireball Technique boasts the advantage of a broader attack area, making it difficult to evade, yet it is relatively slower and operates at a shorter range. The Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet possesses the remarkable qualities of long-range capability, rapid speed, and formidable power within a confined area. However, its relatively limited attack range makes it susceptible to evasion by swifter foes. In the next moment, the fiery projectile surged forth like a dragon, its flames engulfing the surroundings, vaporizing the mist within a 1-meter radius and restoring visibility. Through this newfound clarity, Kakashi Hatake observed as Zabuza Momochi formed hand seals to execute the Water Release, Water Barrier Technique. Consequently, the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet collided forcefully with the water barrier, and upon the encounter of searing heat and cool water, steam erupted, significantly increasing the humidity in the air and filling the space previously occupied by the flames with mist once more. Thus, the 2 adversaries reached a stalemate, evenly matched in their display of prowess. However, Zabuza was evidently not limited to this singular technique. He swiftly invoked the mist-hidden body flicker technique, propelling himself towards Kakashi with remarkable speed. This ninjutsu enables silent and rapid movement within the fog, enhancing the lethality of ambushes. Just as Kakashi prepared to form his own hand seals, an inexplicable sense of unease surged within him. A primal instinct warning of impending danger, Zabuza was on the offensive once more. Yet, engulfed by dense mist, visibility was compromised, rendering it impossible to ascertain the direction of Zabuza's assault. A misstep could lead him directly into the path of Zabuza's formidable sword. In this critical moment, Kakashi leaped into the air, ascending 3 meters high. In the blink of an eye, he caught sight of a dark flash just below his feet as Zabuza's massive sword, resembling a door panel, swept past him with lethal intent. Witnessing this narrow escape sent a shiver of dread coursing through Kakashi, had he not acted swiftly in that moment. The trajectory of the sword would have met his neck precisely, sealing his fate. Taking advantage of the moment to evade the deadly strike. While his body hung suspended in the air and was about to descend, Kakashi Hitake swiftly formed a series of hand seals and shouted, "Fire style, fireball technique." In that instant, countless fireballs, each the size of a ping-pong ball, materialized around Kakashi's figure. These fiery orbs erupted with ferocity, shooting outwards in a torrent of flames, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to soar dramatically. The searing heat instantaneously evaporated the mist enveloping Kakashi, revealing a clear expanse with a radius of 5 meters. Visible to the naked eye. At that moment, Kakashi Hitake beheld the formidable Zabuza Momochi, positioned 2 meters diagonally across from him. "Die!" Zabuza bellowed, raising his executioner's blade once more to strike at Kakashi. In response, Kakashi swiftly evaded to the right, causing the massive blade to crash violently into the ground where he had stood moments before, carving a deep chasm into the earth. Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi Hitake thrust his short blade fiercely towards Zabuza Momochi. Zabuza, having just delivered a downward strike, found himself in a precarious state, caught between the waning of his previous strength and the emergence of new vigor. Additionally, the sheer size of his executioner's blade hindered his ability to pivot swiftly. Thus, he was momentarily unable to react, and Kakashi's blade pierced his chest. In that fleeting moment, Kakashi seized the chance to grasp the bell hanging from Zabuza's chest and yanked it away, successfully acquiring the coveted bell. Excellent. The bell was now in his possession. Kakashi felt a surge of elation. However, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a sinister smile curling at the corner of Zabuza's mouth. A sense of foreboding gripped him, and he inwardly admonished himself, sensing impending danger. Just as he prepared to retreat, Zabuza transformed into a vast expanse of water, surging towards him. This is bad. It's a water clone combined with the water prison technique. Kakashi was taken aback, realizing he had fallen victim to Zabuza's scheme. He hastily attempted to retreat, but it was too late. He found himself ensnared within the watery confines of the water prison. Turning to glance behind him, he saw Zabuza standing at his side. One hand pressed against the water sphere to maintain the prison while the other wielded the executioner's blade. Was this a feigned attack using a water clone? After employing the hidden mist technique, you directly used the water clone to assault me while your true self waited for the opportune moment to strike? Kakashi spoke through the watery confines, his words punctuated with bubbling sounds, rendering his voice somewhat muffled. Zabuza, recognizing Kakashi's words, let out a cold laugh. Indeed. The hidden mist technique effectively conceals my movements, allowing me to evade your observation and mislead you. That is the true power of the hidden mist technique. Now, enough of this idle chatter. I shall eliminate you and claim your bell. With that, Zabuza swung his executioner's blade towards Kakashi, ensnared within the water prison. Should the blade connect, Kakashi would undoubtedly be cleaved in two. Moreover, trapped within the watery confines, he found himself immobile and unable to evade. In the next instant, Zabuza's executioner's blade descended upon him. Chapter 145, The Battle of Yosaka as Kakashi Hitake and Might Guy engaged in combat with their adversaries. Yosaka finally detected the presence of the first individual he encountered after entering the illusion. Navigating through the forest, he relied on his ability to sense the air currents, continuously mapping the scenery within a radius of 300 meters. After 10 minutes of advancement, he adeptly manipulated the air currents and glimpsed a figure standing atop a tree. 100 meters ahead. Who could that be? It appears to be someone from the land of hot water. Yosaka scrutinized the forehead protector adorned with the emblem of the land of hot water. It is said that the people from that land are rather weak, seemingly lacking in strength. With this thought in mind, Yosaka proceeded, swiftly closing the distance to the ninja from the land of hot water, now merely 50 meters away. Those who manage to enter this team competition undoubtedly possess exceptional skills in reconnaissance or perception. Thus, when Yosaki approached within 50 meters of this individual, he was immediately detected. Who goes there? The individual exclaimed sharply, swiftly retreating and leaping onto another large tree, gazing warily in Yosaki's direction. In no time, Yosaki reached the opposing tree and greeted the individual. Hello, what is your name? The individual scrutinized Yosaki's face, feeling an uncanny familiarity as if they had met before, and replied, I am named Momos. I am Kiki Yosaki. Yosaki announced. What? Kiki Yosaki. The ninja from the land of hot springs, named Momos, was instantly taken aback. He recognized the name. Kiki Yosaki was none other than the captain of the Konoha village representative team. No wonder he felt an odd familiarity. He had seen Yosaki at the opening ceremony. Realizing Yosaki's identity, Momaz felt a surge of anxiety. His forehead beaded with sweat and his expression turning grave and tense. What bad luck to encounter this individual. The captain is always the strongest in the team. And Konoha's strongest member must be extraordinarily formidable, far beyond my capabilities. I must retreat swiftly, with this thought racing through his mind. Momaz instinctively took a half step back and reached into his waist pouch, retrieving 2 smoke bombs. However, none of these subtle movements escaped the keen perception of Yosaka, who deduced from them that this individual was preparing to flee. He mused inwardly. As the man reached into his weapon pouch, he would either retrieve shuriken or kunai, or perhaps smoke bombs or explosive tags. Regardless, they were all projectile devices. Thus, every action of this ninja named Mamazu was largely anticipated by Yosaka, illustrating the stark contrast between an amateur and a master. In the next moment, the ninja, Mamazu, suddenly pointed behind Yosaka and shouted, "Do you see who that is?" Almost immediately, he drew 2 smoke bombs from his weapon pouch and hurled them towards Yosaka. Meanwhile, at the very moment when Momonosuke withdrew his hand from the tool's pouch, Yosaki sprang into action. With a powerful push of his feet against the tree trunk, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. Simultaneously, his hand grasped the hilt of the katana secured at his waist, swiftly drawing it with a sharp sound. At that instant, the 2 smoke bombs hurled by Momonosuke landed nearby, exploding with a resounding bang and enveloping both Yosaki and Momonosuke in a thick cloud of smoke. This moment was simultaneously broadcasted live on the grand screen at the center of the stadium, captivating numerous spectators. Upon witnessing this scene, the commentator on the field erupted with excitement, exclaiming, "Wow! The contestant from the land of water, Momoshich, has launched 2 smoke bombs." While the Konoha village's Yotsuka displayed astonishing speed, almost charging forward a full second in advance. His velocity surpassed even that of the smoke bombs thrown by Momoshich. Just as the smoke bombs were released, Yotsuka had already dashed close to him. "Oh, Yotsuka has drawn his sword. He has drawn his sword. Ah, the smoke bombs have exploded. We can no longer see what transpired amidst the smoke." As the captain of Konoha village, what will be the outcome of Yotsuka's first real combat? We must now await the dispersal of the smoke. This wretched smoke. With the commentator's rapid exclamations, the hearts of the audience swelled with anticipation. The most critical moment was shrouded by the smoke bombs. They had only glimpsed Yotsuka drawing his sword and charging toward Momoshich before being engulfed in obscurity. After a brief interlude of a few seconds, the smoke began to dissipate. The audience, with bated breath, focused intently on the screen displaying Yotsuka. To their astonishment, he was seen clutching a bell the size of a grape. What? He has already snatched the bell. The commentators' jubilant cries reverberated throughout the stadium as all present bore witness to Yotsuka triumphantly holding the bell. Let us extend our congratulations to Yotsuka, the first contestant to seize the opponent's bell in this team competition. At this moment, the commentator's voice resonated once more. Upon hearing the commentary, the entire venue erupted in fervent applause and cheers, for Ban had become the first person to seize the bell. This stirred immense excitement among the audience from Konoha, particularly those acquainted with Yosaka, who were even more exhilarated. "Ah, Yosaka! Truly remarkable!" exclaimed Otsutsuki Ayame. Clapping vigorously and shouting with delight, her face flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons, radiating joy. Mikami Shuji could hardly contain his smile. His mouth agape in sheer delight as he clapped wildly, calling out Yosaka's name with fervor. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. His student had become the first to capture the opponent's bell, an undeniable mark of honor. "I knew it. This kid would shine brilliantly in this competition. But I never imagined it would happen so swiftly. Truly impressive," Mikami Shuji remarked with a grin. "Yosaka is incredible, truly deserving of the name," Noera Rin exclaimed, applauding enthusiastically. Then, to herself, she mused, "I wonder how Obito is faring now. Has he encountered any enemies? Are they formidable?" As Rina Yahara pondered, Uchiha Obito found himself embroiled in a fierce battle. Previously, through his Sharingan, Uchiha Obito had detected traces of chakra in the vicinity. Thus, after conducting a covert investigation, he unwittingly fell into the adversary's trap. Upon entering this snare, Uchiha Obito was immediately met with a barrage of explosive tags, narrowly escaping death. Chapter 146, Uchiha Obito's Countermeasures. Almost meeting the same fate as Tsunade's brother, S.H. Suk, Uchiha Obito nearly succumbed to an enemy's explosive tag trap. This trap, crafted from explosive tags, operated on principles akin to landmines. Initially, a large pit was excavated in the ground, and then the walls of the pit were adorned with numerous explosive tags. The entrance was subsequently concealed, camouflaged to resemble an ordinary flat surface. When someone traversed the area, they would inevitably fall into the pit, triggering the ignition mechanism of the explosive tags, resulting in a swift detonation that would obliterate anyone unfortunate enough to have fallen within. In the earlier moments, Uchiha Obito found himself in a peculiar situation, diligently tracing the chakra's elusive trail, driven by an instinctive need to uncover the truth behind its sudden manifestation nearby. His curiosity was piqued, for the presence of chakra in such proximity hinted at a potential anomaly, possibly indicating the presence of another. However, Obito became oblivious to the possibility that this could merely be a cunning ruse, designed to lure him into a trap. As he continued to follow the chakra's signs, he unwittingly stepped into a concealed pit, triggering the explosive tags hidden within. Fortunately, in that critical instant, Obito maintained his composure, swiftly leaping to safety. Employing the earth release, earth flow wall technique, he erected 4 earthen walls to shield himself, narrowly escaping a fatal explosion. The detonation of the explosive tags required a brief interval of 2 to 3 seconds to ignite, granting Obito the precious moments needed to leap away and invoke his defensive technique. Had the tags detonated instantaneously, he would have had no opportunity to evade, resulting in his immediate demise, leaving him shattered beyond recognition, far worse than the tragic fate of Tsunade's brother, Nowaki, whose body, though devastated, remained intact. Nevertheless, it is likely that Obito would only sustain severe injuries, thanks to the protective mechanisms of the illusion realm, which could whisk competitors away from fatal harm at the moment of peril. This mechanism significantly mitigates the risk of death among participants, akin to the earlier confrontation between the ninja from the hidden soup village and Yosaka. When the smoke bomb detonated, it obscured the view of the spectators, simultaneously concealing Yosaka and the ninja from the land of soup, known as Mamashin. Yet, Yosaka, through his mastery of airflow manipulation, could perceive everything with clarity, unhindered by the visual obstructions. Thus, he struck with decisive force, while the ninja, unaware and unprepared, was left with the haunting sensation of an immense blade descending upon him. Moreover, it imparted upon him an inescapable sensation, as though he were destined to be severed. In that fleeting moment, he appeared ensnared in an illusion, rendered utterly immobile, with the scene before him not a reflection of reality, but rather a vivid image from his mind of a colossal blade descending from the heavens. Consequently, he found himself ensconced in a state of stupor, allowing the bell that dangled from his neck to be effortlessly severed by the tip of Yotsuka's blade, which then grasped it firmly. The blade continued its advance, aimed at the carotid artery of the ninja known as Momonosuke. Should that strike find its mark, the ninja would undoubtedly meet his demise, for it was not merely the severing of an artery at stake, but the entire head that would be cleaved asunder. Yet, Yotsuka was aware that when one suffers a fatal wound, they are instantaneously transported away. Hence, he deliberately aimed to deliver a blow that would be lethal. As predicted, in the next instant, the individual vanished, leaving Yotsuka alone upon the sturdy branch. Thus unfolded the subsequent scene, where the audience witnessed the smoke of the smoke bomb dissipating, revealing only Yotsuka clutching the bell, while the ninja named Momonosuke had mysteriously vanished. Where did that ninja go? Some bewildered spectators inquired, puzzled by the sudden absence of anyone but Yotsuka. At this moment, the commentator provided an explanation, although we could not discern what transpired within the smoke bomb as it detonated. Given the current situation where the ninja from the land of soup has vanished without a trace, I surmise that the attack from Yosaka has inflicted a fatal blow upon the aforementioned ninja. According to the mechanics of the illusion, an individual who suffers a mortal wound is instantaneously transported out of the arena. Therefore, it is evident that this contestant has indeed been teleported away. Consequently, we now observe that only Yosaka remains, as the ninja from the land of soup has been removed from the match, leaving behind only the bell that symbolizes his presence. This effectively signifies that Yosaka has eliminated his opponent in this practical engagement. The commentator's elucidation clarified the events for the majority of the audience present, allowing them to comprehend why Yosaka stands alone at this moment. As a result, a fervent discussion erupted among the spectators, who marveled at Yosaka's remarkable ability to dispatch his adversary with such swiftness. It is essential to acknowledge that the individuals who reached this stage of the competition are no mere novices. They are the elite among the lower-ranked ninjas from their respective nations, even though the overall strength of the hidden soup village is comparatively weaker, resulting in their competitors being somewhat less formidable. They are not to be underestimated. Nevertheless, Yosaka's decisive strike has proven his formidable prowess beyond doubt. As the crowd witnessed Yosaka's swift elimination of his opponent, many ninjas from the Hidden Leaf began to cheer, for such a display brings great honor to their village, instilling a profound sense of pride among the Leaf spectators. Other nations' spectators gazed on with envy, eagerly anticipating the moment their own competitors would showcase such remarkable prowess and bring honor to their homeland. Though the primary audience comprised the denizens of Konoha, a considerable number of attendees from other countries were present, drawn by the allure of free admission and convenient transportation. Notably, over 300 spectators from the Hidden Cloud Village attended, alongside approximately 200 from other villages, underscoring the significant presence of foreign viewers. Consequently, the actions of Yosaka greatly amplified the enthusiasm of the audience and enriched the atmosphere within the venue. Chapter 147. Anxious Rin no Era. At this juncture, the commentary shifted focus to Uchiha Obito, who ingeniously crafted a wall of earth using the earth release, earth flow wall technique to shield himself from the explosion of the explosive tags. Promptly leaping forth from behind the earthen barrier, this spectacle elicited a collective sigh of relief from many Konoha spectators who had just witnessed Obito ensnared within a trap, engulfed by a violent explosion, leaving them to ponder his fate. Among them was Rin no Era, whose heart sank when she saw Obito inadvertently enter the trap, his figure swallowed by the fierce blaze. Instinctively, she sprang from her seat, exclaiming Obito, with a look of anxiety etched across her face as she fixated on the large screen. When Rin observed Uchiha Obito manifest the earth flow wall and emerge from it, a sense of relief washed over her, momentarily easing her apprehension. However, just as she began to relax, her heart tightened once more upon witnessing a myriad of shuriken hurtling towards him from all directions as he burst forth from the four earthen walls. Faced with the barrage of kunai, Uchiha Obito was momentarily taken aback, startled by the sudden assault. However, he swiftly activated his Sharingan, meticulously analyzing the trajectories of the incoming kunai. With all his might, he maneuvered his body, adjusting his posture to evade the onslaught. Consequently, the audience beheld on the large screen a captivating yet surreal display of Obito's form gliding through the air, as if navigating a veritable storm of projectiles, skillfully avoiding the lethal kunai with remarkable finesse. It was nothing short of extraordinary that he emerged unscathed amidst such a relentless barrage. At that moment, the spectators heard Noera Hiruzen exclaim in admiration, "Truly, the Sharingan is remarkable." The dynamic vision it provides offers a distinct advantage in situations like this, enabling one to perceive the high-speed kunai in slow motion, thus allowing for the anticipation of their trajectories and timely evasive maneuvers. Indeed, Chandan Yamashiro Aoi, otherwise, it would be quite challenging to contend with such a multitude of kunai. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito, having evaded a multitude of kunai projectiles, finally discerned his opponent thanks to the advantage bestowed by his Sharingan. His adversary was concealed within a thicket, skillfully hidden from view. However, the moment chakra was utilized, it became impossible to elude Obito's perceptive gaze. After all, the Sharingan possesses the extraordinary ability to perceive chakra, and since the individual sought to ambush Uchiha Obito, the use of chakra was inevitable. As soon as the chakra was summoned, it was detected by Obito, shining like a candle in the darkness, glaringly evident within the depths of his Sharingan. "I've seen you," Uchiha Obito bellowed, hurling 3 shuriken in the direction of his foe while swiftly forming hand seals. As the figure concealed within the thicket witnessed Uchiha Obito hurling a shuriken towards him, he immediately comprehended that his position had been revealed. With a swift motion, he dashed out from the bushes, evading the shuriken, while simultaneously launching several shuriken towards Obito. At that moment, Obito was in the midst of forming hand seals when he suddenly noticed that his adversary was throwing shuriken at him. Reluctantly, he abandoned his hand seals, drawing a kunai to defend himself. With a cacophony of clashing sounds, Obito skillfully deflected all the shuriken sent his way. However, by that time, his opponent had completed his hand seals and unleashed a ninjutsu, Doton, Dibwa no Jutsu. The individual pressed a hand against the ground, and in an instant, the earth began to ripple like waves, rendering Obito unable to maintain his balance. The ground was now dynamic, akin to standing atop undulating waves, causing him to rise and fall uncontrollably. "Ah, I can't hold my ground," Obito shrieked, seizing the opportunity while he was off balance. The ninja executed another series of hand seals, bellowing, "Doton, Deish Raku, no Jutsu." In the next moment, Obito found himself enveloped in shadow. Instinctively, he looked up, only to be met with a staggering sight. Above him loomed a massive boulder, the size of a small hill, plummeting towards him. This sight startled Obito profoundly, as well as the audience watching the event unfold in real time. After all, the boulder was colossal. Should it strike him, it would undoubtedly obliterate him into a mere pulp. Witnessing this, Noara-rin became anxious, calling out urgently, "Obito, run!" However, Uchiha Obito yearned to flee swiftly. Yet the predicament lay in the fact that the ground was ensnared within the domain of that individual's seismic technique. The earth undulated like waves, rendering Uchiha Obito incapable of maintaining his footing, let alone rising to escape in haste. Consequently, after stumbling a few times before collapsing once more, Uchiha Obito resolved to crawl on all fours in a desperate bid to extricate himself. However, his crawling speed was no match for the plummeting boulder above. In a crucial moment, Uchiha Obito formed hand seals and bellowed, "Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu." In the next instant, his cheek swelled, and he unleashed a fireball the size of a basketball towards the descending giant stone. A thunderous roar erupted as the colossal fireball struck the immense rock with the force of a cannonball. The stone erupted violently as if struck by a cannonball, unleashing a tremendous explosion that sent a colossal fireball soaring into the sky. Countless fragments of rock were propelled in all directions, with Uchiha Obito positioned directly beneath the chaos, bearing the brunt of the onslaught. These explosive shards, much like miniature projectiles, possessed significant destructive power. Should one of them strike, it could easily penetrate flesh, leading to grave injuries or even fatality, particularly if a blow were to land upon the head. Thus, it can be asserted that the shattered debris posed a lethal threat to Uchiha Obito. Nevertheless, while these fragments were indeed perilous, the threat they represented paled in comparison to the immense danger of the massive stone plummeting downwards, which carried the potential to crush. In the face of adversity, the outcome was seemingly inevitable. However, when confronted with the shrapnel of shattered stones, while being struck, posed a significant risk of demise. There remained a glimmer of hope if one could successfully shield against the barrage of debris. Thus, Uchiha Obito resolved to employ the fire technique, fire release, Great Fireball technique, to obliterate the massive boulder resembling a small hill. Subsequently, he intended to employ alternative means to mitigate the ensuing cascade of fragments. At that moment, Uchiha Obito swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall technique, which manifested a curved earthen barrier before him. This wall effectively absorbed the impact of the scattering stones. Nonetheless, the ferocity of the projectiles was formidable, producing a cacophony of sounds as they struck the wall, even causing it to develop fissures. Both Uchiha Obito and the spectators beyond the wall were filled with trepidation. Should the barrier crumble, it was likely that Obito would sustain severe injuries. Fortunately, the earth flow wall was not a feeble construct, successfully withstanding the onslaught of debris. Nevertheless, it bore numerous cracks, giving the impression of imminent collapse. Regardless, Uchiha Obito managed to endure this assault, relying on the timeless technique of his successor, Hatake Kakashi. Yet, despite surviving this ordeal, Obito found himself in a reactive position, ensnared by his opponent's rhythm, left to merely fend off attacks, a scenario decidedly unfavorable for him. As the old adage states, a prolonged defense leads to eventual defeat. Much like in the game of Go, one cannot solely rely on defense. Ultimately, the best defense lies in offense. Observing this dire situation, Misumi Shusui grew increasingly anxious, recognizing that from the outset, Uchiha Obito had unwittingly stumbled into a trap laden with explosive tags, each misstep leading him deeper into his adversary's control. It was imperative to seize an opportunity to reverse the tide, for continuing in this manner would surely lead to defeat. Mitsukami Hideshire furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, "While there exists a strategy of counterattacking from a defensive position, such an approach relies upon a stable defense. It entails a calm reaction to every challenge, with a keen eye for the opponent's subtleties, seizing upon any vulnerabilities that may arise to execute a successful counterstrike." However, the current predicament of Uchiha Obito is one where his will is weary from incessant struggle, placing him in a perilous situation. Merely maintaining a defense is commendable, let alone finding opportunities to exploit his adversary's weaknesses. Thus, in such circumstances, it becomes imperative to identify conditions that allow for a counterattack to turn the tide. Even in the absence of favorable conditions, one must create them. This principle is something Mitsukami Hideshire had often imparted to his students, including Uchiha Obito, during his lessons. After all, Mitsukami Hideshire had participated in the Second Shinobi World War. Although he may not have achieved any remarkable feats, his wealth of experience speaks volumes. Surviving the Second Shinobi World War at such a tender age is evidence of his capabilities. for one does not endure to this day without possessing a certain measure of skill. At this moment, Uchiha Obito recalled the practical experiences imparted by Hideki Sasaki during their classes. When subjected to relentless bombardment by the enemy, it is imperative to seize any opportunity for a counterattack. Otherwise, unless the opponent exhausts their chakra, remaining in a defensive position will inevitably lead to vulnerabilities, ultimately resulting in one's downfall. Thus, it is crucial to create conditions for a counteroffensive, even in the absence of favorable circumstances. With this in mind, Uchiha Obito swiftly rolled to the side. At this moment, the effects of the ground wave technique had dissipated, and the terrain had returned to normal, no longer undulating incessantly, making it difficult for one to maintain their footing. Consequently, Uchiha Obito swiftly assessed the situation, observing the movements of his adversaries, and sought an opportunity to launch a counterattack. At this moment, the ninja opposite had completed his hand signs once more, poised to unleash the next jutsu. His attacks surged forth like relentless waves, unyielding in their assault, leaving Uchiha Obito gasping for breath. Yet, Obito demonstrated remarkable resilience, enduring the onslaught without succumbing, a testament to his fortitude honed through frequent confrontations with Yosaka. The opponent, however, was beginning to grow impatient, as the extensive use of jutsu demanded considerable chakra. If he failed to vanquish Obito soon, he would find himself drained of energy. Thus, in his agitation, he continued to unleash his techniques. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet technique. From the ground erupted a fearsome dragon head, its maw wide open, unleashing a barrage of stone projectiles towards Uchiha Obito. Determined not to remain a passive target, Obito resolved to take action. He executed a roll to evade the initial onslaught of the Earth Dragon Bullet and swiftly formed hand signs, conjuring a colossal fireball, the signature technique of the Uchiha clan. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. In the next instant, a massive fireball hurtled toward his adversary, who deftly redirected the dragon's head to unleash the stones at Obito's fiery assault. The collision of earth and fire produced a thunderous impact, although the fireball was composed of flames and lacked physical form. Its immense inertia allowed it to intercept the incoming stones. Seizing this opportune moment, Obito sprang into action, finally establishing a state of reciprocal attack rather than enduring a one-sided assault. This was the opportunity he had forged through sheer determination. As he charged toward his opponent, the spectators outside watched intently, their eyes wide with anticipation for the unfolding drama. Chapter 149. Obito faces defeat again. Well done, Obito. Show him what you're made of, exclaimed Mitsuhashi, exhilarated to witness Obito break free from his defensive posture. Among the competitors, Obito was arguably the weakest, and thus Mitsuhashi had harbored the deepest concerns for him. Fantastic, Obito. Keep it up, cheered No Error Rin, her excitement palpable. Within the illusion, Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth, running while drawing several shurikens to launch at his adversary, taking the initiative to attack, mirroring the aggressive tactics his opponent had employed against him. Clang, clang, clang. The individual wielded a kunai to deflect the shuriken. Yet at that moment, Uchiha Obito had already surged forward, delivering a powerful kick towards him. The man raised his hand to block, and with a resounding crack, Obito's foot struck heavily against the man's wrist. Although the blow was intercepted, the force was undeniable, causing the man to stagger back a step, clearly affected by the impact. I will defeat you. I want Rin to see that I am not the underdog, Obito proclaimed fiercely, his spirit ignited, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches and kicks akin to a tempest. Initially, Uchiha Obito was a timid student with modest abilities, and it would have been improbable for him to be selected as a contestant. Even Makashi Shuji had not chosen him. The decision to include him stemmed from the will of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. According to the third Hokage, he perceived a formidable potential within Obito, one that required awakening. Hence, he took the risk of incorporating Obito into the team, eager to witness whether he could unleash that latent power. It is essential to understand that the third Hokage was no mere benevolent elder, being a seasoned veteran. He recognized Obito's affection for Rin and the significance she held for him. To facilitate this, he even sought out Rin and Yosaka, encouraging them over a meal to bolster Obito's confidence before the competition. This led to the later moments in which Yosaka offered heartfelt encouragement and solace to Obito, with his words echoing the wisdom imparted by the third Hokage, for Yosaka himself could not have articulated such profound insights. Simultaneously, Obito pressed fiercely against his opponent, who was no pushover. Despite Obito's vigorous onslaught, the man adeptly countered each strike, resulting in a tense stalemate. Frustration began to well up within Obito. He had believed he could turn the tide with a sudden burst of energy, only to find himself at an impasse. Damn it! Why is this person so tenacious? Can I truly win against him? Why do I feel so powerless? Obito's thoughts spiraled into self-doubt, as his subconscious convinced him that his adversary was growing stronger while he felt increasingly diminished. This was a familiar struggle for Obito. His innate timidity resurfaced, and his earlier surge of confidence was merely a fleeting spark ignited by the thought of Rin possibly watching him. As a surge of determination failed to vanquish his opponent, the once fiery spirit within him began to wane, leaving him ensnared in doubt and trepidation. How infuriating! His adversary was exceptionally formidable. He felt utterly incapable of overcoming such a foe. Once again, his punch was parried by the opponent, causing him to falter momentarily. Seizing this opportunity, the adversary retaliated with a fierce blow that sent Uchiha Obito crashing to the ground. Ah, Obito! Rin cried out anxiously from the sidelines, but alas, Uchiha Obito could not hear her desperate voice. What on earth is happening? Just moments ago, he was so strong, nearly overpowering his opponent. Yet now he seems to have wilted. This infuriates me. Mitsuhashi Shusuk pounded his thigh in frustration upon witnessing Uchiha Obito's momentary lapse leading to his defeat. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage sighed as he observed the crystal ball. It seems this child has succumbed to self-doubt once more. His brief surge of passion has faded, reverting to his former self. Evidently, the stimulation was insufficient, he remarked. Third, are you truly convinced this child possesses great potential? He appears to be nothing more than a lackluster underdog. I cannot fathom why you would allow such mediocrity to compete, Tsunade reprimanded, clearly displeased with the third Hokage's decision to enter Uchiha Obito in the tournament. After all, Obito's abilities ranked quite low, marking him as an underperformer. Is it not a disgrace to allocate a spot to such a contender, risking the embarrassment of Konoha? While this competition may showcase strength, the significance of nurturing the next generation is paramount. Surely, the cultivation of an exemplary successor holds greater value than mere displays of might, the third Hokage countered. Tsunade furrowed her brow in retort. While your reasoning is sound, can you genuinely ignite this boy's potential? The third Hokage hesitated, acknowledging his uncertainty in activating Uchiha Obito's latent abilities. He could only hope this opportunity would serve as a catalyst for growth. Indeed, Uchiha Obito was a timid soul, lacking in self-confidence, yet when Rin was present at critical moments, he transformed entirely. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if Yotsuka dared to harm Rin, the once fearful Uchiha Obito would bravely confront Yotsuka head-on, even if it meant facing dire consequences. Let us hope for the best, but for now, focus on the match. The third Hokage, weary of prolonging the discussion on this matter, chose to divert the topic by pointing at the crystal ball and exclaiming, "Look!" Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito, having been knocked to the ground with a single punch, began to doubt his own abilities, feeling increasingly despondent as his opponent closed in, launching a barrage of punches and kicks. Obito could only resort to passive defense, having already sustained several blows that left him battered and bruised. I can't hold on much longer. Am I truly incapable of defeating him? He thought bitterly, his mind in disarray. Humph, I thought you were formidable. Yet you are so weak. Allow me to eliminate you now. Your bell will be mine, laughed the assailant, who then kicked Obito, sending him tumbling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The attacker reached for the bell hanging around Obito's neck. Just then, the assailant's brow furrowed, and he swiftly retreated 3 steps. The scene unfolded as 3 steel needles shot towards them at an incredible speed, narrowly missing the assailant's clothing and embedding themselves beside Obito. What is happening? Obito was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. He had been consumed by despair at the thought of losing his bell, and had overlooked the surrounding illusion, failing to notice the approaching needles. Who is that? The ninja's expression shifted to one of vigilance as he scanned the direction from which the needles had come, gripping his kunai tightly. His muscles tensed like a cheetah poised to pounce. Following his gaze, a figure could be seen perched on a branch of a nearby tree, another ninja, unmistakably from the hidden leaf village, as indicated by his forehead protector. The newcomer leaned casually against the trunk, wielding a katana. Yet his nonchalant posture radiated an aura of danger that unsettled the vigilant ninja. Ignoring Obito entirely, he fixated on the leaf ninja, internally pondering, at first glance. He appears full of openings, yet there is an ominous feeling that should I strike, I would face dire consequences. Who is this person? Just his presence alone exudes an unsettling threat. Unbeknownst to him, a bead of cold sweat trickled down the ninja's forehead, a testament to the immense psychological pressure he felt. which he found perplexing. Despite neither side having made a move, the mere standoff had already instilled a profound sense of anxiety within him. What could be causing this? At this moment, Uchiha Obito finally regained his senses, hastily scrambling to his feet and swiftly distancing himself from the ninja. He then followed the direction of the ninja's gaze and instantly recognized the figure perched upon the branch. "Ah, Yatsuka, what brings you here?" Indeed, the individual exuding an overwhelming sense of danger was none other than the captain of the Konoha representative team, Kazuki Yatsuka. Upon hearing Uchiha Obito's words, the ninja was taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment as he exclaimed, "What? Yosaki, Kiki Yosaki, the commander of Konoha?" His face reflected sheer disbelief. As if he had encountered a ghost, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. How infuriating it is, this person. No wonder I felt such an overwhelming sense of danger merely from his presence. It seems the information was indeed accurate. This Yosaki must not be confronted directly. Upon realizing that the newcomer was Yosaki, his mind was flooded with the details he had perused prior to the match. The dossier described Yosaki as the commander of Konoha, proficient in swordsmanship, with unparalleled strength. While his exact capabilities remained uncertain, credible sources indicated that he had once inflicted injury upon one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Therefore, encountering this individual meant avoiding direct confrontation. Fleeing would be the wisest course of action. The ninja contemplated, "Indeed, I must find an opportunity to escape." In battles between masters, often a mere glance reveals the outcome, and it became abundantly clear to me after our brief exchange of gazes that I was destined to lose. At that moment, the ninja's spirit for combat had dissipated, and his thoughts were solely consumed with the notion of escape. As he prepared to throw a smoke bomb and flee, Yosaka smiled faintly from the branch above and called out to the ninja, "Hey, what is your name?" "I, Yosaka, do not slay nameless souls." "What? Such audacity. Do you truly believe I am an easy target?" The ninja seethed with fury upon hearing Yosaka's words, yet quickly felt a wave of trepidation. For he was acutely aware of his own limitations and recognized that he was no match for Yosaka. Nevertheless, while he intended to escape, he figured it would be prudent to reveal his name first. Thus, he furrowed his brow and shouted at Yosaka, "I am a contestant from the land of rice. My name is Yamamoto Isoku." "Yamamoto Isoku? What a peculiar name." Yosaka mused in bemusement, then pointed his blade confidently at Yamamoto and declared, "Yamamoto Isoku, I shall claim your bell." "Humph. Such arrogance. Enough of your grandstanding. Today, I, Yamamoto Isoku, shall claim both you and your bell." With that, Yamamoto's face transformed into one of confidence and arrogance as he bellowed, "I have heard you are the captain of Konoha. If you have the prowess, then receive my attack." With that, Yamamoto began to form hand seals. "Let it come. Mere parlor tricks." Yosaka replied with unwavering confidence and quickly gestured to Uchiha Obito, saying, "Obito, do not interfere. I will handle him myself." "This is a battle between men. How infuriating." "What do you mean, a battle between men? As if I am not a man." Uchiha Obito replied in indignation, casting a glare at Yosaka before glancing at Yamamoto, who was diligently forming seals. He then darted away to create distance from Yamamoto, wary of a surprise attack, while pondering the oddity of Yamamoto's hand seals. As Yamamoto 57 formed his hand seals, Yosaka stood with a proud demeanor, ready to confront him head-on. Meanwhile, the audience outside remained entirely captivated by the spectacle unfolding on the large screen, their focus unwavering on the duel between Yosaka and Yamamoto 57. The earlier scene had enthralled the spectators, and when they witnessed Yosaka arriving to rescue Obito, it ignited a wave of ecstatic screams throughout the crowd. Especially striking was the moment when Yosaka, brandishing his weapon and looking down upon Yamamoto 56, instilled such fear in Yamamoto 57 that he hesitated to strike. This portrayal evoked an overwhelming sense of heroism, causing many in the audience to erupt in cheers, chanting Yosaka's name in unison, "Yosaka! Yosaka! Yosaka!" Each echoing call surged like a tide, thrilling Otsutsuki Shbu, who admired this formidable man radiating such brilliance and commanding presence. Overwhelmed by infatuation, she felt a tremor of excitement coursing through her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. Gazing at the imposing figure of Yosaka on the screen, her admiration only deepened, and an irresistible impulse to rush forward and embrace him surged within her. Chapter 151. Outwitted Yosaka in the illusion, Yosaka confidently regarded Yamamoto 57, who was engrossed in forming his seals. Although the number of seals suggested a formidable ninjutsu, Yosaka remained unfazed, buoyed by his own prowess. He believed that no extraordinary technique could withstand his might. As he often proclaimed, there was nothing in this world that could not be resolved with a single strike. If there were, he would simply deliver another. "Hey, could you hurry up? If you don't finish soon, I won't be waiting for you," Yosaka remarked, growing impatient as Yamamoto 57 continued his lengthy seal formation. "Oomph, what's the rush? Are you frightened?" Yamamoto 56 retorted, his expression calm and self-assured, confident in his ability to defeat Yosaka. Yet internally, he was in turmoil. His prolonged sealing was not the preparation of a powerful attack, but rather a wait for reinforcements. The earlier conflict with Obito had generated considerable noise, and he was certain that anyone nearby would have noticed. If reinforcements were on their way, they should have arrived by now. Alas, after nearly a minute of sealing, no one had come to his aid, leaving him utterly isolated and outnumbered. "Damn it. It seems my only option now is to flee," Yamamoto 57 thought, gritting his teeth. He then sported a menacing expression, declaring to the Yosaka perched above, "Come on. If you dare, take my attack and survive." Huh. No one has ever withstood this strike. With that, Yamamoto 57 completed his seals, unleashing 2 explosive tags that he hurled fiercely toward Yosaka, simultaneously feigning additional seals as he bellowed, "Watch out." Explosive tag shadow clone technique. I had previously witnessed the shadow shuriken technique of the third Hokage, but now a technique involving explosive tags has emerged, seemingly quite formidable. Yotsuka, standing atop a tree, was utterly astonished, never expecting to encounter a ninjutsu more advanced than the shadow shuriken technique. On the other side, Uchiha Obito shouted, "Yosaka, be cautious. Quickly evade." Just as their attention was fixated on the 2 kunai adorned with explosive tags soaring towards Yosaka, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. To their astonishment, Yamamoto 57 abruptly pivoted and fled in the opposite direction. What on earth? Why is he running away? Yosaka, poised atop a tree to counter the explosive tag shadow clone technique, momentarily froze, only to swiftly comprehend the ruse. He realized that the 2 explosive tags hurled at him had not only failed to produce shadow clones, but were, in fact, unlit. Typically, explosive tags ignite prior to detonation. Yet these 2 were clearly fraudulent. "How dare you deceive me? You have gravely miscalculated." Yosaka's fury ignited. He had always been the one to bamboozle others, and to find himself outwitted today infuriated him beyond measure. In a fit of rage, he stomped his feet and leapt down from the tree. As Yamamoto God Shuriken sprinted a considerable distance, he laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha, you actually believe my words. What a fool. The esteemed first general of Konoha's lower ninjas is nothing more than this, ha ha ha." While laughing, he continued to run, forming hand seals to execute a technique of earth release, ground spikes, creating countless protruding spikes from the earth behind him. Each spike measured over 2 meters in length and 30 centimeters in diameter, resembling sea urchins scattered across the ground, completely obstructing the terrain behind Yamamoto God Shuriken and rendering any pursuit nearly impossible. Witnessing this, Uchiha Obito roared in anger, "How despicable! Resorting to trickery. He has allowed her to escape." Escape? An impossibility. No prey marked by me, Yakumo, has ever eluded capture. At that moment, Yakumo's voice drifted past Obito's ears, prompting him to instinctively glance back, only to be met with a scene that left him utterly astonished. There stood Yakumo atop one of the spikes, effortlessly balanced as if on solid ground, not only unpierced by the sharp tip but also seemingly defying gravity. This sight left not only Uchiha Obito speechless but also captivated the audience, who gaped at the screen displaying Yakumo poised on the spike's apex. The image was akin to a mouse standing atop a needlepoint, the spike's tip crafted for piercing flesh, yet here was Yakumo, standing atop it, an utterly incredible sight. Wow, what on earth is that kid doing? How did he manage that? Why isn't his foot pierced by the spike? Is this some kind of ninjutsu? How can he stand on the spikes? A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the audience. Meanwhile, within the illusion, Yakumo balanced on the spike, gazing at Yamamoto God Shuriken, who had already run 50 meters away, silently chanting, "Great freedom, sage art. Open." In the next moment, Yakumo's body appeared to float as if inflated like a balloon, rising 2 to 3 centimeters above the sharp tip of the spike. This remarkable display went unnoticed by the audience, but Uchiha Obito, with his Sharingan activated, perceived it clearly. "Ah, Yakumo, what is going on with you? How are you floating?" Uchiha Obito exclaimed in shock. "You wouldn't understand even if I told you." Yosaka offered no elaborate explanation. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he darted across the vast expanse of sharp spikes on the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, Uchiha Obito was both astonished and terrified. Collapsing to the ground in disbelief, he had never seen Yosaka employ any form of movement ninjutsu before, and now he was soaring through the air with such velocity, navigating the treacherous terrain of spikes, leaving Obito questioning whether he was ensnared in a dream. Not only was Obito taken aback, but the onlookers outside were equally stunned. This was the first time they had witnessed someone move in such an extraordinary manner. If Yosaka had been racing across solid ground, it might not have caused such an uproar. However, the fact that he was executing this feat atop countless sharp spikes rendered the scene utterly surreal, as if he bore no weight at all, giving the impression that with the slightest exertion, he could take flight. Even the third Hokage, observing through the crystal ball, was left speechless. What is this ability? Wind-style ninjutsu? The technique of weight and lightness? He exclaimed, gazing at Yosaka within the crystal ball. It appeared not to be the technique of weight and lightness, and he had not seen any wind-style hand seals being utilized, remarked Orochimaru with a serious expression. When did this boy acquire such a skill? He has never displayed it before. How deeply he has concealed it, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, said, his eyes wide in disbelief as he scrutinized the crystal ball, certain that he had no memory of Yosaka employing such a technique previously. Where on earth did he learn this move? And what kind of ninjutsu is it? Jiraiya, perplexed, turned to Orochimaru and nudged him with his elbow, inquiring, haven't you studied numerous ninjutsu? Can you discern what kind this is? Orochimaru, furrowing his brow as he watched Yosaka racing within the crystal ball, responded, it seems to be a hybrid of the technique of weight and lightness and wind-style ninjutsu. Could it possibly be a fusion of wind and earth attributes? The combination of wind and earth was something Jiraiya had never contemplated before, leaving him in awe. It's not definitive. I merely sense that possibility, but in reality, it could be something entirely different, Orochimaru remarked, feeling profoundly impressed by Yosaka's sudden display of prowess, akin to a revelation. Regardless, let us observe further. My anticipation for these youngsters grows ever stronger. He continually surprises us with his extraordinary capabilities, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, said with a smile, finding greater joy in Yosaka's brilliance than he would have in his own son's triumphs. When it comes to Asuma Sarutobi, the son of the third Hokage, one might wonder whether to deem his journey fortunate or unfortunate. While others have encountered formidable opponents, Asuma has yet to cross paths with anyone. Alone, he traverses a desolate cluster of buildings, remaining vigilant to the slightest sound, yet he finds himself utterly isolated. What is this? I was promised a swift start to battle for the bells, followed by a quick convergence to outnumber the enemy, yet here I stand, without a single shadow in sight. Asuma lamented. His fear does not lie in facing powerful adversaries, but rather in the absence of any foes. After half an hour, he has yet to encounter anyone. At that moment, Asuma's ears perked up at the faintest sound. Instantly, he leapt into action, drawing a kunai, his movements as agile as a startled cat. Swiftly concealing himself among the debris, he remained perfectly still and silent, waiting for approximately 10 minutes, until finally, he detected movement ahead. I wonder who it could be. I hope I do not encounter any strong opponents prematurely, for I would have no choice but to flee, he silently prayed. Unlike Uchiha Obito, who was naturally timid and lacking in confidence, Asuma possessed a keen self-awareness, aside from his encounter with Yakumo. He understood his own capabilities and made the most rational choices accordingly. A few moments later, a figure emerged around the corner not far away. Through the gaps in the clutter, Asuma discerned the silhouette of an individual. The person bore a short blade on their back, and a forehead protector emblazoned with the symbol of the Hidden Leaf Village. At last, Asuma recognized the face. It was none other than Uchiha Kakashi. Come out, Asuma. I just sensed your chakra, Kakashi said with a smile. To think you spotted me. Wait, did you manage to snatch someone else's bell? Asuma exclaimed in surprise as he noticed the bell in Kakashi's hand. Indeed, I just encountered a ninja from the Rock Village. He was quite strong but rather cumbersome, and thus I eliminated him using the body flicker technique, Kakashi replied, raising the bell, which bore the emblem of the Rock Village, clearly belonging to a rock ninja. Uchiha's prowess was further demonstrated as he became the first to eliminate a contestant from the 5 great nations, a testament to his formidable skills. After all, the participants representing these nations are exceptionally strong. Vanquishing even one of them signifies overcoming the top-tier genin of that nation, thereby indicating that one's own strength ranks among the elite of that country. Let us hasten our search for our comrades and reunite with our team. Thus, the two set off together in pursuit of their remaining allies. They were fortunate, as one encountered no adversaries at all, while the other confronted a ninja from the Iwagakure, whom he had a distinct advantage over. On the other hand, Yotsuka directly activated the Great Freedom Immortal technique. This marked his inaugural application of the technique in actual combat. The moment it was unleashed, his speed surged dramatically, and his body became dozens of times lighter, allowing him to liberate himself from the constraints of the earth to a significant extent. This explains why Yotsuka could stand atop the sharp spikes of the ground without being pierced. The essence of the Great Freedom Immortal technique lies in the concept of freedom, which encompasses not only freedom in the horizontal plane, speed, but also in the vertical dimension, gravity. Consequently, this technique grants the ability to autonomously manipulate gravitational forces. When he wishes to alleviate the effects of gravity, he can do so effortlessly. For instance, as Yotsuka swiftly traverses the tips of the ground spikes, he renders his own weight exceedingly light, akin to that of a balloon. Thus, not only is he impervious to the ground spikes, but his speed also approaches that of flight. During the assault, one can instantaneously restore gravity, thereby imparting the inertia derived from one's own weight with each kick. This extraordinary ability is a unique gift bestowed by the Great Freedom Immortal technique, akin to the effects of the Heavy Light Rock technique. Initially, Yosaka lacked this capability. However, thanks to a period of vigorous consumption, he upgraded the Great Freedom Immortal technique and acquired this remarkable power. Consequently, during this very competition, he was able to utilize it, which filled him with exhilaration as he relentlessly pursued Yamamoto God's Shuriken. In a mere few seconds, he reduced the distance between them from over 50 meters to just over 20, experiencing the buoyancy of his body, akin to that of a plastic bag, and the exhilarating speed of his sprint. The sensation of the air rushing past him was utterly wondrous. Coupled with the perspective afforded by airflow manipulation, Yosaka could perceive his surroundings with remarkable clarity, devoid of any blurriness. Chapter 153. The miserable Yamamoto God's Shuriken. At that moment, Yamamoto 57 remained oblivious to the fact that Yosaka was swiftly pursuing him from behind. While fleeing, he laughed heartily, proclaiming, "So what if you are the captain of Konoha? You still cannot catch up with me. Haha. On what grounds are you so certain that I cannot catch you?" Just as Yamamoto 57 was indulging in his laughter, Yosaka's voice unexpectedly reached his ears. Huh? Yamamoto 57 was momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning to the source of the voice. To his astonishment, he found Yosaka running alongside him, grinning as he approached with a blade raised. Goodness! Yamamoto 57 was startled, letting out a shriek as he lost his footing and tumbled to the ground. When he managed to rise, he saw Yosaka standing directly in front of him. How did you do that? I had laid a vast array of spikes, yet you managed to catch up. What on earth? Yamamoto 57 gazed at Yosaka in utter disbelief, hastily retreating. He was acutely aware that Yosaka excelled in close combat, and he feared being swiftly eliminated if they drew too near. What's the matter? You look utterly bewildered. Allow me to show you something today. With that, Yosaka, under Yamamoto 57's astonished gaze, hurled his katana into the air. Then, in a remarkable leap, he landed atop the sword suspended in midair, astonishingly exerting no pressure upon it, as if he bore no weight at all. This spectacle not only left Yamamoto 57 momentarily stunned, but it also captivated a significant portion of the audience. Wow, what is that kid doing? Does he possess no weight? Is he performing magic? How can he stand on a katana in midair without causing it to descend? The audience erupted in chatter, while even those in the Hokage office fell into a hushed silence. Finally, it was Jiraiya who broke the quietude, questioning, could that be the super gravity stone technique? Yet I did not witness him forming any seals. Orochimaru, with a serious expression, remarked, that cannot be. The gravity stone technique allows for flight, but it cannot enable one to stand upon a katana suspended in midair. At this moment, the third Hokage chimed in. Indeed, it appears as though Yosaka has directly manipulated his own gravity. While it bears some similarity to the gravity stone technique, upon closer inspection, it is entirely distinct. Strange. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Jiraiya exclaimed, his astonishment prompting expletives. Meanwhile, within the illusion, Yosaka leaped from his katana, which then fell to the ground, its tip embedding itself firmly in the earth. Yamamoto Isayoshi fell into silence, and then, astonishingly, he removed the bell from around his neck and handed it to Yosaka. I'm done playing. Here, take it, he said, exasperation evident on his face, leaving Yosaka momentarily stunned. Initially, he had intended to teach this young man a lesson, but he never anticipated that Isayoshi would surrender so readily. As Isayoshi watched Yosaka accept the bell, he felt an unexpected sense of relief despite his elimination. At least he would no longer have to endure a beating. Although he had known he could not best the captain of Konoha, he had believed he could withstand a few blows. However, after witnessing Yosaka's unparalleled skills, Isayoshi had all but abandoned hope for a fair fight. Facing such an opponent seemed utterly beyond human capability, defying all conventions. Just as Isayoshi exhaled in relief, preparing to utter his surrender and be teleported away, he suddenly noticed an ominous grin spreading across Yosaka's face. "What do you intend to do?" Isayoshi instinctively stepped back. "Humph. Did you think that relinquishing the bell would spare you from punishment? How wrong you are." With that, Yosaka charged at Isayoshi. Alarmed, Isayoshi opened his mouth to shout, "I surrender." He knew that uttering those words would ensure his immediate transport away from the confrontation. Yet, just as he managed to say "I sir," Yosaka's fist sent him flying across the arena. "Ah!" Isayoshi cried out in distress, propelled backward. In that moment, all he could think about was completing his surrender. He rolled upon landing, scrambling to shout once more, but before he could even utter "I sir," Yosaka caught up to him and delivered a swift kick that knocked the breath from his lungs. Moreover, in Isayoshi's astonished gaze, Yosaka produced a piece of tape at lightning speed and affixed it over his mouth. This left Isayoshi utterly incapable of vocalizing his surrender. For the next 2 minutes, he endured a relentless barrage of punches and kicks from Yosaka, leaving the spectators speechless. Isayoshi's misfortune was palpable. With tape sealing his lips and his hands pinned behind his back by Yosaka, he found himself utterly powerless to surrender. His heart was filled with indignation. How had it come to this, that even surrendering had become such an arduous task? After 2 minutes of relentless assault, Yosaka, having assessed the time, decided not to waste any more moments. He peeled the tape from Isayoshi's mouth and chuckled, "You may go now, until we meet again. I certainly hope it won't be soon. I surrender," Isayoshi exclaimed with fervor, and in that instant, he vanished, transported away from the scene. Fortunately, he had not wasted too much time and resolved to explore other areas to seize more bells before the opportunity slipped away. Yosaka muttered to himself, "Indeed, we must seize the moment." At that moment, Uchiha Obito struggled to traverse the area resembling a prickly pear's surface. "I speak of myself, not you. If I were to accompany you, it would hinder my pace," Yosaka remarked to Uchiha Obito. "You." Uchiha Obito nearly fainted from indignation. "You go in that direction, and I shall proceed this way. Let it be so." With that, Yosaka activated the Grand Freedom Sage technique and, with a swift whoosh, darted away, vanishing from Uchiha Obito's sight in the blink of an eye. Chapter 154, The Battle of Hatake Kakashi. This fellow certainly moves with remarkable speed. Uchiha Obito sighed as he watched Yosaka disappear in a puff of smoke, feeling a sense of humiliation for his earlier performance. Yet, he found himself powerless. In the face of formidable adversaries, he was unable to suppress his fear, sometimes even overwhelmed to the point of tears, leaving him in a state of silent frustration. As Yosaka secured 2 bells, on another battlefield, Kakashi Hatake was embroiled in a fierce clash with Zabuza Momochi. At that moment, Kakashi had fallen victim to Zabuza's cunning ruse, deceived by a water clone, and found himself ensnared within a watery prison. Subsequently, Zabuza swung his decapitating blade, aiming to cleave both Kakashi and the water prison as one. In a critical moment, Kakashi unleashed the power of lightning release, shattering the prison's technique. Just as the deadly blade descended upon him, he narrowly evaded the strike, the blade grazing his nose as it fell, almost cleaving him in twain. The two engaged in an intense battle, equally matched and unyielding. The thick fog that had shrouded the air began to dissipate significantly, losing its efficacy in concealing Zabuza's form and obscuring Kakashi's vision. This was due to Kakashi's earlier release of a large-scale fire technique, which elevated the surrounding temperature and evaporated much of the moisture in the air, naturally dispersing the fog. Although the mist had lifted, Zabuza's assault remained ferocious. However, for Kakashi, this was fortuitous, as the limitations of reduced visibility had hampered his full potential. With the obstruction of sight now removed, Kakashi was poised to unleash his true prowess. He swiftly formed hand seals and bellowed, "Lightning release, lightning wave." In the next instant, Kakashi opened his mouth, unleashing a beam of laser-like energy that hurtled towards Zabuza at an astonishing speed. The beam pierced through Zabuza's body, emerging from his left shoulder and shattering his scapula. rendering his entire left arm virtually unusable, as he could no longer lift his arm. He was naturally unable to form any seals. In this regard, it seemed that Hatake Kakashi was assured of victory. However, before Kakashi could revel in his triumph, he witnessed the figure of Momochi Zabuza, pierced by laser beams, transform into a large puddle of water on the ground. This sight instantly caused Kakashi to furrow his brow in frustration, letting out a cold snort. Once again, a water clone. This adversary is indeed quite formidable. At that moment, approximately 10 meters to the left of Hatake Kakashi, there lay a river, which suddenly began to surge violently. Kakashi immediately turned his head to observe. He beheld the water rising dramatically as a colossal dragon's head swiftly emerged from its depths. Standing beneath the river, Taudi Zaibujan let out a thunderous shout. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. In the next moment, the dragon's head surged skyward, while its immense, elongated body continuously erupted from the water. This water dragon, boasting a diameter of 3 meters, ascended to a remarkable height of over 60 meters. Towering above as it opened its colossal maw towards Kakashi Hatake, then dove down upon him. Witnessing this spectacle, Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. For it is well known that the water dragon technique demands a considerable amount of chakra, a resource not commonly possessed in abundance by lower-ranked ninjas participating in the competition. The colossal water dragon descended with formidable velocity, its immense mass generating such powerful inertia that it could easily obliterate a human being, let alone the fragile flesh of mortals. In this perilous moment, Kakashi Hatake contemplated employing the earth release, earth flow wall technique. However, he swiftly dismissed this option, realizing that the wall he could conjure would merely stand 3 meters tall, utterly inadequate to shield against the titanic water dragon. Yet, the inability to obstruct this deluge did not preclude the existence of alternative means to evade its catastrophic onslaught. Consequently, Kakashi formed hand seals and invoked the earth release, underground warfare technique, creating a tunnel beneath his feet, allowing him to meld into the earth, thus retreating to the subterranean depths. It was akin to crafting a burrow or cellar underground. In the next instant, the gargantuan water dragon, accompanied by a thunderous roar, surged forth with unparalleled force, crashing violently into Kakashi's original position. The impact was so tremendous that even from his underground refuge, Kakashi could distinctly perceive the tremors of the surrounding earth. Such overwhelming power was beyond the capacity of Kakashi's current physical prowess to withstand. This Zabuza Momochi possessed formidable strength. However, if that were all he had to offer, he would ultimately find himself defeated. Kakashi maintained an air of calmness as he assessed the intensity of the earth's vibrations. And once the water dragon's assault subsided, he resurfaced from the depths. Humph, consider yourself fortunate this time, but your luck will soon run out. Zabuza sneered, his eyes glinting with lethal intent upon witnessing Kakashi's narrow escape. The spectators outside were utterly awed by Kakashi Hatake's ingenious technique for evading the water dragon jutsu. In truth, the majority of the audience had not conceived of such a method. Most imagined either to confront the water dragon head-on, perhaps by erecting an earthen barrier, or to flee and evade the attack, though the latter option seemed nearly impossible. Yet, not a single individual contemplated the possibility of burrowing underground to evade the water dragon technique. Although the force of the water dragon is undeniably formidable, it is ultimately a mere creation, incapable of inflicting significant damage upon the solid ground. Thus, at that moment, seeking refuge below the surface would allow one to evade the water dragon technique with minimal chakra expenditure. Consequently, many spectators expressed their admiration for Hatake Kakashi's remarkable maneuver, collectively acknowledging him as the genius ninja Kakashi, whose intellect surpasses that of his peers. Upon hearing the praises from those around him, Shikamaru Nara in the stands felt an immense joy, simultaneously expressing great satisfaction with his own performance. Chapter 155, The Battle of Moonlight and Gale. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Moonlight Gale was engaged in an intense confrontation with Killer Bee. It can be said that both Moonlight Gale and Kakashi Hatake were rather unfortunate, as one faced the formidable Zabuza Momochi while the other encountered Killer Bee, both of whom were participants from the 5 great nations and notably strong competitors. However, despite this, neither Kakashi nor Moonlight Gale displayed any signs of trepidation. Instead, they grew increasingly resolute, eager to unleash their true potential and triumph over their adversaries. For individuals of their caliber, encountering a formidable foe only served to ignite their desire for victory, regarding their opponents as stepping stones rather than sources of fear. Unlike Obito Uchiha, whose lack of strength bred apprehension, an understandable reaction given his limitations. At this moment, both Moonlight Gale and Killer Bee had unleashed their full power. Casting aside the premeditated strategy of swiftly claiming weaker opponents' bells before regrouping with their main forces, their singular focus now lay in demonstrating their utmost capabilities to vanquish one another, devoid of any other considerations. In a striking display, Moonlight Gale severed one of Killer Bee's robust octopus tentacles with a single stroke, while Killer Bee retaliated by sending Moonlight Gale soaring through the air with a powerful kick, resulting in a stalemate between the two. Killer Bee opted not to press the advantage but instead took a step back, breathing heavily as he observed the tenacious Moonlight Gale, seizing this fleeting moment to recuperate his strength. How is this kid so formidable? His swordsmanship is extraordinarily fierce, even with the power of the six tails. I find it challenging to defeat him. It is only through the assistance of the eight tails tentacles that I can marginally subdue him. Moonlight Gale had previously kept a low profile, evading our attention, yet he was evidently concealing tremendous strength. Nonetheless, he has repeatedly fallen short against Yosaka. Is that guy even human? Killer Bee mused inwardly. On the other side, Moonlight Gale was equally breathless, a large shoe print, unmistakably left by Karabi, emblazoned upon the fabric of his abdomen. With one hand gripping the hilt of his katana, he drove the blade into the ground, leaning against it to support his weary body, seizing the opportunity to catch his breath. The recent clash with Karabi had been exceedingly fierce. Through his extraordinary swordsmanship, Moonlight Gale had compelled Karabi, who initially wielded 3 blades, to escalate to the use of 6 swords simultaneously. The pinnacle of Killer Bee's 8 tails blade technique lies in the simultaneous wielding of 8 blades. Thus, he is but a breath away from fully unleashing the full power of this technique. This serves as a testament to the prowess of Moonlight Gale, as few can compel Killer Bee to the extent of employing 5 blades at once. At this moment, the Moonlight Gale had successfully compelled the 6th blade of Karabi to manifest. Despite wielding 5 blades simultaneously, Karabi found himself at a disadvantage against Moonlight Gale. It was only by unexpectedly summoning octopus tentacles from within his body that he managed to catch Moonlight Gale off guard and deliver a decisive kick that sent him flying. Consequently, Karabi perceived that Moonlight Gale was nearly capable of forcing him to unleash his 7th and 8th blades. For such an opponent, even someone as arrogant and proud as Karabi held a certain respect. As he observed Karabi from across the arena, Moonlight Gale, panting heavily, mused to himself, "This fellow is quite formidable. I had thought that my swordsmanship, honed through relentless training, had reached an impressive level, yet I find myself merely contending with his 6 blades. I suspect that when he unleashes his 7th and 8th blades, that will be my limit." Although Moonlight Gale believed his strength was insufficient to rival Karabi's full 8-blade technique, to others, he had already made a remarkable impression. It is important to note that very few could withstand Karabi's 8 tails blade technique when he unleashed 5 blades simultaneously. And currently, the only individual capable of compelling Karabi to draw his 8 blades was none other than AI. Aside from legendary figures of the past, there was no one among his contemporaries in the Hidden Cloud Village who could stand against Karabi's full 8-blade assault. Yet now, this man named Moonlight Gale from the Hidden Leaf Village, who had previously remained obscure and without renown, had managed to force Karabi to reveal his 6th blade and was on the verge of invoking the 7th. Even Shikaka Nara, seated in the stands, expressed admiration for Moonlight Gale's swordsmanship. This young man has concealed his prowess well. His technique is truly remarkable. To reach such a level of skill is no easy feat. However, if my conjecture is accurate, he may barely be able to match Karabi's 7th and 8th blades, and even then, he would still be under pressure. Shikaku remarked with a smile. Beside him, Fugaku Uchiha nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, Karabi's blade technique is exceedingly troublesome. His movements defy any predictable pattern, resembling a chaotic barrage that could overwhelm even the most seasoned master. Yet it is precisely this unpredictability that makes it difficult to decipher his actions." After a brief pause, Fugaku continued, "Unless Moonlight Gale possesses the Sharingan to slow Karabi's movements, he will struggle to effectively keep pace with Karabi's 7-blade strikes." At that moment, Shikaka chuckled and said, "It seems that only that child Yotsuka might be able to contend with Karabi's full 8-blade technique." "Indeed," Fugaku replied. "I must admit, I am quite eager to see Yotsuka face Karabi. That would certainly be an exciting match. Let us hope they encounter one another in the upcoming individual tournament." Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, Kakashi Hitaki cast a sidelong glance at him and chuckled. "Fugaku, you wouldn't be contemplating some form of deceit to ensure those two draw together, would you?" "Ha ha, That's preposterous. Do I strike you as the kind of person who would do such a thing? Uchiha Fugaku laughed nervously, though in truth, he indeed harbored such thoughts. As the captain of the Konoha police force and a formidable wielder of the Manjiki Sharingan, subtly manipulating the results of the competition's draw would be a trivial task for him. Chapter 156. The intensifying battle. The conflict raged on, with the clash between Kakashi Hatake and Killer Bee approaching a fever pitch. Kakashi's prowess had significantly surpassed Killer Bee's expectations. Initially, Killer Bee had presumed that Kakashi's strength would be slightly inferior to Darui's. However, it became apparent that Kakashi was even more formidable than Darui, wielding his swordsmanship with unparalleled finesse. A moment's lapse in vigilance could result in injury. To date, Killer Bee had sustained 5 cuts, though they were merely superficial wounds. They nonetheless indicated that he was not enjoying the advantage he had anticipated in his battle against Kakashi. This kid is truly a tough opponent. Killer Bee mused internally as he wielded 6 short blades, orchestrating a frenzied assault on Kakashi with various parts of his body. Moonlight Gale faced an arduous battle against Kurabi, whose 6 blades struck with unpredictable ferocity. The movements were entirely unforeseen, making it impossible to discern when Kurabi would execute his next maneuver. This left Moonlight Gale in a state of discomfort, suffering several wounds inflicted by Kurabi's relentless assault. In a confrontation utilizing single-blade techniques, Moonlight Gale could still, with considerable effort, match Kurabi's 6-blade assault to a stalemate. However, Kurabi had now unleashed the formidable power of his tailed beast, manifesting a massive octopus tentacle that surged forth to strike at Moonlight Gale, tipping the scales of battle. As Kurabi summoned the tentacle, the previously balanced contest began to tilt decidedly in his favor. Moonlight Gale found himself retreating steadily, overwhelmed by nearly 7 simultaneous attacks. Despite his formidable swordsmanship, he was unable to replicate the rapid succession of strikes akin to Yotsuka, who could unleash a flurry of attacks in mere moments. At this juncture, Moonlight Gale was nearing his limits. Your swordsmanship is indeed impressive, beyond my expectations, but if this is all you possess, you shall not prevail against me, Kurabi declared, launching a relentless barrage of strikes. He had come to the realization that without employing the power of the tailed beast, should he fully wield the 8 tails B blade technique with all 8 blades, he could overpower and ultimately defeat Moonlight Gale. In this scenario, no ninjutsu or tailed beast power has been employed. Therefore, if one were to harness their full potential, it is unequivocal that the prowess exhibited by Moonlight Gale thus far would be utterly insufficient to contend with him. Your swordsmanship is remarkably exquisite, akin to a swarm of bees attacking, a tempestuous onslaught. Moonlight Gale spoke in a low voice, his speed nearly reaching its zenith, constrained by the reflexes of his nervous system and the frequency of his strikes per second. He was on the verge of being unable to keep pace with Killer Bee's assault. After all, Killer Bee wielded 6 blades simultaneously, occasionally utilizing his octopus tentacles for surprise attacks. Unless Moonlight Gale possessed the Sharingan, his focus could not possibly keep up with the myriad of attacks from Killer Bee. Nonetheless, I shall not concede. With a swift motion, Moonlight Gale forced Killer Bee back with a single strike, retreating a few steps to perform hand seals, summoning 2 shadow clones. This technique is one I recently devised, originally intended for confronting Yotsuka Hiko, but today it shall be employed against you. Behold, Leaf Flow Sword Technique, Dance of the Crescent Moon. With a resounding shout, Moonlight Gale charged forward with his body and the 2 shadow clones, positioning himself directly in front of Killer Bee while the clones flanked him from left and right in a coordinated encirclement. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlooker, Shiyin, gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "What? It is the Dance of the Crescent Moon. Moonlight Gale has truly mastered this technique. What is this technique? Is it formidable?" Shiyin's companion, Yuhi Kurenai, inquired with curiosity. Shiyin elucidated, "The Dance of the Crescent Moon is a technique that Moonlight Gale and I previously explored together. By utilizing the Shadow Clone technique to summon 2 clones, both the clones and the main body swiftly advance towards the enemy, attacking their vital points from 3 directions, left, above, and right, achieving a lethal effect capable of dispatching foes in a single blow. Wow, is it truly that powerful? It seems Moonlight Gale is employing his trump card." Yui Kurenai exclaimed in awe. Shiyin nodded with a smile, exuding confidence in Moonlight Gale's remarkable technique. Meanwhile, not far from them, Kakashi Hatake furrowed his brow and remarked, "Though this technique is indeed formidable, it may not necessarily inflict significant damage on one named Killer Bee. It appears that Moonlight Gale is destined to lose." Beside him, Fugaku Uchiha, with his eyes closed, nodded in agreement. Upon opening his eyes, the kaleidoscopic patterns of his Sharingan reverted to the standard three-tomo form. He had already foreseen the outcome and sighed, "It is truly a pity. Moonlight Gale possesses commendable strength. However, against Killer Bee, if he cannot deliver a substantial blow, he will find it impossible to turn the tide. Consequently, Killer Bee will have ample means to defeat Moonlight Gale. Ultimately, the disparity in strength is too pronounced." "Oh, it seems you have already discerned the conclusion," Kakashi continued. "Indeed, Moonlight Gale's swordsmanship is impressive, yet the lack of attacking potency prevents him from breaching his opponent's defenses, leading to a stalemate. Furthermore, given that his adversary is a Jinchuriki, the outcome is all but predetermined. In truth, the only individual privy to the true capabilities of Fugaku Uchiha's Mangeki Sharingan was Kakashi Hatake himself, for they had once been teammates in their youth, sharing numerous life and death experiences. Thus, Fugaku's secret remains solely with Kakashi. The true power of Uchiha Fugaku's Mangeki Sharingan is not merely the ability to create shadow clones, but rather the extraordinary capability to glimpse into the future. This remarkable skill has enabled Uchiha Fugaku to foresee the outcome of the battle between Moonlight Gale and Killer Bee. In the midst of the environment, upon witnessing Moonlight Gale unleash his ultimate technique, Killer Bee wore a serious expression, fully armed with a sword and adopting a defensive stance. Meanwhile, he mused to himself, "Have I finally compelled him to reveal his trump card? If I can withstand this attack, victory shall be within my grasp." In the next moment, Moonlight Gale, accompanied by two shadow clones, surged towards Killer Bee at an astonishing speed, all three striking simultaneously with their swords. "Dance of the Crescent Moon." Moonlight Gale shouted fervently, the blade gleaming with a brilliant light, resembling three crescent moons converging upon Killer Bee. It seemed implausible that Killer Bee could mount any form of resistance against such an onslaught. "I never anticipated that I would eliminate you with this move, Killer Bee." Moonlight Gale bellowed, his intent clear. Killer Bee chuckled, acknowledging the formidable power of the dance of the crescent moon. To defend against it would require him to unleash all 8 blades simultaneously. However, he had a superior strategy in mind. With a hearty laugh, he proclaimed, "Allow me to demonstrate the might of the tailed beast." As he spoke, 3 immense, thick octopus tentacles erupted from his body, charging towards Moonlight Gale and his 2 shadow clones. The sudden emergence of 3 thick tentacles undoubtedly took Moonlight Gale by surprise. Although he had previously been attacked by the tentacles that sprouted unexpectedly from Kairabi, he had only ever encountered 1 tentacle at a time. Thus, Moonlight Gale had prepared himself to counter a single appendage. However, to his astonishment, Kairabi now presented him with 3. Yet, with no option for retreat, Moonlight Gale pressed forward, determined to confront the challenge. He raised his blade in unison with his 2 remaining clones, fiercely striking at the advancing tentacles. Only by neutralizing these appendages could he hope to eliminate Kairabi himself. In an instant, 3 glimmers of steel flashed through the air, severing 2 of the formidable tentacles that fell to the ground. The third, nearly cleaved in 2, lashed out violently at one of Moonlight Gale's shadow clones, obliterating it instantly. Nevertheless, this allowed Moonlight Gale's true form and 1 remaining clone to advance toward Kairabi. "Kairabi, your bell is mine." Moonlight Gale bellowed as he swung his sword towards Kairabi, with his clone mirroring the attack. A look of panic crossed Kairabi's face as he hastily attempted to block with his blade, but he was a moment too late. Moonlight Gale's sword struck him squarely on the shoulder, piercing deep into his left side. In the wake of losing one of his clones, Moonlight Gale had successfully landed a decisive blow on Kairabi. Given the circumstances, it was evident that Kairabi would not escape unscathed. The strike to Kairabi's shoulder was grave, slicing deeply from the shoulder down to the left chest. The depth of the wound suggested that had it descended just a few centimeters more, it would have pierced his heart. This blow shattered the bone in Kairabi's left shoulder and severed the major artery between his neck and shoulder. In an instant, blood surged forth from the wound, spraying up to 3 meters high, a truly shocking sight. At last, Moonlight Gale exhaled in relief upon witnessing Kairabi's grievous injury. He had taken a desperate gamble by unleashing his ultimate technique, the 3 crescent moon dance, never truly believing it could defeat Kairabi. To his astonishment, however, he had indeed triumphed. It seemed that Kairabi's tentacles had failed to match his speed. "You were careless, Kairabi. Had you employed your 8 blades sooner, I would have been no match for you." The Moonlight Gale calmly addressed Kairabi, noting that he had severely wounded him. Considering the extent of the bloodshed, it was evident that within a mere 30 meters, Karabi would succumb to a fatal injury and be forcibly extracted from the illusion. Thus, the Moonlight Gale chose not to linger on any further entanglements with Karabi, merely expressing his triumph with a serene demeanor. In truth, it was a stroke of luck. For had it come down to pure strength, he would have been unable to prevail against Karabi. At that moment, Karabi, who had been struck by 2 blows and ensnared by the Moonlight Gale, suddenly burst into laughter and addressed the Moonlight Gale, saying, "Do you truly believe that it was my carelessness? Is it not you who has been negligent?" As the Moonlight Gale spoke, he abruptly paused, sensing that there was something amiss that he had overlooked. Ponder it a little longer. Is there not something peculiar? Karabi said with a mysterious smile. Suddenly, a flash of realization illuminated the Moonlight Gale's mind as he sharply turned his gaze to the massive wound on Karabi's shoulder, inflicted by his own blade. The gash had nearly severed Karabi in 2, and given the volume of blood lost, he would succumb to unconsciousness within 20 seconds, and death would follow shortly thereafter. This indicated that the instant the blade was plunged, Karabi had already sustained a fatal injury. However, a minimum of 15 seconds had elapsed since the strike, and Karabi remained standing, showing no signs of fainting. What did this signify? It suggested that Karabi either harbored an immunity to physical attacks, rendering that aspect irrelevant, or that the entity targeted by the Moonlight Gale was not Karabi's true form. With this thought, the Moonlight Gale's pupils constricted. He jerked his blade back, intending to distance himself from Karabi, but it was too late. Karabi revealed a sinister grin, and at that moment, his body swelled dramatically like a balloon. Haha. You fell for it. Lightning release, exploding clone. Boom. A resounding explosion erupted, and a small mushroom cloud shot into the sky, sending invisible shockwaves that violently disturbed the surroundings, uprooting the earth beneath. In an instant, a cloud of dust engulfed an area within a 30-meter radius. Within the mushroom cloud produced by the explosion, flashes of lightning flickered, while the figure of the Moonlight Gale vanished from sight. This awe-inspiring scene left the spectators outside utterly stunned, each one gaping at the images displayed on the large screen. Shiyin stood up abruptly, her face etched with concern. The Moonlight Gale murmured to Shiyin, feeling her heart tighten at the moment of Karabi's explosion. At that juncture, the voice of the live commentator resonated. Ah, what a surprise. Karabi has deceived the Moonlight Gale with his explosive clone, drawing out the Moonlight Gale's ultimate technique, the 3-day moon dance, only to detonate the clone immediately. It remains uncertain whether the Moonlight Gale has been eliminated, given that the explosion occurred at point-blank range. Listening to the commentator's exclamations, Shiyin sank into despair, realizing that this was undoubtedly an elimination. Being caught in the blast of an explosive clone at such close proximity would typically result in immediate death, due to the nature of the illusion. When a fatal blow is received, one is instantaneously transported away. Thus, Shiyin surmised that at this moment, Moonlight Gale must have been teleported out, indicating his elimination. Chapter 158. Unexpected circumstances. Alas, I suspected Moonlight Gale would struggle against Karabi, and indeed, it turned out to be the case. What a pity. I never imagined he would ultimately be eliminated by an explosion, lamented Kakashi Hitaki from the stands. Beside him, Fugaku Uchiha shook his head and remarked, "No, it is not so simple. Although he lost, he was not eliminated by the explosion. Just watch the unfolding events. He has not been defeated by Karabi." What? He wasn't eliminated by the explosion? To withstand a self-destructing clone at such close range without sustaining severe injury? Furthermore, you assert he was defeated by Karabi. That piques my interest, Kakashi mused, intrigued. He had initially believed that Moonlight Gale had been directly eliminated by Karabi's lightning release, self-destruction clone. The fact that he was not eliminated by the explosion suggested that the self-destructing clone had not inflicted a fatal injury upon him, which puzzled Kakashi. How had Moonlight Gale managed to evade such devastation from such proximity? What astonished Kakashi further was the revelation that Moonlight Gale had not been eliminated by Karabi. What was occurring? Had there been a counterattack, or had someone intervened? Considering Fugaku's earlier statement that Moonlight Gale had lost, it implied the intervention of a savior. Thus, Kakashi was left wondering who could have come to his aid. Just as his curiosity peaked, within the illusion, the massive mushroom cloud gradually dissipated, revealing a crater over 3 meters in radius, a testament to the formidable power of that self-destructing clone. The land surrounding the great pit exhibited a disheveled appearance, as if the very earth had been overturned. Scattered haphazardly across the ground were fragments of stone, alongside 2 octopus tentacles that had just been severed by the swift winds under the moonlight. At that moment, One of the tentacles erupted with a resounding bang, transforming into a cloud of smoke that quickly dissipated into the air. This particular tentacle belonged to the Eight Tails, and thus, upon being severed, it naturally vanished. After all, the tailed beasts themselves are not composed of flesh and blood, but rather are mere conglomerates of chakra. However, the other segment of the octopus's tentacle did not vanish like the previous one. Instead, the surface began to undulate and then swell, expanding ever larger until it astonishingly transformed into the very being of Kairabi. This spectacle rendered the onlookers utterly speechless, completely bewildered by the unfolding events. Thus, the commentator commenced elucidating the phenomenon, explaining that this was Kairabi's octopus tentacle transformation technique. The so-called octopus tentacle transformation involves Kairabi morphing into the tentacles of an octopus, thereby confounding adversaries into believing they are merely encountering a tentacle, when in reality, this is Kairabi's true essence. After a thorough explanation from the commentator, the audience finally grasped that during Kairabi's battle with Moonlight Gale, he had surreptitiously swapped his true form with his tentacle clone when Moonlight Gale was momentarily distracted. In essence, Kairabi transformed himself into the octopus tentacle, allowing his explosive clone to engage Moonlight Gale, who, not recognizing the ruse, struck down the explosive clone, resulting in an explosion. At that moment, the tentacle that Kairabi had assumed finally reverted to his original form. This was akin to a cunning switcheroo, a sleight of hand that deceived the enemy while they were unaware, leading them into a carefully laid trap. If the competitors from other Hidden Leaf villages were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly recall the pre-match encounter between Kairabi and the ninja from the Land of Water, which bore a striking resemblance to the current situation. During that earlier confrontation, Kairabi had employed a lightning release clone explosion to deceive the ninja named TZ, transforming himself into a ribbon. Now, while engaged in battle with Moonlight Gale, Kairabi had assumed the guise of octopus tentacles. Essentially, both scenarios employed the same strategy, utilizing a lightning release clone to masquerade as the original, while the true self adopted a different form for subterfuge, a tactic that Kairabi favored and frequently employed. Regrettably, Moonlight Gale seemed to have overlooked this detail, remaining inadequately prepared, and thus fell prey to Kairabi's ruse. Upon reverting to his original form, Kairabi glanced at the large crater beneath him and chuckled, remarking on the formidable power of his clone explosion. Surely, that strike must have eliminated his opponent, thereby causing Gale's bell to automatically appear on his person. Kairabi's assertion was indeed accurate, for according to the rules of the illusion, if one directly eliminated their adversary, even without seizing their bell beforehand, it would materialize on the victor's person post-elimination. However, when Kairabi looked down, he was astonished to find that the bell of Moonlight Gale was absent from his neck. What? Kairabi exclaimed in shock, instinctively leaping from his position into the air. Just as he ascended, a blade of white light flashed beneath him, slicing through the air with a resounding swish. To his disbelief, Gale had not been defeated. Cursing under his breath, Kairabi observed that directly below him stood Moonlight Gale, who, having evaded the attack, gripped his sword firmly, transitioning from a sweeping motion to a thrust aimed viciously at Kairabi's legs. In a moment of desperation, Kairabi summoned his octopus tentacles once more to shield himself from Gale's strike. Then, with palms pressed together, he swiftly formed a series of hand seals to unleash a lightning release technique, shouting, "Lightning release, spherical lightning." In an instant, Kairabi propelled a sphere of lightning, the size of a soccer ball, directly toward Moonlight Gale below. Gale retreated to evade the oncoming projectile, which struck the ground and erupted with a violent explosion, sending shockwaves that pushed both combatants apart. This brief respite allowed Kairabi to distance himself from Gale, preventing a relentless onslaught. As Gale executed a graceful flip in midair, he landed firmly on the ground, disheveled and covered in dirt, his hair resembling an explosion, and his clothing tattered as if he were a beggar, a result of Kairabi's earlier lightning release clone explosion. Observing Gale's disheveled appearance, Kairabi inquired with curiosity, "I am quite intrigued. How did you manage to withstand my clone explosion?" The Moonlight Gale spoke in a low voice. "Just now, I summoned my shadow clone to shield me, which helped absorb that most formidable wave of impact, preventing me from being eliminated on the spot." Chapter 159, The Moonlight Gale in Peril. "I see," Kairabi nodded, surprised that the Moonlight Gale shadow clone had managed to intervene. Otherwise, that blow would undoubtedly have sent the Moonlight Gale out of the illusion. After the recent incident involving the self-destructing clones of Kairabi, Moonlight Gale has finally begun to take this cunning strategy of Kairabi seriously. Indeed, This particular tactic is quite despicable, showcasing a remarkable level of cunning. Previously, Kairabi has successfully deceived numerous foes with this maneuver, resulting in significant casualties among his adversaries. However, if the opponent possesses formidable strength or keen observation skills, this strategy of Kairabi will ultimately prove ineffective. At this moment, Moonlight Gale had firmly etched Kairabi's tactics into his memory, and he would remain exceedingly vigilant in the upcoming battles. Suddenly, Kairabi drew forth a short blade, positioning it beneath his chin. With this action, Kairabi had effectively unleashed all 7 of his blades. Witnessing this, Moonlight Gale grew increasingly cautious. For the simultaneous release of 7 blades brought Kairabi perilously close to the pinnacle of the 8 tails. Even the challenge posed by 7 or 8 blades was formidable for Moonlight Gale at this juncture, not to mention the ever-present threat of the octopus tentacles lurking for an ambush. Observing Kairabi's poised readiness, Moonlight Gale pondered. The crescent moon dance had become less effective. What lay ahead would be a true test of endurance. If the battle continued, the likelihood of his defeat loomed large. In this moment of hesitation, Moonlight Gale found himself torn. On one hand, facing such a formidable opponent ignited a desire within him to fight to the bitter end, even in defeat. He could accumulate invaluable experience and gain practical combat training. On the other hand, should he be eliminated by Kairabi, it would mean adding another bell to the ranks of the Cloud Village, undoubtedly placing the Leaf Village team at a disadvantage. Frustrated, despite his yearning to engage in a relentless battle, he realized that for the sake of Konoha, retreat was imperative. Ultimately, after a fierce internal struggle, Moonlight Gale succumbed to the overwhelming sense of collective honor for his village. In reality, when faced with such trials in actual combat, the most prudent choice is to adopt a broad perspective, considering the team's welfare, and to temporarily retreat to avoid the brunt of the confrontation. Consequently, the Moonlight Gale, albeit reluctantly, prepared for withdrawal. Killer Bee had already surmised that Moonlight Gale might be contemplating retreat. He did not wish to let Moonlight Gale slip away. After all, having fought for such an extended duration, failing to seize Moonlight Gale's bell would render the effort utterly fruitless. Thus, in the next moment, Killer Bee charged towards Moonlight Gale, unleashing a flurry of 7 blades, each executed with a frenetic dance. The movements were utterly unpredictable, rendering Moonlight Gale incapable of discerning Killer Bee's intentions. As a blade struck, yet another wound appeared upon Moonlight Gale's form. At this juncture, Killer Bee's offensive was significantly more ferocious than before, akin to a tempestuous storm. It resembled a solitary insect besieged by a swarm of wasps, beset by multidirectional, torrential assaults that left him gasping for breath. Even though Moonlight Gale's swordsmanship was commendable, he felt as though he were a solitary bug overwhelmed by a swarm, struggling to cope, yet growing increasingly fatigued and unable to endure for much longer. In just a matter of seconds, 3 additional wounds marred Moonlight Gale's body, and the pain further impeded his performance. Confronted with 7 blades and the occasional surprise assault from an octopus tentacle, Moonlight Gale found himself in dire straits. Gaining a profound understanding of his limitations and the chasm that lay between him and Killer Bee. Cursed fate, is this truly my limit? I had hoped to shine brightly in this competition, yet here I am, on the brink of elimination from the very onset. A sense of frustration enveloped Moonlight Gale. Yet he was now pushed to his limits. He estimated that in mere seconds, he would be unable to withstand any longer. What troubled him further was the realization that Killer Bee had yet to fully unleash his true power, such as his transformation into the tailed beast, which had not been invoked. I cannot allow myself to be subjected to his onslaught any longer. I must seek an opportunity to retreat, otherwise my elimination is trivial compared to the prospect of granting the hidden Cloud Village an additional bell. With gritted teeth, Moonlight Gale firmly grasped his blade and executed a sweeping strike, forcefully pushing Killer Bee away before swiftly retreating, ready to flee. However, Killer Bee had anticipated this move. With a deft pull of his left hand, 2 nearly invisible wires were instantly drawn from the ground. In the next instant, 2 clamps appeared beneath Moonlight Gale's feet, snapping directly towards him. Reacting with lightning speed, he leapt into the air just in the nick of time. Yet, before he could catch his breath, he saw Killer Bee grinning at him, exuding an air of assured victory. Upon witnessing this sight, a chill ran down Moonlight Gale's spine, and he thought, "This is not good." Yet, it was too late. Killer Bee swiftly formed hand seals and bellowed, "Farewell." Lightning release, flash cannon. In the next moment, Kyra conjured a radiant sphere of energy, emanating a dazzling white light from his hands, and hurled it towards Moonlight Gale. The instant Kyra unleashed the sphere, it transformed into a streak of white brilliance, zipping toward Moonlight Gale with astonishing speed, leaving him utterly unable to evade in midair, if one were to withstand it. Given the physical prowess of Moonlight Gale, it would be nearly impossible to endure. Witnessing this scene, the audience erupted into gasps of astonishment, as nearly all spectators believed that Moonlight Gale was destined for elimination. After all, at that moment, he found himself suspended in midair without any means to leverage his body's position, and the energy projectile emanated an aura of formidable power, making direct resistance utterly unrealistic. Haicher Mikami closed his eyes, unwilling to witness the moment of Moonlight Gale's anticipated defeat, especially since he was the first representative of the Konoha team to face elimination. A rather awkward predicament. Yayuin sat in her seat, her face ashen, unable to bear the sight of the large screen, merely awaiting the moment when the commentary would utter the words, "The Moonlight Gale contestant has been eliminated." Yamashiro Aoi, with a look of regret, lamented, "Alas, the Moonlight Gale truly gave his all. He showcased his full potential. Unfortunately, Kalabi surpassed him in strength, leaving him with no recourse." At this juncture, aside from Uchiha Fugaku and Hatake Tsukumo, everyone else was convinced that the Moonlight Gale would undoubtedly face elimination. Hatake Tsukumo was informed by Uchiha Fugaku that Moonlight Wind would not be eliminated. Uchiha Fugaku, possessing the ability to foresee the future through his Manjiki Sharingan, was certain of this outcome. However, everyone else, without exception, including the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, harbored doubts and believed that this time, he was likely to face elimination. In the midst of the ethereal moonlight, the Gale of Moonlight shared a similar sentiment, as he beheld the dazzling cannon hurtling towards him with the swiftness of a lightning strike. A profound silence enveloped his heart. Had he retreated sooner, perhaps he could have escaped. Yet, his unwillingness to concede, driven by a desire to engage further, had now rendered him unable to flee, facing imminent elimination. Cursed be his indecision. He lamented deeply within, realizing that his lack of resolve had hindered the progress of Konoha. Gritting his teeth, he gripped his blade, preparing to muster every ounce of strength to confront the oncoming cannon. However, he was acutely aware that he stood no chance of withstanding it, for he lacked the prowess of Yosaka, who could cleave through flames with a single strike. "Ha! At last, the bell shall belong to me," Karabi exclaimed triumphantly, reveling in the prospect of claiming a bell from the Konoha representative team, a token of considerable significance that he could later flaunt to Yuzuki. As the blinding light of the cannon illuminated Moonlight Gale's visage, it was but a heartbeat away from impact. In that critical moment, a shadowy figure emerged amidst the brilliance. Before his mind could fully comprehend the situation, a shadow appeared before him, and with a swift motion, it cleaved the cannon that had surged towards him. With a resounding crack, the cannon, resembling a football in size, was split in two by the figure before Moonlight Gale, transforming into two smaller projectiles. They soared past the duo at a 45-degree angle, striking the ground not far behind them and resulting in two violent explosions. Boom, boom. The deafening roars erupted, casting a brilliant light that shadowed Moonlight Gale's face, which now bore an expression of shock and astonishment. Simultaneously, upon witnessing the cannon being cleaved in half, Karabi was taken aback, instinctively exclaiming, "What the hell?" The explosive detonation of the blinding flash cannon, severed into two halves, unleashed a dazzling brilliance so intense that even with sunglasses, Karabi found it impossible to discern the faces of Moonlight Gale and the mysterious figure that had suddenly appeared before him. The backlighting created by the overwhelming brightness cast deep shadows upon the two figures, further obscuring Karabi's vision. Who could be so ruthless as to cleave a flash cannon in twain? As he retreated with his eyes shut, Karabi vented his frustrations in a rap, delivering sharp critiques of the situation. Under the shimmering moonlight, Moonlight Swift stood with wide eyes, utterly astonished as he gazed at the figure before him. Almost instinctively, he uttered, "You." At that moment, the person in front of Moonlight Swift turned around, revealing a handsome profile, and chuckled, "Haha, Moonlight Swift, your skills are rather lacking. Just a single Karabi has left you in this state. How pitiful." "Thank you so much," Moonlight Swift replied with a resigned smile. It was typical of Yosaka to arrive ostensibly to assist yet to utter words that incited frustration. However, such was his nature that Moonlight Swift could not muster any anger. Only gratitude. "Thanks to your timely arrival. Otherwise, this bell would have belonged to the hidden cloud village." With a sigh, Moonlight Swift acknowledged the reality of his limitations. He had come to a clear understanding of his own capabilities and recognized the significant gap between himself and Yosaka. The formidable flash cannon that he could not withstand was effortlessly severed in two by Yosaka, underscoring the vast disparity in their strengths. At that moment, Yosaka turned back to Moonlight Swift and said, "I heard the sounds of battle from this direction and thought I might seize an opportunity to eliminate both combatants while they were weakened. I never expected to find you here. Thank you once again. Otherwise, I would have dragged the Leaf Village down with me." Moonlight Swift expressed his gratitude once more. Yosaka waved dismissively, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he replied, "This time, I intervened merely to prevent the hidden Cloud Village from acquiring additional bells. Next time, I may not be so inclined." Moonlight Swift's lips twitched slightly. Just as he began to feel a touch of gratitude, Yosaka's words extinguished that sentiment. Indeed, he was still the familiar Yosaka. On the other side, in the audience, all spectators wore expressions of utter astonishment, their eyes wide and mouths agape, as if their faces had been frozen in shock while they gazed at the large screen. Even the commentators momentarily fell silent, for they had just witnessed the breathtaking moment when Yosaka cleaved the flash cannon in two. What on earth was that? Did I truly see it correctly? Was the flash cannon not formed from the power of lightning? Theoretically, isn't it an entity devoid of physical form? How could it possibly be severed? Is this real? Who is that individual? What manner of feat is this? Can lightning truly be split? Isn't lightning fundamentally intangible? In an instant, the audience erupted into a flurry of discussions. Hearing their murmurs, Mikami Shuji felt an overwhelming pride swell within him. The moment Yosaka appeared, the other spectators failed to recognize that shadowy figure. Yet, Mikami Shuji immediately discerned that the indistinct silhouette was undoubtedly Yosaka. He then witnessed the scene of Yosaka slicing the flash cannon, rescuing Moonlight Gale from peril. At that moment, Mikami Shuji felt an immense affection for Yosaka. It was simply extraordinary, akin to the arrival of a savior, and so captivating that it left the entire audience in awe. He felt an irresistible urge to stand up and proclaim loudly to those around him, "Did you see that? The one who cleaved lightning is my student." Consequently, a beaming smile spread across Mikami Shuji's face. Although he often found Yosaka bothersome, disobedient, and mischievous, he suddenly realized how remarkably wonderful Yosaka truly was. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage was as delighted as Mikami Shuji. Chapter 161. Yosaka comes to the rescue again. "Did you see that? Did you see that? I told you this kid would never be eliminated. In critical moments, we must rely on Yosaka," the third Hokage exclaimed, laughing heartily while pointing at the crystal ball. Beside him, Jiraiya wore a broad smile and remarked, "This kid arrived just in time." Moonlight Gale was almost done for. Orochimaru furrowed his brow and interjected, "As far as I know, that kid was at least 7 kilometers away from Moonlight Gale just now. How could he possibly hear the sounds of battle from such a distance?" After a brief pause, Orochimaru continued, "Moreover, how did he manage to cover that 7-kilometer distance in under 5 minutes?" Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, those nearby fell into silence. There was no denying that Yosaka's displayed prowess had genuinely astonished everyone present. Many of the abilities he exhibited were previously unseen, leaving those witnessing them for the first time in sheer amazement. For instance, his skill akin to the heavy stone technique, which allowed him to effortlessly stand on the tips of spikes, and his remarkable speed that enabled him to traverse 7 kilometers in less than 5 minutes. Such velocity was unattainable even for those well-versed in physical techniques. Yet, Yosaka accomplished it, leaving Orochimaru and the others with a plethora of unanswered questions. "Yosaka has concealed many secrets. I never expected him to be hiding his true strength all this time," Jiraiya remarked, utterly speechless. "Let us continue watching. Now he is up against Killer Bee. I wonder what will unfold," the third Hokage suggested, gesturing towards the crystal ball. As the scene shifted to reveal Yosaka, Killer Bee was visibly taken aback, instinctively exclaiming, "Yosaka, it's you. Well, how did you manage to slice my lightning cannon in half with a single stroke? This is utterly absurd." Clearly, Killer Bee was shaken by the sight of Yosaka cleaving his lightning cannon, an unprecedented feat that nearly caused him to lose his composure. "Haha. Killer Bee, isn't it just a matter of having hands? Such a simple maneuver is within anyone's capability. Why even ask? You must be lacking." Yosaka laughed heartily. Behind him, Moonlight Gale rolled his eyes, thinking, "Are you implying that I'm not even human?" Kairabi rolled his eyes in disdain, expressing that his very humanity was being called into question. "Yosaka, since you are here, it is fortuitous indeed. I had intended to challenge you. And now we shall engage in a one-on-one duel to ascertain who among us is the more formidable, Kairabi declared with excitement, drawing the final blade from its scabbard. This spectacle left Tsukikase, who stood behind Yosaka, in a state of shock, while a tinge of bitterness welled up within him. He thought to himself, "This fellow has drawn his 8th blade without hesitation," indicating he believes that employing fewer than 8 blades would render him incapable of defeating Yosaka. It seems he deems that 7 or 8 blades would suffice to conquer me. The disparity is simply heart-wrenching. The moment when Kairabi drew his 8th sword elicited a chorus of gasps and screams from the audience, as they finally witnessed the true extent of his prowess. The legendary 8-tail sword technique, the 8-sword-B blade, was on the verge of being unleashed. The spectators could almost sense the palpable tension in the air, akin to the scent of gunpowder, as these two formidable warriors finally confronted one another. It was evident that a more thrilling and intense battle was about to unfold. The anticipation among the audience was palpable, for one was the fabled 8-tails Jinchuriki, whose mastery of the 8-sword-B blade had yet to be fully displayed. The other was the esteemed leader of Konoha, renowned for his unparalleled swordsmanship, capable of cleaving through anything in his path with a single stroke, a genius ninja who could dispatch foes in an instant. The clash of these titans promised to be as cataclysmic as a comet colliding with the earth, an explosive spectacle beyond compare. As a result, the atmosphere in the stands grew increasingly fervent, with shouts and cheers echoing in waves. The commentator, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, "The formidable Kairabi from the village of clouds faces off against Yotsuka, the esteemed leader of the village of leaves. This confrontation is sure to be nothing short of spectacular. It is said that Kairabi is also a Jinchuriki. Perhaps he will harness the power of the tailed beast. After all, Yotsuka is no ordinary opponent. Without the power of the tailed beast, I scarcely know how Kairabi could emerge victorious." The commentator's words resonated like a stone cast into still waters, further elevating the already electrifying atmosphere among the audience. As the spectators eagerly anticipated the showdown between the two, Yosaka raised his katana, its blade pointed directly at Kairabi, exuding confidence as he proclaimed, "Kairabi, you are still far from defeating me. Haha, how can one know without trying? I'm quite curious to see what effect my 8-tails-B sword technique will have on you. Hiki, let me show you. You truly are relentless, and today fortune smiles upon me. With this bell of yours, I have now acquired my 3rd bell," Yosaka declared joyfully. I'm doing quite well myself. With you and the Moonlight Gale, I now possess 2 bells," Kairabi responded, bursting into laughter as he charged towards Yosaka, armed with an array of short blades. The onlookers, witnessing Kairabi's advance, widened their eyes in excitement, fixated on the large screen. Even Noira Rin stood up, shouting, "Go, Yosaka! Defeat that wretched octopus!" Mitsukami Shuji, exuding confidence with his arms crossed, gazed at the screen, convinced that Yosaka could not possibly lose. So what if Kairabi is a Jinchuriki? Just because he is a Jinchuriki, does that mean he can do as he pleases? He simply has not encountered Yosaka before. With a self-assured demeanor, Mitsukami turned to a nearby spectator, saying, "Do you see that individual named Yosaka? He is my student." "Ah, he is your student. You are so impressive," the onlooker exclaimed, astonished at Mitsukami's revelation. Mitsukami smiled silently, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride, reveling in the pleasure that comes with being a distinguished mentor, even if this remarkable student was not directly his own. Meanwhile, within the illusion, Kairabi leaped into the air, unleashing the full force of his 8-tails-B sword technique. Chapter 162, Kairabi's demise upon witnessing this spectacle. Moonlight Gale was taken aback, exclaiming, Is this the true power of the 8-tails-B? It is astonishingly formidable. Indeed, he did not reveal his full strength when we fought." He then turned to Yosaka, a flicker of concern in his heart, Kairabi's full power unleashed. With all 8 blades striking simultaneously, presented a truly terrifying sight. Moonlight Gale believed that had he faced such an onslaught, he would undoubtedly have been swiftly defeated. Although Yotsuka was significantly stronger than himself, he would undoubtedly struggle against the fully unleashed Kairabi. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, Moonlight Gale suggested to Yotsuka, "It would be wiser for us to retreat." "Are you jesting?" Yotsuka interjected, appearing drowsy as he yawned, his indifference palpable. "With such feeble skills, it would be but a single cut to resolve this. I tell you, in this world, there is nothing that cannot be settled with a single slice. If there is, then it merely requires 2. Yotsuka turned slightly, addressing Moonlight Gale, which caused Kairabi, rushing towards them, to feel a sense of intrusion. Having unleashed the full power of the 8 tails, he was taken aback to see Yotsuka not fully focused and preparing for the confrontation, but rather conversing casually. This was nothing short of blatant disrespect. Karabi bellowed, "Yotsuka, you shall pay for your negligence. I will claim your bell. Prepare yourself." "Hey, step aside. I haven't finished my conversation with Moonlight Gale yet," Yotsuka replied, turning back and casually striking at the half-finished words of the advancing Karabi. In the next instant, a brilliant flash of white light erupted, leaving Karabi momentarily bewildered, and then his body was sent flying backward like a football kicked away. With a loud thud, he crashed into a small hillside 30 meters away, creating a human-shaped crater upon impact. Why? Karabi gazed blankly at the sky, lying dazed in the crater, muttering to himself as 8 short blades lay scattered around him. At that moment, Yotsuka turned back to the stunned Moonlight Gale and remarked, "You see, he is a perfect example, resolved in one cut. If he rises again, I shall deliver another slice. It is that simple, is it?" Moonlight Gale responded, still in shock. His gaze fixed on the distant form of Karabi in the crater, his mind a blank slate. Meanwhile, outside the arena, the once vibrant atmosphere filled with fervent cheers had succumbed to an eerie silence, the audience rendered speechless, as if a pin could be heard dropping. The commentator, who had just been vociferously narrating the match, appeared as if petrified, staring blankly at the large screen, utterly motionless. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 5 seconds elapsed. The entire stadium, filled with spectators, was enveloped in a silence so profound it felt as though it were devoid of life. Mikazuki Shusuk sat there, mouth agape, as if it could accommodate a light bulb. Konoha Tsukumo bore a foolish expression, fixated on the screen. Uchiha Fugaku wore an expression of resigned disbelief, as if to say, "I told you so, but you would not believe me." Yamashiro Aoi, oblivious to the sunglasses that had fallen to the ground, stared intently at the display. Akimichi Chg, with his mouth wide open, was unaware that the half-eaten chicken leg had plummeted to the floor at his feet. Yamashiro Kaido's cigarette had fallen onto his trousers, scorching a hole, yet he remained oblivious. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was in a state of shock, fixated on the crystal ball without a flicker of movement. Jiraiya's eyes were wide, while Orochimaru stood motionless, and Tsunade appeared as if in a stupor, with Mito Gates Yen silent. At that moment, everyone seemed frozen in time. Entirely still, either in a daze or expressing shock, their minds rendered numb by the spectacle of Kirabi unleashing his full power with a casual slice from Yosaka. Caw! At that instant, a crow flew overhead, its call piercing through the stillness of the stadium, jarring like an alarm clock. Instantly, it seemed as though time resumed its flow. In the next moment, an unprecedented roar erupted from the audience. Konoha Tsukumo exhaled deeply and turned to Uchiha Fugaku, asking, "You knew it would come to this, didn't you?" Uchiha Fugaku remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. At this moment, Hai-E in the mountains discovered a hole burned into his pants by a cigarette butt. Chiu Dao Dingzu realized that a chicken leg had fallen to the ground, while Sanshang Shiosi noticed, to his astonishment, that his mouth was so large that he could not close it. A ninja from the hidden cloud village stared incredulously at the giant screen, witnessing the figure of Karabi lying in a massive crater, murmuring, "How is this possible? How can this be?" That blow was delivered with the full might of Karabi's 8 tails B-blade technique, yet it was effortlessly deflected by that individual with a casual swipe of his weapon. Not only the ninja from the hidden cloud village pondered this, the majority of onlookers shared the same sentiment. They were not blind. Anyone with eyes could see that the previous strike by Yotsuka was merely a nonchalant turn and a casual slice, executed without any preparation, casually sending the fully committed Karabi flying over 30 meters. If Momochi Zabuza were present, he would undoubtedly shed tears, lamenting that being struck by Yotsuka from the restroom was a disgrace. At least Yotsuka had faced him head-on, whereas Karabi was taken down with a mere afterthought. Lost in thought, replaying the image of Yotsuka's casual yet powerful strike against Karabi, Yamashiro Aoi murmured in admiration, "Is this the legendary backhanded strike?" Meanwhile, within the illusion, Yotsuka sheathed his katana and turned to the moonlit breeze, saying, "Take notes," before advancing towards Karabi to claim the bells adorning him. Just then, Yotsuka abruptly halted, turning to his right at 2 o'clock, yawning as he remarked, "Another one has come to deliver bells. My luck today is truly remarkable." With that, he resumed his approach towards Karabi, who remained in a daze, repeatedly uttering the word "Why?" "Kirabai, I shall take your bells." You are truly a good person. At that moment, a furious roar echoed from a distance. Yotsuka, if you dare take Karabi's bells, I will eliminate both you and that guy today. Who do you think you are? Yotsuka retorted, swiftly snatching the bell from around Karabi's neck. Chapter 163. Useless Ninja Techniques. As Yotsuka forcefully removed the bell from Karabi's neck, Karabi vanished from the spot, teleported out of the illusion, leaving behind only a large human-shaped pit. Witnessing this scene, an enraged cry erupted nearby. As a woman with disheveled hair rushed towards them, her face ablaze with fury. In her hands, she clutched two bells, one bearing the insignia of the Sand Village and the other that of the Leaf Village. The newcomer was none other than the leader of the Hidden Cloud Village, Yuzuki's older sister. You actually took a bell from the Leaf Village. Moonlight Shikaze exclaimed, astonished by the bells in Yuzuki's grasp. Humph, though that individual possessed the Sharingan, he was utterly incompetent, and I dispatched him with ease. Such trash. I believe it is best you do without. Upon hearing the name Yuzuki, Hachisaka immediately recognized that the bell originated from Uchiha Obito. Indeed, only Obito could be aptly described as the embodiment of a worthless wielder of the Sharingan. At that moment, Yuzuki leaped down from the tree. His face contorted with fury as he glared at Hachisaka, his tone hostile. Hachisaka, I commanded you to cease, yet you persist. Very well. Today I shall take possession of your bells. He continued, if you wish to retrieve them, then come forth and try, provided you possess the capability. Hachisaka, stifling a yawn, remarked that he had stayed up late the previous night, and as such, he was beginning to feel drowsy. Especially since this was typically the hour when he indulged in his afternoon slumber. Observing Hachisaka's apparent drowsiness, Yuzuki mistakenly assumed it was a deliberate act of bravado, which only fueled his rage further. Casting a glance at the human-shaped crater left by Killer Bee, he muttered a curse, worthless, before turning his attention back to Hachisaka and promptly began to form hand seals. At that moment, the spectators outside the arena saw Yuki begin to form hand seals without uttering a word, which instantly ignited their excitement. The past half hour had been exhilarating. First, they witnessed Tsukigami swiftly defeating Karabi, followed by Yotsuka's impressive instant takedown of the same opponent. Now, they were on the brink of witnessing the clash between Yotsuka and Yuki. The intensity of this climax was simply exhilarating. Even the commentators could hardly contain their enthusiasm, exclaiming, wow. Yotsuka just effortlessly dispatched Karabi from the Hidden Cloud Village. And now he is facing off against Yuki. Truly, he is the pride of Konohagakure. Prepare yourselves for an unforgettable spectacle as the leaders of the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Leaf Villages are about to engage. Yuki swiftly completed his hand seals and unleashed his signature technique, proclaiming, Fire Mouse Ball. In the next instant, he expelled over 20 azure fireballs from his mouth, each roughly the size of a melon, radiating a brilliant blue flame. As these fireballs erupted from Yuki, they quickly morphed into the shapes of mice. Witnessing this transformation, Tsukigami gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, these are the fire mouse balls. Yotsuka, retreat. They are exceedingly troublesome. Without hesitation, Tsukigami swiftly retreated several meters, only to turn back in shock to see Yotsuka still standing firm. He called out urgently, Yotsuka, fall back. However, Yotsuka calmly replied, there is nothing in this world that cannot be resolved with a single strike. As Yosaka spoke, the 20-odd azure fireballs, transformed into the shape of mice, surged towards him at an astonishing speed. With the utterance of the final two words, the matter, Yosaka swiftly drew his blade and cleaved the foremost fireball in twain. Upon being sliced, the fireball dissipated into the air with a sudden flash. What? Moonlight Gale was taken aback, staring at Yosaka in disbelief. This was the legendary fireball, known for its unparalleled speed and might, which had once vanquished high-level ninjas. How could it be so effortlessly obliterated by Yosaka's single stroke? It was inconceivable. Moonlight Gale was left gaping in astonishment, as was the opposing Yuzuki, who had previously worn a haughty expression but now looked as though he had seen a ghost. Watching Yosaka continuously slice through the fireballs. Haha, this is quite simple, akin to the Fruit Ninja game I played earlier, and even easier. Yosaka laughed heartily. One by one, he dispatched the fireballs until only 4 remained. Just 2 seconds later, those final 4 fireballs met the same fate. This is hardly enough to warm me up, Yuzuki. Your fireballs are rather lacking. Yosaka remarked seriously, genuinely feeling that Yuzuki's fireballs were inadequate. However, to Yuzuki's ears, it sounded like mockery. How infuriating. This is utterly intolerable. Yuzuki shrieked, forming hand seals to unleash another jutsu. Lightning release, compression wave. In the next instant, Yuzuki unleashed a colossal wave of electric energy, resembling a tsunami, surging towards Yosaka. The commentators, witnessing this move, exclaimed into the microphone, "Oh my! Yuzuki has truly summoned her full strength. This lightning release, compression wave is an A-rank jutsu, one that even many seasoned ninjas struggle to execute. It seems Yosaka is in for a challenge. Such a vast area of effect jutsu is highly effective against Yosaka. After all, how can one wield a blade against such a widespread assault?" Upon hearing the commentators, the audience grew concerned for Yosaka. Recognizing that the compression wave was akin to a tidal wave or firewall, and questioning how he could possibly defend against it. Meanwhile, some spectators from the Cloud Village wore triumphant smiles, thinking to themselves that their champion was far superior to the leader of the Leaf Village. Even Mikami Hidesure began to feel a sense of concern. After all, that oppressive force could not simply be repelled with a mere blade. Even utilizing the Earth-style, Earth Flow wall would hardly suffice. Mikami thought to himself, Yosaka is in for a rough time. However, while many were apprehensive for Yosaka, he faced the tumultuous surge of lightning with a hearty laugh. "Yuzuki, you dare to employ such trivial ninjutsu against me? If you possess the strength of a tailed beast, then show it." With that, Yosaka swung his blade towards the tidal wave of lightning. "Humph! Trivial ninjutsu? I shall see how you withstand my so-called garbage ninjutsu." Yuzuki had only just begun to speak when Yosaka effortlessly cleaved the oppressive wave of lightning in two with a single stroke. Chapter 164. The Astonished Yuzuki. "What?" Yuzuki exclaimed, her eyes widening as she stared in disbelief at the lightning wave that Yosaka had effortlessly sliced in half. For a moment, she could hardly comprehend the sight before her. How is this possible? With a look of incredulity, she slapped herself hard enough to swell one side of her face, murmuring, "This shouldn't be. According to logic, possessing a tailed beast means I should be immune to Jinjutsu." At that moment, Sukikage Shift gazed wide-eyed at Yosaka, trembling as he pointed at the severed lightning wave, stuttering. "Why, you actually managed to cut that?" As the once turbulent wave of lightning was cleaved in two by Yosaka's blade, it surged outward at a 45-degree angle, creating a fan-like shape, while the center, where Yosaka stood, was left untouched. Witnessing this, Sukikage Shift collapsed onto the ground, his worldview shattered, muttering in disbelief, "Lightning can also be cut? Haha, I told you it was mere garbage ninjutsu. Yet you chose not to believe me. Look, it was as simple as slicing it in half with one stroke. What could be difficult about that?" Yosaka laughed heartily, leaving Sukikage Shift's spirit once again reeling from the shock. On the other side, the Yuzuki individual had already established a connection with the two-tailed cat within, confirming that he had not fallen victim to any illusion. Instantly, his expression shifted, and he gazed at Yosaka as if confronting a grotesque entity. "This must be your bloodline limit," Yuzuki asserted with unwavering conviction, as if attempting to persuade himself. "From the very beginning, when you cleaved through Killer Bee's right on, Shinkai, to when you sliced through my right on, Yahan, these were all intangible phenomena, yet you were able to sever them. This undoubtedly indicates your bloodline limit." Pointing firmly at Yosaka, Yuzuki spoke with fervor. Having witnessed the dust release of the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, which could decompose matter directly, he theorized that Yosaka might be employing a technique akin to dust release, one capable of targeting non-physical entities. Bloodline limit? No, it's merely a simple slash. Isn't it just about having hands? Yosaka questioned, puzzled, as he perceived it as a straightforward action of merely striking down. Upon hearing Yosaka's words, Yuzuki assumed he was mocking her, inciting further ire within her. With a sardonic smile, she retorted, "Very well, indeed. You live up to your title as the leader of Konoha. You certainly possess skill. However, if you think this alone can defeat me, you are gravely mistaken." As she spoke, a peculiar expression crossed Yuzuki's face, oscillating between a menacing grimace and an eerie malevolence. "It's just a casual slash. You wouldn't think this is my ultimate technique, would you?" Yosaka shrugged, suggesting that Yuzuki had misunderstood him. It was truly an offhand strike. An indescribable aura emanated from Yuzuki, causing the small stones surrounding her to tremble slightly, as waves of energy radiated outward from her center. "Yosaka, I had intended to unveil this technique in the upcoming solo matches, but I didn't anticipate using it against you so soon. To be defeated by this move will be a privilege for you," Yuzuki proclaimed with a sinister expression, her eyes widening into an otherworldly glow, the whites and pupils transforming into an eerie luminescence. Sharp fangs sprouted from her mouth, complementing her crimson lips, and rendering her appearance extraordinarily bewitching. Wow, she. Yosaka gasped in astonishment at Yuzuki's transformation. Finally grasping the essence of fear. You are the first to witness this form. Yuzuki cackled wickedly, her voice distorting as if two individuals were speaking simultaneously, overlapping in a haunting resonance. At this moment, Yosaki, with a face full of astonishment, pointed at the transformed Yuzuki and exclaimed, "Isn't this a human-animal hybrid?" In that instant, Yuzuki seemed to have traversed a long span of time, her mind blank, with only the echo of a singular phrase reverberating within her consciousness. Isn't this a human-animal hybrid? Isn't this a human-animal hybrid? Isn't this a human-animal hybrid? In a fleeting moment that felt eternal, after experiencing this state, Yuzuki finally succumbed to a complete rage. "Yosaki, I shall end you," she bellowed, her hair, which had previously cascaded behind her, erupted in a fiery display, standing on end like a super saiyan. Her eyes radiated an eerie blue light, and her canine teeth elongated to a formidable 3 centimeters. She crouched low, her hands and feet transforming into sharp claws. Most striking was the tail that sprouted from her backside, composed of countless azure flames, creating a bizarre spectacle. Soon, her entire form was enveloped in these strange blue flames. A raspy voice emanated from Yuzuki's lips, and upon hearing it, Hokage, standing behind Yosaki, felt an overwhelming shock to his psyche, his mind clouded, nearly causing him to collapse. Was this a soul impact? Could mere words invoke such a reaction? Hokage knelt, struggling to maintain his composure, feeling weaker than when subjected to an illusionary attack. His awareness fading, his strength sapped, rendered unable to fight. Simultaneously, the audience outside, witnessing Yuzuki's transformation, gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at the large screen. For most, it was their first encounter with such a form, leaving them utterly amazed. "Wow, what is happening? Has she transformed?" they murmured. "It seems as if her body is cloaked in a layer of chakra. Is this the lightning release chakra mode of the Cloud Village? Yet it appears somewhat different from others." In the midst of this chatter, the commentator finally spoke. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is not the lightning release chakra mode, but rather Yuzuki's tailed beast chakra cloak mode. As the Jinchuriki of the two tails, she has directly tapped into the power of the tailed beast, resulting in this extraordinary transformation." The commentary suddenly stirred the audience like a stone cast into water, creating ripples of astonishment. Chapter 165. Allow me to showcase the revelation. The speaker's words caused the entire audience to collectively gasp in disbelief. The transformation into a tailed beast was an ability that was entirely beyond the norm. It is crucial to understand that even elite jonin would likely struggle against someone in a tailed beast form, let alone the fact that Yuki, a mere chunin, had managed to achieve such a transformation. Moreover, he had employed this formidable technique while confronting Yosaka. This was a clear indication of a decisive move. With this realization, many began to harbor pessimistic views regarding Yosaka's chances. After all, his adversary had already transformed into a tailed beast. Although most had never witnessed a true tailed beast, a significant number understood the concept, recognizing it as a power only those of Hokage-level strength could contend with. It was astonishing that a participant from the hidden Cloud Village would unleash such a trump card. Otsutsuki Ayam pressed her palms together in front of her chest, her face etched with deep concern as she gazed at Yosaka on the large screen, as if speaking to him in this manner. "Yosaka, you must be cautious." Mikami Shuji abruptly stood up, vociferously rebuking the screen. Hey, is it really necessary to resort to such unfair advantages? Unleashing a tailed beast transformation is entirely out of the realm of a chunin's capabilities." The person beside him glanced at Mikami and then at Yosaka on the screen, silently noting, it seems that someone splitting a lightning shockwave isn't exactly within the capabilities of a chunin either. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage helplessly shrugged and remarked, "Those from the hidden Cloud Village are particularly fond of preserving their pride. Sending a Jinchuriki to participate in the tournament certainly aligns with their style. I wonder if Yosaka can withstand this." Orochimaru frowned and replied, "I believe it is somewhat ambitious. After all, the tailed beast chakra cloak possesses formidable defensive capabilities. And even when injured, it boasts an extraordinary regenerative ability. Unless Yosaka can decisively eliminate Yuki in a single strike, he stands no chance against him." At this juncture, Jiraiya interjected, "So, do you believe Yosaka can eliminate Yuki in one blow?" Orochimaru shook his head and declared, "Absolutely impossible." As Orochimaru and his companions engaged in conversation, Yuzuki found herself gazing at Yosaka with a sense of bewilderment. Moments prior, she had uttered several phrases, deliberately directing her voice towards him. Logically, he should have been able to transmit a mental assault through sound waves, striking at his adversary's psyche. Thus, after intensifying his focus and launching a mental attack against Yosaka, one would expect him to falter. Yet, reality did not unfold as Yuzuki had anticipated. The moonlight and the swift winds had ceased to have any effect. Yet Yosaka remained steadfast, showing no signs of strain or distress. How could this be? Why was he impervious to the mental onslaught? Yuzuki inquired hoarsely, her voice laced with confusion. Is that what you call a mental assault? Are you jesting with me? Yosaka responded with hearty laughter, deepening Yuzuki's perplexity. It was incomprehensible. How could he be entirely unaffected? Her face contorted with rage, yet her mind was engulfed in curiosity. At that moment, Yosaka spoke up. There was a period when I struggled to sleep at night, so I directed mental waves towards myself as a means of hypnosis. Gradually, I grew accustomed to it, and it seems I have developed an immunity to mental assaults. Upon hearing this, Yuzuki furrowed her brow, instinctively contemplating the validity of Yosaka's claims. Suddenly, in a fit of rage, she bellowed, "You directed mental waves at yourself. What nonsense! How could you possibly possess such an ability?" With that, she propelled herself off the ground with great force, transforming into a streak of blue light, akin to a comet trailing a luminous tail, racing towards Yosaka. "Die!" she screamed vehemently. Witnessing this, Yosaka shrugged in exasperation, glancing at the time and realizing he had squandered nearly half an hour with Yuzuki. He muttered to himself, "I ought to wrap this up swiftly. I cannot afford to linger here any longer." He then raised his sword, pointing its tip towards the beastly Yuzuki charging at him, and confidently proclaimed, "What you call a mental assault is nothing compared to what I shall demonstrate." As he spoke, Yosaka swung his blade towards Yuzuki. "Do not speak recklessly," Yuzuki shouted, but before she could finish her words, her vision suddenly blurred. In an instant, a colossal sword, as if tearing through the heavens, descended from the sky, aimed directly at her. At that moment, an indescribable sense of terror surged from the depths of her heart, an overwhelming, inescapable dread that rendered her paralyzed, akin to a helpless creature bound upon a chopping block, witnessing her own demise. The proximity of the gigantic blade intensified her existential fear, nearly driving her to the brink of tears. This was not a physical pain that one could endure through grit, but a profound psychological assault, striking at the very core of her vulnerability, bypassing all defenses. In a fleeting moment, the image of a two-tailed cat, frothing at the mouth and collapsed on the ground, flashed before her eyes. Then, her own perception dissolved into a haze. The world around her shattered like a broken mirror, chaotic and disordered. After that, there was nothing more. She succumbed to unconsciousness. With a resounding thud, Yuzuki, propelled with an unstoppable force akin to a meteor, crashed to the ground, landing in a disheveled heap. She continued to skid forward, face first, leaving behind a 5-meter-long trench before finally halting at Yosaka's feet. The once fierce momentum of Yuzuki, charging like a tiger down the mountain, had culminated in this unfortunate fall, leaving her sprawled at Yosaka's feet, unconscious. Moreover, the chakra cloak of the tailed beast that adorned her had vanished, and she reverted to her normal state, having been struck down and rendered senseless by a single blow from Yosaka. Witnessing this scene, Moonlight Gale, who had just managed to rise, widened his eyes in shock and promptly fainted again. The onlookers outside the arena, their faces devoid of expression, gazed at the large screen as if they had all succumbed to a stupor. Chapter 166, The Wrath of AI. Just moments ago, the commentary had painted a picture of grandeur, showcasing the various tailed beast transformations in the chakra cloaks of the two-tailed Jinchuriki, Yuzuki. Yet, in a singularly astonishing turn of events, Yuzuki was effortlessly dispatched by Yotsuka with a mere strike from afar. The manner of his defeat was particularly remarkable. He charged forward only to collapse midway, his body sliding across the ground, leaving a 5-meter trench in the earth before coming to rest at Yotsuka's feet. This was undeniably an excruciatingly embarrassing moment. Fortunately, Yuzuki had already lost consciousness. Had he remained conscious, he likely would have been mortified enough to bleed out from sheer humiliation. Especially since, unbeknownst to everyone, the two-tailed beast within Yuzuki had also succumbed to Yotsuka's direct mental assault. Mikami Shuji, who had been vociferously berating the screen moments ago, now fell silent, his mind echoing with a singular question. Wasn't the Jinchuriki supposed to be formidable? Is this all there is? In the Hokage's office, Jiraiya cast a sidelong glance at Orochimaru, clearing his throat before speaking. "Orochimaru, I believe I just heard you assert that Yotsuka could never possibly dispatch Uzuki with a single blow. Orochimaru fell silent, refusing to respond. The third Hokage chuckled, shrugging lightly as he addressed those around him. What of the Jinchuriki? Do they possess the liberty to act with impunity? It seems they have encountered Yotsuka, ha ha ha. With this last remark, the third Hokage erupted into laughter. Jiraiya soon followed suit, and Toinkasha nodded, remarking, "This child is quite impressive and worthy of cultivation. Were it not for some issues with his temperament, he would undoubtedly be a fitting successor to the Hokage." In response, the third Hokage smiled and said, "Jiraiya, you were much like Yotsuka in your youth. Now that you've matured, you've become considerably more composed. If it weren't for your disinterest in the Hokage position, I would have considered recommending you, even against Orochimaru's objections." Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I have no desire to be Hokage. It's too exhausting and restrictive. My student, Namikaze Minato, would be far more suitable. He is level-headed, youthful, and possesses considerable strength. Truly the ideal candidate for Hokage." Indeed, the third Hokage nodded in agreement, expressing his satisfaction with Minato, believing he embodies all the criteria for Hokage. The only drawback was his lack of sufficient prestige and youth, which could lead to dissent among some, given his relatively unimpressive battle record. And now look at the situation, both Kurabi and Uzuki, the strongest combatants of the Cloud Village and Jinchuriki, have been dispatched by Yotsuka in a single stroke. The people of the Cloud Village must be on the verge of apoplexy, haha. The third Hokage's words ring true. As the leader of the hidden Cloud Village and the future fourth Hokage, A is on the verge of an explosive rage. Long before, when Killer B was swiftly defeated by Yosaka, A's fury manifested as he struck a nearby pillar with a punch, reducing it to rubble. Subsequently, Leaf Village officials demanded compensation for the damage. After much effort to regain his composure, O was taken aback when he witnessed Yui's immediate transition into the tailed beast chakra mode, marveling at Yui's decisiveness, which starkly contrasted with Killer B's failure to utilize his true strength before being vanquished. However, less than 10 seconds after praising Yui in his thoughts, O watched in horror as Yui was effortlessly eliminated by Yosaka, falling disgracefully at his feet. This humiliation surpassed that of Killer B, tarnishing the reputation of the hidden Cloud Village. At this point, A, already known for his volatile temperament, could no longer contain his anger. He erupted, unleashing his lightning release chakra mode, an overwhelming wave of energy sweeping in all directions, shrouded himself in a faint blue aura of lightning chakra, amplifying his already formidable physique. These worthless fools, I will not spare them. A seethed, his gaze fixed on the unconscious Yui displayed on the large screen, as well as the humanoid crater left behind by Killer B not far from him, as AI, in a moment of uncontrollable rage, sent the surrounding dozen individuals sprawling. He swiftly attracted the attention of the Konoha security forces. In no time, 3 figures appeared, forming a triangular formation around AI, encasing him in the center. AI, retract your chakra. This is not a place for you to unleash it, one of them stated with an impassive expression. His body was enveloped in a thick layer of lightning chakra, crackling with arcs of electricity. AI glanced at the speaker, gritted his teeth, and ultimately let out a frustrated huff as he dismissed the lightning chakra mode. Damn it, who was that Yotsuka fellow? His swordsmanship carries such potent mental impact. AI's eyes were fixated on Yotsuka on the large screen as he addressed the figure before him. I'm afraid I cannot provide any insight regarding Yotsuka's origins, as even the Hokage is at a loss. Furthermore, even if I were privy to such information, I could not disclose it to you. I trust you will refrain from any ill intentions, as that would jeopardize the fragile peace we have, the figure replied earnestly. Very well, I understand, AI said, struggling to rein in his emotions. In truth, were Kurabi and the others to witness AI at this moment, they would surely be astonished. For AI was known for his fiery temperament. While he typically maintained his composure, when truly provoked, few could contain him. Yet, the figure before AI possessed a presence so formidable that mere words could compel AI to suppress his anger and revert to a law-abiding citizen, illustrating the significant influence that person held over him. As AI settled back into his seat, he pondered silently, that individual named Yosaka. I must seek him out for a duel when the opportunity arises. I am eager to ascertain whether his slashing technique can withstand my iron fists. AI possessed a certain understanding of mental assaults, and thus he swiftly discerned that Yosaka's earlier strike, though seemingly a distant attack, was, in fact, a manifestation of his will transformed into an illusory blade, delivering a mental blow to the spirit of the Uzuki man, ultimately causing his will to shatter and leading to his immediate unconsciousness. This form of mental assault had also been experienced by the future Naruto Uzumaki, as it mirrored an incident where his young daughter, Himawari, darkened in spirit after witnessing her doll being torn apart, unleashed an attack through her fingertip that incapacitated both Naruto and the Nine Tails within him in a single blow. Chapter 167. Consecutive eliminations among those present. AI was one of the few who possessed knowledge of the phenomenon known as mental shock. After all, mental shock is not akin to illusion. The latter is a common occurrence, whereas mental shock delves into a realm far more enigmatic. Even Orochimaru has only a cursory understanding of this concept. Consequently, AI resolved to confront Yotsuka in a one-on-one bout following the conclusion of the competition, confident in his belief that he could easily best Yotsuka and reclaim his honor. As for the inept Karabi and Yuzuki, they were akin to mud unable to support a wall. It appeared that any hopes of victory now rested solely upon Darui and his companions. However, as this realization dawned upon him, AI sighed, acutely aware that relying on Darui and his small group rendered their chances of contending for the championship exceedingly slim. In truth, with the elimination of their two primary stalwarts from the hidden cloud village, their aspirations for the title had effectively been dashed. Henceforth, they could only cling to a flicker of hope for a second-place finish to salvage a modicum of dignity. Meanwhile, the audience erupted into fervent applause once again after witnessing Yosaka dispatch Uzuki Rin with a single, decisive strike. This time, however, the reaction was somewhat muted, as the spectators had become somewhat desensitized after experiencing multiple astonishing displays of Yosaki's prowess. Nevertheless, excitement still permeated the atmosphere. Otsutsuki Ayam clapped vigorously. Her palms reddened from the effort, lost in the fervor of the moment. At that instant, whether from exhilaration or some other emotion, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, her eyes shimmering with delight. In her pupils, Yosaki's figure was reflected, as if he were the sole focus of her world, rendering everything else insignificant. Upon witnessing Yosaki's commanding strike that effortlessly vanquished a formidable opponent, her heart leapt as if startled by a fawn, nearly causing her to cry out in excitement. Overwhelmed by his undeniable charm, every action of Yosaka, even the simple act of walking forward, filled Ayam with an ecstatic joy. As though merely gazing upon him satisfied her entirely, she remained blissfully unaware of her own rapid heartbeat, which thumped vigorously in her chest. How wonderful, thought Ayam, her face unable to conceal a radiant smile, her lips curving in delight. Nearby, an older girl observed her enchanted demeanor and stifled a laugh, pondering whether this young girl had perhaps fallen for him. 50 meters away from Otsutsuki SHBU, Noera Rin gazed at the large screen displaying Yotsuka, her excitement palpable. She felt that Yotsuka was utterly captivating at that moment. Even the simplest action of him walking forward with a sword in his right hand radiated an unparalleled charm. The boys nearby, witnessing Rin's infatuation as she stared dreamily at Yotsuka on the screen, were suddenly overwhelmed with feelings of envy and jealousy. Wishing fervently that they could be the Yotsuka on screen, garnering the affections of numerous girls. In the midst of the environment, Yosaka sheathed his katana and lowered his body, flipping over the Uzuki man who lay at his feet. He seized the bell tied around the Uzuki man's neck and tucked it into his pocket. Thus far, Yosaka had successfully obtained 4 bells, 2 of which were particularly valuable, belonging to the 2 formidable Jinchuriki of the hidden cloud village, Karabi and the Uzuki man. It could be said that Yosaka had effortlessly eliminated the 2 dark horses of this competition single-handedly. This competition seems rather uncomplicated, Moonlight Gale, do you not agree? A single stroke suffices, does it not? After speaking, Yosaka suddenly noticed that Moonlight Gale had fainted and lay on the ground, recalling that he had been subjected to the mental assault from the Uzuki man, leading to his current unconscious state. What a troublesome fellow. If I leave him here, passers-by would essentially pick up a bell for free. Clearly, Moonlight Gale would not awaken quickly, and if Yosaka were to carry him, it would undoubtedly slow his pace. Furrowing his brow, Yosaka pondered briefly when a flash of inspiration struck him, and he suddenly conceived a clever idea. He dashed to the side, gathered a large quantity of dry grass, and found 2 longer sticks, binding them into the shape of a cross with rope. He then secured Moonlight Gale onto the cross with more rope, creating a figure reminiscent of Christ. Next, he thoroughly coated the entire body of Moonlight Gale with glue and plastered his face with straw, finally anchoring him, along with the cross, into the ground. At first glance, one would hardly recognize this as a person. Any ordinary individual would mistake him for a scarecrow. Yosaka circled the strawman version of Moonlight Gale a few times, feeling that something was still amiss. After a moment of thought, he crafted a sign to hang around the neck of the straw figure, inscribing upon the wooden board, "Yosaka has eliminated the Yuzuki man and Karabi here." After surveying the straw figure adorned with a war merit plaque, Moonlight Gale, Yosaka nodded in satisfaction and departed from the scene. Once the bell was claimed by Yosaka, the Yuzuki individuals were immediately transported out of the illusion. At this moment, in a small plaza outside the environment, a group of 7 or 8 individuals stood together. Among them were the ninja who had been swiftly eliminated by Yosaka amidst the smoke, and the one who had been ambushed by Uchiha Obito, only to meet the same fate at Yosaka's hands. Both of them glared with indignation at a small broadcasting screen in the plaza, where Yosaka's image was being displayed, eliciting grimaces of frustration from their faces. Damn it, I had hoped to lay low for a while, but the moment I entered, I encountered that guy. How unfortunate. I was eliminated in less than 5 minutes. I can hardly show my face again, one of them lamented. I share your sentiment. I originally intended to ambush that Uchiha clan member and was so close to succeeding when suddenly that guy appeared and pummeled me mercilessly before I was eliminated. It infuriates me, the other replied bitterly. What was truly vexing for him was that before being eliminated by Yosaka, he had been silenced with tape, rendering him unable to utter the words "I surrender," which led to a brutal beating before his expulsion from the contest. At that moment, another competitor, who had also been eliminated, patted the shoulder of the frustrated ninja and said, "Do not be disheartened. At least you fared better than those two." He pointed towards the ground where Karabi and Yuzuki lay. Chapter 168. Is he a demon? As the crowd's gaze shifted to the sprawled forms of Karabi and Yuzuki, it was evident that these two had once been the most arrogant and ostentatious among the competitors. Now, one lay on the ground, staring vacantly at the sky, like a fool, repeatedly muttering the word "why." One of them lay on the ground in a state of unconsciousness, drool dribbling from the corner of his mouth. Alas, is that not the duo of Jinchuriki from Yunin village? How could they possibly be eliminated? They must possess formidable strength. Who could have possibly ousted them? The speaker was none other than the contestant, Mamashu, whose mouth had been sealed with tape and who had been mercilessly beaten by Yosaka. At that moment, he gazed incredulously at the fallen Jinchuriki duo from Yunin village. Indeed, they were eliminated by Yosaka, one after the other in quick succession. The speaker remarked with a tone laced with schadenfreude, given that both Yuzuki and Karabi had always exhibited rather conspicuous behavior. On one hand, their arrogance stemmed from the pride of Yunin village, and on the other, their personalities were inherently haughty. Consequently, many believed these two to be strong contenders for the championship in this competition. Yet, in less than an hour, they had been ousted, one reduced to a state of stupor and the other to unconsciousness, leaving a rather dismal impression. What the hell? Mamashu's mouth dropped open in disbelief, his expression betraying his shock. He raised a trembling hand, pointing at the incapacitated Karabi and Yuzuki, then turned to the person before him, stammering, Is it really true? Indeed, if you don't believe me, you may inquire with them, came the reply. In that moment, Mamashu felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Was Yosaka truly a devil? Moreover, one must ponder the unfortunate fate that befell him. Shortly after entering, he encountered an individual capable of defeating 2 Jinchuriki from the Hidden Cloud village. Such a luck is almost unfathomable. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, and surprisingly, his spirits lifted. In light of this, my elimination bears no shame. After all, those 2 Jinchuriki from the Hidden Cloud village had boasted with such bravado. Yet now they too have faced defeat. With that, Taj burst into laughter, hands on his hips. Simultaneously, within the surroundings, as Yosaka effortlessly eliminated Yuzuki and Killer Bee, Kakashi Hitaki was embroiled in a fierce battle against Zabuza Momochi. Water release, great waterfall technique. Zabuza unleashed an immense torrent of water, which surged forth, forming a colossal wave towering 6 to 7 meters, crashing towards Kakashi. The force of this wave was formidable, potent enough to obliterate ordinary buildings. A body of Chunin rank or lower would stand no chance against such might unless they possessed a physique akin to Killer Bee's. Otherwise, they would surely suffer severe injury. Earth release, earth flow wall. Kakashi employed his signature earth flow wall technique, barely managing to withstand the onslaught of the wave. Though the earthen barrier was already riddled with cracks, on the verge of collapse, Kakashi found himself slightly breathless, having initially assumed that Zabuza's prowess lay solely in assassination. He believed that once he countered Zabuza's hidden mist jutsu, there would be little to fear. However, as the battle progressed, Kakashi realized that Zabuza's strength was commendable. Despite appearing somewhat unhinged at times, he proved to be a formidable opponent in combat. Indeed, those who participated in the competition were no pushovers, Kakashi mused. Though he felt no trepidation. After all, he was reputed to be evenly matched with anyone, thus finding himself in a stalemate with Zabuza was merely par for the course. Kakashi Hitaki, I didn't expect you to endure this well, but it ends here. I shall claim your bell. The expression on Momochi Zabuza's face twisted into a sinister grin. Thus far, he had refrained from unleashing his full power, merely to gauge the capabilities of Kakashi Hitaki. To his bewilderment, he discovered that no matter how much strength he exerted, Kakashi was always able to match him evenly. Whenever Zabuza felt that a little more effort would suffice to vanquish Kakashi, he noticed that Kakashi's strength would simultaneously rise, leading them to this impasse without a clear victor. This was the aspect that Zabuza found intolerable. He was reluctant to squander any more time. Upon hearing Zabuza's declaration, a look of vigilance crossed Kakashi's face. He surmised that Zabuza was finally about to reveal his true prowess, prompting him to prepare the fruits of his recent training. Originally intended for a decisive victory against Yosaka, it appeared that he would need to employ it against Zabuza first. Although this technique remained incompletely developed, it would serve perfectly as a test subject for experimentation. Kakashi reflected on the scenes from his month of grueling training, envisioning the technique he had crafted to counter Yosaka. Yosaka had cleaved through flames with a single strike. Kakashi thought to himself, I cannot fall short, thus I severed the lightning. Therefore, I shall temporarily name this technique Raikiri. He recalled the moment he had fought fiercely, using an incomplete version of Raikiri to slice through the lightning that descended from the heavens. Yet, he felt a tinge of regret. He had intended to reserve this technique for the upcoming individual tournament, but it seemed he would have to unveil it here. At this juncture, Zabuza began to perform a series of intricate hand seals. Subsequently, 2 water clones emerged from the surface of the water on either side of him. Kakashi Hitaki, he announced with a sinister smile, this is my latest creation, Water Release, Water Elemental Clone, which completely disregards physical attacks. Even if dispersed, it can reconstitute itself. I shall see what you can use to counter this technique. Upon hearing his words, Kakashi furrowed his brow. To disregard physical attacks? To reassemble even after being shattered? This posed a considerable challenge, as even his Raikiri primarily constituted a physical assault. Even if he succeeded in dispersing Zabuza's water clones, they would simply reform, rendering his efforts nearly futile. It seemed imperative that he target the original body. Kakashi steadied himself, his gaze fixed upon Zabuza, contemplating how he might eliminate his opponent. At that moment, an excited voice suddenly echoed from the side. Ah, is that you, Momochi Zabuza? It was none other than Yosaka, who appeared with a face full of enthusiasm, wielding a knife in one hand while resting the other on a tree branch. What? It's this guy? Momochi Zabuza was momentarily stunned, completely unprepared for this unexpected encounter. Ah, it's Yosaka. How did he get here? Kakashi Hitaki exclaimed, his surprise mingling with contemplation. At that moment, Zabuza let out a heavy snort and glared menacingly at Yosaka perched on the branch, declaring, I was just lamenting my inability to find you, and here you come, presenting yourself so conveniently. There's no need for me to search anymore. Today, I shall settle both old and new scores. You two will leave your bells here. With that, Zabuza seized the massive blade embedded nearby and struck it down fiercely, sending a spray of water into the air. Such bravado. Whether you can obtain my bell depends on your abilities, Kakashi remarked with a sardonic smile. With Yosaka's arrival, he found himself in a 2-on-1 situation. As long as Zabuza didn't escape, the bell would belong to the Konoha team. With this thought in mind, Kakashi halted midway through his hand signs for the lightning cutter. With 2 opponents now, there was no need to resort to his ultimate technique. He then turned his gaze towards Yosaka on the branch and said, Yosaka, let us take him down together. We must not let him escape. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, Zabuza scoffed derisively, retorting, it's you who should be concerned about fleeing, Kakashi. If you have the guts, don't run. Once I deal with Yosaka, you will be next. Just as Kakashi was about to respond, Yosaka interjected from the tree, Kakashi, you should go. Leave this guy to me. He is not that strong. I'll catch up with you shortly. Humph. Such confidence. I merely held back before, and in a moment of carelessness, you managed to strike me. This time, you enjoy such fortune. Do you truly believe you are formidable? Zabuza said, his voice laced with a sinister tone. The memory of being knocked away by Yosaka's blade lingered in Zabuza's thoughts, a thorn in his side that he had longed to avenge. With Yosaka presenting himself so conveniently, Zabuza seized the opportunity to unleash a brutal reprisal, eager to re-establish his dominance before others. Thus, Zabuza's gaze towards Yosaka ignited with vengeful fury, his spirit ablaze with the thrill of battle, causing his muscles to tremble with anticipation. Akin to a cheetah that has spotted its prey, savoring the impending confrontation and the exhilaration of vanquishing an adversary. As Yotsuka expressed his intention to depart first, Kakashi Hatake pondered the pros and cons. He concluded that, given this was a team competition, the greater good must prevail. With Yotsuka's capabilities, he deemed it unlikely that he would encounter any difficulties in confronting Momochi Zabuza. Thus, Kakashi swiftly made his decision, entrusting Yotsuka to deal with Zabuza while he sought out others. He nodded, offering no further words, and turned abruptly in another direction. "Did I grant you permission to leave?" Zabuza growled, his foot striking the ground and sending a spray of water into the air. The droplets swiftly morphed and reassembled into a 1-meter-long water arrow, which shot towards Kakashi with a swift whoosh. With a sharp crack, the water arrow was intercepted mid-flight by a stone hurled by Yotsuka, producing a resonant sound before dissolving into a puddle upon impact. "I said he could leave, and he shall. Not even the water shadow can detain him, as I asserted," Yotsuka proclaimed, resting his sword upon his shoulder, radiating an air of arrogance and dominance. "You seek death," Zabuza hissed, his voice hoarse and filled with venom as he watched Kakashi vanish into the woods. Slowly turning his gaze towards Yotsuka, his eyes glinted with a murderous intent that seemed almost palpable, exuding a menacing aura akin to that of a ferocious wolf fixated on its prey. The scene captivated the audience outside, filled with an air of anticipation, particularly when Yosaka proclaimed, "Not even the water shadow can hold him." It detonated like a bomb, dividing the crowd with an explosive fervor. At that moment, a resounding chorus of awe erupted from the spectators as countless individuals found themselves astounded by Yosaka's commanding declaration. Many young women, initially wide-eyed with disbelief, soon transformed into fervent admirers, their expressions radiating an idol-like reverence as if they had encountered a deity. The fervor, reminiscent of devoted followers, left many nearby male spectators utterly astonished. The typically demure girls, unexpectedly transformed into ecstatic fans, shouted and waved their arms, filling the arena with exclamations of Yosaka and idol. One male ninja gazed in disbelief at a girl he had secretly admired for a long time. This girl, who had always been gentle and soft-spoken, was now fervently shouting Yosaka's name as if intoxicated, utterly transformed. Such scenes proliferated throughout the audience, causing Otsutsuki SHBU in the VIP section to feel a twinge of discomfort, as the relentless chanting of Yosaka's name by numerous women made her feel as though something she cherished was being coveted by others. Yet, simultaneously, Yosaka's overwhelming popularity and the admiration he garnered filled Otsutsuki SHBU with excitement and pride. The more dazzling Yosaka became, the more elated she felt. Although Yosaka and she were merely friends, she was perplexed by her mixed emotions, feeling both joy and jealousy at the sight of so many calling his name. Inuzuka Genkin glanced around, hearing the deafening screams, and with a resigned expression, remarked to Yamashiro Aoi, "I find myself a bit envious of Yosaka. So many girls are infatuated with him. I truly envy him." Yamashiro Aoi chuckled. Indeed, that statement from Yosaka was incredibly domineering. Do you not feel the same? Inuzuka Genkin nodded. "I have a feeling that phrase will become a classic quote. It's hard to gauge this guy. He truly is impressive." Chapter 170. Classic quotes. Even the commentators outside were exclaiming, "Wow, Yosaka is simply too commanding. Not even the water shadow can hold him. Mark my words. This is undeniably fierce." Hearing the enthusiastic commentary, Mikami Shuji could hardly contain his laughter, realizing that while Yosaka often appeared carefree, when it came time for him to shine, he proved to be more dependable and formidable than anyone else. This was the epitome of a real man. Yosaka had truly surprised everyone with his prowess. Shuji Mitsushima was in exceptionally high spirits. Meanwhile, within the realm of illusion, Momochi Zabuza and Yosaka did not engage in the direct confrontation that the audience anticipated. At that moment, one stood in the water while the other perched upon a tree, their gazes locked in a silent standoff, as if time itself had been suspended. Though neither made a move, the tension emanating from them was far more terrifying than if they had exchanged blows. The air around them crackled with an explosive charge, palpable even to the spectators who were not present. signaling that a monumental clash was imminent. Zabuza's cold eyes bore into Yosaka, his thoughts haunted by the memory of being flung out of the restroom by Yosaka's blade just hours prior. The scene had unfolded in a bustling square below, where numerous witnesses had observed his ignominious ejection, and within mere minutes, the tale had spread among the competitors. Momochi Zabuza had been unceremoniously dispatched by Yosaka. To compound his humiliation, he had also been ruthlessly ridiculed by Terumi Mei. While Zabuza had attempted to feign indifference at the time of his expulsion, internally he was seething with rage. The embarrassment inflicted by Yosaka was intolerable, and he was determined to exact revenge. Thus, for the past 5 minutes, Zabuza had been bottling up his fury, awaiting the moment to unleash his pent-up wrath upon Yosaka. Now, the time had finally come for him to avenge his disgrace and reclaim his honor. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. The stifling atmosphere of confrontation was shattered as Zabuza shouted, unleashing his jutsu. In an instant, the surface of the river surged as if a tide had risen, and a colossal dragon head formed from the water emerged. Following this, the dragon's long, sinuous body shot skyward, revealing a massive water dragon over 50 meters in length. Poised majestically among the clouds, its gaping maw wide open and eyes glinting with murderous intent, fixated on Yosaka. This was the true manifestation of Zabuza's strength. A water release, water dragon bullet technique far surpassing the power and size of the one he had executed against Kakashi Hitaki, magnified by 5 or 6 times. In this moment, Zabuza was entirely serious. He was prepared to strike with lethal intent. Though he could not truly kill Yosaka, he was determined to vent his fury. What a magnificent dragon! Yosaka gazed upward in astonishment at the colossal water dragon looming above, their eyes locking in a moment of mutual recognition. This magnificent creature towered to a height of 20 stories, its enormous head dwarfing that of an elephant. The mere act of maintaining eye contact instilled a profound sense of dread, reminiscent of a severe case of megalophobia. Had Uchiha Obito been present, he might have been paralyzed with fear on the spot. Alas, the individual standing here was none other than Keiichi Yosaka, the most formidable genin of Konohagakure and the captain of the village's representative team. Despite the phonetic similarity of his name to Kakashi, their strengths were worlds apart. The former could barely withstand the water dragon technique unleashed by Momochi Zabuza in a state of relaxation. As the formidable Suiryu no Jutsu confronted Momochi Zabuza, who was utterly unfazed, he exclaimed in awe, "Wow, that dragon is enormous," displaying a striking nonchalance. "How about that? Have you come to fear? Yet I shall not let you escape. I intend to cleanse the humiliation you have brought upon me. Now, Suiryu no Jutsu," Zabuza bellowed, and in the next moment, a colossal water dragon, poised majestically in the clouds, unleashed a thunderous roar as it descended upon Yosaka with ferocity. Its massive maw, capable of effortlessly devouring an elephant, plunged from the heavens, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread, as if a collision would result in utter obliteration. The gaping mouth of the dragon resembled an endless abyss, evoking profound terror. Witnessing this spectacle, a surge of confidence surged within Zabuza. Such a powerful water dragon could not possibly be thwarted. He revealed a maniacal grin and shouted, "Tremble! Suffer! Howl in despair, Kikiyosaki. Your demise is nigh. You have provoked me, and this is your tragic fate." However, the fearsome water dragon, surging towards Yosaka, encountered an unexpected sight. Yosaka exhibited no signs of tension or anxiety. Instead, he bore a look of astonishment, as if appraising something remarkable, seemingly indifferent to the colossal water dragon barreling toward him. In fact, as the gargantuan beast lunged, he turned to Zabuza and inquired, "Zabuza, how did you make the dragon's eyes glow? Did you place light bulbs in the water?" Even in the face of imminent death, he pondered such trivialities. "You are deliberately masking your fear with this fade," Zabuza roared, feeling increasingly unsettled by Yosaka's demeanor. The anticipated scene of Yosaka's terror had not materialized. Instead, Yosaka appeared unconcerned, questioning him about the dragon's glowing orbs, as if oblivious to the massive creature charging toward him. This left Zabuza with the sensation of having struck nothing but air. Nevertheless, Zabuza dismissed these thoughts, for soon Yosaka would be flattened before his very eyes by the torrent of water. Outside the fray, both the spectators in the audience and those within the Hokage's office focused intently on the screen portraying Yosaka. They were eager to witness how he would respond to such a vast ninjutsu, given that Yosaka was a melee ninja wielding a blade, traditionally at a disadvantage against such techniques. "I bet $10 that Yosaka can slice that water dragon in two," Jiraiya suddenly declared. "Impossible. The dragon is far too large to be cleaved. If he can, I'll eat this table. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru spoke. Chapter 171. Orochimaru consumes the table. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, the third Hokage's lips twitched, and an ominous premonition settled in his heart. As for his disciple, if one were to speak of talent, he was undoubtedly a genius. However, at times, he could be excessively rigid, refusing to turn back until he had faced an obstacle head-on. This left the third Hokage with the unsettling thought that his table might not survive this encounter. Though he did not believe that Yosaka could cleave through a water dragon with a single stroke. He recalled how Yosaka had previously accomplished the remarkable feats of slicing through flames, tearing apart a light cannon, and shattering a lightning shockwave. While those manifestations lacked physical form, they were, nonetheless, relatively diminutive in size. As you observe the immense water dragon before you, its girth surpasses even that of an elephant's cross-section. Such a colossal creature. Even the master of wind release, Shimura Danzo, would find himself incapable of severing it with his vacuum wave technique. What more could be expected from Yosaka? Contemplating this, the third Hokage addressed Orochimaru. Orochimaru, while I too harbor doubts about Yosaka's ability to cleave through that gigantic water dragon, I advise you against wagering with Jiraiya. Orochimaru shook his head, asserting, one must adhere to their own ninja way. If one cannot uphold their own convictions, then what purpose does being a ninja serve? With a voice tinged with a slight rasp, he pointed at the small wooden table before Jiraiya and declared, should Yosaka manage to slice through the water dragon, I shall consume this very table. Orochimaru, you shall come to regret this. These are your words, not mine, Jiraiya retorted. Humph, Jiraiya, one must not be overly arrogant. Orochimaru scoffed, brimming with confidence. Simultaneously, Momochi Zabuza bore a sinister grin. Envisioning the moment when Yosaka would be struck severely by the water dragon and subsequently eliminated from the illusion, allowing him to claim Yosaka's bell. He bellowed with fervor, perish. Yosaka, this is the consequence of incurring my wrath. As Yotsuka inquired how Momochi no Zabuza managed to make a water dragon, entirely composed of water, glow with brilliance. Zabuza not only withheld the secret but also coldly suggested he should perish. Yotsuka shrugged his shoulders and retorted, how stingy. You refuse to share. So your water dragon hardly seems necessary. With a huff of disdain, he raised his right hand, wielding his katana in an upward motion. Mentally invoking the strike of the steel slash, he forcefully swung towards the water dragon. In the next moment, a colossal crack appeared at the head of the magnificent water dragon. The fissure swiftly widened, as if the dragon had collided with an invisible blade, and it began to cleave in two from its head, suspended midair. Witnessing this scene, Momochi no Zabuza, who had been reveling in malice and cursing, stood frozen, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets as he exclaimed, how is this possible? Before the astonished onlookers, the water dragon, approximately 10 meters away from Yotsuka, was severed in half starting from its head, the two halves remaining symmetrically intact, still resembling the form of the dragon. This astonishing spectacle left the audience utterly bewildered, as it was truly extraordinary to witness someone cleave a water dragon in such a manner. What sorcery was this? Moreover, why did you effortlessly cleave the water dragon in twain with a single stroke, seemingly without exertion? Shouldn't it have appeared as though you were gritting your teeth, exerting every ounce of your strength? In that moment, the previously raucous audience fell once more into the same hushed silence as moments before. All eyes wide with astonishment fixed upon the grand screen, where the severed water dragon split apart, crashing towards both sides of Yotsuka, forcing him to evade. Subsequently, the once intact water dragon, now divided into two halves, struck the ground with tremendous force, sending forth towering waves that surged outward in vast expanses. The grand tree upon which Yosaka stood swayed violently from the relentless assault of water, yet it remained steadfast and unyielding. Consequently, Yosaka emerged unscathed, his attire untouched by the deluge, much to the chagrin of Orochimaru, who watched in disbelief. How could this be? How had he achieved such a feat? I did not witness him perform the hand seals for the wind release. How could he possibly cleave the water dragon from such a distance? Orochimaru furrowed his brow, fixating on the crystal ball, muttering to himself in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Jiraiya leaned closer, his face alight with excitement as he exclaimed, Orochimaru, as a ninja, one must honor their word and keep promises. The third Hokage immediately covered his face, contemplating the fate of his desk. However, a sudden realization struck him. After all, this was a solid wooden desk, not one fashioned from chocolate. Orochimaru could not possibly gnaw through it. Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind and he removed his hand from his eyes, he witnessed Orochimaru take a bite out of a corner of the desk. devouring it with alarming gusto. Orochimaru. You actually ate it. The third Hokage stammered in disbelief, pointing at Orochimaru with trembling fingers, his voice quaking. What of it? It's merely a desk, and I shall compensate for it. Orochimaru replied nonchalantly, biting off another substantial chunk and chewing it vigorously. I am not concerned with the issue of compensation. The third Hokage was on the verge of madness, for the two were speaking of entirely different matters. Meanwhile, after the colossal water dragon was cleaved in two by Yosaka, Momochi Zabuza took a considerable amount of time to regain his composure. Unable to fathom the reality that water could indeed be sliced apart. This fellow, is he a monster? Zabuza pondered in astonishment. In all his years, he had never encountered anyone capable of cleaving through water, pondering whether such an act defied the laws of physics. At that moment, Yosaki leaped down from the tree, landing upon the surface of the water. Due to the effects of Zabuza Momochi's jutsu, the area spanning several hundred square meters had been entirely submerged, transforming it into a battleground exquisitely suited for Zabuza's combat style. Zabuza Momochi, might we resolve this conflict through dialogue? Yosaki inquired with remarkable cordiality. Dialogue? Zabuza Momochi replied, his expression tinged with confusion. Yosaki nodded, a sincere smile illuminating his face as he addressed Zabuza. Would you be willing to surrender and hand over the belt to me directly? Chapter 172. The negotiation falls apart, do not jest. Zabuza roared in fury, abruptly severing the discussion with Yosaki. He swiftly executed the water release technique, and soon, dozens of water spheres, each the size of an apple, began to materialize upon the water's surface. At Zabuza's command, they launched toward Yosaki with a swift whoosh. Upon witnessing the rapidly flying water spheres, Yosaki was reminded of a previous encounter reminiscent of a fruit ninja game. He couldn't help but laugh heartily as he charged towards the spheres. Fool! Those water spheres are explosive. Did you truly believe you could treat them as mere fruit to slice? Zabuza scoffed, beginning to form seals. Through his observations, he was certain that Yosaki would not employ fire release techniques. The technique of concealment and mist is most vulnerable to the art of fire release. Therefore, the fact that Yotsuka is currently unable to employ fire release signifies that his mist concealment technique can once again be utilized. The water elementals he had previously conjured were meticulously crafted ninjutsu, specifically designed to counter the mist concealment technique. Beneath the veil of this technique, these water elementals could unleash an astonishingly formidable power. Simultaneously, Yotsuka dashed towards the cluster of water spheres, leaping into the air to cleave one of the water projectiles in half. However, as the formidable Zabuza Momochi had warned, these projectiles were indeed explosive, and their detonation produced a resounding boom. A colossal spray of water erupted skyward, immediately engulfing Yotsuka's figure. In swift succession, the remaining dozen or so water projectiles surged forth into the newly formed geyser, unleashing a cacophony of explosions that echoed relentlessly, transforming the area where Yotsuka once stood into a vast expanse of turbulent waters. Haha, this fool truly mistook the water projectiles for mere fruit to slice. What an imbecile! With this, his bell shall rightfully belong to me. The spectators outside, upon witnessing the series of water cannon blasts engulfing Yosaka's back in a cacophony of explosions, grew increasingly concerned for his well-being. Some feared he might sustain injuries, while others worried he could be outright eliminated by the force of the blasts. In the stands, Natsuhiko Jinjin nudged Yamashiro Aoi with his elbow, his face etched with concern as he inquired, "Do you think Yosaka might be eliminated outright?" That barrage of explosions appeared quite formidable. I reckon a normal person would likely be obliterated by such an onslaught. It is indeed reasonable what Shiranui Jenkin has said, for the explosive power of those water cannonballs is comparable to that of detonation charms. Being struck by more than a dozen such charms would likely result in death for anyone lacking extraordinary abilities. Previously, Tsunade's brother, S.H. Ju, met his demise after unwittingly entering a trap of detonation charms, resulting in his obliteration by their combined force. Now, the situation of Yotsuka mirrors that of S.H. Ju, both facing an explosive fate. Yamashiro Aoi adjusted her sunglasses with a serious expression, contemplatively remarking, "It is indeed hard to say." After all, Yotsuka's specialty lies in his slashing technique, which emphasizes offensive capability. However, these water cannonballs are impervious to cutting. Their explosive might is formidable. No matter how adept Yotsuka's slashing skills may be, he cannot defend against the shockwaves. Precisely, another added, even if Yotsuka can slice through lightning or water, He ultimately cannot sever the shockwave. Lacking any defensive ninjutsu, he faces the dire possibility of being obliterated at point-blank range. Shiranui Jinken grimaced as he spoke. Their pessimism regarding Yotsuka was shared by others. Yotsuka is renowned for his offensive prowess, often prioritizing attack over defense. Yet, when his offensive capabilities falter, how can he survive the explosive force of these water cannonballs? This presents a grave dilemma. Come on, Yotsuka. Otsutsuki SHBU clasped her hands together. Her face etched with concern as she gazed at the screen, where vapor enveloped the aftermath of the explosion, obscuring her view of Yotsuka's current state. In her heart, she silently prayed, Yotsuka will surely be all right. Mikami Shuji, anxious, rose abruptly from his seat, his gaze fixed intently on the mist. He was among the few who were acutely aware of Yotsuka's evident weaknesses. The water cannon technique is particularly effective against him, given that while Yotsuka possesses immense offensive strength, he has virtually no defense. The water cannonballs are not deterred by slashing attacks, and since Yotsuka cannot sever shockwaves, he is fundamentally helpless against them. Had he encountered this technique prior to acquiring the iron body skill, he would have faced a significant risk of immediate elimination. However, the circumstances have changed. Yotsuka now possesses the iron body ability, enabling him to withstand attacks equivalent in power to detonation charms. Nevertheless, Mikami Shuji and the others remained oblivious to this fact, consumed by their anxiety. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and even Orochimaru, who was presently devouring a piece of the table, focused intently on the crystal ball. Since the commencement of the match, this was the first moment they experienced such palpable tension. Each understood the water cannon's counter to Yotsuka, fundamentally due to its immunity to his slashing attacks and his lack of defensive capabilities. Orochimaru, having consumed half of the table, crouched before it, his gaze fixed on the now half-eaten wooden surface, his pupils constricted as he concentrated on the crystal ball. The formerly carefree Jiraiya now bore a serious expression, while the third Hokage appeared particularly anxious, leaning forward with his hands pressed against the table, nearly pressing his face against the crystal ball. This could better not screw up. He is indeed the trump card of Konoha. If he were to be defeated by an ordinary water bullet technique, it would be nothing short of a farce. The third Hokage exclaimed anxiously, "What on earth is that boy thinking?" The opponent unleashed a water bullet technique, and instead of employing any defensive jutsu to evade it, he charges headlong into it, believing that merely slicing through the water bullets will prevent them from exploding. At that moment, T-Rune Kamaru also expressed her concern, her voice tinged with tension. In that instant, time seemed to stretch infinitely, as all eyes were riveted on the large screen, eagerly awaiting the dissipating mist to reveal the outcome. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, and the atmosphere in the grand stadium grew heavy with silence. Even the commentators had set aside their microphones, craning their necks and widening their eyes in anticipation of the result. Chapter 173, A Blind Cat Meets a Dead Mouse. Yamanaka Irika fretted, surely Yosaka hasn't been eliminated by the explosion. No way. Yosaka won't be eliminated so easily. Irika, shut your ominous mouth. Noura Rin retorted angrily. Ugh. I need to retract that statement. Irika quickly amended. Meanwhile, Kakashi Shikaku glanced over at Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku offered a wry smile. Don't look at me. I haven't invoked that ability. After all, it requires the Meijiki Sharingan, and do you think activating it is a trivial matter? There's no need for me to use it for such a minor issue. Well, I thought you might already know the outcome, Kakashi Shikaku shrugged. Sometimes, not knowing the future can be preferable. The uncertainty itself presents a challenge, and Yosaka is indeed a ninja enveloped in uncertainty, Uchiha Fugaku remarked, a smile gracing his lips. Then let us await the result with bated breath. Just then, the image on the large screen shifted, prompting Kakashi Shikaku to widen his eyes in anticipation. Amidst the swirling mist, a vague silhouette emerged, and as the vapor cleared, Yosaka's figure became visible on the screen. Aside from his hair and clothing being drenched, he appeared utterly unscathed, even bearing a faint smile upon his face. Cheers erupted throughout the arena, a wave of excitement washing over the crowd as they beheld Yosaka's safety. Thunderous applause and jubilant shouts filled the air. Fujiwara Takashi let out a long sigh of relief, clutching his heart as he slumped back into his seat, a look of exhaustion washing over him. That guy nearly gave me a heart attack. He truly had me worried. Upon seeing Yosaka's figure on the screen, Tsutsuki SHBU's previously furrowed brows unfurled like blooming flowers, transforming worry into a sweet smile, reminiscent of a delicate red blossom. Yosaka-kun certainly won't be eliminated so easily. He's the most dashing of them all. Otsutsuki SHBU smiled subtly. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, much like his counterpart Sanj Hidataka, let out a long sigh of relief, slumping into his chair with a face that conveyed a sense of having narrowly escaped disaster. He remarked languidly, "You nearly scared me to death, young man. If anything had happened to you, I would have had to hold you accountable." Jiraiya chuckled, saying, "Watching this kid's match is quite exhilarating, akin to riding a roller coaster. Oh, and Orochimaru, stop dawdling. You haven't finished your meal." Meanwhile, upon witnessing Yosaka appear before him unscathed, Momochi Zabuza's face contorted into a mask of disbelief. He furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "How is this possible? Do you possess some sort of defensive ninjutsu? Yet I have no intelligence on such a matter." Yosaka raised an eyebrow, scoffing, "I possess many secrets, far beyond your reach." As he spoke, Yosaka silently marveled at the practicality of the iron body he had just exchanged for, which had withstood the explosive force of a water cannonball. This indicated that he could henceforth disregard explosive tags entirely. His earlier charge toward the water projectile and the subsequent slash was not due to ignorance of evasion. Rather, it was a deliberate test of his iron body's defensive capabilities. In that fleeting moment of slicing, he activated the iron body, resulting in a series of explosions that left his clothes and hair soaked, yet his body remained unscathed. This satisfaction filled him. Achieving such defensive prowess at a mere initial level made him ponder the extraordinary potential should he enhance it further. "Young man, do not be so pleased with yourself. It's merely an A-rank ninjutsu. Most can withstand it," Zabuza retorted coldly. He then formed hand seals and shouted at Yosaka, "I will eliminate you next. Your belt shall belong to me." With that, he commanded, "Misconcealment technique. Activate." Instantly, a thick fog enveloped the water's surface, gradually filling the surrounding space and obscuring visibility. Within moments, Yosaka could see nothing beyond 2 meters, and even his own outstretched arm was only discernible at the tips of his fingers. "Humph. You wish to claim my belt? 3 others have uttered those words before you, yet they now find themselves on the sidelines. You shall be the 4th to make such a claim and join them." Yosaka responded confidently, activating his air manipulation abilities. In the very next moment, with his newfound perception through air currents, he distinctly sensed Zabuza's movements. He observed as Zabuza seized the beheading sword lodged nearby, followed by 4 water elements on either side of him, charging towards Yosaka. The water elementals, akin to Zabuza Momochi, moved soundlessly within the technique of hidden mist. Should anyone else have been present, their eyes would have perceived nothing, their ears would have detected no sound, and they would have been swiftly dispatched. However, Yosaka was different. For him, such visual obscuring jutsu had no effect. The onlookers remained oblivious, murmuring among themselves as they witnessed Yosaka enveloped in thick fog, unable to discern the surrounding scene. To them, it seemed that Zabuza's abilities might indeed counter Yosaka to a significant extent. Yet, having learned from previous encounters, the spectators hesitated to claim that Yosaka would surely lose, instead speculating on the ingenious maneuvers he might employ. Following the dispatch of the 4 water elementals, Zabuza wielded his great sword and charged towards Yosaka. In Yosaka's perception, Zabuza and the 4 water elementals converged from all directions, forming a surrounding assault. Nevertheless, Yosaka could accurately discern the positions and movements of both Zabuza and the water elementals. After a moment's contemplation, he dashed towards Zabuza's true form, laughing heartily as he proclaimed, "Huh, Zabuza, here I come. Humph, such bravado. As if you know my location," Zabuza scoffed inwardly. Yet, mere moments later, he was astonished to find that Yosaka was indeed charging directly towards him. What was happening? Does he know where I am? Impossible. It must be sheer luck. Zabuza thought to himself. Chapter 174. Intense confrontation within the hidden mist. Zabuza observed Yosaka charging straight at him. Though surprised, he still believed that Yosaka had merely chosen a random direction, a fortunate coincidence. In the mist, unless one possessed the Byakugan, only he could pierce through the fog. It was akin to the technique of darkness, rendering it impossible for Yosaka to see him. Firm in his conviction, Zabuza swiftly turned left, changing direction to lead Yosaka astray. With his 3-meter-long sword in hand, he dashed towards the 2 o'clock position directly in front of Yosaka, continuing his approach. However, just as Zabuza altered his course, he was taken aback to see Yosaka change direction as well, heading straight for him once more. What in the world? Why is he charging at me again? Zabuza was thoroughly astonished. He quickly commanded the 4 water elementals to engage Yosaka first while he halted, forming seals to unleash a water-style attack, water release, water shockwave. In an instant, a barrage of high-pressure water blades surged forth from the water's surface, traveling at such speed that they almost seemed to appear in the blink of an eye. As the formidable pressure of the high-pressure water jets approached Yosaka, their penetrating force was undeniable. Even employing the earth release technique, it would be impossible to obstruct them. Should they strike Yosaka, his body would undoubtedly be riddled like a honeycomb. Enveloped in thick fog, he was unable to perceive the scenery ahead, and the mist also dulled his hearing, rendering my gratitude waves imperceptible to him. No matter how skilled your swordplay, within this fog, you are destined to fall beneath my hand. Such is the might of T-Daizai. With over a dozen high-pressure water columns poised to strike Yosaka, a sinister smile crept across the lips of T-Daizai, concealed within the fog, as victory over Yosaka was imminent. However, just as he prepared to unleash a triumphant howl, he witnessed Yosaka's body suddenly halt mid-charge, followed by a deft leap to the left, narrowly evading the first jet of water aimed at him. With a sound akin to a whistle, the high-pressure water stream grazed Yosaka's right ear, yet he remained unscathed, the jet veering off course. What? He actually dodged it? How could this be? T-Daizai was momentarily perplexed. Nevertheless, missing one high-pressure water jet was trivial, more were on their way. And he could not believe that Yosaka would continue to evade them all. Indeed, a surge of more than 10 additional high-pressure water jets followed, resembling a torrential downpour of concentrated beams, converging from all directions to completely seal off Yosaka's escape routes. Now, I shall see how you escape. A grotesque grin spread across T-Daizai's face. Yet, in the next instant, that grin became frozen in shock. Yosaka drew his sword with a swift motion, and with a resounding clang, a dense net of blade light, composed of several gleaming slashes, manifested before him, charging towards the oncoming high-pressure water columns. In the blink of an eye, the water jets collided violently with the dense blade light, resulting in a fierce explosion that sent torrents of water splashing outward, creating a spectacle akin to a super fountain. Despite its grandeur, it signified that all the high-pressure water jets had been intercepted by Yosaka's blade light. What? T-Daizai stood utterly dumbfounded. All the high-pressure water columns had been thwarted by Yosaka. At this point, even if he were reluctant to accept it, he had to acknowledge that amidst the fog, Yosaka must possess the ability to perceive his surroundings. How did he achieve this? He had no Byakugan. Even relying solely on his hearing, it was impossible for him to detect any sound. How did he sense it? T-Daizai was engulfed in confusion, his mind swirling with questions. However, he quickly regained his composure and growled, "Even if you have blocked my gratitude waves, what of it? Water element. Humans are specifically designed to restrain your kind." As he spoke, manipulated 4 water elemental beings, which surged towards from all directions. These water elementals were formless, lacking facial features, merely possessing a rudimentary humanoid shape. Composed entirely of liquid, their bodies could move freely. Each water elemental now bore several large blades and sharp spikes on its arms, appearing as if they were armed to the teeth, akin to a porcupine. In the next moment, one of the water elementals leapt high into the air, its right arm transforming into a colossal axe, which it brought down ferociously upon. Should this strike connect, it would undoubtedly cleave him in two. "Here it comes. I can see it clearly," chuckled, immediately countering with an upward slash of his blade. The clash echoed with a resounding clang as the katana met the water axe in a fierce collision, producing a sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. In the wake of this encounter, the ground beneath rippled violently, revealing the substantial force behind the water elemental strike. Yet, that was merely the beginning. S right arm surged with power, deflecting the water axe and delivering a devastating upward slash. The sudden and overwhelming force surpassed the water elemental's limits, cleaving both the being and its axe in two from below. Witnessing this, frowned deeply, while the audience erupted in applause, reveling in the raw, visceral nature of the battle. Such straightforward brutality, where each strike landed with palpable impact, was precisely what captivated the onlookers, especially the visual of its decisive blow, imbued with an aesthetic of violence that struck a chord within the spectators, igniting a fervor in their blood. The audience's fervent applause and cheers filled the arena, as if they were witnessing an exhilarating action film. Even the commentator exclaimed, "Remarkable! A strike is akin to a deity slaying demons or a Buddha vanquishing evil. No matter who stands before him, he shall resolve it all with a single blow." The already vibrant atmosphere intensified under the commentator's enthusiastic narration. "Go!" cried, cupping her hands into a trumpet shape near her mouth. In that moment, the audience was a cacophony of voices. Chapter 175, The Clash of Two Warriors. I anticipated you would cleave through my water elemental. However, my water elementals are precisely designed to counter such situations. Scoffed coldly, joining his hands in a seal. Remarkably, the water elemental that had severed began to liquefy, with the two halves merging seamlessly to reform into a complete water elemental once more. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 water elementals had surged towards Yosaka. One of them transformed its arms into sharp, pointed spikes and lunged ferociously at Yosaka. Another morphed one hand into a colossal sword, aiming to cleave Yosaka in 2. The last one converted one hand into a gigantic pair of scissors, attempting to slice at Yosaka's neck, while the other hand morphed into a massive, spiked mace, sweeping from behind Yosaka. Coupled with the water elemental above, which had just restored itself, delivering a powerful axe strike down upon Yosaka, he found himself utterly encircled by a barrage of attacks. Witnessing this scene, the spectators outside grew increasingly anxious. After all, Yosaka was surrounded by a myriad of assaults from all directions, front, back, left, right, and above, facing overwhelming force. Given his slender build and apparent lack of defense, it was hard for the audience to believe that Yosaka could withstand such relentless onslaughts. Yet Yosaka wields but a single blade. How can he simultaneously fend off such a multitude of assaults? This conundrum stirs anxiety among the spectators. However, drawing from prior experience, the audience remains hopeful, rallying in support of Yosaka. Go. Withstand this onslaught. Show them the might of our Leaf Village. Yosaka, let us unleash the spirit of Konoha. Vanquish him. Yosaka, press on. In that moment, the stands erupted with a cacophony of encouragement, and within the illusion, Yosaka appeared to absorb this fervent motivation. A confident smile graced his lips as he adeptly spun his blade, conjuring a whirlwind of silvery gusts. Countless gleams of his sword traced a magnificent array of arcs, and he softly declared, "Steel slash, unleash." In the next instant, a blinding white light erupted from the area encircled by 4 water elementals, swiftly expanding like a dazzling shockwave, sweeping outward and colliding forcefully with the assaults of the water entities. "What is that? Heavenly return?" exclaimed Hinata Hisashi, rising in shock. "No, it is not heavenly return. He is spinning at high velocity while unleashing myriad sword lights, creating an effect akin to heavenly return," shouted Narashikaku, astonished beside him. "What? How is this possible?" Hisashi gasped, utterly stunned by the revelation that Yosaka had emulated the pattern of heavenly return to unleash his sword lights. This was a sight he had never encountered in all his years, delivering an unparalleled shock to his spirit. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku regarded the large screen with a grave demeanor, his gaze fixed on the radiant white light reminiscent of heavenly return. Without turning, he addressed Shikamu, who was equally engrossed in the display. "Indeed, I see he has unleashed his sword lights in this manner. It has left my heart racing with astonishment." At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku shed his previous languid demeanor. His brow furrowed in seriousness as he scrutinized the screen. Had one observed his eyes, they would have noted the transformation into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan before him. The seemingly heavenly return-like hemispherical energy wave was magnified countless times by his Sharingan, revealing an impenetrable hemisphere of overlapping, radiant sword lights, sharp and resplendent. The spectacle delivered a jolt of shock to Uchiha Fugaku, rivaling the astonishment Yosaka had once evoked in him when he foresaw the future with his Sharingan, splitting a colossal water dragon in twain. Indeed, the impact was even more profound, prompting a single phrase to flash through Fugaku's mind: 10,000 swords return to their source? Meanwhile, as tens of thousands of eyes were fixated upon that energy sphere resembling a celestial phenomenon, the dazzling hemisphere of energy collided head-on with the assault of 4 water elementals. In an instant, the strikes from the water elementals, upon meeting the radiant white light, erupted into a cascade of vapor. The formidable axe, descending from above, was utterly disintegrated upon contact with the white light, transforming into a substantial pool of water. The remaining 3 water elements exhibit a similar nature in terms of human attacks. Before Tao Di Zaibu Zhang could react, a voice emerged from within the luminous hemisphere. "Open." In the next moment, the hemisphere, radiating with brilliant white light, erupted as if it had been set ablaze, violently expanding outward. Instantly, it transformed into a shockwave that surged forth, causing the vast expanse of white mist to be illuminated into a dazzlingly bright white hue. Consequently, the entire area enveloped by the mist concealment technique was transformed into a brilliant sea of white light, illuminating several kilometers in all directions. In the midst of the mist concealment technique, the once formidable Zabuza Momochi let out a chilling scream, blinded momentarily by the blinding white light. The audience outside, Witnessing this dramatic spectacle erupted into a chorus of gasps, illuminating the surroundings for several kilometers, akin to a mesmerizing scene from a science fiction epic, captivating the attention of every onlooker present. Even the commentators, who were meant to provide analysis, found themselves rendered speechless, transfixed like statues, their gazes fixed upon the large screen. Within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage and his companions were equally dumbfounded, their eyes glued to the crystal ball. If the earlier feats of cleaving through water dragons and elemental forces had managed to keep these seasoned leaders composed, the current display, where Yakuza illuminated the entire fog with a brilliant radiance, left them utterly speechless. Despite their extensive experience in the ninja world and encounters with countless elite shinobi, the sheer grandeur of the moment left even these veterans momentarily at a loss for words. Not far from the stadium in a ramen shop, a certain gentleman first exhibited a look of astonishment, followed by a hearty laugh, muttering to himself, "This little fellow possesses remarkable skills." Chapter 176, Astonishing Feats. After approximately half a minute, the dazzling brilliance began to dissipate, and the illuminated mist technique returned to its original state of dense fog. Zabuza's figure emerged from the water, and upon gazing at the original position of Yosaka, he found him still there. However, the 4 water elementals had vanished without a trace. Had he truly eliminated all 4 water elementals with a single strike? Such a formidable technique. Yet, against the water elementals, it was utterly ineffective. As he spoke, Zabuza clasped his hands together to form a seal. Suddenly, several pools of water appeared on the surface surrounding Yosaka, and the splashes on the ground began to shift, converging into 4 larger puddles. Subsequently, these larger puddles began to rise, gradually taking on human forms, thus restoring the 4 water elementals. Witnessing this scene, the spectators outside collectively gasped in astonishment. Were the water elementals truly indestructible? Even after being shattered, they could still regenerate. This was akin to immunity against attacks. How was one to combat this? Even if they were destroyed, they could simply reform and continue fighting. There seemed to be no way to defeat them. This ability was exceptionally counterproductive against close combat ninjas. Attacking them was utterly futile. I cannot conceive how to achieve victory. This technique was reminiscent of puppet mastery, or perhaps even surpassed it. In no time, the audience was abuzz with chatter, all expressing their disbelief at the extraordinary prowess of the water elementals. Haha, Yosaka. This move is specifically designed to counter you. No matter how powerful your slashing techniques are, they are of no use. My water elementals will simply regenerate. Ha ha ha. Zabuza's voice echoed ominously through the mist. Upon hearing Zabuza's taunt, Yosaka nodded, his brow furrowing. These water elementals are indeed troublesome, not only for me, but for others as well. Few have the means to completely eliminate them. However, at this point, Yosaka's furrowed brow relaxed as he turned his gaze towards Zabuza's direction, a sly grin spreading across his face. As long as I deal with you, the problem is solved. Humph. Do you truly believe you can easily dispose of me? Such arrogance. Zabuza scoffed coldly, shifting his position. It was now evident that Yosaka possessed the ability to discern his location within the mist technique, thus necessitating constant movement on Zabuza's part. Simultaneously, the 4 restored water elementals launched another attack towards Yosaka. Zabuza intended to wear down Yosaka with this tactic. As long as Yosaka could not close the distance to grasp him, the regenerative capability of the water elementals would eventually exhaust Yosaka. In truth, this tactic is far more suitable for dealing with others, as most individuals cannot see through the mist concealment technique and are unable to ascertain the location of Momochi Sandeu, remaining in a state of blind confrontation against the water elementals. Meanwhile, Momochi Sandeu, shrouded in mist, manipulates the water elementals with ease. It would not take long for opponents to succumb. However, today brought an unexpected twist. Yosaka managed to pinpoint Momochi Sandeu's position, thereby diminishing a significant advantage of this strategy. Nevertheless, as long as Momochi Sandeu avoids close proximity to Yotsuka and relies on the water elementals for attack, he should still be in a favorable position. Yet, while the strategy is sound, achieving its flawless execution is often fraught with difficulty, particularly against a competitor like Yotsuka, which increases the likelihood of unforeseen variables. Without hesitation, Yotsuka charged directly towards Momochi Sandeu's location. In response, Momochi Sandeu swiftly commanded the water elementals to intercept, splitting them into 2 that would restrain Yotsuka while 2 others mounted an offensive. The first water elemental transformed, its form swelling to over 3 meters in height, adorned with sharp spikes, resembling a giant cactus, standing defiantly before Yotsuka. Yotsuka cleaved through it with a single strike, yet the severed water quickly coalesced back together, exemplifying true immunity to physical attacks. Almost immediately, another water elemental surged from behind Yotsuka, one arm morphing into a long water whip aimed to ensnare him, while the other transformed into a colossal spear thrusting towards him. Simultaneously, yet another water elemental emerged from above, its entire form shifting into a massive sphere crashing downward. The final water elemental remained on the sidelines, patiently waiting for an opportunity to strike. Observing the situation, Yotsuka first executed a diagonal slash, cleaving the cactus-shaped water elemental once more. He then severed the approaching water whip intended to bind him, followed by a decisive strike that split the enormous water sphere overhead in two. Lastly, he spun around, slicing the lengthy spear of the water elemental behind him. The fluidity and speed of his movements were astonishing, rendering the spectators merely blinking, witnessing the trio of water elementals being reduced to halves in an instant. In the next moment, taking advantage of the water elemental's inability to heal in time, Yotsuka activated the Great Freedom Technique, forcefully pushing off the ground with his feet, launching himself like an arrow. "What?" Momochi Sandeu exclaimed in shock, hastily commanding the last water elemental to intercept. However, Yotsuka's speed was so formidable that by the time the water elemental began to move, he had already surged forward, creating nearly a 20-meter gap. So swift. This is bad. There is no time. Panic-stricken, Momochi Sandeu grasped his executioner's blade and retreated frantically, yet Yotsuka had already closed the distance to within 10 meters. Upon witnessing this scene, Uchiha Shursui outside the arena exclaimed in astonishment, "What incredible speed! How is he achieving this? It's nearly on par with my body flicker technique." Beside him, Minato Namikaze wore a serious expression as he gazed intently at the screen displaying Yosaka. He understood that Yosaka was solely relying on running to achieve his movement, rather than employing the Flying Thunder God technique or Uchiha Shursui's body flicker technique. The former closes the distance to the target through movement, while the latter directly traverses space. There exists an essential difference between the two. Typically, the latter would be faster, yet Yosaka, through sheer running, astonishingly approached their spatial traversal speed, sending chills down the spines of both Minato and Shursui. This was beyond exaggeration. Others who shared their disbelief included Kakashi Hitaki, Uchiha Fugaku, the third Hokage in the Hokage office, and Jiraiya. Previously, they had only perceived Yosaka's exceptional prowess in close combat, but now they were unexpectedly discovering that his speed was equally astounding, utterly reshaping their understanding. Chapter 177, Fierce Blade Clash 3rd Hokage. Did you have any prior knowledge of Yosaka possessing such speed? Jiraiya inquired with a puzzled expression. The 3rd Hokage shook his head. I had no idea that Yosaka possessed this high-speed movement capability. It is only now that I realize he had this hidden talent. This fellow has truly kept his cards close to his chest. However, it was likely that he had never needed such an ability before, after all. In the one-on-one duels among lower ninjas, the arenas were typically small, and engagements generally concluded with the opponent charging in and being dispatched in a single stroke. The 3rd Hokage shrugged, thus leaving the group uncertain whether Yosaka's high-speed movement was an ability he had always possessed but never revealed, or if it was a recent development. Nonetheless, Orochimaru leaned towards the latter theory. Previously, he had battled Yosaka in an expansive outdoor area, where he had summoned the Serpent's Array, with tens of thousands of snakes pursuing Yosaka. If Yosaka had possessed such extraordinary speed then, he would have surely employed it, yet he had not. Meanwhile, while the 3rd Hokage and others marveled at Yosaka's capabilities, he had already charged before Zabuza Momochi. With a hearty laugh, he leaped high into the air, bringing down his blade upon Zabuza. "Zabuza, receive my strike. Humph, die for me." Zabuza, wielding his sword with both hands, swung fiercely at Yosaka. Having learned from their previous encounter in the restroom, Zabuza was determined not to underestimate Yosaka this time. He was fully committed, exerting every ounce of strength he possessed. His arms bulged with muscle, unleashing peak power in an effort to reclaim his pride and rectify past defeats with this one strike. At Peachland's Zaibu Zhan let out a frenzied roar, as the decapitating blade cleaved through the air with an almost unparalleled force, creating a visible ripple of turbulent air along its edge, a testament to the overwhelming power contained within that strike. In stark contrast to the fierce and strenuous movements of the formidable opponent, Yamazaki wielded his blade with an effortless grace, executing a simple downward strike with one hand. It appeared almost casual, devoid of any signs of exertion or seriousness, as if he were merely slicing through a melon rather than engaging in a life-and-death struggle. As the audience braced themselves for yet another breathtaking showdown, an anticipatory silence enveloped the arena. Every spectator held their breath, eyes wide with eagerness, fearful of missing a fleeting moment of brilliance. The commentators, too, fell silent, their gazes fixed on the grand screen, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Yet, in this climactic moment, the two combatants presented contrasting images. One, a snarling whirlwind of fury, and the other, a relaxed figure seemingly feigning an attack. Visually, it was evident that Tita Zabuza exuded a greater intensity, subconsciously suggesting that his strike would be more formidable. However, based on prior encounters, no one dared to underestimate Yamazaki. Beneath his slender physique and seemingly nonchalant demeanor lay a terrifying power. Those who had dismissed him in the past had been decisively overpowered, making it impossible to predict the outcome of this duel. In the next instant, the two blades clashed, and time seemed to freeze as they met, devoid of any immediate spectacle. Yet, in the following heartbeat, an explosive force erupted, reminiscent of a comet colliding with the Earth. A tremendous shockwave surged forth from the point of contact, uprooting the ground within a 30-meter radius, sending trees tumbling and clouds of dust spiraling into the air, creating a visual chaos akin to a fierce sandstorm. But the spectacle did not end there. Centered around Zabuza, the ground beneath him cracked with a deafening sound, splintering into countless fissures. As Yamazaki executed a seemingly gentle downward motion with his wrist, Zabuza's feet became ensnared in the earth itself. "I will not be defeated by you, Yamazaki. Die!" He screamed in a frenzy, his previously bulging arm muscles swelling even further. With a resounding rip, his clothing succumbed to the strains, disintegrating into a multitude of fragments that scattered in every direction. Moreover, at that moment, the muscles on his arms resembled hardened stone, veins protruding grotesquely, as his upper body became engorged with blood, turning a fierce crimson hue, a testament to the sheer effort he was exerting. "Not enough. Still not enough. Unleash it. Explode." Zabuza bellowed, his voice hoarse with exertion. With another loud tear, his trousers also fell victim to his burgeoning strength, disintegrating into tatters, while the fabric around his thighs strained perilously, on the verge of bursting apart. At this moment, Momochi Danzo has unmistakably realized that he has completely unleashed every ounce of his strength without reservation. Every fragment of power within him has been fully drained and concentrated upon this single strike. The sight of his ghostly visage left the spectators outside in awe. Could Yosaka truly withstand such a desperate, all-out blow? At this moment, in the throes of battle, Momochi Sand and Sakura acutely sensed that his deadly blade had risen slightly, a few centimeters upward. This indicated that his strength had surpassed that of Yotsuka, pushing him back. "Haha, Yotsuka, this time, I shall send you flying as I did before. The humiliation you once inflicted upon me shall be repaid 100-fold. You have exerted all your strength, haven to you? Yet, you are but this." Feeling a glimmer of power surpassing Yotsuka's, Momochi was filled with renewed vigor, unleashing every ounce of his strength, resolutely determined to send Yotsuka soaring once more. Upon witnessing the desperate struggle of Momochi Zabuza, Yosaka could not contain his laughter. While bracing against Zabuza's massive sword, he jested. "When did you ever acquire the illusion that I was exerting my utmost? You are truly amusing." Zabuza, baring his teeth in defiance, retorted, "Stop pretending." Just as he uttered those words, Yosaka's right arm flexed slightly, and with a swift downward motion of his wrist, the seemingly delicate katana effortlessly overpowered the executioner's blade, driving it downwards with astonishing force. "What?" Zabuza gasped in shock, and in the next instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of power. Before he could comprehend the situation, he found himself, along with his 3-meter-long sword, cleaved into the ground by Yosaka's strike. Chapter 178. The blade shattered with a thunderous crash. Zabuza and his formidable weapon were thrust into the earth. In an instant, the ground erupted with an array of massive fissures, and the very earth beneath Zabuza collapsed, sending plumes of dust and vapor skyward. The fissures extended over 10 meters, transforming the terrain within a 15-meter radius around Zabuza into a chaotic landscape. "Impossible!" he screamed, engulfed in a whirlwind of confusion. He could feel an insurmountable force emanating from his sword, as if an immense mountain were pressing down upon him, causing him to sink dramatically. Simultaneously, the commentator outside let out a piercing scream, followed by an exuberant exclamation. "Ah, it has happened. Yosaka has actually driven Zabuza, along with his sword, into the ground. How ruthless!" As the commentator's voice rose in excitement, the atmosphere in the audience erupted. A cacophony of screams filled the air, so loud that those present briefly lost their hearing. The shouts crescendoed in a continuous wave, drowning out the commentators' attempts to relay the events through the loudspeaker. Overwhelmed by the collective roar of thousands in attendance. At that moment, it could be said that the audience erupted with the most intense sound since the event began. The volume was so immense that it echoed outside the arena, reaching several kilometers away. Passers-by on the streets looked on in bewilderment, pondering what event could provoke such fervent screams from the spectators. Kakashi Hitaki, the only man permitted to don the Hokage's half-sleeve, who had participated in the Second Shinobi World War and witnessed countless battles and powerful warriors, could not suppress a triumphant shout of beautiful upon witnessing Yosaka's feat of cleaving Zabuza and his weapon into the earth. Then, the overwhelming roar of tens of thousands of spectators engulfed the arena, rendering Hitaki Tsukumo's ears akin to being pressed against the surface of a colossal drum, where the sounds became indistinguishable. He turned to Uchiha Fugaku, nudging him with his elbow, exclaiming that the clamor was excessively loud. Uchiha Fugaku turned to respond, but Tsukumo could only discern the movements of his lips, unable to hear his words. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, the third Hokage laughed heartily, proclaiming that the young man was quite impressive. Without a doubt, this moment had bolstered Konoha's spirit, demonstrating to the foreign spectators that Konoha was not to be trifled with. Jiraiya, equally exhilarated, remarked on the impressive strike, noting that Zabuza Momochi had clearly exerted himself, yet was effortlessly subdued by Yotsuka with a single hand. At that moment, Orochimaru interjected, stating that if he was not mistaken, Zabuza's executioner's blade seemed to have been severed by Yotsuka. What? Are you certain you are not mistaken? The third Hokage inquired, astonished. After contemplating, Orochimaru nodded and pointed to the crystal ball, suggesting that they could ascertain the truth. Thus, they all gathered around the crystal ball, scrutinizing it closely. Simultaneously, Uchiha Fugaku, with a serious expression, informed Tsukumo that Zabuza's executioner's blade had indeed been broken. What? Tsukumo gasped in astonishment, having no reason to doubt Fugaku's vision, as he possessed the powerful Manjiki Sharingan. Yotsuka, appearing deceptively unassuming, had demonstrated remarkable strength, leaving Tsukumo speechless. On the other side, after Yotsuka had cleaved Zabuza, along with his weapon, into the ground, he executed a backflip, landing gracefully a short distance from the massive crater, gazing quietly at the smoke-filled pit. Zabuza, did you skip breakfast? You seem rather feeble. Your strength is disappointingly weak. Perhaps you should return home to tend to pigs, Yotsuka remarked nonchalantly, digging into his ear. Amidst the chaos, Peachland's no more slashing found himself sprawled in a large pit, his mind still hazy as shimmering stars danced before his eyes. In a state of bewilderment, he pondered his identity, his location, and his intentions. After a brief moment, he finally regained his composure, grimacing as he struggled to sit up from the pit, shaking his head to dispel the dizziness that enveloped him, only to be met with a sharp pang of pain coursing through his body. The recent strike from Yasunaka had felt like a mountain pressing down on him, rendering him nearly defenseless in that instant, leading to a rupture in his previously taut muscles, resulting in excruciating agony throughout his form. Cursed be this fellow, such formidable strength. Peachland's no more slashing muttered, grasping his beheading blade in an attempt to rise, but he paused, struck by an unexpected realization. A sense of unease washed over him as he instinctively sensed something amiss with the blade's weight. Upon glancing down, he froze in disbelief. His once mighty beheading sword lay severed in two, with the tip resting at his feet. How was this possible? He was utterly dumbfounded, grappling with the fact that Yasunaka had managed to cleave his weapon in that single blow. Lifting his gaze in incredulity towards Yasunaka, his expression morphed from one of confusion to seething anger. To have shattered my beheading sword is unforgivable, utterly intolerable. With a fierce roar, he slowly rose from the pit, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Step by step, he emerged from the depths, clutching the now-halved beheading sword with gritted teeth, declaring with each measured step, "I shall end your life." How terrifying! Yasunaka chuckled, his face adorned with a playful grin, devoid of any fear. As Peachland's no more slashing approached, Yasunaka too took a step forward, closing the distance between them. The spectators outside gasped in astonishment, questioning the intentions of the two combatants. Then, as the distance between them dwindled to 5 meters, both men surged forward simultaneously. "Look, they are about to clash blades again," shouted Inazuma Jinkan, pointing excitedly at the large screen. "Go, Yasunaka. Defeat no more slashing," cried Yumino Irika. "Go, Yasunaka. You can do it," cheered Otsutsuki SHBU, cupping his hands into a trumpet shape. "If my predictions hold true, this will be the moment they decide their fates," remarked Hitaki Tsukumo with a smile. Uchiha Fugaka nodded, exuding confidence as he stated, Yasunaka is sure to win. No more slashing, sword is broken. What can he possibly use to fight? Oh, have you glimpsed into the future? Kikaku inquired in astonishment about the purchase. Uchiha Fugaka shook his head and replied, no, but my experience and intuition tell me that Yotsuka is destined to win this time. Is that so? I share the same sentiment, came the response. Meanwhile, in the small plaza at the entrance of the illusion, a group of eliminated participants gathered before a screen to watch the match. The screen was divided into 4 segments, each showcasing a different battle. However, all eyes were riveted on the split screen featuring Yotsuka and Momochi Zabuza. Yotsuka is truly formidable. He has even severed the headman's sword. This is beyond imagination. One competitor exclaimed. Indeed, that strike was so swift that I couldn't even react. In the blink of an eye, I found myself here, utterly bewildered. Lamented the boy who was eliminated after deploying smoke bombs. By the way, didn't Kurabi and Yuzuki come to watch? Someone suddenly recalled the Jinchuriki duo that had previously been lying on the ground. This elicited a chuckle from the crowd, with one person laughing heartily. Those two were just lying there. One remains unconscious, while the other seems to have lost his mind. Continuously repeating the word why. They were just carried away by the villagers of Kumogakure, haha. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter at the remark. Initially, these two were considered the pinnacle among the competitors, looking down upon others with disdain. Yet now, they had met the same fate, eliminated by a single strike. And their plight appeared even more tragic than those of the others, much to the delight of those who had previously found Yuzuki and Kurabi insufferable. At that moment, another voice chimed in, however, if we are to speak of tragedy, I doubt Yuzuki and Kurabi can compare to Momochi Zabuza. Just wait and see, in a few minutes. Zabuza will be here, and he looks utterly pathetic. TSK, his clothes are in tatters, and he still can't defeat Yotsuka. Truly tragic. This comment sparked another wave of laughter among the onlookers. Meanwhile, Yotsuka and Momochi Zabuza had finally reached the climactic phase of their battle, charging towards each other. Zabuza, in a furious roar, swung the broken remnants of his decapitation sword, striking fiercely at Yotsuka, in a manner reminiscent of a rigged match. Yosaka nonchalantly swung his blade towards Momochi Zabuza. In an instant, a sharp sound echoed as a segment of the sword, over a meter long, soared into the sky. It was evident that Yosaka had severed the already damaged executioner's sword held by Momochi Zabuza once more, sending the colossal blade fragment into the air. Consequently, all that remained in Zabuza's grasp was the hilt and a small portion of the blade, rendering it utterly ineffective for even the simplest of tasks, such as chopping vegetables. Yet the ordeal did not conclude there. At the moment of the fracture, Zabuza felt as if an invisible blade had cleaved through him, followed by a sharp pain in his head, plunging him into a void of unconsciousness. Suddenly, Zabuza's figure materialized above the small square, crashing down with a thud and rolling twice before coming to a halt. The unexpected appearance of Zabuza startled the spectators, who had been intently watching the match. Momochi Zabuza? How did he get here? Oh no, he has been eliminated, gasped a voice, prompting a flurry of heads to turn towards Zabuza's fallen form. Wow, that was fast. Just moments ago, we were speculating he would be teleported, and suddenly he is here. He appears to have fainted. But I distinctly saw Yosaka's blade not even graze him. A cacophony of remarks erupted from the eliminated competitors, who surrounded Zabuza as if he were an exhibit in a zoo. Look at his sword. It's utterly shattered, just the hilt remains. Someone exclaimed, drawing attention to the executioner's sword in Zabuza's grip. Indeed, it was in such a ruined state that it could barely be considered a weapon, not even sufficient to serve as a baton. However, the onlookers also noted that even in his unconscious state, Zabuza clung tenaciously to the hilt, a testament to his indomitable spirit. Make way, clear a path, came a shout from the rear of the crowd as medical personnel in white coats approached. The crowd promptly parted, allowing them to carry Zabuza on a stretcher towards the emergency room. What a tragedy. Of all opponents, he had to face that monster, Yosaka. It seems fate was not on his side, someone lamented. Indeed, given the prowess Zabuza displayed, he could have likely held his own against even Kurabi. Even if he couldn't win, escaping would have been feasible. Yet he had the misfortune of encountering Yosaka, as Yosaka had previously stated. I am certain Zabuza was destined for elimination. No shadow of a doubt remained. Meanwhile, as the audience witnessed Peachland's no longer cut meet his demise at the hands of Yosaki's decisive strike, a wave of gasps surged through the crowd. This astonishment swiftly transformed into fervent cheers, with countless voices resounding in praise of Yosaka. After all, Yosaka had delivered a breathtaking spectacle that left the audience in awe and admiration. The excitement was palpable, even among the broadcasting team responsible for the live coverage, as Yosaka single-handedly elevated the viewership from a mere 20% at the onset of the competition to a remarkable 75%, much to the delight of the television executives. Upon witnessing Yotsuka's victory, Otsutsuki IM and the audience could hardly contain her joy, her face aglow with a vibrant smile that seemed to linger indefinitely. Chapter 180. Yotsuka triumphs. A soft thud resonated as a bell materialized in Yotsuka's hand. Haha, with this bell added to the others I've seized, I now possess a total of 5. I surmise that others have also gathered quite a few during this time. I must hasten my efforts. With that, Yotsuka surveyed the surroundings before swiftly departing in a chosen direction. Until now, Yotsuka had acted alone, completely disregarding the initial strategy of swiftly regrouping to overpower and snatch bells from opponents. During the course of the 5 battles at Yosaka, some individuals have adeptly executed the strategy of rapid assembly, conducting searches for the enemy in small squads of 3 to 5 members, engaging in the seizure of bells. The already assembled team had several competitors from other nations, including those from the Hidden Leaf Village. Apart from such formations, there were also individuals who operated independently. Among them was the Scorpion of the Red Sand. At this moment, the Scorpion possessed 4 bells, just 1 less than Yotsuka. However, the adversaries eliminated by the Scorpion were relatively weak, in stark contrast to Yotsuka's defeats of formidable opponents such as Killer Bee, Yuki, and Momochi Zabuza, thereby lacking comparable merit. According to the competition's rules, what mattered was the quantity of bells, not the strength of their bearers. Thus, in this light, the Scorpion's strategy of targeting easier opponents seemed more suited to the competition. At that moment, the Scorpion navigated through a cluster of buildings, flanked by numerous 3-story structures, all of which were deserted. Suddenly, he darted to the left, slipping into a shadow. In the next instant, 3 shurikens embedded themselves where he had just stood. Had he encountered an enemy? How fortunate, he mused. This could increase his bell count to 5. Hidden in the shadows, the Scorpion contemplated this turn of events. On the opposite side of the Red Sand Scorpion, within a dwelling, stood a beautiful young girl, none other than Terumi Mei, the successor to the 4th Mizukage, who harbored a secret admiration for Yosaka. At that moment, she concealed herself behind a large wardrobe, manipulating the moisture in the air to bend the light, allowing her to observe the outside world without peering out of the window. The individual she had just seen, with striking red hair, if her memory served her correctly. He was the Red Sand Scorpion of Sunagakure, the handsome youth she had encountered before. Though undeniably attractive, Mei reminded herself that she would not hold back during their impending match. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she stealthily formed hand seals, conjuring a water clone to gauge the strength of the Red Sand Scorpion. Meanwhile, the Red Sand Scorpion discreetly released a small puppet, no larger than an egg, equipped with a propeller that enabled it to ascend into the air. At the front of the puppet was a miniature camera, allowing him to conduct reconnaissance from a distance. With a gentle release of his hand, the puppet soared upwards vertically before gradually approaching the building. Its elevated flight ensured that, unless one looked up closely, an ordinary person would scarcely notice its presence. The target must be hidden within that building, the Red Sand Scorpion mused, as he guided the reconnaissance puppet closer while adjusting the camera zoom to observe the interior. However, as Terumi Mei remained sheltered behind the wardrobe, she was not visible from the window, and thus the Red Sand Scorpion failed to detect her presence. HM? Has she already departed? Just as the Red Sand Scorpion pondered this, Mei's water clone, employing the technique of liquefaction, transformed into a puddle, gliding across the floor. To an unsuspecting observer, it appeared merely as a small pool of water, prompting no further thought. The puddle continued to move, inching closer to the vicinity of the Red Sand Scorpion, who remained fixated on the building and remained oblivious to the encroaching moisture. Humph, do you truly believe that hiding within the building will render you invisible to me? How naive. At that moment, the Red Sand Scorpion activated the infrared thermal imaging device on the reconnaissance puppet. Due to the limitations posed by the puppet's size, the output power of the thermal imaging was relatively low, necessitating proximity for effective use. Thus, it was only now that he initiated its function. Meanwhile, the watery doppelganger of Koamiya Mei had successfully approached within 2 meters of the formidable Sasori, the Scorpion of the Red Sand, and had identified his presence. Simultaneously, Sasori Having activated his infrared thermal imaging device, also detected Mei hiding behind the large wardrobe. Found you. Die. Sasori sneered, commanding the aerial reconnaissance puppet to accelerate with a sudden burst and charge towards the window of Mei's room. Preparing to trigger a self-destruct explosion the instant the puppet breached the threshold. However, at the moment Sasori initiated his assault, the puddle of water, now merely 2 meters away, swiftly transformed under Mei's command, rising into a humanoid form with a massive water axe manifested upon its arm, lunging fiercely towards Sasori. This is bad. This is bad. Both combatants nearly simultaneously sensed the impending threat from each other and reacted accordingly. Mei instantly retreated and executed the water release, water barrier technique. The scorpion of the red sands swiftly released a puppet to shield itself. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion resounded as the reconnaissance puppet, which had infiltrated the room of Conan, detonated on the spot, producing a violent blast. However, it was thwarted by Conan's water barrier technique, leaving her unscathed. The scorpion of the red sand, however, utilized a puppet to shield himself from the water clone of Mei, which struck with a formidable axe. Although one arm of the puppet was severed, the scorpion of the red sand successfully seized this opportunity to swiftly extricate himself, distancing himself from the water clone of Mei. In the realm of Mei, although she managed to thwart the self-detonation of the reconnaissance puppet with her water barrier technique, the walls of the 3rd floor could not withstand the force of the explosion and collapsed entirely. The resounding roar echoed as the entire 3rd floor chambers crumbled. Yet Mei had prudently retreated in advance. Thus, in this initial skirmish, neither Mei nor Sasori of the red sand gained any advantage, resulting in a stalemate. Meanwhile, Kakashi Hitaki had successfully joined forces with Asuma Sarutobi and Uchiha Shursui, while the Moonlight Gale and Might Guy also regrouped. Only Yosaka remained isolated in his endeavors. Chapter 181. The Trap Trio. As for Uchiha Obito, he bore the ignominy of being the first eliminated from the ranks of Konoha village, which was indeed a source of shame. Nevertheless, Obito's misfortune was considerable, for despite his shortcomings, he could typically evade defeat against ordinary contenders. However, fate led him to cross paths with Yuki, a dark horse vying for the championship in this tournament. Despite Yuki's swift demise at the hands of Yosaka, he was nonetheless regarded as one of the elite participants, while Yosaka was an extraordinary anomaly, rendering comparisons moot. At the onset of the battle between Sasori and Mei, Deidara on the opposite front was reveling in his explosive endeavors. At this juncture, Deidara possessed 3 bells and unleashed a plethora of detonations, often eliminating adversaries who had not even glimpsed his presence. Remarkably, he had yet to utilize his C2 bombs, relying solely on his C1 explosives. However, Iwagakure was now left with Deidara as its sole representative, as misfortune had befallen his comrades. At the start, 2 of their members encountered Konoha's Uchiha Shursui and Kumogakure's Darui, while another fell victim to Sasori's effortless prowess. The last member was dispatched by Mei, leaving Deidara as the lone commander of his faction. Currently, the situation stands thus. Konoha village has lost 1 participant, Iwagakure is reduced to a single member, Kumogakure has suffered 2 eliminations, Kirigakure has lost 1, while Sunagakure remains with Maki and Sasori, alongside a few scattered representatives from smaller nations. Excluding the unfortunate Kira, Yuki, and Momochi Zabuza, the remaining contenders are predominantly formidable fighters, with Konoha's influence being the most substantial. However, the circumstances for Konoha are not entirely favorable, as the trio of Asuma Sarutobi, Kakashi Hitaki, and Uchiha Shursui fell victim to an ambush orchestrated by Kirigakure. Their assailants included Kisame Hashigaki, Karui, and the elusive AO, who utilized the sewing knife technique to set traps with nearly imperceptible steel wires, severely wounding Asuma and rendering him nearly incapacitated. Subsequently, as Uchiha Shursui and Kakashi attempted to rescue him, they were ambushed by the concealed Kisame and AO, leaving both sustaining varying degrees of injury. And the situation grew increasingly dire. How vexing. The 3 adversaries are exceedingly formidable, particularly the one wielding the sewing knife. His wire is nearly imperceptible, and a moment of carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Sarutobi Asuma gritted his teeth and stated this, having just fallen into a trap set by Kurosaki, resulting in a severe cut on his right leg from the wire, narrowly escaping a severed limb, and now grimacing in pain. At this moment, the trio found themselves hidden within a cave, encircled by the likes of Akatsuki's Haiden, Deidara, and Kurosaki, who had laid numerous traps, rendering them akin to cornered beasts. Kakashi's left arm bore the mark of an attack from Haiden. Although it had been bandaged and the bleeding staunched, he could no longer exert himself fully. While he could still form hand seals, his combat efficacy had undoubtedly diminished. The one in the best condition was Uchiha Obito, as he had evaded several assaults using his body flicker technique. However, he alone could not hope to overcome the three outside, who worked in concert. What shall we do? Shall we await rescue here, or shall we attempt to break free? Sarutobi Asuma inquired. Hiding here is certainly not a viable option. They possess ample means to force us out. Even if we choose not to emerge, they have ways to ensure our demise within this cave, Uchiha Obito remarked, furrowing his brow. Yet, rushing out carries the substantial risk of being eliminated, which is equally troublesome, Hatake Kakashi replied, his expression grave. At this moment, the three ninjas from the hidden mist village outside the cave were lying in wait, emboldened by their numbers. They believed that by taking refuge within the cave, we would be powerless against them. Kisame, unleash your water release technique to drown these fools. If they are not afraid of drowning, they will surely emerge. And we shall strike them down at the entrance, grinned Hozuki Mangitsu with a sinister smile. Kisame Hashigaki nodded, then began to form hand seals. Executing the water release, great waterfall technique, directing a torrent of water into the cave. This is bad. They have begun to flood the cave with their water release, great waterfall technique. If we do not escape, we will drown here. Uchiha Sui called out urgently. Charge. In a narrow encounter, the brave shall prevail. Even if we cannot win, it is better than being trapped to die here. Asuma Sarutobi exclaimed, his voice filled with anger. But your legs cannot move. Do not worry about me. You must break through. I will do my utmost to cover your retreat. Asuma declared resolutely, his heart heavy with sorrow. He had hoped to showcase the fruits of his hard work in this competition, yet before the battle could truly commence, he had already suffered grievously. He thought of Yotsuka, whom he had yet to meet, silently reflecting, that guy must have already collected several bells by now. It is a pity I cannot fight beside him. Asuma, do not speak like that. We will not abandon you. If we must perish, we shall do so together. Being eliminated is merely that. Even if we are eliminated, there are still Tsukuyami and Might Guy, and Yotsuka too. Uchiha Sui gritted his teeth, unwilling to forsake his comrades. However, Kakashi Hatake nodded in agreement with Uchiha Sui, stating, I believe abandoning Asuma is the best course of action. The ultimate goal of a ninja is to complete the mission, and sometimes that necessitates leaving a comrade behind. We must adhere to this principle. Silence, Kakashi. How can you say such a thing? I will never abandon my teammates. Uchiha Sui retorted angrily. As the two engaged in a heated debate over whether to abandon Asuma Sarutobi, a sudden and thunderous explosion resonated from outside the cave. The sound abruptly halted their argument, compelling them to press their ears against the wall to discern the commotion beyond. It seems there are sounds of a skirmish outside. Perhaps they have engaged in battle with someone else? Kakashi Hatake pondered, having detected the faint echoes of conflict. Let us venture out and investigate. This may be our opportunity to break free. Such chances are fleeting, declared Uchiha Itachi resolutely. Chapter 182. Yasakami returns outside the cave. A fierce battle was unfolding, though this intensity was solely felt by the three ninjas from the hidden mist village. Kirigakure's Manatsu panted heavily, half kneeling on the ground. One hand gripping a large sword plunged into the earth, barely holding himself upright. Damn it, how can this guy be so strong? He gasped, his gaze fixed intently on a nearby youth, as if he were attempting to strike down a demon. You might as well just hand over the bells. It would save you from a beating and ultimately lead to the same result, Yosaka declared, one hand on his hip and the other wielding a katana, laughing heartily. What arrogance! I detest such hubris, Kirisan Kamaru exclaimed, launching himself forward with a burst of speed, his sewing needle darting toward Yosaka like a lance. Yet, Yosaka effortlessly deflected the attack with a single swipe of his sword, countering with a swift strike aimed at Kirisan Kamaru. The latter, startled, rolled away just in time to avoid being cleaved in two. However, his chest armor was slashed open, exposing his flesh beneath. How perilous! This opponent's blade moves with astonishing swiftness. Even my piercing technique could not harm him. Truly a formidable adversary, Kirisan Kamaru thought darkly, fixating on Yosaka. Allow me to handle this. Against such an overwhelmingly close combat specialist, should we not resort to long-range area of effect ninjutsu? At that moment, Kisame Hashigaki stepped forward, swiftly forming hand seals before bellowing, water release. Water dragon jutsu. In the next instant, a colossal water dragon surged skyward, lunging ferociously at Yosaka. Upon seeing the dragon, Yosaka recalled the enormous water dragon summoned earlier by Zabuza Momochi, which appeared far more formidable than this one. This water dragon is rather diminutive compared to Zabuza's, Yosaka remarked, observing the creature approach with a calm demeanor. What? You encountered Zabuza? Kisame and his companions gasped in astonishment. Clearly, Yosaka had previously clashed with Zabuza, and now, standing confidently, it suggested that either one had fled after a brief skirmish, most likely Zabuza, or that Zabuza had met his demise at Yosaka's hands. Unbeknownst to them, Zabuza had not merely lost to Yosaka, he had been utterly defeated, his weapon shattered into 3 pieces, a grim outcome indeed. In the next moment, Yosaka effortlessly sliced the enormous water dragon in half, reducing it to 2 cascading torrents that splashed to the ground. Do you possess any other formidable ninjutsu? Unleash them all. Yosaka taunted, nonchalantly cleaning his ears, disregarding Kisame and his companions entirely. Humph, if that technique proves ineffective, then how about this one? As he spoke, the dry persimmon Kisame struck the water's surface with his palm, causing a water cannonball, the size of a fragrant melon, to surge forth, overwhelming the area as it hurtled towards Yosaka. Upon seeing the water cannonballs, Yosaka, initially eager to engage, suddenly found himself disinterested and remarked to Kisame. This technique of water cannonballs was previously employed by Zabuza. It lacks any real potency. With that, Yosaka unsheathed his blade, and amidst a dazzling display of flashing steel, he shattered the water cannonballs with precision. The fragmented cannonballs subsequently detonated, producing a series of explosive bangs that engulfed Yosaka in a vast cloud of mist. The echoes of these explosions reached Kakashi within the cave, resonating ominously. Witnessing Yosaka being swallowed by the explosions, Kisame and his companions wore expressions of delight, with Hozuki Mangetsu laughing heartily. This fool, no matter how skilled his swordplay, will still be obliterated by the water cannonballs. These projectiles are most vulnerable to slashing techniques. Indeed, they thrive on being avoided, yet this lad willingly approached them. Who else could perish but him? Kurai Sanmaru chuckled in agreement. However, a gentle breeze soon swept through, dispersing the mist and revealing Yosaka, utterly unscathed. Not a scratch on me. Yosaka waved at Kisame and his companions in greeting. What? How is this possible? He remains unharmed. The trio of Kisame stared in disbelief, their eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. The anticipated scenario of Yosaka being obliterated had not materialized. Instead, an entirely intact Yosaka stood before them. Damn it, what is this guy's secret? Not only is his sword technique astonishingly swift, but his defensive capabilities are equally formidable. How could he withstand the explosive force of over 10 water cannonballs at point-blank range without so much as a scratch? Kurai Samura seethed, his gaze towards Yosaka filled with apprehension. At this moment, far off in the sky, a small white dot appeared, unnoticed by the crowd below. It was a figure standing atop a clay bird, and none other than Deidara, the last remaining contender from the hidden village of Tuin. Deidara stood upon his clay creation, soaring high above, holding a telescope to survey the scene below, where he spotted the ongoing battle among Yosaka and his companions. These fellows are engaged in combat. Splendid. Splendid. Shortly, I shall descend upon them from above and rain down a multitude of bombs to eliminate them all, thus reaping a bountiful harvest of bells. It couldn't be easier. Ha ha ha. Deidara chuckled to himself, reveling in the amusement of his scheme. He envisioned the forthcoming spectacle, where a throng of warriors would be embroiled in fierce conflict, only to be abruptly bombarded from above, leading to their swift elimination. He imagined himself leisurely descending afterward, collecting the bells one by one. At this moment, due to Deidara's elevated position in the sky, he had not yet entered the detection range of Yotsuka's air current perception. As a result, Yotsuka remained oblivious to the imminent threat lurking above. However, even if a barrage of C1 bombs were to rain down upon him, Yotsuka would not be easily eliminated. His ironclad physique would allow him to endure the onslaught, suffering only minor internal injuries at worst. Meanwhile, upon hearing the sounds of battle outside the cave, Uchiha Sasuke hoisted Asuma Sarutobi onto his back, cautiously making his way outside alongside Kakashi Hitaki. They could not dismiss the possibility that this commotion was a ruse orchestrated by Kisame Hoshigaki to lure them out, hence the trio proceeded with utmost caution, remaining vigilant. On another front, the clash between Sasori of the Red Sand and Konan persisted. After both combatants discovered each other's presence and effectively countered one another's assaults, They became embroiled in a fiercely balanced struggle. Sasori's mastery of the puppet technique unleashed a flurry of hidden weapons. And despite Conan's repeated use of water release, water barrier technique, she could only barely defend herself, continuously evading and parrying the onslaught of projectiles from all directions. Yet, Conan was not merely a passive defender. She retaliated with water release, water elemental technique against Sasori. The advantage of this technique, characterized by its resilience to physical attacks, allowed it to reform instantaneously even after being shattered, rendering it a formidable adversary, perhaps even more troublesome than Sasori's puppets. This peculiar scenario unfolded, with Sasori attacking Conan with his puppets while she countered using the water elemental technique. Both fighters wielded their lethal instruments without fear of demise, reminiscent of two puppet masters engaged in a duel. Furthermore, Sasori had not transformed his true form into a puppet, leaving him exposed to his opponent, thus presenting a significant vulnerability that Conan could exploit to restrain him. Overall, the battle remained evenly matched, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, a soft pop echoed as a small shell detonated above Conan's head, releasing a cloud of toxic smoke. Instantly, she held her breath, employing the water release, water barrier technique to shield herself, and swiftly retreated to avoid inhaling the poisonous fumes that could incapacitate her. Simultaneously, she maneuvered the water elemental technique to relentlessly assault Sasori's true form, preventing him from fully concentrating his efforts on attacking her. Conan proved to be a formidable opponent, her defenses impeccable, making it a daunting task for Sasori to identify any weaknesses to inflict harm. As he wielded his left hand to command the puppet against her, he simultaneously utilized his right hand to manage other puppets in response to the water elemental technique. Though the onslaught of humanity may appear overwhelming, to the scorpion of the red sand, it seems manageable. He exhibits a remarkable ability to respond without faltering, adeptly distributing his focus between offense and defense, achieving a remarkable state of multitasking. This is also a crucial factor in determining whether a puppeteer can attain greatness. On the other hand, Mukiyama was equally impressive, seamlessly coordinating the techniques of water barrier and water turbulence, rendering her defenses impenetrable, regardless of the ferocious onslaught from the scorpion of the red sand's puppets. Not a single attack managed to breach her defenses. Simultaneously, she skillfully manipulated 5 water elements, targeting the true form of the scorpion of the red sand, effectively diverting its focus from controlling the puppets in their assault. Consequently, at this juncture, both sides remained locked in a stalemate. At this juncture, in order to disrupt the prevailing equilibrium, it becomes imperative to enact certain transformations. For instance, employing a formidable technique to unsettle the rhythm of the adversary is a strategy both Mei and Sasori have contemplated. As the foremost leaders of their respective national teams, they undoubtedly possess exceptional talents. Mei, having grown weary of engaging in a tactical battle of offense and defense with Sasori's puppet, swiftly weaves hand seals and invokes her bloodline limit. With a resounding cry, she unleashes the technique known as lava release, lava monster technique. In the next moment, a torrent of searing magma erupts from her mouth, successfully striking the puppet during a brief lapse in its attack. Like an expansive net, the molten substance ensnares the puppet. Within mere seconds, the wooden marionette is engulfed in fierce flames, consumed entirely by the scorching lava, as the scorpion of the red sand refused to be outdone. When the puppet was ignited and consumed by flames, an arm, seemingly severed by the fire, fell to the ground. Seizing the moment when Conan was momentarily distracted by the spectacle of the puppet's destruction, he deftly extended a chakra thread to grasp the fallen limb and violently hurled it towards her. Conan quickly summoned a wall of water for defense, only to be taken aback as the arm collided with the water barrier, resulting in a powerful explosion. In an instant, a formidable shockwave shattered the water wall and violently propelled Conan backwards, crashing into a nearby pool with a resounding splash. Seizing the opportunity presented by Conan's momentarily disrupted control over the water element, the scorpion of the red sand charged forward, commanding the puppet to swiftly advance towards the fountain, unleashing a barrage of bullets that obliterated the fountain, causing it to collapse. Thus, in this exchange of assaults, the scorpion of the red sand successfully gained the upper hand, overpowering Conan. As the fierce battle raged between the scorpion of the red sand and Mei on the other side, the skirmish involving Yosaka persisted. Armed with a sewing knife, Kurasuzumaru, undeterred by fate, once again charged at Yosaka to launch a formidable assault. However, he was met with a devastating blow. Sent flying by Yotsuka's blade, which left behind a ghastly wound that stretched from his left shoulder to the right side of his waist, presenting a terrifying sight. As the renowned user of all 7 ninja blades, the formidable Kido Mangitsu had summoned the Raikiri, a lightning blade, through the scrolls of the ninja swords. Firmly grasping it in his hand, he realized that facing Yosaka with a cumbersome blade would be tantamount to courting death. Hence, weapons like the Hiramiki, the shark skin, and the dull sword were ill-suited for the task. The Raikiri, known for its speed and striking power, was the most fitting choice. I concede that your swordsmanship is indeed impressive, but that is all it amounts to. Ultimately, the victors will be us, Kido Mangetsu stated with a cautious demeanor. Oh, you are so confident, are you? That is splendid. I hope you can withstand my prowess, allowing me to showcase my strength, unlike Zabuza, whose blade I severed effortlessly. What? What did you say? The trio of Kido Mangitsu gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom that Yosaka had indeed severed Zabuza's executioner's sword. Impossible. How could you have possibly broken the executioner's blade? Cease your fabrications. Korsuzukamaru exclaimed loudly. Yosaka shrugged nonchalantly. If you don't believe me, summon it and see for yourselves. You are capable of summoning that great sword, are you not? At this, Kido Mangetsu swiftly retrieved the ninja sword scroll, initiating the summoning process. Though a wave of anxiety washed over him, he instinctively sensed that Yosaka was lying. Yet, due to Yosaka's overwhelming strength, a flicker of doubt crept into his mind, prompting him to summon the executioner's sword and ascertain the truth. Quickly, Kido Mangetsu, summon the executioner's sword and expose this boy's deceit, Korsuzukamaru shouted, resolute in his disbelief that Zabuza could be bested by Yosaka. Indeed, do not be swayed by his dazzling bravado. He is clearly attempting to deceive us and undermine our morale. The words of the dry persimmon, Kisame, echoed in agreement. While he typically held a fondness for Zabuza, he acknowledged the latter's formidable prowess and recognized that defeating Zabuza was no trivial task. Furthermore, Zabuza cherished his executioner's sword as if it were his very life. The notion of severing it was utterly preposterous. Thus, buoyed by the encouragement of his companions, Kido Mangetsu's initial trepidation began to wane, replaced by a burgeoning confidence. Indeed, how could one hope to cleave both Zabuza and his sword in twain? I shall summon the executioner's sword now, and then we shall see what you have to say in its presence. With that declaration, Kido Mangetsu unfurled the ninja sword scroll, revealing the 7 circular emblems corresponding to the 7 blades. As he activated the summoning technique, one emblem, representing the executioner's sword, began to glow. Simultaneously, the executioner's sword, resting beside Zabuza in the emergency room, also illuminated with a brilliant light. What is happening? The medical staff was taken aback, gazing curiously at the solitary hilt of the decapitating sword lying on the ground. Never mind, continue the treatment, the director instructed. Thus, the group of medical personnel resumed their efforts to treat Peachland's Zaibujan. Mere moments later, the decapitating sword on the ground vanished in a flash. Simultaneously, a puff of white smoke erupted from the scroll of Hzuki Mangitsu, signifying the successful summoning of the sword. Ha! The decapitating sword has been summoned. Boy, let's see what you have to say now. Kurosaki Maru sneered. However, Hzuki Mangitsu looked oddly at the wisp of white smoke, muttering to himself, why does this smoke seem so much smaller? Soon, as the smoke dissipated, the hilt of the decapitating sword was the first to reveal itself. Witnessing this, Kurosaki Maru laughed even more arrogantly, even beginning to shake his legs in anticipation of the sword's full appearance, eager to expose Yotsuka's clumsy deception. Therefore, Kurosaki Maru and his companions awaited the emergence of the sword's blade as the smoke continued to clear. However, as the hilt appeared, the smoke also faded away, leading to a profound silence. With a loud clatter, the hilt of the sword fell to the ground, leaving Kurosaki Maru and his companions dumbfounded as they stared at the mere hilt and guard that remained. The atmosphere turned eerily quiet, enveloping the scene in a chilling stillness. After a prolonged moment, Kurosaki Maru finally broke the tension, pointing at the hilt on the ground and leaping up in fury, shouting, Hzuki Mangitsu, what on earth are you doing? Did you make a mistake? Look at what you summoned. Hzuki Mangitsu, equally incredulous, stood rigid, his gaze fixed on the hilt as his mind grappled with disbelief. Even the nearby Karasuma Kisame wore an expression of confusion, caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the hilt, to the point where he initially failed to realize that it resembled the hilt of the decapitating sword. His attention was consumed by this mysteriously appearing incomplete hilt, rather than observing whether it truly belonged to the sword. At that moment, Zuki Mangetsu was the first to react. He hurriedly picked up the decapitating sword and scrutinized it closely. The more he examined it, the worse his complexion became. And eventually, the hand holding the hilt began to tremble. This is truly the decapitating sword. Zuki Mangetsu stammered, instantly capturing the attention of the other two. Kurosaki Maru rushed over, snatching the hilt to inspect it closely, and recognized it as indeed being the hilt of the decapitating sword. How could this happen? As Lisan Chuanwan let out a cry, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. How infuriating! His words rang true. The decapitating blade had indeed been severed, and it was likely that Tao Di would soon be eliminated. The expression on the face of Kankatsuki Kisame darkened as he remarked that a man is only as formidable as his weapon, and with the blade now broken, the man was presumably also doomed. Furthermore, upon inspecting the hilt, Kankatsuki Kisame noted that only a mere 5 centimeters of the blade remained, almost entirely cleaved off at the base. Previously, when he had heard Yosaka mention the severing of the decapitating blade, Kankatsuki Kisame had envisioned it snapping in half. However, the reality was far more shocking. It had been cleanly severed at the root, a display of ruthless skill. Kankatsuki Kisame slowly raised his head. Disbelief and awe etched across his face as he regarded Yosaka. Although he had previously witnessed Yosaka's formidable strength, the sight of the completely severed decapitating blade elevated Yosaka's threat level in Kankatsuki Kisame's mind to an unprecedented high. This guy is insufferable. I believe our best option now is to retreat, Kankatsuki Kisame whispered to the side, addressing Hoseki Mangetsu. Having recovered from the overwhelming shock, Hoseki Mangetsu nodded slightly, his pupils trembling as he quietly replied, against such an opponent, it is likely that we alone would struggle, especially with 3 others still in the cave. If they emerge and surround us, escape will be impossible. Kankatsuki Kisame nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must flee while we still can. This place is no longer safe, and we should avoid unnecessary conflict. However, that Lisan Chuanman may hinder our escape. Hoseki Mangetsu pondered for a moment before decisively stating, let us leave him behind. He is injured and unlikely to escape, and we cannot afford to show mercy in a critical moment. The dry persimmon Kisame is indeed a ruthless individual. Aware that once the chestnut scatter pill falls into the hands of the enemy, it could potentially lead to the revelation of their intelligence. He resolutely draws his blade and approaches the chestnut scatter pill. He intends to inflict a fatal wound upon it, thereby eliminating it from the competition. Chapter 185, Kisame's decision. After all, the chestnut scatterpill is currently unconscious and unable to utter the words of surrender. Thus, to ensure its elimination without allowing the enemy to claim the bell, it falls upon his own teammates to deliver the final blow. In this manner, as the chestnut scatterpill is about to receive a lethal strike, it will be directly eliminated. Consequently, this prevents Yotsuka from acquiring the bell while ensuring the chestnut scatterpill's passive removal, thereby averting any risk of intelligence leakage. Kisame considers his decision to be remarkably astute. However, the Moonlight Hozuki, unaware of Kisame's intentions, instinctively senses something amiss as he witnesses Kisame advancing with his drawn sword. He exclaims in confusion, "Hey, what are you doing?" Without turning around, Kisame replies, "Naturally, I am going to kill the chestnut scatterpill to prevent it from falling into enemy hands, which would lead to a breach of our intelligence and jeopardize us." "Ah, Kisame, that is too ruthless. You have no grudge against the chestnut scatterpill, do you?" Hozuki Moonlight responds, visibly astonished. In response, the dry persimmon Zetsu remarked, "This is not a matter of enmity. If you were the one in a comatose state, I would similarly take your life. However, we find ourselves not within a realm of reality, but rather in an illusion, where death does not prevail. I merely intend to inflict a mortal wound." With that, the dry persimmon Zetsu approached Kurosaki Maru, raising the long blade in his hand, directing it towards the very heart of Kurosaki Maru, poised to strike. Not far away, Hachisaka, witnessing this scene, was instantly unwilling. If you thrust that knife down, wouldn't the bell I was about to savor be lost? Hey, that is my trophy. Do you intend to keep it all to yourself?" Hachisaka shouted loudly, simultaneously readying the Great Freedom Immortal technique, prepared to spring forth at any moment to intercept under the blade of Kisame Hashigaki. He was confident that he could snatch the Kurosatsu Maru before Kisame's knife could strike. At that moment, his Great Freedom Immortal technique had reached a speed that was approximately 80% of the yellow flash. Upon hearing Hachisaka's words, Kisame chuckled and replied, It is precisely because I do not wish for you to obtain the bell that I am preparing to do this. Do you think you can outpace my blade? With that, Kasame tightened his grip on the hilt, ready to deliver a swift and precise stab into Kurosatsu Maru's body. He knew Hachisaka was fast, but had never witnessed him employ the great freedom immortal technique. Thus, he did not believe Hachisaka could reach Kurosatsu Maru before his knife landed. The tip of his blade was a mere 30 centimeters from Kurosatsu Maru, while Hachisaka was still 10 meters away. Consequently, Kasame's arm muscles began to tense, poised to plunge the knife down. While Hachisaka was prepared to unleash the great freedom immortal technique, waiting for the precise moment to charge and eliminate Kurosatsu Maru, taking advantage of Kasame's momentary lapse. If Kurosatsu Maru were to realize that he had become the prime target for both ally and foe, he would likely faint from disbelief. As no one had come to his aid, yet everyone was extraordinarily eager to be the first to strike him down. Just as both parties were prepared to seize the opportunity to eliminate Kurosatsu Maru, no one noticed that high above, a large white bird soared directly above their heads. Upon the majestic white bird stood Deidara. At this moment, he was peering through a telescope, observing the unfolding scene below. Unlike the future where he would encounter the cosmic wave phenomenon, prompting him to install a camera in his left eye for training in illusionary combat, the present Deidara relied solely on a conventional pair of binoculars for his observations. From a considerable distance, he spotted the combatants, including Yosaka, engaged in battle. Thus, he soared above them, his hands brimming with an array of pre-crafted clay bombs. It is noteworthy that, theoretically, Deidara possessed an advantage over Yosaka. After all, clay bombs are impervious to slashing attacks. Even if Yosaka were to cleave them into fragments, they would still detonate. Unless Yosaka wielded lightning release techniques, which he did not. Deidara could maintain his aerial superiority, creating a distance that Yosaka could not bridge with his attacks, even with the air blade of his steel-cutting flash. Yosaka could only reach targets within a 15-meter radius. Conversely, Deidara could effortlessly launch his bombs from a distance of 30 meters, bombarding Yosaka with relentless strikes. This exemplifies the advantages of air supremacy when the adversary lacks sufficient anti-air fire capabilities. However, this remains purely theoretical. The outcome of their confrontation would only be revealed through battle, determining who would ultimately emerge victorious, Deidara or Yosaka. In theory, many individuals possess abilities that are quite capable of countering Yotsuka. However, those who mistakenly believe their skills can effectively subdue Yotsuka often face devastating defeats. The most recent contender who fancied himself adept against Yotsuka is Zabuza, who currently lies in a hospital bed, ensconced in a state of unconsciousness. Observing the tense standoff below, where Yotsuka and his companions appear poised for combat, Deidara lets out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, Fight! Strike with all your might. These fools would do well to engage in mutual destruction, allowing me to sweep in with a barrage and conclude their struggle effortlessly. The bell shall be mine without so much as a breath of effort. Truly a delightful skirmish. While others scramble for the bell, I shall simply gather it with ease. Ha ha ha. Deidara's spirits are buoyed. He revels in the prospect of large-scale brawls, where a single explosion can yield an abundant catch, akin to fishing with a net. While others engage in life-and-death battles, he need only execute a simple overhead toss, then await a bountiful harvest of bells scattered about. With that thought, Deidara hurls a substantial cluster of clay spider bombs towards Yotsuka and his company, launching no fewer than 30 of these explosive devices. Under normal circumstances, such a quantity would be sufficient to wreak havoc below. Given that each bomb is roughly the size of an egg and descends slowly from above, it is typically challenging to detect, particularly as the focus of both Yotsuka's side and their opponents is entirely consumed by one another, leaving scant attention for surveying their surroundings. As the bombs descended from above the heads of Yosaka and his companions, poised to detonate, Kakuzu made his move. Chapter 186, Deidara in the Sky. If you have the courage, come and seize it. With a hearty laugh, Kakuzu thrust his long blade forcefully towards Kurosatsu Maru. At the very moment when the formidable Kisame Hoshigaki thrust his blade downward, his muscular arm quivering with intensity, Yosaki, with his keen ability to perceive through airflow, detected the imminent strike. In that fleeting instant, Yosaki activated the great Freedom Sage technique, transforming himself into a radiant streak of light that surged toward the elusive Kurosatsu Maru. Time appeared to slow to an astonishing crawl, as the long blade in Kisame's grasp descended with a deliberate yet perceptible slowness toward the unsuspecting Kurosatsu Maru below. However, Yosaka surged towards Kurosaka at a speed tenfold that of the descending long blade wielded by Kakashi Kisame, a velocity that was visibly astonishing. Based on the decelerated footage depicting the two combatants, it could be anticipated that Yosaka would reach Kurosaka before the long blade could pierce his form, swiftly advancing to snatch the bell that hung from Kurosaka neck. In reality, it unfolded just as anticipated. When the tip of the long knife wielded by the formidable Kakashi reached a mere 10 centimeters from the body of Kurosaka, Yosaka had already dashed forward. Extending his hand towards the bell of Kurosaka, his fingertips a mere 2 centimeters away from the delicate chime. The spectators outside were fixated on the interplay between Yosaka's hand and Kakashi's long blade, eager to discern who would seize the moment first. At that precise juncture, countless egg-sized explosive clay figures, resembling spiders, descended around the two combatants. With a low growl of "ha!" from the airborne Deidara, the explosive clay erupted instantaneously around Yosaka and Kakashi. Simultaneously, in another battlefield scattered with ruins, various concealed weapons were embedded in the walls and the ground. While the earth was slick with pools of water, remnants of puppets, and severed limbs, an unmistakable testament to the fierce conflict that had transpired. At that moment, a hand emerged from the earth, followed swiftly by a red-haired head, then his upper body, followed by his lower half, until he completely extricated himself from the soil. With a soft puff, the scorpion of the red sand brushed off the dirt clinging to him. Despite emerging from the ground in a disheveled state, his rugged attire marred by grime, it did nothing to diminish his striking visage. His vibrant red hair, coupled with his youthful, handsome features, drew all attention away from his soiled garments, focusing instead on his captivating face. This girl is exceptionally formidable. I never anticipated her to be such a challenge. Had I known, I would have refrained from engaging her, for she has consumed considerable time. Nonetheless, her physique is quite admirable. If transformed into a puppet, she could wield significant combat prowess, mused the scorpion of the red sand, contemplating the large puddle nearby. Moments later, the water began to ripple, and gradually, a humanoid figure emerged from the surface. Initially formless and devoid of features, it soon became intricately defined, revealing the contours of clothing, the shape of hair, and the delicate features that materialized with vivid colors. Not only are you strikingly handsome, but your strength is commendable as well. Would you consider becoming my husband? The alluring Meitarumi proposed with a beguiling smile. The scorpion of the red sand smiled faintly. Akin to a blossoming rainbow, his exquisite beauty laid bare before Mei's gaze as he replied calmly, I have little interest in that. Rather, I find your physique far more intriguing. What did you just say? Kazami Mei's face flushed a deep crimson, taken aback by the blunt words of the scorpion of the red sand, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words, her eyes wide with astonishment. At that moment, the scorpion continued, if I were to transform your body into a puppet, I would possess a formidable creation, one equipped with both offensive and defensive capabilities, significantly enhancing my combat prowess. What do you say? Would you like to become my exquisite work of art? I can offer you such an opportunity. A human puppet? Kazami Mei queried, a sense of unease creeping in as she instinctively sensed the ominous implications. Indeed, I would turn your corpse into a puppet, outfitting your body with numerous concealed weapons and, most importantly, retaining the abilities you possessed in life. How extraordinary does that sound? The scorpion smiled, as if he were discussing a splendid prospect. Go to hell. If you wish to do so, then do it yourself. I refuse to become a mere specimen. Kazami Mei retorted angrily, forming hand seals and unleashing the water release, water dragon bullet technique towards the scorpion. There's no need to be so agitated. You may wish to reconsider. This way, I could preserve your beauty for eternity, preventing the ravages of time, allowing you to forever present your most beautiful visage to the world, transforming into an everlasting work of art. As he spoke, the scorpion leaped backward, two jets emerging from his sleeves. With a hiss, he expelled high-pressure gas, propelling himself into the air to evade the oncoming water dragon. With a resounding crash, the massive water dragon collided with the ground, instantly creating a tremendous wave that surged outward. Within the rippling waters, the exquisite visage of the scorpion was reflected as he gracefully descended, remarking to Kazami Mei, you are correct about one thing. I indeed intend to transform myself into a puppet as well. What a lunatic! Kazami Mei furrowed her brow, perceiving a disturbing psychological twist within him. She continued to form hand seals, contemplating, I once thought that Momochi Zabuza was quite mad, but now I find myself confronting an even greater lunatic. In comparison, Zabuza's eccentricities seem trivial. Water release. Water cannon. Kazami exclaimed as countless water bullets cascaded like raindrops, overwhelming the scorpion in a torrential downpour. The scorpion of the red sand remained utterly unfazed, summoning forth a colossal puppet. Its abdomen resembled a wooden barrel from which a lid was opened, and the scorpion promptly entered within. Subsequently, a defensive shield akin to a partition emerged on the puppet's front. Just as a torrent of water projectiles began to pummel against this protective barrier. Chapter 187. The hidden threat amidst a cacophony of relentless explosions. The immense puppet was swiftly enveloped by the steam generated from the detonating water projectiles, rendering it momentarily invisible. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the voice of the scorpion of the red sand pierced through the din of explosions. Futile. The salamander puppet was expressly designed to counter your broad attacks. Not even a boulder weighing several tons could breach its defenses. Oh, is that so? Then what of this? Kagaya's brow arched as she deftly commanded the water projectiles to cease their explosions, transforming instead into a vast pool of water that cascaded over the surface of the salamander puppet. The water then began to seep through the joints of the puppet, flowing inward, as the scorpion of the red sand was concealed within the puppet's barrel-like interior. Kagaya directed the water to flow toward the very location where the scorpion was hiding. Before long, the scorpion perceived water steadily infiltrating the inner walls of the puppet's belly. Although uncertain of Kagaya's intentions, the scorpion instinctively sensed that no good would come of it. Meanwhile, Koizumi did not allow all the water projectiles to transform into flowing water within the puppet. Instead, she let 8 water projectiles hover around the puppet. As soon as the scorpion of the red sand emerged, those projectiles would swiftly fly to its side and detonate. Thus, Koizumi employed this ingenious strategy, compelling the scorpion of the red sand to either hide within the belly of the puppet, subjected to her water techniques, or to emerge, still vulnerable to her assaults. At that moment, the scorpion of the red sand observed the incoming water coalescing into numerous small spheres, each the size of an egg, floating in midair as if suspended in the cosmos. This resemblance to the previous water projectiles sent a sudden chill through the scorpion of the red sand, and an instinctive alarm rang in its mind. Just then, the small water spheres floating in the air erupted, explosively detonating from within the puppet and tearing its belly apart. Witnessing this scene, Koizumi flashed a charming smile and confidently declared, "All seemingly impenetrable fortresses are breached from within." After the water cannonball exploded and ruptured the puppet's abdomen, the water cannonballs that had been floating outside the puppet, under the manipulation of Kimi, surged into the puppet through the gaping hole, triggering a secondary explosion. In an instant, the pufferfish puppet was left with a colossal cavity, enveloped in mist, as the water engulfed it completely. "Humph. This time, let us see if you survive," Kimi scoffed. Meanwhile, the battleground where Yosaka and Kakashi fought was shrouded in thick, billowing smoke, a mixture of smoke and dust soaring into the sky, covering several hundred square meters and rendering the area visible even from kilometers away. As for the mastermind behind it all, Deidara stood atop a giant bird, peering through binoculars to observe the movements within the haze. However, lacking the Byakugan, he was unable to discern the situation clearly amidst the swirling dust. At that moment, the audience outside was deeply engrossed in the scene involving Yosaka amidst the swirling smoke. Just moments ago, when they witnessed Yosaka darting towards Kakashi's side, attempting to seize the bell, with his fingers merely 2 centimeters away from accomplishing his goal, a sense of certainty enveloped the spectators. They believed the bell was undoubtedly Yosaka's, for his speed was so remarkable that even the audience could predict with confidence that he would snatch the bell before Kakashi's blade could reach Kurosawa. However, just as the viewers brimmed with confidence and delight at Yosaka's imminent triumph, a sudden and unforeseen event transpired, engulfing the scene in a violent explosion. In that fleeting moment, the audience, their smiles frozen, could only watch in disbelief as Yosaka's fingers hovered tantalizingly close to the bell, only to be abruptly consumed by the ferocious blast. The expressions of confidence on their faces turned into shock and confusion. The bombs, having descended from the sky, caught the spectators completely off guard due to the perspective of the broadcast. They were entirely unaware of the impending danger above them. Consequently, when the bombs detonated, most viewers were left bewildered, utterly perplexed by the sudden eruption. They were unaware of what had triggered the explosion, which occurred so unexpectedly that they could only stare blankly in astonishment. At that moment, the audience wore expressions of frozen smiles, their faces a canvas of confusion, with an abundance of question marks swirling in their minds. Only a select few were able to discern the cause of the explosion, among them Uchiha Fugaku. He turned to Shikamaru with an expression of exasperation, stating, "Just now, a multitude of clay bombs fell from the sky and detonated in an instant. If I am not mistaken, it was that little brat from a Wagakure named Deidara who orchestrated this." "Oh, could it be that he was in the sky?" Shikamaru inquired with curiosity. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in agreement. "Most likely. A Wagakure possesses a technique called the light and heavy rock technique, which allows one to fly. However, I personally lean towards the belief that it is the boy's own ability, as I suspect those explosive clay figures could indeed take flight if shaped into a large bird." On the opposite side of the stands, Minato Namikaze addressed Shursui Uchiha. "I believe I just witnessed some white objects descending." Shursui Uchiha nodded in agreement, responding, "They were spider-shaped entities that fell at that precise moment and subsequently detonated. It is likely a technique utilizing earth release, as the data indicates that 2 competitors from Iwagakure belong to the explosive division. One of them, known as Kaku, employs his bloodline limit to create explosions. And it is evident that those bombs detonated from a distance. Thus, one can deduce that it was the participant named Deidara who orchestrated this." Minato Namikaze nodded thoughtfully, letting out a sigh, lamenting the unforeseen circumstance of being ensnared like a mantis caught by a cicada, hoping that Yosaka would remain unharmed. As the Uchiha clan, bearing a Sumasara Tobi, approached the cavern's entrance, a sudden cacophony of violent explosions erupted outside. Tragically, the blasts collapsed the very rocks at the mouth of the cave, leaving the 3 individuals trapped within. "Cursed fate! The entrance has collapsed. We are ensnared here," exclaimed Uchiha, his fury manifesting as he struck the wall with a forceful blow. "Fear not, for I possess the earth release technique. I shall simply excavate an exit," replied Kakashi Hitaki with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 188. The iron body outside in Shandong, the billowing dust began to gradually dissipate with the gentle breeze. The spectator's gaze was fixated on the dissipating smoke and dust, yearning to catch a glimpse of Yosaka's silhouette, for the absence of that figure would signify his elimination. In the vast expanse of the sky, the great Deidara appeared through his telescope, observing the swirling clouds of dust below. Gradually, the haze began to dissipate, revealing a solitary figure standing amidst the chaos. Many spectators, upon discerning the silhouette, instantly recognized it to be Yosaka. "Look, it's Yosaka. He is still in the game. He hasn't been eliminated," someone exclaimed, rising from their seat and pointing excitedly at the screen. "Indeed, it's him. He is still standing. Marvelous," another voice joined in. And soon the audience erupted into a cacophony of cheers and shouts. Amidst the throng, Yamashiro Aoi remarked with a knowing smile, "Yosaka truly possesses remarkable resilience. He survived that explosion unscathed. Of course, he is the captain of our Konoha team. It would be far too easy for him to be defeated in such a manner." Inazuka Jinna chimed in with a grin, a toothpick dangling from his mouth. Their reference to being blown up was a euphemism for elimination, according to the rules of the illusion. Encountering mortal peril would result in instant transportation away from the danger, and being blown up essentially meant being teleported out. Thus, the fact that Yosaka had not been whisked away indicated that he had not sustained any life-threatening injuries, which allowed the previously anxious Otsutsuki Shomu to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Throughout Yosaka's match, Otsutsuki Shomu had experienced an emotional roller coaster, her heart racing with each twist and turn, akin to riding a thrilling coaster. This emotional investment in Yosaka's fate suggested that her feelings for him were deepening. Meanwhile, Deidara, through his telescope, had also caught sight of Yosaka, and as the dust settled further, the figure became increasingly distinct, allowing him to clearly discern Yosaka's face. There he stood, undeterred, his hair perfectly styled, and his clothing entirely intact, not even a speck of dust upon him. He appeared utterly unscathed. "How is this possible?" Deidara exclaimed in disbelief, staring incredulously at the figure of Yosaka below. It was unfathomable to him that his explosive clay had detonated right beside Yosaka, practically at point-blank range, and yet, not only had Yosaka avoided immediate elimination, but his attire remained pristine. This was utterly illogical and defied Deidara's understanding. At this moment, Yosaka gazed up at Deidara in the sky, his expression contemplative. The scene rewinds to a minute earlier, when Yosaka's fingers were merely 2 centimeters away from grasping the bell that hung around Kirisankaru's neck, ready to seize it in an instant. Suddenly, Yosaka's sensitivity to the air currents detected something descending around his body. In that fleeting moment, before his mind could comprehend the nature of these objects, Before he could even receive the specific shape and form from the feedback of his air current perception, Yosaka's body instinctively entered a state of ironclad resilience. In the very next moment, Yosaka's neural pathways finally registered the shapes of those objects, allowing his mind to comprehend that some such items had fallen around him. However, before his thoughts could even begin to ponder what these objects were, their intentions, or what actions he should take, the explosive clay had already detonated. Fortunately, in the instant preceding the explosion, Yosaka had activated his iron body state, granting him formidable defensive capabilities. Thus, although he was subjected to a powerful shockwave from the blast, he suffered no substantial harm. It merely felt as though a multitude of heavy hammers had struck him simultaneously, and that was the extent of it. This experience confirmed to Yosaka that, upon entering the iron body state, he could withstand such a level of explosive assault. Though he was unaware that it was Deidara's C1 bomb, he could gauge its power by the size of the explosive. After all, if Deidara were to unleash a bomb as massive as the C3, Yosaka was no fool. He could ascertain with a mere glance that he would certainly not be able to endure it. "You are Deidara from Hokage, aren't you?" Yosaka suddenly inquired. Deidara, momentarily regaining his composure from the earlier surprise, nodded confidently and affirmed, "Indeed, that is correct." Yosaka smiled and remarked to Deidara, "Your ability is quite intriguing. However, I dare say it is unlikely you will defeat me. Today, your bell shall belong to me." With that, Yosaka boldly declared his victory to Deidara. Upon hearing Yosaka's declaration of victory, Deidara couldn't help but scoff derisively, exclaiming, "Quite the bravado you possess. Yet, I wonder what you intend to employ to defeat me." Haha. With that, Deidara reached into his pouch, and with a swift motion, a mouth on his palm bit down on a piece of clay, incessantly chewing as he infused his chakra into the clay, crafting explosive clay bombs. At that moment, a furious shout erupted from not far away from Yosaka. There stood a hemispherical water sphere, within which resided the figures of dry persimmon Kisame and Aoanden Mangetsu. The voice of fury emanated from the mouth of Kisame Hoshigaki. "Deidara of Hokage, how despicable of you to launch a sneak attack while we are engaged in battle. This is a complete disregard for the principles of martial honor. I advise you to reconsider your actions," Kisame, seething with rage, remarked, had it not been for the swift intervention of his ally, who conjured a water prison jutsu to cushion the blast's impact that would likely have been eliminated by the explosion. The motionless chestnut-shaped figure found itself caught in a conundrum of fate. On one hand, it was fortunate that it had not been instantly obliterated by the explosion. On the other hand, it was unfortunate that, after being hurled into the air, it descended headfirst into a deep pit, leaving only its two legs protruding from the ground. The scathing remarks of Zuki Mangetsu captured the attention of Yotsuka, who turned to gaze at Zuki Mangetsu and Kakashi, astonished as he exclaimed, "Oh? So you are still alive. I thought I had obliterated you just moments ago. What a pity. What do you mean by that? Just because you are unscathed. Does that mean I should be eliminated? Do you consider me trash?" Zuki Mangetsu retorted angrily. Chapter 189. The overbearing Yotsuka Zuki Mangetsu was filled with indignation. Why was it that Yotsuka could emerge unscathed while he, Zuki Mangetsu, was meant to be eliminated? Observing the furious expression on Zuki Mangetsu's face, Yotsuka waved his hand dismissively, apologetically saying, No, do not misunderstand. I am not referring to you." "Then who are you referring to?" Zuki Mangetsu pressed on relentlessly. With a resigned gesture, Yotsuka pointed at Zuki Mangetsu, then indicated the distant Kurasanker, followed by Kakashi, and finally directed his finger towards Deidara, who hovered above on a large bird, declaring, "I was speaking of everyone present. They are all trash." "What?" Zuki Mangetsu, prepared with a retort, found his words lodged in his throat, momentarily stunned into silence by Yotsuka's audacity. Not only he, but Kakashi beside him, as well as Deidara soaring high above, were equally taken aback, rendered speechless by Yotsuka's shocking proclamation. The spectators outside, watching the live broadcast, were equally dumbfounded, captivated by Yotsuka's sudden and astonishing declaration. "Wow, this guy is incredibly arrogant," one audience member exclaimed, wide-eyed. "I thought Karabi and Yuzuki were already quite conceited. But compared to Yotsuka, they seem like mere novices. Indeed, this guy is outrageous. But I like it. Haha, such audacity. He is utterly dismissive of everyone else. But I admire such boldness, a true man indeed. Wow, my idol is so handsome. Those are the words of a true warrior. I must memorize these classic quotes." In an instant, The audience was taken aback by the sudden outburst from Yosaka, but rather than feeling disdain, most found themselves admiring his unexpected bravado. First and foremost, Yosaka had displayed remarkable prowess throughout the competition, thereby earning the right to declare that everyone present was inferior. Moreover, Yosaka was a native of the Hidden Leaf Village, and when one of their own displays arrogance, the villagers naturally rally in support. Had those words come from someone hailing from another nation, the audience would have undoubtedly reacted with hostility, such as the advantage of the home ground. Nara Shikamaru, with a resigned expression, bit down on his toothpick, revealing a look of disbelief mingled with admiration. Yosaka is truly a born leader, he remarked. Previously, I thought the individuals from the Cloud Village were audacious. But now I realize that Yosaka's audacity is on an entirely different level, one that is irrefutable and substantiated. Beside him, Aoyama nodded in agreement, chuckling compared to Yosaka. Those others are mere novices. Yet his audacity is compelling enough to earn respect, which is perplexing in itself. I must admit, I had never realized how flamboyant Yosaka could be, delivering powerful quotes one after another. Yahara Rin erupted into applause, utterly captivated. When Yosaka proclaimed that everyone present is trash, she was struck by his charisma and overwhelming presence. This is what a true idol looks like, she exclaimed, her hands sore from clapping. Yet oblivious to her surroundings as she called out Yosaka's name with fervor. Similarly, Yuin was filled with excitement, almost like an ardent fan. She couldn't help but wonder when her beloved Tsukikage could embody such commanding presence, though she quickly dismissed the thought, recognizing the fundamental differences in their natures. Yosaka was bold and exuded a regal aura, capable of cleaving through heaven and earth with ease, while Tsukikage preferred a more understated approach. On the opposite side of the stands, Otsutsuki Sh clapped vigorously, her eyes sparkling as though filled with stars, reflecting Yosaka's impressive figure. After witnessing his declaration, she felt an exhilarating rush, growing ever more fond of him with each passing moment. Meanwhile, in the small square designated for the eliminated contestants, a group of individuals stared in astonishment at the screen displaying Yosaka, particularly the two who had been eliminated by him. They were utterly flabbergasted, contemplating the realization that they had been bested by such an audacious figure, which strangely filled them with a sense of pride. Peach Blossom chuckled. Being eliminated by someone like him is not a disgrace. It's not that I am weak, but rather that he is exceptionally strong. Did you not see how even formidable opponents like the Jinchuriki Kairabi and Yuyuki were defeated by him in an instant? It is only natural for me to be eliminated by such a powerhouse. As uttered these words, it evoked memories of from the Hidden Leaf Village in the minds of those nearby. During the Second Great Ninja War, the legendary Konoha White Fang was said to instill such fear that adversaries would flee upon encountering him, unburdened by the consequences of their retreat. Listening to the current, one could sense a similar aura, an essence of losing to does not equate to defeat. Nevertheless, this assertion held a semblance of truth. The formidable Jinchuriki duo from the Hidden Cloud Village fell victim to swift strikes, while the infamous master of the decapitating blade from the Hidden Mist not only faced elimination at the hands of, but also saw his weapon cleaved into 3 pieces. Such powerful figures were no match for, rendering it entirely reasonable for a ninja of lesser pedigree to succumb to defeat. The notion of not being vanquished would indeed be the anomaly. Thus, felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if he were under the illusion that had I not encountered, I would not have faced elimination. The onlookers exchanged glances, eager to counter exclaims, yet found themselves at a loss. His words were devoid of flaws. Meanwhile, in a 3-person ward within the medical facility of Konoha, gradually opened her eyes. As she gazed at the stark, white ceiling above, her thoughts were sluggish, still muddled from the disorientation of awakening. Questions swirled in her mind. Who am I? Where am I? What am I meant to do? Instinctively turning her head, she spotted beside her, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Is that not? Why is he here? This appears to be a hospital. After a moment's contemplation, a deluge of memories and vivid images from the recent battle surged forth from the depths of her mind, presenting themselves like a relentless slideshow. How infuriating! I was dispatched by that individual in a single strike. What a disgrace! As she recalled the events leading up to her unconsciousness, anger bubbled within her, causing her to grit her teeth. She had not even exerted her full strength before being bested by. Chapter 190. The wrath of however, as clenched her fists, seething with the desire to confront in a duel, her gaze fell upon a familiar figure lying on the bed adjacent to the window. Wait, is that not the infamous, the so-called maniacal killer from the Hidden Mist? What brings him here? Yuzuki found herself momentarily stunned, yet quickly comprehended that Tichi, the one who had not been defeated, had indeed been eliminated. Though she believed Tichi was not her match, she acknowledged a certain level of strength in him, sparking her curiosity. Who could have possibly vanquished Tichi? Such a person must surely possess the prowess of a commander. It was then that Yuzuki noticed Kairabi, standing nearby in a daze, and an overwhelming frustration surged within her. Upon her arrival, she had discovered Kairabi sprawled within a human-sized crater, devoid of his tailed beast transformation. This indicated that he had been defeated without ever unleashing his full potential. Yuzuki's anger boiled over, although she too had fallen to Yosaka without fully exhibiting her strength. At least she had transformed into her tailed beast form. But Kairabi had not. Kairabi, what on earth is going on? How could you be defeated before even employing your full strength? Is this truly you? Such disgrace for the village hidden in the clouds, she exclaimed, her brow furrowed in indignation. At that moment, Kairabi slowly turned to face Yuzuki, his gaze vacant, and finally uttered the first words he had spoken since his elimination. Why is his cutting technique so formidable? Kairabi's query rendered Yuzuki momentarily speechless, for she too had been swiftly dispatched by Yosaka. She had believed that with her tailed beast transformation, defeating Yosaka would be a mere formality. Yet, the outcome had been quite the opposite. Damn it, that guy utilized a mental assault. I was completely unprepared and fell straight into his trap. But next time we meet, he won't be so fortunate. Yuzuki gritted her teeth in frustration. In truth, Yuzuki possessed the ability to defend against mental assaults, as her two-tailed cat inherently wielded spiritual capabilities, rendering her adept at both offensive and defensive maneuvers against such attacks. However, her arrogance had blinded her to the possibility that someone could overpower her with a mental strike, ultimately leading to her downfall. As the two conversed, the formidable Peach Daizaburo awakened. The first instinct upon regaining consciousness was to grasp his executioner's sword. He had just endured a harrowing nightmare, wherein his sword had been reduced to nothing but its hilt. Thus, upon awakening, his immediate priority was to locate his sword. He needed to behold it in pristine condition to feel at ease. However, as he reached out, his hand met only emptiness. What on earth? Peach Daizaburo was momentarily taken aback. Where is my sword? His frustration surged to a boiling point. Meanwhile, on the other side, the indomitable Hokage Mangetsu brandished two thunderous blades in one hand while gripping the hilt of the executioner's sword with the other. His visage a mask of fury directed at Yosaka. You, insolent wretch, are truly insufferable. Today, I, Hokage Mangetsu, shall impart a lesson upon you. Allow me to broaden your horizons. With that, Hokage Mangetsu sealed the hilt of the executioner's sword back into a scroll, grasped the thunderous blades firmly in both hands, and prepared to launch an assault on Yosaka. In the sky, Deidara wore a similarly displeased expression as he gazed down at Yosaka, who had the audacity to call him trash. He was determined to blow this insolent brat away. You've got some guts, kid. I'm eager to see if you'll still be so defiant when I obliterate you. With that, Deidara reached for his explosive clay, preparing to unleash AC-3 to level the ground beneath him. Aside from tossing bombs, what else can you do? Patience, one step at a time. I shall swiftly return you to the small square, Yosaka taunted with a chuckle. Just then, Akatsuki's Hokage Mangetsu was about to charge forward, but was firmly restrained by the side by Kisame Hoshigaki. Kisame, let me go? I'm going to take down this arrogant fool. Hozuki roared, struggling against his grip. Calm down. Have you forgotten that we were nearly blown to bits just moments ago? If we act recklessly now, that guy up there will seize the opportunity. Kisame's words immediately quelled Hozuki's fury. He glanced up at Deidara in the sky and then at Yosaka below, musing that the aerial target was undoubtedly the most formidable foe. If they focused on Yosaka first, they would surely fall prey to Deidara's advantage. It would be wiser to eliminate the threat from above first, ensuring a more secure confrontation with Yosaka. Thus, Hozuki composed himself, suppressing his earlier rage, and calmly addressed Yosaka. How about we take down the one in the sky first? Afterward, we can engage. I'm sure you wouldn't want to be ambushed during battle, would you? Yosaka regarded Hozuki and replied with a slight smile. No need for that. I can handle him alone. I'd prefer to avoid having to compete with you for the bell later. You. Hozuki nearly spat blood in exasperation. Fine. I'm keen to see how a close combat specialist like you plans to deal with that guy in the sky. Hozuki retorted angrily. Yosaka then turned back and inquired. Aren't you also proficient with blades? Hozuki, now infuriated, responded, though I wield a blade, I also possess water-release ninjutsu. As if anyone can't do that. Yosaka replied casually, astonishing both Hozuki and Kisame. Throughout their encounters, Yosaka had only showcased his swordsmanship. They had never witnessed him employ ninjutsu, let alone water release technique. Was this revelation genuine? What did you just say? You can use water release? Hozuki exclaimed, bewildered. Not only Hozuki, but even the spectators outside were filled with curiosity. Yosaka could use water release. Was this true? He had always relied on his sword. Throughout the competition, they had yet to see him utilize ninjutsu, not even shadow clones. In an instant, the audience was rife with speculation, and even the third Hokage and his entourage in the Hokage office wore expressions of disbelief. What? Yosaka claims he can use water release. Is this a joke? Has anyone ever seen Yosaka employ water release techniques? The third Hokage looked perplexedly at Jiraiya and the others. They all shook their heads. Not only had they never seen it, but no one in the entire Hidden Leaf Village had ever witnessed Yosaki employing ninjutsu. Chapter 191. Yosaki's intent to use ninjutsu. What on earth is going on with Yosaki, suddenly wanting to utilize ninjutsu? I have never seen him use it even once. The third Hokage lamented. As Yosaki's guardian, the third Hokage had watched him grow since childhood and thus knew him exceedingly well. Especially now, in the prime of his life. His attention and memory were quite sharp, and he could not recall Yosaki ever practicing ninjutsu throughout his upbringing. Even in the ninja academy, during lessons on ninjutsu taught by Lee, Yosaki had never even attempted to practice, to the extent that he had never even seen Yosaki perform hand seals. Now, when Yosaki suddenly claimed he could use water-release ninjutsu, it left the third Hokage and everyone else utterly bewildered. Mitsushima Shuji stared blankly at the large screen, momentarily at a loss for words. What? Yosaki knows ninjutsu? After teaching him for 3 years, I have never even seen him perform hand seals. How can he possibly know ninjutsu? Mitsushima was taken aback, even exclaiming in astonishment. When did Yosaki learn water-release ninjutsu? How curious. Could it be that he suffered some sort of brain injury from that explosion, leading to this hallucination? Noara Jenkin remarked in surprise while gazing at the screen. This Yosaki is full of surprises, continuously revealing abilities we have never seen before, like that high-speed movement and now water-release ninjutsu. I have no idea where he acquired these skills. He is truly formidable. Yamashiro always expressed with admiration. Otsutsuki Shofu wore an excited and delighted expression, her eyes shimmering with admiration as she clasped her hands in front of her chest and murmured to herself, Yosaki-kun can actually use water release. How impressive. How does he possess so many abilities? He truly is a powerful individual. In the illusion, Kisame Hoshigaki and Mangitsu were curiously observing Yosaki. It is well known that water release is a specialty of their village, the Hidden Mist. Although the second Hokage's water release was unparalleled, he had long since passed away. Moreover, their village had just emerged from a decade of bloodshed and was beginning to regain its footing, with many skilled practitioners of water release emerging. Not to mention, Kisame himself was a master of this technique. Thus, both Mangitsu and Kisame were extremely curious to see what kind of water release ninjutsu Yosaki could demonstrate. In the sky, atop a great bird, Deidara scoffed upon hearing Yosaka's audacious claim of utilizing water-style jutsu against him. With a disdainful glance, he remarked, "Ha! It is not that I underestimate you. Should you truly manage to employ water-style, I shall descend to the ground and engage you in battle." Deidara had perused the intelligence reports concerning the inhabitants of the Hidden Leaf Village as his own village, the Hidden Stone, placed great emphasis on such matters and excelled in gathering information. Thus, he was well aware of the individual known as Yosaka, reputed for his exceptional swordsmanship. Yet he had never witnessed him wielding ninjutsu. Consequently, Deidara concluded that Yosaka's earlier proclamation was merely bravado. Haha, those were your words. Yosaka laughed heartily, sheathing his katana. Under the watchful eyes of Kisame Hoshigaki and Kahaku of the Mist, as well as the captivated audience, he raised his hands and formed the first hand seal. That is, the seal of the rabbit. Could it be that he truly possesses the ability to use water style? Mitsurugi Hideshire stood up abruptly, his eyes wide with astonishment as he fixated on the screen, utterly amazed at witnessing Yosaka's hand seals for the first time. Could it be possible that he genuinely knows water style? Nara Shikamaru expressed disbelief while staring at the large screen. Jiraiya, do you think this kid is merely boasting? I find it rather dubious, the third Hokage remarked, seemingly at a loss for words. At that moment, Jiraiya, wearing a mischievous grin, eagerly proposed to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, shall we place another bet? I wager that Yosaka can indeed perform water style, while you bet against it. If you lose, you shall consume this desk. Jiraiya's gaze swept across the Hokage's office before pointing at the desk. And if I lose, I shall provide you with a batch of experimental materials. His words piqued Orochimaru's interest, as he had recently been researching cursed seals and required live specimens for his experiments. However, having recently lost a bet that resulted in the consumption of a desk, Orochimaru was not easily swayed this time. After careful consideration, he deemed it plausible for Yosaka to indeed utilize water style and ultimately declined Jiraiya's proposal. The third Hokage had already gathered before the crystal ball, his gaze fixed intently, eagerly awaiting the moment when Yosaka would unleash his jutsu. At this moment, Yosaka had already formed 3 hand seals. Although his speed was exceedingly slow, it could still be considered a process of hand sealing. Upon witnessing his seals, Namikaze Minato expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "What? Could it be that technique? Yosaka actually possesses that ninjutsu? Where could he have learned it? What technique?" Uchiha Shursui inquired with curiosity. Namikaze Minato, his expression grave, replied, "I am not entirely certain. But judging by the sequence of his hand seals, it indeed resembles." "Do continue," Uchiha Shursui urged impatiently. As Minato had piqued the curiosity of others, yet failed to complete his thought. "Just keep watching. You will understand shortly," was all that Namikaze Minato offered, ultimately refraining from revealing the name of the ninjutsu. This left Uchiha Shursui in a state of great discomfort, feeling that it would have been better had Minato not mentioned it at all. On the other side, Uchiha Fugaku sensed something amiss. With his arms crossed and a furrowed brow, he remarked, "How could a mere genin possess such a jutsu? Can he truly execute it?" "What jutsu?" inquired the curious Kakashi Hitaki nearby. "You will discover the answer as you continue watching. I cannot assert with absolute certainty. It is merely a hypothesis," Uchiha Fugaku replied, his expression grave. "Must you always speak in half measures? Have you not heard the saying that curiosity killed the cat?" Chapter 192. Moonlight Blade. Meanwhile, perched upon a great bird, Deidara observed Yotsuka's hand seals with intrigue, his lips twitching slightly. He pondered, could this guy be attempting to show off by hastily executing a jutsu? With that speed, he must have unleashed 5 or 6 jutsus already. As he mused, he crafted several clay bombs in preparation for a surprise attack. Elsewhere, Kisame Hoshigaki and Ao gazed intently at Yotsuka's hand seals. Kisame frowned and remarked, "From his seals, it appears to be a water-style jutsu, albeit the formation seems rather peculiar, diverging significantly from the conventional structure of water-style hand seals." Beside him, Ao appeared exasperated, thinking, even if Yotsuka can indeed perform a water-style jutsu, at this rate, by the time he completes his seals, his adversary will have unleashed several jutsus capable of eliminating him. Driven by curiosity, not only Deidara and Ao amidst the environment, but also the multitude of spectators outside, all with their thousands of gazes fixated on Yotsuka's hands, yearned to witness what manner of jutsu this exceptionally skilled youth would employ. Except for a select few who surmised the jutsu he might utilize, the majority remained utterly oblivious to its nature. The third Hokage, revered as the god of ninjutsu, was now visibly shaken and incredulous. Gripping the crystal ball with both hands, he leaned in closely, muttering in disbelief, "How could this be possible? How could he possess that jutsu? What jutsu are you referring to? You appear rather serious," Jiraiya remarked bluntly, observing the grave expression on the third Hokage's face. He found it hard to believe that a mere genin like Yosaki could wield anything particularly remarkable. Before the Hokage could respond, Orochimaru interjected, raising an eyebrow in astonishment, "Could it be the second Hokage's technique?" "Indeed," the third Hokage affirmed with a nod. "Now I understand why you were so astonished. It is indeed surprising that Yosaki could utilize that technique, but where on earth could he have learned it? I recall that the Forbidden Scrolls did not seem to contain any record of it." Orochimaru pondered aloud, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Hey, what are you two talking about? Can you please complete your thoughts?" Jiraiya exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. At that moment, the intricate seals crafted by Yotsuka were finally complete. As he brought his hands together in prayer, an intangible aura emanated from him, momentarily stunning both Kisame Hoshigaki and Hozuki Mangetsu, who stood nearby. "Kisame, did you feel that fleeting moment when it seemed as though I was standing before the vast ocean?" Hozuki Mangetsu inquired, his voice tinged with suspicion. Kisame, with a grave expression, nodded affirmatively. "It is not merely your imagination. I sensed it too. This individual indeed exudes an aura reminiscent of the ocean, which is peculiar, considering there are no overt changes in him." Meanwhile, under Jiraiya's persistent questioning, The third Hokage slowly began to speak. The second Hokage was most skilled in water-style ninjutsu. There are rumors that he forged a pact with the ocean, allowing him to summon its depths. Jiraiya, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is it true that this rumor holds weight?" The third Hokage shook his head, asserting, "In truth, it is false." Jiraiya nearly stumbled in disbelief. With a serious demeanor, the third Hokage continued, "The third Hokage's techniques in slashing are formidable, beyond the Flying Thunder God technique. He possesses another equally powerful slashing technique known as." On the other side, Yotsuka smiled as he drew his great sword. The blade sliced through the air, producing a visible cloud of steam. Just as the tip of the sword was aimed at Deidara, Yotsuka softly declared, "Water style, moon cutting 1,000 blades." In the next instant, a massive eruption of steam burst forth from the path traced by the sword's tip. The water that materialized enveloped the blade, and as Yotsuka swung it, the water transformed into a torrential cascade, surging skyward towards Deidara. "What?" Deidara gasped in shock, hastily maneuvering his giant bird to evade. However, the sudden deluge, reminiscent of a dam releasing its waters, surged forth with astonishing speed. Before Deidara could even fully shift to the left, the colossal wave struck the side of his bird with tremendous force. "This is bad," Deidara shouted, an overwhelming sense of danger rising within him. Without hesitation, he propelled himself backward from the bird, and in the next moment, half of the bird's body was consumed by the raging waters. At the moment when half of the colossal bird was engulfed by the surging waves, Deidara witnessed the creature's form being utterly shattered by the tumultuous waters. How perilous! Deidara scarcely had time for a second glance at the remaining portion of the bird before the colossal wave, following the movement of the Yatsukadaki's blade, surged towards him. At that juncture, the remnants of the bird's body were also torn apart by the superlative wave, which now descended upon Deidara like a formidable sword, poised to strike him in midair. In a moment of dire urgency, Deidara flicked his right hand, launching 2 explosive clay creations. With a resounding shout, the explosives detonated, and the shockwaves effectively halted the superwave for a brief half-second, simultaneously propelling Deidara away, causing him to plummet rapidly towards the ground. The sudden turn of events left Kisame and Itachi momentarily stunned, standing frozen in place as they observed Deidara being swept down by the immense wave. As the bombs detonated, inflicting harm upon himself in his desperate bid to escape the onslaught, the explosive roars jolted the bewildered Kisame and Itachi back to their senses. What on earth? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Suigetsu hastily retreated from Yatsukadaki, while Kisame also pulled back, increasing the distance between himself and the formidable adversary. Meanwhile, Yotsuka's blade swept through the air, tracing an almost perfect arc of 180 degrees. As the blade glided, the mighty wave of water followed suit, appearing as if a super high-pressure water column had been unleashed from the tip of the sword, relentlessly pursuing Deidara as he plummeted to the ground. Deidara, taken aback, was astonished by the relentless pursuit of the water wave, his face nearly pale with fear. In a desperate attempt, he hurled 2 bombs, and with a resounding boom, the shockwaves momentarily obstructed the water wave, allowing Deidara to land safely. With a heavy splash, he hit the ground, rolling away just in time to evade the deadly slash of the water wave. Chapter 193. The astonished third Hokage in the office of the third Hokage. Jiraiya stared in disbelief at the crystal ball, his fingers trembling as he pointed at the image displayed within. This water release technique is extraordinarily powerful. Not only Jiraiya, but even the usually composed Orochimaru was visibly affected, his pupils contracting as he observed Yotsuka within the crystal ball, clearly shaken by the striking scene that had just unfolded. The third Hokage nodded solemnly, affirming, "Indeed, the might of this technique is formidable. In fact, it is an advancement of the water release, water cutter technique developed by the third Hokage himself." "What? Isn't the water cutter technique executed by spewing high-pressure water blades from the mouth?" "Yet, the crescent moon 1,000 blades is clearly delivered from the blade," Jiraiya questioned, perplexed. At that moment, Orochimaru, who had remained silent until now, interjected, "Indeed, the water cutter technique requires the mouth to expel water, which can be quite inconvenient at times, and it only allows for a singular high-pressure water blade attack. Therefore, the second Hokage improved upon this foundation." The third Hokage nodded in agreement, continuing, "What you witnessed as the water wave is, in fact, composed of countless high-pressure water blades. This makes it not only incredibly sharp, but also capable of shredding its targets. Being struck by that wave is not merely akin to being severed in two. It results in being obliterated by numerous high-pressure blades, which is truly terrifying." Coupled with its long range, expansive area of effect, and swift execution, it rightfully qualifies as an S-rank ninjutsu. Where on earth did Yotsuka acquire such knowledge? The third Hokage's astonishment grew. Could one truly fathom a mere Jinin-wielding S-rank ninjutsu? It was indeed preposterous. At this moment, Jiraiya, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Wait a minute. You just mentioned that the release speed of this technique is swift, yet I observed that Yotsuka took a full minute just to form the seals." Upon hearing this, the third Hokage shrugged helplessly and replied, "The second Hokage, when utilizing this technique, executed it effortlessly without the need for seals. Yotsuka, on the other hand, likely has never employed ninjutsu before, and since this is his inaugural practical application, he is quite unpracticed, hence the delay. In reality, one could perform the seals with one hand while unleashing the technique in combat." The third Hokage's assertion was indeed accurate. When this technique was initially developed, the second Hokage would form the seals with one hand during battle and subsequently deliver a decisive blow with minimal impact on his performance. Eventually, due to his mastery, he even omitted the one-handed seals, allowing him to execute the attack directly. Now, confronted with Yotsuka's inexperience, he was compelled to form the seals on the spot. And his fingers, unaccustomed to such actions, appeared remarkably clumsy, necessitating others to wait while he completed the seals. Nevertheless, when Yotsuka finally unleashed his strike, he nearly eliminated Deidara on the spot, leaving the two proficient water release users from the Mist Village utterly astonished. Even the spectators outside the arena were taken aback. Having witnessed Yotsuka forming seals, they instinctively assumed that this ninjutsu bore no relation to his blade. Little did they know that upon completing the seals, he would cleave forth an impressive torrent of water, creating a striking visual impact. Yotsuka's strike produced a fan-shaped wave of water extending over 40 meters in length and over 10 meters in width, representing the ultimate manifestation of a high-pressure water blade. The audience, having witnessed this spectacle, found themselves in a state of perpetual astonishment. Can one envision a denizen of the land of fire before two individuals from the land of water wielding water release techniques to dominate a ninja from the land of earth? Particularly when the execution of this water release left the two adept users from the land of water in sheer bewilderment, while a ninja from the earth country, inherently disadvantaged against water release, was nearly defeated in an instant. This was utterly absurd. Noara Jenkins stared wide-eyed, muttering to himself, "Is Yotsuka some sort of demon?" Mitsushima Shuji leapt from his seat, astonished that this student, who typically resolved conflict solely with his blade, could indeed wield ninjutsu, albeit in a manner still reliant on his sword. It was the first time Mitsushima had witnessed Yotsuka employing ninjutsu, filling him not only with awe at the technique, but also with a sense of novelty that resonated deeply within him. "How wonderful! Yotsuka, you are truly remarkable." Tsutsuki Shbu clapped her hands in delight, having never before witnessed Yosaka employ such a plethora of innovative techniques. Today was indeed a feast for the eyes. Further deepening her admiration for him, in the spectator area, Kakashi Shikaka stroked his chin, nodding slightly as he remarked, "Indeed, that technique is quite formidable. The expansive slashing attack it produces is exceptionally difficult to defend against." Beside him, Uchiha Fugaka concurred, stating, "True, but this move consumes a significant amount of chakra. It can only be utilized as a trump card. Considering Yosaka's physical condition, he likely won't be able to use it many times." Uchiha Fugaku's assessment was astute. In reality, Yosaka could not afford to use it frequently. However, he did not intend to rely on this technique to eliminate foes. It primarily served to demonstrate his proficiency in water-style techniques. Meanwhile, Deidara, who had been struck from the sky by Yosaka's water-style attack, rolled on the ground before finally rising to his feet. At this moment, his gaze toward Yosaka was filled with caution. The earlier disdain completely vanished. This individual possesses an impressive water-style technique. If I hadn't fled swiftly, I would have been eliminated on the spot. The power of that water-style technique is astonishing. Deidara thought seriously as he regarded Yosaka. Had he not prepared several explosive clay birds while still in the air, he would have been defeated. The might of that colossal wave was comparable to the wind release, Rasengan shuriken of a later era. How about that? My water style is indeed authentic, Yosaka declared proudly, confident in his abilities, for he had never lost a wager. Deidara scoffed, spitting out a chewed-up bird from his palm, which he hurled to the ground. "I concede. You indeed wield water-style techniques, but that does not intimidate me," he retorted. With that, Deidara formed hand seals, and the small sparrow on the ground transformed with a resounding boom into a large bird of the same size as before. He then mounted the creature and soared back into the sky. Humph. Although that last attack was powerful, its range was still relatively limited. As long as I ascend higher and leverage the bird's agility, I should be able to evade him, Deidara mused, climbing higher and higher. Chapter 194, Deidara's Trickery. Hey, didn't you say that if I unleashed my water-style ninjutsu, you would descend to the ground to fight me? Yosaka shouted angrily as he noticed Deidara flying higher and higher. Oh, when did I ever say that? I don't recall, haha. Deidara feigned confusion, grinning mischievously. You are truly deceitful, Yosaka exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. Haha, kid. Allow me to impart a lesson today. All's fair in war. Take this, my explosive clay. Deidara laughed heartily as he scattered a multitude of explosive clay across the battlefield towards Yosaka and the other two ninjas. How infuriating. You do not abide by the rules of combat, Yosaka shouted in exasperation. Upon encountering Deidara, it became evident that he not only failed to uphold his promises, but also resorted to hurling explosives indiscriminately. Even the ever-composed Aoigiri Mangetsu was incensed by this reckless act. If you must detonate, do so away from me. Direct your bombs towards Yatsuka Hoko instead. Consequently, Aoigiri swiftly employed the water release, water column technique, conjuring a formidable torrent aimed at intercepting the explosives, while he himself hastened to evade the imminent danger. The dry persimmon Kisame directly unleashed the water release, great waterfall technique, expelling a vast torrent of water, and subsequently performed the water release, water barrier technique, forming a hemispherical shield of water above his head. Meanwhile, Yosaka executed the steel-cutting flash, slicing through the descending explosive clay with several wind blades. For Yosaka, these falling explosive clays were akin to an actual game of fruit slicing, even simpler than the game itself. However, as Yosaka's wind blades cleaved the explosive clay in two, they detonated instantaneously. Thus, Yosaka employed this method to intercept the explosive clay. Yet, the range of Yosaka's steel-cutting flash extended merely 10 meters, a distance well within the lethal radius of the explosive clay shockwave. Consequently, even though Yosaka managed to intercept the explosive clay with his technique, he remained within the danger zone of the detonations. Fortunately, Yosaka had activated his iron body, significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities, which allowed him to withstand the impact of the explosive clay. After all, the explosive clay that fell within a 2-meter radius around Yosaka had detonated without fatally injuring him, thanks to his iron body. Nevertheless, Yosaka felt quite displeased, as he found himself on the receiving end of the attacks while Deidara relentlessly hurled bombs, leaving Yosaka and his companions in a passive state, unable to retaliate. On the other hand, the explosive clay that landed on Kisame's hemispherical water barrier exploded with a resounding ha from Deidara, sending water splattering in all directions. However, due to the water's excellent cushioning properties, which transferred the shockwave into the earth, the water barrier, although appearing to be on the brink of collapse, left Kisame unharmed. Conversely, the unfortunate one was Kahaku Mangetsu. His water pillar technique only intercepted a portion of the bombs, while the remaining explosives continued to descend ominously nearby. With Deidara's hand seals, a series of explosions erupted around Kahaku Mangetsu, causing him to exclaim in distress. Ah, Deidara, you filthy scoundrel. How dare you blow me up? Do you believe I won't cleave you in two? If you have the guts, come down here and face me one-on-one. Hiding up there like a coward means nothing. Kahaku Mangetsu shouted, only to be met with an onslaught of falling bombs and continuous detonations. A cacophony of explosions pursued Kahaku Mangetsu relentlessly, sending him leaping in every direction. His hair, once flowing freely, now resembled a frizzy mess, with wisps of smoke curling upward. Deidara, if you have the audacity, come down. What kind of hero are you up there? Boom, boom, boom. Deidara, if you dare to blow me up again, I will get serious. Do not force my hand. Boom, boom. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, Guidang Manwei found himself in a dire predicament, with his attire tattered and torn, a testament to the chaos around him. His agility, however, had allowed him to evade the devastating blasts, but now, as a series of detonations erupted, he barely escaped death. Just as he caught his breath, he noticed 6 bombs plummeting from above, and being half reclined on the ground, there was no time to escape. In a moment of desperation, he brandished his thunder knife, Thunder Fong, and shouted, sword technique, lightning flashing blossom. In an instant, a dazzling array of electric arcs erupted from the dual blades, forming an intricate web of lightning that surged toward the descending bombs. The arcs glimmered with blinding brilliance, illuminating his grim visage in a flickering dance of light and shadow. Yet, when the arc struck the clay bombs cast down by Deidara, they failed to detonate, plummeting to the earth with no reaction. A wave of despair washed over Gue Ding Manwei. His heart sank as he realized his imminent elimination. Gue Ding Manwei, shouted Terumi Mei, certain that this was the end for him. Even Yosaka, observing from the sidelines, shared this sentiment, lamenting the missed opportunity that would have been his had it not been for Deidara. With a heavy heart, Gue Ding Manwei shut his eyes, bracing for the impending explosion that would signal his ejection. However, the anticipated sound of destruction did not reach his ears. Instead, he was met with a series of soft thuds, as if objects had merely fallen to the ground. What is happening? He pondered, his expression one of bewilderment. Cautiously, he opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, only to find the 6 detonating clay bombs lying motionless beside him, devoid of any abnormality. What in the world? Gue Ding Manwei exclaimed, utterly confounded by the unexpected turn of events. As the moonlight cast an eerie glow, Hokage Mangitsu was momentarily bewildered, only to be jolted back to reality by the voice of the dry persimmon Kisame nearby. What are you dawdling for? Quickly, get away. What if it explodes again? Upon hearing Kisame's urgent call, Hokage Mangitsu snapped out of his trance and hastily scrambled away from the 6 explosive clay bombs. Chapter 195, Deidara's Weakness in the Sky. Deidara furrowed his brow in dismay. He was unable to detonate his creations? Was it due to the strikes from those electric arcs? Oh, it became clear. His techniques were being countered by the properties of lightning. As Deidara contemplated, the arcs of electricity resting upon the 6 explosive clay pieces surrounding the full moon of the ghost lantern gradually began to dissipate, ultimately vanishing entirely. In that moment, Deidara sensed that he could once again detonate the explosive clay. Meanwhile, Yosaka regarded the 6 explosive clay pieces, which should have detonated but did not, with a look of skepticism, deep in thought. Aha, what's the matter? Why haven't you exploded? Have you run out of bombs and thrown down a few fakes instead? Aha, you think you can compete with me? You're still too inexperienced. Hokage Mangitsu, with hands on his hips, laughed heartily at Deidara in the sky. Deidara, observing the raucous laughter from below, raised an eyebrow and, without a second thought, hurled an enhanced version of his explosive bird towards the boisterous Hokage Mangitsu. This bird-shaped clay bomb was a unique type, known for its remarkable speed. Upon release, the bird-shaped clay bomb sped forward like a bullet, hurtling towards the laughing Hokage Mangitsu's open mouth. In an instant, the bomb zipped past with a whoosh, so swiftly that Hokage Mangitsu hardly had time to react. The lightning-fast clay bird bomb surged towards his gaping mouth, prompting a startled response from Kisame Hoshigaki, who quickly unleashed a water gun technique at the airborne threat. To his astonishment, Kisame struck the bird bomb with pinpoint accuracy, causing it to explode in midair just 5 meters above Hokage Mangitsu's head. Consequently, the force of the explosion knocked the laughing Hokage Mangitsu flat to the ground. Witnessing this, Deidara unleashed a barrage of ordinary C1 bombs towards Hokage Mangitsu, who, still reeling from the previous explosion, found himself unable to escape the lethal radius of the new bombs. In this critical moment, Hokage Mangitsu recalled the earlier wave of lightning net attacks that had rendered the bombs ineffective. In a panic, he once again employed the lightning release, lightning net technique, directing arcs of electricity like tendrils towards the falling clay bombs. As anticipated, the clay bombs that were supposed to detonate around Akatsuki's full moon did not explode. As if rendered ineffective, Akatsuki took a deep breath, relieved from the momentary scare. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he realized that this tactic could indeed counter the clay bombs, yet it also invited unnecessary complications. Thus, he hastily distanced himself from the surrounding clay bombs. Huh, were you not intent on obliterating me? Why have you not detonated? I told you so, it was all a ruse. Only the initial few bombs were genuine, while the majority now are mere illusions. Playing this game of reality and deception, you are still rather inexperienced, he laughed unabashedly. Deidara's face shifted through shades of anger and disbelief. He had never anticipated that someone from the hidden mist village would wield lightning release. However, it was not entirely unfounded. For within the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, there existed a blade capable of harnessing lightning release, the Thunderblade, Raiga. Thus, Deidara pondered deeply. The vulnerability of his explosive clay to lightning release indeed posed a significant concern. It seemed imperative to devise a solution to overcome this weakness, lest it lead to dire consequences in the future. Resolute, Deidara committed to improving his explosive clay, determined to eliminate its susceptibility to lightning release attacks. This determination set off a chain reaction, creating an uncontrollable butterfly effect that altered the outcome of future confrontations, particularly against Sasuke, who would have otherwise triumphed due to Deidara's clay being countered by Sasuke's lightning release. At this moment, Zuki Mangetsu had discerned that lightning release could potentially counter Deidara's explosive clay, rendering it incapable of detonation. This realization was not solely his. Both Kisame Hoshigaki and Yotsuka had previously identified this issue, but it was during this encounter that the notion was reaffirmed. However, Yotsuka pondered whether lightning release could disable the explosive clay merely by striking it, or if it was only temporarily ineffective due to the current influence of lightning release. He observed arcs of lightning flickering across the explosive clay, yet the initial surge of arcs had dissipated, leaving him uncertain about the current explosive potential of the clay. What kind of attack could neutralize these bombs needed further investigation. As Yotsuka contemplated this, he glanced at Zuki Mangetsu, a slight smile gracing his lips, for he had a ready experimental subject at hand. At that moment, Zuki Mangetsu stood a mere 3 meters away from the first wave of 6 explosive clay, a distance well within the lethal radius of the clay. More importantly, the arcs of lightning had vanished from the explosive clay, indicating that the influence of lightning release had ceased. Whether the clay became ineffective upon contact with lightning release, or only when the lightning release was actively applied, was a question Yotsuka aimed to clarify. If he could ascertain this detail, it would facilitate their strategy. However, he found himself in a predicament, despite identifying the vulnerability. He realized he lacked the ability to exploit it, a source of considerable embarrassment. At this moment, Deidara had evidently noticed the position of Aoigiri Manatsu. With a sinister smile adorning his face, he faced the incessantly chattering Aoigiri Manatsu. Suddenly, as Aoigiri Manatsu was hurling curses, he caught sight of Deidara in the sky, raising his hands and forming hand seals. What a charade! You think you can intimidate me with fake bombs? Let me assure you, I have seen through your little ruse and will not be deceived again. Run, Aoigiri Manatsu. Do not just stand there, came the voice of Kisame Hoshigaki from the side. Confused, Aoigiri Manatsu turned to Kisame and asked, Run? Why should I run? At that moment, Deidara sneered and shouted, Run? It is already too late. Prepare to taste my technique. Ha! Boom. A series of thunderous explosions erupted, and a massive fireball shot into the sky, instantly engulfing Aoigiri Manatsu's figure. Chapter 196. The escape. A colossal cloud of smoke billowed upwards, and Aoigiri Manatsu's silhouette vanished within it. The shockwave stirred the dust on the ground in the vicinity, creating a chaotic scene reminiscent of a sandstorm, obscuring visibility for dozens of meters around. Upon witnessing this scene, the audience from the hidden mist village erupted in lamentations. Their numbers had already dwindled significantly, and now it appeared they were about to lose yet another member. However, in comparison to the opposing rock village, their situation was considerably more favorable, as the rock village had but a single warrior left, Deidara, who rode a great bird. Kakashi Shoma observed the billowing smoke on the large screen, exclaiming with a TSK, the young lad from the rock village possesses considerable prowess. This style of combat offers distinct advantages. Soaring in the skies while launching explosives effectively adds an extra layer of defense, as most cannot reach him. Beside him, Uchiha Fugaku nodded in agreement, appreciating this mode of attack. The power and area of effect of the bombs were indeed formidable, making it quite challenging for opponents of equal rank to contend with Deidara. However, he noted that the Earth-style bombs bore a critical vulnerability to lightning techniques. If only he could enhance that aspect, Uchiha Fugaku mused, committing Deidara to memory. It was paramount to remember that the participants in this competition represented the future pillars and backbone of their respective villages. The stronger the opponents proved to be, the greater the potential threat they would pose to the Hidden Leaf Village in the future. Uchiha Fugaku found himself contemplating the notion of subtly eliminating Deidara, for he believed that should war break out with the Rock Village, Deidara's explosive techniques would pose a significant danger to the Leaf Ninjas. Uchiha Fugaku, I understand your thoughts, but it would be prudent to refrain from taking action. On one hand, such a move could incite unnecessary troubles or even war. Moreover, our descendants possess their own fortunes. They are strong in their own right. A formidable ninja like Deidara serves as both a rival and a sharpening stone for them. Let us leave the resolution of this matter to those young ones, Kakashi Shoma said calmly. Though he acknowledged that nipping danger in the bud was the most effective strategy, he understood that resorting to violence would escalate matters significantly. Furthermore, one must harbor a degree of confidence in their own village's people. Very well. I merely entertained such thoughts. Yet, to act upon them would not be wise. Uchiha Fugaku conceded with a nod. On the other side, at the very moment the scorpion bomb detonated, Yotsuka had swiftly retreated. The explosive force of the C1 bomb was largely inconsequential against Yotsuka's armored form. Unless a multitude of bombs were to explode directly upon his surface, it was improbable that he would sustain severe injuries. One must admit that this unexpected acquisition of an ironclad physique prior to the competition proved to be exceedingly advantageous. Without such an ability, Yotsuka might have been eliminated long ago. Contemplating this, his appreciation for Otsutsuki Shubu grew even stronger. Simultaneously, seizing the opportunity presented by the billowing smoke that obscured visibility, Kisame hurriedly dashed to the position of Akatsuki Hashigaki. To his immense delight, he discovered that Akatsuki Hashigaki had not been eliminated on the spot. Without hesitation, he scooped him up and fled. At that moment, Akatsuki Hashigaki was in a semi-liquid state. When the bombs detonated, he activated his liquefaction technique, rendering his body akin to water, much like the previous water elemental. This transformation significantly mitigated physical damage. However, it is noteworthy that Deidara's bombs inflicted harm primarily through shockwaves. Although these shockwaves constituted physical damage, they possessed a unique quality that still posed a threat to Akatsuki Hashigaki's liquefied form. Consequently, while he evaded immediate elimination, he nonetheless suffered considerable internal injuries, leaving him in a state of incapacitation. It is worth mentioning that while the Hashigaki clan's liquefaction technique effectively immunizes against direct physical assaults, such as punches, kicks, and blade strikes, its resistance to non-material physical damage is somewhat lacking. For instance, against explosive shockwaves or the tailed beast bomb attacks. The liquefaction technique can primarily ensure survival, but may still result in injuries or even unconsciousness. Amidst the smoke, after hastily retrieving the semi-liquid Akatsuki Hashigaki, Kisame ran while simultaneously employing the water bullet technique to target Deidara in the sky. Thanks to the cover of smoke, the distance between the water bullets and Deidara had dwindled to merely a few meters. Consequently, when Deidara noticed the water bullets emerging from the smoke, he frantically maneuvered his large bird to evade them, narrowly avoiding being struck down. As the dry persimmon Kisame seized the opportunity while Deidara evaded the water projectile technique, he swiftly took advantage of the cover provided by the billowing smoke and dashed in another direction. He grasped the unconscious Kurisikamaru, who was suspended upside down, and fled towards the outside. At that moment, Kisame had no desire to engage in a duel with Deidara and Yotsuka. He deemed the preservation of his remaining forces far more crucial, especially considering that 2 of his 3 comrades had already been rendered incapable of fighting. It was imperative to retreat and avoid the brunt of their assault, particularly as he recalled there were still 3 members of Konoha within the cave. Once those 3 emerged, he would undoubtedly find himself at a significant disadvantage, making him an obvious target for the coveted bell. However, the escape of the dried persimmon ghost shark cannot elude the airflow perception of Yotsuka. Yotsuka's perception of air currents remains entirely unaffected by smoke and dust. As long as there is movement in the air, it can see everything. However, it is unable to penetrate walls, and thus, Yotsuka is unaware of the presence of Kakashi Hitaki and the other 2 individuals within the cave. At this moment, Yosaka had thoroughly grasped the intricacies of Deidara's explosive clay. In essence, when lightning chakra is applied to the explosive clay, it remains dormant and does not detonate. Conversely, once the lightning chakra dissipates, the explosive clay becomes functional once again. As the elderly figure of Yosaki contemplated whether to pursue the fleeing Kisame, the sky suddenly unleashed a cascade of over 10 explosive clay bombs. Consequently, Yosaki had no choice but to evade these perilous projectiles. After a moment's reflection, he resolved that pursuing Kisame was indeed the preferable course of action. After all, that was a trio of bells at stake, while defeating Deidara would yield but a solitary bell. Chapter 197. A delighted Deidara. Thus, Deidara found himself in unfortunate circumstances as Kisame's water projectile caught him off guard, leading to the escape of Yosaki and his companions. When Deidara finally evaded the water projectile and resumed his observation with binoculars, he was left utterly bewildered as the haze began to dissipate. Where had they gone? Just moments ago, there had been 4 individuals. How could they have vanished in the blink of an eye? Initially, Deidara believed he had eliminated all 4 with his explosive attack, but upon glancing at his bells, he realized the count remained unchanged. It dawned on him that the earlier water projectile had scattered his attention, allowing Kisame and Yosaki to slip away unnoticed. TCH. How infuriating. They've managed to escape, Deidara exclaimed in frustration, turning to command his giant bird to soar in search of other ninjas. Just as Deidara pivoted and prepared for takeoff, Kakashi and his two companions suddenly emerged from a nearby hillside. The trio had been burrowing underground, although Kakashi possessed a repertoire of earth-based jutsu. He was not particularly adept at tunneling, having never done so before. It was only after considerable effort that the three finally emerged from the mound through the art of earth manipulation. As they drilled through the earth, they could hear the persistent sounds of explosions from outside. They deliberately waited for the cacophony to subside. Then, after a brief pause to ensure the area was silent, they finally emerged. To their dismay, the moment they surfaced, they were immediately spotted by Deidara, who was about to take flight. "Ah, what splendid luck today. Although I let 4 slip away, 3 more have emerged, quite a decent catch, even if one of them, a bell, managed to evade," he mused. Just as Kakashi Hitaki and his companions broke through the soil and had yet to survey their surroundings, they were swiftly met with an aerial bombardment. In an instant, Kakashi and Uchiha Shuzue acted on instinct, releasing Asuma Sarutobi and darting in different directions, inadvertently leaving the gravely injured Asuma behind. Having forgotten his limited mobility at that moment, by the time Uchiha Shuzue recalled Asuma's predicament, the latter had already vanished amidst the fiery chaos of the explosions. "Not good, Asuma," Uchiha Shuzue cried out in anguish. Yet Asuma's form was completely lost to the flames. "Forget about Asuma. We cannot afford to be hindered by our teammates at such a crucial juncture," Kakashi shouted from the other side, glancing skyward to behold a magnificent white bird soaring above. "What is that? A bird?" Kakashi pondered, initially failing to notice Deidara standing atop it due to the angle of his gaze. Bewildered, he questioned the nature of this avian creature. Could it be a transformation by a ninja? How could it possibly hurl bombs? "Don't just stand there, Kakashi. Seek cover and retaliate," came Uchiha Shuzue's urgent voice. Understood. Kakashi quickly assessed the nearby terrain, noting the unmistakable signs of a fierce battle that had recently transpired. The ground was marred with numerous craters of varying sizes, clearly the result of explosive ordnance. Long gouges in the earth suggested that someone had been propelled forcefully, leaving their mark upon the surface. Furthermore, the puddles scattered about indicated the use of water techniques. From these observations, Kakashi deduced that members of the Mist Village had likely been engaged in combat here not long ago. At this moment, the inhabitants of the hidden Mist Village had vanished, leaving only the great birds soaring in the sky. Consequently, Kakashi Hitaki, relying on the information before him, deduced that the 3 members of the hidden Mist Village who had previously lain in ambush were engaged in combat with the great bird, ultimately meeting their demise at its talons. Under normal circumstances, based on Kakashi's observations, his assessment appeared fundamentally sound. However, he did not anticipate the sudden emergence of Yosaka, a variable that led to a misjudgment on Kakashi's part. The members of the hidden Mist Village had not been eliminated but had instead fled. Moreover, Yosaka had also pursued the fleeing members, leaving the great bird, poised to depart, alone in the sky. Moreover, it is not a colossal bird, but rather Deidara standing upon the back of the magnificent creature. At this juncture, Kakashi Hitaki realized that seeking cover was of little consequence, as there was hardly any shelter nearby. Moreover, even if there were, it would be futile against aerial bombardments. This underscored the significance of air superiority, revealing that Deidara inherently possessed a considerable tactical advantage. "Uchiha, look above. We have a large bird overhead," Kakashi exclaimed. "That is not a bird. It is a person standing atop that bird," Uchiha responded. Upon hearing this, Kakashi quickly glanced upward and indeed spotted a golden-haired figure atop the colossal avian. Deidara, through his binoculars, distinctly recognized the faces of Kakashi Hitaki and Uchiha as he recalled the profiles of contestants from various nations. Thus, he identified Kakashi and Uchiha with ease, recalling their respective details. Holding a newly appeared bell, he murmured to himself, "Kakashi Hitaki, also known as Kakashi of the Sharingan, is evenly matched against anyone proficient in earth, water, and lightning techniques. This is concerning. Lightning is a counter to my abilities." He continued, "Uchiha, the brother of the Leaf Shunshin master, excels in the art of instant movement. However, no matter how swiftly one moves, they cannot ascend to the skies, posing little threat to me. He is adept with shuriken and fire techniques, which are also rather unremarkable." Thus, Deidara addressed Kakashi and Uchiha below. "You hail from the Leaf, correct? Earlier, there was another Leaf ninja who inadvertently escaped. That fellow even wielded water techniques. He fled, so you shall surrender the bell in his stead." Upon hearing Deidara's words, Kakashi was momentarily perplexed. A leaf ninja who could utilize water techniques? Kakashi and Uchiha found themselves in a state of bewilderment, unable to recall any contestant among their ranks. Aside from Kakashi, who possessed such abilities, Kakashi quickly dismissed Yotsuka and searched among the remaining participants, finding no one else he believed could wield water techniques. Who could it be, so skillfully concealed? Kakashi Hitaki was somewhat perplexed. In Chapter 198, Who Can Use Water Release, Uchiha Kasumi was equally baffled. Aside from Kakashi, he could hardly conceive of any other participant capable of performing the water release technique. Uchiha Kasumi, much like Kakashi, promptly dismissed Yotsuka from consideration. After all, the two had trained together for 3 years since their days in the Ninja Academy, and he had never witnessed Yotsuka perform even a single hand seal, let alone any ninjutsu. As for the others, Asuma Saratobi was also ruled out, followed by Might Guy, who specialized in taijutsu and could not even perform a basic clone technique. Expecting him to execute a water-based jutsu was as improbable as a sow climbing a tree. Then there was Kurenai Yuhi, who, despite her proficiency in ninjutsu and her adept use of shadow clones, was known to only employ wind release and had no capacity for water release. Lastly, there was Obito Uchiha, who could only utilize fire and earth release techniques, leaving no other candidates. Hence, Uchiha Kasumi found himself utterly confounded. Yet, just as he grappled with the mystery of which Leaf Village compatriot could possibly wield water release, his pupils suddenly constricted as his gaze fixated on Deidara's hands. There, he noticed a string of bells adorning Deidara's grasp. A sense of dread washed over Uchiha Kasumi as he swiftly turned to observe the position from which the three had emerged from the underground tunnel. Indeed, Asuma had been eliminated. Uchiha Kasumi's expression darkened, a twinge of guilt gnawing at his conscience. The suddenness of the explosion had prompted him to instinctively abandon his defense of Asuma Saratobi and flee to safety. Consequently, Asuma, grievously injured, was unable to escape swiftly and was eliminated by the blast. Reflecting on this, Uchiha Kasumi's brow furrowed as he directed his fury towards Deidara. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Saratobi, wore an expression of discomfort as he gazed at the bells in Deidara's possession. These bells belonged to Asuma Saratobi, having appeared before Deidara immediately following Asuma's elimination by a bomb. Even with his remarkable composure, it was difficult for the third Hokage to stave off a flush of embarrassment at the thought of his son being eliminated. To divert the conversation, he remarked, "This Deidara from the Iwagakure is indeed impressive. If he continues to develop at this rate, he is likely to become the next Tsuchikage." Jiraiya, seated nearby, nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, this fellow possesses considerable skill. If he utilizes his explosive techniques effectively, he can be quite formidable. Did you not see how Asuma was eliminated right before our eyes?" Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, the third Hokage felt a surge of frustration. It was already a source of embarrassment for him as the third Hokage that his son not only failed to seize a bell but also suffered an injury, becoming a liability to his teammates, ultimately leading to his elimination by an enemy's bomb. Thus, the third Hokage had attempted to redirect the conversation towards Deidara's strengths, hoping to shift the focus away from Asuma's failure. However, Jiraiya inadvertently brought the topic back to the very issue the Hokage wished to avoid, further aggravating the third Hokage. Humph. It was merely a common earth release explosive, easily countered by lightning release. One need only strike those bombs with lightning techniques. It is not as difficult as it seems. The third Hokage huffed, his tone sharp, leaving Jiraiya puzzled as to why his mentor was suddenly irate. In haste, Jiraiya sought to placate him. Yes, indeed. While Deidara's explosive techniques appear challenging, they can be effectively countered with lightning release. It's just unfortunate for Asuma. Had he not been eliminated so swiftly, he could have exchanged a few moves with Deidara, though he might still have been defeated. At least he would have met his end with more dignity. Jiraiya intended to advocate for both the third Hokage and Asuma, yet his words backfired, only inciting further ire in the third Hokage. Unable to contain his frustration, he slammed his hand onto the desk and exclaimed, "Jiraiya, are you deliberately trying to drive me to madness? I was clearly trying to avoid mentioning Asuma. I shifted the topic, and yet you insist on dragging it back. What is your intention?" The third Hokage's outburst startled Jiraiya, and he finally comprehended the source of the Hokage's anger. He quickly attempted to smooth things over. "It's nothing." "Nothing. Calm down. It is entirely normal for Asuma to be outmatched by Deidara. It is not that Asuma is weak, but rather that Deidara is exceptionally strong. Let us not place blame on Asuma. He is not lacking in ability. You dare to speak? Jiraiya, get out. I do not wish to see you. The third Hokage, with a swift kick, sent Jiraiya flying out the window, leaving Orochimaru beside them with a rare expression of embarrassment. Moments earlier, he had discreetly nudged Jiraiya, signaling him to refrain from speaking. Yet Jiraiya continued unabated, utterly oblivious to the unspoken cues. No one is to mention Sarutobi Asuma today, the third Hokage declared, though he was not genuinely angry. After all, victories and defeats are part of a shinobi's life. Sarutobi Asuma's previous ambush and injury were not particularly alarming. Ambushes are commonplace, as even the second Raikage had fallen victim to one, meeting his demise. The third Hokage, in truth, did not harbor resentment over Asuma's elimination. To him, losing was not a source of fear as long as life remained, for one could always strive to reclaim glory in the future. However, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was a trivial matter that could have been overlooked. Yet, Jiraiya's words had unwittingly accentuated Asuma's elimination, inciting the third Hokage's ire. Just as the third Hokage concluded his admonition against further mention of Asuma, Jiraiya's head popped back through the window, exclaiming, "Teacher, I apologize. I shall never again speak of Asuma being eliminated by Daidar's explosive. Get out of here." The third Hokage retorted, conjuring a golden staff to send Jiraiya hurtling away more than 500 meters. Infuriated, the third Hokage's mustache twitched. He even began to suspect that Jiraiya was deliberately provoking him today, truly a case of bringing up the very subject that should remain unspoken. Meanwhile, Kakashi Hatake noticed the bells in Daidar's possession, realizing that Asuma had indeed been eliminated. Chapter 199, The Anger of the Third Hokage. Damn it. Asuma has truly been killed by the explosion. That guy managed to secure a bell so effortlessly, Kakashi thought, his frustration mounting as he recalled the fierce battle he and Zabuza Momochi had fought, only to leave empty-handed. Now, with 3 individuals merely showing their faces, Deara had effortlessly claimed the bell from a gravely injured Sarutobi Asuma, leaving Kakashi momentarily unsettled. At that moment, Sarutobi Asuma's figure materialized in the small square. Due to the mechanics of the illusion, Asuma's injuries sustained within it vanished the instant he was transported, rendering him whole and healthy once more. As for Killer Bee, the Uzuki clan member, and Zabuza, they were sent to the emergency room due to psychological issues, for while the illusion could restore the contestants' physical forms, it could not mend their minds. Asuma, you have indeed been eliminated. As soon as Asuma Sarutobi appeared, Obito Uchiha stepped forward and spoke. This made Asuma's face flush with embarrassment. What did it mean to be told that he had indeed been eliminated? Was it implied that he was destined to be ousted? At that moment, Asuma glanced around and noticed that a considerable number of people had gathered in the small square, among whom were several familiar faces. This realization slightly lifted his spirits. So many had been eliminated, thus his own disqualification was not so significant after all. Obito, aside from you and me, who else has been eliminated? Asuma inquired with a sense of anticipation, though his feelings were somewhat conflicted. He both hoped for and dreaded hearing the names of his teammates. The hope stemmed from the notion that if others had also fallen, his own elimination would carry less weight, especially since other comrades from Konoha had faced the same fate. The reluctance to hear the names of his teammates stemmed from the fact that, unlike the representatives of Konoha who had been eliminated, it was a manifestation of collective honor. At that moment, Uchiha Obito exclaimed with palpable excitement, "That's it. Apart from you and me, no other Konoha representatives have been eliminated." Upon hearing this, Asuma Sarutobi felt a heavy weight in his heart. He was disheartened to learn that only the 2 of them had been ousted, a truly embarrassing predicament. However, he quickly reassured himself, recognizing that this also indicated that the other members of Konoha's team were valiantly battling on, fighting for the honor of their village. With this thought, Asuma's spirits lifted slightly. Ultimately, the purpose of this competition was to bring glory to the Hidden Leaf Village, and thus, the elimination of 1 or 2 individuals was of little consequence, for what mattered was the final outcome. As such, Asuma turned his gaze toward the large screen showcasing Kakashi Hatake and Obito, silently urging them, "Kakashi, do your best." He then inquired of Obito, which formidable individuals from other nations have been eliminated? Asuma did not harbor high hopes while posing this question. He had scanned the crowd and failed to spot any of the familiar strong figures. In his mind, these powerhouses should be busy collecting bells from others. It was unfathomable that they could have been eliminated. At this juncture, the image of Sasori flashed through Asuma's mind, and he mused that the latter must have already secured several bells by now. As Asuma's thoughts wandered towards Sasori, Obito interjected, Indeed, there are a few, such as the infamous demon Zabuza Momochi from the Hidden Mist Village, and the Jinchuriki duo, Killer Bee and Yujito Ni from the Hidden Cloud Village, both of whom have been eliminated. What? Asuma exclaimed, astonished. Killer Bee and Yujito have been eliminated? Is that true? They were favorites to win, especially Yujito, who is hailed as the perfect Jinchuriki and the captain of the Hidden Cloud team. I can't believe she was eliminated. Who could have done such a thing? Upon hearing the news of their elimination, Asuma was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. Obito chuckled slyly, adding an air of mystery. Who else could it be? Asuma pondered. Could it be that Scorpion from the Sand Village? I've heard his prowess in puppet techniques is exceptional. It would indeed be hard to say who would prevail against Yujito. Obito shook his head. Incorrect. Asuma guessed again. Then it must be Deidara from the Stone Village, renowned for his explosive techniques. If he faced Yujito, it's conceivable that she could have been defeated. Obito continued to shake his head. Wrong. Try again. At this moment, Sarutobi Asuma felt a sudden jolt of alarm, an ominous premonition brewing within him. Tentatively, he inquired, could it be? Uchiha Obito smiled and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is he. Sarutobi Asuma was struck as if by lightning, engulfed in an overwhelming shock. To be candid, he had never imagined that Yuzuki would be vanquished by Yotsuka, as he believed that Yuzuki's tailed beast transformation was beyond the capabilities of Yotsuka's single blade. While he acknowledged Yotsuka's formidable swordsmanship, he subconsciously felt that Yotsuka could not best Yuzuki. Now, with Uchiha Obito revealing that the seemingly invincible Yuzuki had indeed been eliminated by Yotsuka, Sarutobi Asuma was left profoundly shaken, an unparalleled astonishment consuming him. This was a soul-stirring shock that rendered him momentarily speechless, not out of disbelief, but sheer astonishment. Yotsuka had truly accomplished this feat. Sarutobi Asuma's pupils quivered, his body trembled slightly, an indescribable astonishment enveloping him. Yet, just as Sarutobi Asuma grappled with his overwhelming shock, Uchiha Obito's voice pierced through. Not only Yuzuki, but also Karabi and Momochi Zabuza were eliminated by Yotsuka, especially Zabuza, who suffered a dire fate, as his sword was cleaved into 3 pieces. What? Sarutobi Asuma exclaimed, gripping Uchiha Obito's shoulders with both hands, his eyes wide in disbelief as he gazed at him. He nearly shouted. He defeated both Zabuza and Karabi, and shattered Zabuza's decapitating blade? Indeed, that fellow is extraordinarily formidable. He slays gods and demons alike. Uchiha Obito chuckled. Chapter 200. Asuma's astonishment. Sarutobi Asuma trembled slightly. The news that Yotsuka had single-handedly defeated Karabi, Yuzuki, and Momochi Zabuza was simply too staggering. It is essential to recognize that these 3 were not mere novices. They were genuine masters, formidable contenders, even dark horses in this competition, vying fiercely for the championship title. To eliminate any one of them would be an impressive feat, yet Yotsuka had vanquished all 3. What did this signify? It signified extraordinary strength. Prior to this, Sarutobi Asuma had not dared to even contemplate such a scenario, especially the fact that 2 Jinchuriki had fallen to the same individual. This was utterly absurd. Moreover, the decapitating blade of Zabuza had been cleaved into 3 segments by Yotsuka. Was such brutality necessary? Such ferocity? It was akin to a tiger infiltrating a flock of sheep as if it were an unchallenged domain. The phrase slaying gods and demons was indeed not an exaggeration. Contemplating this, Sarutobi Asuma murmured to himself, Yotsuka, that fellow is astonishingly fierce, truly violent. However, upon reflecting that Yotsuka's ferocity was directed towards the competitors from other nations, Sarutobi Asuma felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. A feeling akin to rising tides enveloped me, despite my own inadequacies. The prowess of my comrades filled me with a sense of honor. At that moment, Asuma Sarutobi observed that among those present, there was no sign of Zabuza Momochi, Killer Bee, or Waimitsu. He inquired, where are those 3? Obito Uchiha chuckled and replied, those 3 are in quite a predicament. Waimitsu emerged in a state of unconsciousness, reportedly due to a mental shock. Upon hearing this, Asuma Sarutobi was instantly reminded of his own encounter with Yosaka, when he had faced the formidable blade that had assailed him. The image of that colossal sword in his mental realm was a manifestation of mental impact. Asuma comprehended Waimitsu's plight, recalling that during his confrontation with Yosaka, despite the mental shock Yosaka had unleashed upon him, it had merely been a sparring match, and thus Yosaka had tempered his force. Nevertheless, Asuma had succumbed to unconsciousness for several days, requiring a prolonged recovery. At present, when Yotsuka unleashed a mental shock upon Yuki during the competition, it was directed against a foreign opponent. naturally resulting in a significantly greater intensity than that experienced during his earlier sparring match with Asuma Saratobi. Consequently, Asuma could readily comprehend Yuki's fainting spell. He nodded, gesturing for Uchiha Obito to continue. Meanwhile, Killer Bee employed his full strength with the 8 Tails Bee blade technique, unleashing all 8 blades simultaneously, only to be effortlessly struck away by Yotsuka's single blade. The impact was so overwhelming that it left him utterly defeated. As for Zabuza Momochi, he proved formidable, wielding his sword with both hands for a full-force strike against Yotsuka, who faced him with a single blade. However, Yotsuka effortlessly cleaved Zabuza's beheading sword into 2 segments. Unfazed by the defeat, Zabuza charged again, only to have the remaining half of his beheading sword severed by Yotsuka once more, leaving him with merely a 30-centimeter hilt from the once 3-meter-long blade. At this juncture, Uchiha Obito could not suppress his laughter, drawing the ire of several onlookers from the hidden mist village nearby. Asuma Saratobi chuckled helplessly, having recovered from his initial shock, reflecting on how remarkably powerful Yotsuka truly was. Undoubtedly, his skill alone was a source of pride for the Hidden Leaf Village. Uchiha Obito nodded in agreement. Indeed, before an audience of tens of thousands, including many from foreign lands, the display of Yotsuka's prowess, striking Zabuza with a punch, kicking Killer Bee, and sending Yuki flying, was sufficient to instill awe and trepidation in the hearts of all present. One of the primary objectives of this competition hosted by the Hidden Leaf Village is to showcase the future strength of the village. In this regard, Yotsuka has remarkably fulfilled this goal, even exceeding expectations, thereby astonishing individuals from other nations. The prowess of the lower-ranking ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village might indeed surpass that of certain upper-ranking ninjas. As the two engaged in conversation regarding Yosaka, he was simultaneously invoking the Great Freedom Immortal Technique, pursuing the formidable Kisame Hoshigaki. Although Kisame excelled in water release techniques, his speed in fleeing was not particularly impressive, especially with 2 individuals in tow. Consequently, Yosaka quickly closed the distance. Upon realizing Yosaka was upon him, Kisame came to a halt, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance. "What do you intend to do?" he inquired, fully aware of the implications. Yosaka chuckled heartily, drawing his katana from his waist. "You already know, so why ask?" In response, Kisame offered a resigned smile, acknowledging the inevitability of confrontation. "It seems there is no avoiding it. I suppose we must fight today." With that, Kisame wasted no time, forming hand signs and bellowing, "Water release!" Exploding water shockwave. In the next instant, he puffed out his cheeks and unleashed a torrent of water towards the ground, transforming the vicinity into a miniature lake in mere moments, establishing his domain. Yosaka, unfazed, observed Kisame as he expelled water, taking a moment to stretch upon the surface of the water. He perceived Kisame's type as relatively easy to contend with, thus he did not take the situation too seriously, allowing his opponent to generate an abundance of water, ensuring a fair defeat later on. Had he truly wished to engage, Yosaka could have effortlessly activated the Great Freedom Immortal Technique and dispatched Kisame in an instant while he was still conjuring the water. "Are you done spewing water?" "Because I am ready to attack," Yosaka boldly declared. Kisame grinned. "Bring it on. Allow me to experience the swordsmanship of the Leaf's leader." With that, he retrieved a scroll, summoning the legendary sword, Samahata. What is that? Such an enormous weapon!" Yosaka exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of Samahata, which was wrapped in numerous bandages and lacked any sharp edges, resembling an oversized popsicle. He could hardly fathom its purpose. This is called Samahata, one of the 7 legendary swords of the mist. The introduction of the character, Kisame Hoshigaki, reveals his awareness of the futility of employing the Samahata against a master like Yotsuka. After all, the Samahata is not merely a blade. It is intended to serve as a shield. In Chapter 201, the Samahata makes its appearance. Kisame is acutely aware that the Samahata is ill-suited to confront Yotsuka, as it is inherently countered by him. The Samahata is designed to devour the chakra of others, making it more effective against traditional ninjas, particularly Jinchuriki. Yet, when faced with formidable opponents such as Might Guy or Yotsuka, who rely more on physical prowess than on chakra-based techniques, the Samahata proves largely ineffective. In fact, wielding the Samahata can backfire. Its considerable size and weight make it cumbersome, rendering it incapable of inflicting substantial harm. Therefore, deploying the Samahata against Yotsuka not only fails to counter him, but may also lead to Kisame's own downfall, given Yotsuka's remarkable speed. Engaging in a direct confrontation with the Samahata would be tantamount to courting disaster. Thus, Kisame's intention in brandishing the Samahata is primarily defensive, perhaps to shield himself from Yotsuka's lethal strikes should he be unable to evade them. It can be concluded that Yotsuka possesses a distinct advantage over Kisame, who is adept at countering traditional ninjas and chakra users, yet finds himself at a disadvantage against those who excel in physical combat. Kisame harbors no desire to confront Yotsuka, fully cognizant of his own limitations and the inevitability of defeat. However, the relentless pursuit of Yotsuka, whose speed rivals that of flight, leaves Kisame with little choice but to make a desperate stand. He resolves to eliminate Kurosuzan Maru and H-Zuki Mangetsu first, thereby preventing Yotsuka from acquiring their bells. If successful, Yotsuka would only obtain Kisame's bell, which would result in minimal loss for the Hidden Mist Village. Nonetheless, executing this plan under Yotsuka's watchful gaze poses considerable challenges. Kisame recalls a previous attempt to eliminate Kurosuzan Maru, during which Yotsuka intervened. He remembers well that, had it not been for Daidar's timely arrival with explosives, he would have been outpaced by Yotsuka and lost the chance to seize Kurosuzan Maru's bell. Thus, formulating a strategy to preemptively strike down Kurosuzan Maru and H-Zuki Mangetsu before Yotsuka intervenes is a matter of significant concern. Do you truly believe that your cumbersome club can withstand my blade? Yotsuka, adorned with a subtle smile and exuding confidence, advances toward Kisame, poised with his sword in hand. The spectators outside remained fixated on the silhouette of Yosaka. From the commencement of the competition until now, Yosaka had been either engaged in combat or en route to confrontations, perpetually immersed in conflict, resulting in the accumulation of 5 bells adorning his hands. Consequently, the majority of the audience's gaze was steadfastly following Yosaka's figure for wherever he tread. There would undoubtedly be a spectacle of brawls to behold, and what the audience yearned to witness was precisely that, the thrill of combat. At this moment, the commentator shouted excitedly into the microphone, "Ah, Yosaki has once again caught up with the formidable Kakashi. Yosaki now possesses 5 bells. Will he acquire 3 more from Kakashi and his companions? I believe this is highly probable, as Yosaki has a distinct advantage over Kakashi." The commentator's words resonated with the majority of the audience present, for they had previously witnessed Kakashi's combat prowess on other split screens. He was undeniably a master of water techniques, while Yosaki wielded a blade akin to that of an assassin, highlighting their evident tactical superiority over one another. Suddenly, the commentator's voice pierced through the excitement. It appears that Kakashi has resorted to a desperate gamble for a final stand. Look, the creature he has summoned, wrapped in bandages and resembling a club, is known as the shark skin. Despite its unassuming appearance, it is one of the 7 ninja swords of the Hidden Mist Village. The revelation sparked astonishment among the audience, as they had not anticipated that such an unremarkable object could be one of the legendary 7 swords. A ripple of discussion erupted in the stands. Then, the commentator continued, "The shark skin is indeed formidable, capable of devouring the chakra of others. However, it is unfortunate that Yosaki is not a user of ninjutsu, rendering Kakashi's shark skin nearly useless against him. Engaging in close combat with Yosaki while wielding the shark skin would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, I personally surmise that Kakashi intends to use the shark skin as a shield." The commentator's words elicited laughter from the audience. While the notion seemed humorous, the truth remained, and the commentator's acumen in deciphering Kakashi's intentions was commendable. In the illusion, Kakashi formed hand seals, conjuring 2 shadow clones, which then approached Kurosawa and Gato Mangetsu, unleashing the water prison technique to ensnare them within its watery confines. Observing his enemies trapped in the water prison, Kakashi felt a sense of reassurance. Contemplating, with the protection of the water prison, I should not be swiftly defeated by this adversary and have my bell stolen. My water prison possesses formidable buffering and rebounding power. Even his sharpest blade cannot slice through it. Kisame Hoshigaki was not mistaken in his thoughts, for his water prison technique was not composed of ordinary water. Rather, the water within it was in a perpetual state of rotation, albeit imperceptible from the outside. Thus, when a blade struck the water prison technique, it encountered the resistance of the swirling water, generating a formidable cushioning force. Consequently, even though Yosaka had previously managed to slice through water with a single stroke, severing the water prison technique would prove to be quite a challenge, necessitating at least 2 strikes. This was a tactical response crafted by Kisame, taking into account Yosaka's prior demonstration of cleaving through the water dragon bullet technique. Therefore, it could be asserted that in terms of mastery over water-based ninjutsu, Kisame stood as the strongest within the ranks of the Mist Village S team. However, this was merely Kisame's own conviction. Whether Yosaka could indeed slice through Kisame's water prison technique with a single blow remained an enigma. At that moment, Kisame formed hand seals once more, bringing his hands together in a prayer-like gesture, his body adopting a bowing stance, and he bellowed, water style, KK Bahai Hutsu. In the next instant, the water's surface beneath Yosaka and Kisame began to tremble, the vibrations intensifying with each passing moment. Chapter 202, KK Bahai Hutsu witnessing Kisame's ninjutsu. The commentators outside expressed their astonishment, exclaiming, "It has appeared. Behold the classic and formidable ninjutsu of the Mist Village, water style, KK Bahutsu." The commentary then proceeded to elaborate on the specifics of this water-based technique. It was conceived by the first Mizukage. Characterized by its extensive area of effect and immense offensive power, classified as a lethal technique of the highest order. Typically, the chakra required to execute this technique was beyond the reach of many elite ninjas. To everyone's astonishment, Kisame was able to unleash such a move. Truly befitting of an elite from the Mist Village. It was evident that he was indeed fighting with his back against the wall. As the commentary resonated with fervor and passion, the audience in the stands gained a clear understanding of the current situation, which was evidently unfavorable for Kisame Hoshigaki. To avoid being swiftly vanquished by Yosaka, Kisame opted to take the initiative, unleashing his ultimate technique to seize the advantage, even if he were to be defeated shortly thereafter. At least he would not face the humiliation of failing to execute his most powerful move. He sought to give his all before his demise. Unlike the duo from the hidden Cloud Village, who were eliminated before they could even exert their full strength, a truly disgraceful fate. At this moment, the waters beneath Yosaka surged with increasing ferocity. What began as a slight tremor had escalated into tumultuous waves, reminiscent of a stormy sea. With some waves reaching heights of nearly a meter, the tranquil lake near Yosaka had transformed into a roiling ocean, brimming with chaotic energy. Observing this spectacle, Yosaka recognized that his opponent, Kisame, had indeed unleashed his ultimate technique. However, he remained unfazed. For Yosaka, there was nothing in this world that could not be resolved with a single strike. If there were, then 2 strikes would suffice. Such was the simplicity of his conviction. Thus, Yosaka stood calmly upon the water's surface, his body rising and falling with the tumultuous waves. Kisame, maintaining his hands in a prayer-like position, continued to channel chakra into his water-style jutsu, augmenting its potency. Witnessing this scene, the spectators outside were filled with excitement. It could be said that, until this moment, they were witnessing a truly grand display of expansive ninjutsu, invigorating many and prompting them to widen their eyes in anticipation as they focused intently on the large screen. After a series of prior experiences, the majority of the audience no longer feels the same trepidation upon witnessing the formidable moves of their opponents. Instead, there is now a palpable sense of anticipation surrounding Yosaka as spectators eagerly await the innovative strategies with which Yosaka will vanquish adversaries. Meanwhile, in the small square where the eliminated contestants had gathered, they stood transfixed before the large screen that displayed the unfolding events in real time. Saratobi Asuma gazed intently at the screen, his eyes wide with astonishment as he observed the unflappable Yotsuka, who appeared as immovable as a mountain. With a smile, he remarked, "That fellow remains as he always was. No matter the techniques his opponents deploy, he maintains an air of nonchalance, as if utterly unconcerned. I truly envy his composure." Beside him, Uchiha Obito responded, "His calmness is rooted in his formidable strength. He is so powerful that the various tactics employed against him seem trivial in his eyes. He often asserts that there is nothing a single strike cannot resolve, and it appears he is indeed correct. In fact, I have never witnessed Yotsuka in a state of anxiety." Upon hearing Obito's words, Saratobi Asuma reflected and realized that he had never seen Yotsuka perturbed at every encounter. Yotsuka exuded tranquility and poise, as if no event could ever pose a threat to him. His steadfastness is akin to a stabilizing anchor in turbulent seas. Such strength is truly enviable. How I long to possess Yotsuka's fortitude. Uchiha Obito, filled with admiration, thought to himself that if he could wield Yotsuka's godlike prowess, he would never be reduced to tears in the face of formidable adversaries. At this moment, others also discerned the technique employed by Kisame Hoshigaki, and in astonishment, pointed at the large screen, exclaiming, "Look, that is the water release, Kaing's dominance over the sea, created by the first Mizukage. I never imagined that Kisame could wield such a technique. This is getting interesting." the competitor named Yosaka is likely to be eliminated. Indeed, even if Yosaka's swordsmanship is formidable, he cannot possibly contend with the King's dominance over the sea technique. It appears that the hidden mist village will finally secure a victory this time. Yes, Yosaka is destined for elimination. However, he has already achieved much by obtaining 5 bells, leaving little to regret. Listening to the surrounding voices, most expressed skepticism towards Yosaka, believing he would fall to Kisame's water release, King's dominance over the sea. Uchiha Obito and Sarutobi Asuma were visibly displeased and promptly retorted, "How can you presume that Yosaka cannot withstand this technique? In my view, even though this technique was created by the first Mizukage, it cannot possibly defeat Yosaka." Uchiha Obito shouted to those around him, "You're simply boasting. While I concede that Yosaka is indeed strong, you must recognize that this water release, King's dominance over the sea, is an expansive jutsu. By the time Yosaka approaches Kisame, he will likely be eliminated without even a chance to strike. You fail to comprehend the power of this technique." Someone immediately countered Obito. Sarutobi Asuma, equally defiant, retorted angrily, "You simply do not grasp the terror of Yosaka. If you dare, let us wager. I bet Yosaka will win. Should I lose, I shall perform a handstand while defecating right here." Sarutobi Asuma was evidently committed, presenting the audacious wager, which stunned those around him. "Who dares to wager with me? Step forward." Sarutobi Asuma bellowed. "I will take that bet. I bet Yosaka will lose. If I am wrong, I shall swim in a cesspool." At this moment, a member of the discarded Kirigakure, known as Pai Pa Shirzong, stepped forward. Chapter 203, Pai Pa Shirzong. The emblem of the Mist Village was prominently displayed on his forehead protector. He was once one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen, wielding the decapitating blade. However, during this competition, he encountered the infamous Zabuza Momochi, who also sought to employ the decapitating blade. Consequently, the two engaged in a game of chance to determine who would possess the weapon. Pai Pa Shirzong lost the game to Zabuza, relinquishing the decapitating blade to him. Given that Shirzong was the eldest among the participants from the Mist Village, he felt it was appropriate to concede to the younger Zabuza, especially as he was on the brink of ascending to the rank of Jonin. Initially, Shirzong believed that with his nearly Jonin-level prowess, competing against these genin would be akin to child's play. However, upon being transported into the illusionary realm, he was unexpectedly ambushed and eliminated by Sasori of the Red Sand from Sunagakure, becoming the second contestant to be eliminated in this match, and the first from the Mist Village. In that moment, Shirzong felt utterly desolate, contemplating the ruin of his future as the decapitating blade slipped further from his grasp. Not long after, however, he witnessed on the large screen Zabuza, now wielding the decapitating blade, being thoroughly bested by Yosaka. Not only was Zabuza soundly defeated, but the blade itself was reduced to mere fragments, leaving only the hilt. This revelation reignited a glimmer of hope within Pai Pa Shirzong. Although he was the first to be eliminated from the Mist Village, the degree of humiliation he faced paled in comparison to Zabuza's disgrace of having the blade he coveted shattered. Thus, Shirzong believed that barring any unforeseen circumstances, the decapitating blade would once again be rightfully his upon returning from this competition. At that moment, upon witnessing a wager regarding who would triumph between Yotsuka and Kakashi, Pai Pa Shirzong was the first to step forward. After all, this bet pertained to the two nations of the land of fire and the land of water. Especially given their inherent animosity, it was only natural for him to take a stand. Thus, Pai Pa Shirzong boldly stepped forth. When Sarutobi Asuma uttered the words to defecate while inverted, the crowd was momentarily stunned by his audacity. However, Pai Pa Shirzong responded with an even more outrageous act, plunging into a latrine for a swim. Consequently, both parties found themselves in a stalemate regarding their wager. Very well. If that is the case, let us solidify this bet. Friends present, take note. I, Sarutobi Asuma of the Hidden Leaf Village, and Pai Pa Shirzong of the Hidden Mist Village, hereby establish this wager. Whoever fails to uphold their promise upon losing shall bear the shame of their nation. Sarutobi Asuma proclaimed loudly to those around him. The onlookers exchanged glances, their perceptions of Sarutobi Asuma and Pai Pa Shirzong shifting. Both were undeniably fierce individuals, despite their elimination. One daring enough to defecate in an inverted position and the other bold enough to swim in a latrine certainly exemplified their commitment to their countries, embodying the spirit of true warriors. Beside him, Uchiha Obito felt a sense of relief, as he had not anticipated that Asuma Sarutobi would take the initiative. In this scenario, even if Yosaka were to lose, it would not be him, but rather a Saratobi who would have to uphold the promise of performing a handstand while relieving himself. Observing Asuma Saratobi's resolute visage, Obito was suddenly filled with profound respect. He mused, indeed, he is the son of the third Hokage, inheriting the great will of fire. Willing to sacrifice his dignity for the village, his level of consciousness has reached an exceptionally lofty realm. Thus, the clash between Yosaka and Kisame Hoshigaki captivated the attention of tens of thousands of spectators, intertwining their fates with the bizarre agreement of handstands and swimming in excrement. As he gazed at Yosaka on the large screen, Asuma Saratobi silently prayed, "Yosaka, you must put forth your utmost effort. If you falter, I shall be compelled to fulfill that humiliating promise." On the other side, Peepa Shizu was equally fervent in his hopes for Kisame's victory. Meanwhile, in a desolate area strewn with rubble, a fierce battle unfolded between a man and a woman. Terumi Mei, gasping for breath, remained vigilant, her gaze fixed upon the figure of Sasori standing atop a high building. This adversary is indeed formidable. It is astonishing that his puppet technique could compel me to wield a blade with such intensity. Truly, he is the most talented genius of Sunigakure, Mei thought to herself. Her body marked by several fresh wounds, her attire tattered. During their recent skirmish, Sasori's exquisite mastery of the puppet technique had momentarily subdued Mei, forcing her to acknowledge its potency, despite her previous dismissiveness. At that moment, the red-haired young man stood confidently on the rooftop of a 5-story building, one foot resting on the edge as he smiled down at Terumi Mei. To engage me to this extent is commendable, yet this is where it ends. Time has been wasted, and I must hasten to claim others' bells. With a slight smirk, Sasori gestured with his fingers, and 15 puppets gradually ascended from the ground. Hovering in midair, each poised with outstretched arms aimed at Mei below. "Humph, do you believe this will defeat me? Dream on," Mei scoffed, swiftly commencing her hand seals. "Oh, you are still unwilling to concede? Quite tenacious, I must admit. However, it avails you nothing, merely prolonging my time, a futile struggle." Unperturbed, Sasori maintained a confident smile. And under his control, the puppets raised their arms, revealing numerous sigil-like inscriptions. Puppet technique, thousand hands manipulation. In the next moment, the characters resembling cursed seals illuminated brightly. Instantly, countless arms sprouted from the raised limbs of the puppets. In merely a second, hundreds of arms emerged, densely clustering together, resembling a colossal serpent entwined in a labyrinthine manner, obscuring the sky and casting a shadow over the figure of Terumi Mei below. "Humph, I shall not be so easily defeated. I am the commander of the Mist Village. Do not underestimate me," Terumi Mei exclaimed, her brows furrowing sharply, her face radiating with valor. With a resounding cry, she declared, "Dissolution technique, volcanic eruption." In the next instant, Terumi Mei's petite face puffed up as if she had consumed something extraordinary, and then she tilted her head back, aiming at the dense cluster of arms above her, opening her mouth to unleash a tremendous surge of lava. Chapter 204, Terumi Mei vs. Sasori of the Red Sand. A massive torrent of lava erupted from Terumi Mei's mouth, its intense heat distorting the surrounding air. The vivid orange-red flames were strikingly bright, yet they signified the perilous nature of the lava. Observing this scene, Sasori of the Red Sand furrowed his brow slightly, but there was no time to redirect the assault of those arms. He could only continue his descent, charging headlong into the impending lava. "Quite an impressive bloodline limit. It poses a certain restraint on my puppets," Sasori remarked with a smile. Yet he displayed no signs of trepidation. In the next moment, the superlative arm, composed of hundreds of tightly packed limbs resembling a giant serpent, surged fiercely towards the lava that Terumi Mei had unleashed. With a thunderous crash, the lava collided with the massive arms of Sasori. In an instant, a hissing sound erupted as thick white smoke billowed upwards, accompanied by roaring flames. The wooden arms ignited upon contact with the lava, rapidly incinerating and generating a substantial cloud of dense smoke. Although the arms were being incinerated at an astonishing speed by Kagaya's molten lava, their sheer multitude allowed them to relentlessly surge forward towards the lava. For a moment, neither Kagaya's magma nor the overwhelming number of arms from Sasori held the upper hand, resulting in a stalemate. It remained to be seen whether the quantity of Sasori's arms would succumb first to the relentless consumption of lava, or if Kagaya's magma would falter under the onslaught of the arms. As the clash of lava and limbs ensued, thick plumes of smoke billowed and flames soared, obscuring the vision of both combatants. Seizing this opportunity, Sasori deftly maneuvered his fingers to summon a puppet from one of his scrolls via a chakra thread. Under his control, The newly summoned puppet swiftly advanced towards Kagaya, cloaked by the cover of smoke and fire. Meanwhile, Konan-mei was evidently not idle. While continuously spewing forth magma from her mouth, she deftly formed hand seals with one hand, conjuring a water clone. Much like the scorpion of the red sand, she seized the opportunity provided by the flames and thick smoke to charge toward him. Soon, the clash between the scorpion's puppet and Konan-mei's water clone ensued, resulting in a fervent battle between the two. Konan-mei's shadow clone could indeed be classified as a puppet. At this moment, the two puppets were nearly evenly matched. The advantage of Konan-mei's clone lay in its ability to undergo partial transformation, such as turning an arm into a colossal water axe. However, its vulnerability was evident. A single blow to a vital spot would cause it to vanish instantaneously. In contrast, the scorpion's puppet boasted greater resilience, capable of continuing the fight even after losing its head, though it lacked the agility of the water clone, exhibiting somewhat stiff movements. Nevertheless, through an unending barrage of hidden weapons, it managed to hold its ground against the water clone. Ultimately, the scorpion of the red sand had the upper hand. The sheer number of puppet arms relentlessly assaulted the magma, and although wooden arms would incinerate after mere seconds of contact with the molten rock, their abundance proved overwhelming. Thus, Konan-mei's magma could not suppress the onslaught of the scorpion's puppet arms. Before long, Konan-mei found her chakra dwindling, forcing her to cease the magma eruption. The moment she relaxed, a multitude of arms pierced through the magma's obstruction, hurtling toward her. In a swift motion, she rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. The next instant, her previous position was inundated by an onslaught of arms, resembling a scene where countless bamboo poles had struck. How infuriating! This foe is exceedingly difficult to combat. Continuing in this manner is futile. I must target his true form. A look of urgency was evident on Konan-mei's face. Her chakra reserves were running low, while the scorpion of the red sand appeared to be effortlessly untroubled, wielding his power with ease. If this continued, she might very well exhaust herself. After all, the scorpion primarily relied on his puppets for attacks, most of which were executed through hidden weapons. Only occasionally did he require chakra to activate seal-like mechanisms, with the remainder involving chakra threads, making it relatively light on chakra consumption for him. In contrast, every jutsu Konan-mei employed necessitated chakra expenditure. Initially, she had not regarded the scorpion of the red sand with much concern, believing him to be on par with her own abilities. However, as the battle progressed, she began to realize that he might possess strength surpassing her own. Thus far, she had yet to witness him unleash any formidable techniques, aside from that earlier barrage of arms, which had primarily consisted of ordinary puppet manipulation. However, Kojime would never believe that the scorpion of the red sand relied solely on manipulating puppets to attack without any secret techniques. At that moment, the scorpion of the red sand on the upper floor smiled faintly and addressed Kojime below, saying, "It seems you are nearing your limit. Why not surrender? There is no need to engage in such futile endeavors." "Humph. Do you think victory is already in your grasp? Let me assure you, that is impossible." Kojime retorted with a cold snort, swiftly forming hand seals and exclaiming, "Water style, hidden mist technique." Soon, a thick fog enveloped the air, obscuring all visibility in the surroundings. By this point, Kojime had discerned that the scorpion of the red sand lacked any means to counteract the mist. It relied solely on eyesight, devoid of auditory or other sensory capabilities. Thus, if a dense fog were to arise, the scorpion's reliance on visual observation, especially without the Byakugan, would inevitably hinder its performance. Indeed, once Kojime employed the hidden mist technique, the scorpion of the red sand momentarily lost track of its target. "I must admit, I underestimated your ingenuity," it remarked with a smile, gazing into the vast expanse of white fog. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, fierce combat was unfolding. As the formidable Kisame Hashigaki unleashed the water release, coiling waves of the sea technique, the tranquil surface beneath Yosaka transformed into a tumultuous sea. Immediately, over 10 colossal water dragons surged skyward from the depths, each one rivaling the immense water dragon technique previously executed by the legendary Zabuza Momochi. The sheer magnitude of these water dragons obscured the sunlight, casting a shadow over Yosaka. At first glance, the multitude of water dragons seemed unremarkable. It appeared as though merely a handful more had joined the fray, akin to the simultaneous release of several water dragon bullets. Yosaka, unfazed, gazed upward at the soaring water dragons and remarked, Chapter 205, Underestimating the threat. In truth, Yosaka's observation was not entirely erroneous from an exterior perspective. It did resemble the release of numerous water dragon bullets. However, the reality was far more daunting. The power of these water dragons far surpassed that of the mere water dragons summoned by the water dragon bullet technique. In terms of sheer size, these water dragons were significantly larger, and size equates to strength. Though it appeared that there were only a dozen water dragons, they were relentless in their assault, capable of reforming even after being shattered, akin to the principles governing water elementals. Thus, this represented an expansive, sustained assault of S-rank ninjutsu, with duration contingent upon the chakra reserves of the user. Should one possess an infinite chakra supply, this technique could be unleashed ceaselessly. When wielded by a jinchuriki, its power could reach extraordinary heights. The current third Mizukage, a master of this technique, could maintain it for as long as half an hour, thanks to the vast chakra of the three tails. The aforementioned details serve to elucidate the audience regarding this technique, granting them a clearer understanding of its formidable nature. However, these cognitions are entirely absent in Yosaka. For Yosaka, they are merely an abundance of songs and water dragon techniques. After listening to Yosaka's words, the dry persimmon ghost shark chuckled. Although he previously thought Yosaka to be somewhat dull, he did not anticipate just how naive he truly was. This was an S-rank ninjutsu created by the first Hokage, and only a few techniques could rival its might. Thus, as he formed seals, he remarked to Sannin, "This is S-rank ninjutsu. Its power is incomparable to that of mere water dragon jutsu. Underestimating it will surely lead to your downfall." Yosaka smiled faintly, casting a glance at the immense water dragons above, and replied to the dry persimmon ghost shark, "They are all the same. In this world, there is nothing that cannot be resolved with a single strike. Since you do not believe, allow me to demonstrate." With that, Yosaka stepped forward, exuding an aura of invisible confidence, as if the 10 or more water dragons above were nothing more than insignificant creatures, entirely beneath his notice. Witnessing this scene, the dry persimmon ghost shark snorted coldly and commanded the water dragons to dive toward Yosaka. Each of these water dragons was significantly larger than those previously unleashed by Momochi Zabuza, and the force generated by their descent was even more formidable. Moreover, the simultaneous assault of over 10 water dragons would easily overwhelm even the strongest of defenses. Seeing that Yosaka showed no intention of evading, the dry persimmon ghost shark felt a surge of excitement. He thought to himself that this fool was indeed quite reckless. Initially, he had worried that Yosaka's terrifying speed might allow him to escape the water dragon's attack range, rendering this technique ineffective. Now, it seemed that such concerns were entirely unwarranted, and it appeared that Yosaka not only intended to stand his ground but was eager to confront the onslaught head-on. This led the usually composed dry persimmon ghost shark to privately muse, "This fool is truly brazen. He actually thinks he can face this head-on. What a deluded mind." Meanwhile, in the small square, a crowd observed with varying emotions as Yosaka boldly prepared to confront those water dragons. Tsubaki, unable to contain himself, burst into hearty laughter, pointing at the large screen displaying Yosaka and exclaiming, "Ha! This young man dares to face them head-on. Is he perhaps a tad too confident?" Uchiha Obito and Asuma Saratobi wore expressions of grave concern, particularly Asuma, whose countenance resembled that of one who had consumed bitter melon, his face turning a ghastly shade of green. In his heart, he raged vehemently, "Yosaka, you fool! Do you truly believe you can vanquish everything? Run at once. This is not a battle you can face head-on. Losing is inconsequential, but do not drag me down into the depths of despair." In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage's visage darkened as he gazed into the crystal ball, his fury manifesting in furious slaps upon the table as he bellowed, "Has this fool lost his mind? Does he truly think he can cut through anything? This is the sea control technique, not merely a mundane water dragon jutsu." In the audience, spectators gasped in alarm as they witnessed Yosaka's reckless eagerness to engage. Many shouted in unison for him to evade, exclaiming that he could not possibly withstand such an onslaught. This time, the majority of the crowd held little faith in Yosaka's chances, for this instance was unlike any before. Previously, he had faced but a single water dragon. Yet now he confronted a multitude, capable of infinite regeneration and far larger than its predecessor. In comparison to the legion of water dragons, Yosaka appeared diminutive, akin to an ant beneath the foot of an elephant, evoking an overwhelming sense of insurmountable odds. "Yosaka, you fool! Flee! Do not face him directly!" cried Shusui Mikami, his voice strained with urgency. Yet, he could only shout at the screen, for Yosaka and the illusion could not hear him, even if he did. Retreat was not in his nature. Amidst the chorus of dissenting voices urging Yosaka to escape, Otsutsuki Shbu clasped her hands in prayer, her eyes fixed on the screen. Her pupils reflecting Yosaka's form as she murmured, "Yosaka, I believe in you. You can do this. Go, go, go." Simultaneously, within the illusion, Yosaka bore a confident smile. As the colossal water dragon bore down upon him, at that moment, he lightly tapped the ground with his feet, and in the next breath, it seemed as if gravity had relinquished its hold, propelling him skyward to meet the oncoming water dragons. "Ah, he is ascending," someone in the stands exclaimed in astonishment. "He is actually flying. How is he accomplishing this? He intends to confront those water dragons head-on. This is utterly audacious. Is he overly confident? How could he possibly contend with such a multitude? It's futile." Panic rippled through the audience, foretelling the imminent downfall of the strongest in Konoha. Seemingly poised to be eliminated by the denizens of the Mist Village. The most infuriating aspect was that he had the potential to triumph. Yet he appeared destined to succumb to his own folly. In an instant, the arena erupted into a cacophony of gasps and exclamations. Within the illusion, Yosaka soared above the incredulous gaze of the crowd, as if defying gravity itself, hurtling toward the water dragons. "I have proclaimed that in this world, there exists no challenge that cannot be resolved with a single strike. If one exists, then let there be another." With that declaration, Yosaka raised his great sword, cleaving towards the water dragon above him with unwavering resolve. Chapter 206, The Blade Unsheathed. He has drawn his blade. A voice erupted from the stands. One man facing a multitude of colossal dragons. Could this be the fabled dragon slayer of legend? What audacity! There seems to be no foe he dares to confront. In an instant, the spectators were abuzz with chatter, their gazes fixated on the grand screen depicting Yosaka. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking. A solitary figure charging towards a sky filled with dragons, truly embodying the essence of a dragon slayer. In the next moment, one could hear Yosaka softly utter the word steel-cutting flash. With a swift motion, his blade sliced through the air, and a translucent arc of light erupted from the tip of his sword, striking fiercely at the enormous dragon's head. Almost immediately, the fearsome dragon had erupted in a violent explosion, sending forth a towering wave of water. With a resounding crash, the colossal dragon's head transformed into a magnificent splash of water, obliterated mid-air by a single strike from Yosaka's sword. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The 3-meter-long, crescent-shaped blade of silvery light surged forward, relentlessly slicing through the massive body of the water dragon, reducing it to a cascade of droplets in mere seconds. The once formidable dragon, stretching dozens of meters in length, was completely dismantled, leaving only a shimmering display of water in its wake. However, this victory only marked the demise of the first dragon. As the remnants of the first were scattered, a multitude of water dragons followed in swift succession, converging upon Yosaka. In an instant, the sky was darkened by the overwhelming presence of these colossal beings, their sheer size casting a shadow that enveloped Yosaka, contrasting starkly with his diminutive form. The spectators outside felt a palpable tension in the air, as the scene was nothing short of breathtaking. Yosaka appeared as insignificant as a sesame seed against the backdrop of these towering water dragons. Despite Yosaka's impressive feat of cleaving the first dragon, it was but a mere appetizer compared to the formidable onslaught that lay ahead. The sheer volume of water constituting these dragons amounted to thousands of tons, capable of crushing a person into a mere puddle. Even though the first water dragon had been reduced to liquid, the vast quantity of water it released possessed enough force to inflict serious harm. Consequently, the audience, despite witnessing Yosaka's initial triumph, felt only heightened anxiety, acutely aware that this was merely the prelude to greater peril. As anticipated, 5 or 6 water dragons lunged towards Yosaka, followed closely by a dozen more. The immense size of this horde bore down on him, resembling a colossal mountain of serpentine water descending from the heavens. The scene could aptly be described as a cataclysmic onslaught of water dragons. Yet, amidst the tension that gripped the spectators, they noted that Yosaka's expression remained utterly unfazed. Tranquil as ever, as if he were merely confronting a dozen fried dough sticks rather than a formidable array of water dragons. "Let us see how you handle this next wave," came the thought, skepticism lingering in the air. "Even if you manage to fell them all, my chakra will continuously summon new water dragons to launch their relentless assault." Beside him, the dry persimmon Oizuki wore a cold smile as he continued to channel chakra into his ninjutsu, maintaining his hand seals. Thanks to his natural abundance of chakra, he could sustain this expenditure far longer than anyone else. Had it been Kakashi Hitaki, he would have long since succumbed to exhaustion. Nonetheless, even Oizuki could only last for 5 minutes at most before his chakra would be depleted. However, this was of little concern, for within that brief span, he could unleash a multitude of draconic assaults, sufficient to vanquish Yosaka. Meanwhile, gazing at the colossal dragon heads descending upon him like a mountain, Yosaka smiled faintly and declared, "Did you not express your disbelief? Allow me to demonstrate how to sever a great water dragon with a single stroke." With that, the muscles of his right arm bulged as he wielded his katana, executing more than 10 swift slashes in the blink of an eye, creating a dazzling array of blade light. In the next moment, a brilliant orb of light surged towards the massive dragons, appearing as if Yosaka had unleashed a chaotic flurry of strikes that birthed this radiant sphere. In truth, it comprised countless blade lights, their brilliance so intense that it obscured the original crescent shape, rendering it a vast luminous orb in the eyes of the spectators. Then, amidst the watchful gaze of the crowd, the orb collided fiercely with the 6 enormous dragon heads. "Destroy him, Yosaka. Give it your all." As this spectacle unfolded, Asuma Saratobi roared, the hopes of the entire village resting upon Yosaka's shoulders. The outcome of this battle hinged solely on him. In the next instant, a thunderous boom resonated. The sky seemed to illuminate with a brilliant white light, blinding and explosive, only to fade almost instantly. In its wake, a titanic wave surged skyward, as the 6 dragon heads were obliterated by the luminous orb. Immediately thereafter, the colossal splash created by the 6 dragon heads that had been obliterated surged into the sky like a tsunami, only to cascade downward in an instant, resembling a vast watery shroud descending from the heavens. Meanwhile, the luminous orb, undeterred by the destruction of the 6 dragon heads, pressed forward, propelling itself upward with the bodies of the 6 dragons. Consequently, these immense dragon forms were relentlessly shattered and scattered into torrents of water, which then poured down upon the earth below like a torrential waterfall, inundating the area of Yosaka. In that fleeting moment, tens of thousands of tons of water plummeted towards Yosaka, a force that, while lacking the raw impact of the dragons themselves, was still insurmountable for an ordinary person to withstand. Yet, Yosaka remained unfazed, activating his iron body, which dramatically amplified his defensive capabilities to unprecedented levels, allowing him to endure the deluge of water while continuing to surge upward. The spectators were left in a state of profound astonishment, utterly bewildered by the spectacle. Chapter 207. Collective astonishment. The deluge was about to descend. At that moment, a viewer pointed at the screen, exclaiming in disbelief as torrents of water cascaded from the sky like a celestial river, while Yosaka hovered in midair, poised after his recent strike. In the Hokage office, the 3rd Hokage and his colleagues gazed gravely at the crystal ball. "Can anyone elucidate how he manages to float in the air? I am quite certain this is not the earth release, lightweight rock technique," remarked the 3rd Hokage. Orochimaru pondered for a moment before responding, his tone tinged with uncertainty. "It appears his ability may be a combination of gravitational and wind release forces, enabling him to ascend into the sky." "Oh? What leads you to that conclusion?" Jiraiya inquired with curiosity. Orochimaru replied solemnly, "From his movements and posture, it seems he can alter his own gravity to a certain extent, enough to render his body nearly weightless, though not to the degree of floating as with the lightweight rock technique. Furthermore, if you observe beneath his feet, there seems to be a sensation of flowing wind. He must be utilizing a wind-based ability to elevate his near-weightless form, thus allowing him to soar. This is merely my conjecture." After listening to Orochimaru's explanation, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Saratobi, nodded thoughtfully, finding Orochimaru's words to be quite credible. It seemed to be the most plausible theory regarding how Yosaka was able to soar. This young man, Yosaka, harbored so many secrets. Had it not been for this competition, he would have remained oblivious to the extent of Yosaka's abilities, which truly opened his eyes. The 3rd Hokage chuckled, feeling immense pride in Yosaka's formidable prowess, having watched him grow up. However, he was equally astonished, as he had never witnessed Yosaka acquiring such skills, nor had he seen him employ them before today. It was a revelation that left him utterly amazed at the depth of concealment. At this moment, Jiraiya chimed in. "Indeed, he resembles a treasure chest. We were completely unaware of his extraordinary capabilities until now. His ability to manipulate wind and control gravity is simply outrageous." The 3rd Hokage nodded in agreement, but suddenly paused, turning to Jiraiya and exclaimed loudly, "Jiraiya, who allowed you to enter? Get out." Jiraiya, at a loss for words, responded, I merely mentioned that Asuma Saratobi was eliminated. I promise I won't speak of Asuma's elimination again. You still dare to say it. You dare. The third Hokage hastily raised his staff, attempting to strike Jiraiya on the head. Meanwhile, after activating his iron body technique, Yosaka braced himself against the tremendous force of tens of thousands of tons of water cascading down. In an instant, it felt as though a mountain were pressing down upon him, forcing his body toward the ground, which, from the audience's perspective, appeared as if Yosaka was being smashed into the earth by the colossal volume of water. This spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. However, before their gasps could subside, they witnessed Yosaka, who had been seemingly crushed, charging back up, looking utterly unscathed. This was the defense of Yosaka's iron body, which allowed him to emerge unscathed. Although he had not sustained any injuries, he could not withstand the sheer downward force of tens of thousands of tons, which had initially sent him plummeting. Now that the water had receded, Yosaka soared back into the air once more. At this moment, Yosaka once again confronted over a dozen colossal water dragons. Not only were there remnants from before, but new ones had also materialized. After all, this particular ninjutsu possessed the ability to regenerate akin to that of a water elemental, allowing for an endless cycle of assault as long as sufficient chakra was available. Yosaka soared into the sky once more, unleashing a dazzling array of blade light that shattered the water dragons one after another, only to be pounded back to the ground by torrents of water. Yet, undeterred, he ascended again to continue his relentless assault, creating a continuous loop of combat. Spectators outside the arena were left in awe. The sheer power displayed was astonishing, and one could hardly believe such stamina belonged to a human. Time and again, he was battered by tons of water, yet he rose to fight anew, showcasing formidable resilience. In a surge of admiration, the audience erupted in cheers, rallying behind Yosaka, urging him to persevere. Meanwhile, on the other side, the anxious expression on the face of the formidable Kisame Hoshigaki gradually intensified, as 3 minutes had already elapsed, during which Yosaka had dispatched dozens of adversaries. Yet, observing Yosaka's demeanor, there was no sign of fatigue. On the contrary, Kisame himself was beginning to experience a depletion of chakra. At most, he had 1 minute left before his chakra would be entirely exhausted. Damn it. Is this fellow made of iron? How can he endure such a relentless assault without tiring? Kisame thought, gritting his teeth, unwilling to gamble that Yosaka would succumb to fatigue before his own chakra was depleted. Thus, Kisame was compelled to contemplate an escape route. While continuing to channel chakra into his Kongo Bakuha technique, he surreptitiously created 3 explosive water clones, which liquefied and approached Yosaka in their aqueous form. Given that the explosive water clones had transformed into liquid, and with water abundant everywhere, they were adept at evading Yosaka's detection, stealthily drawing closer. Consequently, at the moment when Yosaka was momentarily overwhelmed by a deluge of water, the concealed explosive water clones quickly reverted to their original forms and surged towards Yosaka, detonating within a mere 2-meter radius. With a resounding series of explosions, Yosaka was engulfed by a massive curtain of water. In that fleeting opportunity, Kisame swiftly commanded the remaining 2 water clones to strike at Korisatsu and Akatsuki under the water prison technique, eliminating both with a decisive blow. Thus, the 2 members from the Hidden Mist Village were vanquished, and the bell would not belong to competitors from other nations. However, the Dry Persimmon Zetsu has decisively abandoned the technique of Kage's maritime domination, forming seals while simultaneously turning on his heel and fleeing. At that moment, Yotsuka was fortuitously obstructed by the explosions of 3 self-destructive clones, which, upon detonation, raised a curtain of water that effectively shielded him from perceiving the air currents he typically controlled. Consequently, he remained oblivious to the subtle maneuver executed by Kisame Hoshigaki in that fleeting instant. However, several esteemed spectators of the match observed Kisame's deft action and were left in awe of his ingenuity. In Chapter 208, Speed Evaluation, from the stands, Kakashi Hitaki remarked to Fugaku Uchiha, "Fugaku, did you catch that hand sign from Kisame Hoshigaki?" Fugaku nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "Indeed, I saw it. I never anticipated he would devise such a strategy. However, I must admit, that maneuver was quite impressive. It was indeed the only way to evade Yotsuka's relentless pursuit." Kakashi also nodded, reflecting, "Initially, I assumed his self-destructive clones were intended to attack Yotsuka. It has now become evident that they were, in fact, a preparatory tactic for that very moment. This fellow certainly has a complex mind." Fugaku concurred, stating, "Indeed, he is a formidable individual. To prevent the bell from falling into enemy hands, he resorted to eliminating his own teammates. Such an action is beyond the capacity of most, contrasting sharply with our Leaf Village's philosophy of never abandoning nor giving up on comrades. Kakashi nodded once more, adding, however, in a certain sense, his approach is indeed the most prudent. It ensures that vital information remains confidential and prevents any advantage from being seized by the enemy. Fugaku acknowledged this, saying, that may be true, but it requires a steely resolve to act in such a manner. Individuals of this caliber either possess a ruthless heart, disregarding their comrades, or bear the weight of guilt for their teammates. In any case, they are undeniably ruthless. Both Uchiha Fugaku and Kakashi Hitaki have identified the issue, a concern that has also been recognized by other prominent figures. For instance, on the other side, Namake's Minato and Uchiha Shursui are similarly engaged in discussions regarding this matter. Minato, do you believe that in a real combat scenario, the Akatsuki member Kisame Hoshigaki would resort to eliminating his own teammates to prevent the enemy from acquiring intelligence? Uchiha Shursui inquired. Minato furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding, I believe he would indeed take such an action. This same conclusion was reached by Orochimaru within the confines of the Hokage's office. Meanwhile, as the sight of Yotsuka being engulfed by the explosions of 3 self-destructing clones unfolded, many spectators were gripped by anxiety, fervently wishing for Yotsuka's safety. Among them, the one who harbored the deepest concern for Yotsuka was undoubtedly Asuma Sarutobi, for this situation directly impacted his own well-being. Thus, when he witnessed Yotsuka surrounded by the self-destructing clones and their subsequent detonation, Asuma's heart raced with trepidation, pounding vigorously in his chest, and in that moment, he instinctively held his breath. Beside him, the loquat merchant also held his breath, his anxiety rivaling that of Asuma Sarutobi. After all, should he lose the wager, he would find himself swimming in a cesspool. In truth, the concerns of everyone were unwarranted, for Yosaka was utterly unafraid of the self-destructing clone's explosion. After all, clad in his iron physique, Yosaka could withstand even the might of Daidara's C1 explosives, let alone the detonation of mere clones. In that fleeting moment, he was merely obscured by the curtain of water created by the explosion, which also hindered his perception of airflow manipulation. Yet, as the cascading droplets descended, both his sight and his sensitivity to the currents of air swiftly returned. Thus, Yosaka soon discerned the distant figure of Kisame Hoshigaki, who had already fled 50 meters away, along with the vanished Kurosukuk Maru and Hozuki Mangetsu. Damn it. This scoundrel acted first. How could I have forgotten about this? Yosaka seethed, realizing that Kurosukuk Maru and Hozuki Mangetsu had disappeared, leaving only Kisame in retreat. Yosaka instantly comprehended that Kisame had seized the fleeting opportunity, while he was momentarily obstructed by the explosion, to eliminate the other two. Those two had been within his grasp. An assured victory, yet now they had been dispatched by Kisame, igniting Yosaka's ire. At this juncture, with Kisame having sprinted over 50 meters away, Yosaka wasted no time and activated his great Freedom Sage technique to pursue him. Observing this scene, Kakashi Hitaki sighed, remarking, indeed, he is still a bit too inexperienced. However, one cannot blame him. The deception was undeniably potent. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in agreement, adding, it is inevitable, most would fall for such ruse. One must say that the young man named Kisame possesses a modicum of intelligence. On the spectator's platform, upon witnessing Yosaka chase after Kisame, Minato Namake's pondered aloud. It seems Yosaka's reconnaissance ability is linear. If obstructed, he cannot perceive. This implies a lack of penetrating capability. Upon hearing Minato's observation, Uchiha Shursui nodded, stating, it appears you have identified the flaw. Those 3 self-destructing clones were indeed ingeniously crafted, yet it seems they gambled on Yosaka's perceptual limitations. Otherwise, it would have been futile. Minato acknowledged, one cannot deny that Kisame's strategy is rather astonishing. I had never considered such an approach. His creativity is remarkable. However, without this method, he would be unable to evade Yosaka's pursuit, for Yosaka's speed is only slightly inferior to mine. Uchiha Shursui concurred, indeed, his swiftness is quite extraordinary. It is truly astonishing that a mere genin possesses such speed. At this moment, the 2 fastest individuals were engaged in a discussion about the speed of Yotsuka. One was the Yellow Flash, and the other was Shunshin no Mizutamari. Meanwhile, from the Hidden Cloud Village ranked 3rd. The reason a later referred to himself as the 2nd fastest, after the Yellow Flash, was due to the fact that Shunshin no Mizutamari had already perished. Had Shunshin no Mizutamori still been alive, it would undoubtedly not have claimed the second position. For Shunshin, no Mizutamori's speed surpassed that of A. Much like the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, Shunshin no Mizutamori possessed the ability of instantaneous movement, which naturally eclipsed A's speed, which relied on running. If a speed ranking were to be established now, it would likely place Minato Namikaze first, Shunshin no Mizutamori second, a third, and Yotsuka may well secure the fourth position, as his current speed was indeed remarkably swift. While it may not be described as lightning fast, it was nearly at the level of leaving afterimages in his wake. This very fact elucidated why the Akatsuki member, Kisame Hoshigaki, could not evade Yotsuka's relentless pursuit. Yotsuka's speed was extraordinarily impressive. However, if Might Guy's father, Might Dai, were to activate the 8 gates, his speed would undoubtedly surpass that of Yotsuka in his present state, though such a feat would be futile. On one hand, it is a temporary enhancement of skill, and on the other, should he open the 8 gates, it would lead to his demise, leaving Yotsuka still in the 4th position. Chapter 209, The Strategy of Drawing the Tiger from its Mountain. Witnessing Kisame Hoshigaki's frantic escape, Yotsuka shouted, "Don't run. Stop right there," as he pursued with fervent determination. In that moment, Yotsuka's speed escalated to its utmost limit, resulting in a series of afterimages trailing behind him. Observers in the audience gasped in astonishment. Their decision to attend the match had proven worthwhile. Not only had they witnessed Yotsuka's remarkable combat prowess, but they had also experienced a multitude of breathtaking moments. From his initial floating steps to the subsequent blade battles, Yotsuka delivered a series of spectacular scenes akin to a cinematic masterpiece, showcasing an array of extraordinary abilities. Those familiar with Yotsuka were left in awe, as they had never before seen him utilize such diverse powers. Their previous encounters had only revealed his capacity for swift, lethal strikes. It was not until this competition that they were astounded to discover Yotsuka's extensive repertoire of hidden talents, providing them with a feast for the eyes. Now, Yosaka once again showcased his astonishing speed, running with a velocity that nearly rivaled that of flight. The breathtaking imagery of his swift movement elicited screams of excitement from the audience, who exclaimed how incredibly impressive he was. The fleeing Kisame Hoshigaki was acutely aware that mere flight would not suffice to evade the relentless pursuit of Yosaka. Thus, as he ran, he unleashed a series of ninjutsu. He first formed hand seals to release 3 water clone explosions, intent on obstructing Yosaka's advance. Upon witnessing the 3 water clones rushing toward him, Yosaka, without a moment's hesitation, cleaved them in 2 with a single stroke of his blade. However, as soon as the clones were severed, they detonated explosively on the spot. The air was filled with the resounding booms of the explosions, and a colossal spray of water engulfed Yosaka's figure in an instant. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Yosaka emerged from the deluge, droplets of water trailing behind him, propelled backward by his extraordinary speed. The 3 explosive clones had failed to impede Yosaka in the slightest. He maintained his rapid pursuit of Kisame. At that moment, the distance between Yosaka and Kisame had diminished from over 50 meters to just 30. At this pace, it was evident that within mere seconds, Yosaka would close the gap and catch up to Kisame. However, the dry persimmon ghost shark was not so easily pursued. As he fled, he unleashed a series of ninjutsu. After Yotsuka broke through the barriers created by 3 water-style explosive clones, he was met head-on by a colossal water dragon. With its gaping maw wide enough to engulf an elephant, the dragon swiftly swallowed Yotsuka, who had just escaped the explosions of the clones. Thus, the audience was treated to a breathtaking spectacle. Yotsuka was ensnared within the massive jaws of the water dragon, as if cradled within its embrace. The dragon, being composed of water, was nearly translucent, allowing the spectators to witness the surreal coexistence of Yotsuka and the water dragon from their vantage point. Though the water dragon possessed immense power, it could not contend with Yosaki. Yosaki remained unscathed. However, being engulfed by the colossal dragon momentarily impeded his momentum, causing him to be pushed back several meters due to the water dragon's advance. Yet, in the next instant, with a swift slash of his blade, Yosaki severed the enormous water dragon cleanly at the head, transforming it into a magnificent spray of water that scattered across the ground. However, Yosaki continued his relentless pursuit. At this moment, due to the 3 seconds lost to the colossal dragon, the distance between Kakashi and Yosaki had once again been reduced to 50 meters. Yet, this mere 50 meters posed no challenge for Yosaki. He surged forward with all his might. If unobstructed, it was estimated that in no more than 3 seconds, he would reach Kakashi. However, Kakashi was not one to surrender easily. As he ran, he unleashed a myriad of ninjutsu techniques, including water bullet technique, water dragon bullet technique, and great tsunami technique, among others, in an attempt to thwart Yosaki's advance. Yet, these efforts yielded little effect, as the gap between them continued to diminish rapidly. As Yosaka relentlessly pursued, and Kakashi Kisame desperately fled, an unexpected disturbance rippled across the surface of the water left behind from their previous battle at the convergence of the seas. Soon, the agitation intensified, and from the depths of the water, a humanoid figure of liquid emerged. Gradually, the form became more defined and intricate, with facial features and details slowly materializing until it perfectly resembled Kakashi Kisame himself. Phew, that was close. I nearly met my end. Yet, fortune smiled upon me, allowing me to deceive him successfully. Kakashi Kisame remarked with a smile, gazing at the direction in which his doppelganger had fled. Upon witnessing this scene, the audience erupted in astonishment, for none could have anticipated that while one version of the dry persimmon zetsu was frantically fleeing from Yotsuka, another identical dry persimmon zetsu emerged. As many spectators were left in a state of confusion, unable to comprehend the unfolding events, a seasoned commentator swiftly discerned the situation and promptly elucidated it for the audience. It was then that they grasped the true nature of the occurrence. Earlier, as the dry persimmon zetsu had cancelled the Kong Bikai technique and dispatched 3 explosive clones to assault Yotsuka, the detonation of these clones generated tremendous waves that obscured Yotsuka's vision. In that fleeting moment, the dry persimmon zetsu created a water clone that mirrored his appearance precisely, while his true form utilized a secret technique to liquefy and merge into the surrounding waters. He then directed the water clone to make its escape. At that juncture, Yotsuka, having broken through the interference of the explosive clones, caught sight of the fleeing dry persimmon zetsu. In reality, it was the clone that was escaping, and, without a second thought, pursued it, believing it to be the genuine dry persimmon zetsu. Thus, the dry persimmon zetsu had cleverly executed a ruse to lead Yotsuka astray. Now, observing that Yotsuka had been lured a considerable distance away by the water clone, the true dry persimmon zetsu emerged from the water and fled in the opposite direction. In this manner, Yotsuka had been deceived by a mere trick, which was precisely what Kakashi and Minato had previously alluded to regarding the dry persimmon zetsu's remarkable maneuvers. Indeed, it was a masterful display. Although Yagasaki possesses considerable strength, he is not without his shortcomings. This is precisely the issue that Namake's Minato alluded to regarding Yagasaki's perceptive abilities being obstructed by walls. Consequently, he failed to detect the subtle maneuver of Kisame Hoshigaki during the instant of the explosion of the self-detonating clones. In Chapter 210, concerning Kisame Hoshigaki's actions, had Yagasaki's perception been capable of penetrating walls, he would have undoubtedly noticed the small movements made by Kisame at that critical moment. However, at that precise juncture, 3 self-detonating water clones surrounded Yagasaki in a triangular formation before exploding. The explosive force of the clones generated a cascade of water, effectively creating a sealed dome that enveloped Yagasaki and thus obstructed his contact with the external air currents. As a result, Yagasaki momentarily lost the 3-dimensional sensory images formed by the external airflow. Furthermore, the water curtain obscured his line of sight, preventing him from discerning Kisame's actions. In a sense, this was a stroke of luck, as it is rare in actual combat to completely isolate Yagasaki. Even the slightest breeze could enable him to construct an awareness of the external environment. Therefore, while this tactic succeeded once, replicating it would prove exceedingly challenging. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that Kisame has successfully deceived Yagasaki, who remains oblivious to the fact that he has been led astray and continues to fervently pursue Kisame. As a result, Yagasaki has already ventured over 300 meters in his chase. As the true form of the dry persimmon Kisame emerged, it had already surpassed the limits of Yosaki's perception of the air currents, thus remaining unseen by him. Finally, Yosaki managed to break through the numerous obstacles and catch up with Kisame's water clone. However, Kisame had no intention of easily allowing his water clone to be dispatched by Yosaki. He wished for the clone to engage Yosaki in a prolonged dance of combat. Consequently, the water clone of Kisame unleashed a variety of water-based jutsu, although these techniques proved largely ineffective against Yosaki, who had activated his steel body. Some were even effortlessly cleaved in two by Yosaki's blade. At last, Yosaki stood before the water clone of Kisame, declaring, "Your bell is now mine." The water clone of Kisame chuckled and retorted, "Is that so? I beg to differ." Without further ado, Yosaki brandished his great sword, and swung it toward Kisame. Yet, in the midst of his attack, Yosaka suddenly pondered a curious question. Why had he not seen Kisame's signature blade, the Samahata, while pursuing him? Normally, even if 3 self-destructing water clones had delayed Yosaka for a mere second, Kisame would not have had the time to stow away the Samahata within that brief interval. If Kisame were indeed attempting to flee, how could he possibly squander such a precious moment on securing his weapon instead of escaping? These thoughts flickered through Yosaka's mind in an instant, and before he could fully grasp them, his sword had already cleaved through Kisame, bisecting him entirely. As Yosaka awaited the toll of the bell, the severed Kisame transformed into a large pool of water with a splashing sound. Stunned by this revelation, Yosaka quickly understood that he had been deceived. His relentless pursuit had merely been of a water clone. "Kisame, you scoundrel!" he exclaimed through gritted teeth, infuriated by the realization that he had been outwitted by Kisame. On the other side, upon realizing that his water clone had been vanquished by Yotsuka, Kakuza knew that Yotsuka had already discerned his predicament. However, this did not cause him much concern, as he had already distanced himself from Yotsuka by a considerable 2 kilometers, making it nearly impossible for Yotsuka to pursue or detect him. Thus, it could be said that Kakuza was, for the time being, in a state of relative safety. Simultaneously, he felt a lingering trepidation. He had initially believed that, with the strength of his team, even if victory eluded them, they would at least secure a commendable rank. Yet, who could have anticipated encountering a monster like Yotsuka so soon? A being capable of executing a triple kill against 3 adversaries, forcing Kakuzu to take matters into his own hands and eliminate his 2 teammates, lest they all succumb to Yotsuka and lose their bells. Kakuzu had not anticipated Yotsuka's power had escalated to such an extent. He felt as though none of his jutsu could genuinely affect Yotsuka. Indeed, it seemed that Yotsuka's assertion held true. There was nothing in this world that he could not resolve with a single strike. Reflecting on this now, Kakuzu found Yotsuka's words to be utterly unblemished and devoid of any flaw. In the heart of dry persimmon Zetsu, there was a profound sense of misfortune regarding his companions. Why must they encounter such an adversary as Yotsuka? To be frank, even if they were to face the likes of Yuzuki, Kijirabi, or Darui, Zetsu did not believe that they would all be eliminated by their hands. Even in defeat, there remained the possibility of escape. However, when confronted with Yotsuka, the situation was entirely different. Despite Yotsuka being but one individual, the trio found themselves utterly incapable of overcoming him, nor could they manage to flee. Even if they were to scatter in 3 different directions, Zetsu was convinced that Yotsuka possessed the capability to swiftly eliminate all 3. After all, he had witnessed Yotsuka's breathtaking speed while pursuing Zetsu's shadow clone, a velocity that left an indelible impression, coupled with Yotsuka's ability to strike down anything with a single blow. Zetsu was entirely certain that Yotsuka could effortlessly pursue and dispatch any individual with a single strike. As of now, Zetsu had yet to discover any object or jutsu that could withstand the force of Yotsuka's descending blade. Truly, he was a formidable opponent. Zetsu mused with a lingering sense of trepidation. On the other side, after losing track of the formidable Kyuubi, Yosaka sought a new direction, propelling himself forward with the splendid technique of the Great Freedom, racing like the wind. The path he traversed was marked by flying sand and tumbling stones, as he uprooted mountains and toppled trees, moving with astonishing swiftness. This spectacle has indeed provided a visual feast for the audience as the swift pace of the events unfolds, creating an exhilarating atmosphere that elicits thunderous applause from the stands. Meanwhile, the battle between Conan and the Scorpion of the Red Sand is nearing its climax. Despite Conan possessing 2 bloodline limits, marking her as an extraordinary talent, she is ultimately outmatched by the Scorpion, whose mastery of puppet techniques renders him nearly invulnerable. In a final cunning maneuver, he employs a roadside bomb crafted from a puppet part to deceive Conan, resulting in her elimination. Chapter 211. Conan is eliminated in a flash of white light. Conan finds herself on the small plaza. The previous battle between Kagayame and Sasori of the Red Sand was witnessed by all present in the small square through the split screens on the large display. Thus, there is a sense of regret regarding Kagayame's elimination. Although she was defeated, this does not imply her weakness. On the contrary, Kagayame has proven herself to be incredibly formidable. Anyone who observed her confrontation with Sasori would hesitate to claim victory over her, as her performance was nearly at the level of AJ Nin. Her mastery of various ninjutsu and her exceptional chakra control were truly commendable. Unfortunately, Sasori's strength and experience surpassed hers, making her defeat a reflection of his prowess rather than any inadequacy on her part. This sentiment can undoubtedly be applied to Kagaya-Mei's situation without any doubt. Oh, Jiro? Hozuki Mangetsu? Have you both also been eliminated? Kagaya-Mei exclaimed in surprise upon seeing them. Indeed, but we were not defeated by others. It was at the hands of Kisame Hoshigaki himself, they responded. What on earth? Kagaya-Mei replied, utterly bewildered. Thus, Hozuki Mangetsu proceeded to explain the circumstances leading to their elimination, and ultimately, Kagaya-Mei learned that it was due to the pressure exerted by Yotsuka. Had Kisame not taken matters into his own hands, all three of their bells would have fallen into Yotsuka's possession. Upon learning of this matter, Terumi-Mei was instantly filled with admiration for Yosaki. My husband is indeed remarkable, Terumi-Mei exclaimed, her expression reminiscent of a lovesick maiden. Meanwhile, Kurosaki Maru and Zuki Mitsuki could only roll their eyes in exasperation, deeming her infatuation excessive and a blatant disregard for friendship. At this moment, Terumi-Mei recalled the defeat of the Scorpion of the Red Sand. The previous battle had been undeniably intense. She had unleashed her powerful techniques, reserving only her ultimate move, which she could not use lightly. Despite her efforts, she found herself still suppressed by the Scorpion, who evidently had not exerted his full strength, thus highlighting his formidable prowess. However, upon hearing the names of Yotsuka from Kurosaki and the enigmatic Mange from the Akatsuki, Terumi-Mei felt a sudden surge of anticipation. She wondered what the encounter between Yotsuka and the Scorpion would be like. At this moment, she also recalled Zabuza Momochi and inquired of Kurosaki, what about Zabuza? Has he been eliminated? Upon mentioning Zabuza, both Kurosaki and Mange exchanged awkward glances, hesitating to speak. What is the matter? Please, do tell, Terumi-Mei urged, sensing an ominous undertone in their silence. Just then, Uchiha Obito interjected, allow me to clarify. Zabuza encountered Yotsuka and was left in tatters, his sword shattered into 3 pieces. Ah, Yotsuka is that formidable? Terumi-Mei's expression transformed into one of infatuation. Observing her reaction, Kurosaki and Mange exchanged incredulous looks. After all, Zabuza was their ally. Yet Yotsuka had eliminated him, and instead of expressing concern for Zabuza, she was fawning over Yotsuka. Women, they thought, bemused. Upon learning that Zabuza was currently in the hospital, Terumi-Mei decided not to dwell on the matter further. Given her prior disdain for Zabuza's tendency towards victimhood, she felt indifferent, especially since he was not in serious trouble. Instead, her thoughts turned to the last remaining contestant from the Kirigakure team, Kisame Hoshigaki, who had yet to be eliminated. Meanwhile, after the conclusion of the battle with Yosaki, the formidable Kakashi Hatake faced a pressing question. Did his technique, the Kong Baku Kai, truly prevail against Yosaki? As Kakashi had initiated the use of this technique, it became evident that it did not eliminate Yosaki. Conversely, Yosaki also failed to vanquish the Kong Baku Kai. Thus, the outcome of this wager remained ambiguous, leaving both Asuma Saratobi and JZ Biwa relieved, yet somewhat regretful for not witnessing each other's splendid performances. At the same time, the fierce clash between Kakashi Hatake, Uchiha Shursui, and Deidara persisted. The ground was littered with craters of varying sizes, a testament to the extraordinarily intense battle that had transpired, with Deidara unleashing a plethora of explosives. Both Kakashi and Shursui found themselves in a dire state, their attire tattered and torn from the chaos of the skirmish. During the preceding moments, Kakashi and Shursui had attempted to counter Deidara's relentless onslaught. However, given that Deidara soared high above, their efforts yielded little success. Instead, Deidara maintained aerial dominance, bombarding them with a flurry of explosives that nearly resulted in their immediate elimination. It was only due to Shursui's exceptional body flicker technique that he narrowly evaded Deidara's explosive barrage. Otherwise, he would have surely been dispatched from the battle. Hatake Kakashi relied on the Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall technique to thwart the impact of numerous explosive projectiles, thus avoiding elimination from the competition. At this moment, Kakashi Hatake and Obito Uchiha found themselves in a strenuous battle, as they were relegated to a defensive position. Their attempts to assault Deidara were largely futile. This predicament was untenable. Relying solely on shurikens and kunai proved inadequate, as their power was too feeble to penetrate Deidara's defenses, and their supply was dwindling. Gritting his teeth, Kakashi lamented his inability to perform fire release, which left him incapable of unleashing flames upon Deidara hovering above. Although he possessed water release techniques, his water dragon jutsu was thwarted before it could reach Deidara, as it was obliterated by the latter's explosive devices. Consequently, Kakashi found himself devoid of any effective means to strike at Deidara. Similarly, Uchiha Sway beside him employed the fire release, great fireball technique. However, the speed of this technique was rather languid, allowing Deidara to effortlessly evade it. Although the fire release, Phoenix Fire technique is characterized by its rapid execution and extensive range. Its power is relatively modest, allowing Deidara to easily counter it with his clay clones, rendering it ineffective. Consequently, the battle between Kakashi Hitaki and Uchiha Sasuke became exceedingly arduous. In this moment, Kakashi and Sasuke found themselves in a precarious situation, as Deidara had seized air superiority. Akin to a scenario where one lacks adequate anti-air defenses and is subjected to relentless bombardment. At this juncture, Deidara was indeed in a position of dominance. As Kakashi and Sasuke struggled to mount any substantial threat against him, enabling Deidara to indiscriminately hurl explosives at them. Moreover, there is no need for other types of explosives. The ordinary C1 bombs suffice. Even these have left Hitaki, Kakashi, and Uchiha Sway in a state of utter dismay, much to Deidara's amusement. It is infuriating. A strategy must be devised, for being perpetually on the defensive is untenable. As Kakashi contemplated this, he deftly dodged the bombs plummeting from the sky. However, with a lethal radius of 5 to 6 meters and Deidara unleashing a multitude at once, evasion proved to be a formidable challenge. Consequently, Kakashi was caught in the blast wave, sent hurtling backward by the force of the explosion. Kakashi, upon witnessing his comrade being thrown through the air, Uchiha Sway cried out in alarm, only to neglect his surroundings, resulting in a bomb descending upon him. Although he swiftly employed the body flicker technique to escape, the explosion struck him just as he vanished, inflicting significant internal injuries despite his immediate relocation to safety. On the other hand, Kakashi Hitaki found himself in a similar predicament. When he was propelled through the air, the shockwave from the explosion had already inflicted internal injuries upon him, causing him to expel a mouthful of blood on the spot. Up to this moment, Kakashi had yet to ascertain whether his lightning release could counter Deidara's explosive clay. However, even if he were to discover such a weakness, it would prove largely inconsequential. Although Kakashi possessed lightning chakra, he lacked proficient lightning-based jutsu to deploy effectively. At this juncture, he had only just begun to develop Raikiri, which had yet to be utilized in actual combat, and it remained a rudimentary version, merely suited for casual practice. Moreover, even with the utilization of Raikiri, it proves futile. For at this juncture, Kakashi Hitaki has yet to master the intricacies of elemental transformation, rendering him incapable of projecting lightning-based attacks outwardly, as one would with techniques such as Chidori Senbon or Chidori Sharp Spear for mid to long-range assaults. Consequently, even if Kakashi were to unleash Raikiri, it would be of no avail, as he could only use it to strike at the bomb. However, before he could reach the explosive, he would already succumb to its devastating blast. Thus, for Kakashi in his present predicament, he finds himself utterly at a loss, with Deidara appearing as his nemesis, untouchable in offense, impervious in defense, leaving him bereft of any means to retaliate. It can be asserted that, at this stage, due to the mechanics at play, Deidara stands as one of the preeminent figures among the lower ranks, with only a select few capable of countering him, while the majority can do little more than endure his relentless onslaught. On the other hand, Uchiha Sasuke is equally formidable. In truth, Uchiha Sasuke possesses considerable strength. If his opponent were to engage him on the ground, he would undoubtedly prevail over Deidara. However, the predicament lies in the fact that Deidara is currently soaring in the skies. No matter how swift Uchiha Sasuke's body flicker technique may be, it cannot transport him aloft, leaving him vulnerable to Deidara's assaults. Furthermore, Uchiha Sasuke is well versed in fire and wind techniques. Yet, presently, the fire techniques either lack the speed to reach Deidara or, while swift, fail to deliver sufficient power to bring him down. While the Uchiha's water release technique can indeed be employed, its potency falls short, rendering it insufficient to bring down Deidara. As a result, the current predicament is quite awkward. Should Deidara descend to the ground, he would undoubtedly be vanquished by Uchiha's water release. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that Deidara currently occupies the skies, and it is likely that a single explosive could swiftly eliminate Uchiha's water release. On the other hand, Yotsuka was soaring through the skies with remarkable speed, employing the grand and liberating techniques of the free immortal. Furthermore, with the ability to sense air currents, Yotsuka could perceive every movement within a radius of 300 meters. Consequently, it wasn't long before Yotsuka encountered two adversaries. These foes, lacking in skill, were swiftly dispatched with a single strike from Yotsuka's blade. As a result, Yotsuka now possessed 7 bells, the highest number obtained by anyone in the vicinity. Moreover, the evolution of the competition has diverged entirely from the original intentions of all the participating teams. Initially, all the small squads were prepared to swiftly unite upon entry, employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers to seize the bell. However, as the contest has progressed, it has become evident that few are now focused on gathering with their teammates. Instead, they pursue adversaries, engaging in solitary skirmishes for the bell. Presently, there is little thought of reuniting with allies, as chaos reigns supreme. The individual who possesses greater prowess in solitary combat is the one who ultimately secures the bell. This tactical approach is evidently well suited to formidable individuals like Yotsuka, whose immense strength enables them to eliminate any opponent encountered, effortlessly dispatching foes with unparalleled speed. Those unfortunate enough to cross paths with Yotsuka find themselves unable to flee, as their swiftness is simply no match for that of Yotsuka. Only individuals like the withered corpse, Kisame, manage to escape Yotsuka's grasp through cunning tactics, albeit with a significant element of luck involved. At this moment, Deidara had grown weary of the game and thus resolved to eliminate Kakashi Hitaki and Uchiha with ease. Kakashi Hitaki and Uchiha's water understood that they were utterly incapable of defeating the formidable Deidara, should he remain airborne. The only possibility of victory lay in the unlikely event that Deidara descended to the ground. Consequently, while evading explosions, Kakashi and Uchiha's water devised a plan to sprint in opposite directions. This strategy ensured that even if Deidara pursued one of them, he could only chase after a single target, thereby significantly increasing the likelihood of the other escaping. Thus, Kakashi successfully eluded capture, while Uchiha's water was ultimately eliminated. In the ensuing 2 days, Yosaka eliminated several more competitors, ultimately acquiring a total of 12 bells, rightfully earning the title of the foremost contender. Additionally, the team representing Konohagakure secured the championship title. In the subsequent individual competition, Yotsuka displayed remarkable prowess, effortlessly defeating all challengers and securing first place, thereby leading the Hidden Leaf Village to clinch 2 championships. Consequently, the third Hokage fulfilled his promise and treated Yotsuka to a sumptuous feast, which filled him with immense joy, ushering him into a life of happiness and contentment. Synopsis: Mukiyama Yasaka traverses into the world of Naruto, endowed with a gourmand system that empowers him with strength through the act of eating. Notification: the host experiences exquisite flavors, enhancing swordsmanship precision by 1. Notification: the host experiences rich aromas, augmenting physical constitution by 1. Notification: the host experiences delightful textures, boosting speed by 1. By the age of 8, Yotsuka has already emerged as a standout among the younger generation. Kakashi, how dare you steal Rin's food? I shall teach you a lesson. In the next moment, Kakashi found himself cleaved into 8 pieces by Yotsuka. Guy, oh, let me defeat you with the vigor of youth.